I waited for 10 years and finally got what I wanted, winning the lottery of 1 million. I walked towards the prize collection place with great joy, ready to enjoy this unexpected good fortune, when a stone suddenly fell from the sky and hit me hard on the head. Before I passed out, I heard a mechanized voice. "Dear Lord, your exclusive territory has been successfully generated. This dilapidated wooden house in front of you is your main city. Upgrading the main city will unlock more permissions." I was shocked and opened my eyes. What I saw was unbelievable. The surrounding scene was completely unfamiliar, as if I had entered a whole new world. No matter what their past backgrounds, the people here all start the same. Everyone has a broken wooden house. Everyone is in the same world, but not all of them are in the forest. Some are in the desert, some are on isolated islands, and some are even in the crater of a volcano. Moreover, they can only recruit farmers who have no names, no skills, and low physical strength. However, I, who had never even been in love, unexpectedly awakened an SSS-level hidden talent, opposite sex magnetic field, after traveling through time. Others can only recruit ordinary farmers, but my cabin recruits beautiful, long-legged, god-level maids. These maids are simply too powerful. 100 times logging crit, 100 times lucky exploration, the power of the Beast King, the reincarnation of the kitchen god. Others were still starving for 9 meals in 3 days, but my warehouse was full of beef, the territory that others could not conquer together. I took with a few maids and easily conquered. But I just came here, and I have to start from scratch. Looking at this broken wooden house in front of me, I am afraid that it will be destroyed after the novice period. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt again. The Lord has reached the minimum score in this field and awakened the SSS hidden talent, opposite sex magnetic field. I opened my eyes and saw the system information. SSS talent, opposite sex magnetic field. Maid recruitment. All farmers will be replaced by maids. The maids are very loyal to you and will never defect. Maid aura. The maid's physical strength is 5 times that of ordinary farmers, and they have top-level skills, and they perform better in farming, gathering, fighting, etc. Other talents. The current main city level is insufficient and has not been unlocked yet. So, all peasants can become maids? And they have top-notch skills? I swallowed subconsciously. My mind was in a mess. As I was looking at this dilapidated wooden house, another line of words appeared in front of the door. Main city level. Primary wooden house population. 1/10. 2 maids can be recruited every day. Current number of maids that can be recruited. 2. Do you want to recruit? Without hesitation, I clicked yes. In less than half a minute, a girl holding an axe walked out of the cabin. She was petite, with white skin, wearing a light suspender skirt, and her long white hair hung on her shoulders. The white lace on her chest rose and fell slightly with her breathing. The girl gently bent her knees slightly, bowed her head to salute me, and said softly, "Master, please give me your guidance." The moment she lowered her head, it was impossible to take your eyes off her. The information bar instantly appeared. Maid. Ruashua physical strength. 250/250 abilities. Logging hunting skills. Logging 100x critical hit loyalty 75. After reading Ruashua's attributes, I was stunned. A 100x critical hit woodcutting skill. In other words, her efficiency in chopping trees is 100 times that of an ordinary person. This is simply super maid. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. At this time, the second maid also came out of the wooden house. She was wearing tight sportswear, giving people a mature and stable feeling. Her figure was tightly attached to the clothes, and her pear-shaped curves were particularly charming. Her long black hair was tied up high, swaying gently with her steps. She also bent her knees slightly. "Master, please give me more advice." I immediately felt the blood boiling again, and my head was in a mess. Calm down, calm down. The second maid's information also appeared. Maid. Lin Qinger physical strength. 225/225 abilities. Gathering, exploration skills. 100x luck exploration loyalty 75. 100 times lucky exploration? Is this the effect of my SSS hidden talent? Damn, it seems I have to quickly arrange for them to do something, otherwise I am afraid I will lose control. I quickly arranged. Ruashu, go cut wood for 2 hours. Lin Qinger, go explore nearby. The 2 maids said almost in unison. Okay, master. I stood next to the dilapidated wooden house, with a forest in front of me. Ruashua picked up an axe and started chopping trees. Strangely, I didn't see how fast she chopped the trees. There was no effect of 100 times of felling trees. But her suspender skirt kept shaking with each tree chopping action, which was quite eye-catching. Lin Qinger disappeared into the forest almost instantly, but I really didn't have time to pay attention to her. At this moment, I just wanted to take a rest. After a while, I woke up and walked out of the house to see how Roashue was chopping wood. I wanted to know how effective her 100-fold chopping was. How much wood could she chop in half an hour? I pushed open the shabby wooden door and was shocked. In less than half an hour, Roashue had chopped down more than a dozen large trees. The trees that originally surrounded the wooden house have now opened up a clearing. The effect of 100x critical hit logging, is too terrifying. Just then, Roashue came over carrying another pile of wood, and the wood on her shoulders was even taller than her. I looked carefully and found that this pile of wood was exactly 100 units. And now, there were already 10 piles around the wooden house. In other words, in just half an hour, Roashue had chopped out 1,000 units of wood. Now, the wood requirements for upgrading the dilapidated wooden house are met. 1,000 units of wood in half an hour. The speed is off the charts. I estimated that if it was an ordinary farmer, he could only chop 10 units of wood in half an hour. This guy's really a woodcutter. One person could chop 100. However, I also know that for many farmers with poor physical fitness, chopping 10 units of wood in half an hour is considered high yield. Many farmers can only chop 6 or 7 units of wood in half an hour at most. Therefore, Roashue's efficiency in chopping trees is 150 times that of other farmers. But the problem is that the upgrade of the dilapidated wooden house requires 2 more conditions: stone and thatch. The wood is enough, so how to solve the rest? At this moment, I suddenly remembered the system's initial prompt. Every peasant in the territory is a life. Should she be able to collect these things too? I looked at Roashue with eager eyes. Roashue, come here and take a break. When she heard take a break, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. Half an hour of work consumed Roashue's 15 points of physical strength. However, I know that the physical strength of a maid is 5 times that of an ordinary peasant. Roashue's physical strength limit is 250, and she can work continuously for 8 hours. Working continuously for 8 hours is like working like a cow or a horse. I asked Roashue to chop wood for 2 hours, but she asked me to let her rest after only half an hour. Unexpectedly, this action actually increased Roashue's loyalty by 3 points. Roashue put the axe aside, sat on the steps, tilted her head back, and breathed heavily. Sweat dripped down her forehead, soaking her suspender skirt and sticking to her body. I smiled and asked her, Roashue, besides logging and hunting, can you do anything else? For example, collect stones and thatch. I spoke without any airs of a lord, and my tone was gentle and kind. This attitude increased Roashue's loyalty by another 2 points, reaching 80 points. Roashue blinked and replied softly, Master, I can help collect stones and thatch. If I have a stone pickaxe, I can collect 5 units of stone in half an hour. If not, I may only be able to collect 3 units. But the prerequisite is to find a quarry or stone mine. As for thatch, I can harvest 15 units of thatch in half an hour without tools. I shook my head, feeling that something was not right. I could only collect 15 units of thatch in half an hour and 5 units of stone in half an hour. I still had to find a stone mine, so the progress was really slow. Suddenly, I slapped my head and an idea came to me. To upgrade everyone's dilapidated wooden house, 3 materials are needed, right? Those people in the rocky area must have collected more stones, and those in the grassland area must have collected more thatch. They probably don't have wood, so why not just exchange them? Roashue, I'll take a rest for another 10 minutes, and then continue chopping trees. I added, after that, you will take a 10-minute rest for every hour you chop. After hearing this, Roashue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she tightly grasped the corners of her clothes with both hands. Master, you are so kind, she said. Half an hour's work allowed her to recover 10 points of physical strength. Then I opened the chat area and found that many people had already started trading. 3 units of stone for 500 milliliters of water, 20 units of straw for food, a pound of oysters for an axe. All kinds of trading information appeared in the chat area. I found a pattern. The amount of resources that people want to exchange is very small. The most is 20 units of thatch, 10 units of wood, etc. Stone is the most scarce, and at most one person wants to exchange 5 units. I bought all the trades that other people offered to trade thatch and stone for wood, and ended up getting 30 units of stone and 300 units of thatch. I had no choice but to take the initiative. Considering that stones are relatively scarce, the exchange ratio of stones to wood for ordinary people is 1:10. In order to upgrade quickly, I decided to increase it to 111. 770 wood for 70 units of stone. 700 wood for 700 units of thatch. I don't think anyone can come up with so many resources at once, so I set the quantity to be free. The other party only needs to exchange according to this ratio until the upper limit is reached. After these two messages were sent out, although they were quickly deleted, they also attracted the attention of many people. What? 1470 units of wood? Am I dazzled? It's only been over an hour since we came here, and our resources are probably only in the tens, and not many people can reach the hundreds. It's unbelievable to see that I have thousands of units of wood. Soon, everyone stopped wondering why I had so much wood and started exchanging them like crazy. In less than half a minute, all the wood I had on the shelf was exchanged. Then, I put more wood on the shelf and exchanged it for the missing 300 units of thatch and 30 units of stone. In this way, all the materials needed for the dilapidated wooden house are complete, and I am ready to start upgrading. I walked to the wooden house. It was really shabby, with the roof barely providing any shelter, allowing a little rain to seep in. The windows were broken and drafty, with moss growing in the corners. Even the door creaked and looked like it could fall apart at any moment. Do you want to consume 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of thatch, and 100 units of stone to upgrade the main city? I almost immediately chose yes. The moment I confirmed, the dilapidated wooden house underwent a drastic change. The hut was quickly expanded, doubling in size. The new roof was made of heavy wood, with layers of thatch compacted. The ground was no longer soft soil, but a solid stone foundation. Walking into the house, I saw two separate rooms in the wooden house. One was obviously a sleeping place, with a thick straw mat on the floor, and the other was a workshop used to make various items. I touched the soft straw mat on the bed. Not bad, although not as good as a Simmons mattress, but at least I can sleep. I checked the details of the main city again. Main city, level. Intermediate wooden house, population. 3/20ths, 3 maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings, 0/10, special effects. Upgrade. To upgrade to an advanced wooden house, 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of thatch, and 300 units of stone are required. Well, if you want to upgrade again, you need 3 resources, wood, thatch, and stone. Just when I was wondering when I could upgrade to a high-level wooden house, suddenly 3 prompts came into my mind at the same time. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own a second-level main city. Reward blueprint, 300 random intermediate resources. At this time, almost 500 million lords were teleported over, and they were all dumbfounded. Upgrading the second-level main city requires 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of thatch, and 100 units of stone. At their speed, the others would have to chop for at least 3 days and 3 nights without rest. And me? I finished it in just over an hour. In an instant, everyone was eager to get my experience and skills. Some people were willing to offer 8 million to buy my skills to quickly gather resources. Others were willing to work like a slave for me, and some girls even wanted to trade their bodies. However, I am not interested in these conditions at all. Only a fool would reveal his position to others. What if he encounters someone with bad intentions? Suddenly, I remembered that I had just upgraded to an intermediate cabin, and it seemed that I could recruit 3 maids every day. Can I still recruit a new one? I opened the panel of the intermediate wooden house again, and the result disappointed me. I could only recruit 1 maid today. It seems that upgrading the wooden house does not refresh the daily recruitment number. Recruit. 10 seconds later, a figure slowly walked out of the door. She was wearing a leather dress that fell naturally beside her smooth legs, faintly outlining her graceful figure. She is petite, but seems to have infinite wild power. The most eye-catching thing is that she has 2 fox ears on her head and a furry tail wagging behind her, but she bent down slightly, her tail wagging gently. Master, please give me your advice. Her information appeared in front of me. Maid. Liu physical strength, 270/270 abilities. Fighting, hunting skills. Beast King power, tracking loyalty, 75. Tracking I can understand, but Beast King power? Is this Liu the Beast King? I couldn't help but stare at her wagging ears, my heart full of curiosity. My hand quietly reached out to the soft ear, and my fingertips almost touched her silky hair. At the moment I touched it, Liu's loyalty increased by 3 points to 78 points. Liu's ears moved slightly, and a blush appeared on her face, with a hint of shyness and panic. Her arrival was just in time. Ruoxue had been chopping wood for more than 2 hours, drinking water and resting, but had not eaten anything yet. I was just thinking about letting Ruoxue go hunting, because many people began to ask for various foods. For everyone now, food has become the most precious resource. Liu, what weapons do you need when you go out hunting? Liu raised his head and his ears swayed slightly. I can use all weapons. The simplest wooden stick will do. I took out a wooden shield and a stone spear from the wooden house. The wooden shield consumed 5 units of wood and 3 units of thatch, and the stone spear consumed 4 units of stone, 4 units of wood, and 2 units of thatch. I deliberately selected the best weapons that can be made now. After all, hunting is still dangerous, and I don't know if her Beast King power is reliable. If you can use the best as an extra layer of protection. After Liu left, I didn't sit idle either. I took an axe and started chopping trees. Although I couldn't compare to Ruoxue, a mosquito leg is still meat. Before I knew it, I had been chopping for 2 hours, and the area around the cabin was full of wood again. Without food, Ruoxue could no longer recover her strength after 10 minutes of rest. Ruoxue, take a rest. Wait for me to find something to eat. Eat enough before working again. I said softly. Thank you, master. Ruoxue was so moved that she actually met such a considerate lord. Her loyalty increased by another 3 points, reaching 93 points. Now, with such high loyalty, Ruoxue can harvest 2,400 units of wood per hour. However, the only thing I lack now is food. To be precise, everyone lacks food. I just looked through tens of thousands of trading information, but I didn't find any food trading. 30% of the trades were in exchange for food. But now food has become extremely precious. Who would trade it? Chapter 5. Power of the Beast King, Harvest Yak. That day, when I was worrying about food, Liu suddenly came back. Her wooden shield had been beaten to pieces, and she was carrying a huge yak on her shoulders. The yak was bigger than Ruoxue's pile of wood, and it looked like a small mountain. It was really jaw-dropping that a beast-ear girl like Liu could actually carry such a big cow. I was almost speechless and kept shouting in my heart. This cow must weigh several hundred kilograms. Liu's Beast King power was simply too terrifying. A few lines of words appeared on her chest. Maid, Tanakazuki, physical strength. 162/270, status, returned from hunting. Items, wooden shield, broken. Stone spear, yak, disassembled. Bang! She threw the yak directly to the ground, and the ground shook instantly. I was ecstatic in my heart. It's amazing. She caught a yak directly. To be honest, I thought it would be good enough to catch a few pheasants and rabbits, but I didn't expect her to bring back such a big cow directly. Yaks eat grass, but once they get angry, even bears and leopards dare not provoke them easily. Just when I wanted to let Liu rest, her eyes suddenly turned red. Master, I'm sorry. The shield is broken. She cried, and the fox ears on her head moved. I suddenly felt an unknown heartbeat. It's just a broken shield. How can you be so sad? It's not a big deal, right? I quickly went back to the room and made a new wooden shield and handed it to her. It's okay. The most important thing is to carry this yak back. Unexpectedly, this made her loyalty increase by 10 points, reaching 93 points. She smiled. Thank you, master. Then, Liu picked up the bucket and drank most of the water, looking very happy. Seeing her drinking water in big gulps, I was surprised. Oh wow, Liu can actually drink ice water. I also took a sip, and then seeing that Ruoxue was still hungry, I decided to disassemble the yak first. Disassemble the yak. System prompts successfully decomposed yak. Ordinary resources obtained. 600 kilograms of yak meat. For ox leg bones. 5 yak hides. Rare resources obtained. 1 kilogram of ox tendon. 1 ox tendon. 2 yak horns. I was a little confused. Why didn't I see any internal organs? Was it because I just dissected it? But it didn't matter. The beef was the key. 600 kilograms of yak beef was a gift from heaven. When other lords were worried about food, I got so much meat directly. It was really a huge profit. I roughly calculated that I could eat at most 4 pounds of meat a day, and Ruoxue could eat 10 pounds a day. With this beef, I would have enough food for at least 2 weeks. But soon, I was shocked by Liu and Ruoxue's appetite. Ruoxue ate 10 kilograms of meat directly, and Liu ate 20 kilograms in one meal. They were so slender. Where did all the meat go? Although they ate a lot of meat, their productivity was also high, so the expenses were nothing. After everyone had eaten, Roi Shiwe and Liu rested for a while and recovered quickly. I asked them to continue chopping trees and hunting, and then I began to worry about Lin Qinger's situation. She had been out for 5 hours. Why hadn't she come back yet? I was a little anxious, but I could only wait there. If she encountered a tiger, I would be sending myself to death if I went to save her. At this point, I decided to open the chat area to see if I could get some useful information. Is there anyone kind enough to give me something to eat? I only had an apple. I worked overtime all night yesterday and woke up in the Gobi Desert. I am starving. Who can give me a pound of food? Anything is fine as long as it's not shit. My farmers are starving to death and are staring at me now. I'm afraid they're going to eat me. As I expected, no one could provide useful information. The only thing that was certain was that food was still the most scarce resource. The peasants were running away due to hunger, and the lords themselves were dizzy due to hunger. The situation was worrying. Just when everyone was worried about food, a piece of news caught my attention. Wu Di, in exchange for 15 kilograms of food, I will give you a rare building blueprint. This news immediately caused a sensation, and everyone started discussing it. 15 kilograms of food in exchange for architectural blueprints? Are you crazy? Isn't this just a dream? There's not enough food. Who would exchange for blueprints? I'd rather give food to the farmers so that they can recover their strength and do more work. Blueprints are useless. This little bald guy obviously underestimated the preciousness of food and was even laughed at by everyone. In a remote cave, this little bald guy touched his bald head and looked at the farmers who were starving to death. He felt a little confused. He didn't expect that no one was willing to exchange the rare architectural drawings in his hand for food. This blueprint was indeed rare, but for a lord who did not have enough food, it was simply worthless. Just as he was about to lower the price, a new message suddenly appeared. I can exchange your rare blueprint for it, but 15 kilograms of food is a bit much, 10 kilograms of yak meat at most. This message completely stunned the little bald man, and at the same time caused even greater surprise. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Chapter 6, the boycott is louder than anyone else, and the beef is exchanged faster than anyone else. Idiot? You are the idiot. Didn't you see the name? Fuck. Jiang Shao, the boss who upgraded the wooden house. Yes, it's him. He can take out 10 kilograms of yak meat, which means he can't finish the meat at home, understand? Boss, can I exchange a beef bone? I can exchange it with you for a stone. 10 kilograms of yak meat directly. So awesome. Just as I was waiting for Wu Di's response, suddenly, thousands of trade requests popped up on the screen. Most of them were requests to exchange wood and stone for meat. So I simply closed them all. I sent him a private message. Are you there? 10 kilograms of yak meat. Don't you want to trade? Brother Wu was stunned for half a minute and finally replied to me, tremblingly, exchange. Thank you so much, brother. After experiencing the ridicule just now, he felt that it was already a profit to be able to exchange 10 kilograms of yak meat for the rare blueprint. Although Wu Di got 10 kilograms of yak meat, he was not in a hurry to check the specific information of the blueprint. I sent another message that stunned everyone. 1 kilogram of yak meat. Exchange for 30 units of stone. I need a total of 3,000 units of stone. The transaction quantity is free. I didn't make any promises. I just put 100 kilograms of yak beef on the trading board, and anyone could exchange it for stones at a ratio of 130. Isn't this robbery? 30 units of stone for 1 kilogram of beef. Yes, it's too shady. Capitalism kills people. I want to resist. That's right. How long does it take to mine 30 units of stone? The two farmers, and I can only mine 10 units of stone in an hour. I know that this ratio is indeed a bit high, but now I am offering yak beef in exchange for supplies, which is already very kind. Then, the tone of the conversation changed rapidly. What's going on? Didn't I say we would boycott? How come a beef suddenly dropped by 60 kilograms? Fuck, how come it dropped by another 5 kilograms? If this continues, I won't have enough time to mine stones. These people are really the ones who shout for boycott louder than anyone else, or are quicker to exchange beef than anyone else. In just a few minutes, 100 kilograms of beef were sold out. I couldn't help but think that I'd set the price too low. Jiang Shao actually took out 3,000 units of stone. He actually has 100 kilograms of yak beef. This is not a big boss. This is a giant boss. So, he can hunt yaks? These are not ordinary rabbits. Wild boars can hurt my farmers. I see. Jiang Shao just upgraded to the second-level main city and was rewarded with 300 kilograms of yak meat. This must be what he got. Makes sense. Brother Jiang, Are you still in need of dancers? You can recruit them at will. Everyone guessed that this batch of beef was a reward for upgrading the second-level main city. Everyone also knew that the most farmers could do was to hunt pheasants and rabbits, and they couldn't even get a wild boar. So how could they possibly hunt yaks? Boss Jiang, please give me some more beef. My farmers just came back from mining stones. Please give me some more yak meat. I'm willing to exchange 45 units of stone for 1 pound of beef. Fuck, are you stupid? Don't raise the price, and don't make trouble. Most people asked me to exchange some more yak meat. At first, I was going to trade wood for straw, but since the arrival of the beaver moon, I no longer have to worry about food. Trading food for supplies is fast and has a high rate of return. Well, since everyone is so anxious, I'll take out some beef. As soon as these words came out, everyone was instantly excited. As expected of Brother Jiang, you were so generous. Give me another 100 kilograms. I just replaced all the thatch and wood in my house with stones. Thank you, brother. I put up 100 kilograms of yak meat again, but this time the price was a little different. This time it was no longer 3,000 units of stone, but 30,000 units of straw. 1 unit of stone could be exchanged for 10 units of straw, and the ratio was still reasonable, but some people were stunned. What's going on? Why can't I exchange my stones for yak meat? Fuck. Boss, why do you want straw? I just exchanged all the straw for stones. What a loss. Stupid guy. Why does Boss Jiang need so many stones? It's obvious that he wants to upgrade to the 3rd level main city. He must have exchanged enough stones before, and he wants to exchange for straw next. Smart people have guessed that I will trade for thatch next. One of the smart players, relying on his guess, traded 50 units of stone for 600 units of thatch and 2 kilograms of beef. The speed of replacing thatch is faster than that of stone. In just 30 seconds, 600 kilograms of thatch were sold out. Jiang Shao, you were so mean. Now my house is full of stones. I just laughed at a buddy for exchanging stones for straw, but it turned out that I was the clown. Brother Jiang, can you bring some more? There should be dozens of kilograms of yak meat left. Save everyone. Seeing these messages, I couldn't help but feel a little proud. These people thought I didn't have much beef left and wanted to squeeze the last resources out of me. Sure enough, that's human nature. A sly smile crossed my lips. Sorry, I didn't make it clear last time. I'll make it clear this time. If you have architectural drawings, rare materials, or anything like that, you can come to me to exchange. As for yak meat, I'll take out more. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and silent for a few seconds. As for yak meat, I'll take out another 100 kilograms. Chapter 7, Mythical Building, Blessing of the Ancients. Another 100 kilograms. I thought I was pretty impressive for having 4 kilograms of pheasant meat, but when I compare, I'm just a poor idiot. That's not right. Isn't the reward for upgrading the main city 300 kilograms of yak meat? How come he didn't eat it himself, but now he has 310 kilograms? That's impossible. Did he hunt yaks? Hunting yaks? Are his farmers so awesome? The farmers are about the same, but Jiang Shao is still the strongest fighter. Brother Jiang, you are so awesome. Send me the location of the cabin. I will provide you with service. I put a total of 310 kilograms of yak meat on it, which was extremely shocking to others. When I exchanged stones and straw before, those supplies were sold out in seconds, but this time no one exchanged. After all, the capital of rare items is not much, and many people have never seen them, and even haven't collected the architectural drawings. I waited for 5 or 6 minutes, but there was no transaction request. So, I returned to my intermediate wooden house. I had just exchanged 200 kilograms of yak meat, and now I have enough resources to upgrade to a high-level wooden house. Thinking of the rewards for upgrading the main city, I made up my mind that I should be able to get new rewards. I opened the main city panel, and sure enough, an upgrade option appeared. Do you want to consume 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of thatch, and 300 units of stone to upgrade the main city? I clicked yes without hesitation. This upgrade had more vibrations than before, and I could almost feel the ground trembling slightly. After the upgrade was completed, the high-end wooden house in front of me was completely new. It was made of dark brown wood, and the solid roof and beautifully carved walls gave people a sense of stability. The foundation of the house is also much higher than before, and it is entered through 7 steps, which makes it difficult for snakes, insects, rats, and ants to invade, thereby maintaining a dry internal environment. I walked in and found that the space inside the house had also been expanded. It was no longer 2 rooms as before, but 5 rooms. There was even an extra room specifically for storing food, which was just enough to hold the yak meat. with 5 rooms and a living room. Such a wooden house must be very comfortable to live in. Moreover, the wooden house is very sturdy, and even a few bears would not easily destroy it. This is a great comfort to me, because once the wooden house is destroyed, the Lord will die directly. I checked the details of the main city. Main city, level. Advanced wooden house population. For 20ths, for maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings. 0/20 special effects. Upgrade. To upgrade to King Wiju, you need 10,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of thatch, 500 units of iron, and 5,000 units of tiles. The number of buildings required is 10. After King Wiju, you can randomly unlock a special building effect. King Wiju? This upgrade is obviously much more advanced than the wooden house, and it can also unlock special effects, full of mystery. But when I saw the resources required for the upgrade, I had a headache. Wood, stone, and thatch are easy to get, but the problem is where to get iron and tiles. I haven't even dug a low-level stone mine, so how can I find iron ore? As for the tiles, I know that they need to be fired in a tile kiln, and it is impossible to build them without the tile kiln drawings. It seems that the difficulty of the next upgrade will be greatly increased. However, I'm already ahead of many players, and I feel very satisfied. At this moment, the system sent a message. Congratulations, you are the first lord to upgrade the main city to level 3. Please choose one as a reward, a high-level weapon, and 500 random intermediate resources. 1 horse and 1,500 random intermediate resources. A finished building. Choose. I want all 3. You cannot choose all 3. A random reward, a finished building has been selected for you, huh? I just said it casually. Withdraw. I want high-level weapons and mid-level resources. It was too late. A glittering building appeared next to my wooden house, like a statue. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own a level 3 main city. Reward. 1 random finished building. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own a level 3 main city. Reward. 1 random finished building. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own a level 3 main city. Reward. 1 random finished building. 3 messages exploded like bombs, and all the Lord screens were refreshed with these 3 messages. What? He upgraded the main city to level 3 again. He exchanged beef for so many supplies before. He must have upgraded the main city. The reward for the level 3 main city is actually a building. When it was upgraded to level 2, it gave 300 intermediate resources. Random building? What if it's a broken house? That would be a big loss. If we really give you a design for a residential building, it would be less useful than the previous reward. Although everyone was a little disappointed that Jiang Shao was promoted to the 3rd level main city, they felt a little more balanced when they saw the news of the random reward. However, seeing the chat area full of sarcasm, Jiang Shao was very happy. He was just regretting not choosing high-level weapons and mid-level resources. But now, looking at the properties of the finished building, his heart was filled with surprise and happiness. Ancient Blessing, Mythical level, no level, cannot be upgraded, Light of Loyalty. The lower limit of loyalty of all residents in the territory is increased to 100, and the upper limit is increased to 200. Blessing of Shelter. The probability of disease occurrence of all residents in the territory is reduced by 99%. Great Fortune. Every 7 days, the ancient shelter will bring good luck to the Lord. I couldn't believe it. This is a mythical building. The upper limit of all residents' loyalty can be raised to 200. This means that no matter what I do to the maids, they will not resist. Chapter 8, The Hand of Womanly Power. Soon, I realized that the effect of the Light of Loyalty was far more powerful than I had imagined. The system description mentioned all residents, not the maids. This means that other residents may move in the future, and the effect of the halo will also affect them. In other words, this halo not only prevents my maids from ever defecting, but also ensures that any new residents who join me will not be able to betray me, and even that no spies can sneak in. Moreover, the chance of disease occurrence is reduced by 99%, which means that it is almost impossible for people to get sick. If someone still gets sick, they can only prepare for the aftermath. As for the good luck that comes once every 7 days, although the effect is not yet known, the first 2 effects are enough to shock me. This mythical building is really powerful. Just as I was immersed in thinking about the powerful effect of this building, another message came to my mind. You have been upgraded to the 3rd level main city, and your SSS level talent, opposite sex magnetic field, has unlocked a new effect. Hand of female power. The hand of womanhood? I couldn't help but mutter. Why does this name sound a bit strange? What kind of weird name is this? Who came up with it? It's really... I then checked the detailed information. SSS talent. Opposite sex magnetic field. Unique. Maid recruitment. All recruited peasants will be replaced by maids, who are naturally more loyal to you and will never defect. Maid aura. The physical strength of a maid is 500% of that of an ordinary peasant, and she has top-level skills and performs better in farming, gathering, and fighting. Woman's hand. For all opposite sexes, your skill effects are increased by 500%. This skill is interesting, but it also confuses me. Opposite sex means, do female beasts count as opposite sex? If so, does this mean I can use this skill to deal 5 times the damage to female beasts? However, since I have such a strong maid, I don't need to go into battle myself. Isn't this talent a bit useless? But soon, I thought of something and slapped my forehead. Damn, if I learn auxiliary skills in the future, will the bonus to the maid also increase 5 times? Suddenly, I realized the real purpose of this talent. Now, I took out 2 drawings from my crotch with satisfaction. The first one is the system reward I got when I upgraded to the 2nd level main city. Blessed Stone Altar. It requires 100 units of agate, 100 units of copper, and 1,000 units of stone. The second one is a rare building blueprint that Wu D and I exchange for 10 kilograms of yak beef. Magnolia House. It requires 5 units of iron, 100 units of stone, 800 units of thatch, and 950 units of wood. After carefully looking at the blueprint, I found that there are some differences between the two. You can only build 1 blessing stone altar in your territory, but there is no upper limit for magnolia houses, and you can build multiple. However, I don't know the specific effects of the 2 buildings. Anyway, I have all the resources, so I can give it a try. It takes 10 buildings to upgrade to the 4th level main city, which can be used to build these 2 buildings. I unfolded the blueprints and saw the 2 blueprints transform into light green and pale blue light, which quickly merged into the walls of the high-end wooden house. As the light gradually dissipated, the wall returned to its calm state, and the study of the blueprints was completed. Next, I chose a construction site. Ruashue had cleared a lot of space for me during the time she had spent cutting trees. I walked to an open area in front of the high-end wooden house and prepared to start construction. Do you want to consume 5 units of iron, 100 units of stone, 800 units of thatch, and 950 units of wood to build the Magnolia House? Yes. Do you want to consume 100 units of agate, 100 units of copper, and 1,000 units of stone to build the Blessed Stone Altar? Yes. After I said yes, the 2 buildings rose up at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The first building to be completed was the Magnolia House. Although it was not as large as the mid-level wooden house, the space layout inside the house was quite reasonable and could accommodate several people. The exterior walls are carved with simple patterns, and the magnolia carvings can be vaguely seen, giving people a sense of tranquility and elegance. The roof is made of reinforced wood, which can obviously withstand wind and rain. The foundation is made of neatly stacked stones, which slightly raises the height of the house to avoid the influence of moisture. Overall, the configuration of the Magnolia House is between the primary and intermediate wooden houses and should be much more comfortable than the residence of an ordinary lord. I checked the properties of Magnolia House. Magnolia House, rare, level 1. Magnolia. Residents living in Magnolia House have their physical strength recovery speed increased by 5%, and females have doubled it. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 10 units of crude oil, 3,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone, and 1,000 units of tiles. After upgrading to level 2, unlock new effect, resuscitation. It turns out that this Magnolia House not only improves the physical recovery speed of residents, but also doubles the recovery speed of female residents. In the future, after upgrading to level 2, you can also unlock the resurgence effect, which may be related to restoring physical strength, but it requires more resources, especially crude oil. I have no idea at the moment. It seems that this level 2 Magnolia House cannot be upgraded for the time being. Soon after, the second building, the Blessing Stone Altar, was also built. Its appearance is like an ancient cornucopia, with a broad and stable bottom that gradually tightens upward. The surface of the stone altar is full of exquisite reliefs, which seem to contain mysterious power. Agate and copper pieces are inlaid around it, adding a sacred atmosphere to it. I noticed that Ruasha, who was chopping trees, also stopped what she was doing, put her hands together, and had a pious look in her eyes, as if she was praying silently. Seeing her reaction, I was more certain that this blessed stone altar was definitely something extraordinary. Check the properties of the blessed altar. Blessed altar, epic level. Level 1 blessing. Any harvest of residents in the territory has a 1% chance of obtaining additional special items. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, 100 units of gold, 1,000 units of agate, 3,000 units of stone, 200 units of tiles, and 500 units of copper are required. After upgrading to level 2, a new effect will be unlocked. Maid customization recruitment. I was a little surprised that this was an epic building. A 1% chance of getting a special item doesn't sound high. But if you can build more, maybe the effect will be better. Imagine if you can build 100 blessed stone altars, and Ruashue could get a special item 100% every time she cuts a tree. If this is possible, it'll be too powerful. Suddenly, I realized that Ruashue had been busy all day, and the sky was getting dark. It's almost dark. Why haven't Liu and Lin Qinger come back yet? Although I'm not worried about Liu. After all, she can easily fight a yak alone. But Lin Qinger hasn't eaten or drunk anything all day, and she hasn't come back yet, so I can't help but feel a little worried. Is something wrong? Chapter 9, Special Sensing? So exciting. In my spare time, I learned from the chat area that hunting and exploring are the most dangerous tasks. It is said that 2 peasants sent by some lords encountered bandits as soon as they went out. One was killed, and the other had a leg chopped off and crawled back to the wooden house with difficulty. My heart tightened. Lin Qingye? She was wearing tight sportswear and had no fighting talent. She shouldn't have encountered bandits, right? Ruashue glanced at me and walked to the blessing stone altar. The breeze gently blew her white suspenders, revealing a few charming curves that made me a little reluctant to look directly at her. Master, are you worried about Liu and Lin Qinger? Ruashue's voice interrupted my thoughts. I nodded. Well, I'm not worried about Liu. She can protect herself. But Lin Qinger hasn't come back for the whole afternoon. I really don't want her to encounter any problems. Ruashue smiled slightly, with some comfort in her eyes. Master, don't worry. Lin Qinger is safe. We have special senses. If she encounters an accident, I can feel it. I was stunned for a moment. Is there a special connection between you? Can you sense something so exciting? Ruashue blinked her innocent eyes. Master, what excitement? Nothing. I waved my hands quickly and changed the subject. Ruashue clasped her hands together, closed her eyes devoutly, lowered her head, and prayed quietly in front of the stone altar. With the stone altar's blessing, nothing will happen to us. While I lowered my head, I felt uncomfortable again. No, I have to find a chance to change Ruashue's clothes. It's too easy for her to be exposed, which is not good for both her and me. I clear my throat. You can take a rest. I'll go get something to eat. Is the meat I grilled this afternoon okay? It was getting dark, and Ruashue's chopped wood was almost full, so I decided to let her rest for a while. Master, let me do the cooking. Although my specialties are logging and hunting, I can still do simple work. Ruashue's words surprised me. She was so humble, but her words made me very happy and directly increased her favorability by 10 points to 110. Okay then, I'll leave the cooking to you. I patted her head and walked away happily. Back in front of the advanced wooden house, I planned to recruit a 4th maid. The main city was upgraded to level 3, and the daily limit of recruiting maids increased by 1. I opened the panel of the advanced wooden house. Current number of maids is 3, and the number of maids that could be recruited is 1. Do you want to recruit? Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, the air in front of me swayed slightly, and then a slender figure appeared in front of me. She was wearing a floral maid outfit. The hem just reached her knees, and black knee-high socks outlined her slender legs. She held an apron in her left hand and a spatula in her right hand. She bowed slightly, and her lowered head made people feel gentle. Master, do you need me to do something for you? I looked at the attribute panel that appeared on her chest. Maid. Physical strength. 240/240 abilities. Gathering food, processing food, cooking skills. Reincarnation of the god of cooking, loyalty, 100 maid outfit, over-the-knee socks. This is what a real maid is. Chuya looks a few years older than Ruashue and other maids, and exudes a mature temperament. Her skill is the reincarnation of the god of cooking, which is just what I need a maid to cook. I smiled and said, Chuya, it happens that I need you to cook for everyone tonight. Chuya smiled gently. Master, do we have any food here? I can go out and collect some wild vegetables. I pointed to the house. Currently, there is only some yak meat. Of course, you can also make some side dishes. Chia nodded. Okay, master, I'll go and take a look nearby. I couldn't help but think of the roast beef at noon. Although I didn't roast it well, it was half burnt and hard to eat, and only I and a few loyal maids could eat it. But tonight is different. Tonight, there is Chia, the reincarnation of the cooking god, and I think tonight's meal must be delicious. Well, Chia, you and Ruashue should go together. I thought for a moment and added, Ruashue is also resting now. She has the ability to hunt, so it will be safer for her to go with you. In less than an hour, the 4 maids who went out today all came back one after another. The first to come back were Chia and Ruashue. Chia was indeed very capable. She collected 5 kilograms of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and raspberries, and only consumed 20 points of physical strength. The third person to come back was Li Yu. She still lived up to my trust, and this time she brought back a whole wild boar. The wild boar was huge, with tight muscles and bloodstains. Its fur was a little messy, but its ferocious aura was still undiminished, especially its sharp fangs, which were gleaming coldly and were 18 centimeters long. The wounds on its body were deep, and the blood had solidified into scabs. But the most eye-catching thing was the stone spear on its head, which seemed to have a very powerful, fatal blow. Bang! Li Yu threw the heavy wild boar to the ground, panting. Ooh! She panted heavily, her ears and tail swaying with the rise and fall of her chest, looking very cute. She squatted down, supporting her knees with her hands, and the sweat on her forehead dripped down her cheeks. She only had 14 points of physical strength left. I hurriedly handed her the bucket of water I had just exchanged. Drink some water. Thank you, master. Li Yu took the bucket and drank in big gulps, drinking half of it directly. Tusk boar, do you want to decompose it? Yes. Successfully completed decomposition, obtained common resources, 420 caddies of wild boar meat, 3 wild boar skins, 2 wild boar tusks, obtained intermediate weapon, tusk blade, more than 400 kilograms of wild boar meat, and also obtained a rare weapon. Could it be because the effect of the blessed stone altar took effect? The 1% chance actually came in handy. I tried to make a high-level weapon with yak horns on the workbench, but it requires a special blacksmith shop. However, the properties of this tusk blade are not bad. Tusk blade, intermediate, introduction, a dagger made of wild boar tusks with strong armor-piercing ability. Enemies stabbed by it will continue to bleed. Properties, armor-piercing, bleeding. That's great. I came at the right time. I regretted not choosing a weapon before, but I didn't expect to get this powerful weapon now. Just when I was happy, suddenly, Lin Qing'er poked her head out from the depths of the forest. The high ponytail, tight sportswear, and her unique pear-shaped curves. That's right, it's Lin Qing. The fourth maid finally came back. She looked a little tired. Her face was pale, and a few strands of wet hair stuck to her cheeks. She was carrying a tattered bag on her shoulder with some dirt and a few grasses sticking out of the bag. She looked at me and moved her lips slightly. Master! She just uttered a word and suddenly lost her balance, and the whole person swayed and fell directly to the ground. Crash! The bag on her shoulder fell to the ground, and the things inside fell out one after another. Chapter 10 Lin Qing'er's Lucky Exploration. Too cool. Fuck, what's going on? When Lin Qing'er suddenly fell, Li Yu and I rushed over. I quickly put my hand on her philtrum. She was still breathing. It seemed that she was not dead. But why did she suddenly fall down? At this time, I saw that Lin Qing'er's panel showed that she only had 2 points of physical strength left. Does a maid faint when her physical strength drops below 3 points? If her physical strength drops to 0, will she be paralyzed? How can she get herself into this state with only 2 points of physical strength left to explore? She is so dedicated. Li Yu quickly picked up a glass of water and helped Lin Qing'er back to the Magnolia house. I believe that with the 10% extra physical recovery given by Magnolia, Lin Qing'er should be able to recover soon. I felt that I was lucky to have these maids to help me. Lin Qing'er lay back on the bed, and the items on the ground caught my attention. There were 2 fruits emitting blood-red light, a piece of architectural blueprint, and a sheepskin map. Although there were not many things, they all looked valuable, especially the 2 fruits emitting blood-red light. These fruits looked like they were cast from red-hot magma, emitting an intense blood-red light, even causing the surrounding air to be slightly distorted. When I got closer, I could feel the burning sensation, as if it was going to penetrate my skin and hit my heart. This is definitely not something ordinary. I quickly checked the detailed information of the two fruits. Consumable, blazing blood fruit, legendary. Function, immediately improves the user's physique after consumption. The worse the physique, the more significant the effect. This is also the main material for refining bone, cleansing pills. Introduction. This fruit grows in the ever-changing Phantom Desert. Rumor has it that the desert will only appear randomly under certain conditions. The environment is extremely harsh, and there are deadly guardian creatures. It is extremely difficult to pick, and many people never see this fruit in their entire lives. Remember, do not eat continuously. If you're lucky enough to get two, it is recommended to eat one first and use the other to refine the bone cleansing pill. After reading the detailed information of these two fruits, I was completely shocked. Lin Qing'er actually collected a legendary consumable. Moreover, she actually collected two at once. Her 100-fold lucky exploration is really amazing. According to the introduction, this fruit can directly improve physical fitness. From the information I have, there is no way to quickly improve personal strength at this stage. But with this blazing blood fruit, eating it can improve physical fitness. And the second one can be used to make pills. Although I don't know how effective it is, it can at least enhance my ability to protect myself in the future. This fruit is indeed a legendary consumable. I put the two blazing blood fruits into my trouser pockets. I didn't plan to eat them for the time being. I planned to eat them at night when I went to bed. This would be safer. Then, I looked at the other two things Lin Qing'er brought back. Architectural blueprint, warehouse. 500 units of thatch, 100 units of stone, and 500 units of wood are required. Wilderness tracing map marks the topographic features near this map. I studied the map carefully. The little person icon in the center represented me. Several winding lines on the map led to unexplored, mysterious places. The outlines of several buildings were vaguely visible, which seemed to be the main cities of other lords. But why are these buildings so densely packed? Perhaps there are indigenous people in this world? Or are these places actually villages and towns? I didn't dwell on it, but instead quickly noticed two resource points marked on the map. One was a stone mine, and the other was a water source. This map is not fully displayed, and many areas are still dim. Only the places that I and the maids have explored will light up. This map is so useful. These resource points are crucial to me, especially the warehouse blueprint. Ruashiwez wood has been piled up and can't be put away. The warehouse blueprint just solves this problem. The stone mines and water sources marked on the map can also serve as a basis for my future collection and defense arrangements. As for whether this is a bit uncivilized, now everyone is fighting for survival, and quality can't make you eat. I planned in my mind that I would arrange these supplies first at night when I was not in a hurry. Back in a luxury wooden house, I saw Chuya had already built a simple stove. Several stone pots were placed steadily on the stove, and the aroma was fragrant. In the pot, mushroom-stewed pork elbow was bubbling. Wild mushrooms were floating in the soup, and the pork elbow was showing an attractive ruddy color. The aroma of meat and mushrooms mixed together, and I almost drooled. In the second pot, the steak was slightly charred on the surface, dotted with green vegetables, and the aroma was overflowing, a double temptation for the eyes and the taste buds. And the third pot was filled with fresh raspberries, which was simply a sweet temptation. Under the stove, there are a few pieces of yak meat on wooden sticks, waiting to be roasted. I can't help but sigh. She is worthy of being the reincarnation of the god of cooking. Chuya shuttles between the stove and the ingredients, her black over-the-knee socks outlining the curves of her legs, and every movement is full of temptation. Gulp. I couldn't help swallowing again. So tempting. These dishes looked so delicious that I couldn't help but want to eat them right away. However, Chia still needs some time to cook, so I decided to take this opportunity to build 6 warehouses. Each level 1 warehouse can hold 5,000 units of supplies, so 30,000 units should be enough for now. As for the level 2 warehouse, it can extend the storage period of food, just like a refrigerator, but it doesn't need to be upgraded to level 2 for now. After Li Yu and Ruashua helped move all the supplies into the warehouse, the meal was finally ready. I started to eat voraciously, eating almost a pound of meat. Li Yu and Ruashua ate even more fiercely, consuming more than 50 pounds of pork and yak meat alone, especially Li Yu, who was a meat-eating maniac. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. There was no lighting outside the house, but the 2 blazing blood fruits in my trouser pocket began to emit a faint red light through the fabric. Maybe tonight I can absorb a blazing blood fruit first. Chapter 11, Loyalty 200. No way. Before returning to the room, I decided to build another magnolia house. Although a magnolia house can accommodate 4 people, I plan to let them stay in 2 people tonight. After all, there's still 10 buildings to be built, and the number of maids to recruit will be refreshed tomorrow. Unexpectedly, this decision directly increased the loyalty of several maids by 15 points. I looked at them preparing to go back to Yulan House, hesitated for a moment, and decided to say a few words to Ruoshua first. Ruoshua, come here for a moment. The others can rest first. Okay, master. She nodded and followed obediently. I don't want to do anything special. I just plan to absorb the blazing blood fruit tonight to be on the safe side. It's safer to have more people in the room. Ruoshua has the highest loyalty and should be the most suitable candidate. We both returned to the room. Bang! I closed the door. Ruoshua lowered her head and looked at the straw mat. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes were a little evasive. Master, are you and I going to stay in the same room tonight? I hadn't thought of this at first, but Ruoshua's actions and eyes suddenly made me feel a little impulsive. However, there are more important things to do tonight, so I took a deep breath and decided to focus. Don't worry. You can sleep in the next room today. When I said this, I saw Ruoshua's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Master, I didn't mean that. I just... Before she could finish her words, I had already sat on the straw mat and took out a blazing blood fruit. The skin of this blood fruit is deep red, and the surface seems to be covered with flame patterns. It emits a slight heat, dispelling some of the coolness in the room, making people feel warm and comfortable. I looked at it for a moment, took a deep breath, and bit into the fruit. The skin is slightly crispy and has a hint of sourness. The juice flows out of my mouth, and the warmth spreads quickly, almost immediately spreading to my whole body. After taking the second bite, I began to feel a slight warm sensation. After the third and fourth bites, the warmth gradually intensified. When I swallowed the last bite, I finally understood why I couldn't eat 2 in a row. My body seemed to be surrounded by flames, and the heat all over my body almost made me feel like I was in hot water. From my throat to my abdomen, the burning feeling made my muscles tense, sweat seeped out of every inch of my skin, and my breath became heavy. I couldn't help but roar, hot, too hot. It was as if what was flowing in my blood was not blood, but a blazing flame. Every nerve was suffering from the pain brought by this burning heat. When Ruoshua saw my painful appearance, her face suddenly turned panicked. Master, what's wrong with you? I almost fainted on the straw mat. Ruoshua saw the steam rising from my body, and the air seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. She quickly reached out and touched my forehead. The touch instantly made her feel hot. It's so hot. Ruoshua's face showed panic. Her heartbeat was rapid. Her palms began to sweat, and she thought anxiously, what should I do? She was obviously helpless and struggling with the solution. After a few seconds, Ruoshua seemed to have made up her mind. She loosened her hands, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards me. The violent energy of the blazing blood fruit rolled through my body, like a flame burning through my blood and bones. My body temperature continued to rise, and although I was conscious, I was completely out of control. Just as the pain was about to reach its limit, I felt a cool sensation creeping in. The process of absorbing the blood fruit lasted for a full 40 minutes. Gradually, the heat in my body receded, and the sense of control over my body was restored bit by bit. I tried to move my body slightly, and suddenly I felt much stronger than before. My body was filled with unprecedented strength, as if a little effort could burst out amazing energy. A new power flowed between each finger, and even my hearing and perception became sharper. I raised my hand and felt that the air around me seemed to be clearer. After I stood up, I found that I had grown taller from about 1.78 meters to 1.82 meters. Even though I was already very handsome, I was now 1.82 meters tall, which made me feel more confident. I stretched my shoulders and turned around to see Ruoshua still sitting next to me. She was curled up slightly and seemed to be extremely nervous. Her breathing was short and rapid. Her shoulders were trembling slightly, and an indescribable blush appeared on her face, as if something hot was spreading in her chest. I frowned, looking at Ruoshua's changes, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. But soon my eyes swept across her face and inadvertently noticed her details in her face. The loyalty column showed 200. I was stunned. Before returning to the cabin, Ruashua's loyalty was still 120. How come it suddenly soared to 200? I hurriedly recalled the feeling when I absorbed the blazing blood fruit just now. The coolness at that time became so clear at this moment. An unbelievable thought emerged in my mind. No way. Chapter 12 Wolf. Someone said they wanted to come out? Although the answer was obvious, as a straight man, I couldn't help but want to confirm. Ruashua, what happened just now? This sentence made Ruashua stunned. She sat stiffly on the stool and quickly stood up and tucked the silver-white hair behind her ear. Her heart was beating fast, and she couldn't hide her shyness, and her face was stained with a little blush. Master, are you awake? No, nothing happened just now. Her tone was hesitant, and it was obvious that she had exposed everything. I couldn't help but slap my head. This blazing blood fruit. Is this really a real fruit? I was still struggling over whether to say something, and Ruashua happened to want to change the subject. I'll go boil water for you to take a bath. Boil water? Take a bath. I was stunned for a moment. We don't have a water source here, nor a bucket for bathing. Ruashua rubbed the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly. Yes. But I can arrange to take a shower. Water is actually a very cheap resource, and it only requires some wood and fresh water. So I opened the chat area and planned to buy some fresh water. Many lords' main cities are built next to water sources, and they usually use water to exchange for other materials. I was no exception and spent 2,000 units of wood to exchange for 10 cubic meters of fresh water. This amount of water was enough for me and the maids to take several baths. As for hot water, we just needed to burn some wood. Then, I made 2 large bathtubs for bathing. Ruashua, go and boil some water first. You bathe first today, and tell Liyue and the others tomorrow that everyone can come and bathe. Ruashua's eyes lit up when she heard the word bath. She knew how much wood and fresh water it would take, and she was full of gratitude to me. She nodded happily. Thank you, master. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed and thought about everything that happened today. This feeling is like a dream. It's not real at all. How can one person live with 4 top mates? And just now, even if it was really a dream, I wouldn't dare to dream such a dream. Now, I'm beginning to look forward to this world where everyone can survive more and more. Before I go to bed, I opened the chat area again and read the messages like before. I watched these people discussing in the chat area and couldn't help but want to learn a little bit. After all, I might encounter these beasts alone. Friends, are there any veterinarians or animal medicine majors before you come here? Does anyone know the habits of wild animals such as wolves, wild boars, and blind bears? Who can tell me in detail? The reward is half a pound of yak meat. I know everyone is starving, and this news immediately attracted a lot of responses. Fuck, half a pound of yak meat? I used to study veterinary medicine, but now I only regret not studying hard at that time and focusing on studying humans. As far as I know, wild boars are omnivorous animals. 3 people should be able to subdue it. 3 people subdue a wild boar? Can you believe it? There are 2 wild boars outside my house. I'm afraid to poop now. That's right. I let 2 farmers catch wild boars? That's pure bullshit. Brother Jiang Shao, didn't you sell more than 300 kilograms of yak meat this afternoon? Were those yaks killed by your farmers? Why are they so fierce? Can you teach me? Yes, Brother Jiang Shao. Can you share your experience? Even if you can't share it, can you give me your address? It's late now. I'll go over and serve you, brother. Originally, I just wanted to learn about the living habits of wild animals, but ended up being the object of everyone's scramble for experience. I didn't expect so many people to ask for experience, so I immediately replied to some messages. I also want to share my experience with everyone, but I really don't have much experience. Maybe it was just luck. My maids happened to pick up a yak and a wild boar when they went out. Everyone couldn't believe that Jiang Shao could get so much yak meat and wild boar meat in a row. This was not luck, this was strength. Brother Jiang, there's so much wild boar meat again. Can we exchange it for supplies? Give some to the brothers. Just as everyone was discussing, a deep voice suddenly sounded outside. Jackal. Just now someone seemed to say they wanted to come out. Tiger. Come on. Let me see what's going on. Chapter 13 Purple Sister. Quadruplets. Because of me, the fearful atmosphere in the chat area was gradually diluted. I thought about it, and it was not impossible to exchange some meat, but it had to be what I needed, and I had to be able to earn more. There is no need to exchange food for low-level resources such as thatch and stone. We can solve these problems. I still have a lot of wild boar and yak meat left, so I could take some out. If you have crude oil, blueprints, or rare materials, you can always exchange them with me. I had posted a request for blueprints and rare materials before, but no one responded, so I posted it again this time. Since I unlocked the new talent Hand of Womanly Power, I also want to see if I can get some useful skill books or other skill-related items. Suddenly, a message popped up. I have the architectural blueprints of the well. Can I exchange them with you? The Lord was a little hesitant because water was the cheapest resource for everyone. He was afraid that I already had the well blueprint, so he was a little hesitant. Seeing his message, I immediately replied, "The well blueprint is okay, but this is a basic building blueprint, and the maximum is 3 pounds of meat. Do you want pork or yak meat?" My family was short of water, and when I saw that he was talking about the blueprint of a well, I agreed without hesitation. He was very happy. He didn't expect that I actually needed the blueprint of a well, and he also asked me to choose pork or beef. "Thank you, big guy. Pork or beef is fine." He said he didn't care about the type of meat. As long as he had 3 pounds of meat, he could at least last for 2 days. I replied directly, "Okay, then I'll give you 1 pound of pork and 2 pounds of yak meat." The transaction was successfully completed. I immediately built a well. The material consumption of the well was not large. Stones were needed for subsequent repairs. It was like exchanging a small amount of stone for fresh water. The other lords were surprised when they saw that I had exchanged for food. Fuck, a blueprint for a well can actually be exchanged for 3 pounds of meat? I'm going to find the blueprint tomorrow. What the hell tomorrow are you waiting for? I'm going now. As these transactions were completed, a message suddenly popped up in the chat area. "Jackal, someone else said they want to come out. Tiger, are you guys coming out or not? We've been waiting for a long time." It was dawn, and the sunlight shone into my eyes through the cracks in the wooden house, and I woke up. Chuya had already prepared breakfast and prepared water for me to wash my face. When I was about to eat, I found other maids standing by, and I couldn't help asking, "Why am I the only one eating breakfast?" Chuya bent her knees slightly and whispered in her maid outfit, "Master, we commoners only need to eat 2 meals a day." 2 meals a day? I frowned. How can you not eat enough when you work for me? Looking at the maids in front of me, an idea suddenly came to my mind. "Chuya, starting today, no, it should be from now on, if there is enough food, you will prepare 3 meals a day." This may seem like an order, but it is actually a gift. In other lords' houses, peasants are considered lucky to have 2 meals a day. But here, being able to enjoy 3 meals a day is simply a luxury. Chuya and the other 4 bowed quickly. "Thank you, master," I added. "Oh, by the way, Chuya, remember to prepare enough for 8 people today, because there will be 4 new maids coming to the territory later. The high-level cabin can recruit 4 maids every day, and today is the 2nd day, and the recruitment frequency has been refreshed. I'm looking forward to what kind of new maids will join today." Thinking that the 4 maids yesterday did not disappoint me. There will definitely be different surprises today. While Chuya was preparing the meal, I couldn't wait to open the main city panel and start recruiting. 1, 2, 3, 4. In less than 3 minutes, 4 maids came out of the door one after another, and they bowed slightly in almost unison. "Master, please give me your guidance." I looked at them carefully and was a little shocked. The 4 new maids all had purple hair, and their names were Zihan, Ziyin, Zi, and Ziling. They wore tight purple sports vests that outlined their perfect figures, and their skin shone in the light, revealing a warm luster. Their slender waists were not completely covered by the vests, but slightly exposed, which made them seem close yet distant and very tempting. The wind blew, and the short skirts of the 4 people were gently lifted up, and my eyes could not help but follow their skirts. However, surprisingly, they were wearing black shorts under their skirts. Is this safety pants? I cursed in my heart. Safety pants are simply the most anti-human invention in the 21st century. My eyes continued to move down to their slender and straight legs, the length of which should be almost the same as Lin Chinger's. Each of them wears boots that fit tightly to their calves, with leather fitting closely to their skin, outlining the shapely lines of their legs. Their physical strength and loyalty are the same as those of Beaver Moon and others, with an initial value of 100. The most coincidental thing is that all 4 of them are good at fighting and hunting. Their skills are Zihan, Iron Barrier, improves defense. Ziyin, long-range guidance, good at long-range attacks, suitable for bows and arrows. Beast Resonance, imitates the calls of wild beasts, can scare other wild beasts or protect oneself. Ziling, Move 1,000 Gene, has infinite strength and can lift heavy objects. These 4 maids are simply the perfect hunting team. Together with Liu, The 5 of them can go hunting together, covering meat shields, long range, close combat, and auxiliary, and the combination is extremely powerful. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. With these 5 people from today on, I won't have to worry about food anymore. Moreover, most other lords are short of food. If I use the abilities of these 5 maids to hunt, and then exchange food for resources, the efficiency will definitely be very high. I said to them, from today on, the 5 of you will be a hunting team. Liu, you will be the captain. Chapter 14. The Reincarnation of the God of Cooking, Food Processing. After breakfast, I prepared some weapons for the 5 maids of the hunting team. As my maids, they must use the best weapons they can make at this stage. I prepared 2 sturdy wooden shields for Zihan. Unlike ordinary wooden shields, these 2 shields are covered with a layer of wild boar skin protection, which adds extra protection. Although the materials consumed are more than ordinary shields, it is nothing to me. Anyway, the materials are sufficient. This layer of protection is undoubtedly an extra guarantee for Zihan. Then, I prepared a wooden bow and quiver for Ziyin and made some stone arrowheads to ensure that she could use them effectively in long-range attacks. As for Zi Yi and Zi Ling, I prepared a solid stone spear for each of them so that they would have enough self-protection ability in close combat. Everyone also brought some roasted yak meat and water and prepared for a long hunting trip. Ruwashua went to cut trees again today. Overnight, the trees around the cabin recovered a little. I found a pattern. As long as you are not around the cabin or the building, the low-level resources will refresh quickly. Ruwashua seems to be working harder today than yesterday. 200 points of loyalty almost doubled her tree-cutting efficiency. Lin Xinger also recovered her strength after waking up. Like the 5-member team, she took some supplies and went out to explore. However, this time she went in the opposite direction. After everyone left, Chuya was the only one left at home. She was not idle. Seeing so much yak meat and pork in the warehouse, she made a suggestion for processing the ingredients. Master, the meat in the warehouse has too much moisture and is easy to spoil. I can make some meat drying racks and dry them in a jerky to extend the storage time. Of course, I agreed. Okay, do you have any other suggestions? Chuya said with a little regret. Master, you should disassemble the yaks and wild boars that Liu hunted, right? If you don't disassemble them next time and let me handle them, I can keep some of the internal organs. With these organs, we can make some delicious food. I was stunned. It turned out to be possible like this? Awful. Aren't those just pig and beef awful? I thought of the large intestine and small intestine, which can also be stuffed with meat to make sausages. Before, I had never considered that manual processing of ingredients would involve offal, because I directly chose to decompose. But it seems that the value of offal is not small, and it may also become a very useful ingredient, and even make some special delicacies. I was a little greedy. From now on, all the prey they hunt will be left to you to deal with. Okay, master. So I took some wood and straw and made a few meat drying racks. Yesterday, Liu hunted nearly 1,100 kilograms of yaks and wild boars. After removing the more than 300 kilograms that had been traded and the ones they ate, there were still 600 to 700 kilograms left. I took the remaining yak meat and pork, 150 kilograms each, from the warehouse and gave the rest to Chuya. After all, Chuya is a professional in food processing, and I believe she could do a good job. The other maids have already set off, and as the Lord, I don't plan to sit idle either. Since everyone is busy, I'll take this opportunity to take a look around and get to know the surrounding environment so that I can make the best response in the future when I encounter an emergency. I was planning to go to the forest by myself, but Ruwashu asked to go with me. I refused her and asked her to continue chopping trees. If it were me yesterday, I would not have dared to go into the forest alone. But now after eating the blazing blood fruit, my strength has greatly increased, and I can even hear rabbits chewing grass in the bushes in the distance. This keen observation and hearing allow me to react immediately when I encounter danger, and saving my life is not a problem. Deep in the forest, Liu led the hunting team. They had been out for nearly 2 hours, but still had nothing to show for it. Although they had encountered some pheasants and hares, for them, these targets were not worth the effort. Yesterday, Liu was able to catch yaks and wild boars by herself. Today, there were 5 of them, so they naturally aimed at a bigger target, a large wild animal. The scorching sun gradually rose, and the temperature around them also rose. The 4 maids with purple hair covered their eyes with anxious eyes. Sister Liu, it's almost noon. What if we can't find prey? If we can't find large prey, the master will probably be disappointed. Yes, Sister Liu, don't you have the ability to track wild animals? Can you track some large wild animals? The four of them knew that Liu had the ability to track wild animals. He had arrived here earlier than them, so he must have found some clues. Sweat slid down their foreheads, soaking their purple sports vests, turning the color dark purple. Liu looked at them, lowered his head, and his ears drooped slightly. I did find a herd of yaks yesterday, with at least 20 yaks in it. Hearing this, Ziling, the shortest one beside them, brightened her eyes. Sister Liu, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go hunt yaks. As soon as Ziling finished speaking, the other four maids also became excited. Sister Liu, is your dress made of yak leather? It looks so comfortable. Ziling touched Liu's clothes, then touched her own. Sister Liu, your clothes are so elastic, so comfortable to touch. My clothes are a little tight. Indeed, although Ziling was small, her vest looked the tightest. Liu lowered her head shyly, but quickly regained her composure. That group of yaks might be a little dangerous. I was able to successfully kill one yesterday, because it was alone. She gently wagged her tail and whispered, if the five of us face the entire herd of yaks, our chances of winning are slim. Besides, there are many carnivorous beasts in that area. If we alarm the herd of yaks, it may attract carnivorous beasts from the surrounding areas, and we will be in even greater trouble. Although Liu was capable of fighting a yak in single combat, she was still a little worried when facing the entire herd of yaks, especially when there were wild beasts around. Liu tightly grasped the stone spear in her hand. I plan to try, and I will never let the master down. You wait for me here. The other four also stood up and picked up their weapons. I will go too. I will go too. The master has been very kind to us, and we must bring back a yak. Thinking about how good Jiang Shao was to them, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Led by Liu, the hunting team headed towards the yak herd. Liu lay on the ground, ears erect, tail close to the ground, and swaying gently, as if feeling the breath around him. Her nose sniffed gently, capturing every bit of information in the wind. After a moment, Liu stopped swinging her tail and slowly opened her eyes. Today there is no smell of carnivorous beasts within 3 kilometers, but there is a pack of wild wolves 3 kilometers away. As long as we fight quickly, we have a great chance of winning. The 5 people approached the herd of yaks on the grassland silently. Nearly 20 yaks lowered their heads to nibble on the tender grass, completely unaware of the deadly danger that was about to come. Chapter 15, the hunting team cooperated. Are you ready? With Liu's shout of attack, the 5 people quickly took action. Zi rushed out first, opened her mouth, and let out a wolf-like howl, shaking the air slightly. The yaks suddenly became agitated, and they all raised their heads in fear. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they dug their hooves into the ground, as if they were about to flee. At this moment, Ziling rushed out quickly and locked onto a yak that was trying to escape. Her eyes focused, her muscles tensed instantly, and she was ready to activate her skill, moving 1,000 jin. Ziling suddenly grabbed the yak's thick horns and pulled hard, flipping the huge body to the ground, with dust flying everywhere. Then, Zian calmly pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow without thinking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 or 6 stone arrows shot out at once, cutting through the air and accurately hitting the fallen yak. 2 arrows pierced the yak's eyes accurately, and 3 arrows embedded deeply in its throat, quickly ending the beast's struggle. The first yak was directly obtained. The attacked bison were in a panic, mooing loudly, their eyes glowing red, and they dug the ground heavily, as if they were organizing a counterattack. Z once again let out a low and majestic lion roar, carrying the aura of a ferocious predator. This lion roar was like a heavy hammer, striking the fear in the hearts of the bison. This is the irresistible oppression of herbivores. The herd of cattle exploded again and fled in panic in the opposite direction. But there was still a stubborn yak, which lowered its head and rushed towards them angrily. Zihan raised a shield and stood in front of the wild buffalo. Bang! A huge crash sounded, and the bull's horn hit Zihan's shield heavily. Zihan remained motionless. His posture was like a pine tree, worthy of the skill effect of Iron Barrier. At this time, the agile Liu had circled to the side of the bison, wielding the stone spear and stabbing the bison's head with great precision. The tip of the spear pierced the bison's skull fiercely. The bison struggled to get rid of it, but Liu had already pinned it firmly to the ground until its struggle gradually stopped and it completely lost its breath. The second yak was easily taken down. They smiled at each other, and their tacit cooperation made everyone feel more confident. However, the yaks were still running away. Although they were panicked, they still had a tendency to gather again, forming a dense defense circle. It was difficult to attack them. "Cover me." Ziling rushed to the herd decisively. She knew that if she delayed any longer, she would miss the best opportunity. Although the herd was dangerous, the best opportunity was in the chaos. She locked her eyes on the target, rushed to the side of a yak, grabbed its hind legs, and dragged it back with force. The yak naturally knew the consequences of being separated from the group and struggled desperately to get back to the group. Ziling's hands were like iron pliers, and it seemed that she had endless strength, dragging it away from the herd little by little. "Come out!" Ziling burst out with amazing strength and threw the yak into the air. It flew backwards with the inertia of rotation and instantly broke away from the group. The moment the yak fell heavily to the ground, Li Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and he quickly approached, and the stone spear in his hand accurately pierced the yak's heart. The third yak captured. At this time, the other yaks had already run away. 3 yaks. A great harvest. Just as everyone was about to carry the yaks back home, Li Yu's ears moved alertly. Wait. She found that the wolves were approaching. In a moment, several sturdy figures appeared silently in the shadows of some bushes. In the blink of an eye, the wolves surrounded us. These wolves had fierce eyes, and their green eyes shone coldly in the darkness, staring at the 5 of us closely. Z realized the situation was urgent, took a deep breath, and roared again. But the wolves in front of her did not move at all. The smell of blood in the air had already made them crazy, and the roar had almost no deterrent effect on these wild wolves. Li Yu counted the number of wolves. There are about 20 or so. Not bad. The yaks had already fled far away, and if they were only fighting more than 20 wild wolves, it shouldn't be a big problem. "Everyone, come closer to me." The 5 of them quickly formed a back-to-back defensive formation, ensuring that they had no blind spots in their vision and preventing the wolves from taking advantage. Woo! A deep wolf howl broke the silence. The leader of the pack gave the attack signal, and 4 wild wolves rushed towards us with their claws flapping. Zihan stood at the front, holding up the wooden shield in her hand, steadily blocking the 2 ferocious wolves. The sharp wolf teeth bit on the shield, but could not move forward. Seeing this opportunity, Ziyin took out the stone arrowhead and shot it into the head of one of the wolves at close range. The wolf fell to the ground with a muffled cry. The other wolf was hit hard by Zihan's shield and fainted instantly. Li Yu quickly leaned forward and stabbed the wolf closest to her with a spear into its heart, killing it directly. Ziling had no weapon in her hand, but with her amazing strength, she broke the neck of another wolf. The wolf pack's first attack was instantly defeated. The fall of several wolves made the leader begin to hesitate. A trace of fear appeared in its eyes, and it slowly retreated. After a brief hesitation, it fled with the rest of the wolf pack. Looking at the 4 more wolf carcasses on the ground, the 5 of us looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. Today, our goal was to hunt a few yaks, but we didn't expect to get 4 extra wolves. Chapter 16, I help you upgrade. You give me the blueprint. After several hours of exploration, I have almost understood the terrain near the territory. My territory is located in a forest, and there's almost no change within a few hundred meters around. There are several avenues about 3 or 4 kilometers away. Although they are avenues, compared with modern asphalt roads, they're actually just some dirt roads. I remember when I just crossed over yesterday, the system gave me a prompt. As the main city and territory expand, you may encounter other lords. It is up to you to decide whether to invade or ally with them. This made me realize that it is better to put fortifications on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, the terrain around the territory is not suitable for defense. If I want to sleep well at night, I must build a wall as soon as possible. Although I have enough materials to build a wall, I lack the construction drawings. However, hey, it's the second day. Why is there still no one in the chat area selling the drawings of this kind of fortifications? I began to place my hopes on Lin Qinger to obtain this kind of blueprint. After all, she has 100 times exploration aura, so she should be able to find this kind of architectural blueprint. I sat next to Roashua chopping trees, thinking about the next steps. Where can I get this kind of blueprint? Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered the upgrade of the main city. Upgrade reward blueprint? Yes, I am the first lord to upgrade to the 2nd level main city, and the system rewarded me with a building blueprint. Then, the 2nd and 3rd people who upgraded to the 2nd level main city will also receive a building blueprint reward. Suddenly, an idea came to me, and I couldn't help but slap my head. I am a genius. To upgrade from a broken wooden house to an intermediate wooden house, I only need 100 units of stone, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of thatch. I have so much use for these resources that my warehouse is almost full. This morning, Ruashua chopped trees for several hours and harvested 9,000 units of wood. In other words, if Ruashua chopped trees for an hour, the resources she could harvest were enough for one person to upgrade from a broken wooden house to an intermediate wooden house. I suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. Maybe I can provide others with upgrade resources in exchange for the architectural blueprints they received as rewards. However, if you think about it carefully, this form of transaction may not be supported. After all, this kind of transaction should be private, and you need to find someone you trust to cooperate with. If I hand over my supplies and the other party regrets upgrading the cabin, then I will lose a lot, right? I looked at the less active members in the chat area and thought, I just came here and I didn't chat much, so how to find someone I trust has become a problem. I opened the chat area and looked through yesterday's transaction records. Use 10 caddies of yak meat to exchange with Brother Wu to obtain the rare building blueprint of Magnolia House. Use 1 caddy of pork and 2 caddies of yak meat to exchange with Uncle Chun to obtain the building blueprint of the well. These 2 people have traded architectural drawings with me before, so maybe I can consider working with them. I thought to myself, since Woody and I have done business before, I can contact him first. Looking at the name, Uncle Chun seems to be a common name, and Woody's words seem to be more reliable. So I decided to greet Woody first. Are you there, brother? At this time, Brother Wu was helping his family's farmers cut down trees. He was a little confused when he saw my message. Why is someone looking for me? Looking at the message I sent, he was at a loss for a moment, thinking, why would Boss Jiang Shao look for me? Could it be that he felt that he had lost money on the previous 10 kilograms of yak beef and wanted to regret it? I got straight to the point and stated my purpose. I'm here to exchange architectural drawings with you. When Wu Di saw this, he was stunned. Exchange drawings? Boss, I only have that 1 architectural drawing. I patiently explained, I have a way to help you get the drawings, and then you just need to trade the drawings to me. Wu Di immediately fell into deep thought. He didn't understand why Jiang Shao wanted to help him get the drawings. Since there was a way to get the drawings, why didn't he get it himself? However, Jiang Zhao's proposal seemed very tempting. What can I get? He felt a little uneasy. Wu Di clearly felt that this was a new type of online fraud. Is this a scam? Seeing that Wu Di didn't respond, I spoke again. My idea is to help you upgrade your shabby wooden house to an intermediate wooden house first. I was the first one to upgrade to an intermediate wooden house, and the system rewarded me with a blueprint. I think if you're the second one to upgrade to an intermediate wooden house, the system will also reward you with a blueprint. I will help you upgrade the wooden house first, and then you give me the blueprint. How about it? After hearing this, Wu Di finally understood. Boss is really amazing. How can this be a bug? He was a straightforward person and agreed immediately. Boss, you're not kidding me, are you? Besides, aren't you afraid that I will take your resources and run away? When I saw this, I knew I'd found the right person and responded with a smile. Don't worry, what I said is true, and I'm not afraid. If you run away, I will just waste some resources. But you, it will be bad if you offend me. Wu Di suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. There were only some water sources and wood around his territory, and thatch and stone were very scarce. His territory developed much slower than others, and his only advantage was the 10 kilograms of yak meat he got in exchange for the blueprint. If he could upgrade to an intermediate wooden house, he would be able to leave the others behind and become the second lord to complete the upgrade. He hesitated for a moment and realized that this was a rare opportunity. I promise. But Jiang Shao, I'm short of a lot of things. Currently, I'm still short of 200 units of wood, 75 units of stone, and 600 units of straw. After he finished speaking, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Jiang Shao, you won't go back on your word, will you? Chapter 17, Chapter 2 and 3, 2 architectural drawings. However, Wu Di never expected that Jiang Shao didn't care about it all. Even if Jiang Shao provided all the necessary resources, he would not feel sorry at all. Just after Wu Di waited anxiously for 3 seconds. Lord Jiang Shao gives you 300 units of wood, 90 units of stone, and 800 units of thatch. Do you accept? WTF? So many resources? Not only was the quantity sufficient, but there was even an excess of each resource, which was beyond expectations. Wu Di didn't hesitate at all. Yes, in an instant. A large amount of resources appeared out of nowhere in the open space in front of his broken wooden house, neatly stacked, just like a small warehouse. So many resources were a bit shocking to Wu Di. Am I dreaming? Bang! In order to verify whether it was a dream, Wu Di raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. A farmer who was chopping trees nearby saw this and dropped his axe. He looked at his lord with some concern and tried to dissuade him. Lord, please, don't hurt yourself. Because Wu Di gave his farmers beef to eat, his farmers were also very loyal. Wu Di chuckled and said, it's okay, it's okay. Just continue working. About a moment passed. 3 prompt sounds were transmitted into the minds of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di. The second one, to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 200 random intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di. The second one, to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 200 random intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di. The second one, to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 200 random intermediate resources. At this time, the others who were chopping trees, digging stones, and cutting thatch all stopped what they were doing. The second secondary main city? Another big guy has arrived. Please teach the kids. What should I do? I recruited 2 more farmers today in the hope of developing our business quickly, but my family seems to be getting even poorer. Me too. Now 4 farmers are on strike together. They will not start working until they are full. Now I have to find food for them myself. It is now generally believed that the more helpers you recruit, the faster you will develop. In fact, this is wrong. The recruited helpers are also independent lives with their own ideas. If the Lord cannot even provide them with enough food and clothing, their loyalty will drop drastically, and in the end, they will not do any work. Wait, this person's name sounds familiar. Brother Wu. Now that you mention it, I remember that I seemed to have made fun of him yesterday. That's him. He traded a rare architectural blueprint for 10 kilograms of yak meat from Jiangshao. Isn't it? He was so hungry yesterday that he used the blueprint to trade for food, but today he's singing about the serf's liberation. It is very likely that he and boss Jiang Shao have a secret that cannot be revealed. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? I agree. If Wu Di was able to upgrade the cabin so quickly, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Shao, I'll eat shit. These people are relatively smart, but instead of spending their time analyzing this and that, they might as well cut down a few more trees and mow a few more bundles of grass. After a while, Jiang Shao received the news. Lord Wu Di gives you 100 units of agate, 100 units of iron ore, and blacksmith shop building drawings. Do you accept? This brother Wu actually gave himself the intermediate resources he obtained? Not bad, not bad. This kid's path is getting wider and wider. Yes. Now that I have the blacksmith shop building blueprints, I can make some better weapons for my maids. This way the safety factor of your territory will increase. Jiang Shao tasted the sweetness of obtaining new architectural drawings. The second person has been trained, and now it's the third person's turn. Jiang Shao sent another message to Uncle Chun. The content is similar to the conditions proposed to Wu Di, both of which are to provide him with the resources needed for upgrading, and then the other party will give the obtained drawings to himself. Of course, if there is no reward for the third place, Jiang Shao will just treat it as charity this time. Uncle Chun is a middle-aged man. Because Jiang Shao had received the blueprints of his well, he had great trust in Jiang Shao. His initial reaction was similar to Wu Di's. They both thought they were dreaming at first. But in the end, Uncle Chun definitely agreed. After Uncle Chun received the resources provided by Jiang Shao, 3 prompt sounds were once again transmitted to the minds of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Chun Bo, the third person to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 100 random intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Chun Bo, the third person to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 100 random intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Chun Bo, the third person to own a level 2 main city. Reward, a blueprint and 100 random intermediate resources. Those lords who had just picked up their axes and sickles and were ready to start working again. Explode again. Everyone hasn't recovered from the news that Wu Di was promoted to the 2nd level main city. And here comes another Chun Bo? What the hell? How come there's another 2nd level main city? Is there any secret to quickly collecting resources leaked? Brothers, please share it with us at Chunbo at Wu Di. Probably not. I didn't do anything last night. I talked to more than 600 lords, and the resources near everyone's territory are almost the same. If there is any difference, it's just that the farmers' physiques are slightly different. Farmers' physique? How much difference can there be? They're also human beings. I don't believe that one person can cut down hundreds of times more trees than an ordinary person. Oh my god, this Uncle Chen seems to be the one who traded the well blueprints with Jiang Shao. Is there such a thing? Wait, Brother Wu and Uncle Chen are both men. Is Jiang Shao a gay? Fuck, Jiang Shao. I can be 0 or 1. I can be top or bottom. Look at me. Can you help me too? Jiang Shao couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the tone of the words becoming more and more biased. But at the same time, Jiang Shao also remembered this man who chatted with 600 lords in one night. He should have a lot of information. This person may be of some use in the future. Like Brother Wu, Uncle Chen contacted Jiang Shao as soon as he received the reward. Uncle Chen also donated 100 intermediate resources and blueprints. It's more refreshing to do business with a big man like this. Jiang Shao didn't really care about these intermediate resources, but their behavior made him feel comfortable. Looking at the gift given by Uncle Chen, Jiang Shao felt his heart pounding. Whatever you want, you get it. Chapter 18, 370 kilograms of wolf meat are on the shelves. Lord Chinbo gives you 100 units of copper, ore, and wall construction drawings. Do you accept? Yes. What Uncle Chen brought to Jiang Shao was what he wanted most. Wall building drawings. If the wall is built today, the safety of everyone in the territory will be further protected. After training the third person, Jiang Shao did not look for anyone else. The third place will only be given 100 units of intermediate resources, and there will most likely be no more rewards for the fourth place and beyond. Even if there is, it is not needed for the time being. After all, we have already obtained the wall drawings that we need most at the moment, and it is not a good thing to let other people we don't know develop too quickly. Jiang Shao stood up. Ruoxue was still chopping trees tirelessly. He planned to study the blacksmith shop construction drawings and the wall construction drawings first and build them as soon as possible. Jiang Shao was about to start the operation when the 5-man hunting team returned. That world-famous painting appeared again. But this time, more. Explosion. 5 people for wild wolves and 3 yaks. Jiang Shao, goodness. This yak seems to be even bigger than the one we brought back yesterday, and it feels like it may weigh about 700 kilograms. Each wild wolf seemed to weigh more than 100 pounds. It can be seen that both the wild wolf and the yak had fatal wounds. Either their heads were pierced or there was a bloody hole in their hearts. Especially Li Yu, carrying a yak and a wild wolf. This 5-man team from Honor of Kings is so awesome. Master, we are back. This is the prey we brought back. Bang, bang, bang. The yak and the wolf fell heavily to the ground. This scene shocked Jiang Shao so much that he was speechless for a moment. He paused for a while and handed over a few buckets of water. Hurry, drink some water. Take a rest. This time, except for Li Yu, who consumed most of his physical strength, the other 4 people saved a lot of physical strength. Several people took the buckets. Thank you, Master. The Master is so good to me. Careful Jiang Shao observed Li Yu drinking water again. Drops of water accidentally overflowed from the corners of her lips and were sliding down her chin. The water droplets flowed down her slender neck, dripped along her skin to her collar, and stuck to her exquisite curves, revealing a slight outline. Jiang Shao looked at this and became excited again. After drinking water, the 5 of them followed Jiang Zhao's instructions and moved the prey to Qiuya, asking Qiuya to help deal with the yaks. Jiang Shao directly disassembled the remaining 4 wolves. It must be said that Qiuya's speed and detail in handling yaks can be said to have reached the pinnacle. It took her just over an hour to dismember 3 yaks as big as small mountains, and she obtained more than 200 kilograms of beef offal. Finally, after an inventory, Jiang Shao concluded that the 5-man team had a great harvest from hunting. A total of 370 kilograms of wolf meat, 2,100 kilograms of yak meat, and 260 kilograms of beef offal were harvested. Items obtained: 1 damaged wolf skin, 3 high-quality wolf skins, and 10 yak skins. Obtained rare items: 3 pounds of beef tendon, 3 beef tendons, and 6 yak horns. So rich. Now I've become a wealthy man. While Jiang Shao was taking inventory of the supplies, he asked the 5 of them to describe the process of hunting yaks and wild wolves. But while their combat abilities are strong, their storytelling abilities really need to be improved. It should have been a very exciting battle, but after the 5 of them told their stories, it seemed a little dull. More than half of the plot had to be imagined by Jiang Shao himself. But Jiang Shao just wanted to listen casually and didn't care much about the process. He also upgraded all 6 warehouses in his house to level 2 and asked the maids to help transport the food in. Although the secondary warehouse will increase the shelf life, the more than 3,000 kilograms of meat will definitely go bad. The problem now is obvious. There is too much food now, and we need to take out some of it to exchange for supplies. Today, the second day, many people must have recruited a second wave of farmers, and they must be even more short of food. Food is valuable now, so we must make a lot of money. While Chuya was preparing lunch for everyone, Jiang Shao sat in front of the wooden house and opened the chat area. After such a long time, the topic in the chat area is still about Wu Di and Chun Bo rising to the second-level main city. Now everyone is speculating that Jiang Shao must have secretly funded them. Fortunately, Jiang Shao rejected the message from the stranger. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you had lunch yet? I have some extra food here. Does anyone want to exchange it? Everyone was talking about Jiang Shao when he appeared. There was a brief and eerie silence in the chat area. Just a few seconds later, the message flashed across the screen again. Isn't this Jiang Shao? The boss is here to exchange things again. Boss, do you want architectural blueprints or rare materials again? I can't even get these things. +1, these are so hard to find. +1, I asked 5 farmers in my family to search for the whole morning, but they found nothing except a few potatoes in the field. As soon as the sentence was uttered, it also attracted the attention of others. 5 peasants? You upgraded the cabin? Why do I only have 4 peasants? That's right. Why didn't you announce your promotion to level 2? This also caused Jiang Shao to think for a while, and he even felt a sense of crisis. Has anyone already reached level 2 through their own efforts? The development is very fast, but this sense of crisis was directly dispelled by the man's next words. Are you idiots? The 5th farmer is me, Jiang Shao. Forget it, I won't bother with these people anymore. Jiang Shao planned to get to the point quickly. This time I won't exchange blueprints and rare materials, only resources. Same as before, 1 gene of meat can be exchanged for 30 units of stone or 300 units of thatch. Of course, it can also be exchanged for 10 units of intermediate resources. Oh my god, that's great. After we recruited 2 new farmers today, the 2 farmers from yesterday have already fainted from hunger. Quick, get on the link. I'm ready, Jiang Shao added. If there are architectural blueprints or rare resources, I will also take them. Others can't wait. Brother, let's not talk about the blueprint today. Let's go to the link. Yes, the blueprints are nowhere to be found. Let's talk about something happy today, and put them up quickly, boss. Hurry up and save the child. If it's a few minutes later, another one of my farmers will run away. Jiang Shao directly put all the 370 kilograms of wolf meat he had just harvested on the shelf. Although he had never eaten wolf meat, he felt that it was definitely not as delicious as yak meat and pork. So he exchanged all the wolf meat first. As soon as these 370 kilograms of wolf meat entered the chat area, everyone was petrified. The few times Jiang Shao exchanged supplies before, he always exchanged them in batches of 100 kilograms. Therefore, the other lords already had a fixed mindset in their minds that it would definitely be 100 kilograms again this time. But these 370 kilograms of meat made many people forget about the transaction. 370 kilograms. And this is not the most important thing. Did you see it? This is fucking wolf meat. Wolf meat. Damn it, I can't even catch a rabbit, and the pheasants are running away everywhere. Has Jiang Shao already taken out the wolf meat? So much wolf meat. This must be the entire wolf den? Are you still here flattering me? Why don't you go and get some meat instead? See, there's only a little over 100 pounds left. Chapter 19, Stone Wall, Small Playground. Jiang Shao underestimated other people's need for food. Even though the wolf meat was not tasty, the 370 kilograms of wolf meat were sold out in just over 20 seconds. Even faster than last night. This was probably the reason why new farmers were recruited into everyone's territory the next day. The more people there are in the territory, the greater the pressure on the Lord. Moreover, they could recruit new farmers on the 3rd day. Even if they were not short of food now, they still had to think about the future. They will only feel at ease if there is enough food stored at home. What? There's more meat here than what was on the shelf yesterday. How come it's being snapped up faster than yesterday? Woo, I was still calculating how much wolf meat I would get, and it's gone. What kind of hand speed do you guys have? I've been single for 30 years, and I still can't beat you. Please give me some more, just a little bit, at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had not originally planned to exchange for only 370 kilograms of wolf meat. After all, he had more than 3,000 kilograms of food at home, so this was just the beginning. With a wave of his hand, he directly put 1,000 kilograms of yak beef on the shelves. Brothers, how many zeros are there? Am I dazzled? 1, 2, 3, 3 zeros. 1,000 pounds. Yesterday, I thought it was a coincidence that you killed a yak, but today you killed another yak weighing over 1,000 kilograms. How did you do that? I'll give you all my stones. Please teach me. Brother, where exactly is your position? Can my sister and I stay at your house? The three of us can stay together at night. The 1,000 kilograms of yak beef were sold out again in 2.5 minutes. A total of 1,370 kilograms of wolf meat and yak meat. Jiang Shao obtained a total of about 12,000 stones and more than 130,000 thatch, plus more than 30,000 clay, 200 units of iron ore, and 50 units of copper ore. These supplies directly filled the open space around Jiang Shao's wooden house. There was no other choice but for Jiang Shao to upgrade all 6 warehouses to level 3. The current high-level wooden house can upgrade other buildings to level 3 at most. If you want to upgrade the warehouse to level 4, you must also upgrade the main city to level 4. After exchanging 1,000 kilograms of yak beef, Jiang Shao stopped talking. If I change it again, my home will no longer be able to accommodate it, and these resources will only be enough for a while. Jiang Shao planned to build a blacksmith shop and a wall. He held 2 drawings, which instantly converged into 2 rays of light and merged into the walls of the high-end wooden house. Do you want to consume 200 units of iron ore for 100 units of clay, 1,000 units of stone, 3,000 units of thatch, and 4,500 units of wood to build a blacksmith shop? This blacksmith shop requires quite a lot of resources. Yes, Jiang Shao built the blacksmith shop behind the 6 warehouses, which made it convenient for storing supplies. Maybe because the blacksmith shop consumes a lot of resources, it takes about 20 minutes to build a blacksmith shop. Jiang Shao used this time to build a wall around the area. Wooden fence. Every 50 pieces of wood can build 1 meter. Just need wood? Ruo Xue is too capable, and the resource that Jiang Shao has the most is wood. Jiang Shao circled the territory directly, which was almost the size of a small playground. A total of more than 200 meters of wooden walls consumed 11,000 pieces of wood. When Jiang Shao was building the wall, he discovered that the built wall could be moved when out of combat. In other words, if the territory becomes larger in the future, the wall can be expanded accordingly, and there will be no waste of resources. Wooden fence, a simple defensive fortification built with logs. The fence is strong, but not heavy. Due to the limitation of its wooden structure, it can only withstand the attacks of some small wild animals, but cannot deal with the strong destruction of large wild animals, exotic beasts, or bandits. Upgrade to stone wall, 20 units of clay and 30 units of stone per meter. Although it is written that the wooden fence can only withstand attacks from small wild animals, at least the area near the wooden house is enclosed by the wall. This gave Jiang Shao a great sense of security. Jiang Shao tried to chop the wooden wall hard with an axe, but it only left a crack. It seems that this wooden fence is not as fragile as described in the introduction. But Jiang Shao was not satisfied, because the 1-meter-high wooden wall looked a little short. I just had a trade, and now I have a lot of clay in my warehouse. Let's upgrade. A total of 4,400 units of clay and 6,600 units of stone were used to upgrade the more than 200-meter-long wooden wall directly into a stone wall. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. While others haven't collected enough 100 stones to upgrade the secondary main city, Jiang Shao has already used more than 6,000 stones to start building the wall. Stone wall. A stone wall built with thick stones and clay. It is much stronger than a wooden wall, can effectively resist the attack of large beasts, and also has a strong deterrent effect on bandits and robbers, making it suitable for long-term defense. However, because the stone itself is easily eroded by moisture, this type of wall will develop cracks and weathering after long-term immersion in water or in a humid environment, and requires regular maintenance. Otherwise, the defense may be weakened by heavy rain or floods. Upgrade to solid stone wall. 100 units of clay and 100 units of stone are required per meter. The stone wall has a natural grayish-white surface, and its hard texture makes one realize at a glance that it is thick and solid. This is called a wall. Jiang Shao was filled with the sense of security brought by these 2 meter high walls, and he finally felt comfortable. These walls have just been upgraded, and the blacksmith shop is also completed. In the center of the shop is a tall furnace with a black body and a dark red heat-resistant coating on the surface. Various tools such as hammers, pliers, files, etc. are hung on the walls around, each of which is neatly arranged and flashing a cold light in the sun. Blacksmith shop. Level 1. Blacksmith. Number of maids, 0/1. The higher the number and ability of the maids sent, the higher the production speed and quality of the blacksmith shop. If no maids are sent, there is no bonus. Production. Simple metal weapons/tools, charcoal. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 3,000 units of tiles, 1,000 units of clay, 3,000 units of stone, 9,000 units of wood, and 500 units of iron ore. A crude series of metal weapons? It's just right. Give them some new equipment. Chapter 20. Simple iron weapons. Target captive yaks. Chuya's voice came from not far away. Master, it's time for lunch. There were several sumptuous dishes on the dining table. The beef was stewed with mushrooms. The soup was glowing with a warm luster in the sun. The beef was stewed until it was tender, and the mushrooms absorbed the soup. Potato pancakes and fried pork chops. The pork chops are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and paired with potato pancakes, it's a very appetizing dish. There are also some delicious dishes made from the offal that Chuya obtained from dismembering yaks today. Fried beef liver, fried beef heart. The last dish is the wild fungus egg drop soup. The fungus is crystal clear and tender, accompanied by a few soft egg drops, which looks light and nutritious. Jiang Shao looked at Chuya with admiration. Where did she get the potatoes, bird eggs, and wild fungus? Several maids stared at the dining table, their eyes full of unconcealable desire. After all, they are servants, and according to their setting, they just need to be full, not to mention that their masters allow them to have meat for every meal. It's meat cooked by the god of cooking. Let's eat. Everyone help yourself. Eat more. If it's not enough, Chuya will make more for everyone. Jiang Shao did not intend to limit everyone's appetite. The more you eat, the better. After all, these maids are so capable. The 5-member hunting team ate the most, especially Liu, who basically never stopped eating. She alone ate nearly 30 kilograms of yak meat, plus a kilogram of potato cakes. Jiang Shao looked at Liu, who was still eating with big mouthfuls, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. He gently put his hand on her waist and squeezed it lightly. Master, master! Liu's face instantly flushed, and her tail began to twitch uneasily. She tilted her head slightly and looked at him shyly, her voice soft and a little at a loss. It's okay, just keep eating. Where did she eat all this meat? How can she hold so many things with such a small waist? After dinner, Jiang Shao asked everyone to return to the Magnolia house for a short rest. After the maid's strength was fully restored, they would consciously go out to continue working. When the hunting team of 5 was about to leave, Jiang Shao stopped them and said, "You 5 wait a moment." The 5 people obediently walked in front of Jiang Shao and slightly sideways. "We have a new blacksmith shop at home, and we can get you new weapons." When they heard that they were going to get new weapons, these maids who were good at fighting and hunting became happy again. Change weapons. Really? Jiang Shao first took out a simple iron shield from the blacksmith shop and handed it to Zihan. Even simple iron equipment is much better than sturdy wooden equipment. Then he took out a tube of iron arrows and handed them to Ziyan. Iron arrows should have stronger penetrating power. Use this. Finally, he took out 3 simple iron spears and handed them to the remaining people. They looked at the new iron weapons with shining eyes. "Thank you, master." At this time, Liu noticed that these 3 simple iron spears could be lifted by their owner with one hand. It seems that the master is very strong. Liu muttered in her heart, "There are 5 of us if we add the master." Jiang Zhao's words interrupted her train of thought. "By the way, Ruoxue, Chia, you 2 come over here too. Give this iron dagger to Chuya. Besides being useful for self-defense, it may also be convenient for dismembering animals. I'll give you this shovel as well. It will be easier for you to dig potatoes and wild vegetables in the future." Chuya bowed politely. "Thank you, master. Ruoxue, you can use this iron axe to chop trees more efficiently." After arranging all this, Jiang Shao signaled everyone to go back to their respective tasks. But just when Jiang Shao finished making this simple iron axe in the blacksmith shop, the blessed stone altar not far away suddenly emitted a faint light. Could it be that the 1% chance of a special item has been triggered? He was shocked. He gained one more thing. Skill book, low-level treatment. Introduction. It can slowly restore the target's injuries and relieve pain. It is suitable for temporary recovery in battle. Although the effect is mild, it can provide necessary support in critical moments. It turned out to be a skill book. This was the first time he saw what a skill book looked like. The book was a soft yellow in color, with some fine runes on the spine outlining warm lines, revealing some kind of mysterious energy. Jiang Shao held the book gently in his hand and felt the book was slightly warm. Do you want to learn low-level treatment? Yes. In an instant, the book shattered and a warm current flowed into his body. Low-level treatment? Jiang Shao planned to release himself to test the waters. He cut his finger directly. He opened his right hand and a faint white light flowed out, gently wrapping his wound. Jiang Shao noticed that the wound on his finger was slowly healing and the blood that had seeped out was gradually coagulating. But the speed is really slow. No wonder it is called low-level treatment. I'm afraid if it recovers a little slower, the wound will heal on its own. Forget it. At least learning is better than not learning. The other maids have gradually dispersed. Jiang Shao was about to leave when he noticed that Li Yu was still standing there. She lowered her eyes slightly, clenched her right fist, and was full of worries. Jiang Shao also noticed that something was wrong with her. Li Yu, what's wrong with you? Li Yu raised her head slightly, as if she was struggling in her heart for a moment, before she spoke softly. Master, I have a suggestion. Perhaps we can capture some yaks and raise them in captivity. Because you seem to have noticed that Jiang Shao had been worried about the food quality before, so it would be better to bring the yaks back and raise them in captivity instead of killing them. When Jiang Shao heard this suggestion, he touched his chin and began to think. Li Yu's idea is indeed a good one. Raising yaks in captivity can even allow them to reproduce and give birth to calves. But yaks are very wild, so simply hunting them is much more difficult. Yes, you can. But are you sure? Li Yu nodded. Master, I was not sure before. Now that you have given us new weapons, we are 60% sure. 60% sure? This success rate is indeed too low. This is a bit low indeed. Jiang Shao didn't want to lose any of the maids. This sentence sounds a bit like a scumbag. But that is the fact, and losing a maid just because of wanting to keep yaks in captivity is totally unacceptable. After all, the maids are all very powerful, and there's a limit to the number that can be recruited each day. Only by relying on the maids can I widen the gap with others. However, Jiang Shao suddenly had an idea. His brows gradually relaxed, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Wait, what if I go along too? I just learned low-level treatment. Although its recovery speed is slow, the hand of female power is newly unlocked after its talent is upgraded to the 3rd level main city. In other words, the effect of low-level treatment on all of his maids will be increased by 500%. Chapter 21. Beaver Moon's tracking? It's clearly radar. Moreover, after Jiang Shao took a blazing blood fruit, he clearly felt that his endurance and strength had greatly improved. Just talk about what happened just now. He was carrying several iron spears, weighing at least several dozen kilograms, and he lifted them up with ease. What's more, the success rate of Li Yu and the other 4 people is now 60%. If his own low-level healing, skill, and hand of female power talent bonus are added, the healing effect can be multiplied 5-fold. I'm afraid that the success rate can be directly increased to more than 90%. Jiang Shao has also played various games. Genshin Impact is level 60, Star Iron is level 70, Ma Chao's combat power is 16,000. He naturally knew what it meant to have a therapeutic aid. Once a team with strong offensive power has the ability to recover, its combat effectiveness can be increased exponentially. Jiang Shao, I'll go with you. Master, this is too dangerous. Li Yu's face flushed, not because she was shy, but because she was worried about Jiang Zhao's safety. Jiang Shao patted Li Yu's head and said, Don't worry, I'll go too. Li Yu looked at Jiang Zhao's determined eyes and said nothing more. Okay, master. Jiang Shao didn't have any other weapons, but he had a tusk blade on his waist that he got from dissecting a wild boar. This weapon is better than the ones currently produced by the blacksmith shop, and it is perfect for saving lives in emergencies. Jiang Shao made 60 lassos out of straw, 10 for each person. The lasso is an indispensable tool for catching yaks. Set off. Walking on the road, Jiang Shao was surrounded by 5 graceful maids. He had lived for 20 years, and this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. If other people saw this, wouldn't they be envious to death? Jiang Zhao's legs became a little stiff while walking, and he didn't know where to put them. A short trek. Through Li Yu's unique sense of smell, she found that the yak herd had not gone far and was still near the area where they had been active in the morning. The difference is that there is no trace of wild wolves around. This is a good thing for them. The 6 of them were lying on a small hill, and yaks at the foot of the hill were leisurely nibbling on the grass. But if you look closely, you can see that some young yaks are on the outside, and some calves are protected on the inside. This position is very particular. As long as there is danger, the calf will be protected inside. Zihan put down the shield in his hand. This open space is not very good for us. Li Yu thought for a moment and turned his gaze towards the woods not far away. Perhaps we can drive them into the nearby forest and use the gaps between the trees to scatter them. Li Yu then sniffed the air again, trying to capture some useful information. Right at this moment, several pieces of information suddenly popped up in Jiang Zhao's mind. Male yak. Introduction. A large, bad-tempered, wild animal. Hunting yaks can provide high-quality meat, but the hunting process requires extreme caution. Status, slightly frightened. If they continue to be frightened, they will most likely not fight back but run away. Weakness. Its right hind leg became relatively fragile due to an accidental sprain, causing its running speed to be slightly lower than normal. This sudden information startled Jiang Zhao. He recalled Li Yu's actions just now. Li Yu, is this something you shared with me? How did you do it? Li Yu nodded. Master, I can track the target by scent. I can also analyze their status and share this information with you. Jiang Zhao was pleasantly surprised. Good job. Originally, he thought that Li Yu's tracking was just a simple hunting technique. I didn't expect that Li Yu could lock onto the target's status through smell and even share this important information. Even its weakness, the injured right hind leg, is known. This is definitely a little radar. Jiang Zhao's attention shifted to the yak's condition again. If they continue to be frightened, they will most likely choose to run away instead of fighting back. In other words, the 6 of them just need to scare the yaks from different directions, leaving only a gap for them to enter the forest. Jiang Zhao was ready to take action. We scare them into the forest. Master, wait a moment. Jiang Zhao turned to look at Li Yu, who was speaking. She was frowning, looking focused, with her nose twitching slightly. Li Yu, did he discover something again? As soon as this thought came to Jiang Zhao's mind, he felt a message flooding into his mind again. Male Yak King. Introduction. As the leader of the yak herd, this male Yak King is incredibly powerful. It has thick skin and strong flesh, and has extremely high combat power. Even large carnivores find it difficult to compete with it. Killing the Yak King not only obtains precious resources, but also may get rare items or special rewards. Status. Extremely angry. It is furious because the herd has lost several yaks and is in a very aggressive state. It is very likely to launch indiscriminate attacks on any species that invade its territory and is extremely threatening. Weakness. Its right eye was injured in a fierce battle, causing its vision to deviate. If it is injured again, it is very likely to choose to escape. Yak King? Is this a yak boss? If the boss can be killed, there will definitely be good stuff dropped. And this introduction is written. Killing the Yak King will not only give you valuable resources, but you may also get rare items or special rewards. Jiang Zhao was moved. What's more, this is the first boss he has encountered, so he definitely can't let it go. Even its weakness is clearly stated. It is its right eye. Have you 5 seen this Yak King this morning? All 5 of them shook their heads. So, are you confident? All 5 of them nodded again. Very good. I will take charge this time. They would naturally listen to Jiang Zhao with a loyalty level of over 100. Even if they knew it was a dead end, they would not say no. Ziyin, at this distance, do you have a good chance of hitting the Yak King's right eye? Ziyin compared and measured. 70% probability. But she patted her chest again. But if we get another 30 meters closer, I'm 100% sure. What if it's 30 meters closer? If they were at this distance, they would most likely be discovered by the Yak King. Once the Yak King becomes aware of their presence, it will surely rush towards them, and it will be very difficult to accurately hit its weak points. Li Yu, Ziling, Zihan. Once the Yak King starts running, can you 3 control the Yak King for a short period of time? Chapter 22. Seriously Injured Tanuki. 10 seconds. If the 3 of us attack at the same time, without interference from other yaks, we can last 10 seconds. Jiang Zhao. Is 10 seconds enough? Ziyin clenched the longbow in her hand. 5 seconds is enough. Jiang Zhao snapped his fingers. In the meantime, Z, You are responsible for driving away the other yaks, and don't let them get close. Several people approached the Yak King quietly, gradually shortening the distance to 30 meters. Jiang Shao held his breath. It was so quiet around that the only sound you could hear was the slight rustling of footsteps on grass. Just as several people were about to take action, the Yak King suddenly raised his head. The giant horn that was originally drooping shook slightly, as if it smelled something strange. In an instant, its eyes turned scarlet blood red, and its fierce gaze swept in the direction of the few people. There was no sign of this change, and the Yak King had already sensed their presence. Then, the Yak King dug the ground angrily, and the mud under his hooves splashed everywhere. Its heavy breathing gradually intensified, like a roaring beast ready to pounce. Here it comes. Zihan suddenly lifted up the iron shield that was almost as tall as her and stood firmly on her feet. Bang! With a loud bang, the Yak King crashed into the shield like a chariot out of control. The impact was so great that the air seemed to freeze instantly. The shield shook violently in Zihan's hand and was even pierced by the Yak King's sharp horns. Jiang Shao glanced at the iron shield pierced by the horns. Fortunately, the shield was replaced. If it was made of wood, it would have broken into pieces immediately. The Yak King roared and shook his head, trying to throw Zihan away. But Zihan gritted his teeth and held on to the shield tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much the Yak King struggled. At this time, Ziling and Liu attacked quickly, one holding the Yak King's left hind leg and the other holding the right hind leg. The strength of the two of them was so great that the Yak King's huge body was firmly fixed in place, unable to move forward even a single step. The Yak King let out a deafening howl, his anger almost burning to the extreme. Hearing the king's call, the other yaks also began to stir, preparing to rush to the rescue collectively. However, at this moment, the low wolf howl and the shocking lion roar arrived as expected. The cattle were frightened into chaos and fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Right now, Jiang Shao realized that it was time to shoot the arrow, and Zian also realized this and pulled the iron longbow to its full extent without hesitation. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the arrow flew out and shot straight at the Yak King's fatal weakness, his right eye. Accompanied by severe pain, the Yak King shook his head violently and let out a deafening howl. M.O. As its right eye was injured again, its survival instinct was completely aroused. It no longer wanted to fight. Its only goal was to escape. The Yak King's frantic struggle for survival increased his power. It kicked its hind legs hard and broke free from the restraints of the three women. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's mind flashed with the latest information shared by Liu. Male Yak King. Introduction. As the leader of the Yak herd, this male Yak King is incredibly powerful. It has thick skin and strong flesh, and has extremely high combat power. Even large carnivores find it difficult to compete with it. Killing the Yak King not only obtains precious resources, but also may get rare items or special rewards. Status. Injured fleeing. At this moment, it just wants to escape. Don't ignore the power of any beast that wants to escape. Weakness. The right eye was injured in a fierce battle, resulting in a deviation in vision. It has now been shot. The injured Yak King will choose to escape, but its strength reaches its peak when escaping. Only the status changed, becoming injured and running away. The opportunity has come. Lasso. Under Jiang Zhao's command, several people acted quickly and swung the prepared lassos in tacit coordination. Although this was originally used to catch ordinary yaks, it can also be used to prevent the Yak King from running away. They gritted their teeth and pulled the ropes with all their strength, stopping the huge monster in place. Master, it's now. Liu held an iron spear tightly in his hand and rushed forward side by side with Jiang Shao. The two men leaped forward and stabbed the Yak King's hind legs with their spears. Although its weak point is its right eye, the spear is simply not long enough. The sharp tip of the spear pierced into the tough flesh, instantly tearing its muscles apart. The intense pain caused the Yak King to roar continuously. However, at this moment, the Yak King suddenly turned his head frantically with a crazy red light in his eyes and rushed towards Liu. Jiang Shao. Liu, be careful. Get out of the way. But the Yak King is very fast. This was a desperate attack by the Yak King. Although Liu reacted, she was still a little slow. The Yak King's horn hit Liu's side directly, knocking her out. Seeing Liu fall heavily to the ground, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. The power in Jiang Zhao's body completely exploded. He seemed to feel the heat in his chest again as he did that night, and the power that came from nowhere filled Jiang Zhao's whole body. Jiang Zhao turned around and pulled out another spear. He clenched his hands and thrust the spear fiercely into the Yak King's right eye. The tip of the spear pierced through the right eye and went straight through the Yak King's brain. The huge body of the Yak King shook and finally fell to the ground, dying. The Yak King fell to the ground completely and stopped moving. Jiang Zhao didn't care about that and quickly ran to the side to check on Li Yu's condition. Now, Li Yu's face was as pale as paper, and there was a purple bruise on his right arm where he was hit by the bull's horn. The attack from the Yak King just now obviously caused her great harm. The other 4 maids also came over and saw Li Yu's condition. Their voices trembled. "Sister Li Yu, are you okay? Sister Li Yu, don't scare us. Master, do you have any way to save Sister Li Yu?" Li Yu opened her mouth and smiled. External injury. It's okay, just rest for a while." Jiang Zhao signaled Li Yu to stop talking, and a soft white light gradually gathered in his palm. Low-level treatment. When the light touched Tan Yu's skin, something changed. The light became brighter and brighter, and a dazzling white light continued to spread, gently wrapping Li Yu's body. It took barely a few seconds. Her pale face gradually turned rosy, and her breathing became steady. The purple bruises on his right arm were fading rapidly, and his skin was gradually returning to its healthy color. Jiang Zhao knew that this would be very effective for the opposite sex with 5 times the low-level healing power, but he didn't expect that the effect would be so good. When Li Yu's complexion completely returned to normal, several maids couldn't help but look at this scene in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. They had never seen such miraculous power, and the owner before them could heal serious injuries so easily. This caused the loyalty of these people to soar by 30 points. Jiang Zhao saw Li Yu stand up, but he was still a little worried about whether she had fully recovered. It's just treatment anyway, so it should be safer to do it again, right? He raised his hand again, and a soft white light merged into Li Yu's body. But this time, a light nasal sound escaped from Li Yu's lips with a slight tremor in her voice. Her legs suddenly went limp, and her body fell to the ground involuntarily. Her face suddenly flushed. Even the ears and tail couldn't help but sway, as if responding instinctively to this sudden, strong feeling. Jiang Zhao was stunned. What is going on? Chapter 23. This treatment doesn't seem quite right. Jiang Zhao looked at his hands in astonishment, then looked at Li Yu, who had collapsed to the ground again and was still gasping for breath, and fell into deep thought. Is this overtreatment? 5 times the low-level treatment actually has this effect. It doesn't look like a serious treatment. It was at this moment that the Yak King's heart finally stopped beating. 3 voices that resounded through the sky once again flashed through the minds of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Zhao, the first to kill the boss, Yak King. Reward: an advanced commander recruitment card and legendary protector. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Zhao, the first to kill the boss, Yak King. Reward: an advanced commander recruitment card and legendary protector. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Zhao, the first to kill the boss, Yak King. Reward: an advanced commander recruitment card and legendary protector. Everyone was excited again. Am I hallucinating? Jiang Zhao killed the boss Yak King? Did you hear it? This doesn't seem to be an illusion, because I heard it too. Fuck, they can even kill the Yak King? How on earth did that happen? I wanted to ask that too. My family's farmers and I try to hunt nearby yaks, but it was just an ordinary yak that seriously injured 3 of my farmers. Not to mention the Yak King. I just picked up a nest of pheasant eggs and was just about to brag about it. The god of rivers has killed the Yak King, so why am I bragging about it? Stinky brother, you've already finished blowing. The news that Jiang Zhao had killed the Yak King caused everyone to start discussing. But everyone's topic soon shifted to the reward Jiang Zhao received. Didn't any of you notice? The reward was a legendary armor. What is that? I know this. In our survival world, the levels of items are divided into simple, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical. These are the 9 levels. That means Jiang Zhao got a piece of protective gear that is almost at the maximum level. There's also a commander recruitment card. What is this? I don't know, but it's definitely not something we can use at this stage. Judging from the text, we should be able to recruit helpers who are more powerful than farmers. Can you share it so that everyone can have an eye on it? They hit the nail on the head. At this time, Jiang Zhao was also looking at the commander recruitment card in his hand. Advanced commander recruitment card. A commander will be recruited at random, and there is a 10% chance of recruiting an epic commander or above. Commanders are unique. Recruitment conditions must be used in the building astrology pavilion. Recruiting leaders? In other words, if we have the astrology pavilion, we can summon a commander. Jiang Shao doesn't have the architectural drawings of the astrology pavilion yet, so he can't use this thing. But if we recruit a male commander, wouldn't it be a bit strange for him to see that his territory is full of maids? At this moment, another voice came from his mind. Since you have the innate opposite-sex magnetic field, the Advanced Commander Recruitment card has been converted to the Advanced Female Martial Talent Recruitment card. Advanced Female Military Talent Recruitment card. 100% chance to randomly recruit a legendary female commander or above. The commander is unique. Recruitment conditions must be used in the building astrology pavilion. WEF? 100%. Female leader? Legendary. My talent actually has this kind of bonus. You should know that the ordinary commander recruitment card just now has only a 10% chance of summoning an epic commander. And the recruitment card, after your talent conversion, can directly summon legendary level and above. Jiang Shao began to stand there and grinned foolishly. In his mind, he had already begun to imagine the scene of a legendary female commander leading her god-level maid into battle. I'm afraid that wherever it goes, no grass will grow. At this time, Liu picked up a piece of golden armor from the ground and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao took it and took a look. It was exactly the legendary protective gear that was just announced. Armor of the Wrath of the Sky. Legendary. Introduction. This armor is made of the leather of the king of the yak herd. It has excellent toughness and can effectively protect the joints of the whole body. This armor is transparent when worn and will only appear when attacked. Blessing of the Yak God can resist 70% of the damage caused by epic and legendary weapons. Resist 100% of the damage caused by excellent and lower weapons. Can offset one fatal attack every 7 days. Powerful. This is too fucking powerful. The damage of weapons of excellent level or below is reduced by 100%. At this stage, it is difficult for most people to even get ordinary level weapons, and they're basically crude. In this way, I am afraid that no one can cause any substantial harm to me now. Not to mention that it can neutralize a fatal attack once every 7 days, which greatly enhances its life-saving ability. It's worthy of being the reward for first killing a boss. He put on the armor of the wrathful horns of the sky without hesitation. It's really a bit magical. As soon as the armor was put on the body, it seemed transparent and blended with the clothes seamlessly. Jiang Shao moved around a bit, then sent Zi Ling and the other 3 to catch a few yaks. Because you only had more than 30 points of physical strength left, the low-level treatment he had just provided could only heal Liyu's injuries but not her physical strength. Just like that, Jiang Shao and Liu stayed there together, looking at the body of the Yak King, waiting for the other 4 to return. Fortunately, the 4 of them didn't keep Jiang Shao and Liu waiting too long. About half an hour later, the 4 of them came back leading 2 adult yaks and holding a calf. Although these yaks are very wild, what they are good at is hunting and fighting, so they should be able to deal with these beasts easily. Almost done, time to go home. By the way, Liu, you don't have much energy left. Let the yak carry you back. Jiang Zhao's concern for Liu increased her favorability by another 10 points. This Yak King is really heavy. Even Zi Ling can only barely carry it. Before dark, they finally returned to the territory. Jiang Shao asked Xiaoya to deal with the body of the Yak King first, and then he carefully reviewed the operation. This hunting of the Yak King taught Jiang Shao that hunting is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Liu pushed me away at that time, otherwise I would be lying there now. If it was me lying down, I would probably have to rest for 10 days or half a month. It seems that my territory needs a maid with medical expertise or herbs with therapeutic effects that can be mass-produced. But to make herbs with therapeutic effects, a medical clinic is also needed. Jiang Shao shook his head. These 2 methods are not feasible at the moment. Forget it. I won't think about it too much for now. I don't know how Qiuya dismembered the Yak King. Chapter 24 Warning on the Leather Scroll. Qiuya's sleeves were rolled up, and she was holding a sharp boning knife. She dealt with the Yak King cleanly and efficiently, without any delay. Pieces of high-quality beef were cut neatly, with bright blood color and natural texture. She cut the hooves and tendons of the beef with great precision. While processing them, Qiuya arranged them neatly according to categories. In a short while, the Yak King weighing over 1,000 pounds was dismembered. Compared with ordinary yaks, its output has been improved in both quantity and quality. High-quality yak meat, 1,200 kilograms. High-quality beef tendon, 1 gene. High-quality beef tendon, 1 piece. High-quality ox horns, 2 PCS. High-quality yak leather, 4 pieces. At last, Choya accidentally found 2 special items in the stomach of the Yak King, a yak leather armor blueprint and a cowhide scroll. Jiang Shao studied this drawing directly. With the yak leather armor, the efficiency and safety of their 5-person hunting team will undoubtedly be greatly improved in the future. However, when checking the drawing production requirements, Jiang Shao discovered problem. Leather armor can be made from ordinary yak leather or high-quality yak leather. But if you choose high-quality yak leather, it will need to be further processed in a protective gear shop. But there is no such building in the territory at present. In desperation, Jiang Shao temporarily decided to make 6 pieces of armor using ordinary yak leather. Ordinary yak leather armor requires 100 units of thatch and 1 piece of ordinary yak leather. Jiang Shao had enough thatch and yak skin for the time being, 1 set for each of the 5 hunting team members and Lin Qinger, who was in charge of exploration. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't do it for himself. Since he already had the legendary Sky's Wrathhorn armor, he naturally didn't need this leather armor. After finishing all this, Jiang Shao signaled Choya that she could prepare dinner for today. The staple food for today's dinner is high-quality yak beef. Compared with yak meat, high-quality yak meat contains higher nutrition and can also increase the speed of physical recovery within a short period of time after consumption. For example, Ruoxue could feel full after eating 15 kilograms of yak meat in 1 meal. If she ate high-quality yak meat, she would feel full after eating 3 to 5 kilograms. Just before dinner, Lin Qinger, who had gone out to explore, came back. Lin Qinger didn't collapse from exhaustion today, nor did she collect any rare resources. She mainly explored the map today and found 2 iron mines 15 kilometers away. The distance is really far. Even if the maids are equipped with tools such as carts, they are not suitable for mining over such a long distance. But Lin Qinger brought back another valuable piece of information. That is, she met other humans when she was out. Lin Qinger was not very clear about this either. Is this human a lord who traveled through time like Jiang Shao, or a peasant recruited by those lords, or a human who already existed in this world? As night falls, the whole world gradually falls into deep darkness. The chill gradually deepened, and the growls of wild beasts could be heard faintly all around, which made people perk up. Now is almost the time when wild animals are most active, and danger may come at any time. Jiang Shao did not let the maids go out hunting, as there were too many uncertainties at night. He turned around and looked at the 8 maids. Go back to your rooms and rest. Don't come out at night. The maids nodded, bowed to Jiang Shao, and returned to their rooms one by one. Silence returned to the courtyard, leaving Jiang Shao alone. He returned to his room and laid down on the straw mat. Jiang Shao did not open the chat area to collect information to kill time. He planned to first see what was recorded on the cowhide scroll that Choya found in the stomach of the Yak King today. Just at this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Jiang Shao frowned, his heart full of doubts. It's so late, and someone is knocking on the door? The courtyard is surrounded by a tall wall, and it is impossible for outsiders to come in easily. Could it be his maid? He sat up, walked to the door, and opened it gently. As he expected, the person standing outside the door was her maid, Ruoxue. Ruoxue, what's the matter? The night enveloped her, and her fair skin looked particularly soft in the moonlight. She twisted the corners of her clothes nervously, her white shoulders slightly hunched. The white suspenders fit gently on her body, outlining her graceful curves. She seemed a little shy and turned her head slightly. Her long eyelashes cast a hazy shadow in the moonlight. Almost at the moment Jiang Shao asked the question, a blush crept up her cheeks. Ruoxue's eyes wandered slightly, not daring to look directly at Jiang Shao, but she couldn't help but look up and glance at him secretly. Master, I was worried about you, worried that you would need someone to take care of you, just like last night. The moonlight shone on her thin white suspenders, making her silhouette even more feminine. Jiang Shao swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. Look at Ruoxue's little hands rubbing the corner of her clothes, her red face, and the words, I need someone to take care of me. Jiang Shao understood immediately. But last night was indeed an accident. He touched the tip of his nose and couldn't help coughing. Oh, I'm Fine. What happened last night isn't going to happen. Okay, master, I'll go back and rest then. Ruoshua turned around gently, but her steps were very slow. Jiang Shao looked at her back and gritted his teeth. Ruoshua, you can also stay in my cabin tonight. 1 hour later, Jiang Shao looked at the sleeping Ruoshua and her slowly recovering strength, then sat up from the straw mat. There is still work to be done. Jiang Shao opened the leather scroll. As his fingers touched the edge of the scroll, the leather instantly glowed. In an instant, a line of blood-red text appeared above the scroll, floating coldly in the dark wooden house. Warning, lords, on the third night since you set foot here, the territory is about to face its first trial. The enemy is approaching quietly, and the unknown dangers will test your wisdom and courage. Note, remember, the faster you develop, the stronger your territory becomes, and the more dangerous the challenges you face. If you handle it properly, the rewards will exceed your imagination. If you handle it wrongly, you will fall into the abyss. The third night, that's tomorrow night. Does this mean that tomorrow night, all lords' territories will be invaded? Chapter 25. How thick is this leg? Etc. The faster you develop, the stronger your territory becomes, and the more dangerous the challenges you face. Isn't this just naming me? Because now I'm the only one who owns a high-end wooden house in the third-level main city. But Jiang Shao didn't feel it was unfair, because in this case, the higher the difficulty, the better the reward. Facing this trial, Jiang Shao was full of confidence. No matter how fierce this trial is, can it be as fierce as the Yak King? What's more, Jiang Shao now has one more legendary armor than when he fought against the Yak King, and his maids also have one more set of yak leather armor. Moreover, we can recruit 4 more maids tomorrow. If we can summon 4 more maids with special combat skills, we can rest assured completely. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao put down the cowhide scroll. Just as he was about to go to sleep peacefully, he received a private message. This private message is either from Brother Wu or Uncle Chun. Because Jiang Shao only had these 2 friends, all other private chats were blocked. Wu Di, Boss Jiang Shao, are you asleep? Jiang Shao replied, I was just about to go to bed. You got some new blueprints and want to exchange them with me? Wu Di, that's not the case, but my farmers found crude oil today. My farmers can also collect it. It should be an intermediate resource, but I don't know what it's useful for now. I want to see if the boss needs it. Brother Wu is really lucky. He can actually find intermediate resources like crude oil. Jiang Shao, how much did you collect? Wu Di, 2 farmers have collected 110 units of crude oil in total. If you need, I could send more farmers to collect oil tomorrow. I think there are a lot of crude oil resources in that place. Jiang Shao directly asked for crude oil. Okay, I want all of it. I'll give you 4 kilograms of high-quality yak meat. 4 kilograms of high-quality yak meat is equivalent to about 20 kilograms of ordinary yak meat. Wu Di definitely made a profit here. Jiang Zhao's purpose here is actually to let his farmers eat high-quality yak meat, have the buff of faster physical recovery, and collect more crude oil. Wu Di was lying in the middle-level wooden house at this time. When he heard that it was high-quality yak meat, he was overjoyed. High quality? Is it the meat of the Yak King you killed today? Yes. Eating high-quality yak meat can increase the speed of physical recovery. Jiang Shao also explained. Wu Di was even more excited when he heard that there was such an effect. Great! It is worthy of being the meat of the Yak King. We can't even hunt ordinary yaks. This sentence also reminded Jiang Shao. Yes, at this stage, the lords can't even hunt ordinary yaks. So a lot of people will probably die in the trial tomorrow night, right? This Brother Wu, isn't he going to die tomorrow night? If he dies, who will collect crude oil for him? Brother Wu, I will trade you some more weapons for some crude oil, which you can use tomorrow night. After Jiang Shao finished speaking, he went straight to the blacksmith shop to make some handy weapons for Wu Di. Wu Di, big boss, I have no use for these weapons for now. There are no wild beasts around me. Besides, I only want to exchange my crude oil for food. Because collecting crude oil is indeed difficult. Wu Di felt that these weapons were really useless and were far less cost-effective than exchanging them for food. Secondly, what if Jiang Shao gave him some discarded and broken weapons? The second one is the main reason. Suddenly, there was silence for half a minute. Wu Di panicked when he saw Jiang Shao didn't reply. Broken. Did I offend the boss just now? I'm such an idiot. I just need to agree to whatever the boss says to change. That's it. Why does he need to put conditions on it? There are so many people who want to hug the big boss's legs, but have no place to hug, and yet they're still not satisfied. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shao still didn't reply to Wu Di. Wu Di slapped his own bald head in regret. Just change it. Even if Jiang Xiao gave him a few broken stone axes, he would accept it. At this moment, Wu Di's forehead was illuminated. Lord Jiang Xiao gives you 4 simple iron spears and a simple iron shield. Do you accept? Wu Di stared at the prompt in a daze, completely losing his composure. This? What? A crude iron spear? A crude iron shield? This is not a rubbish weapon at all. It's an iron weapon. How thick are Jiang Zhao's legs? Of course, compared with the readers, it is even better. Wu Di even felt a little embarrassed to accept such a precious weapon. Jiang Xiao also expected his reaction. It's okay if you don't need it tomorrow night. I'll give it to you for free. If you can use it, just give me another 200 units of crude oil. Wu Di no longer refused. Don't worry, boss. Even if I can't use it, I will give you 200 units of crude oil. Jiang Xiao on the other side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This iron weapon was originally made by myself because Wu Di provided the construction drawings of the blacksmith shop. This Brother Wu really got himself a lot of good things. Brother Wu, you have to keep living, keep looking for the blueprints, and keep digging for crude oil. He thought about it, and before closing the chat area, he gave Wu Di another instruction. Don't let your peasants go out after the sun goes down tomorrow. Jiang Xiao planned to tell all the lords the news tomorrow when there were many people around. It's not because Jiang Xiao is kind, but if everyone knew that there would be a trial tomorrow night, everyone would probably panic. Once the panic sets in, almost everyone will want better weapons to defend themselves. And better weapons can only be made in your own blacksmith shop. This must be done to make another wave of wealth. Jiang Xiao currently has more than 200 units of iron or left, except for keeping a little for emergency. The rest will be used to make weapons. Let's do it. Let's do it. Iron axe requires 8 units of iron ore. A simple iron spear requires 10 units of iron ore. A simple iron shield requires 12 units of iron ore. A simple iron longsword requires 5 units of iron ore. Jiang Xiao made a total of 5 axes, 10 spears for shields, and 6 swords. This can at least be exchanged for several times more intermediate resources. Jiang Xiao slept very comfortably that night. When he woke up in the morning, he found Ruoshua had gone to chop trees. When Qiuya was preparing breakfast, Jiang Xiao reminded her, Qiuya, add 4 more people to today's breakfast. Yes, Jiang Xiao plans to recruit 4 maids for today. Chapter 26, Uncle Chen's Reminder. Jiang Zhao's luck was still great this time. The 4 maids recruited today are all needed for his current territory. The first maid who walked out of the wooden house was wearing a pair of heavy leather gloves and had a hammer hanging around her waist. Maid, Tiexin. Physical strength, 240/240. Abilities, mining blacksmith. Skill, forging master. Loyalty, 100. Oh no, there was no blacksmith in the smithy, so the first blacksmith came. There is also a skill called forging master, but I don't know what the specific effect is. Most importantly, Tiexin dresses very conservatively. Very good, very good. If they were all white-haired suspenders like Ruoshua, I'm afraid my body can't handle it. But as the second maid walked out of the cabin, Jiang Xiao only felt a pain in his waist. She was wearing a clean white nurse's uniform. Yes, it's a modern-style nurse uniform, but it's not the uniform worn by regular nurses in a hospital. My old swan, how do you know I like this? The slim design perfectly outlines her slender waist and graceful figure. The hem of her short skirt just reached past her knees, revealing her long, well-proportioned legs. The white fabric on her chest swayed slightly with her light steps. Can't this really be a doctor? Jiang Xiao looked at the second maid. Maid by way. Physical strength, 255/255. Ability, treatment. Skill, medicine king. Loyalty, 100. Good news, if you're short of doctors, they are here. Bad news will have to wait till tonight. Then the other 2 maids came out of the cabin one after another. The third maid is wearing a maid outfit, similar to Qiuya's decoration. With a simple texture, it feels like a warm breeze. Maid, mulberry branch. Physical strength, 260/260. Ability, collection. Skill, 20 times critical hit collection. Loyalty, 100. 20 times the collection. It seems that the variety of meals will be increased in the future, and Qiuya can be asked to cook full-time. It seems that the first 3 today are all related to production. It would be nice if the 4th maid had a skill that could help in tonight's battle. Jiang Xiao was just thinking about it when the 4th maid finally came out of the wooden house. She was wearing a dress made of animal skins, covered with delicate patterns. Although the animal skin clothing concealed some of her figure, it still showed off the curves of her waist and legs to the fullest, and her perfect figure could still be vaguely seen. The important thing is she is just like Liu, also a girl with animal ears. Could it be that she also has the power of the Beast King like Liu? The black cat ears on her head and the black cat tail behind her were swaying gently in the breeze. Especially her deep eyes, the black pupils seemed to be able to suck people in. As Jiang Xiao read the profile of the fourth maid and saw the first 3 lines, he felt a little disappointed. Maid, black cat. Physical strength, 420/420. Ability, none. What does this mean? No ability? Your physical strength is still so high? This is almost twice as much as others. Well, if you don't have the ability, then you don't have the ability. At least it looks good. More people would just mean more pairs of chopsticks, and Liu could also keep her company. But until Jiang Xiao saw the skills in the 4th row. Skills, sleepless body, night vision. Loyalty, 100. Be brief and to the point. A sleepless body, doesn't that mean you don't need to sleep? No sleep, plus night vision. No wonder it's called a black cat. This is definitely a sentinel. From now on, the black cat will be in charge of the territory at night, and there will be no need to worry about sneak attacks from others. The 4 people's movements were almost synchronized, and they spoke at the same time. Master, please give me your guidance. You 4 go eat first. Jiang Xiao then built a 2nd-level magnolia house. He rearranged the rooms so that Black Cat and Liu were in the same house. They should have more common topics, right? Jiang Xiao changed a few bathtubs in the chat area and equipped each house with 2 bathtubs so that they could be more convenient. After a short breakfast, Jiang Xiao began to arrange the tasks for the maids today. In order to prepare for tonight's test, Jiang Xiao planned to let the maids rest for the afternoon. Regain your energy and fight again at night. Everyone should return to the territory before 2 p.m. today, and then you don't need to go out again. Everyone nodded. Today, Jiang Xiao assigned Lin Qing'er a special task, focusing on exploring and tracking the human traces she discovered yesterday. The 5-man hunting team was the same as yesterday, but Jiang Xiao instructed them not to take action if they encountered a boss this time. Ruo Xue continued to cut wood around her home. Sangji followed Chuya to pick some wild fruits and vegetables nearby. The other people didn't have any tasks for the time being, so Jiang Xiao asked them to just help Ruo Xue move some wood or something. Ding! Jiang Xiao's private message rang. He originally thought it was Wu Di, but this time it was Uncle Chun. Boss Jiang Xiao, there is important news. There is important news. Jiang Xiao was a little puzzled. Could it be that this guy also knew that there would be a trial tonight? What important news? Uncle Chun. God, Jiang, you actually replied to my private message in seconds. Do you know how many people sent you messages but couldn't get them delivered? Jiang Shun, do you need anything? Is there anything I can help you with? Then Uncle Chun continued to talk some nonsense. Why does Uncle Chun talk so much nonsense? I hadn't even realized before that he was such a chatterbox. Let's get to the point. What's the breaking news? Uncle Chun. Yes. Important news. That's what I was going to say. Besides, this news is too important for you, Jiang Shun. I just went out and picked up a piece of skin. When I heard the news, I immediately thought of you. Jiang Xiao. No, dude, what's the point? After all this talk, why is there not a single odorous fart? Uncle Chun. Yes. Let's get to the point. I went out exploring with the farmers today and found a rabbit skin scroll. The scroll says that all of our territories will be invaded tonight. And it seems that the stronger the territory, the more difficult it will be to invade. I just told others in the chat area, but no one believed me. Boss Jiang Xiao, you must be careful. If you get hurt, I won't have anywhere to exchange for yak meat. It would be better not to say this last sentence, but it's better to say it. Jiang Xiao likes people who speak their mind. They are much better than those who stab people in the back. Jiang Xiao realized that Uncle Chun was probably not a simple person. It seems that his talent may be related to collecting this information. This kid, even though his name isn't very nice, he should be a good person, as he knows to remind me specially. But it's about time. It's time to spread the word and cash in. P.S. To all the great people in front of the book, the author begs for 5 stars again. Data is still too important. Don't be afraid of tiring me to death. I am the donkey of the production team. Whether or not tonight's dinner can have more chicken legs depends on you /. Thanks again. Chapter 27 releases news, rare iron weapons. Uncle Chin actually posted this once in the chat area, just now. Although he had reported on the upgrade to the second-level main city yesterday, the name Uncle Chun has a lot of duplicates. Out of 10 passers-by, 9 are Uncle Chun. No one noticed this unremarkable name. Occasionally, people who noticed him uttering the sentence would generally regard him as a liar. Jiang Xiao sent the same message as Uncle Chun. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to tell you something. Tonight, all of our territories will be invaded to varying degrees. As long as you survive, you will be rewarded. Jiang Xiao said the same sentence in a completely different way. In an instant, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Look, Boss Jiang Xiao is talking again. What? The territory will be invaded at night? I think I saw this sentence today. I saw it too. It was sent by Uncle Chun. I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect Boss Jiang Xiao to say so too. That means it's true. You'll get a reward if you make it through. Is that so good? What will the reward be? I wish for a wife as a reward. I haven't seen the opposite sex for a long time. Everyone is obviously more comfortable these days and has lost their sense of crisis. Since yesterday afternoon, there have been very few serious incidents and most people are safe. Jiang Xiao added. But if we didn't make it, everyone would know the ending. Although Jiang Xiao only said half of this sentence, it was like a wake-up call to everyone. Shit, can I just give up the territory and run away on my own? Idiot, you forgot the tip at the beginning. Your life is tied to your cabin. If your cabin is demolished, you will definitely die. No wonder. I clearly felt that there were more wild boars near my home this morning. You mean it was wild beasts that attacked us? Who knows? It could be bandits. Didn't someone say yesterday that farmers were killed by bandits? Jiang Xiao looked at the scene and smiled. Great, this rhythm is great. Fear is contagious. Now, when everyone thought about wild beasts or even bandits invading at night, they recalled the fear of the first night. Help! I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to be killed by a wild beast. Someone come and save me. I only have 2 peasants left. What should we do? What should we do? Boss Jiang Xiao, can you help us? Yes, sir. Since you know the news, you must have made preparations in advance. Jiang Xiao, just help us. It's just a small effort for you, and we can't surpass you. At this time, some voices began to add fuel to the fire. Jiang Xiao had expected this. From the countless times he had reported on the show, he had expected that sooner or later someone who was jealous of him would appear. But pretending to be a pig, which protagonist can't do this? Me? How can I do that? And in tonight's invasion, the faster the territory develops, the more dangerous it is. I am the most dangerous one, okay? Then, Jiang Xiao changed the subject. But I'm still willing to do my best. I got a batch of iron weapons last night and this morning, which may be helpful to everyone. Hey, I originally wanted to keep it for myself, just to get these iron weapons before my helpers died. Anyway, Jiang Xiao was the only one who knew where the iron weapons came from, so he could say whatever he wanted. The more serious the situation, the higher the price of such iron weapons. What the hell? Iron weapons? And a batch of them. As expected of God Jiang, he can even get this. Jiang Shun is so awesome. Can you give some to the brothers for free? The big boss broadcasts every day, so he must be very rich. He can't be so stingy. These people who fan the flames are still here. Jiang Xiao silently took note of all these people who were fanning the flames. These people would definitely not trade with him. Just because I'm awesome, does that mean I have to give you something? What's the reason for this? Is it because you're my grandson, or I am your grandfather? I definitely can't give it to everyone for free. I have sacrificed too much to get these iron weapons. But you can exchange supplies with me. We are all compatriots, so I will give you discounts. I have 5 iron axes, 10 crude iron spears for crude iron shields, and 6 crude iron swords. Also, if you only have basic supplies, please don't bother me. Hurry up. Well, they might be gone if you're late. Because Jiang Xiao had previously exchanged yak meat, wild boar meat, and other foods for blueprints and rare materials, but the gains were very little. He knew that there must be quite a few smart people in this world. They certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to exchange these scarce resources for food. There are many ways to obtain food, and at least half of the people should be able to get food. But iron weapons are different. Jiang Xiao is the only one in the world who owns a blacksmith shop, and he's the only one who can mass-produce iron weapons. If people can survive without food, then if they are really invaded at night and have no weapons, won't they just wait to die? The things that couldn't be exchanged for yak meat before, maybe this time they can be exchanged for iron weapons. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Zhao's guess was confirmed. The first person to send a message was Uncle Chun. Boss, you actually have so many weapons? They're made of iron. Since I provided you with this information, Can you let me change it first? Jiang Shao got straight to the point. Sure. Do you have the architectural blueprints I need, or 100 units of intermediate resources? Uncle Chen has no place to get these intermediate resources. I don't have it all. Brother, can you lend me one first? Borrow? How can that be possible? Even if we are brothers, we still have to settle accounts clearly, not to mention that we are not that familiar with each other. But because Uncle Chun had worked with him before, Jiang Shao didn't want to overexploit him. No, I can consider giving you a 30% discount. 30% off? Boss Jiang Shao, with my family conditions, I can't afford it even at 30% off. After saying this, Uncle Chun was briefly troubled in his heart. But I have some other things in my hand. I think others have never seen them, but I'm sure they are good things. How about I give you this in exchange? Chapter 28. This wave of making a lot of money. After Uncle Chun said this, Jiang Shao was indeed a little curious. After all, this kid has the ability to know that the territory will be invaded tonight, so what he can get should be extraordinary. Let's get down to business. Send out something and let's see. After a while, Uncle Chun put a few golden coins in. Gold coin. Unified trading currency can be exchanged for items from various towns and merchants. A simple and rough introduction. This gold coin is actually the trading currency of this world. This was indeed the first time Jiang Shao had seen this trading currency. It turns out that he has always wondered that in this world, people can't just trade with each other using materials. Today, he finally got the answer. But Uncle Chin's gold coin not only provides this information, but also shows that there are various towns and indigenous people in this world. What do you mean, Boss Jiang Shao? Have you never seen this thing before? Can this world's unified currency be exchanged for an iron weapon? Jiang Shao thought for a while. What is the value of this gold coin? How many stones and what can one gold coin be exchanged for? This question was asked to Uncle Chun, and he was not sure either. Hi, how would I know? I've never seen this thing in the chat area, but there should be copper coins, silver coins, and so on. My gold coin must be more valuable. Uncle Chun did not lie to Jiang Shao. These gold coins were found by his farmers when they were digging mushrooms. At that time, his farmer accidentally dug up a jar, and when he smashed the jar open, there were 10 glittering gold coins. But Jiang Shao considered that he didn't have many iron weapons, so he had to exchange them for something useful. He was not sure whether this gold coin would be useful for the time being. You don't know the value yourself. I need to think about it. During the few minutes of arguing with Uncle Chun, dozens of people had already come to find Jiang Shao. Because Jiang Shao's private messages are closed, everyone is at Jiang Shao in the public chat area. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw the items these people provided. Good job. Sure enough, they had good stuff, and they kept it and hid the food away. Now that I know there's danger at night, I take it out and change weapons. Jiang Shao first found a brick kiln building blueprint. He was just in need of this blueprint. Many buildings in Jiang Zhao's territory needed tiles for upgrading right now. With this brick kiln, he could make tiles. Jiang Shao just wanted to take out 2 iron spears and exchange them with him. But the other party was also a smart man and refused to accept them no matter how he tried to trick him. But then again, who wouldn't be smart if they could keep the blueprints? Jiang Shao, brother, I'm sorry. I don't have any use for this brick kiln for the time being, so I won't change it for now. You can keep it for yourself. After hearing this, the other party became anxious. He only has a shabby wooden house and can't even upgrade the main city, so this brick kiln is even more useless. He was just trying to raise the price, but Jiang Shao didn't bite at all. Brother Jiang Shao, don't do that. Even if the deal fails, there is still righteousness. It is really useless for me to have this brick kiln building blueprint. Change it, please. 2 iron spears. Just 2. Finally, Jiang Shao got the brick kiln construction drawings by exchanging 2 iron spears as he wished. After changing the blueprint, Jiang Shao saw that Uncle Chun had sent dozens of messages. What chatterbox? Brother Jiang, are you there? I really don't have any other resources. These 10 gold coins are really all I have. Brother, please say something. Brother, it's almost nighttime. I'm scared. As long as Jiang Shao didn't reply, Uncle Chin would keep sending messages. Hey, Jiang Shao was a little convinced. He hadn't said he didn't want to change it, so he just had to change other drawings temporarily. Change it. Stop arguing. I'll give you an iron axe. Uncle Chun turned from sadness to joy when he saw Jiang Zhao's reply. Fuck, brother Jiang. From now on, I will be yours in life and your ghost in death. Jiang Shao put a simple iron axe on the table, and Uncle Chun put 10 gold coins on the table. The transaction between the 2 parties is completed. Brother Jiang, your iron axe is really awesome. Can you tell me, brother, Did you kill the Yak King with this iron axe? This is much better than those broken stone axes I have. I have absolute confidence that I can hold my own tonight. Uncle Chun sent out another message. Jiang Xiao, stop. I still need to exchange things with other people. If you keep talking nonsense, I will block you. When Uncle Chen heard this, he dare not say anything more. Finally, Jiang Xiao felt that the world had become a little quieter. He took the gold coins and played with them carefully in his palm, then bit them with his teeth. Made of pure gold, this thing was quite valuable even in the previous world. It turns out that gold is currency everywhere. The panic spread more and more seriously, and people began to feel worried again. Especially now that everyone wants to trade with Jiang Xiao. They are afraid that when it is their turn, they will have no weapons left. Some people even took some basic building drawings of houses, wells, etc., but Jiang Xiao didn't need them at all. At first, Jiang Xiao politely replied no. But later, more and more people came, and some even wanted to exchange for some broken wood, stones, and other junk resources. Jiang Xiao simply chose to ignore it. Please welcome the next treasure holder. After nearly 2 hours of careful selection, Jiang Xiao replaced all the iron weapons. The final harvest is 550 units of iron ore, 310 units of high-quality wood, a plate of incense to guide the way, a blueprint of a training ground building, not to mention the last 2 items. The iron ore and high-quality timber alone, totaling more than 800 units, made Jiang Xiao earn a fortune. The introduction of the training ground states that it can train the peasants recruited from the territory into combat-capable militia. But Jiang Xiao's maids are all maids, so he should be able to increase their attributes after training, right? But these are just his guesses. The construction drawings of the training ground need to be upgraded to level 6 in the main city before they can be used. Jiang Xiao's wooden house is only level 3 now, so there's no way to verify this hypothesis for the time being. Among them, the thing that Jiang Xiao was most interested in was the third one, the guiding incense. Guiding incense. Introduction. Light this specially made incense at night. It will emit a unique aroma, thus attracting passing traveling merchants to your camp. The traveling merchant may carry rare items, unique formulas, or valuable information, and you can trade with him. Jiang Xiao has been in this place for 2.5 days, and he has never seen what the natives of this world look like. Of course, the maids in the territory do not count, as they were recruited by Jiang Xiao. If you have this guiding incense, you should be able to meet the native indigenous people. It is not a waste to use guiding incense. This kid Bo just gave me 10 gold coins. Maybe I can exchange them for something good. Chapter 29 Brick Kiln Construction Drawings. Burning Tiles. Jiang Xiao sent out his last words in the chat area. Everyone, I have traded all my iron weapons. I am running away. Those who didn't get to exchange their junk for iron weapons felt jealous and started to add fuel to the fire again in the chat area. There was nothing Jiang Xiao could do about it. These people are just pure jealous. They bit me like a mad dog. I can't bite them back, right? I'll find a chance later and kick them to death. It was noon, the sun was high overhead, and almost all the maids that Jiang Xiao had sent out to work in the morning had returned. Bai Wei came back first. She did not help Ruosh Yuan move the wood. She noticed some herbs around and went to collect them. Master, these are the herbs I just collected. Now that there's no medical clinic, I can only make some medicines that slightly increase the upper limit of physical strength. As she spoke, Bai Wei shook the cloth bag she was carrying. It was already filled with freshly collected herbs, and a faint herbal fragrance drifted in the air with her steps. But Jiang Zhao's attention is not here, because when she was shaking the cloth bag just now, the buttons on her clothes were a little tight, as if they would pop off at any time because of her movements. Plus the drug that slightly increases the upper limit of physical strength she just mentioned. Why do I suddenly feel a little back pain? Well, you've done a good job. Take a break and get ready for dinner. Just now, Bai Wei told Jiang Xiao that making drugs to increase physical strength required some other materials. There were some basic herbs, and Jiang Xiao directly exchanged a bunch of them from the trading area. It is best to take medicine to increase your physical strength before the battle at night, so that your chances of winning will be greater. The second wave to come back were Qiuya and Sangji. Qiuya's harvest was similar to yesterday's, bringing back 3 kilograms of wild mushrooms and 8 kilograms of wild vegetables. Sangji was more outrageous. She was carrying 2 large bags of fruit made of thatch. It's apples and pears. These 2 big bags weigh a total of 200 kilograms. Oh my goodness, 100 kilograms of apples and 100 kilograms of pears. If there is no 20x critical hit for gathering, How many fruit trees would we have to pick? The second maid to come back was Lin Qinger, who had gone out to explore. It must be said that the yak leather armor and Lin Qinger's tights are quite compatible. Lin Qinger brought back more useful news this time. She discovered the indigenous people of this world. Master, I found traces of humans. They must be bandits. Then she drew a circle on the map, and they seem to be getting closer and closer to our territory. At first, these bandits were about 20 kilometers away from us, but now they're only 15 kilometers away. But I didn't dare to get close. There were so many of them. Speaking of this, Lin Qinger felt a little ashamed. She blushed and lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Jiang Xiao patted her on the back. You did a great job. Bandits getting closer and closer to the territory. Could it be the challenge to invade the territory tonight? The news brought by Lin Qing made Jiang Xiao feel a little tricky. It would be fine if it was just some wild beast invading tonight, but if it was the indigenous bandits who invaded, their intelligence would definitely be higher than that of the wild beasts. It's expected to be a fierce battle tonight. The last group to return to the territory was a 5-man hunting team. They did not go hunting yaks today, because Jiang Xiao specifically told them to just hunt some small prey. But they apparently had some misunderstanding about small game, and they brought back an elk and a wild boar. Today's lunch is more sumptuous. In addition to the usual pork chops, steaks, wild vegetables, etc., everyone got some apples and pears. Except for Liu, she didn't seem to be very interested in these fruits and only liked to eat meat. On the contrary, Black Cat, like Liu, is a girl with animal ears. She's not very interested in meat and only likes to eat fruits. After lunch, Jiang Xiao no longer let them go out of the territory to work. All maids must stay at home to recover full strength. Especially the 5-member hunting team headed by Liu. They have something important to do tonight. By this time, the medicine made by Bai Wei was almost ready, and Jiang Xiao gave a portion to everyone. Only a few maids were busy in the camp. Chuya dismembered the elk and wild boar, and the territory's food inventory increased by another 200 kilograms of venison and 480 kilograms of wild boar. This time, the wild boar did not drop a dagger, but a total of 2 deer antlers, 2 wild boar tusks, and 3 wild boar skins were obtained. Jiang Xiao also planned to take advantage of this time to use the brick kiln building drawings he had just obtained. As a golden light merged into the wall of the high-end wooden house, the first step of learning the blueprint was completed. The next step is to choose the location for the brick kiln. In fact, it doesn't matter where this is built. Since Jiang Xiao discovered that the wall can be moved when not in combat, he found that other buildings can also be moved. The brick kiln was built directly next to the warehouse and blacksmith shop, a little away from some of the magnolia houses. After all, Jiang Xiao didn't know whether the brick kiln would make any noise, which might disturb the maid's rest. Do you want to consume 2,000 units of clay and 2,000 units of stone to build a brick kiln? Yes. Moment. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding clay and stones quickly gathered together. Neatly and tightly packed stones form the base, while the soil fills the gaps like flowing water, turning into smooth brick walls. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the brick kiln rose from the ground. Brick kiln. Level 1. Production. Tiles, bricks, 0.1% chance of producing defective products. Consumption. When firing in a brick kiln, 300 units of wood or 150 units of charcoal are consumed every day. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 1,000 units of lime powder, 5,000 units of clay, and 5,000 units of stone. It is similar to a blacksmith shop and can process some other finished products. The difference is that the brick kiln does not need a maid, but there will be no production bonus effect after the maid moves in. But finally we can make tiles and bricks. Wall requires 2 units of clay. Brick requires 5 units of clay. There really wasn't enough clay in the territory at the moment, but it was very easy to exchange for this kind of primary material. Jiang Xiao first exchanged 100 kilograms of venison for 5,000 units of clay, and then exchanged 200 kilograms of wild boar meat for 10,000 units of clay. Next, it's time to build a big wave of tiles. Chapter 30 Conspiracy Theories of Other Lords. Jiang Xiao originally planned to use all the clay to make tiles, but he soon discovered a problem. That is, this brick kiln could only burn 3,000 watts at a time. Do you want to consume 6,000 units of clay and burn 3,000 units of tiles? Yes. Please select the fuel. It takes 15 hours using wood or 12 hours using charcoal to burn 3,000 watts. Is there such a thing? Using charcoal saves time rather than wood. Jiang Shao could make charcoal in the blacksmith shop, so he asked Ruoxue to help him carry some wood to the blacksmith shop. Converted 1,500 units of charcoal. It does not take time for a blacksmith to convert wood into charcoal, which is similar to an equal exchange. Jiang Shao directly took out 80 units of charcoal as fuel and added it to the brick kiln. Unfortunately, even using charcoal as fuel, it still burns a bit slowly. To upgrade a high-level wooden house to a Kingwaju, which is a 4th-level main city, you need 5,000 units of tiles. If there is only this one brick kiln, it will probably take a whole day and night to burn. One more. Do you want to consume 2,000 units of clay and 2,000 units of stone to build a brick kiln? Yes. Another identical brick kiln rose from the ground. Just like the last time, Jiang Shao filled the kiln with clay and fired another 3,000 tiles. Even if both were to burn together, it would still take 12 hours. Oh, it's still a bit slow. It seems that it will take at least until the second half of the night to get to Kingwaju. If other people knew that Jiang Shao had this idea, they would probably curse him again. Some people haven't even upgraded to the 2nd-level main city, but some people have already started complaining that the 4th-level main city is upgrading too slowly. Is this human language? This is clearly a meaningless Versailles. A meaningless Versailles. As for why Jiang Shao only built 2 brick kilns, it was because the current 3rd-level main city only allowed a maximum of 2 in the territory. After dealing with the tile problem, Jiang Shao planned to take inventory of the equipment of the maids in the territory. Regarding weapons, there is some iron or at home. Jiang Shao asked Tai Xian to move into the blacksmith shop and process a batch of iron weapons, at least 1 for each person. What the maids in the territory lack now should be defensive equipment. He had only made 6 pieces of yak leather armor before. Apart from the hunting team and Lin Qinger, there were other maids in the territory who did not have armor. Even Jiang Shao did not intend to let the maids in charge of production and logistics participate in the battle. But just in case, we still have to give them each a set. All the maids in the territory have been arranged, and the next step is to wait for nightfall. Like Jiang Shao, the other lords are also very busy. The simplest point is that there were a total of 7 reports this afternoon. Some other lords successfully upgraded to the 2nd-level main city, including Jiang Shao, his 2 younger brothers, and the 7 times in the afternoon, a total of 10 broadcasts were made. But it's not just these 10 people who upgraded to the 2nd-level main city, but only the first 10 people received rewards. These 7 people were not rewarded with drawings, only some supplies. Among them, the 10th Lord only gave 100 units of stone reward. The originally tense atmosphere in the chat area seemed to have been diluted a lot, and people were roughly divided into 2 types. The first type of people would still keep Jiang Zhao's instructions from the morning in mind. These lords would no longer allow the farmers in their territories to go out to work afternoon. Just like Jiang Shao, let them recuperate in the territory and prepare for the invasion at night. The second type of people are a little inflated. They were somewhat complacent because they had been promoted to a 2nd-level main city, and because they had recruited new farmers again, they said they were not afraid of night invasions at all and let the farmers continue to go out to work. These people even spread conspiracy theories based on the principle of not believing in rumors and only spreading them. They said that Jiang Shao was afraid that others would catch up with the progress, so he deliberately spread rumors and prevented everyone's farmers from going out to work in the afternoon. People like this usually say, "Good death." A few hours later, the setting sun cast a soft glow. Jiang Shao stood in front of the door of the high-end wooden house and glanced at the maids in front of him. "Do you know why I restricted you to move only within the territory this afternoon?" The maids looked at each other and shook their heads. "Tonight, our territory will be invaded, so we must conserve our energy in the afternoon and defend our territory. We can't let them succeed." Among Jiang Zhao's maids, even the one with the lowest loyalty has 110. Even if the loyalty of the peasants in other people's territories is raised to 100, it is still far from comparable. Ruoxue was the first to stand up, holding the iron axe high in her hand. "Master, I will protect you. I will never let any intruders get close to the cabin." Jiang Shao looked at Ruoxue. She was wearing the newly made yak leather armor over her pure white sling. The yak leather armor fit tightly against Ruoxue's body, rising and falling slightly with her breathing, making Jiang Shao unable to look away. He thought of some of the things that happened in the past 2 nights and began to daydream. Jiang Shao shook his head. "Why? It's not even night yet. What are you thinking about?" Just as he was adjusting his thoughts, the 4 Ling sisters stepped forward at the same time. Master, rest assured. Just watch us. Tanuki Yu, who was standing nearby, flicked her tail gently, and her fox ears trembled in the breeze. Don't worry, the other sisters. You stay at home to protect the master, and leave the outside to us five. The atmosphere was ignited in an instant. Jiang Xiao saw no trace of fear on their faces. Very good. This is exactly the effect I want. This mobilization meeting was almost done. Jiang Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Chia, prepare dinner early for tonight. Remember to prepare more. You can have more than you can eat, but you can't be hungry. If you need help, just call them. Chia nodded meekly. Yes, master. She knew she was not good at fighting, and the only thing she could do was to reduce everyone's burden as much as possible in terms of logistics. Then, she turned around and took Sang Ji and by way to prepare dinner in the evening. Thanks to someone's help, dinner was prepared quickly today. After dinner, Jiang Xiao began to arrange a battle plan. Tonight, all maids whose specialties are production or crafting must stay in the territory and are not allowed to come out unless there are special circumstances. Those fighting outside included the 4Z Ling sisters, Liu, Jiang Xiao himself, and a black cat. Among them, Ziyin used a bow and arrow to attack from a distance in the rear, while it was responsible for driving away the nearby wild beasts. The black cat has night vision, and together with the raccoon moon who has a keen sense of smell, they can gather information. Zihan held a large shield as the front row. Jiang Xiao was always ready to assist them with low-level treatments. After taking the potion made by Wei to restore their strength, everyone picked up their weapons. Now, all we have to do is wait quietly. Chapter 31, Bandits' Invasion of Blackhead Peak. Second update today. Tonight happens to be a full moon night. The silvery white moonlight sprinkled on the ground, covering the surroundings with a layer of cold light. Although the surroundings are slightly brighter, the quietness and unknownness in the night still make people feel a little depressed and creepy. The wind blows through the woods, and the shadows of the trees sway, as if hiding countless pairs of prying eyes. About 7 kilometers away from Jiang Zhao's territory, a group of horseback riders were advancing rapidly. The night wind blew their clothes, and the heavy sound of horses' hooves hitting the ground broke the tranquility of the night. Boss, we'll reach a small territory in another 7 or 8 kilometers. A small minion with a mouth full of yellow teeth rode a horse, followed in the middle of the team, and excitedly reported to the tall man in front. The man was riding on a sturdy black horse. He had a sturdy build and muscles as solid as rock. His eyes were grim, and in his hand he held a huge battle axe that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. This battle axe looks like it weighs hundreds of pounds. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to even lift it, let alone swing it, but in his hand it was as light as a feather. The Yellow Fong minion continued, his tone filled with undisguised excitement and greed. Boss, that tribe just appeared 4 days ago. I heard they are very rich. He licked his cracked lips and added, the most important thing is that the place is full of old women. Everyone is dressed like this. Hey, we've never even seen this before. After hearing this, the man raised a meaningful smile and said, well done, kid. I'll have a clear look at them later. I'll grab them first and pick out a few pretty ones to marry the boss. As for the rest, brothers, enjoy the rest first. Then, the little yellow-fanged minion described the specific attire of Jiang Zhao's maids. The minions nearby suddenly burst into excited shouts when they heard it, like a group of fish smelling blood. The boss is awesome. Thank you for the reward, boss. Ha ha ha, there's something good today. The man glanced at them, raised the huge battle axe with one hand, and swung it forward fiercely. Everyone, speed up. If it's too late, don't blame me for not leaving some soup for you. Upon hearing this, the minions spurred their horses to speed up, and the team's speed suddenly increased a bit. This tall man, whom they called Boss, was obviously very strong, as could be seen from the fact that he could wield the battle axe weighing hundreds of pounds at will. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Otherwise, he would not have brought less than 20 minions to attack Jiang Xiaoxin's new territory. But even if their number is less than 20, this is a huge threat to a territory that was only built 2.5 days ago. The night was chilly and the firelight flickered. Soon, this group of people approached the outskirts of Jiang Zhao's territory. They raised the torches in their hands and surrounded the gate of Jiang Zhao's territory. The Yellow Fong henchman waved a rusty machete in his hand and shouted, listen up, everyone inside. This land belongs to us, Blackhead Peak. In other words, this place and you are all under our control. If you want to live, hand over your valuables. Also, all the women in the territory, wash and tie them up and wait for me to choose them. Our brothers from Blackhead Peak only seek wealth and sex, not murder. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. In the light of the fire, Huangya grinned fiercely, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth, and the expression on his face became even more vicious. The surrounding bandits echoed the attack, pounding the ground with various weapons in a menacing manner. Within the territory, Black Cat and Liu had already sensed the enemy's approach and reported the news to Jiang Shao immediately. It turns out that the faster we develop, the more dangerous the invasion we encounter will be. Jiang Shao looked at these bandits. He roughly counted that there were about 20 of them. They had the advantage in numbers, especially the tall man riding a horse and holding a battle axe. He doesn't look like a good person. Jiang Shao decisively deployed tactics. Liu, Ziling, you two will focus on dealing with the guy on horseback with an axe. Ziyin, just use your long-range guidance to shoot him hard for me. Outside the territory, the Yellow Fong minions were getting impatient waiting. Hey, are you deaf or dead? I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, my brothers will break it down. When the time comes, don't blame us for being ruthless and leaving no one alive. The bandits raised their weapons one by one, preparing to attack the stone wall outside the territory. Jiang Shao knew that his wall could hold out for a while, but for these organized bandits, it was only a matter of time before the wall was broken. Once they rush in, burn, and loot, the territory will be in ruins. The battlefield cannot be placed inside the territory. But we can't go out now. To be on the safe side, we have to rely on these walls to consume the bandits' physical strength. We can also use bows and arrows to consume them. It would be best if we can kill them. 20 minutes later, one side of the wall collapsed a little, and the bandits' physical strength was also depleted. It's about time. Jiang Shao took an iron spear and rushed out with the maids. He is at the front. With the Sky's Wrathhorn armor, you can block 100% of the damage caused by excellent level and below weapons. Except for the one on horseback, the others must have had tattered weapons. Also holding spears were Liu and Ziling behind Jiang Shao. Standing next to Jiang Shao was Zihan holding a shield. Isn't this true? Hey, these ladies, especially the one next to the guy, she's wearing fox ears. They look so damn cool. Just a few of them? And they're holding weapons. That is, holding a few big spears, ready to pick the teeth of the masters. All these bandits laughed wildly. The minions with yellow teeth spoke again. Boy, are you the boss here? If you don't want to die, hand them and the valuables in your territory over to us. Otherwise, you fuck me. I'll fuck you. After Jiang Shao finished speaking the quintessence of Chinese culture, he rushed forward and stabbed the yellow-toothed boy in the heart with a spear. Such tremendous power. He actually poked a transparent hole directly in the body of this yellow-haired minion. Chapter 32, They Are Not Human. They Are Monsters. First day on the shelves, 3rd update today. Jiang Shao looked at the bandit lying on the ground, his hand still tightly holding the spear, his mind blank. Although I have killed wild boars and yaks in a while before, it was completely different from now. Although the person killed was a bandit, he was also a living person. For Jiang Shao, who had previously lived in a modern city, this was something he couldn't accept all at once. This feeling of adrenaline rushing through his body made Jiang Shao feel like vomiting. But at this time, the bandits were all angry because their members were killed in the blink of an eye, which was a slap in their faces. Fuck it, brothers, charge at me. He dared to kill our Blackhead Peak brothers. I'll kill him. Rush ahead. The tall man raised his battle axe and rode his horse straight towards Jiang Shao. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his voice was like thunder. If you dare to touch my people, you are seeking death. The swing of the battle axe created a whistling sound in the wind. Bang! This battle axe was actually bounced away. Jiang Shao looked down at the faint light emitted by the sky horn armor and realized that it was the effect of blessing of the yak god. It is worthy of being a legendary armor. This is very practical, as it is immune to 100% damage caused by excellent level and below weapons. Seeing that he couldn't hurt Jiang Shao, although he didn't understand what was going on, his years of fighting instinct made him chop Liu next to Jiang Shao with another axe. The next second, a heavy shield suddenly blocked the path of the battle axe. It's Zihan who came to support. The huge crash sounded like thunder, shaking the ground around it so much that it seemed to tremble slightly. The battle axe in the tall man's hand was actually shaken by her and flew out of his hand, falling to the ground a few meters away with a bang. The horse he was riding was also frightened by the huge impact. It neighed, raised its front hooves, then turned and galloped away, throwing him heavily to the ground. His horse is gone, now's the time. Following Jiang Zhao's order, Liu and Zi Ling also rushed forward. Although the bandit leader did not gain any benefit from this confrontation and even had his weapon knocked away, it aroused his bloodiness. He got up and picked up the battle axe. Young men, take care of this man first. Obviously, he did not have a clear understanding of Jiang Zhao's combat power, and he had not yet realized that the main combat power was these maids. The bandits responded one after another. How dare you attack our leader? Come with me and chop him up. It's ridiculous that a bunch of stinky old women are trying to resist. Brothers, remember to be gentle and don't scratch these guys' faces. It will be tough if the boss blames you. Don't worry, we'll just get some ropes to tie them up in a bit. This group of bandits obviously didn't take Jiang Xiao and his maids seriously and rushed up with their leader. At this time, Ziling suddenly threw the spear in his hand directly at the bandit leader. Her ability is strong power, which allows her to throw the spear, but it is not very accurate. The leader moved to the side and easily avoided the fatal blow. He stared at Ziling with a fierce smile. Little sister, your aim is not good. Go home and practice more before coming out again. However, his mocking words had not yet fallen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several arrows came from behind. It's Ziyan. She stood in the distance, drawing her bow like a full moon. The arrow was launched at an extremely tricky angle, hitting the bandit leader's shoulder and upper body directly. The two of them cooperated perfectly. Puff! The arrows hit accurately. One pierced his shoulder and the other pierced his right arm. Now, Jiang Xiao and Liu rushed forward almost at the same time, raising their spears and stabbing at the bandit leader. Brothers, the leader is in danger. Protect him quickly. Stop them. Whoever dares to hurt the leader, I will bury his entire family with him. When the bandits saw their boss injured, they panicked and prepared to come to help, but they were too far away to stop it in time. Ziling rushed up quickly from the side. She used all her strength to snatch the battle axe that the bandit leader had dropped on the ground and threw it out. Laugh! Jiang Xiao took the opportunity to stab the bandit leader in the abdomen with his spear. At the same time, Liu's spear pierced his chest from the side. You actually dared to kill our third in command. Do you know who the boss of our Blackhead Peak is? He's looking for death. A minion shouted with a ferocious look on his face. He raised a rusty, broken sword in his hand and threw it with all his strength, sending it flying straight toward Jiang Zhao's chest. Call out. The broken sword cut through the air, and although its speed was not fast, it went straight to Jiang Zhao's vital points. Bang! The tip of the sword hit Jiang Zhao's chest accurately. But the next second, a set of illusory armor with a faint blue glow appeared on Jiang Zhao's clothes again. A layer of light blue protective shield instantly enveloped Jiang Zhao's body. As soon as the broken sword touched the protective shield, it was blown away by the huge rebound force and bounced straight back in front of the little bandit who threw the weapon. Ding dong! The broken sword fell to the ground. The little minion was confused. He looked at the weapon that bounced back, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He didn't understand why his weapon not only failed to hurt the other party, but was bounced back instead. Jiang Xiao raised his head and looked fiercely at the bandit not far away again. When the bandit met Jiang Zhao's gaze, his body trembled slightly and he felt a little scared. Puff! The spear in Jiang Zhao's hand mercilessly pierced the chest of the little bandit. The little bandit opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground without even a grunt. Jiang Xiao now feels that his physical condition has improved greatly compared to before, both in terms of speed and strength. Master, leave the rest to us. Ziling stepped into the group of bandits. She grabbed one bandit with her left hand and another with her right hand and threw them heavily together. What a primitive and effective way of fighting. The sound of the two bandits' bones breaking could be heard clearly, and the other minions around them instantly lost their fighting spirit. Liu and Ziling rushed into the bandits like tigers into a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, blood splattered everywhere without any hesitation. In less than 3 minutes, the originally ferocious bandits had been killed to pieces. This group of bandits have been occupying this area and doing whatever they want. There are at least hundreds of people who have been bullied by them. But these bandits had never seen anything like this. How could there be such a big deal? How come these women, who all look pretty and charming, are so fierce in a fight? The remaining bandits all dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. Ah, run. They are not human. They are monsters. Chapter 33. Bandits Invade. This time we're going to make a fortune. Available today. 4th update today. Liu's figure was incredibly fast. In just a few steps, he caught up with the bandits who wanted to escape and pinned them to the ground one by one in an instant. The bandits who were so arrogant before now didn't even have the strength to struggle and were thrown to the ground like mud. Seeing that they could not escape, the bandits quickly began to beg for mercy. Sister, sister, please, please don't kill me. One of the bandits was so frightened that his face turned pale and he even wet his pants. Master, don't kill me. I will serve you in the future. We will take care of all the work in the territory. We will definitely listen to you. Once one bandit began to surrender, the other bandits would quickly follow suit and beg for mercy. They all crawled towards Jiang Shao, vying to show their loyalty. Master, please spare my life. I will be absolutely loyal to you from now on. I promise to guard your house and never slack off. Yes, yes, sir, as long as you don't kill us. We are willing to serve you like a slave. Whether I am guarding the house or serving as a waiter, I have no complaints. Jiang Shao looked coldly at these bandits begging for mercy, but his heart was calm and he even felt like laughing. Well, that does sound nice. But Jiang Shao is not a fool. This kind of person cannot be trusted at all. You never know if he will stab you in the back one day. It is impossible to allow these bandits to join the organization. If Jiang Shao had lost today, they would definitely not let him off. Besides, what's the use of having these bandits in your own territory? 10 bandits put together are not as good as one of my maids. Deal with them. Liu and Ziling moved upon hearing the sound, swinging their spears and axes. A few screams briefly echoed in the night sky. Jiang Shao won a great victory in this defensive battle, and not even one maid was injured. Then, it was Jiang Zhao's favorite part, picking up the spoils. This time, I will definitely make a fortune. Jiang Shao and Qiuya took stock. 97 units of iron ore, an intermediate black iron battle axe, 5 crude iron axes, 5 crude iron spears, a lowly horse, a Bluaprinov a Chevauche de la Cam Construction, a map of Blackhead Peak, 169 silver coins. As for the bodies of these bandits, just bury them anywhere. It would be bad if they were left outside to rot and stink, causing plague. Among these trophies, what attracted Jiang Shao the most was not this intermediate black iron battle axe. It's not more than 160 silver coins. Because adding the previous 10 gold coins, Jiang Shao didn't know how much it was worth. What really attracted him were the drawings of the Chevaux de Frise construction and the map of Blackhead Peak. Choosing bar blueprint requires 3 iron spikes and 10 units of wood. Introduction: a combination of a sturdy wooden frame and sharp iron spikes, designed to intercept enemy charges. Suitable for deployment outside the territory or in narrow passages. Good stuff. The architectural drawings of this kind of fortifications are all good stuff. Moreover, this can be used in conjunction with a fence, with the Chevaux de Frise placed outside the fence. The required iron spikes are not difficult to make. They can be made at a blacksmith's table using 5 units of iron ore and 10 units of wood. That is to say, one Chevaux de Frise only requires 40 units of wood and 15 units of iron ore. However, because Jiang Shao has not found an iron ore yet and does not have a stable source for the time being, he does not need to learn this blueprint for the time being. Finally, Jiang Shao focused on the Blackhead Peak map. Blackhead Peak, primary bandit camp. The first lord to successfully attack the bandit camp will receive a reward. Bandit leaders. Leader number 1, One-Eyed Xiong. Leader number 2, Crooked Zhang. Leader number 3, Iron Axley killed. Number of bandits, 57. Introduction. Blackhead Peak is a primary bandit camp, currently in the development stage. By attacking Blackhead Peak, you can not only obtain a large number of primary weapons and a moderate amount of intermediate supplies, but also drop rare blueprints or high-level supplies, and even obtain special items. The camp will return to normal strength after 3 days, and this is the best window period for attacking. Additional topographic map of the Blackhead Peak bandit camp, including the main buildings, the distribution of sentry towers, resource storage points, and the areas where the leader usually moves around. After seeing the introduction, Jiang Shao remembered. The group of bandits just now said that this was their Blackhead Peak territory. It turns out that the one who came tonight was the number 3 leader, Iron Axley. There were still 2 leaders and 57 bandits left in their stronghold. With Jiang Zhao's current strength, he probably can't beat them. Will there be 3 leaders in this village in 3 days? Jiang Shao muttered something in a low voice, silently calculating something. In less than 20 minutes, the battlefield was cleared. The territories of other lords were also invaded to varying degrees. However, the highest level others can build is a mid-level wooden house, second-level main city, and there are very few buildings in the territory, almost none. But at most they were attacked by some wild beasts, but the ferocity and number of the beasts varied. Everything seemed to be planned, the difficulty level for everyone was just right, and as long as you respond fully and use your brain more, the chances of survival are still very high. Of course, there are also those lords who slandered Jiang Shao in the afternoon and even asked the farmers to go out to work in the evening. These people suffered heavy losses, and some of them even had no time to resist before they became the midnight snack of wild beasts along with the farmers in their territories. At this time, Jiang Shao was sitting in front of the wooden house, still waiting for the reward. He clearly remembered the original words written on the cowhide scroll. If you handle it properly, the rewards will exceed your imagination. If you handle it wrongly, you will fall into the abyss. This scroll obtained from the Yak King would definitely not deceive Jiang Shao. But what about the promise on the scroll? What about the rewards beyond imagination? Could it be that the reward is the drawings and weapons seized from the bandits? Jiang Shao looked at the chat area again, but found that he couldn't send messages. Everyone was banned. There was nothing I could do but go back to sleep. Jiang Shao was in a complicated mood tonight because it was his first time to kill someone, so he slept alone. It was not until the next morning before dawn that Jiang Shao was awakened by a loud noise. Congratulations! You have completed your first Rookie Lord Challenge and successfully defended your territory. Oh no, the cowhide scroll didn't lie to me. Is this going to give me a reward? After determination, the overall rating of your task is 9 stars. Since your performance far exceeds that of most other lords, you have received a hidden reward. Do you want to claim it? Why would you even think about this? How could you not accept it? Jiang Shao was about to choose yes when a voice sounded again. Your reward is extremely generous and may cause strong attention or a huge commotion from others. You can choose to hide the announcement. What? The reward is extremely generous and will cause a huge commotion among others. You should know that when Jiang Shao was the first to upgrade to the 2nd and 3rd level main cities, there was no such prompt. This means that this reward is far greater than the previous rewards. Putting aside the other lords for now, Jiang Zhao's heart had already started beating wildly. Jiang Shao began to think about the pros and cons here. Since yesterday afternoon, many people in the chat area have been hostile to him and started to add fuel to the fire. Jiang Shao also understands the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. This time, Jiang Shao chose to keep a low profile. However, Jiang Shao still underestimated the gossiping abilities of the other lords. Although he hid the announcement, in just half a day, everyone guessed from various clues that he was the first place. Receive rewards, hide announcement. The next second, the reward quietly appeared on the straw mat in front of Jiang Shao. He was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body froze, and he even felt his heart stop beating for a moment. Is this fucking true? Chapter 34 Jiang Shao didn't survive this time. Available today, 5th update today. Sword of Go Jian, King of Yue, the best sword in the world. Jiang Xiaowang couldn't remain calm when he saw the first line. What the hell is this? Is this how you open the door? Any Chinese person knows what this sword means. It is the ancestor of all weapons and a national treasure in modern society. Moreover, the quality of this sword of Go Jian, King of Yu, is not high-level, epic, legendary, or mythical, but the best sword in the world. This is definitely an exclusive entry that surpasses all qualities. Jiang Shao couldn't contain his excitement before he even looked at the detailed properties. He calmed himself down and looked carefully at the best sword in the world. The sword body is made of bronze, and the sword surface is covered with delicate and symmetrical black diamond-shaped dark grid patterns. The front of the sword guard is inlaid with a blue-colored glaze, as deep as the sea, and the back is warm turquoise. What made Jiang Zhao's heart surge the most was the 8 ancient characters in seal script on the sword. Yuwang Jiuqian uses his own sword. It's exactly the same as the picture in the history book when I was in school. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Shao said this to himself, as he couldn't wait to check the detailed properties. Sword of Go Jian, King of Yue, the best sword in the world. Introduction: A sword. Seal, 99% sealed. As the Lord's reputation increases, the seal will be gradually lifted and more special effects will be obtained. Phone. Increase the income within the territory by 10%. And plague and disasters will never occur in the territory. Luck. Luck will be greatly improved. Civil. The chance of recruiting talents has been greatly improved. Battle. During combat, the morale of all allies increases by 50%. The sword of Go Jian, King of Yu, will only be effective within the territory. Fuck. Jiang Shao didn't know what to say except the two words fuck. The more awesome something is, the shorter its introduction is. This introduction is simply a sword. It is worthy of being something of its own exclusive quality. Just the 6 effects brought about by unlocking the seal 1% are already amazing enough. No wonder I was reminded to hide the announcement. If it were made public, who knows what a sensation it would cause. Although other lords do not pose any substantial threat to him now. What if they're the natives of this world? Now, Haitifeng himself may not be able to defeat a junior bandit. If other lords tell this news to other intermediate and advanced bandits, he will be doomed. Jiang Shao planned to hide this thing first. It should be possible to place it anywhere in the territory, right? He simply made an exquisite long wooden box with high-quality wood and put the sword in it. As for where to put it, of course it was under Jiang Zhao's straw mat, which was quite safe. Even if other people could enter the gates surrounded by Jiang Zhao's wall, they could not enter Jiang Zhao's wooden house. Jiang Shao had already set up permissions for the wooden house. Except for himself and his maid, no one else could enter unless he died or the wooden house collapsed. And the loyalty of all of his maids is over 100, so they will definitely not steal it. After doing all this, Jiang Shao opened the chat area again. The chat area was lively again because everyone's ban had been lifted. Everyone was discussing the rewards, and 9 people publicly disclosed the rewards they received. The first person to receive the public reward was Wu Hao. His overall mission rating was 3.5 stars, and he received an excellent weapon and some mid-level supplies. Jiang Shao knew the second person who was publicly rewarded. He was his former subordinate, Brother Wu. His overall mission rating was 3.2 stars, and he received an excellent grade armor and some supplies. There are also 7 people whose star ratings are between 2 and 3 stars, and their rewards are good and bad, all of which are some high-level equipment, blueprints, supplies, and the like. Chenbo, the second younger brother sponsored by Jiang Shao, ranked 7th. Judging from the content of the chat area, those who publicly received the rewards were not the only ones who received them. Any lord who survived last night's invasion will receive a prize of some kind. Therefore, these lords showed off their prizes in the chat area. Do you know how dangerous it was yesterday? 2 blind bears came last night. They beat a farmer like me to death. Fortunately, I dug a trap during the day. 2 blind bears are so fierce. 3 leopards came directly to my doorstep yesterday. 3 leopards. You actually survived. That's right. It was all thanks to the iron sword I got from Jiang Shao. I'm not bragging about how sharp it is. I chopped off a leopard's head with 1 strike of the sword. After saying this, everyone tacitly thought of Jiang Shao, who had traded a large number of iron weapons in the chat area yesterday. Me too. Thanks to Jiang Zhao's weapon. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see the sun this morning. Yes. Besides, if we kill a beast, we will instantly have a lot more meat, and life will get better immediately. For those lords who successfully survived last night's invasion, this harvest will be enough to keep them full for a long time. Coupled with the material rewards they received, their development speed was greatly improved. I can't say that for everyone, but more than 80% of the lords who survived last night can upgrade their dilapidated wooden houses into intermediate wooden houses today. Even those who rank at the top can be upgraded to high-end cabins in the next few days. As for the remaining 20%, they are suffering heavy losses. Although these people survived, it was no different from being dead. They did not succeed in killing the beast because they were not strong enough and had no suitable weapons, so they just drove it away. The final overall mission rating was less than 0.5 stars, and neither food nor reward materials were obtained for killing the beasts. Basically, after the second invasion, they could just pack up and die. By the way, who is Wu Hao? I've never heard of him before, and he actually got 3.5 stars in the end. It turns out there are more big shots than him. That's right, I'm only 1.5 stars. This is more than twice as much as me. Brother Wu Hao, is your family in need of a mistress? I can develop her at will. Boss Wu Hao, do you have any survival tips? Can you teach us? Can you show us the excellent weapons you got? This lord named Wu Hao had never experienced the feeling of being the center of attention, and the word low-key did not exist in his dictionary. What's so good about excellent weapons? I asked my peasant to try it out, and it was just average. It just chopped down 2 big trees with one strike. Wu Hao's pretense immediately attracted a lot of licks. One sword, cut down 2 big trees? Is that normal? As expected of the big boss, this weapon can kill a tiger or a blind bear with one strike. What's the big deal? Boss Jiang Xiao has a legendary armor. This sword can't even break Boss Jiang Zhao's defense. Someone in the chat area said this, turning the topic to Jiang Xiao. No, guys, something seems to be wrong today. I felt it too. I noticed it since early this morning. Yes, why is Jiang Shun not among the 9 people announced? Instantly, a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Could it be that Jiang Xiao didn't make it into the top 9 this time? Is the overall mission rating below 2 stars? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His main city is of the highest level, so it must be the most difficult. If he completes it, the star rating must be at least 4 stars. You mean, Boss Jiang Xiao didn't survive this time? Chapter 35. It's a pity that this kid didn't become an intelligence dealer. Available today, 6th update today. Jiang Xiao is dead. The entire chat area instantly. The wind rises. The clouds surge. In the beginning, no one actually believed it. After all, Jiang Zhao's frequent screen refreshes over the past 3 days had made everyone think that Jiang Xiao was omnipotent. But as Jiang Xiao hadn't spoken a word, people kept asking whether Jiang Xiao was dead. More and more people began to think that Jiang Xiao had failed this time. I still don't believe it. Jiang Xiao can take out so many iron weapons to sell to everyone. This means he must have better weapons. I agree. Besides, Jiang Xiao also gave the Yak King a legendary protective gear when he killed him. It's impossible for him to die so easily. That's right. We're those people who say that Jiang Xiao is dead in failed thinking. Most of the lords who defended Jiang Xiao had traded with him before. Whether it was the food on the first day or the iron weapons on the 3rd day, Jiang Xiao was their savior. Naturally, they were unwilling to believe that Jiang Xiao had failed. But there are more people who are against them. What's the matter? Maybe he didn't keep any iron weapons and sold all the weapons. That's right. I think he deserves to die. Why can he eat beef comfortably every day while we are starving and freezing? It's really a matter of time. My opinion is that it's a good death. Hey, my own failure is not terrible. Although I only got 0.5 stars this time, I felt relieved when I heard that Jiang Xiao failed. +1. +1, I feel good too. Those who slandered Jiang Xiao were all people who were jealous of him. Now that they had the opportunity to drag Jiang Xiao down, they would naturally not be stingy. Some people even started to say that Jiang Xiao sold too little beef and weapons, and that he deserved to die. The chat area was suddenly filled with tension. Fuck you, you losers. You couldn't get the iron weapons and beef, so you started to slander Jiang Xiao. F***K you. You're a bunch of followers. If you can send out your coordinates, I'll bring the peasants to tear down your house. That's right. If you have the ability to slander God Jiang, do you dare to send out the coordinates of your home? Jiang Xiao watched these lords firing at each other, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It seems that many people wish they were dead. Sudden, Jiang Xiao received a message from Uncle Chun. Brother Jiang, are you there? I know you're definitely not dead. Jiang Xiao, how do you know? Uncle Chun, I guessed. And you replied to me. Doesn't it mean you are not dead? Jiang Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? Delete the nonsense if you continue. Uncle Chun panicked. Stop. Let's get to the point. I got another piece of information. Jiang Xiao had been curious about Uncle Chun before. This guy could pick up scrolls whenever he went out. And he also knew that there would be a territory invasion on the 3rd day. His ability to collect intelligence should not be underestimated. Tell me about it. Uncle Chun didn't waste any words this time and got straight to the point. I gained a little extra HP from this invasion. Uncle Chun continued to explain, just when I obtained the chi and health value. I also received a prompt saying that when the main city is upgraded to level 6, the personal panel will be unlocked, which contains the detailed chi and health value attributes of the Lord. I feel now that I'm a little stronger than before. Chi and blood value. This was the first time Jiang Xiao heard this term. But Uncle Chun said that he felt stronger than before. Is this the same effect as the blazing blood fruit he took before? After taking the blazing blood fruit, my strength increased not just a little bit, but almost doubled. Why didn't I receive any reminder to increase my chi and health points? Could it be that I was in so much pain that night that I fainted and didn't hear it? Don't worry about it for now. Uncle Chen's information is indeed useful. You will know everything once the main city is upgraded to level 6. It would be a pity if this guy didn't become an intelligence dealer. Jiang Shao directly gave Uncle Chun 3 pounds of high-quality beef as a reward. Tell me if you have any intelligence in the future. Uncle Chun was stunned. He had originally wanted to share this information with Jiang Shao, but he unexpectedly received 3 pounds of high-quality beef. He was even more devoted to Jiang Shao. Jiang, brother Jiang, you are really my brother Jiang. Brother, someone is slandering you in the chat area right now, and even said that you are dead. Did you see that? Brother Jiang, how many stars is your mission reward? Can I go and prove your innocence for you? Jiang Shao didn't care. As long as his sword wasn't known to others, it would be fine. Jiao Xing, do as you please. Uncle Chun. Wu Hao in the chat area popped up again. Everyone, listen to me. I think Jiang Shao is most likely dead. Someone just said that the faster a territory develops, the greater the challenges it faces. Jiang Shao upgraded to a high-end wooden house on the first day and even killed the Yak King. With this rate of development, we may face beasts more powerful than the Yak King, or even invasions from bandits and robbers. And everyone has seen the rewards for the 9 of us. If Jiang Shao succeeds, he will definitely be the first place with the highest reward, given the difficulty of his mission. But there's no announcement yet, so he's definitely dead. Wu Hao was so happy that he almost took off. He couldn't help himself when he thought about being the #1 in the future, being praised by other lords every day, and even being able to support some female lords. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, the dogs stretched out their tongues to lick him. Look, what Boss Wu said makes a lot of sense. Even if Jiang Shao survived, his score would definitely be below 1 star. Most of his peasants must have been killed or injured, so he definitely can't surpass Wu Dalao. Wu Hao is our well-deserved first lord. Brother Wu, I'm with your territory tonight to give you a massage, okay? Wu Hao enjoyed it more and more as he watched these people licking him. In just 2.5 minutes, he added more than 100 female lords in their 20s. Just when he was about to add another 100 female lords, Chen Biave slapped him hard in the face with a word in the chat area. You? Comparing with Jiang Shao? Are you worthy? How worthy are you? Uncle Chen ranked 7th, and everyone had previously speculated that there was some kind of connection between Uncle Chun and Jiang Shao. Those who had supported Jiang Shao before found hope. Uncle Chun, do you know something? Is Jiang Shao not dead? Yes, you must be a good friend of Mr. Jiang, right? You finally showed up? Hurry up and ask Jiang Shao to come out and say something. The person who was most humiliated at this time was Wu Hao. He had just said that Jiang Shao was dead, but this person told him that he was not worthy to be compared with him. But Wu Hao was not afraid of Uncle Chun, who was ranked 7th. What did you mean by that sentence just now? Uncle Chun didn't give him any slack. Are you blind or deaf? Then I'll say it again. I say, you Wu Hao want to compete with Jiang Shao. You are not worthy. Chapter 36, 3.5 stars. Is that awesome? Available today, 7th update today. Please give me some praises. Wu Hao was just immersed in the crowd's admiration. But in the blink of an eye, he was awakened by a slap in the face by Uncle Chun. He felt like he had eaten a pound of dog shit and it was stuck in his throat. It would be uncomfortable whether you swallow it or not. But fortunately, a bunch of followers that Wu Hao had just received came out. Uncle Chun, are you a jack of all trades? If Jiang Shao wasn't dead, would you let him come out and say something? Let's take a step back and say that even if he did pass, he wouldn't be on the list. How can he compare with my brother Wu? Times have changed. Find someone else to lick, you stinky brother. That's right. My brother Wu could probably split Jiang Zhao's house in half with 1 strike. Facing the ridicule from Wu Hao's lackeys, Uncle Chun wanted to laugh. A bunch of mad dogs. Let me tell you, if Wu Hao wants to surpass Jiang Shao, he has to wait until his next life. Others didn't know where Uncle Chun got such a big tone. Are you a repeater? Is this all you know? Is it because Jiang Shao died and you have no one to hug you, so you are furious? Boss Wu Hao's mission score is 3.5 points. You are just ranked 7th with a score of 2.7. Don't try to offend me, okay? Relying on their numbers, they attacked Uncle Chun fiercely, word by word. But Uncle Chun is a chatterbox, and he is least afraid of talking too much. 3.5 stars? Is that awesome? Jiang Shun, 9 stars. There was a brief silence in the chat area for 10 seconds, like the calm before a storm. Fuck him, 999 stars. If he's not a buddy, how come he still has 9 stars? Is Jiang Shao a human? That means Jiang Zhao's score is more than twice that of Wu Hao. At this time, Wu Hao stared at the screen in a daze without saying anything. His face looked extremely bad, as if it had been dripped with wax, and even a little hot. Half a minute ago, he swore that Jiang Xiao was most likely dead and analyzed this and that for everyone. In the end, Jiang Xiao's mission reward was 9 stars, ranking first. But he was also a little puzzled. Why didn't Jiang Xiao, who had 9 stars, get any reward? His younger brothers also asked these questions in the chat area. Uncle Chun, you said 9 stars means 9 stars? I still have 20 stars. That's right. You're just making it up without thinking. Think about it with your feet. Is it really possible that someone can pass the difficulty of 9 stars? When Wu Hao saw this, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. That makes sense. They have a point. Perhaps this Uncle Chun is just talking nonsense. But soon the second slap hit his face. Uncle Chun spoke again. I knew you guys wouldn't obey. Brother Jiang Xiao didn't announce it because he was hiding it, understand? Let me ask you a question. If you got 650 points in the college entrance examination, would you go to kindergarten and show off to 5-year-old children? Boss Jiang Xiao doesn't even want the excellent weapon that Wu Hao is talking about. Didn't you notice that the upgrade to the second-level main city was announced 10 times? And this time, only 9 people disclosed the rewards and star ratings they received. The only thing missing is Jiang Xiao's first place. You can't even do math. You just follow me and lick my ass. I would say like master, like dog. Jiang Xiao was amused when he saw Uncle Chun saying these words. Although this guy's name isn't very good, his analytical ability is indeed good. No, that's not right. This guy is really good at making up stories. Because I only told him that I got 9 stars and didn't mention anything else. It was all just this kid's fantasy. The chat area fell into silence for a few seconds again. This time, it was the calm after the storm. A full 9 stars. No one could digest this news. The reward for 3.5 stars is so great. What Jiang Xiao got is unimaginable. This kind of quiet atmosphere made Uncle Chun feel a little uncomfortable. He had just been able to display his talent for talking. But how come it ended now? He opened the topic again. Guess what reward he got? I can't guess it, Brother Bo. Tell my brother quickly, so that the brothers can keep an eye on it. Fuck, a 9-star reward. I can't even imagine it. Everyone started asking about Jiang Xiao's reward. The most panicked person at this moment was Jiang Xiao. This Uncle Chun, does he know what he has obtained? If other people knew about this, I would probably become the target of public criticism. Jiang Xiao was about to send it to him to tell him not to continue, but Uncle Chun gave his answer in the chat area. What reward? How would I know? Others. Jiang Xiao. Uncle Chun talked a lot of nonsense, and the last few sentences were equivalent to saying nothing. Jiang Xiao planned to come out and talk about the reward he got. Everyone, I did receive a 9-star reward, and there's nothing to hide about the reward. It's a mythical building, ancient blessing, that keeps my residents from getting sick. To be honest, it's impossible to tell. But 9 stars definitely has more than just these rewards. Jiang Xiao only knew about one mythical item, so he moved this building out. Oh my god, wouldn't it be faster to develop in the future if we have this thing? Where's the guy who just said he wanted to catch up with Jiang Shun? Why doesn't he come out to analyze it? That's right, why don't you talk? Wu Hao felt very uncomfortable at this time, even more uncomfortable than eating shit. And he didn't even plan to talk, so why are there still people tagging him like crazy? After Jiang Xiao said these 2 sentences, he left the chat area. Just then, the report started again. Congratulations to Lord Wudi, the second one to own a level 3 main city. Reward: an excellent weapon and 300 random high-level resources. Oh wow, it seems that Brother Wu is developing very fast. In fact, Wu Di was the first person to ask Jiang Xiao what was going on, and Jiang Xiao simply replied, still alive. It can be seen that Brother Wu and Uncle Chun don't want anything to happen to themselves. However, Wu Di did not choose a random finished building or a horse, but chose excellent weapons and high-level resources. This is indeed a wise choice for those of them who are just ordinary farmers. Jiang Xiao returned to the door of the wooden house and planned to recruit 4 more maids for today. Today's 4 maids are all related to production. Miaoji, armor making, master of armor making. Tian, grazing, farmland, 20 times farmland critical hit. Meng, stone and sand collection, 100 times the stone and sand collection critical hit. Xieying, fishing, hunting, 20x lucky fishing aura. It's true that they make up for what they lack. These 4 maids are extremely powerful, etc. The 4th maid who is good at fishing. What is Xieying wearing? Jiang Xiao rubbed his eyes and walked closer to Xieying, wanting to see more clearly. He kept getting closer and was almost going in. Nosebleed started instantly. This Sieying is wearing a swimsuit. Chapter 37. Speed up construction. Just rush, and it will be over. Available today, the 8th update today. The outfits of the first 3 people, Miaoji, Tian Tian, and Meng Meng, are relatively normal. All of them are classic maid outfits. There's a slight difference. Miaoji, who is good at making protective gear, also wears an apron hung with various small tools, such as hammers, needles and threads, files, etc., and there's also an exquisite small bag with pendants around her waist. Tian Tian, who is good at farming, wears a straw hat. Meng Meng, who is good at collecting stones and sand, wears a miner's hat with a headlamp. The only thing Jiang Xiao couldn't take his eyes off was Xieying, who is good at fishing. She was wearing a light blue halter-neck bikini. There was not much fabric, but it covered the key parts, perfectly outlining her delicate collarbone and slender waist. Her lower body was a matching miniskirt swimsuit. The hem of the skirt was embroidered with a few starfish and shells, and her skin shone like pearls in the sun. This is simply a crime. Jiang Xiao swallowed subconsciously and didn't know where to put his hands. Xieying seemed to notice Jiang Zhao's embarrassment. Master, I made this suit myself for fishing and hunting. Are you satisfied? Jiang Zhao's heartbeat quickened when he heard this. Satisfied. Very satisfied. But, can you wear other clothes normally? Xieying tilted her head and blinked. Master, do you think this dress is ugly? Jiang Xiao, big, oh no. White, oh no. Beautiful. Then please do as you please. Then it was breakfast time for Jiang Xiao and the maids. It would be great if we could dig up some ginseng or something and let Xia make some more tonic food to improve her physical fitness. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao arranged for the maids to start performing their respective duties. For the 4 new members who came today, Jiang Xiao first made a high-quality cart for Meng Meng and asked her to go to the quarry a few kilometers away to quarry stones. Then he asked Xieying to go fishing, and before she left, Jiang Xiao made her a yak leather coat. Compared with yak leather armor, the yak leather jacket has no defensive properties. To put it bluntly, it is just an ordinary piece of clothing. We can't let Xieying walk outside in her swimsuit, right? As for Miaoji, she can only make some low-level protective gear now. Since there is no special building for making protective gear, Miaoji is simply allowed to accompany Xieying to go fishing. There is also Tian Tian. Since there are no farmland construction blueprints now, we will temporarily send her to help Chuya. For old members, they can still go wherever they want as before. After finishing all this, Jiang Xiao returned to the door of his luxury wooden house. Next, we need to upgrade the high-end wooden house to the 4th-level main city, Qingweiju. The 6,000 tiles that were burned last night before the bandits invaded have been finished. Excluding the 0.1% defective tiles, there are 5,989 tiles left. After some calculation, this means the defective rate is 0.2%, right? But the impact is not significant. Upgrading to Qingweiju only requires 5,000 units of tiles. Do you want to consume 10,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of thatch, 500 units of iron, and 5,000 units of tiles to upgrade the main city? Yes. This time the upgraded cabin did not change directly like before, but a hazy light curtain enveloped the cabin. Remaining time to upgrade to Qingweiju, 207 minutes. You can let your maid assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0/4. Can construction be accelerated by maid assistance? There was no need to hesitate. Jiang Xiao directly called over Ruoxue, who was chopping trees, Chuya, who was digging wild vegetables, and Songji, who was picking them. One more missing, plus a black cat. She doesn't have anything to do anyway. Exactly 4. As for the amount of extra resources needed, Jiang Xiao didn't care at all. Just be reckless. In an instant, the main city upgrade that originally took 207 minutes only took 57 minutes. It originally took more than 3 hours, but it was shortened to less than 1 hour. The total time was shortened by 150 minutes, and 150 more units of each of wood, stone, tile, and iron were consumed. These iron mines directly emptied Jiang Zhao's family assets. Since reaching the 3rd-level main city, the consumption of iron ore has increased dramatically, but I still don't have a stable source of iron ore. What we will face soon is that other buildings will also need to be upgraded. To upgrade the epic building Blessed Stone Altar in the territory to level 2, not only the intermediate resource copper is needed, but also the rarer gold mine. It was somewhat difficult for Jiang Xiao to collect these things. If you want to quickly obtain these resources, you can only do so by exchanging them with others. But there's a more serious fact. That is, those who survived last night have killed more or less wild beasts, so they definitely have no shortage of food. It is somewhat unrealistic to continue exchanging food for resources with everyone. But Jiang Xiao is still the only one who owns a blacksmith shop, and he still has what everyone lacks. He first unblocked messages from strangers, and then sent a message in the chat area. Everyone, I'm here to exchange things with you again. This time I need copper ore, iron ore, agate, and other intermediate resources. Of course, if you have high-level resources, that would be even better. I will take them all. As for what to exchange for, we can discuss that. I want to actively sell things today. If you have anything you want to exchange, you can come to me. Although Jiang Xiao said this, his body was still very honest. He also put out 2 items for free exchange to liven up the atmosphere. 500 caddies of wild boar meat, 500 caddies of yak meat, exchange for 30,000 3W units of stone. 50 caddies of apples, 50 caddies of pears, exchange for 30,000 3W units of clay. Jiang Xiao was planning to collect some raw materials for making tiles. Clay is something that is very cheap, so the food exchange ratio is very high. No, boss Jiang Xiao, didn't you say you wouldn't actively sell things? That's right. How come you're on the link right away? Oh my god, they are apples and pears. Wait a minute. This is 100 kilograms of fruit? How many fruit trees must have been climbed? Fuck, how come your hand is so quick? The apples and pears are gone in an instant. Which big brother has snatched apples? Can you exchange some with me? The chat area was once again ablaze with Jiang Xiao's fruit bombardment. If everyone has wild animal meat as a source of food, then fruit is a relatively scarce food. 50 kilograms of apples and 50 kilograms of pears were sold out in just 10 seconds. It has to be boss Jiang Xiao. Every time the chat area explodes with messages, it's because of him. But sir, can we get some more apples? The child hasn't had any fruit or vegetables in 3 days. +1. +1. Begging for another 100 pounds. Another 100 kilograms of apples? That's definitely impossible. Jiang Zhao's family didn't have too many fruits, and the purpose of putting apples and pears on the shelves was to lure these lords out. The number of people increased, and Jiang Xiao was overwhelmed. At this time, a message from someone attracted his attention. Chapter 38, This is Music. This is Art. Available today, 9th update today. Excuse me, do you have any medicine? Jiang Xiao. Excuse me, are you sick? The other party obviously did not expect Jiang Xiao to say this. My farmer is sick, but I don't know what the disease is. He's been lying down for the whole morning since he finished the battle last night. If you can save him, I will give you all the intermediate supplies. Jiang Xiao sympathized with him and his peasants, but the most important thing was how much he could exchange. All the mid-level supplies? How much is that? The man replied, 60 units of copper and 85 units of agate. Is that enough? This is all I have. When the other party was wondering whether Jiang Xiao would agree to this exchange condition, he received a prompt. Lord Jiang Xiao requests to trade with you. A bowl of low-level healing herbs in exchange for your 60 units of copper and 85 units of agate. Please confirm. He didn't dare to delay. Confirm. He excitedly put in the intermediate resources and finally exchanged them for a bowl of low-level healing herbs. Jiang Xiao reminded him again. This bowl of low-level healing herbs is more effective than what others have made. I hope it helps you. The other party burst into tears of gratitude. Big boss. Thank you so much. My farmers are saved. Jiang Xiao closed the private messages with him. The low-level healing herbs were made by the young nurse by Wei using the herbs she collected, and they were more effective. Since she hadn't built a medical clinic yet, she could only make low-level medicines. She didn't expect that anyone would actually need such things. Jiang Xiao looked at the messages sent by other lords again. In just a short while, there were hundreds of them. At least 1/10 of the lords wanted to change their medicine, just like the person just now. Maybe it was all because of the fierce battle last night. Although Jiang Xiao didn't want to miss this opportunity to make a fortune, he didn't have many low-level healing herbs, just a few bowls. I hope Wei can pick more herbs outside today. As for the remaining 90%, they want to exchange too many things, and the types are endless. Iron weapons, iron tools, animal skin, protective gear, etc. The most outrageous thing is that some people, in a hurry to upgrade the main city, actually exchanged intermediate supplies with Jiang Xiao for primary supplies. But iron weapons and tools are still the most popular. The iron heart in the blacksmith shop suddenly became busy. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Xian was concentrating on hammering out pieces of hot iron in the blacksmith shop. Jiang Xiao leaned against the door, his eyes burning. Even though Tai Xian doesn't talk much and his clothes are very conservative, he has everything he needs. She was wearing a simple blacksmith's overalls, long sleeves and long pants, with the collar tied tightly. But with every blow of her hammer, the unignorable outline of her chest rose and fell with the rise and fall of the hammer. Full of rhythm. This is music. This is art. Jiang Xiao just stood next to the blacksmith shop, admiring Tai Xian making equipment. Elegant, so elegant. It's informative. Too informative. I like it. I like it very much. After more than 10 minutes of trading, Jiang Xiao made a huge profit this time, earning a total of 1,104 units of copper or 350 units of agate, 147 units of crude oil, and some small amounts of other resources. The most exaggerated thing is iron ore, which was exchanged for 3,309 units. Of course, plus the 30,000 units of clay obtained in exchange for apples and pears. The 1,000 kilograms of yak meat and wild boar meat on the shelves have not been exchanged yet, and only 6,000 units of stone have been received so far, but there is no rush. Jiang Xiao handed a glass of water to Tai Xian, who was sweating profusely in the blacksmith shop. Take a rest. You've worked hard. Tiexin took off his heavy blacksmith's overalls. Thank you, master. Sweat had soaked through her clothes, and the fabric clung to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite curves. Especially the back, which was stained with sweat and reflected faint lines, making Jiang Xiao unable to take his eyes away. When Jiang Xiao handed over the water, his fingertips accidentally touched Tai Xian's hand. She took a sip of water, and beads of sweat slid down her cheeks to her collarbone and into her collar. Jiang Xiao had already begun to imagine where these beads of sweat would flow. He took a deep breath and walked out. This blacksmith shop is also a place that tests one's perseverance. 15 minutes later, with a slight vibration and prompt, the upgrade of the wooden house was finally completed. Jiang Xiao looked up, and the scene before him made him exclaim in amazement. Big, so big. The original high-end wooden house has been completely renovated and transformed into a magnificent tiled house. The foundation of the entire house was reinforced with solid stones and was obviously raised a lot. The original slightly thin wooden structure has been replaced with thick blue bricks and wooden beams, making the outline of the house clearer. The most eye-catching thing is the tiles covering the roof. The smooth tiles reflect a faint luster in the sun, complementing the surrounding environment. In addition, the overall area of the house has also been expanded significantly. This looks much more reliable. The life of the main city and the Lord are closely linked. The stronger the main city is, the more secure Jiang Xiao's life will be. Jiang Xiao checked the properties of Qingwe. Main city. Level. Qingweju, level 4. Population. 5/20ths. 6 maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings. 12/30ths. Heroes. Once a day. The Lord can activate heroes, and within 12 hours, the combat power of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 50%. Upgrade. To upgrade to a mosaic dwelling, you need 10,000 units of lime powder, 20,000 units of tiles, 10,000 units of clay, 2,000 units of iron ore, 10,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of silver coins. Number of buildings required for upgrading. 10 second-level buildings, 20 buildings. Wait, what's going on with this population? How come there are only 5 left? Where are the other maids? Soon, the clever Jiang Xiao figured out the reason. It must be because 4 new maids were recruited this morning and no houses were assigned to them, so they were included in the population of the main city. But such a smart protagonist. I think he's still not as smart as the readers. The biggest difference between upgrading to Qingweju and the previous one is the addition of an attribute, women. He remembered the last line written on the main city panel when it was still a high-end wooden house. After upgrading to Qingweju, you can randomly unlock a special building effect. This should be the unlocked building special effect. But is this effect the same for every lord's main city? Jiang Xiao thought of Wu Di, who is currently the second lord to own a high-end wooden house. He quickly opened his friend list and found Wu Di. Dude, let me ask you something. You're a level 3 main city now, right? Can you tell me what's written on the last line of the upgrade panel? Does it say anything about special building effects? Wu Di replied quickly. Boss, I'm catching fish with the farmers right now. But I remember clearly that the last line only mentioned the materials needed for the upgrade and did not mention any special building effects. Jiang Shao simply replied with a thank you and fell into deep thought. Could it be? This is the effect of my SSS talent. Is it just me? Chapter 39. Mine Unlimited Intermediate Resource Points. Available today, 10th update today. Let's not worry about it too much for now. After all, having special effects is better than having none. Jiang Shao looked at the materials needed to upgrade to Ma Shiju, lime powder and silver coins, but he had no way to obtain them. He originally thought that if the only materials needed to upgrade to level 5 were resources such as tiles and iron, he would just rush in all at once. But now, we have to wait for a few days. At this moment, Jiang Shao heard a familiar voice. Congratulations, you're the first lord to upgrade your main city to level 4. Please choose one as a reward. 1. 2 non-repetitive random finished buildings. 2. 5 top-quality horses. 3. A random intermediate resource point with no mining limit. Finally waited for you. This time you can choose rewards again, and you can choose one from 3. First, Jiang Shao ruled out the second one, 5 horses. Last time he joked about choosing all of them, but was forced to choose the third one. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get a mythical building. This time, do I have to choose 2 random finished buildings? If you choose it, it will definitely be a gamble. Jiang Shao looked at the first and third rewards with a fiery look in his eyes. After thinking it over, he still felt that it would be better to randomly choose a mid-level resource point with no mining limit. Just now, when Jiang Shao was exchanging intermediate resources with others, he also asked them that the refresh mechanism of those intermediate resources was different from that of trees, grass, and stones. Take Roashue, for example. The trees she cut down every day would grow again the next day. But those intermediate resources will not. One player only found a super small iron mine, and he only dug 40 iron ores, and then it was gone. Moreover, the current building upgrades require more and more intermediate resources, and the same is definitely true for other lords. If everyone develops at the current speed, then in a few days, intermediate resources will become as scarce as food on the first day. By then, this intermediate resource point, with no upper limit on mining, will be awesome. Choose a random intermediate resource point with no mining limit. Obtain an intermediate resource point, iron ore, with no mining limit. Obtain 1,000 units of copper or 1,000 units of crude oil, 1,000 units of agate, 100 units of refined copper, or 100 units of refined iron, or 100 units of gold, or... 3 seconds later, Jiang Zhao's report appeared in the chat area after a long absence. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own Qingwiju, level 4 main city. Reward: an intermediate resource point, iron ore, with no mining limit, 300 random advanced resources, and 3,000 intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own Qingwiju, level 4 main city. Reward: an intermediate resource point, iron ore, with no mining limit, 300 random advanced resources, and 3,000 intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own Qingwiju, level 4 main city. Reward: an intermediate resource point, iron ore, with no mining limit, 300 random advanced resources, and 3,000 intermediate resources. The chat area had been a little quieter, but now it was quiet again because Jiang Shao once again explode, 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 explode. This is back to the state of the day before yesterday. Did Boss Jiang Shao upgrade the main city again? I thought I was almost catching up with Jiang Shao. I'm just about to reach the 3rd level main city. What are you talking about? Catch up with Jiang Shao? Are you living in a dream? And didn't you notice that the 4th level main city is no longer called the wooden house, but the blue tile house? It must require rare materials that have never been used before. That's right. It takes so many resources to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. I can't even imagine how many resources are needed to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Finally, some of them came out with understanding people. Surpassed Jiang Shao? You're thinking too much. It takes a lot of resources to transform a high-end wooden house into a blue-tiled house, especially the tiles. It takes 24 hours for a brick kiln to burn tiles alone, but Jiang Shao still has 2 brick kilns burning at the same time. These lords don't even have a brick kiln, let alone tiles. But Jiang Shao did not say how difficult it would be to get promoted to Qingwiju. When they were short of tiles, that would be his chance to make a fortune. He built another brick kiln, and the 3 kilns together produced a large number of tiles. After doing all this, he returned to the door of Kingwoodju again. A level 4 main city can recruit 6 maids every day. Only 4 places have been used today, so 2 more can be recruited. The current number of maids that can be recruited is 2. Do you want to recruit them? Yes. Under Jiang Zhao's operation, the first maid walked out of the room. Maid, Yumi. Physical strength, 265/265. Ability, feeding. Skill, friend of animals. Greatly shortens the maturation cycle of raised animals and improves the quality of animal meat. Loyalty, 100. This name, Yumi? She was the first to come out, wearing a tight black sports vest. The lower body was wearing a pair of gray sweatpants, which were tightly attached to her legs, making the curve of her hips look fuller and more elastic. But what Jiang Xiao couldn't take his eyes off was the small whip in her hand. A small whip? This should be used for small animals, right? Jiang Xiao also wanted to be a little Xiao animal at this time. Master, please give me more advice. Yumi's words brought Jiang Xiao back to reality. There were only a few wild yaks at home that she brought back the day before, and her ability was to raise, not tame, wild animals. In other words, you must have a pasture at home to raise Yumi. There is no pasture in the territory yet. For the time being, you should help Ai Wei go out and collect herbs. Yumi put down the whip in her hand and bowed slightly. Okay, master. What Jiang Xiao didn't expect was that Black Cat seemed to have a great liking for Yumi. Ever since recruiting Yumi, Black Cat has been sticking to her all the time. Could it be because Yumi's skill is animal friend? Will Tanuki also like Yumi? It seems that we have to put the 3 of them in the same house. Although black cats don't need to sleep, they still need a place to sleep. Soon, the second maid came out. Jiang Xiao stood there in a daze as he watched the maid approaching. The girl in front of me, with her long white hair and skin whiter than snow, was actually a little dazzling. She was wearing a white halter dress that was as misty as morning mist, with faintly visible white lace on her chest. Call. Jiang Xiao looked at the thin suspender skirt and took a deep breath, but her throat still felt a little dry. Wait a moment. This maid. Why does she look familiar? White hair, suspenders girl. Is this Ruashua 2.0? Chapter 40. Teaching monkeys and teaching humans. Can they be the same? But what was different from Ruashua was that she seemed to be half a head taller than Ruashua, and her suspenders were thinner than Ruashua's. That's not the most important thing. Or rather, these are not important for now. Importantly, the tool in the maid's hand is a pickaxe, which means that her talent must be related to mining. I hope it's not related to stone collection, because the territory already has Meng Meng who specializes in stone collection. Jiang Xiao prayed, while looking at the details of the maid. Once again, he was not disappointed. Maid, Jingjing. Physical strength, 270/270. Ability, mining. Skill, mining master. The mind or has a 15% chance of improving in quality. Loyalty, 100. Skill is the mining master. Jiang Xiao originally didn't want to use the iron or with unlimited mining limit that he had just obtained, because there was no one in his family who specialized in mining. But now it's different if I have Jingjing. She can even improve the quality of the mind, or doesn't that mean that mining iron or can yield high-grade resources, such as refined iron ore? Jiang Xiao immediately began to arrange the location of the iron ore with no mining limit. He decided to place it 800 meters away from the territory. This will neither affect the location of other buildings in the territory nor cause any security problems due to being too far away from the territory. Jiang Xiao asked Tai Xin to make her an iron pickaxe and a wheelbarrow. It's almost noon now. Let's eat and go mining in the afternoon. Thank you, master. Noon. Jiang Zhao's maids who had gone out to work all returned to the territory, and it was time for the exciting resource inventory phase. He looked at the supplies the maids brought back and once again marveled at how capable his maids were. The 5-member hunting team, led by Li Yu, brought back 2 antelopes and a black bear. After dismembering the prey, Chuya obtained 350 kilograms of mutton, 700 kilograms of bear meat, and about 100 kilograms of internal organs. There are also some rare materials: 2 sheepskins, 2 bearskins, 3 bear paws, and 4 sheep horns. As for why there were not 4 bear paws, it was because when the 5 of them found the bear, it was already missing one of its forelimbs. Ruashua's harvest was still simple and crude: 14,000 units of wood. Sangji brought back 50 kilograms of bananas and 60 kilograms of watermelons. Mengming's harvest was relatively small. Since the quarry was far away, she collected 1,900 units of stone. The young nurse by Wei found some more herbs, but collecting them was not her specialty, and the quantity she collected was limited, so she made a few bowls of therapeutic herbs. Xiang brought back more than 40 kilograms of fish and also found an antique in the shape of a bottle. Although it is not clear what this antique is, it looks quite useful. Xiang's 20 times lucky fishing halo can actually handle this kind of thing. What surprised Jiang Xiao the most was not that Xiang had found an antique. It was because she took off her yak skin coat as soon as she returned to the territory. Jiang Zhao's gaze stayed on Xiang for a short while. Then he began to count the number of people. Only Lin Qinger hasn't come back yet, and he has become somewhat accustomed to this situation. But Lin Qinger wouldn't explore until she had less than 10 points of energy left and fainted at the entrance of the territory. At noon, the maids ate more than 200 kilograms of meat and dozens of kilograms of fruit. They really eat so much at every meal. Of course, it may also be because Chuya's cooking is so delicious that the maids can't help but eat until they are full. After lunch, the maids went back to work. Jiang Xiao recalled the reward he received from the bandits last night, a low-quality horse. This survival world is not an era of hot weapons, so there are definitely no means of transportation, such as cars. The importance of horses is reflected here, and you have to learn to ride a horse sooner or later. Jiang Xiao was originally full of confidence because he had watched quite a few TV dramas, especially Drawing Sword. He has watched the cavalry battalion part no less than 20 times. He thought that he could learn to ride a horse in one day, but it was not as easy as he thought. Riding a horse was too difficult. Jiang Xiao spent nearly an hour, but still couldn't climb onto the horse's back. This inferior horse also had an extremely bad temper. Every time Jiang Xiao tried to move forward, the horse would run around in panic as if it was frightened. This horse, I'm gonna fuck you. During this period, Jiang Xiao fell quite hard. If he had not absorbed the blazing blood fruit before, he would have probably broken bones these times. He opened the chat area and planned to learn from other lords. Hey guys, can someone teach me how to ride a horse? Although everyone is busy during the day, any message sent by Jiang Xiao will always attract many people's responses. The questions that Jiang Xiao can ask are definitely extraordinary. This is definitely not an ordinary horse. I know, it's that horse, Ma Zi's horse. Huh? Is this something that could be discussed in the chat area? Girl, boss Jiang Xiao, there is a woman in your territory. Whoa, brother Jiang, Xiao has another woman at home. I don't have a chance. This kind of thing can only be understood but not explained, Lord Jiang. Jiang Xiao looked at these people's replies and held his forehead. A horse is an animal. I want to learn how to ride a horse properly. Who can give me some guidance? If you can teach me, I will give you 2 pounds of apples and a simple iron axe. When they heard about fruits and iron axes, everyone became serious. Oh my god, Jiang Shun is really generous. It's a pity that I can't ride a horse. Who can ride a horse these days? Boss, I used to be in an acrobatic troupe and trained animals to ride horses. How about I teach you? I can teach a monkey to ride a bike, so I can definitely teach you to ride a horse. Jiang Xiao closed the chat area directly. This bunch of people, none of them is reliable. Can teaching monkeys and teaching humans be the same? Jiang Xiao looked at the horse and sighed. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to learn to ride a horse even if I give myself another week. At this time, Yumi, who was helping Ruashua carry wood, came over and said, Master, are you practicing horse riding? Jiang Xiaojiang fell off the horse again. Well, this horse is too hard to ride. He noticed that Yumi picked up the small whip again. Jiang Xiao suddenly remembered that the maid Yumi's skill was animal friend. Could it be that she has a way to deal with the horse in front of her? Jiang Xiao asked tentatively, Yumi, can you ride a horse? But Yumi just shook her head. Jiang Xiao, it's okay, go to work. Alas, it seems I can only rely on myself. Jiang Xiao wanted to try to get on the horse again, but was stopped by Yumi. Master, wait. She rubbed the whip in her hand. Although I can't ride a horse, I should be able to make this horse more obedient. Chapter 41 Good News. Large mining area. Make this horse more obedient? Does she still have this ability? Jiang Xiao was a little curious, so he took a few steps back and motioned for Yumi to come forward. Yumi walked forward and patted the horse's head gently, saying softly, Be good. This horse can understand human language? It turns out that it doesn't understand. The horse seemed a little irritable, with its 4 hooves moving restlessly. Jiang Xiao shook his head. It seemed to have no substantial effect. But who knew the next second? Yumi's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes became sharp, and the small whip in her hand was raised high. Bang! Snap! Snap! 3 consecutive whip hit the horse's buttocks crisply. Jiang Shao looked at Yumi, who was so soft that she couldn't get it, and tried to get it hard, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. It was restless when he climbed up just now. After being spanked 3 times, I'm afraid his hose will be raised to the sky, right? Unexpectedly, after being whipped 3 times, the originally restless horse actually stood still and even flicked its tail. The horse suddenly became unusually quiet. Yumi turned her head slightly. Master, why don't you try it up there? Jiang Shao, well, help me down there. After he said this, he seemed to realize that something was wrong with the conversation, but he climbed up immediately anyway. This time, it went surprisingly smoothly. Jiang Shao first climbed onto the horse's back smoothly. The horse seemed to be very cooperative and did not throw Jiang Shao off. Why is Yumi's little whip so effective? In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Shao was able to ride the horse slowly forward. This doesn't mean that Jiang Shao has learned how to ride a horse, but he can finally get started. Of course, all this is thanks to Yumi. Jiang Shao did not hesitate to praise her. Yumi, you're pretty amazing. I didn't expect you to have the ability to communicate with animals. This was the first time that Yumi was praised by Lord Jiang Shao, and she blushed immediately. She rubbed the corners of her clothes with her nervous hands. Master, you are too kind. Actually, it's not that I can communicate with animals. I just can feel their emotions better. Jiang Shao looked at Yumi, her shy expression and the little whip in her hand. He liked it so much. You can go and help Ruashua. I can handle the rest on my own. Jiang Shao practiced for a few more hours until it gradually darkened and the maids returned from their work. Other lords would be extremely envious of this kind of life. They could ride their horses during the day and chat with the maids, and resources would keep coming in. Compared to the morning success, the 5-man hunting team's harvest in the afternoon was even more exaggerated. A python weighing 500 to 600 kilograms and nearly 20 python eggs. Although Jiang Shao had never seen a python in real life, he knew from some encyclopedias that the heaviest python weighed only about 100 to 200 kilograms. What's wrong with the beasts in this world? How can a python weigh 500 or 600 kilograms? The python eggs were also shown to Yumi, who said that these eggs could not be hatched and could only be eaten. In fact, Jiang Shao had no intention of hatching this thing. What if it bites back one day? What surprised Jiang Shao was when Xiaoya dismembered the python, in addition to obtaining 500 kilograms of high-quality giant python meat, 2 high-quality python skins, and other food and materials, she also got a dagger. Poison Dagger Advanced. Introduction. A dagger made from the fangs of python. This dagger is naturally loaded with deadly toxins, highly poisonous. Once it pierces the target, it will quickly paralyze the body and cause it to lose vitality quickly. The last weapon Jiang Shao obtained was the intermediate weapon, Tusk Blade, obtained when he disassembled a wild boar. This time he directly upgraded it to an advanced weapon. Jiang Shao raised the dagger and waved it gently. Compared to the previous Fong Blade, this dagger is lighter and sharper. The gains of others were similar to that in the morning. Ruashua chopped 17,000 units of wood. Sangji picked 60 kilograms of pears. Young Nurse by Wei focused on collecting some herbs for making therapeutic medicines. Meng Meng dug 3,500 units of stone. Xiang caught 57 kilograms of fish, but no antiques this time. Then came Jingjing. She was the only one in the territory who collected intermediate resources and obtained 310 units of iron ore and 30 units of refined iron ore. These maids are so capable. A maid can be worth a peasant from an entire territory. There is still one Lin Qinger left who still hasn't come back. Don't worry, Qiuya's dinner is not ready yet. Jiang Shao was not worried because Ruashua had told him before that they had a sense of connection with each other and would definitely notice any danger. He walked to the 3 brick kilns. After a whole day of processing, another 8,967 units of tiles were successfully burned. After Jiang Shao put them into the warehouse, he added more raw materials, stones, clay, and some charcoal. Fire 3 more kilns. Tiles are needed to upgrade various buildings. Just upgrading the Magnolia House to level 2 requires 1,000 units of tiles, and they must be burned continuously. All this preparation took about half an hour. Just when dinner was about to start, the last person came back. Jiang Shao looked at the unique high ponytail, tights, and pear-shaped figure at the entrance of the territory. Yes, Lin Qinga, she is finally back. Fortunately this time, she did not faint, and she still had more than 30 points of physical strength left. She must have taken a rest outside at noon. As expected, Lin Qinger brought back good news again this time. Master, I found an intermediate resource 10 kilometers away from our territory. When Jiang Shao heard about intermediate resources, his eyes lit up. Soon everyone will be short of intermediate resources, which is definitely a vital thing at the current stage. Jiang Shao handed over a glass of ice water. He secretly hoped that the resource Lin Qinger had discovered was not an iron ore. After all, he had an unlimited mine. What intermediate resource? Lin Qinger took the wooden cup. Thank you, master. The intermediate resource I found was a large limestone mine, and it was on a mountain. I have marked it. It should be visible on the wilderness map I gave you earlier. Jiang Shao opened the wilderness map and was instantly overjoyed. There's indeed a limestone mining area marked by Lin Qinger on the map, and its scope is quite large. Limestone is lime powder. During the day, Jiang Shao was still complaining that he couldn't find lime powder and couldn't upgrade the buildings that needed lime powder. In the evening, Lin Qinger found a limestone mining area for herself, and it was a large mining area. It is worthy of being called 100 times lucky exploration. Jiang Shao touched Lin Qinger's head and said, "Take a rest and eat quickly." Lin Qinger took out some more things from the bag. Master, I also found these silver coins. I also found a scroll in a cave. Jiang Shao took over 30 silver coins, but his eyes were fixed on the scroll in Lin Qinger's hand. It is impossible to tell what material the scroll is made of. It is a bit rough, and there are even signs of damage on the edges. The cowhide scroll obtained from the Yak King last time gave important information about the crisis on the third day. But, looking at the quality of this scroll, it is far inferior to that of the cowhide scroll. Jiang Shao took it with a puzzled look. The moment his hand touched the scroll, a faint pink glow suddenly appeared on the surface of the scroll. Chapter 42, How much does this talent hide? Jiang Shao looked at the scroll in his hand. Low-level farm soldiers recruiting scroll. Randomly recruit 15 to 45 soldiers. Conditions. Must be used in the training ground building. Gather so many soldiers? Is Lin Qinger's lucky halo really that awesome? She could actually pick up such a miraculous scroll in the cave. The most important thing is that he also has the construction drawings of the training ground. However, the training ground must be upgraded to level 6 in the main city before it can be used. By then, I guess we could directly call up soldiers. When Jiang Shao was still marveling at Lin Qinger's luck, a notification sounded in his ears. Since you have the innate opposite sex magnetic field, the low-level farm soldiers recruiting scroll has been converted to the low-level female guard recruiting scroll. Low-level female guard recruiting scroll. Randomly recruit 15 to 45 female guards. Conditions. Must be used in the training ground building. What? Converted into a low-level female guard recruitment scroll. The soldiers who were summoned became the female guards. Jiang Shao thought of the advanced commander recruitment card he had obtained before, and because of his talent for opposite sex magnetism, he changed it to an advanced female martial talent recruitment card. This talent of mine. How many things are hidden inside of it? Although the summoning scroll did not mention any difference between female guards and soldiers, Jiang Shao was sure that the female guards were much stronger than the soldiers. After putting these things away, I went to have dinner with satisfaction. At the end of today's dinner, Chuya added some extra grilled python meat for everyone. Excellent ingredients often require the most simple cooking methods, and Chuya roasted the python meat to perfection. Lin Qinger ate the most tonight, and she had consumed too much energy. The black cat still only eats fruits and vegetables, while Yu is crazy about meat. Jiang Shao also discovered that the two beast-eared girls really liked Yumi more, and they even sat together during meals. After dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock. Jiang Shao allowed everyone to move around freely around the territory and rest, and they didn't need to work anymore. Jiang Shao was going to start upgrading each building. Upgrade the epic blessed stone altar first. Do you want to consume 100 units of gold, 1,000 units of agate, 500 units of copper, 3,000 units of stone, and 200 units of tiles to upgrade the blessed stone altar? 100 units of gold mine were rewarded to me when I was promoted to King Waju. Yes, it will take some time to upgrade the blessed stone altar to level 2. Jiang Shao then built a new magnolia house and then upgraded all 4 magnolia houses. Do you want to consume 3,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 1,000 units of tiles, and 10 units of crude oil to upgrade the magnolia house? Yes. Then there is the blacksmith shop. Do you want to consume 3,000 units of tiles, 1,000 units of clay, 3,000 units of stone, 9,000 units of wood, and 500 units of iron, or to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Yes, Jiang Shao waited for a few minutes. The first to be completed were the 4 magnolia houses, which looked larger than before. Yulan House, rare. Level 2. Magnolia. The physical strength recovery speed of residents living in magnolia houses is increased by 10% and doubled for women. Resuscitation. Injured residents can recover their vitality when they rest. When healthy residents rest, their physical strength recovery increases by 10% and doubles for women. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 8,000 units of wood, 1,200 units of stone, 3,000 units of tiles, 60 units of crude oil, and 100 units of iron ore. The most obvious thing is the addition of an entry, Resurgence, which undoubtedly provides logistical support for the maids to go out to fight. If they get hurt in the future, won't they just need to sleep for a night to recover? This house is 2 times larger than the previous one in appearance, and the facilities inside are more complete. It should be able to accommodate 6 people at most now. It's a good time to reallocate the rooms tonight. Then the blessed stone altar was upgraded to level 2. The original cornucopia-like foundation structure was further carved to become more complex, with the base at the bottom expanded and surrounded by stone steps. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a circle of spiritual light patterns at the central altar. Wisps of light mist can be vaguely seen rising from the surface of the stone altar. Blessed stone altar, epic. Level 2. Blessing. For any harvest of the residents in the territory, there is a 2% chance to receive additional special items. Targeted recruitment. Double the number of times you can recruit maids in the main city and recruit maids in a customized way. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 500 units of gold or 5,000 units of agate, 7,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, and 2,000 units of copper. The improvement of the second-level blessed stone altar is so great. Just for blessing, the chance of obtaining special items has been increased from 1% to 2%, which is equivalent to doubling it. The most important thing is that there is one more function, targeted recruitment. Although it consumes double the number of recruitments, you can get a maid with customized abilities in return. When Lin Qinger told me that the limestone mining area had been discovered, I planned to send Meng Meng and the others who specialized in collecting stone and sand to dig there the next day. After all, there are some maids in the territory who have not yet engaged in their own specialized work. For example, Miao Ji and Tian Tian, they would dig wild vegetables, move things, and so on every day. Now we can recruit people to dig lime powder tomorrow morning. Even though the number of maids is small, the ability to customize them will definitely greatly increase the development speed of Jiangzhao's territory. The level 2 blessed stone altar is a really good thing, but it is still a bit difficult to upgrade it to level 3. Let's not talk about how long it would take to get 5,000 units of agate and 500 units of gold. Jiang Shao had never even heard of the phoenix tail tile. Another half an hour later, the blacksmith shop was finally upgraded to level 2. There is no difference in appearance, except that the furnace is larger and the workbench inside is also larger. Blacksmith shop. Level 2. Blacksmith. 1/2. Currently 1 maid can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the blacksmith shop. Production. Simple series of metal weapons, charcoal. Ordinary metal weapons / tools, high-quality charcoal. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 5,000 units of tiles, 2,000 units of clay, 10,000 units of stone, 18,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of iron ore. Unlocked common-level metal weapons and tools. Now, whether going out hunting or working, efficiency has been improved. When other lords did not have their own blacksmith shops, Jiang Zhao's blacksmith shop was already at level 2. After upgrading these buildings, Jiang Shao called all the maids out. He planned to start reassigning the maids to the houses. Chapter 43, The Greedy Traveling Merchant. Jiang Shao assigned them housing, but they actually stood in groups. First, the 4 Ziling sisters and Lin Qinger stood together, so the 5 of them stood in one room. Not to mention, these 5 people go out hunting and exploring every day, so they're quite a match. As for the 5th person who was hunting, Tanuki Suki, she was with Kuro Neko and Yumi. Then the 3 of them will share a room, plus Tian Tian and Meng Meng. Next is the 3rd room, Chuya, Tiexin, Baiwei, Sangji, and Miaoji. These people are all maids who occasionally help Chuya cook at home. Finally, there were 3 people left. The 2 white-haired girls Ruoxue and Jingjing, and Xiang, who was not wearing yak leather coat. The three of them happened to live in the last room. Allocation completed. Before going to bed, Jiang Xiao asked Black Cat to light the guiding incense he had obtained before the entrance of the territory. He didn't know if it would attract the traveling merchant. Black Cat, you don't sleep at night anyway. Call me immediately if you see anyone suspicious. Jiang Xiao was a little excited when he was going back to Qingwuju. After all, it was his first night sleeping in the tile-roofed house. Just as he was about to open the door, he keenly felt that there were several pairs of eyes staring at him from behind. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw it was true. Ruoxue, Jingjing, and Xiang were secretly watching him from behind. The three of them noticed that Jiang Xiao turned around and quickly looked away. The three of them looked at each other, and it seemed that no one dared to speak first. Jiang Xiao was a little puzzled. Why don't you go back to sleep? Ruoxue finally mustered up the courage and said, Master, the three of us occupy such a large house. Isn't it a bit of a waste? Her voice was as light as a feather, and the tail end almost disappeared in the night wind. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. What do you mean? Wouldn't it be better to have less people and more space? Jingjing raised her head and glanced at Jiang Xiao, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Master, if you are willing, there is an empty bed in our house. Jiang Xiao was stunned. Xiang glanced at Jiang Xiao secretly, blushing and adding in a low voice, Master, if you don't want, you can also live alone in a room in our house. These three people, these expressions in this late-night time period. Jiang Xiao felt like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, like sitting on pins and needles. If it's not impossible to go back to the tile house tomorrow, you can also experience the second-level Magnolia house. The next morning, Jiang Xiao was woken up. When he opened his eyes, the three maids in the room had already gone out to work. Bang! Bang! There's a knock on the door. But the knock was not on Jiang Xiao's room, but on the gate of the territory. Outside the territory, a man carrying a large snakeskin bag couldn't help but sigh as he smelled the aroma of food wafting from the forest. It smells so good. Just smelling it makes me want to stop. Jiang Xiao opened the gate of the territory and guessed it by looking at his outfit. He must have been attracted here by the guiding incense. He is one of the natives of this world, a traveling merchant. Hello. Our territory is making breakfast. I'll bring some to you. Would you like to have some too? The traveling merchant was not polite at all. Thank you very much. I really haven't had a good meal these days. The traveling merchant's favorability towards you increases by 11, and you will receive a 10% discount when purchasing items. Oh no, treating him to a meal can actually increase his favorability. What a good thing. Jiang Xiao decisively asked Xuya to add a few more dishes. Before long, plate after plate of delicious food was brought out. Jiang Xiao even asked Xuya to cook high-quality yak meat and high-quality python meat. In short, he made whatever was rare. At first, the traveling merchant was envious just by looking at these delicacies. He was a native of this world, but he had never eaten such delicious food. My lord, you must be very powerful. You actually possess this rare python meat. There are even python eggs. You've served the entire python family to the table. And this isn't ordinary yak meat, is it? Was it obtained from the Yak King? My lord, if you are willing to teach me how to make these foods, we can sell them together. I think we could get a good price. The traveling merchant's favorability towards you increases by 17, and you will receive a 20% discount when purchasing items. This can also increase favorability, but even if I let you learn it, can you learn it? Xuya is a cooking god, okay? Jiang Shaoxian said a few perfunctorily, Okay, let's be friends. All this is easy to talk about. He pushed a plate of steak made of high-quality yak beef in front of the traveling merchant. Try this. Then he handed over a plate of fried fish on a wooden plate. And this, it's delicious. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, the traveling merchant looked like a refugee who had not eaten for several days. Delicious. Lord, this is so delicious. Where did you catch this fish? It's really too tender. Traveling merchant's favorability towards you increases by 9. And this, Lord, you just said it's old? It's not old at all. The traveling merchant's favorability towards you increases by 12, and you'll get a 30% discount on items you purchase. It smells so good. Lord, can I have some more? Jiang Xiao, eat. Is it enough for the child? Is it enough for the child? A few minutes later. Thank you. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. The traveling merchant's favorability towards you increases by 19, and you will receive a 50% discount when purchasing items. 50% off. Jiang Shao felt a little surprised, all thanks to his maid who was a god of cooking. The traveling merchant wiped his mouth and said, "My lord, I have some things here. Do you need anything? I can sell them to you at a discount. Similarly, if you have something to sell to me, I will buy it." As he spoke, the traveling merchant opened his large snakeskin bag and placed the contents neatly on the ground. Warehouse building blueprint, 4 gold coins. Grass house building blueprint, 7 gold coins. Rancho building blueprint, 9 gold coins. Farmland building blueprint, 11 gold coins. Double resource amulet, 55 gold coins. 1 amulet lasts 4 hours. Jiang Shao looked at these things. Except for the first 2, the rest were useful. I definitely can't afford the double resource amulet, so the most important thing right now is the farmland and ranch building blueprints. When negotiating a business deal, you must not act like you really want something in case the other party raises the price. Jiang Shao showed little interest. "I don't have any use for these things of yours. I do have something to sell you." The traveling merchant was a little disappointed. "My lord, do you have anything to sell to me? Let me make it clear first. We merchants never accept resources like wood, stone, and iron ore." This sentence also dispelled Jiang Zhao's original idea of relying on his family's basic resources to exchange for gold coins. He also remembered that Xiang had caught an antique bottle that looked very open while fishing yesterday. "What do you think of this bottle?" Chapter 44, Traveling Merchant. "You're such a good chopper." The traveling merchant took the bottle and said, "This bottle is quite old. If you want to sell it, I can give you 10 gold coins." Jiang Shao was not stupid. He was happy. One price, 30 gold coins. He just noticed that the traveling merchant's eyes had become a little hotter since he took out the bottle. He even wiped his hands before taking the bottle and simply tripled the amount he offered. The merchant was embarrassed. "My lord, 30 gold coins is a bit high. I don't make any money at all. The most I can give you is 20 gold coins." It's nonsense for any businessman to say that he doesn't make money, and Jiang Shao also knows this. He made another offer. "Let's both make some concessions. How about 25 gold coins? And I can also let you have lunch at my place." When the traveling merchant heard about lunch, his ears softened. He hardened his heart and calculated carefully that this kind of vase should be able to be sold for 35 gold coins, which is profitable. "Okay then." Jiang Shao received the 25 gold coins and said, "I have another question. How many units of wood can I get from this gold coin?" Hearing this, the traveling merchant's face was filled with black lines. My goodness, this guy doesn't even know the real value of a gold coin, but he's bargaining so hard with me. And they sold the antique vases at a very high price. There was no way he could do it. He still had to answer Jiang Zhao's question. After all, the food in his territory was really good. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. Jiang Shao calculated that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. 1 copper coin equals 1 unit of wood. What? 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10,000 units of wood? Doesn't that mean that I was holding a simple iron axe and exchanged it with Uncle Chun for 100,000 units of wood? Uncle Chun, you are really a lucky cat. Thank you for telling me so much. Well, in that case, I have to let you make some money, right? I'll buy some of your goods." When the traveling merchant heard that he wanted to buy something, he nodded quickly and said, "Dear Lord, I can give you a 50% discount. 50% off." Of course, Jiang Shao knew that. "But you can definitely bargain. I want the ranch building blueprint, farmland building blueprint, and double resource amulet. What's the price?" When the traveling businessman heard that Jiang Shao wanted to buy all 3, he realized that this was a big customer. "The total price of these 3 is 75 gold coins. I'll give you a 50% discount, so it will be 37 gold coins." Jiang Shao currently only had 35 gold coins, plus some silver coins, so he still had a bargain. 30 gold coins, let's be friends. Come and sell me something if you have it in the future." The traveling merchant was dumbfounded. 30 gold coins? How can that be possible? I will have to pay 5 gold coins. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Jiang Shao directly took out 35 gold coins and said, "Come on, brother, I won't let you lose money. I'll give you the cost price, and when you leave, I'll ask my maid to bring you some roasted python meat." The traveling merchant felt like crying. He could earn at least dozens of gold coins by selling these things. It's all my fault for having such a greedy mouth. Just wait for lunch and sit somewhere for a while. Jiang Shao accepted the 3 items and grinned at him. Then he walked back to the entrance of King Wiju, intending to recruit today's maid. He chose the special effect, targeted recruitment, after the upgrade of the Blessed Stone altar yesterday, and recruited maids with designated abilities by consuming double the number of recruitment times each time. First, we recruited 2 maids who specialized in collecting limestone, and their skills were both 10 times critical strike. For mid-level resources, even double critical strike is terrifying, let alone 10 times critical strike. There were 2 chances left, so Jiang Xiao chose to recruit randomly and recruited a blacksmith maid and a copper mining maid. But copper resources have not been discovered yet, so let her follow Jingjing to dig iron ore first. After using up all 6 recruitment opportunities, Jiang Xiao planned to build the pasture and farmland first. Farmland and pastures only consume some basic materials and silver coins, which Jiang Xiao has just enough. Unlike other buildings, these 2 buildings require maids to operate properly. It just so happens that in the territory, the maid Tian Tian can be responsible for farming with her 20 times farming critical strike, and Yumi can be responsible for the pasture with the help of animal friends. Arable land. Level 1. Number of farmers, 1/1. Tian Tian. The higher the number and ability of the maid sent, the faster the farmland produces food. Grain production. 6 gene of grain can be produced per hour, 1/6. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, the main city must reach Mashiju, level 5, 20 gold coins. It can produce 6 kilograms of food per hour. Isn't it true that ordinary farmers from other lords only earn 1 kilogram per hour? I didn't realize that Tian Tian had never been very useful before. She was just digging wild vegetables. Now that she has arable land, Tian Tian will rise. Pasture. Level 1. Number of herders, 1/1. Yumi. The higher the number and ability of the maid sent, the faster the ranch produces food. Meat production. 5 caddies of poultry meat can be produced per hour. 0.5/10. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, the main city must reach Mashiju, level 5, 20 gold coins. An average farmer produces 0.5 caddies of poultry meat per hour, but Yumi produces 5 caddies. It just so happened that Jiang Xiao was a little tired of eating wild animal meat every day and wanted to try some domestic chicken, duck, or something like that. It seems that Yumi's way of making friends with animals is to treat them as food. You have to be a friend of animals. Based on an 8-hour workday, Tian Tian and Yumi can produce more than 80 kilograms of food every day. If other lords heard that Jiang Zhao's maid could bring him such a yield, they would probably faint with envy. After lunch, before the traveling merchant left, Jiang Xiao stopped him and said, "Brother, our place is not very lively, but the advantage is that the people are simple and honest. If you have other colleagues, relatives, or others who are also in this business, please introduce them to us. Food and accommodation will be provided, but not accommodation." Jiang Xiao was busy all afternoon. He is constantly raising resources for the level 5 main city. It is impossible to produce and mine these resources by yourself, so you can only exchange them in the chat area. As the sun gradually set, the maids returned one after another. Jiang Zhao's maids either had a 10x, 20x, or even a 100x critical hit. They almost filled Jiang Zhao's warehouse. Just like yesterday, the last maid to return to the territory was Lin Qing. But something seems wrong today. She only has 11 points of energy left. Lin Qing staggered and her body swayed, as if she was about to fall down at any time. Jiang Xiao also discovered that she was carrying someone on her shoulders, a woman. How did you carry a woman back? This is another lord? Or the natives of this world? Chapter 45, is it luck? Or coincidence? Li Yu and Ziling quickly ran over and took over the woman that Lin Qing was carrying. Although this woman looked very thin, Lin Qing did not have any talent related to strength after all. She was just exploring and her luck was maxed out, but carrying someone back almost made her exhausted. Jiang Xiao helped Lin Qing sit on the floor tiles. "Lin Qing, what's going on? Who is this person?" Lin Qing gasped for air, her chest rising and falling with his breathing. "Master, I came across a village today and explored it. I didn't find anything except some useful information. But on my way back, I found this person dying on the side of the road. She was unconscious at the end. Master, my sixth sense tells me that this person should be very important." Jiang Xiao frowned and looked at the unconscious woman with complicated eyes. Sixth sense? Is this person important? Did Lin Qing save her because of her inherent 100x exploration luck aura, Or was it just a coincidence? He was unsure, but he knew it would never be that simple. Jiang Shao squatted down tentatively and gently extended his fingers to the woman's philtrum. When his cold fingertips touched her philtrum, Jiang Shao felt a faint breath. She's still alive. Jiang Shao also noticed that a trace of bright red blood suddenly oozed out from the corner of the woman's mouth, slowly slid down her chin, and stained her tattered collar. Oh my God, what's going on? Don't try to scam me. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind and finally decided to give it a try. Anyway, my low-level healing skills have a 5-fold bonus to the opposite sex, so it's just a matter of raising my hand. If this person is really important, then you will make a lot of money. If she is of no use, keeping someone with such an unknown background will be a hidden danger, so let her go back to where she should go. Jiang Shao stretched out his hand, and white light slowly flowed out from his palm, blending into the unconscious woman's body like a ribbon. As the light was injected, her originally pale complexion began to improve rapidly, gradually showing a hint of redness. He even discovered that the several deep scars on his arms were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But why is she still in a coma? Quintuple treatment doesn't work. Jiang Shao slapped his forehead and thought, there is a little nurse at home. Bai Wei, come and see what's going on with this person. Bai Wei rushed over upon hearing the noise. Jiang Shao watched her slowly squat down. The hem of her nurse skirt slightly lifted up, revealing a section of her fair thighs. It's not evening yet, not the time to look at these. Saving lives is important. Master, she was seriously injured. Although her life is saved, she will not wake up until tomorrow morning. In this case, I can only stay here for one night. Although he was saving people, Jiang Shao would never allow such an outsider of unknown origin to live in his territory. He built a one-level magnolia house directly outside the wall at the main gate. Liu, move her to the house outside. Bai Wei, prepare a bowl of healing soup for her in the evening. Jiang Shao built a house for her outside because of Lin Qinger's luck. This is not a waste of resources. If a traveling merchant comes at night in the future, he can rest in the houses outside. Master, I've been exploring the villages and towns I discovered for a long time today and have collected a lot of information. Lin Qinger said as she took out a first scroll. Jiang Shao looked at Lin Qinger, who had less than 30 stamina and was still thinking about reporting to him, and couldn't help but sigh that she was really dedicated. Lin Qinger, let's go back to your house and talk. You can recover your strength better there. Lin Qinger nodded. Thank you, Master. She lived in the same house with the 4 sisters. Ling Jiang Shao was sitting in the room, holding the first scroll. He unfolded the scroll, and his eyes lit up slightly. Looking closely, the outline of village or town was outlined on the map. Each important location is marked with simple annotations and even a brief description. She actually ran all over the village in just one afternoon. The layout of villages and towns on the map is somewhat similar to towns in the real world, and the people living in them are the natives of this world. There are merchants responsible for purchasing and selling various materials, as well as various buildings. Jiang Shao focused his attention on 2 areas. Recruiting Center. Lin Qinger was not able to get in. She only knew that this was a place where people were recruited for money. Another one is Hongwan Pavilion, which is located on the west side of the village and covers a large area. According to Lin Qinger's description, this is where these indigenous people go on blind dates, and it's also the location with the largest flow of people. If you want to find out some information, Hongwan Pavilion is the most suitable place. Jiang Shao was originally quite energetic, but after staring at the map for a long time, he could hardly lift his eyes. He put the scroll on the table and stretched. Master, are you tired? Rest here tonight. Jiang Shao looked up. Linger stood beside the table, very close to it, with her hands on the edge. With every breath, a faint fragrance drifts in the air, making one's heart tremble slightly. Jiang Shao pointed at himself. Here. Zihan, Ziyin, and Zi also nodded in tacit understanding. Yes. The 4 of us, plus Sister Lin Qinger, only make 5 people. This house can accommodate 6 people. Jiang Shao swallowed. He suddenly missed the 6-person dormitory he lived in when he was in college. It's not impossible to reminisce about my college days tonight. The next morning, Jiang Shao felt a little strange. The maids in the territory should have recovered their strength after a night's rest in the Magnolia house. But Lin Qinger's physical strength has not yet fully recovered. 185 to 225, a full 40 points of physical strength difference. Maybe she was too tired from exploring yesterday. Jiang Shao didn't think too much and let her rest for a while. He opened the chat area and found Uncle Chen again. Brother, do you remember the gold coins you exchanged with me last time? Do you still have them? Although I know that you can't just take advantage of one person, but I don't think I've heard of anyone else having gold coins except Uncle Chen. While this kid doesn't know the value of gold coins, try to trick him. Uncle Chen responded quickly. Brother Jiang, I'm here. Brother, what do you want the gold coins for? Have you found the real purpose of gold coins? Jiang Shao knew he was going to ask this question. To upgrade farmland and pastures, you need a level 5 main city and 20 gold coins. What? Main city level 5? Oh my god. Boss Jiang Shao, you are really awesome. We're just at level 3, and some of us are just at level 2. How can you be at level 5? Jiang Shao, stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Uncle Chen, no nonsense. Yes, let's get to the point. I still have more than 30 gold coins. Do you have any tiles? Ever since I upgraded the main city to a high-end wooden house, I've been really short of tiles. Chapter 46, Conquering Qinghe County, a sure win. What is coming has finally come. Now, a very small number of people have upgraded their main city to level 3. If they want to continue to develop and upgrade other buildings, they will definitely need tiles. It was difficult enough for them to obtain the architectural drawings of the brick kiln, let alone tiles. I do have some tiles. 1 gold coin for 200 tiles isn't that bad. Jiang Shao does have a talent for being a businessman. This is really too dark. According to the information provided by the traveling merchant, the value of 1 gold coin is 10,000 units of wood, and 200 units of tiles require 400 units of clay, plus some charcoal. Throwing out these costs, the wood is less than 1,000 units. Earn 10 times the profit. It's really huge profit. Chen Bo was delighted, and he knew he had asked the right person. Seeing that Jiang Shao agreed so readily, he also wanted a bargain. Brother Jiang, can you give me some more tiles? Even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have a friendship. I will give you the first-hand information I need in the future. How about 1 gold coin for 250 units of watts? That's a lucky number. Jiang Xianyan agreed to his request because she had done several transactions with Uncle Chen before. Brother Jiang, I have 35 gold coins in total, so just give me 8,000 units of tiles. Uncle Chen was afraid that Jiang Shao would go back on his word, so he gave the gold coins to Jiang Shao first. Jiang Shao calculated and found that the other party had even given him a small zero. Doing business with such people is straightforward, and you have to put yourself in their shoes. He took the gold coins and gave him 8,750 tiles. It's 1:250 as agreed. I won't take advantage of you for nothing. Alas, I am still too kind. It is really hard to exchange 8,000 tiles for gold coins worth 350,000 units of wood. Brother Chun, you said before that you only had 10 gold coins, but now you have taken out more than 30 gold coins. Did you try to frame me? Uncle Chun immediately started laughing. No way. No way. I just dug it up. Jiang Shao. Are there really no gold coins left? Uncle Chun, brother, I am really gone. You have drained me dry. After finishing the transaction with Uncle Chun, Jiang Shao opened the trading area. There were fewer people talking at this time, and it was very quiet. Are these people so lazy? They deserve to be hungry and cold. Jiang Shao said directly. Everyone, I'm here to change things again. Gold or silver coins can be exchanged for tiles. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 units of tiles, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 1 unit of tiles. There are not many available. First come, first served. We must hurry and make a fortune while other people don't know the source of the tiles and the true value of the gold coins. Before I had time to read other people's replies, the black cat came. She raised her ear and said, Master, the man that Sister Lin Chinger rescued last night has regained consciousness. Give her some fruit and bring her here. Jiang Shao walked to the door of King Wuju, and his eyes fell on the woman who had just been rescued. The disheveled appearance he had when he was unconscious was long gone, replaced by a neat and capable outfit. You can see that she looks much better. What is most eye-catching is her pair of bright eyes, which are full of heroic spirit. When Jiang Shao looked at her, the woman took the initiative to quickly step forward and kneel on one knee, saying in a sonorous voice, Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. Jiang Shao was stunned by this sudden action. It turned out to be a thank you. I thought it was a proposal. But this behavior, her manners and temperament are incompatible with people in modern society. She must be an indigenous person. Jiang Shao, help her up. What's your name? She raised her head and said, My name is Zhu Yu. I was originally the military commander of Qinghe County. Because I was harmed by a traitor, all my family members were arrested. I was the only one who escaped by luck. Having said that, her eyes darkened for a moment and her palms slowly clenched. Jiang Shao quickly digested Zhu Yu's words. There's a lot of information. The village that Lin Qing'er discovered turned out to be a county town called Qing'e County. And the woman in front of him turned out to be the county's military commander, the one in charge of the troops. Suddenly, a familiar prompt sounded in my ears. Request from Zhu Yu. Conquer Qing'e County. Time limit. Indefinite. Do you accept? Jiang Shao subconsciously looked up at Zhu Yu. She still stood there, but the corners of her lips did not move. Could it be her inner thoughts? Her strong desire for revenge directly triggered a mission for herself. This Lin Qing, others go out to explore and pick up things, but she directly brings back a mission for herself. Jiang Shao noticed time limit, no deadline. This is a sure win. If we succeed in conquering a county, we will get so many good things. Zhu Yu, you can live with me. Although our territory cannot compete with Qing'e County for the time being, I am willing to avenge you if there is a chance. After hearing this, Zhu Yu showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, and tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably, almost falling. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Thank you, Lord. You have such a kind heart. I, Zhu Yu, swear allegiance to you until death. I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse, and I will never retreat even a single step. Successfully recruited leader, Zhu Yu. Instantly, Zhu Yu's detailed information appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Red feather, rare commander. Physical strength, 195/195. Chi and blood value, 53. Loyalty, 100. Skill chop, being able to recruit. Could it be the reason why we invaded that day and obtained the Sword of King Yu? Physical strength, 195. The commander's physical strength is not as high as his maid. The loyalty level was directly 100, which made Jiang Shao feel much more relieved. The two terms, rare commander and health value, attracted his attention. I remember Uncle Chan said before that he had gained some health points, but how much combat power is 53 points of health points? Zhu Yu, welcome to join our territory. I didn't expect you to be a commander. Zhu Yu quickly waved his hand after hearing this. My lord, you are too kind. Jiang Shao took Zhu Yu to introduce her to her maids. Finally, Jiang Shao asked Li Yu and Zi Ling to compete with Zhu Yu respectively. The result was unexpected. Jiang Shao originally thought that a rare commander with an HP of 53 should be able to completely defeat his maid, but Zhu Yu and Zi Ling fought evenly. But under Li Yu's attack, he only lasted 13 rounds. My lord, the people in your territory. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and didn't know how to address him. The ladies in your territory are too powerful. Husband, missus? Just call them by their names from now on. In fact, Zhu Yu lost, and it's not her fault. It's all because Jiang Zhao's maid is so powerful. Not only in terms of combat attributes, but also in terms of physical strength. The lowest physical strength on Jiang Zhao's side is 230, far exceeding Zhu Yu. Jiang Shao signaled the three of them to take a break first, and then gathered all the maids together. I have something to announce today. Do you remember the bandits from Blackhead Peak who invaded our territory the day before yesterday? We're going to wipe out their lair. Chapter 47, Blackhead Peak, Bandit Watchtower. During the invasion the night before, Jiang Shao and his maid killed about 20 Blackhead Peak bandits and also killed the third leader, Iron Axley. 2 days have passed. If this group of bandits were to discover this, there's a great possibility that they would come back for revenge. If we wait for the strength of their bandit camp to recover and several leaders launch a counterattack together, it will inevitably be a fierce battle, and there will definitely be heavy losses in the territory. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. Kill him while he is ill. Besides, Jiang Zhao's combat power is now much stronger than before. Sword of Go Jian, King of Yu as combat attribute. When in combat, all allies' morale increases by 50%. In addition to the newly unlocked heroes in the main city, within 12 hours after activation, the combat effectiveness of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 50%. These two things gave Jiang Shao more confidence. My lord, we have also suppressed this group of bandits from Blackhead Peak several times before. There are about 70 to 80 of them, of which there are about 10 elite soldiers, and the rest are mostly a mob. But the three leaders are not ordinary people, especially their leader, One-Eyed Hero, whose strength is unfathomable. Jiang Shao felt a little surprised. I didn't expect Zhu Yu to know so much about this group of bandits. Their description was exactly the same as on the map of Blackhead Peak. There were 70 or 80 people in total, and about 20 of them were killed. Currently, there are more than 50 people left. Jiang Shao nodded. Yes, we killed Iron Axley the night before yesterday. Hearing this, Zhu Yu looked at him with admiration. They carried out the campaign so many times, but each time, they only wiped out a few minions. I didn't expect that the lord in front of me would talk about killing a bandit leader so casually. Zhu Yu's loyalty increased by 20 points. Very good. I'll do a head count. Everyone prepare your weapons. We'll set off right away. Zhu Yu nodded firmly. Zhu Yu is willing to serve the lord at his utmost. Jiang Shao turned around and said, Li Yu, bring your hunting team. Also, Jingjing, Mingming, Lin Xinger, Yumi, and Zhu Yu, you will also come this time. He then looked at Ruoxu. Ruoxu, while we are away, you lead the others to guard the territory. Ruoxu picked up the iron axe in her hand and patted her chest. Master, don't worry. Jiang Shao took out the intermediate black iron battle axe from the room and gave it to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu's skill is chop, so both the axe and the broadsword should be more suitable for her. Thank you, Lord. Zhu Yu took the battle axe, and after waving it a few times, he realized that this weapon was extraordinary, and his eyes became more fiery. Loyalty increased by 20 again. Before leaving, Jiang Shao activated the women in the main city. Except for himself, who is a man, the combat power of everyone else is increased by half. Chuya, prepare some delicious food today and wait for us at home. It took about 2 hours. Jiang Shao and his group arrived at the foot of Haida Peak. The forest blocks out the sun, and the dense branches and leaves form a network, making it impossible to see the scenery in the distance. If Lin Xinger had not been here once before, it would have been difficult to find this place with just a map in her hand. Are there really a group of bandits hiding here? Lin Xinger and Zhu Yu nodded at the same time. Jiang Shao took out the map of Blackhead Peak. The terrain on it was marked in great detail, with even the paths, buildings, watchtower distribution, and even resource storage points clearly marked one by one. He carefully compared the surrounding scenery, found a hidden path, and led everyone forward cautiously. This map is indeed a defense map of the bandits' lair. The places I passed through were exactly as shown in the picture, and I did not encounter any bandit patrols. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the first marked watchtower finally appeared in front of us. It was a small lookout tower built of sturdy timber, hidden between several towering trees, almost blending in with them. If you don't get very close, you can't even detect its existence. Jiang Shao stopped and carefully observed the deployment of the sentry tower. There were 2 bandits leaning against a wooden pillar and chatting lazily, while there was another bandit patrolling with a knife at the bottom of the watchtower. Zhu Yu lay beside Jiang Shao. My lord, this kind of sentry tower is usually guarded by 3 people. 2 are responsible for distant observation, and 1 is responsible for patrolling. If we alarm them, the news will soon reach the main camp. A forceful attack is impossible, and this sentry tower must be taken down quietly. Z, go lead them away. You know how to do it, right? Z winked playfully and quietly touched the bushes on the other side. Then take a deep breath. Hee hee. A sound very much like that of a pig came from the bushes. The bandits patrolling under the watchtower heard the shouts and began to look around. Wow, domestic pigs actually ran into the mountains. A bandit on the tower also poked his head out. What's going on? From the sound of it, it looks like a domestic pig. TSK, this time we'll have something delicious. Domestic pigs? They're great. We can sell them for a good price if we catch them. Brothers, when the time comes, go to the Hongwan Pavilion in town and find some pretty girls to have some fun with. You too. Hurry up and help us. If we let it get away, there will be no hope. If it was a wild boar, the 3 of them might not attack, because a lone wild boar is more ferocious than a wolf. Z's animal roar resonance can imitate the calls of various wild animals, including domestic pigs. The 3 bandits' appetite was aroused, and they carefully moved in the direction of Ziyi's pig squeal. Hee, getting closer. 20 meters. 15 meters. Hee, 10 meters. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, get started. Zi Ling and Li Yu, who were in ambush, jumped out at the same time, and 2 spears stabbed out quickly, pointing directly at the target's vital points. With 2 puff sounds, 2 of the bandits had their throats pierced before they could even react. Zhu Yu followed closely behind, swinging the giant axe in his hand down like a bolt of thunder. Chop! Puff! Blood splattered. The body of the last bandit was instantly split in half by the black iron battle axe. There is no flaw in this wave of cooperation. The three bandits could never have imagined it in their dreams. Just because of the pig, they all died on the spot without even being able to shout for help. Jiang Shao glanced at their bodies coldly. Let's go on. The group continued to move forward. The path marked on a map was clear and unambiguous. After passing the watchtower, they walked very smoothly without encountering any defenses. Jiang Shao and his group easily sneaked into the gate of the bandits' hometown. But looking at the gate, there was something unexpected. These bandits, how much do they trust those half-baked bandits in a watchtower? This door is actually open. Chapter 48, Who Dares to Attack Our Blackhead Peak? Jiang Shao and his group hid in the bushes outside the east gate, closely watching the movements inside. Inside the gate, the five bandits were a little lazy. Three of them were playing and laughing, with no sign of alertness at all. The wine we brought back from the town yesterday was really strong. Brothers, shall we have another round tonight? Drink yours first. I still have a headache now. The other one yawned, leaned against the pillar, half closed his eyes, and began to doze off. These little bandits don't take defense seriously at all. It seems that they live two comfortable lives on weekdays. Jiang Shao shook his head and recalled the details on the map. This is the East Gate. According to the map, there are also North Gate and West Gate. Each gate has 5 guards plus patrol teams. There should be 2 leaders in the bandit camp, plus about 30 bandits. They must rush in before the bandits, discover them, and close the door. We can't try to be too smart this time. We have to be reckless. Everyone come together. Z, you have to scare them a bit, so that we can buy time to move forward 20 meters. In this way, Jiang Shao led everyone to slowly explore forward. The bandits haven't discovered them yet. We are almost at our reservation location. Sudden, a wolf howls. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent village. Several bandits stopped what they were doing, apparently not realizing what was happening. Wolf? Why are there wolves in this place? Are you hallucinating? Or are you guys drunk? We brothers have almost killed all the wolves near the top of the mountain, right? The bandits' thoughts paused for a moment. Just these few seconds are enough. A gust of wind blew, accompanied by a cold, murderous aura. Ooh, one of the bandits widened his eyes, but before he could shout a few words, the poisonous dagger in Jiang Zhao's hand had already accurately pierced his chest. Cough! The bandit's pupils shrank slightly as the poison spread rapidly. He was too weak to even struggle and could only let out short gasps. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Jiang Shao shook off the blood on the dagger. This high-level weapon, poisonous dagger, was indeed powerful. Even though it didn't hit the vital points, it actually poisoned him to death. The remaining bandits were instantly stunned. Didn't the wolf howl just now? How come so many people suddenly appear? And why are they all beauties? But soon, the astonishment on their faces turned into rage. Good boy. How dare you sneak attack Blackhead Peak? Hey, there are a few young girls here. These little clothes look really cool. We can sell them for a good price if we catch them back. Don't run, little brat. These bandits did not run into the camp, but rushed out instead, trying to stop Jiang Shao and his men. With the strength of these minions, I'm afraid even one person can't stop them. Zi Ling rushed forward quickly, and the 2 spears flashed like a shadow, piercing the throat of a bandit in an instant. And Juyu, she was a little crazy. She was like a tiger in a pigsty, shooting with both hands at the same time. She grabbed the 2 bandits' heads with both hands and slammed them hard as if they were 2 chickens. With a loud bang, the 2 heads collided and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, a bandit took advantage of the chaos and swung his knife at Jiang Shao. Although Jiang Shao was strong enough, he was not always involved in these fighting and killing activities, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. He didn't dodge the knife. Clang! A burst of light suddenly appeared on Jiang Zhao's body, and the protective effect of his sky wrathhorn armor was activated. The worn-out knife couldn't break through the defense at all and was even bounced off. Bandit! Liu picked up the knife casually and wiped it across his lower abdomen, as quick as the wind. Ziyan was about to draw her bow and arrow, but the 4 bandits were killed. At this time, other bandits in the bandit camp heard the fighting and ran over one after another. Kill them all. Jiang Shao had no mercy on these bandits at all, as they were the ones who provoked him first. If we let these bandits develop without any control, sooner or later they will take revenge on us. Jiang Shao rushed directly into the group of bandits with a poisonous dagger in hand. Chop this guy up first, a bandit shouted, leading the charge towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao kicked a bandit away and stabbed another one's chest with the dagger in his right hand. The effect of the poisonous dagger was instantly apparent. The man covered his wound in horror, but fell to the ground and twitched weakly. Relying on the defensive blessing of the skies, Wrathhorn armor, the broken weapons of these little bandits could not cause any substantial harm to him. Moreover, he could be immune to one fatal attack every 7 days, so even if he really encountered fatal danger, he could escape unscathed. Jiang Shao struck each of the bandits with a knife, and they did not die, but the poison was spreading rapidly. Most of them collapsed to the ground, which was more painful than killing them. Ziling, Li Yu, and Zhu Yu were already on par with Jiang Shao, forming a powerful offensive. Ziyin stood behind, drawing her bow and drawing an arrow. The iron arrowheads gleamed coldly, and almost every arrow hit the target accurately. In just a few seconds, he shot down 2 bandits who were trying to launch a sneak attack. The rest of the accompanying personnel began to clean up the battlefield and pick up the weapons and belongings of the fallen bandits. Screams rang out one after another, and blood soaked the ground. These people watched their brothers fall one by one, and some of them didn't even have a complete body. A bandit stepped back tremblingly, holding his injured leg. They are not human at all. Horrible, so horrible. Quick, go and inform the boss. Run, run. Their psychological defenses had collapsed. They dropped their weapons and ran away. Just a few minutes. The bodies of the bandits were lying all over the ground. All the bandits who rushed out were killed. Sudden, a thunderclap exploded deep in the mountain village, followed by a deafening shout. Who is it? Who dares to attack our Blackhead Peak? 2 men came out. Judging from their appearance, they're the number 1 leader, One-Eyed Xiong, and number 2 leader, Crooked-Legged Zhang mentioned on the Blackhead Peak map. The leader was a one-eyed man with a hideous scar covering his left eye. He was a big, shirtless man with dark skin and a tattoo of a roaring tiger on his chest. He was holding a huge machete in his hand, with the back of the knife full of notches. His one eye glanced coldly at the corpses on the field, with murderous intent in his eyes. Behind the one-eyed man, there followed a lame man with a limp. Lame Zhang had a pair of triangular eyes as sharp as knives. His skin was as pale as a dead person, and his waist was full of poisoned bottles and daggers. Behind the 2 men, there were a dozen bandits gathered. The bandit leader has finally been found. Chapter 49, if you can delay it, you will win. Kill these people. Don't let any of them leave alive. The one-eyed man's one, it was like a blazing flame, filled with murderous intent. As he roared, a circle of blood-red light quickly spread out with him as the center. Under the halo, the eyes of all the bandits instantly turned blood red, and a violent aura emanated from their bodies. This guy actually has skills? Zhu Yu protected Jiang Shao behind him with a serious look. Lord, be careful. This aura is obviously a buff skill that can make his subordinates more powerful in attack and defense. The bandits who had been hiding out of fear rushed out frantically. We must fight now to win. Rush! Jiang Shao waved his hand, and the battle started again. Ziling pointed the spear in his hand straight at a bandit who was rushing towards him. Bang! The spear pierced into the bandit's shoulder, but to her surprise, the spear did not penetrate. The bandit gritted his teeth and held on. A layer of light red light appeared on his body. It was the halo effect of the one-eyed man that provided a powerful damage reduction ability. Ziling snorted coldly and dropped the spear in her hand. Her arms tightly embraced the bandit's waist and abdomen. Her muscles tensed as if they were made of steel. Get down! Ziling exerted force with both arms, and the bandit's body actually made a crackling sound of bones breaking. The little bandit's face was filled with pain, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a dull thud, his body was crushed and deformed, his spine was broken, and he fainted from the pain. The one-eyed man was horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the weapon she just threw away be any match for my buffed men? The one-eyed hero swept his eyes across the battlefield, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. The weapons of these women are better than those of these bandits, and they are all made of iron. They can't all be that powerful? That's the fact. Everyone is so fierce. Liu shuttled among the bandits like a ghost and took care of 2 of them in just a few breaths. The one-eyed hero's face became increasingly ugly as he watched his men die tragically one after another. Finally, he was so angry that he clenched the machete with both hands and rushed towards Jiang Shao, Prepare to die. The machete chopped down like thunder, with a whistling sound of breaking wind. Be careful. Zhu Yu didn't know that Jiang Shao could ignore the attack of the one-eyed man. He quickly pushed him away, raised the black iron battle axe in his hand above his head, and met the attack. Crack! The loud sound of metal clashing echoed in the bandit camp, and sparks flew everywhere. The one-eyed hero's attack was so powerful that it forced Zhu Yu to his knees, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. As the leader of the bandits, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. But Jiang Shao was not afraid, because he had the sky's wrath horn armor. As long as the durability was enough, he would not be able to break his defense. Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't cause much damage to the one-eyed hero for the time being. His plan was simple: delay the one-eyed man and buy time for the maids. As long as the maids deal with the other bandits, they will rush forward together. No matter how strong the one-eyed man is, one person can stab him through with a single sword. As for the other bandit leader, Lame Zhang was fighting with Zihan, who was holding shield. The other minions are a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Winning will be achieved once they are all dealt with. The battle situation quickly tilted towards Jiang Zhao's side. One-eyed Xiong also knew Jiang Zhao's plan, but he had no way to stop it. Jiang Shao clung to him like a dogskin plaster, stabbing continuously with the poisonous dagger in his hand. Although it was not fatal in one blow, the poison made the one-eyed hero's movements slightly slower. In just 3 minutes, all the bandits except the leader were wiped out. One-eyed Xiong and Lame Zhang looked at each other, despair written all over their faces. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The one-eyed man roared and turned around to escape. Run? Where's the chance? Ziling, Li Yu, and Zhu Yu quickly surrounded the one-eyed man and blocked him in place. A group of maids gathered around them, and with the flash of swords and the shadow of sabers, one-eyed Xiong and lame-legged Zhang completely ended their sinful lives. This battle consumed a lot of energy for everyone except Jiang Shao. There was another injured person, Zhu Yu. There was a hideous wound on her shoulder. That was left behind when she took the one-eyed man's machete for Jiang Shao. Are you okay? Jiang Shao stretched out his hand, and a white light flashed between his palms. Low-level healing technique. To be precise, it is 5 times the low-level treatment. Oh! A warm light slowly flowed into Zhu Yu's body, and she couldn't help but let out a trembling nasal sound. Zhu Yu felt the surge of vitality and looked at Jiang Shao in amazement. Thank you, Lord. This anti-bandit operation has completely overturned her perception of Jiang Shao as a lord. Just when Jiang Shao was about to lead everyone to pack up the spoils, the announcement came. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and astrology pavilion building blueprints. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and astrology pavilion building blueprints. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and astrology pavilion building blueprints. 3 explosive pieces of news flashed across the faces of all the lords. Fuck, I was wondering why Jiang Shin disappeared after sending out the gold coins. Turns out he went to do something big. How many zeros are there? 50,000. 50,000 intermediate supplies? Is this person still a human being? 50,000 intermediate resources. I can't even think about it. Eliminate the bandit camp? Can Jiang Shun wipe out an entire camp? Aren't there bandits who kill without blinking an eye? Could it be that Jiang Shao has already recruited militiamen who can fight? That doesn't make sense. There's a bandit camp near my home. I don't know what level it is, but according to the indigenous people nearby, there are tens of thousands of bandits in it. I want to join them. Then let me ask, if you join the bandits, will you get food and lodging? Most lords can't even kill a yak. Their peasants were really peasants, and they had no fighting power at all. It was impossible to imagine how Jiang Shao could wipe out an entire mountain camp in one fell swoop. Jiang Shao was a little confused when he heard about the rewards he had received. The description on the map at the time read, "The first lord who successfully attacks the bandit camp will receive a reward." I knew I would get rewards, but I didn't expect to get so many. These 50,000 intermediate resources are 10,000 units each of copper, ore, agate, iron, ore, lime powder, and pine wood. It's definitely a fortune. The The reward of 10,000 reputation can unlock more effects of Sword of Gojian, King of You, not to mention. The most important thing is the reward of a building blueprint of the Astrology Pavilion. As long as the Astrology Pavilion is built, the Advanced Female Warrior Recruitment card, obtained previously, will come in handy. That means you have a 100% chance of recruiting a legendary commander or above. If you're lucky, you can recruit a mythical commander. Isn't that invincible? Chapter 50 is very simple. Just take a few people and conquer it. Today I will update one more chapter, January 3rd. Thank you for the 5-star rating. The next step is to plunder the resources in this primary bandit camp. After about half an hour, Liu, Ling, and others carried a large box and placed it heavily in front of Jiang Shao. Master, these are all the resources and supplies in the village. In terms of resources alone, this broken bandit camp is really too poor. After searching for a long time, I found 1,387 units of wood, 679 units of stone, 357 units of iron ore, and 297 units of copper ore. But there are a lot of other supplies. 24 simple and ordinary weapons, 14 simple protective gear, 2 high-level weapons, 2 low-grade horses, 164 silver coins, and 175 gold coins. A granary construction drawing, and a stone workshop construction drawing. There are also some pills and decoctions. These crude weapons and protective gear are useless. You can just go back and exchange them for some resources with others in the chat area. Taking advantage of the fact that other lords currently do not have complete weapons and equipment, they can still be sold. The 2 high-end weapons originally belonged to the 2 bandit leaders, a machete and a dagger. These 2 weapons can be given to your maid first. What caught Jiang Zhao's attention now was a special item in a wooden box. 3 primary rock cores, 3 primary flame cores, and 3 primary ice cores. Core? What is this? Jiang Shao picked up a primary ice core and put it in his hand, feeling a slight chill. Primary ice core can be used to forge equipment or as a building material. It seems to be an advanced prop, and I guess it can only be used in the future. At this time, Zhu brought 2 people. My lord, these villagers must have been captured by the bandits and forced to work. They're all from the villages near Blackhead Peak. There should be dozens of villagers captured, and now there are only these 2 left alive. What should we do? Jiang Shao looked at the 2 people in front of him. They looked tired, their clothes were ragged, and their bodies bore scars from various labors. He doesn't look like a bandit. My territory is 10 kilometers away. Do you want to go back to your previous village, or do you want to follow me? These people knelt down one after another. When the bandits captured us, our village had already been burned down. If the Lord is willing to take us in, we will be grateful. Jiang Shao, let me make it clear first. You can only live outside the territory. You cannot enter the walled area without my permission. I will provide you with basic survival supplies. However, my territory does not support idle people. You have to work every day. Otherwise, I will not waste food. Is that okay? They all nodded in agreement. This is too good to be true. They work as laborers among the bandits, and they don't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear. If I follow the Lord back, I can have enough food as long as I work every day. There is absolutely no way I can refuse. Successfully recruited farmers. Jiang San gained reputation value 32. Successfully recruited farmers. Chun Ping gaining reputation value 27. Jiang San. Stamina 45 of 45. Ability logging. Loyalty 100. Jiang Shao felt more relieved after seeing these tips. Loyalty 100 will never deceive yourself. It seems that these are the ordinary farmers recruited by other lords. As expected, only the maids that I recruited because of their talents have those amazing skills. But these farmers, their physical strength is too low. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. If you let them chop trees and dig stones every day, the income will always be greater than the cost. You can also learn about the world from these villagers. Jiang Shao waved his hand. Pack up your things and get ready to go home. Along the way, the lords in the chat area never stopped tagging Jiang Shao, especially Uncle Chun, who bombarded Jiang Shao with information. Brother Jiang, did you really wipe out a bandit camp? How many bandits are there in the bandit camp? Brother Jiang, are your farmers so fierce? Or have you recruited soldiers? Your rewards are too much. 50,000 intermediate resources. I'm afraid I'll have to mine them forever. Brother Jiang, you were the first to wipe out the bandit camp, and you got such a big reward. Do you think I will also get a reward if I am the second to wipe out the bandit camp? Uncle Chun said a little more. If Jiang Shao didn't reply, he would keep talking. He casually said, "It's just a basic bandit camp. Very simple. There's no need for soldiers. I only had 10 of them to defeat them." For the first time ever, Uncle Chun didn't reply. He was not a fool, and he did not believe a word Jiang Shao said. Uncle Chun directly posted the chat records of what Jiang Shao had said to him in the chat area. Then Uncle Chun added 2 more sentences. "See, the bandit camp is very simple. Brothers, I have already set out with my peasants. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Jiang Shao, "Did you really go there?" Uncle Chun, "I'm not stupid. I tricked them into going there." Jiang Shao, "This Uncle Chun is truly a beast, and some people actually believed it." Uncle Chun, "No, brother, you are such a loyal man. You even thought of the other lords when you had such a good thing. Okay, there's a junior bandit camp near my home. I'll call all my peasants over and get the second kill in the bandit camp right away. And me, I plan to try it too. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I just took my peasants and joined a group of bandits. Someone really has already gathered the peasants to prepare to suppress the bandits. This kid Chinbo is also a bit broken." Jiang Shao clarified. "Everyone, the above is what Uncle Chun said himself. It has nothing to do with me. If there is any problem at that time, don't look for me." Instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. "Boss Jiang Shao, we don't like what you say." "That's right. You and Uncle Chun both said that we can take over with a dozen peasants. So you guys are secretly making money every day." "I agree. Jiang Shao must have seen the news leak out and doesn't want us to get rich with him." Jiang Shao slapped his forehead as if the situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. He did not continue to stop them. They were seeking death themselves. What could be done? This time it took a little longer to get back to the territory than it did to go there. There's nothing we can do about it. We seized some supplies, and plus the rewards we received, it was really a bit too much. But I finally got back before lunch. Chuya had already prepared a celebratory banquet in the territory. The 2 farmers rescued by Jiang Shao were directly arranged to live in the house outside the gate of the territory where Zhu Yu originally lived. Jiang Shao sent someone to deliver some food. They looked at the yak meat, wild boar meat, and even python meat, and swallowed hard. This is a dream. Moreover, the Lord arranged for these 2 people to live in the house. The Magnolia house was too luxurious for these 2 villagers. The loyalty of the 2 people soared directly to 140. Chapter 51, 500 gold coins, so much. One more chapter today, February 3rd. With the addition of these 2 villagers, the main city page of King Wiju has begun to display the real-time harvest speed of various resources. Wood, 2,823 units per hour. Ruashue alone provided 2,800 units per hour, and the remaining villager provided 23 units per hour. Stone, 2,250 units per hour. Half an hour ago, the stone collection rate was 1,500 units per hour. Although Mengming's stone collection can also deal 100 times critical hits, the efficiency is low because the outdoor quarry is far away from the territory. This time, they just happened to obtain the stone workshop building drawings, which greatly increased Mengming's collection speed. Iron ore, 650 units per hour. Lime powder, 400 units per hour. Food, 6 caddies per hour. Poultry meat, 5 caddies per hour. Watts, 18,000 units per day. These are the basic speeds, not enhanced by anything else. Because some maids will change the job at hand at any time. For example, Tiexin sometimes helps dig iron ore, and these data change in real time. As for some miscellaneous resources, such as by Wei's herb collection, Xiang's fishing, etc., they were not included. At this stage, we don't have to worry about food at all. I guess after the pastures and farmland are built, we won't have to go out hunting anymore. Although Jiang Shao saw that his territory was developing better and better, he knew that his strength was still not enough. This is just a primary bandit camp, and a dilapidated primary camp at that. What if you encounter a mid-level or even advanced bandit camp? There are probably hundreds or even thousands of bandits in this camp. Even if Jiang Shao has these maids with extremely powerful combat abilities, he will still be defeated. What the territory lacks right now are real soldiers. The main city must be upgraded to level 6 as soon as possible, and then a training ground must be built. After lunch, Jiang Shao walked to the door of King Wiju. All the materials needed to move from King Wiju to Mashiju are ready. Originally, he was still short of some silver coins. He just defeated the thieves and directly obtained 175 gold coins, which Jiang Shao exchanged for silver coins. As for the lime powder, I just got 10,000 lime powder as a first kill reward. Do you want to consume 10,000 units of lime powder, 20,000 units of tiles, 10,000 units of clay, 2,000 units of iron, or 10,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of silver coins to upgrade the main city? Yes. Although it is still a long way from level 6, it may take a few days. But when you reach level 5, you can build the astrology pavilion. Just like last time, a curtain of light enveloped Kingwiju. Remaining time to upgrade to Mashiju, 703 minutes. You can let your maid assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0 out of 8. It can also consume resources and increase speed. Jiang Shao has plenty of resources. With the experience from last time, he directly sent 8 production-related maids to assist. The specialty is the maid of production, which provides faster construction speed than the specialty is the maid of battle. After 8 maids joined, remaining time to upgrade to Mashiju, 38 minutes. Only more than half an hour left. During these 38 minutes, Jiang Shao planned to eat some fruit and chat with other lords to kill time. As the last ray of light gradually dissipated, a brand new building appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Mashiju. Compared with the previous Kingwiju, Mashiju is obviously more magnificent and solid. The entire building is dominated by dark gray stone, with a faint metallic sheen on the wall surface. The original simple wooden door has been replaced by a thick black stone carved door with complex patterns carved on the surface. Congratulations! You're the first lord to upgrade the main city to level 5, and you will get 15,000 units of intermediate resources, 900 units of advanced resources, and a sentry tower building blueprint. The reward for level 5 is a bit average. Compared with the last reward of an iron mine with unlimited mining, it is quite different. I just saw the intermediate reward of 50,000 units, so I am not surprised by this. Among these 15,000 units of intermediate resources, there are 3,000 units each of lime powder, copper ore, iron ore, pine wood, and phoenix tail tiles. Among the 900 advanced resources, 300 units each of gold ore, refined iron ore, and refined copper ore. This sentry tower building blueprint is a good thing. If it could be built like the sentry tower in the primary bandit camp, it would be very practical. Jiang Shao began to check the properties of Mashiju. Main city. Level. Mashiju, level 5. Population, 9/35. 8 maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings, 23/40. Heroes, once a day. The lord can activate heroes, and within 12 hours, the combat power of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 60%. Upgrade. To upgrade to Liuguang Pavilion, you need 10,000 units of cement, 30,000 units of bricks, 6,000 units of iron ore, 10,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 10,000 units of pine wood, and 500 gold coins. Number of buildings required for upgrading. 10 level 3 buildings, 30 buildings. The attribute of the heroine has been increased from the original 50% to 60%. But what about the resources mentioned in the upgrade conditions? Although Jiang Shao was mentally prepared for the massive amount of resources required for a level 6 main city, he still didn't expect it to be so much. Songmu has given the reward he got from suppressing the bandits, and the iron, ore, and other things are easy to deal with. 30,000 units of bricks. Tiles consume 2 units of clay. Bricks require 5 units of clay to make. This not only increases the cost, but the firing time will definitely increase exponentially. There are also cement and phoenix tail tiles. These 2 things Jiang Shao cannot make yet. Even 500 gold coins are needed. That's 5 million units of wood. The most important thing is to take the materials and exchange them for gold coins while the other lords are unaware. Jiang Shao, who had just received his reward, felt that he was rich, but after seeing these upgrade conditions, I'm still a poor guy. Mashiju can recruit 8 maids every day. 6 places have been used today, leaving 2. Jiang Shao did not plan to customize and directly recruited 2 maids at random. 2 maids came out one after another. Maid Xiaoli. Physical strength, 260/260. Abilities, hunting, fighting. Skills, sprint, able to move at high speed in all environments. Loyalty, 100. Maid, Qinglan. Physical strength, 50/50. Yes, that's 50. Ability, diplomacy. Skill, 10x critical diplomacy. Loyalty, 100. Jiang Shao didn't have time to look at what the two maids were wearing, as he had more important things to do. He directly took out the architectural drawings of the astrology pavilion. Do you want to consume 1,000 units of tiles, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 100 gold coins to build the astrology pavilion? Chapter 52, What is this red light? Today I will update one more chapter 3 of 3. Thank you all for the 5-star rating. Please pay more attention. I will update frequently. Please don't be afraid of tiring myself to death. How much is this? 100 gold coins. Jiang Shao now has 93 gold coins in total, including gold and silver coins. After a long day of work, I don't have enough coins. Jiang Shao was just worrying when his friend list rang. Could it be that brat Uncle Chen again? Why is he talking so much? Jiang Shao guessed wrong. The person who sent the message was Wu Di. Boss Jiang Shao, you are really fast. You have upgraded to Mashiju, the 5th level main city. I think it will take several more days to reach level 4. He came to congratulate himself. Wu Di's progress is actually very fast. At this stage, there is no lord who has reached the 4th level main city. This is a cliff-like lead. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao was not so anxious anymore. Everything, take your time. Jiang Shao, your current progress is also very fast. Don't compare with me. Most people have just upgraded to the 3rd level main city, right? Wu Di came to congratulate Jiang Shao sincerely. He has a special feeling for Jiang Shao. If Jiang Shao had not exchanged 10 kilograms of food with him at that time, his farmer would have probably run away. Then, with the help of Jiang Shao, he reached the 2nd level main city for the 2nd time. In other words, without Jiang Shao, Wu Di would have been dead. That's all thanks to Boss Jiang Shao. Without you, I'm afraid. By the way, Boss Jiang Shao, it seems you were collecting coins this morning. When Jiang Shao heard this, he immediately became interested. No way. Could it be that this kid Wu Di has silver coins? Brother Wu, do you have any silver coins? Wu Di scratched his head and said, I don't have any silver coins yet, but I have gold coins. Do you need them? I have 8 or 9. Jiang Shao was a little disappointed when he heard that there were no silver coins, but then he heard that there were 8 or 9 gold coins. Isn't this complete? I need 8 or 9 gold coins. In exchange, I'll give you. Jiang Shao was just about to make an offer. Before he could finish his words, he received a message. Lord Wu Di gives you 9 gold coins. Do you accept? This kid is really honest. He gave it to me directly. This is equivalent to 90,000 units of wood. Brother Wu, do you know the value of the gold coin? Why did you just give it to me? To upgrade to Mashiju, you need 100 gold coins. To upgrade to Liuguang Pavilion, you need a full 500 gold coins. Jiang Shao thought that Brother Wu was a little too naive, so he reminded him. Wu Di sincerely wanted to help Jiang Shao, so he sent another gift. Boss Jiang Shao, I'm only at level 3 now, so I don't need to think that far ahead. Besides, if you hadn't helped me reach level 2, I would have probably died on the 3rd night. Hearing this, Jiang Shao did not refuse anymore. We are all grown men. There is no need to be so hesitant. Besides, I really need these gold coins now. When this kid needs any supplies in the future, I will give him the corresponding things. After accepting Wu Di's gift, Jiang Shao opened the chat area again. Collect gold coins, collect silver coins, collect them vigorously. Without checking to see if anyone responded to him, Jiang Shao closed the chat area again. For this kind of thing, you definitely can't just stay in the chat area for a long time to buy it. There are very few fools alive now. If someone sells something to you, reply immediately. The other party will definitely think it is a good thing. They will take the opportunity to raise the price of gold coins. This is called playing hard to get. You have to make the other party beg you to switch with them. Other lords neither built pastures nor cultivated land, nor upgraded their main city to Kingwaju, so it was impossible for them to know the use of gold coins. No, Boss Jiang Shao, how come you disappeared after sending the message? That's right. I have 10 silver coins here too. Can I exchange them for something? I have one too. Please exchange it. Please change +1. Boss Jiang Shao has just upgraded his main city to level 5, so he must be building something again. Level 5. When did it happen? Why didn't I see it? Just now, are you deaf or blind? You were deaf last year. Soon, the chat area started to tag Jiang Shao crazily, but he totally ignored it. People were just like that. When they saw that Jiang Shao didn't respond at all, they thought that the price they offered was too high and even started to lower their own price. Jiang Shao took out the architectural drawings of the astrology pavilion again. This time, he really had enough materials. Yes, build. Jiang Shao placed the astrology pavilion between Mashiju and Yulon House in the main city, as it was relatively safe. It must be placed in such a safe location. Jiang Shao spent 100 gold coins on this building. If it is demolished by any chance, it will be a huge loss. After a while, the astrology pavilion was built. Jiang Shao looked at the newly built astrology pavilion, and his expression froze instantly. This building seems a bit rough no matter how you look at it. The entire attic is not high, with only 2 floors. The first floor has gray brick walls, and the second floor is a wooden house built with pine wood. On a simple wooden plaque in front of the door, a few stars were hastily carved. This crappy building cost me 100 gold coins? Jiang Shao looked at the properties of this building. Astrology Pavilion. Level 1. Recruitment. You can use recruitment cards to recruit commanders. Diplomatic ceremony. Consume 10 gold coins to hold a small diplomatic ceremony. During the ceremony, there is a 1% chance of attracting outside talents to join. Upgrade. Upgrade to level 2, 1,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 6,000 units of pine wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and 200 gold coins. This shabby roadside stall is actually an astrology pavilion? Never mind. The point is that the recruitment card can be used. The description of this recruitment card says there is a 100% chance of randomly recruiting a female commander of legendary level or above. Wouldn't it really be possible for me to recruit a mythical being? Thinking of this possibility, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart beating like a drum. Nervous, too nervous. Use Advanced Female Warrior Recruitment Card. The card in Jiang Zhao's hand instantly turned into a dazzling red stream of light and flew directly into the astrology pavilion. His eyes never left. 10 seconds. There was dead silence in the astrology pavilion, with no movement at all. 20 seconds. In the corner of Jiang Zhao's room, the sword of Gojian, King of Yu, was shaking slightly. 30 seconds. It's still quiet. Jiang Shao frowned. What the hell? Where's the female commander? Sudden. Boom! The plaque in front of the astrology pavilion suddenly began to glow. The dazzling fiery red light spread out from the plaque, instantly illuminating the entire building. Immediately afterwards, a pillar of fiery red light shot up into the sky, as if tearing the sky apart, enveloping the entire Jiang Zhao's territory in a blazing red glow. The areas where the other lords were located were also illuminated by the fiery red light, as if it were daytime. The busy lords stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. What? Did you see that? That red light, what is that? Could it be? Were we going to be sent to again? Oh my God, are they going to teleport us back to the real world? Quick, where's Uncle Chun? Go ask Boss Jiang Shao what this thing is. Chapter 53, who just said that we can be teleported back to the original world? Thank you for your praise and gifts. I will post 3 more chapters today, January 3rd. The red light in the sky was like a burning flame, illuminating the earth red. All the lords stared at the vision in amazement, and no one knew what it meant. More people fell silent, and the fear in their hearts rose along with the red light. Especially those lords who had just stabilized and developed their territories felt that the light above their heads was suffocating. But there are also some lords with strange ways of thinking. They wonder if they can return to their original world. Soon, the red light in the sky gradually dimmed, and the blazing beam of light disappeared. The whole world returned to peace. That's not right. Why am I still in this damn place? Who just said that we can be teleported back to the original world? Stand out. I promise I won't beat you to death. What the hell? What's going on with that light? Anything can happen in this world. Could it be a sign of the end of the world? Uncle Chen also came out to say that he knew nothing. Sorry guys, I don't know what this is all about. But one thing is certain, this beam of light definitely triggered a remarkable event. Sentence after sentence, it's still all nonsense. So everyone started to ask Jiang Shao. But Jiang Shao, he didn't have time to answer these people's questions. Jiang Shao stood in front of the astrology pavilion, his face full of mixed emotions. Excitement, nervousness, and anticipation intertwined together. He could even hear his own rapid heartbeat. What kind of people did that Advanced Female Warrior Talent Recruitment Card recruit for me? Legendary or mythical? Jiang Zhao's eyes were fixed on the door of the astrology pavilion. Sudden, clatter, clatter. Steady and powerful footsteps came from inside the astrology pavilion. Every footstep stepped on Jiang Zhao's heartbeat. Squeak. The door slowly opened. Then, a figure appeared in Jiang Zhao's sight. She wore a silver helmet, with a few strands of black hair hanging down in front of her forehead, and her heroic face exuded an inviolable majesty. The fiery red battle robe made her figure look both strong and soft, and the sword at her waist shone with a cold light. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as they fell on Jiang Shao. Then, she knelt on one knee and said in a loud voice, "I am Qin Liangyu, Your Excellency the Lord." Jiang Shao repeated the name. Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu. Wait, Qin Liangyu. This name, I seem to have heard of it before. If Jiang Shao remembered correctly, she was the only female general recognized by official history in the late Ming dynasty. He is proficient in the art of war and can lead the white flag soldiers to defeat a larger force with a smaller one. Historical books once said that she led the troops from the front and had a great military presence, and she reversed the situation several times during the turmoil in the late Ming dynasty. This must be fake. Can this be summoned? Ew, are you really Qin Liangyu? Then, do you know where the Ming dynasty is? How did you get there? The woman bowed again. My lord, I am Qin Liangyu. As for the Ming dynasty, I don't understand what you were talking about. Is it just the name? But in this world, no matter what happens, Jiang Shao doesn't find it strange. The commander's panel appeared in front of her. Qin Liangyu, Mythical Commander. Physical strength, 700/700. Qi and blood value, 330. Loyalty, 100. Skills, unmovable as a mountain, blazing sword dance, roar the dragon bird, flag of command. View the other, 25 skills. Fuck Lu Changjing, the legendary commander. Qin Liangyu. Qi and blood value. What the hell is this Qi and blood value of 330? You should know that Zhu Yu's blood value is only 53, while Qin Liangyu's blood value is 330. 330, higher than the full score of 300 in comprehensive science. There's also a physical strength of up to 700 and as many as 29 skills. If she swung her sword, it would probably tear the sky's wrath horn armor apart. After carefully checking Qin Liangyu's skills, I found that she also has a powerful aura skill. Banner of Command. Within 10 seconds, it can triple the morale, triple the action speed, triple the attack power, and triple the defense power of the troops under your command. If she were to lead Li Yu and the others to fight, wouldn't the combat attributes of all her maids triple? Then why should we be afraid of the primary bandit camp? No, even if it's a mid-level bandit camp, there's no need to be afraid. Even if it was only 10 seconds, it would be enough to turn them upside down. Mythical Commander. Mythical Commander. Jiang Shao kept repeating these words. I actually managed to recruit a legendary commander. If an ordinary person uses a high-level commander recruitment card, there's only a 10% chance of summoning an epic level or above. My SSS level hidden talent. Isn't it a bit too incredible? Invincible. Now I am totally invincible. If Jiang Zhao's development before was relatively stable, then after that, with the help of Qin Liangyu, he could really push from the first tower to the main base in one wave. My lord, I see some doubt in your eyes. Is there anything I can do to help? Qin Liangyu was also a little confused at this time, because the lord in front of her obviously doubted her identity. Otherwise, you can't ask twice. Could it be someone is impersonating me? Jiang Shao was happy. No, I have no doubts. I'm so excited. I'm so glad I was able to recruit you. By the way, you can live in a private house by yourself. Is this okay? As he spoke, Jiang Shao directly built a magnolia house, which was upgraded to level 2. Thank you, Lord. This directly increased Qin Liangyu's loyalty slightly by 3 points. Each person has a room, and it's a second-level residential building, but the loyalty only increased by 3 points? It seems that the force is not strong enough. Then, Jiang Shao handed her the horses that he had seized from the bandit camp. Liangyu, you can pick any of these horses. Jiang Zhao's action raised Qin Liangyu's loyalty by 6 points. As expected, the commander just likes things related to combat. Whatever you like, I'll give you. Although she had a sword, Jiang Shao gave Qin Liangyu the big knife seized from the bandit camp. Qin Liangyu's loyalty finally stabilized at 118 points. During the time before dinner, Jiang Shao took Qin Liangyu out for a walk. Because Li Yu and others in the family went out hunting, he also wanted to see how powerful this health value of 330 was. But there was no chance for more than half an hour. On the way, we encountered 2 blind bears. But just when the blind bear was about to pounce on Jiang Shao, Qin Liangyu stood directly in front of Jiang Shao. The 2 adult blind bears looked at Qin Liangyu as if they had seen something terrible and turned around and ran away. Aren't these bears usually very cool? Why did they run away today? As night was about to fall, the two returned to the territory. Liang Yu, please walk around by yourself first. The dinner will be served soon. Jiang Shao kept rubbing his temples. Because he was too excited about recruiting a mythical commander, he always felt that he had forgotten something. What did you forget? I lost it. Jiang Shao suddenly remembered that he had not yet made any arrangements for the two maids he had recruited for the main city upgrade in the afternoon. He hurried to Mashijit. Not far away, he saw two maids sitting on the steps in front of the main city. Chapter 54. Finally remembered that there are still two maids that have not been arranged. Today's chapter 3, February 3rd. When the two saw Jiang Shao coming, they quickly stood up and said, Master, please give me your guidance. Jiang Zhao's gaze first fell on Xiaoli, who had two ponytails. She is not tall, probably about 1.6 meters. Little lowly with twin ponytails. No wonder the skill is sprint. It looks like it's running very fast. Xiaoli, Li Yu, and the others will be back soon. You could go hunting with them tomorrow. Next came the second maid, Qinglan. Qinglan was wearing a silk cheongsam. Who says you have to show a lot to look good? Although the cheongsam Qinglan wore did not expose her thighs too much, it was cut just right and fit her body perfectly. The slender waist and tall figure outline an arc that cannot be ignored, which is extremely seductive yet elegant. This kind of mature charm is somewhat fatal to Jiang Shao. Master, I can recruit more valuable talents for you in diplomatic affairs. Recruit more valuable talents? Jiang Shao then remembered that her skill was 10 times critical strike diplomacy. He quickly pulled Qinglan to the entrance of the astrology pavilion. Qinglan, can you be in charge of the diplomatic ceremony of this astrology pavilion? The astrology pavilion has one attribute. Diplomatic ceremony. Consume 10 gold coins to hold a small diplomatic ceremony. During the ceremony, there is a 1% chance of attracting outside talents to join. Qinglan bowed slightly and bent down gently. At that moment, the cheongsam slid gently, making her body curve more seductive, inadvertently bringing out a hint of elusive charm. Of course, master. Jiang Shao watched her intently as she walked into the door of the astrology pavilion. At this moment, Jiang Shao noticed that the diplomatic ceremony had changed. There is a 10% chance of attracting outside talent. From 1% to 10%. It really is true that what you need comes to you. No wonder Qinglan only has 50 stamina. If he had more stamina, he would be able to hold so many shows in a day. Qinglan, come on. Give me more children in the future. No, that's not right. Give me more talents for my foreign affairs. After saying this, Jiang Shao thought about it. Given the current situation at home, it seems that we cannot afford to spend 10 gold coins to hold a small diplomatic ceremony. Wait, you should go to the kitchen to help out for the next 2 days. I'll call you when we have money. There is still about an hour until dinner time. Jiang Shao first built a stone processing plant at the place where Meng Meng dug stones. This blueprint was obtained when suppressing bandits, and it can greatly increase Meng Meng's efficiency in collecting stones. Then Jiang Shao built a brick kiln at home. After counting the resources, I can just upgrade all 4 brick kilns to level 2. Do you want to consume 1,000 units of lime powder, 5,000 units of clay, and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the brick kiln to level 2? Yes. Then, the 4 brick kilns unlocked new resources. Brick kiln, level 2. Production possible, tiles, bricks, and phoenix tail tiles. Consumption, when firing in a brick kiln, 300 units of wood or 150 units of charcoal are consumed per day. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 5,000 units of bricks, 3,000 units of cement, and 10 flame cores. Jiang Shao checked the raw materials needed for each producible resource. Wall requires 2 units of clay. Brick requires 5 units of clay. Phoenix tail tile requires 1 unit of tile and 1 unit of resin. Good news, Phoenix tail tiles can be produced now. Bad news, the resin cannot be made and its source is unknown. In this case, there can only be 2 brick kilns for making tiles and 2 brick kilns for making bricks. The only raw material required for these 2 semi-finished products is clay. There was no way to obtain clay near Jiang Zhao's territory, but clay was a resource similar to thatch, and there was plenty of it in the chat area. But most of the time, clay is exchanged for intermediate resources, and the ratio is about 1 to 100 or even 1 to 150. 99% of lords don't have a brick kiln, and many even use 50 units of clay to exchange for 1 unit of tile. Jiang Shao casually stayed in the chat area for a while and swept up 100,000 units of clay. Then he asked Tieshin to help and burned a large amount of charcoal in the blacksmith shop. Below, 4 brick kilns are running continuously, burning tiles and bricks. After doing all this, almost all the maids in Jiang Zhao's family came back. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhao recruited Qin Liangyu and caused the strange phenomenon that all the surrounding wild animals were scared away. This resulted in the 5-man hunting team only hunting down a 400-pound wild boar. Even the fish in the water were affected, and Xiang only caught fish weighing 30 kilograms. As for Sangji, she picked 200 kilograms of oranges by herself. At least several orange trees must be bald. If there is a chance and the territory becomes larger, it would be best to transplant these fruit trees into the territory. Lin Qing'er first handed over more than 10 silver coins that Jiang Xiao had picked up. Master, I have 2 pieces of information to report to you. She unfolded a map, and Jiang Xiao looked at 2 locations on the map, both of which were marked. A mid-level horse bandit camp was discovered 30 kilometers east of the territory. 15 kilometers west of the territory, there is a wolf pack, including a wolf king. Jiang Xiao looked at the map and felt a little excited. Now with Qin Liangyu, a mythical leader with an HP value of 330, this intermediate bandit camp should be able to be taken down. These 2 locations are in different directions. Comparing them, it is certain that the harvest from the intermediate horse bandit camp is greater. Liu, don't lead everyone out hunting tomorrow. Let's go and destroy that mid-level horse bandit camp. Good master. After Liu agreed, a hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Liangyu's eyes, which was caught by Jiang Xiao. Liangyu, what do you think? Qin Liangyu clasped her hands together. My lord, I think we should hunt the Wolf King first, and then wipe out the mid-level horse bandit camp in the afternoon. Jiang Xiao didn't understand the difference between the order of precedence, and the directions of these 2 sentences were not the same. What's the difference? Qin Liangyu analyzed. If we go to wipe out the mid-level horse bandit camp first, we probably won't be able to reach the wolf pack until the evening. But at this time, the wolves probably won't stay where they are. They will go out to hunt other animals. As for the mid-level bandit camp, their lair is right there and they won't move. At this time, Yumi next to him also began to agree. Master, Sister Qin Liangyu is right. Wolves do have this habit. Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that there was such a saying. Liangyu, I didn't expect you to know so much about wolves. Then let's go kill the Wolf King first, and then attack the mountain stronghold. Qin Liangyu touched the sword on her body. My lord, I have killed at least 80 wolves, if not 100. Therefore, I have a certain aura, and most wild beasts will flee when they see me. Killed 80 wolves? Had an aura that frightened wild animals? No wonder when the 2 blind bears saw Qin Liangyu in the afternoon, they turned around and ran away as if they saw their natural enemy. Okay, let's have dinner first. Eat as much as you can. Oh, right, Ruashu. Remember to send some food to the 2 villagers living outside the wall. They have taken refuge with us, so at least they should have enough to eat. Rest early tonight and leave early tomorrow. Chapter 55, There is the breath of other humans. Thank you all for your praise. Chapter 3, 3/3, full of motivation. I hope you can give me more 5 stars. Thank you. Several maids whose specialties were fighting and hunting did not rest immediately. They all went to practice with Qin Liangyu. Especially Zhu Yu. She seemed to know that Qin Liangyu was much stronger than herself, and asked Qin Liangyu for a lot of skills. Jiang Xiao did not stop him. They don't have any other entertainment activities, so this kind of competition should be able to improve their strength. Today he planned to go back to the main city and sleep alone. There are important things to do tomorrow, so I must get enough rest. As for other activities, we can wait until we wipe out the mid-level horse bandit camp tomorrow. Get up the next morning. Jiang Xiao directly used double recruitment times to recruit a mining maid and 3 maids with combat talents. The skills of these 3 combat maids are similar to those of Zi Ling and Li Yu, and they are all extremely powerful. Next, we will arrange the team that will go out to hunt the Wolf King and suppress the bandits today. Jiang Xiao arranged the 3 new maids to defend the territory, while the others attacked with Jiang Xiao. When calling Zhu Yu, Jiang Xiao discovered that Zhu Yu's interface had changed. Red Feather, Rare Commander. Physical Strength, 195/195. Chi and Blood Value, 53.2. Loyalty, 148. Skill Chop. The blood value changed from 53 to 53.2. Could it be because of the sparring session she had with Qin Liangyu last night. Although it only increased by 0.2, as long as it can be expanded, it means that the commander's blood value can also be cultivated. But Jiang Xiao still had a question. That is the health value of your maids. Now, there is no such attribute bar on the maids panels. Is it possible to continue to grow by learning from Qin Liangyu? After arranging the team, Jiang Xiao activated the main city's skill, Women Again. The combat power of all opposite sexes is increased by 60%. This action caused Qin Liangyu's loyalty to soar by 9 points. A group of people, leading a few inferior horses, headed towards the Wolf King's habitat. Jiang Xiao was not very skilled at riding a horse, so he did not choose to ride a horse. Seeing that her lord was not riding a horse, Qin Liangyu also chose to walk, leading the horse. These horses are used to transport more supplies to the territory. Zhu Yu, why is there a purple patch on your arm? Jiang Xiao discovered a bruise on Zhu Yu's elbow, which was not there yesterday. Zhu Yu scratched his head and said, "My lord, I was punched by Lord Qin Liangyu yesterday." Got a punch? This cannot be blamed on Qin Liangyu. Your HP value is 330, and it is really hard to control the strength when attacking a commander whose HP value is 53. But Zhu Yu was very grateful to Qin Liangyu. Along the way, Jiang Zhao's maids also hunted a few wild rabbits. After walking for less than 2 hours, we arrive at the Wolf King's habitat. Jiang Xiao glanced at the map and confirmed the location with Lin Qinger. But it's good to have wolves nearby, but these wolves look about the same size as usual. You have to know that when we encountered the Yak King, its size was twice as big as that of an ordinary yak. Could it be that Lin Qinger was dazzled and there was no Wolf King here? Or the Wolf King is away for the time being? Tanuki Moon put her nose close to the ground, her fox ears swaying gently in the breeze. "Master, I can smell an unusual scent." Liu pointed to the hills in the distance. In that direction, there should be the Wolf King that Sister Lin Qinger mentioned. It should be not far away, but it's a little strange. Not only is there the Wolf King, but there are also other human scents. The last sentence caught Jiang Zhao's attention. Is there the presence of other humans? Are we going to meet other lords? But now that we are here, let's take in these wolf cubs first. Ziling, take a few people with you to deal with this group of wolves first. The others, follow me to the front to take a look. Several people lay on the hill, their eyes fixed on the creature near the bushes in the distance. That's a wolf. No, simply calling it a wolf seems to be insufficient to describe its might. It is huge, at least 3 meters tall, like a moving iron wall. The gray-black hair all over his body pierced the surroundings like steel needles, and as the breeze blew, it flashed a cold light. The fangs were as thick as an adult's arms, with a cold glow at the tips, as if they could tear their prey in half with just a slight tug. Is this the Wolf King? So big. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Yu looked at the Wolf King, his eyes flickering. "My lord, this could be a strange beast." Strange beast. Zhu Yu nodded and continued to explain. Yes, some powerful beasts will gradually develop intelligence and even learn some skills after a long period of survival and hunting. Such an existence can no longer be simply regarded as an ordinary beast. It turns out that the beasts in this world are not simple, and some can even evolve into stronger beings. This is undoubtedly extremely useful information. If it weren't for Zhu Yu's reminder, Jiang Xiao would never have known this. At this time, Liu next to him sniffed the air again, and Jiang Zhao's mind suddenly popped up information related to the Wolf King. Wolf King exotic beast. Introduction. This is a powerful creature that evolved from an ordinary forest wolf. As the absolute leader of the wolf pack, it gradually gained preliminary intelligence through countless fights and hunts. Compared with ordinary wolf kings, it is not only incredibly large in size, but also has a speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary beasts, and is very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Status. This forest wolf king seemed to be very quiet, as if he was enjoying a relaxing time after a big meal in the morning. Although he seemed to be relaxed, he was still keeping a sharp eye on everything around him. Weakness. This forest wolf king is a beast that has just completed advancement. Although its size and strength have been greatly improved, its intelligence is not yet fully mature, and it is still in the stage of adapting to its new body. Liu's tracking is really too powerful. It can be confirmed that this wolf is a strange beast, one that is more powerful than an ordinary wolf king. Jiang Xiao picked it up again. This is a wolf king that has just advanced, which means it may not have learned any skills yet. Liu, you just said there are other human presences. Where are they roughly? Liu blinked and said, Master, they are on another hill opposite us. There are about 10 people there. On the opposite hill. It seems they're also planning to target this strange wolf. It was because of Liu that he knew there were humans on the other side. It didn't matter whether they were the natives of this world or the lords who traveled through time with Jiang Shao. The important thing is that they definitely didn't discover themselves. In this way, you can completely reap the benefits. Jiang Shao signaled everyone not to move. At this moment, several figures on the opposite hill moved first. Chapter 56, this group of people really has something to show. Today is still 3 updates. 1/3. A burst of wild laughter came from the opposite hill. Do it now. Haha, I'm going to get rich today too. His eyes were fixed on the Wolf King basking in the sun in the distance, and he shouted triumphantly. Finally, we've lured this Wolf King out. There are no other wolves around. He will definitely be able to catch him this time. Besides, if I kill this Wolf King, maybe I can also report it. Then I'm sure I'll get a lot of rewards. The speaker is a man dressed in modern clothes. He was waving his arms excitedly, looking excited. Obviously, he was also a lord who traveled through time with Jiang Shao. Last night, he and the farmers used a lot of high-quality wild animal meat to lure the Wolf King out of the wolf pack. Standing behind him were 10 peasant-looking men, each holding a different weapon. 2 of them were holding crude iron axes, and 2 were holding crude iron spears. There were 5 people left, holding stone weapons. The only weapon in the team that looked slightly professional was a longbow held by a farmer, with a few iron arrows in the tube. Shoot! At his command, the farmer immediately drew the bowstring, and an arrow whistled towards the Wolf King who was basking in the sun. Whoosh! The shot was quite accurate. The arrow hit the Wolf King directly in the shoulder and pierced into his fur, but only left a shallow scar. The Wolf King stood up suddenly, shook his head, and glanced coldly in the direction where the arrow came from. Ouch! A low and shocking roar exploded instantly, and the entire forest trembled. The Lord's smile froze. He looked into the Wolf King's eyes, his mind went blank, and he actually felt an inexplicable pressure. Is this my illusion? Why? Why is the sound different from yesterday? He didn't know that the one he provoked was not an ordinary Wolf King, but a creature that had just advanced into a strange beast this morning. At this moment, the Wolf King's hair stood up, his fangs flashed coldly, and his eyes burned with flames of anger. The shallow scar on its shoulder seemed like the fuse that ignited its anger. The Lord pretended to be calm. Don't be afraid. We are many in number, and it's just a beast. His inner panic was suppressed behind his words, but the hand holding the weapon began to tremble obviously. The Lord knew that it was too late to escape. Moreover, he had already cut off all his escape routes. The Wolf King in front of him was the one he had emptied out his family fortune in exchange for a large amount of high-quality meat in order to lure it out of the wolf pack. Charge! As long as you help me kill this Wolf King, I guarantee that you will have meat to eat every meal for the next 7 days. Although the farmer's hands and feet were weak, they still rushed forward. Some were waving axes, some were holding spears, and some were even holding stone hammers, and they rushed towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King also moved. Boom! A huge figure suddenly rushed out like a gray lightning, and its huge body carried an extremely terrifying speed. A farmer was bitten directly in the chest by the Wolf King's sharp fangs. Blood gushed out instantly, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! The next second, the Wolf King swung his huge front paws fiercely, and another farmer was knocked flying. He fell heavily to the ground. His body twitched a few times, and then he was silent. In just one encounter, the team of 10 lost 2 people. No way, this wolf is so fierce. The Lord froze as he looked at the scene in front of him. However, the Wolf King's gaze had been locked on him, and those eyes, full of wildness and wisdom, made him feel cold from head to toe. Run! Run! The Lord could no longer hold back and turn around and start to run away. His steps were hurried, and there was only one thought in his mind: to survive. When the peasants saw their Lord flee, their already low loyalty collapsed instantly. Lord! Lord, help! Don't run, Lord! Save us! However, these cries for help not only failed to stop the Lord, but made him run faster. It seems that this Lord is going to prove today that this world is round, just like the blue planet. He turned around and shouted angrily. Fuck you guys, stop following me. Can you run in another direction? Damn, this is so damn unlucky. Why can Jiang Shao meet the grass-eating yak king? Why can I only meet this deadly wolf king? Jiang Shao looked at the actions of these people and probably confirmed their identities. These guys really have something to offer. There were 10 peasants led by a lord, but now only 5 are left, and they are still fleeing for their lives. I really overestimated them. I thought I could just sit back and reap the benefits. The combat capabilities of the two groups are completely not on the same level. What a rubbish lord. With 10 peasants, do you really think you can kill the boss? When Jiang Shao was having fun, the huge alien wolf king suddenly stopped chasing and turned to look at the hill where Jiang Shao was. There was a hint of alertness in those wolf eyes that glowed with cold light. This had discovered us. Jiang Shao then realized that he had underestimated the wisdom of the queen of the exotic beasts. But what if we find out? He turned his head to look at the grass not far away. Ling and his companions had already dealt with the other little wolves in the pack. Liu, Zuyu, Ling, Liangyu, go. The Wolf King looked at the approaching men and seemed to sense danger. Its sharp eyes just now revealed a hint of hesitation, and its huge body began to slowly retreat. Is it moving backwards? What about the ferocity it just showed? Jiang Shao then remembered that the two blind bears ran in the same way last night. Wolves have evolved into exotic beasts, so why are they still afraid? Liangyu, come back first. Hearing the order, Liangyu paused and turned back to Jiang Shao. My lord, I'm sorry. This is not Liangyu's fault. The alien wolf wanted to run away. What could she do? Perhaps this is the deterrent power of a mythical commander. Jiang Shao did not take action either. This Wolf King was a good training opportunity for them. With Liangyu and I protecting them, their lives would not be in danger. With the two of them not intervening for the time being, Liu once again took on the responsibility of command. Ling, Zhuyu, let's split up and don't give it any chance to escape. Shaoli, you are the fastest. Be ready to support at any time. Clear. The few of them moved quickly and with clear division of labor. They quickly formed an encirclement. Jiang Shao also received an update on the status of the Wolf King from the information passed on by Liu. Timber Wolf, strange beast. Status, furious. The Wolf King is on the verge of rage because of the heavy losses suffered by the wolf pack and the wanton invasion of its territory. It has lost its mind and is completely dominated by the desire to kill. It is in a very aggressive state and is extremely threatening. Chapter 57, if you have the guts. Come try to rob one? Today is still 3 updates. February 3rd. The Wolf King kicked his limbs and his huge figure rushed forward. Zihan was already prepared and raised the iron shield in his hand to meet the attack. Bang! The Wolf King's huge impact force hit the shield. Zihan gritted her teeth, dug her feet deep into the ground, and withstood the blow. Good opportunity. Liu clenched the iron spear in both hands, rushed forward quickly from the flank, and stabbed at the Wolf King's eyes. The Wolf King instinctively raised his front paws and blocked the attack with his sharp claws. But at this moment, swoosh, 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 several iron arrows flew through the air. Zian's precise shooting caught the Wolf King off guard. One of the arrows went straight into its right eye. Ouch! The Wolf King screamed in pain and stepped back violently. Blood gushed out of his eyes, and his anger grew more intense. It's completely furious. Don't let it escape. The Wolf King struggled to turn his head and tried to pounce on Zhuyu, who was closest to him. Zhuyu raised the black iron battle axe with both hands, and a cold light flashed. Chop! Crack! The battle axe hit the Wolf King's neck hard, splashing blood. However, the skin and flesh on the neck of the strange Wolf King were tough, and the axe only penetrated 1/3 of the depth and was not fatal. The Wolf King let out a low roar and twisted his body wildly, trying to shake off the battle axe. Purple Spirit, come and help. Her power should be the greatest among everyone except Liangyu. Ling took a few steps and came behind the Wolf King. She stretched out her hands, pressed the handle of the battle axe hard, and pushed down suddenly. Crack! The battle axe directly split the Wolf King's neck completely, and his head fell off. The huge body of the alien Wolf King fell down weakly, raising a cloud of dust, and blood quickly dyed the ground red. Jiang Shao and Liangyu walked down the hill. Well done, you guys eat something first and rest to recover your strength. The maids consumed a lot of their energy due to the intense battle. The next part is Jiang Zhao's favorite. Because Qiuyao was not here, the body of the exotic Wolf King had to be decomposed first. Just as they were preparing to deal with the body of the alien Wolf King, There was a noise in the bushes in the distance. Etc. A figure emerged from the bushes in a panic. His face was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with greed and undisguised excitement. 5 farmers followed behind him, each looking uneasy, holding hoes and shovels, shrinking back. When Jiang Shao heard this voice, he guessed what he was going to do. He just wanted to get some benefits. What? The Lord stood still, with his hands on his hips. I was the first to discover this boss. It belongs to me. Jiang Shao looked down at the Wolf King, and when he looked up again, his eyes were cold. Oh? You found it. The Lord was chased by the Wolf King for 800 or 900 meters. But later on, he found that the Wolf King did not chase him. Instead, he heard the Wolf Kings howling not far away. When he turned back and witnessed the battle, he found that the Wolf King had been killed. That's right. It chased me out. If I hadn't let it away, you wouldn't have had a chance to fight me. He found a breakthrough point, and his tone became more confident. Now, this boss belongs to me. Jiang Shao felt that this person was a little outrageous. It would not be impossible to give him 10 or 8 kilograms of high-quality wolf meat. But if he says that, then I won't give you even a piece of shit. I killed the wolf. Why should I give it to you? Besides, you just ran away. Do you remember what you looked like when you ran away? Like a dog. The Lord was speechless for a moment, but quickly retorted. What do you know? I want to go home and shake people. Go home and call for help. Kind of funny. Jiang Shao took out a dagger and said, if you have the guts, why don't you try to rob it? This is what the Lord thought. He came here to rob. He had already noticed Jiang Zhao's attire and knew he must be a lord as well. Moreover, all the people he brought were women. Although they had just shown strong fighting ability, their physical strength must have been almost exhausted. They are now definitely like fish at the mercy of others. If I team up with 5 peasants to kill the Lord on the other side, and then take these beautiful sisters home. TSK, TSK, TSK. I dare not even think about it. He gave a lewd smile. You are unlucky to have met me. Are you also a lord who traveled through time? Have you run out of energy? These pretty sisters. I'm going to eat this Wolf King today. The Lord and his 5 peasants looked at each other, and several of them rushed forward with hoes and axes raised. Jiang Shao stood there and shook his head. These people really don't know how to live or die. If they hadn't been there, the Wolf King would have caught up with them, and they would have become food for the wolves long ago. Jiang Shao didn't make any move, just stood there quietly, allowing their attacks to fall on him. Crack! An axe hit Jiang Zhao's shoulder, making a dull metallic impact sound. Next came a hoe and a spear, all of which bounced off and made several people's palms numb. Crack! Crack! The same thing happened after several consecutive attacks. The scene was eerie and terrifying. The Lord's expression gradually changed from pride to shock, and then to fear. He stood there, stunned, his lips trembling like sieves. What the hell is this? The knife, axe, and spear have no effect when they chop at it? Is this a human? His mind was racing. Wait, could it be a legendary armor? This thing is probably only possessed by those top lords? Could it be Wu Hao or Jiang Shao? The sweat rolled down his face like rain. Thinking of this, he shuddered and quickly knelt down with a plop. Brother, my name is Feng Yuan. I was wrong. I'm the one who is ignorant. I will get out of here right now. I'm not here to take the Wolf King's body. I am here to carry back these dead farmers of mine and bury them so that they can rest in peace. Jiang Shao heard this and leaned forward. Yes. Your name is Feng Yuan, right? Yes. Big brother, spare my life. Feng Yuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his voice filled with tears. Then, do you know who I am? Jiang Zhao's smile deepened, but his eyes became colder. Feng Yuan was stunned, his mind was in a mess. No, I don't know, but I will go back and take all the resources in the territory. The words haven't been finished yet. Jiang Shao stabbed at him with a poisonous dagger. My name is Jiang Shao. The sound and the dagger arrived almost at the same time. Blood gushed out. Feng Yuan's body stiffened for a second, and then fell heavily. He died with his eyes wide open, still not believing what he heard before he died. A voice sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. Congratulations, you are the first person to kill the Lord. You will receive a generous reward after conquering the other party's territory. The first person to kill the Lord? There is such a reward. Jiang Shao once again recalled the reminder he had just given when he came to this world. As your main city and territory expand, you may encounter other lords who you can invade or form an alliance with. But it seems that you can only get rich rewards after occupying the opponent's territory. Where's the other party's territory? Chapter 58, you lead the way and plunder the territory. Today is still 3 updates. 3/3. Jiang Shao first walked to the body of the exotic wolf king. Breakdown. As expected of the wolf king of exotic beasts, he indeed has a lot of things. 1,750 kilograms of high-quality wolf meat, 7 high-quality wolf bones, 1 high-quality wolf heart, and 10 bottles of high-quality wolf blood. There's also 1 more piece of equipment, high-quality wolfskin armor, plus 1,000 reputation points. All good stuff. The effect of high-quality wolf meat is very special. It is written in the effect list that long-term consumption of high-quality wolf meat may increase the speed of physical recovery. High-quality wolf blood, like blazing blood fruit, is also one of the main raw materials for making bone-cleansing pills. As for this equipment, high-quality wolfskin armor, excellent. Introduction. Made from the wolf skin of the Wolf King, this armor has natural defense. It can not only resist powerful physical attacks, but also has a certain cold resistance effect. It is very suitable for use in extremely cold environments. No special skills, but its basic defense is definitely much higher than yak leather armor. Ziling, your current clothes? Are they a little tight? You can wear this high-quality wolfskin armor from now on. Since that night, Jiang Shao felt that Ziling's clothes didn't fit her well, but he never found a chance to buy her new ones. Moreover, Jiang Shao could see with his naked eyes that Ziling's clothes were getting tighter day by day. If this breaks down one day, it would be okay at home, but it would be bad outside. It is a little small. Thank you, master. Now, there's another difficult problem facing Jiang Shao. He looked at the 1,750 kilograms of high-quality wolf meat and 1,000 kilograms of ordinary wolf meat in front of him and fell into deep thought. You can't take these things with you to fight bandits, right? Just as Jiang Shao was thinking hard about a solution, his eyes involuntarily fell on Feng Yuan's body. There are also the 5 villagers who originally followed Feng Yuan. Can you ask them to help me carry the things? A reminder sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. Should we take in these villagers who have no land? Taking in so many? The female villagers' words were okay. If we take in so many male villagers at home, it will be a bit inconvenient in daily life. Jiang Shao thought about it. Instead, we could build a few houses, some farmland, and warehouses for these villagers in the mining area far away from their homes so that they can work. Can we take over the territory of Feng Yuan, who was just killed, and have all the recruited villagers go there in the future? Jiang Shao picked up the dagger and pointed it at the 5 farmers. Will you guys follow me, or will you stay with your former lord? When the 5 farmers heard this, they were so frightened that their legs went limp and they all fell to their knees. If the Lord is willing to take me in, I will be grateful. Thank you so much. The loyalty of these farmers had long dropped below 30 due to Feng Yuan's exploitation. They were lucky to be alive until now. So how could they dare to refuse Jiang Shao? Receive 5 prompts instantly. Successfully recruited farmers. Li Wu gained reputation value, 27. Successfully recruited farmers. Zhao Ping gained reputation value, 42. Because of the mythical building Ancient Blessing in his home, the minimum loyalty of all his residents is 100. People can lie, but this kind of reminder won't, and loyalty won't either. Of course, after giving someone a slap in the face, you still have to give them some sweet treats. You guys eat something first, then use these carts to help us carry this high-quality wolf meat and get on the road. When the farmers heard that they could eat, they couldn't believe their ears. Following Feng Yuan, they went hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days and had to rely on wild vegetables and fruits to barely fill their stomachs every day. Now, the new Lord not only does not exploit you, but also offers you food. They all work for the Lord, but the gap is really too big. In their hearts, there's nothing but gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. This action actually increased Qin Liangyu's loyalty by 10 points. The 5 farmers were about to move the wolf meat away when Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Wait a minute." They stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale. Could it be that this new lord was going to go back on his word? Jiang Shao looked at the bodies on the ground and said, "You 5, bury these bodies and let them rest in peace as soon as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 people's eyes turned red and tears flowed uncontrollably. They were all partners who worked together, and even though they often competed for food with each other, they still established a deep friendship. Now that they can let the deceased rest in peace, just this dignity alone makes them grateful to Jiang Shao. Thank you again. Thank you, Lord. After doing this, The villagers planned to carry the high-quality wolf meat on the ground to the cart. Their faces turned red, veins bulged on their arms, but they remained motionless. Jiang Xiao then remembered that the people in front of him were just ordinary farmers. Ziling, go help them. Ziling gently lifted several hundred kilograms of high-quality wolf meat with one hand and placed it on the cart. The 5 farmers were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. This power was obviously beyond their understanding. My lord, where are we going next? Back to the territory? Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes. Back to the territory, but it's your previous territory. You lead the way. Under their leadership, we arrived in an hour. This territory is not large, and there are no defensive facilities around it. It is very simple. Although the level of development is average, it is still quite satisfactory. A high-end wooden house is the core building here. What caught Jiang Zhao's attention was that there was actually a blacksmith shop in the territory, and there was also a small ash mine next to it. No wonder these farmers have iron tools in their hands. That's why. This place looks nice. All the villagers who are recruited in the future can be allowed to live here and mine lime powder. Jiang Xiao then looked around and found a strange building that was not in his home. There are also 7 farmers scattered throughout the territory, all of whom are related to production. Jiang Xiao did not hesitate and directly chose to recruit them. The 7 peasants' loyalty instantly reached the maximum, and they saluted again and again. Thank you, Lord, for taking us in. At this moment, a reminder sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. Discover unowned territory. Do you choose to rule, plunder, or ignore it? Ignore? It's impossible to ignore. Rule. Turn this place into a dependent territory, share technology, and some resources belong to the main territory. Plunder. Destroy the current territory and directly obtain resources, with a chance to obtain additional building blueprints or special materials. In that case, that's perfect. Rule. If he hadn't encountered these villagers, Jiang Xiao would have definitely looted them directly. There are 2 villagers who were rescued from the previous raid on the camp in his territory. He can ask them to come to his territory early tomorrow morning. This way they could mine lime powder without disturbing their lives and those of their maids. Successful rule. Obtain 30,000 units of thatch, 45,000 units of wood, 18,000 units of stone, 5,862 units of iron ore, 2,721 units of lime powder, 1,207 units of crude oil, 7 gold coins, 19 silver coins. Obtain blueprints. Timber processing plant building blueprints. The unfamiliar building, just now, is the lumber processing plant. Jiang Xiao used these resources to build 2 houses, a warehouse, 2 plots of farmland, and a well. He also left the wolf meat he had just killed here. You guys stay here. I'll come here regularly to move lime powder. There are farmland and houses here, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Thank you, Lord. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to leave, a voice came from his ear. Congratulations, you're the first person to kill the Lord, and you have completed the capture of the other party's territory. Reward. Mythical skill. See through unique. PS. Can everyone please help write a 5-star review? The author works really hard and updates 3 times a day. I've been a little upset by the negative reviews these past 2 days. I hope all the readers can help me today and give me 5 stars. Thank you very much. Chapter 59. Lord Jiang Xiao has received the reward. Today is also 1/3 of the 3rd update. When I first killed the Yak King boss, I rewarded myself with a recruitment order and a legendary armor. Now, this is the reward for being the first to kill the Lord and the first to successfully capture the opponent's territory. It must be good. Mythical skill. Let me see what it is. See through. Mythical level. Introduction. You can view the hidden information of other units. That's it. Although it is said that the shorter the introduction, the better, this one doesn't seem to have any offensive or defensive attributes at all. Is this really a mythical skill? Never mind. It's better to have it than not to have it. Then, he and others headed towards the intermediate bandit camp marked on Lin Qinger's map. Jiang Xiao didn't know that there was another person who was also killing other lords for this reward. On a vast grassland, the wind was blowing. Wu Hao, holding the weapon he received as a reward during the first invasion, led his 17 peasants equipped with iron weapons to besiege a simple territory. The owner of the territory was a young lord with a pale face and was no longer able to resist. His territory developed very slowly and was only upgraded to a level 3 main city this morning. There were only 14 farmers in the family. Half of them were unarmed and did not even have the most basic weapons. Wu Hao, did I provoke you? Why do you want to kill me? The young lord's face turned green, and his voice trembled with despair. Wu Hao smiled coldly. If I kill you, there will naturally be something good. As for what the good thing is, you will know when you die. It turned out that a farmer in Wu Hao accidentally discovered a strange scroll during a field exploration. The scroll clearly reads, "The first player to kill the Lord and occupy his territory will receive a unique and huge reward." This news made Wu Hao very excited. Especially recently, the name Jiang Xiao has frequently appeared in the chat area and has become famous thanks to various rewards. What made him even more angry was that Jiang Xiao had once tricked him in the chat area, making him lose face. This time it's my turn. The young lord was still begging. Brother Wu Hao, I even spoke for you in the chat area. Please don't kill me. I'll give you half of my resources. No, I'll give you all of them. Really, please. Wu Hao was not moved at all and just waved his hand coldly. Several peasants acted without hesitation. The sharp blades fell, and the young lord fell in a pool of blood. A smug smile appeared on Wu Hao's face. Then, he decisively chose to occupy the opponent's territory. He thought that in the next few seconds, the system prompt sound would come as he wished. However, half a minute passed, and the only sound around was the wind and grass. Wu Hao frowned. Why haven't you given me any hint yet? 5 minutes passed, and there was still silence. 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. No, this scroll is absolutely real. I have read it countless times. Wu Hao was a little flustered and hurriedly took out the scroll from his backpack, ready to confirm it again. He unfolded the scroll and read the words carefully, only to be frozen instantly. The last line of words on the scroll was clear. Lord Jiang Xiao has received the reward. His roar echoed for a long time in the empty grassland. Jiang Xiao, are you 7 kilometers away from the mid-level horse bandit camp? Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Liu noticed that Jiang Xiao didn't look well. Jiang Xiao rubbed his nose. It's okay. I just feel like someone is scolding me. Or maybe I have a cold and my nose is not feeling well. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep tonight. Recently, I always feel that my room is a bit cold at night. When Liu heard this, her face flushed a little. Master, my sister Yumi and I's house is very warm now. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao decided to speed up. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao immediately raised his hand to signal the team to stop. Don't move. Don't rush to get close. Jiang Xiao did not have a corresponding internal map of this intermediate bandit camp, which made it a little tricky. However, can the mythical level see-through that he just obtained be used to obtain hidden information? Wait for me here for a while. Jiang Xiao groped forward a little. Use see-through. In an instant, information about the intermediate bandit camp appeared. Compared to the previous map of the Blackhead Wind Bandit Camp, this map has more complete information. Rancher Valley, Intermediate Bandit Camp. Horse Bandit Leaders. Leader number 1 is Shi Yanluo. Leader number 2 is Shi Sigu. Leader number 3 is Shi Fingyang. Leader number 4 is Shi Lietian. Number of horse bandits, 492. Introduction. This desolate valley of rocks has long been a hotbed for bandits. They rob villages and passers-by, and even do not let go of refugees who are trying to survive, which has completely plunged the surrounding people into dire straits. This is a notorious gathering place for bandits, who do all kinds of evil. Additional, Shi Yanluo, Shi Sigu, Shi Fengyang, and Shi Lietian are brothers and sisters. They have lived and died together since childhood and cooperated seamlessly. Their existence greatly increases the difficulty of attacking Chaos Stone Valley. Damn, this see-through is so awesome. Not only can you see the 4 leaders of these horse bandits, but you can also know that they are brothers. He even told himself the birth dates of the 4 bandit leaders. He glanced at Shi Fingyang's message, and the corners of his mouth twitched. And there is the number 3 leader, Shi Fingyang. Even her measurements are clearly displayed, but she is no different from a man. While marveling at the power of this insight skill, Jiang Xiao shared with them the information about this intermediate bandit camp. Zhu Yu looked at it and said solemnly, My lord, I didn't expect that the leaders of this intermediate bandit camp are the 4 brothers of the Shi family. Jiang Xiao immediately asked, Zhu Yu, do you know anything about them? Zhu Yu nodded. If I had known that we were going to the Stone Valley, I would not have let everyone take risks. There are more than 490 horse bandits in this Wanshur Valley, and the strength of the 4 brothers of the Shi family is higher than mine. Hearing this, Lin Qing'er lowered her head. I'm sorry, master. It's my fault for not being able to find out in advance. This certainly cannot be blamed on Lin Qing. After all, When she came to explore, she didn't know that the bandits' hideout was in the rocky valley. It's okay, it's not your fault. If the strength is really like this, it would be useless for our team to go there. It seems that this mid-level horse bandit camp cannot be attacked at this stage. Jiang Shao planned to have everyone retreat. Let's retreat. Seeing everyone's unwilling eyes, he comforted them again. Don't be discouraged. When we develop ourselves, we can take down this intermediate bandit camp. It's better to live than to go. If you go this time, you will die. I absolutely cannot joke with your lives. Just at this moment, Qin Liangyu's loyalty to Jiang Shao unexpectedly soared by 25 points. Jiang Zhao's kindness to his subordinates made her eyes full of respect. My lord, I am willing to give it a try. Chapter 60, This is a Crushing and a Massacre. Today is also the third update, February 3rd. Qin Liangyu said this without any emotion, as if she didn't take this mid-level horse bandit camp seriously at all. Are you alone? Are you sure? Jiang Shao stared at her profile and couldn't help asking. He himself didn't know what level Qin Liangyu's health value of 330 points was. The other side has 4 leaders and 490 bandits. Even if Qin Liangyu really had 3 heads and 6 arms, this would still be a life-threatening situation, right? Don't worry, Lord. Qin Liangyu's tone remained calm as water. After bowing, she drew the sword from her waist. Before Jiang Shao could continue asking, she rushed out. The speed is so fast that it is outrageous. Jiang Shao didn't even see how she moved. He only saw a shadow passing by. A few seconds later, Qin Liangyu had rushed to the gate of the bandit camp. This is too reckless. Li up. Follow us. He called Li Yu and Xiao Li, who were the fastest. If Qin Liangyu really encountered danger, she and these 2 maids would be able to rescue her. But the development of the matter was completely beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Soon there were screams in the camp. Then came the sharp sound of weapons clashing, mixed with the panicked curses of the bandits. Everything mixed together into a chaos. Jiang Shao, Li Yu, and Xiao Li followed closely. But when they were halfway through the chase, the scene below them had already shocked them beyond words. On the ground, the bodies of the bandits were lying in all directions, one after another, stained with blood. What made Jiang Zhao's scalp tingle even more was, all of these horse bandits were killed with one sword strike, without any delay. Every sword mark was so precise that not even a trace of unnecessary force could be seen. Is this the strength of 330 HP? Jiang Shao swallowed, his heart beating rapidly. Qin Liangyu is not on the same level as them at all. This is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. My goodness, when they were sparring last night, I'm afraid Qin Liangyu didn't use any strength at all. Jiang Shao looked at the corpses on the ground with complicated eyes. Even if everyone in his territory joined forces, it would be impossible to achieve this level. This is a crushing and a massacre. It is definitely a strength that can defeat 1,000 enemies alone. Li Yu and Xiao Li were already stunned, with a look of admiration on their faces. Sister Liangyu, you are amazing. The 2 were completely immersed in it, and their strength was more than 1 level higher than when they sparred with her last night. Jiang Shao immediately believed that Qin Liangyu could really take down this mid-level horse bandit camp by himself. He can't sit idle either. Xiao Li, you run the fastest, go, and call the others over. We have to call for help quickly. Even the strength of a mosquito's legs is still strength. When everyone arrived at the center of the bandit camp, the scene before them made them subconsciously hold their breath. Qin Liangyu was seen alone, surrounding more than 100 horse bandits and 4 leaders. Yes, you read that right. She surrounded 100 people by herself. Go. Any help you can give is a plus. It was easy for them to deal with some horse bandits. Jiang Zhao's behavior increased Qin Liangyu's loyalty to him by another 3 points. Breaking the mountain and slashing the sky, Qin Liangyu let out a low shout and swung the sword in her hand fiercely. The sword light burst out like a torrent, and the shadow suddenly increased by several meters. With the momentum of destroying the world, it slashed straight towards the bandits in all directions. The 4 leaders looked at the overwhelming sword shadows with horror on their faces. One escaped, but their legs were completely out of control, and their whole bodies seemed to be bound by invisible shackles. They could only watch helplessly as the sharp sword shadow suddenly fell. Boom! With a loud bang, the 4 leaders and the entire bandit camp were reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving no trace. The ground shook, and everyone closed their eyes reflexively. When they opened their eyes again, the four leaders, along with the entire barracks, had turned to dust. Only Qin Liangyu stood there, with the sword still sharp. Jiang Shao was stunned for a few seconds. Is this the end? The announcement arrived as expected and was slapped on the faces of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. Jiang Shao looked at these 3 tips and felt pleasantly surprised. Another 50,000 intermediate resources. I didn't expect that there would be so many rewards for being the first to wipe out the bandit camp. Then, will there be a reward for the first elimination of bandits, robbers, even pirates and cult forces? It seems that we have to grab all these rewards while everyone is still not capable of fighting. The chat area completely exploded. A horse bandit? What is a horse bandit? A horse and a bandit. Is this the point? The point is that Boss Jiang Shao destroyed another bandit camp yesterday. You really can't compare people. Jiang Shao has been getting rewards for beating bandits and killing horse bandits, while I'm still digging stones with my farmers. Don't they say that a main city can only recruit soldiers when it reaches level 6? Isn't this only a level 5 main city? Why can Jiang Shao make such a big fuss twice in a row? Is it easy to fight? Why don't we give it a try? Didn't Uncle Chun say it was easy? You go ahead. 2 of the 3 lords I know went there yesterday afternoon, and they haven't heard back yet. In fact, quite a few lords took a few peasants to attack the bandit camp because of Uncle Chen's news. You can tell the result just by thinking about it. It's bound to be fatal. Do you know? Jiang Shao deliberately asked Uncle Chun to send that message, just to make everyone die. I heard from others today that Jiang Shao seems to have killed other lords. Someone even sent out a scroll saying that Jiang Shao killed other lords and received a reward. These people adhere to the principle of not making rumors, just spreading them. It's getting more and more outrageous. It's true. All the lords within a 50-kilometer radius of Jiang Zhao's territory were killed by Jiang Shao. No wonder he has so many resources. It turns out he is a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. He actually killed his compatriots just for these resources. During this period, some people came out to defend Jiang Shao. They felt that Jiang Shao was not that kind of person. Whenever someone defended him, others would take out the scroll that Wu Hao had sent before. It clearly stated that Jiang Shao killed other lords and received the reward. They even began to call on everyone not to trade with Jiang Shao in the future, claiming that they wanted to limit his development speed. All of this was done quietly by Wu Hao behind the scenes. However, most lords chose to remain silent after seeing this. They are not stupid and will definitely not listen to either side. These lords just remain neutral and do not want to offend either side. Jiang Shao hasn't opened the chat area yet. He had no idea what was happening at this moment. Chapter 61, Upgrading the Wall. Today is also the 3rd update, March 3rd. Thank you for the good comments. Thank you for your love and various gifts. Today, the author has chicken legs at home. Jiang Shao was currently taking the maids to count the supplies here. This camp has relatively few resources, with iron, ore, agate, and copper, or basically all around 3,000 resources. There's more equipment and money. The equipment and weapons alone filled 2 entire carts, including 187 pieces of simple-level equipment, 10 pieces of ordinary equipment, and 4 pieces of intermediate equipment. The gold and silver coins also filled a cart, with 121 gold coins and 1,672 silver coins. The 4th cart was filled with some rare items, 18 rock cores, 11 flame cores, and a bunch of healing potions. 3 drawings were seized: drawings of residential buildings, drawings of chevaux de frise, and drawings of iron or processing plant. Only the 3rd drawing is useful. Finally, there were 3 inferior horses and 1 superior horse. When Jiang Shao had almost finished packing and was about to return to the territory, messages on his friend list kept flashing, sent by Brother Wu and Uncle Chun at the same time. Let's look at Wu Di first. He usually has something important to do. Brother Jiang, are you there? Something happened. What's wrong? Jiang Shao thought that maybe he wanted to ask him how to beat the bandits, and can't learn from him. Brother, have you checked the chat area? Some people are denouncing you now. They won't trade with you anymore. You'd better go and see it for yourself. Then you'll understand. Wu Di was extremely anxious in the territory at this time. First of all, he really didn't believe that Jiang Shao was that kind of murderer. Secondly, I am developing very quickly now, and I am probably in the top 10 among everyone. Now Wu Di himself has been blocked, and his future development will definitely be restricted. Jiang Shao opened the chat area, just glanced over it from top to bottom. At first, he felt that the more famous you are, the more trouble you will have. Ever since he started selling simple iron weapons, some people had already started to become jealous of him. Jiang Shao was not surprised that the situation had developed to this point. But after reading the entire chat area, Jiang Shao began to feel that there were still some lords with poor brains. There are many transaction messages that clearly name and block me. It seems there really are lords with bad brains. Wu Di then explained, I guess they saw that you were developing too fast, so they wanted to use this opportunity to suppress you. Even many of them have blocked me and Uncle Chun. Jiang Shao didn't expect this. However, he soon realized that there weren't many lords who sided with Wu Hao's team. It was just that there were more of them who spoke out. However, their behavior gave Jiang Shao an idea. I didn't expect that I would implicate you too, but it's okay. I have other solutions. When I'm done, I'll discuss countermeasures with you and Uncle Chun in the evening. Wu Di still believed in Jiang Shao. Okay, boss, Uncle Chun and I will wait for your news. As for Uncle Chin's message, Jiang Shao didn't even click on it. You don't even need to look to know that the 99+ messages are all about this. The instigator of this whole incident was currently having a heated discussion in a discussion group. Boss Wu Hao, everyone has been instigated by us. I guess if the brothers add a few more fuel to the fire, Jiang Shao will not be able to develop at all. He deserves it. He's always so high profile. If it were me, the first place should have belonged to our boss Wu Hao a long time ago. The evidence provided by Wu Hao is still strong. Now they're no longer willing to trade with Jiang Shao. Even his subordinates have been blocked. In a few days, the top few places will be ours. From the few words these people said, it was clear that their IQ was worrying. They thought that they could make all the lords block Jiang Shao by just making a few random incitements. There are about 20 members in this discussion group. Its founder is Wu Hao. Originally, lords below level 6 main cities did not have the authority to create discussion groups. But Wu Hao had a chance encounter and gained this authority. This also makes everyone who joins this discussion group feel superior to others. They were the ones who were behind all the rumors about Jiang Shao in the chat area just now. Wu Hao only gave them a small amount of resources on a daily basis, and they became the most loyal bootlickers. Brothers, please rest assured, as long as you can join the discussion group, I, Wu Hao, will not treat you unfairly in the future. What we need to do now is to increase our firepower. Make sure that Jiang Shao cannot develop at all and cut off all his access to trading resources. I'm burning tiles now. Once this tile is burned, I can upgrade the main city to level 4 Kingwiju tomorrow night. I will definitely catch up with Jiang Shao. Wu Hao lied to these lackeys. These licking dogs immediately boiled. Can you be promoted to Kingwiju tomorrow night? You are worthy of being our boss. Follow Brother Wu. You'll never go hungry. Jiang Shao is nothing. You should have followed Brother Wu a long time ago. Come on, Boss Wu Hao. Don't forget your brothers in the discussion group when the time comes. +1. +1. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, those lords who blocked Jiang Shao were stupid. Normal people are all profitable, and only a small number of people could be so easily instigated. However, the fact that a small number of lords had blocked him also made Jiang Shao feel a sense of crisis. This means that I have been targeted by some people with ulterior motives. No one knows the location of my territory yet, and if it is discovered in the future, I will definitely be targeted. Therefore, defense must be improved. The simplest way is to upgrade the stone wall into a solid stone wall and set up some chevaux de frise. Jiang Shao first changed the position of the original stone wall and then expanded the area by about 1/3. Do you want to consume 100 units of clay and 100 units of stone per meter to upgrade to a solid stone wall? Yes. This upgrade consumes a total of 35,000 units of stone and 35,000 units of clay. Solid stone wall. The solid stone structure can effectively resist the impact of large beasts and the attacks of bandits, and is very suitable for long-term defense in border areas or dangerous areas. People can stand on the top of the wall for patrol or deployment of defense equipment, and it can effectively prevent the stone from weathering or cracking due to the human environment, and remain stable even in the rainy season. Upgrade. To upgrade to a simple city wall, each meter requires 300 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore, 100 units of copper ore, and 100 units of cement. Jiang Shao looked at the newly built wall and felt extremely safe. The height of the wall alone reaches 4 meters. In addition to the smooth and solid walls, a platform wide enough for people to stand and patrol is also installed. This wall is no longer an ordinary defensive facility, but a miniature of a small city wall. Black Cat, come here for a moment. Jiang Shao called Black Cat over and said, go up and see if this 4-meter-high wall can help you patrol at night. The Black Cat was a little overwhelmed. Master, I can't go up. Jiang Shao was stunned. The height of 4 meters was indeed a bit high for her. He forgot that, after all, Black Cat's specialty was just not sleeping, she was not good at fighting, and her physical fitness was average. But if I want to build a ladder, I have to go back and get wood, which is a bit troublesome. Okay, I'll take you up there. Come up. Without waiting for Black Cat to refuse, Jiang Shao squatted down and carried her on his back. The Black Cat obviously didn't expect this, and its ears twitched violently. Master! Master! Her thin body pressed against Jiang Zhao's back, almost curled up into a ball. She was afraid of causing trouble for him, but she didn't dare to use any force. Black Cat adjusted his posture carefully, fearing that he would be a burden to Jiang Shao. But it was this slight movement that made the touch on Jiang Zhao's back a little subtle. Even Jiang Shao almost couldn't keep his pace. Not to mention, it is really difficult to climb up this 4-meter height while carrying someone on your back. Jiang Shao climbed for 20 minutes before he and Black Cat stood on the wall. The Black Cat quickly jumped off Jiang Zhao's back and subconsciously grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands. Her face was already slightly flushed, and even the tips of her ears were slightly pink. She looked up and around, her ears twitching slightly, and quickly changed the subject. Master, Master, the view here is very good. It will be much more convenient to patrol at night. Chapter 62, are you still funding it? Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. After Jiang Shao sent the Black Cat up, he added a few wooden ladders to the wall. Then they began to pack up the spoils obtained from the bandit suppression campaign. Tai Xin, come and help. Let the villagers outside pick out some of the crude weapons in this cart, and take the rest back to the blacksmith shop and disassemble them. This crude weapon is of no use to him. If it were the previous Jiang Shao, he could have taken it to the chat area to trade. But now, decomposing into iron ore is their best fate. While disassembling these crude weapons, Jiang Shao had already thought of a countermeasure for being blocked from trading. It's time to settle the accounts. Jiang Shao first contacted Wu Di. How many more resources do you need to upgrade to King Weju? At this time, Brother Wu was like an ant on hot pot, waiting for his news. He is currently short of tiles to upgrade the main city. Wu Di, who didn't have a brick kiln, originally thought that he could still exchange some resources in the chat area. But those people couldn't afford to offend Jiang Shao, so they could only block him. Some people even deliberately raised the prices. Brother Jiang, the difference is quite large. A full 3,150 watts. Jiang Shao, do you have any gold coins left? I can exchange them for some tiles for you. Udi, gold coins. I still have 11, but if I go to the trading area to exchange them for tiles, no one will do. The market price before was 1:200, and they took advantage of the situation. I just exchanged them at 1:190. Jiang Shao did not reply for a few seconds. Lord Jiang Shao, I will use 3,150 units of watts to exchange 10 gold coins with you. Do you accept? Suddenly a hint appeared in front of Wu Di, and he felt like he was dreaming. At first he thought Jiang Shao was just trying to comfort him. You know, Jiang Shao used to sell 200 units of watts per gold coin in the chat area. But this is 1:300. Wu Di was a little overwhelmed. Brother Jiang, this is too much. Do you want to change anything else? I don't know if there are any resources you need. Jiang Shao naturally had his own plans. You have to be ahead of others and be the second one to upgrade the main city to King Weju. When choosing rewards, you should choose the third one and get a random intermediate resource point. As long as the random item is not iron ore, everything will be easy. Woody didn't understand what Jiang Shao was talking about at first. After digesting it for 3 minutes, he realized that Jiang Shao wanted to exchange intermediate resources in this way. Fuck, God Jiang, you can still do this? Brother Jiang, why do you trust me so much? Jiang Shao didn't completely trust Wu Di either. Even if Wu Di turned against him, Jiang Shao would still make a profit with the ratio of gold coins to tiles being 1 to 315. And putting aside the fact that Wu Di had cooperated with him before, he has now been blocked by other lords. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rather than letting the second place prize go to a total stranger, it is better to put it in his hands. Brother Wu, you must be a smart person to have made it this far. It's better to be full at one meal or full at every meal. You should be able to tell the difference, right? Jiang Shao opened the chat interface with Uncle Chen again. As frustrating as ever. 98 out of 99 sentences are nonsense. Uncle Chen, what do you need to be promoted to King Waju? I want to trade with you. Uncle Chen just thought that Jiang Shao had abandoned him, but he was overjoyed when he saw the news that he was coming. Boss Jiang Shao, you finally remembered me. Do you know how I spent these few hours? I wanted to change a few tiles, but they wouldn't trade with me. I live in Bengbu. What do you think I should do now? What do they say to me? They said you killed the Lord, and in the end they even said, they said we were gay. Jiang Shao, stop talking. Stop. Let's get down to business. What else do you need to upgrade the main city? Then, Jiang Shao also asked Chen Bo to choose the intermediate resource point when choosing rewards when upgrading to King Weju. He also made it clear that each of the three of them would have a different intermediate resource point at that time, and there would be no need to ask others for trade. Uncle Chen couldn't help but sigh. Boss, what's wrong with your brain? Is it so useful? But what if the intermediate resource point I choose overlaps with yours and Brother Wu's? What if it happens again? Jiang Shao really hadn't considered this, but he had a feeling it would never be repeated. This feeling is very strange. Ever since Jiang Shao obtained the Sword of Gojian, King of Yu, he always felt that he had unusually good luck. It's none of your business. Do you agree or not? If not, I'll go find someone else. Uncle Chung grabbed his thigh again. I agree. By the way, Brother Jiang, I also accepted a younger brother who is near my territory. He lives in a high-end wooden house like me. When Uncle Chan was exploring a few days ago, he discovered a territory not far from his home. With Uncle Chin's command of languages, he quickly accepted this younger brother as his disciple. Brother Jiang, I think the three of us still don't have enough mining sites. Do you want to sponsor another one? You? Uncle Chun, are you still supporting it? Do you have enough resources? Uncle Chun was a little proud. The guy I met was quite smart. He had enough tiles, although we don't know where he got so much. He just didn't have enough other resources, but I have them all. Jiang Shao read Uncle Chin's words carefully. I have no right to interfere with Uncle Chin's choice. Anyway, Uncle Chin's territories are close to that person's, so if he wants to accept a younger brother, that's his own business, and there doesn't seem to be a conflict of interest. What's more, this may also result in an additional intermediate resource point of another type. Seeing that Jiang Shao didn't reply, Uncle Chin started to explain again. I've been brainwashing him these past 2 days. He admires you so much. He and I were both blocked by other lords just now because we defended you in the chat area. Besides, I know where this guy is. If he dares to be a traitor, I will be the first one to kill him. Jiang Shao agreed anyway. What's his name? But I said in advance that I don't know this person. He and I are just a simple trading relationship for mid-level resources. Uncle Chin replied quickly. Okay, Brother Jiang. His name is Chinpi. Tangerine peel? Tangerine peel. This is also the name of a traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Shao found Chinpi and explained his purpose. According to Uncle Chun, he was just a male high school student who had just reached adulthood. Under his brainwashing, Chinpi regarded Jiang Shao as his idol. While defending Jiang Shao time and time again, he was added to the trading blacklist by others. Next, Jiang Shao just needed to wait quietly for their report. It is also unknown who among Wu Di, Chun Bo, and Chun Pai will be the first to become the second Lord of King Wuju. Jiang Shao inspected the territory again, but he always felt that the city wall alone was missing something. There should be some taller buildings so that any danger can be discovered immediately. He suddenly remembered the watchtower he saw when he went to attack the junior bandit camp. Missing Sentry Tower. The building blueprints that were previously rewarded for upgrading to Mashiju are the Sentry Tower building blueprints. Chapter 63. Congratulations to Wu Hao in advance. Died of laughter. Today is still February 3rd. Jiang Shao directly built 6 sentry towers, distributed at key locations on the wall. When the watchtowers were built, he discovered that these were not ordinary defensive facilities, but high-level buildings without hierarchy. Watchtower advanced. Level, no level. Introduction. Based on the level of the main city, the functions and defense capabilities of the sentry tower will gradually improve. Currently, the sentry tower is equipped with crossbows and can carry out long-range attacks. When patrolling the sentry tower, it can enhance the reconnaissance ability of hidden enemies. First of all, the crossbows on the sentry towers are friendlier to newcomers than bows and arrows, and crossbows are easier to aim. The second point is that it can enhance the ability to detect hidden enemies during patrols. This watchtower and the Black Cat's night vision ability are a perfect match. Black Cat, come on again. This sentry tower has its own ladder. Do you still need me to carry you up? The Black Cat's cheeks turn a little pink. Master, I still want you to carry me up. Half an hour later, the Black Cat stood firmly at the highest point of the watchtower, with its ears slightly erected, keenly sensing the movements around it. Master, I can see most of this forest. The defense facilities are almost ready. Jiang Shao returned to the territory and opened the construction drawings of the wood processing plant and the iron or processing plant. Now that the area of the territory has increased, these two buildings can be placed inside the wall. Do you want to consume 8,000 units of wood, 500 units of iron, and 500 units of copper, or to build a wood processing plant? Yes. Do you want to consume 6,000 units of wood and 2,500 units of iron, or to build an iron or processing plant? Yes. In less than 5 minutes, the two processing plants were built. At this time, Ruoxue and Jingjing looked at the two new buildings and came over to join the fun. Ruoxue kept staring at the wood processing plant, and Jingjing kept staring at the iron or processing plant, with a hint of obsession in their eyes. These two white-haired suspenders are so similar, even when they are in a daze. They like this building so much. Jiang Shao looked at the building details of the wood processing factory. Wood processing plant. Level 1. Number of maids to be dispatched, 0/3. A number of maids can be dispatched to work. Production, pine. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 22,000 units of wood, 1,100 units of iron, or 1,100 units of copper, and 10 greenwood cores. Jiang Shao had built a stone workshop before, which only increased the speed of quarrying. Jiang Shao originally thought that the lumber processing plant was a similar building, except that it would increase the speed of logging. But it turns out to be a way to obtain the intermediate resource pine wood. In this case, intermediate resources like pine wood are now available. The replacement ratio is not high either. 1 unit of pine wood requires 25 units of wood. No wonder Ruoxue likes this building so much. The upgrade conditions are a bit difficult. 10 Aoki cores. I'm afraid this can only be obtained by killing bandits. So, what about the iron or processing plant? Iron ore itself is an intermediate resource. Is it possible to convert iron ore into a high-level resource? Iron or processing plant. Level 1. Number of people dispatched, 0/3. You could dispatch a number of maids/villagers to work. Productable, refined iron ore. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 14,000 units of wood, 5,500 units of iron ore, and 10 flame cores. Surprisingly, it can really produce high-level resources. Jiang Shao did not check the exchange ratio. The demand for iron ore is still relatively large at present, so this iron or processing plant is of little use for the time being. Ruoxue, Jingjing, if you like, go in and take a look. Just don't forget to come for dinner later. Thank you, Master. Then, Jiang Shao took out the first reward he got from destroying the bandit camp, a building upgrade amulet. I just took a quick look at it at the time and didn't look closely at what it was. Building upgrade talisman. Introduction. After using it on a certain type of level 1 building, the building will be upgraded to level 2. From then on, each time a new building of this type is built, it will be directly built to level 2. The amulet will disappear after use, and the effect will be permanent. When Jiang Shao first saw the name, he thought it was a free upgrade voucher for a building. After reading the introduction, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fuck! Doesn't that mean, after binding the residential buildings, all Magnolia residential buildings built in the future will be initially level 2? After binding the warehouse, all the warehouses built will be secondary warehouses?" Soon, Jiang Shao knew who to give the amulet to. That's right, it's farmland or pasture. Both of these buildings are used to produce food. The key point is that it takes 20 gold coins to upgrade them to level 2, so this is definitely the building with the greatest benefits. It's better to use farmland. They both produce food, but farmland produces more. It just so happens that there are some villagers in the annexed territory recently. They all know how to farm, but they definitely have no experience in breeding. Jiang Shao crushed the scroll in his hand, and a faint green light poured out from the broken scroll and instantly sprinkled on the farmland. Arable land. Level 2. Number of farmers, 1/2. Tion. The higher the number and ability of the maid's scent, the faster the farmland produces food. Grain production. Can produce 12 caddies of grain per hour, 2/6. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, the main city must reach Liuguang Pavilion, level 6, 100 gold coins. The originally ordinary yellow soil began to undergo strange changes under the nourishment of this light. The cultivated land slowly expanded, becoming a whole circle larger than the previous cultivated land, and the color of the soil also changed from yellowish-brown to dark red. Yellow soil turns into red soil. QQ farm? Will it be black soil next time? In this way, food and drink will no longer be a problem for the villagers in the annexed territories. Today's wave has greatly improved both defense and territory resource production speed. After this round, it was almost time for dinner. Jiang Shao estimated that Wu Di and the other 3 should be almost done with the upgrade. The night is as dark as ink, with a cool breeze blowing. Wu Hao sat in the center of a territory, holding a newly robbed axe in his hand, with a smug smile on his face. He just killed another lord and harvested 800 units of tiles, finally collecting the 5,000 units needed to upgrade the Qinghua residence. Wu Hao has already determined that Jiang Shao has been able to develop so quickly because he must have been constantly killing lords and stealing resources. He opened the discussion group. Brothers, I have enough tiles. I can upgrade to Qinghua. Wu Hao pretended to be modest and added, it will probably take another 2 hours to upgrade. The lackeys showed up one after another. Congratulations in advance to the god of war for upgrading Qinghua for the 2nd time. Boss Wu Hao is awesome. Remember your promise to your brothers and burn more tiles for us when the time comes. I said, Jiang Shao is nothing. It's the right thing to follow the god of war. These flattering words came like a tide, making Wu Hao feel even better. Don't worry, brothers. We will definitely have a lot of tiles for you all. The bootlickers became more and more excited, and all kinds of flattering words came out one after another, and they wanted to praise Wu Hao to the sky. These people licked Wu Hao for a full half-hour. Wu Hao has already started thinking about what reward to choose when he is promoted to Qinghua for the 2nd time. Half an hour later, 3 identical reports appeared before their eyes. Congratulations to Lord Chunbo, the 2nd person to own Qinghua, level 4 main city. Reward, Super Giant. Intermediate Resource Point Copper Mine, 200 Random Advanced Resources, 2,000 Intermediate Resources. Congratulations to Lord Chunbo, the 2nd person to own Qinghua, level 4 main city. Reward, Super Giant. Intermediate Resource Point Copper Mine, 200 Random Advanced Resources, 2,000 Intermediate Resources. Congratulations to Lord Chunbo, the 2nd person to own Qinghua, level 4 main city. Reward, Super Giant. Intermediate Resource Point Copper Mine, 200 Random Advanced Resources, 2,000 Intermediate Resources. P.S. The word count is really not high. This chapter has reached 2,000 words before I finished writing the 3 reports. Chapter 64 Boss Wu Hao. Is your Qinghua still upgrading? Today is still March 3rd. The god of war is awesome. He really got promoted to Qinghua. Brother Wu Hao, from today on I am your dog. Fuck, Super Giant? Intermediate Resource Point Copper Mine. Will Wu Hao's family have no shortage of copper mines in the future? Boss, remember to give us brother some soup. When these lackeys heard the announcement, they didn't notice that the name was Uncle Chun and not the Wu Hao they were licking. Still vying to flatter. Wu Hao just stood there in a daze, blown away by these 3 reports. The feeling of eating shit and being unable to swallow it, but also unable to spit it out, seems to be back again. Uncle Chun? What's going on? Wu Hao was devastated. He sat in his territory and muttered to himself. Boss Wu Hao, come out and say something. That's right. How big is that ultra-giant intermediate resource copper mine? Let's take a closer look. Boss Wu Hao must be collecting the rewards he got in the territory. What are you guys arguing about? Wu Hao felt even more annoyed after hearing this. Open your F***king eyes. F***CKU. Get out of here. The brothers didn't know what was going on for a while until a sharp-eyed person discovered a clue. What? 2nd place? Uncle Chun? How is that possible? For consecutive questions confused everyone. Who is Uncle Chun? Could it be Boss Jiang Shao? No. Is it the younger brother of the public enemy Jiang Shao? It must be him. Who else could it be? What the hell? He got the upper hand. The lackeys are indeed lackeys. When they saw that the situation was not right, they immediately launched a fierce verbal attack on Uncle Chun. When scolding Uncle Chun, he also mentioned Jiang Shao. Uncle Chun, is he worthy of being second? I think he is just a murderer like Jiang Shao. Of course, otherwise where would he get so many resources to upgrade King Wuju? It's true that people from the same family stick together. Don't worry, Boss Wu Hao. Even though we are not first or second, we could be third. No problem. We will definitely get third place. The third place reward will be good too. Wu Hao saw that there was only 1 hour left for the upgrade, so he threw in all the peasants who could speed up the process. So what if he's third? Anyway, Uncle Chun is on their target list, so he'll be eliminated sooner or later. Wu Hao just cheered up a little and prepared to take advantage of the half hour to eat some roasted wild boar meat. In an instant, 6 more reports came. These reports almost caused Wu Hao to choke to death on a mouthful of wild boar meat. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di, the third person to own King Wuju, level 4 main city. Reward, huge. Intermediate resource point agate mine, 100 random advanced resources, 1,000 intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di. Congratulations to Lord Chinpi, the fourth person to own King Wuju, level 4 main city. Reward, A giant, intermediate resin collection point, and 500 random intermediate resources. Congratulations to Lord Chinpi. Congratulations to Lord Chinpi. Quiet. There was silence in Wu Hao's discussion group for half a minute. Everyone read these 6 announcements again and again. The third place is Wu Di, and the fourth place is Chinpi. Boss Wu Hao, is your King Wuju still being upgraded? Boss Wu Hao, please say something. Does the previous promise still count? Can we still count on you to provide us with the tiles we need? These few words directly added fuel to the fire. Not to mention getting the reward for being the third to upgrade King Wuju. He didn't even get the fourth place. When people are extremely angry, they will experience these physiological discomforts. Wu Hao only felt his blood boiling, and he even felt like vomiting. Shut the fuck up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will confiscate your territory. Jiang Shao looked at the reports and felt very satisfied. Uncle Chun, a super giant copper mine. Wudi, a gigantica gatamine. Chinpi, a giant resin collection point. Unexpectedly, the intermediate resource obtained by Chunpi was resin, which is the raw material for making phoenix tail tiles. Jiang Zhao's friend list had been bombarded by these 3 people. They all exclaimed that Jiang Zhao's operation was simply amazing. The key point is that the intermediate resources obtained by the 4 of them as rewards for upgrading King Wuju are really not repeated. This is just the beginning. Jiang Shao is ready to start the next step. You 3 will be farmers in the future. The only primary resources you need to collect are clay and thatch. As for the intermediate resources, collect them from the intermediate resource points you have. If you have more, go get the crude oil. Jiang Shao sent these messages directly to the 3 people. As for the other resources, don't worry. Just exchange these resources with me. Chinpi agreed immediately. Uncle Chun raised his own question. Brother Jiang, do you have so many other resources? We don't even need to get wood and stone. Is it really possible? The question asked by Uncle Chun was a common question in the minds of all of them. After all, they didn't know that any one of Jiang Zhao's maids could deal a 20-fold or even a 100-fold critical hit. What's more, Jiang Shao also has the huge resource bonus of the Sword of King Yu. You don't have to worry about that. Just trust me. If you need anything, just exchange it for intermediate resources. Aren't they going to block our access to resources? Dream on. Now, if the 3 of them put all their manpower into collecting 1 or 2 types of resources, it would definitely be enough. This way, Jiang Shao would have a lot less trouble. At the current stage of development, only intermediate resources are needed. You can directly find the corresponding people to exchange for different resources. Jiang Shao is in such a good mood right now that he will definitely have a good sleep tonight. As for where to rest, this is indeed a philosophical question worth thinking about. It's time to go back to my own mashiju, or a 4-person dormitory, or a 6-person dormitory. When Jiang Shao was thinking, Yumi came in front of him. She put down the small whip she carried with her. Master, I have something to report. You tell me. Jiang Shao was also curious about what matter needed to be reported to him specifically. Master, the yaks that Sister Liu brought back earlier have given birth to baby yaks. I can prepare yak milk for everyone in the morning from now on. Yak milk? That's good stuff. After coming to this world, Jiang Shao had never drunk any beverages except water, let alone milk. Yumi, just prepare a few cups tonight. I'll come to your house later and try them together. Half an hour later, Jiang Shao accidentally knocked over a cup of yak milk. Master, Master, I want to change my clothes. Yumi's voice was a little shy. She nervously tugged at the hem of her dress with both hands, trying to cover up the fact that the clothes were becoming even tighter due to being soaked. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at Yumi's face. There was a trace of milk stain at the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped off, which was a bit cute. Even her smooth long hair was stained with a few drops, making it a little messy. Jiang Shao didn't mean it. Sorry. This cup is a bit slippery. P.S. Thank you for your 5-star praise. I would like to share 2 pieces of news with you. Good news. This book has a rating. Bad news. 6.7 points. Can you give it a 5-star rating? Thank you so much. I read everyone's comments. The author is as talkative as the protagonist, so I reply quite frequently. Some of them are swallowed because I can't see them. Chapter 65 Exploration. Everyone loves it. Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. Although Jiang Shao tossed and turned that night, he slept soundly, but the chat area exploded. Why are there 3 more people promoted to King Wiju this afternoon? Among the 3 men, Uncle Chun and Brother Wu seem to be lords from the same camp as Jiang Shao. There is another lord named Chinpi. Why does he look so familiar? Oh my god, I think I blocked Chinpai from trading. He also spoke up for Jiang Shao at the time. No way, the top 4 are all in the same group. Fuck, is Boss Wu Hao still here? Wasn't it him who produced the evidence at that time? At Wu Hao. Didn't you say that we can restrict them as long as we don't trade with them? Didn't you say that you will be the 2nd lord to upgrade the main city to level 4? Come out and say something. Now Wu Hao dared not say anything except pretending to be dead. A small number of people who followed the trend before have begun to envy Uncle Chun and the other 2. If I had spoken up for Jiang Shao at that time, would I be among the top few people now? Now everyone is short of tiles to upgrade the main city. Jiang Shao used to exchange tiles for some gold and silver coins in the trading area. Without Jiang Shao, it was very difficult for them to obtain resources like tiles. Nowadays, tiles were as precious as food on the first day. After the chat area gradually quieted down, Wu Hao finally became the 5th lord to upgrade to King Wiju. When Jiang Shao woke up in the morning, the first thing he planned to do was to go to the main city to recruit a maid with exploration ability. Right now, you need to keep getting kill rewards from various other forces. These targeted recruitments allowed him to summarize a pattern. Targeted recruitment can only determine a general direction. For example, if you want to custom recruit a maid to dig iron ore, then the recruited maid's specialty is definitely collecting iron ore, but her skill may be 10 times the critical hit of collecting iron ore, or there's a chance that collecting iron ore will increase the level of iron ore. This is the maid Jiang Shao recruited today. Maid, Shimiao Miao. Physical strength, 270/270. Ability, exploration. Skill, everyone is loved by everyone, and other people's favorability towards Shun Miao Miao increases by 30 times. Loyalty, 100. This skill increases other people's favorability by 30 times. If she encounters any difficulties in the wild, passers-by will definitely be willing to help her. Moreover, when traveling merchants come to the territory in the future, Shun Miao Miao can be asked to take action, which may be a 10% discount. It is even better than Lin Qing'er's 100 times lucky critical hit. Fierce as ever. Shun Miao Miao's clothing was different from other maids. Her clothing style was similar to that of the natives of this world. The light green dress was clinging to her skin, with a slightly open collar, revealing her snow-white collarbone. What Jiang Shao couldn't ignore was the subtle fragrance emanating from her body. The fragrance is not strong, but fresh with a hint of sweetness, which makes people intoxicated and unconsciously move closer to her figure. If Jiang Shao hadn't had a good rest last night, he would have gotten a little drunk after smelling this smell. Perhaps it was this fragrance that increased other people's favorability toward her by 30 times. Master, please give me more advice. Jiang Shao nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, you and Lin Qing'er will split up and go out to explore. The focus of exploration is on some wild forces, such as bandits and mountain robbers. This time the targeted recruitment costs double, and the number of maids recruited in the main city has been reduced from 8 to 6. Jiang Shao was completely relieved to entrust the exploration mission to Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao. For the remaining times, he plans to recruit randomly. 6 new maids arrived, 4 of them were related to production, and 2 were related to combat. The maid whose specialties were fighting and hunting was directly assigned to Tanuki, and she was asked to take her out hunting during the day. The maids involved in production each have their own duties. Jiang Shao built 3 more magnolia houses, directly upgrading to level 2. A dormitory can accommodate 6 to 8 people at most, and each magnolia dormitory has a bed for Jiang Shao. Alas, things are getting better and better, but the opportunities to return to my room every night are getting fewer and fewer. After breakfast, Jiang Shao returned to his room in Mashiju. He was the first lord to wipe out the bandits and horse bandits, and gained a total of 20,000 reputation from it. Some villagers also gained some sporadic reputation when they took refuge. I remember that the description of Sword of Go Jian, King of You, said that the higher the reputation, the more the seal of the sword would be lifted and the more effects would be obtained. I don't know if these reputations are of any use, or whether they unlock any new effects. He opened the exquisite wooden box and took out the sword. After observing for a while, even though it was sealed, it was still 99%. There was no change at all. What's going on? Can I unlock even 1% more reputation points with 20,000? Jiang Shao pondered for another half an hour, but there was no progress. Is it possible that there are other ways to unlock it? Or is there something wrong with the unlocking conditions? Use see-through. The sword body trembled slightly, and the blade emitted a barely perceptible light. The light only flashed for a moment, and then returned to calm, as if it had never happened. When Jiang Zhao's eyes swept over the sealed information again, the information really changed. It turned out to be sealed, 99%. As the Lord's reputation increases, the seal can be gradually lifted to gain more special effects. Now, the new description after seeing through. Sealed, 99%. After the Lord improves his reputation, he can go to Qinghe County to exchange for a title. As the title is upgraded, the seal will be gradually lifted and more special effects will be obtained. WTF. The previous introduction also dug a hole for myself. Jiang Shao originally thought that as long as his reputation was improved, the sword would automatically unlock its seal. After using see-through, I realized that I still had to actively exchange for my job title. In this case, Jiang Shao should thank the Lord Feng Yuan who tried to snatch the Wolf King's body from him at that time. If he had not acted first, he would not have become the first person to kill the Lord, and he would not have gained the mythical level of insight. He would not even know the real conditions for unlocking the sword. However, to exchange for the title, you have to go to Qinghe County. Qinghe County, this name sounds familiar. When she rescued Juyu, her indefinite mission was to attack Qinghe County. In a few days, you can go and exchange your title and find out about the enemy situation. Jiang Shao put away his sword and walked out of Mashiju. In the past 2 days, I have been out suppressing mountain bandits and killing horse bandits, and I am not quite used to such a leisurely life. When people have free time, they always want to do something weird. Qinglan, come here for a moment. The previous building upgrade amulet was used for farmland. At the current stage, it does not require gold coins to upgrade the farmland to level 2. There are plenty of gold coins in the territory, so Qinglan can use them. Master, I'm here. Qinglan came over. It was still the same silk cheongsam, with every part cut to perfection. Jiang Shao could only think of 3 adjectives at this time. Elegant, mature, deadly. His eyes could not leave Qinglan for a long time. After a long while, he turned his gaze away and looked towards the astrology pavilion. You could try the diplomatic etiquette of the astrology pavilion today. I pay you do the work. Chapter 66. Do you have some misunderstandings about talent from outside? Today is still February 3rd. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to hold a small diplomatic ceremony? During the ceremony, there is a 10% chance of attracting outside talents to join you. Because you have a natural magnetism of the opposite sex, the gender of the external talents you attract is most likely female. Yes. After Jiang Shao confirmed it, the atmosphere in the astrology pavilion suddenly changed. In the originally empty hall, faint blue starlight sprinkled down from the dome, and a ripple-like halo enveloped the space. Then, shadows gradually emerged. These people were dressed in various costumes. Some held swords, some held books, and some even carried tools of unknown materials. These people seemed to be from different places and times. Qinglan was standing in the center of the astrology pavilion at this moment, and people seemed to naturally like her. These figures only interacted with her briefly before disappearing into the blue starlight, one by one, as if they had never existed. End of diplomatic ceremony. The first person to walk out of the astrology pavilion was Qinglan. Her maximum stamina is 50, and a diplomatic ceremony reduced her stamina to only 10 points. She lowered her head and walked in front of Jiang Shao. Although she was tired, she looked apologetic. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't recruit any talent from outside. Jiang Shao felt that it didn't matter, as the probability was only 10%. If it works in one try, then you're just too lucky. It's okay, just take a rest. Come back and try again in a few days. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. Successfully recruited leader, Feng Xiao. A woman wearing simple cloth clothes with slightly rough edges walked out of the astrology pavilion. Jiang Shao noticed that her hands were covered with thick calluses, which were obviously the marks left by years of holding weapons. Feng Xiao's detailed information appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Feng Xiao, rare commander. Physical strength, 215/215. Chi and blood value, 52. Loyalty, 100. Skills, parry shield guard. Feng Xiao. Jiang Shao didn't remember there was such a person in Chinese history. But her health value is 52. Isn't that comparable to Zhu Yu? That's not right. Didn't Qinglan say that he failed to recruit any talent from outside? Then what is this? Jiang Shao had a puzzled look on his face. Qinglan bowed slightly. Master, what I mean is that I have not recruited a leader like Qin Liangyu. Feng Xiao, his strength should be about the same as Commander Zhu Yu. Listen, is this human language? His strength is similar to Zhu Yu's, so he still needs to apologize? If you're not as strong as Qin Liangyu, then you're not a talent? Qin Liangyu is just a plug-in. This is clearly a success. This Qinglan, does he have some misunderstandings about the talents from outside? I didn't expect to recruit a rare-level commander the first time I held a diplomatic ceremony. This was probably due to the fact that the chance of recruiting talents is greatly increased in the Sword of Gojian, King of Yu. Feng Xiao knelt on one knee. My lord. Jiang Shao quickly helped her up. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, you can go hunting with them. Whenever someone comes to the territory, the first thing to do is to let him eat the food cooked by Chiuya, which can basically increase his loyalty. After breakfast, Jiang Shao stored the bricks and tiles produced in the 4 brick kilns into the warehouse. At this stage, tiles are of little use to Jiang Shao, and there are still a lot of stocks in the warehouse. He also asked Brother Wu and Uncle Chun for some clay, preparing to produce bricks. There are about 150,000 units of clay in the territory, and every 5 units of clay can produce 1 unit of brick. With 4 brick kilns operating together, the clay can be consumed in about a day and a half. Now we need to put all our resources into upgrading the main city to level 6. Once it reaches level 6, we can build a training ground. When Lin Qinger went out exploring before, she also picked up a low-level female guard recruiting scroll. The condition for recruiting female guards is that it needs to be used in the training ground. Jiang Shao calculated the resources needed to upgrade to Liuguang Pavilion. 10,000 units of cement, 30,000 units of bricks, 6,000 units of iron, or 10,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 10,000 units of pine wood, and 500 gold coins. And 10 third-level buildings and 30 buildings are required. Buildings are easy to make. If the number of level 3 warehouses is not enough, just build a level 3 warehouse. As for these resources, 30,000 units of bricks will probably be produced tomorrow. Pine can also be converted using wood through lumber mills. There are enough iron, ore, and gold coins at home. What is currently lacking is phoenix tail tiles and cement. Phoenix tail tiles can be made with tiles and resin after the bricks are fired in the brick kiln. This cement, where can I get it? There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Jiang Shao found Chunpi and asked, How much resin do you have? Chunpi replied surprisingly quickly. I asked my farmers to collect resin since last night. I asked them to work early this morning. I have more than 20 farmers under my command, 20 of whom are collecting resin. The output per hour is probably less than 500 units. Jiang Shao calculated the time and thought that the resin would not be available until tonight. Give me all your resin tonight, and I'll exchange it with the corresponding iron ore. Chunpi, okay, Brother Jiang. By the way, Brother Jiang, I want to ask how you managed to collect so many ordinary resources. Do you have any special methods? Or are there abundant resources near your territory? My territory is close to that of Brother Chinbo, and the surrounding resources are average. Where is your territory, Brother Jiang? Jiang Shao looked at these words and frowned slightly. This tangerine peel, there's something vaguely wrong. Although Uncle Chun and brother Wu have been working with me for a long time, they would never ask any questions that they shouldn't ask. This kid seemed to want to ask, casually, where his territory was. Jiang Xiao just ignored it. I do have more resources than you do. I'm on an isolated island of considerable size, with no other lords. There are also many bandits and robbers. 2 days later. In the past 2 days, Jiang Xiao has been randomly recruiting maids. Those recruited are all related to construction and production. He also recruited a maid whose specialty is cooking. Therefore, he has prepared all the resources except cement, including the phoenix tail tiles. There is even an extra part. But where can we get this cement? He also occasionally checks the chat area. But other lords only have a 4th-level main city at most, and no one has ever mentioned resources like cement, let alone building blueprints that can produce cement. For the past 2 nights, Jiang Xiao has been sleeping in Lin Qinger and Shen Miao's house. There is indeed something important. Every night before going to bed, I would ask them to talk about some of the things they encountered during their explorations during the day. When the two of them went out to explore in the morning, Jiang Xiao would remind them to pay more attention to the building drawings or the sources of cement resources when they went out to explore during the day. Living in this private house for the past 3 days also made Jiang Zhao's clothes stained with a subtle fragrance that belonged only to Shen Miao. On the evening of the 3rd day, Shen Miao brought back a piece of news. Master, I found a primary bandit camp on the grassland 40 kilometers away. Bandits are another new force. Although it is not a way to obtain cement, it is still good news. You can go and fight first and get the reward for your first success in eliminating bandits. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to arrange for departure, Shen Miao added the second half of the sentence. After hearing this, Jiang Xiao almost kissed her. Master, I met a villager next to the bandit camp. He told me that the bandit camp has the cement you need. Chapter 67, Who is Blocking Whom? Today is still the 3rd update, March 3rd. Thank you all for your love, reminders, and flowers. Thank you. Although it is already evening, cement is urgent. Shen Miao, you will lead the way and follow us to wipe out this bandit camp. This time when Jiang Xiao went out to suppress the bandits, he did not bring Qin Liangyu with him. She is so cruel. It is enough to bring the combat team and 2 other commanders. We will have to attack Qinga County in the future, so for now we have to practice with this kind of primary bandit camp. In the past 2 days, Qin Liangyu has been training Jiang Zhao's maids and the 2 commanders Zhu Yu and Feng Qiu every night. Zhu Yu and Feng Qiu's qi and blood values increased slightly again. According to Qin Liangyu, her training effectiveness would be further enhanced if she had a training ground. Jiang Xiao is now a little curious about when he can know the health values of himself and the maids. Liangyu, your job today is to protect the safety of the territory. We just need to go to this primary bandit camp. Yes, my lord. With previous experience, Jiang Xiao brought a few villagers from the affiliated territories with him this time. After the battle, Li Yu, Zi Ling, and the others were a little tired, so they asked the villagers to push the carts to transport things to the territory. Jiang Xiao knew through that there were probably less than 100 bandits in this primary bandit camp. The 3 leaders are similar to those in the bandit camp. All of them are relatively weak. Jiang Xiao didn't even have to make a move. They captured the maids and 2 commanders. Primary bandit camp, pure experience, baby. Then, it was time for Jiang Zhao's favorite part, searching for resources. Before Jiang Xiao came, he brought some villagers from the affiliated territories with him to transport resources. After these few days, the villagers' loyalty has exceeded 150. They had never met a lord as good as Jiang Xiao. As long as I can eat well and sleep warmly every day, I would go through fire and water for Jiang Xiao, let alone such a small matter. My lord, there are 40 units of sunken wood here. My lord, here are 50 units of malachite. These 2 are advanced resources. Jiang Xiao had never expected that this small, junior bandit camp could actually yield high-level resources. But is there cement? Sir, I found 532 units of cement here. The person who spoke was Xiaoli. She ran the fastest and naturally searched more places. Jiang Xiao felt a glimmer of hope. There was indeed cement in this bandit camp, but the quantity was a little small. Look further. Our territory is short of cement. Half an hour later, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Shen Miao ran towards Jiang Xiao. Master, here is a blueprint of the blacksmith shop. And there's also a blueprint for a mud kiln factory. This building can produce cement. Oh my god, Jiang Shao originally thought that being able to loot some cement would be good enough, but there were also architectural drawings of a mud kiln factory. The value of this blueprint alone exceeds that of all other materials combined. The improvement brought to his territory by this expedition against the primary bandit camp can be said to be even greater than that brought about by the last expedition against the intermediate horse bandit camp. Liu, there should be some villagers kidnapped by bandits here. You ask them if they're willing to follow me. Let them go to the annexed territory. If they're not willing, let them go. The conditions remain the same as before. Jiang Shao recruited these villagers, and the broadcast sounded again. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Reward: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, 1 building upgrade amulet. The chat area has been relatively quiet these past 2 days. Ever since 10 lords were promoted to King Wuju, there's been no announcement. They thought that restricting Jiang Zhao's transactions had worked. Being the first to destroy a bandit camp is another reward of 50,000 intermediate resources. Envy of me is enough. And what exactly is this reputation for? Does anyone know? None of these matters. The key is whether our restriction on Jiang Zhao's transactions will really work. Isn't he still getting all kinds of rewards? I was just about to ask that. I haven't traded resources with Jiang Shao in the past few days, and I'm running out of tiles. You're just a bunch of followers. I didn't block Jiang Shao. I still have more than 4,000 tiles at home. Fuck that monkey who started it. Who blocked whom? If I traded freely with Jiang Shao, I would probably get the reward of being in the top 10 and upgrading to King Wuju. I know. I remember it was Wu Hao and his lackeys. Wu Hao. Wu Hao is also a lord who ranks relatively high. After this incident, ordinary people have become more cautious. That is, they should not mess with these powerful lords. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. They had no way to deal with Wu Hao, so naturally they concentrated all their firepower on Wu Hao's lackeys. The internet has memory, and so do chat areas. Many people began to look for records of that day, and found those people one by one, and asked their ancestors one by one. The person who lost both the wife and the soldiers is exactly like Wu Hao. His younger brothers were now frantically tagging Wu Hao, asking him to help find a solution. Brother Wu, I was suddenly blocked by many people. What should I do? Yes, Wu Shun, at the beginning, the brothers all listened to you. As long as we followed you to discredit Jiang Shao, we could develop. How did it become like this? Is Boss Wu Hao here? Boss Wu Hao, please come out and say something. Wu Hao, he doesn't want to talk at all now. From when he vowed to take the second place 4th level main city reward, to now when Jiang Shao got the reward for eliminating bandits. All the ordinary lords turned against him in the end. This matter did not develop in the direction he expected at all. He looked at the direction of the chat area and said, "Damn it, Jiang Shao. Just wait for me." In the chat area, the topic seemed to be turning towards Jiang Shao. What are you still standing there for? Unblock him right now. Yes, quickly release it. In the end, Boss Jiang Shao is the best for us. +1. +1. These people quickly lifted the trading restrictions on Jiang Shao. They all began to look for the resources that Jiang Shao had put up for trading, hoping to exchange some things as soon as possible. Fuck. Can you see the resource trading information posted by Jiang Shao? Can we trade? I can see it, but it seems I can't change it. I can't change it either. What's going on? No, buddy, Boss Jiang Shao blocked me. I was not blocked. You guys deserve this because you are fence sitters. Chapter 68, can you work as a potter in a clay kiln? Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. I wish you all a happy weekend. It's not just you. I've been blocked too. Damn it, it's all Wu Hao's fault. Brother Jiang Shao, can you give me a chance? I will come to thank you in person. In fact, the number of lords who were blocked was not large, but they kept shouting when they blocked Jiang Shao, which made them seem more numerous. After all, there are fewer fools who can survive to this day. Most lords at that time were able to distinguish right from wrong and chose to wait and see. Of course, Jiang Shao saw this news. When he had nothing to do these days, he would watch everyone chatting in the chat area. One is to find out the origin of the cement, and the other is to see how these people are discrediting themselves. Jiang Shao had no leniency towards those who spread rumors about him and blocked him from trading. He simply blocked them. Jiang Shao knew this day would come sooner or later. The train hit the wall, and I knew I had turned. The snot was running in my mouth, and I remembered to shake it off. What had I done before? It's too late to apologize now. Seeing that Jiang Shao did not show up, everyone started looking for Uncle Chun and Brother Wu again. Brother Bo, Brother Wu, can you two help put in a few good words? My brothers are young and ignorant. Can we just let it go this time? Woody didn't reply at all. Uncle Chun, on the other hand, is a talkative person. He was really frustrated because most people blocked him in the chat area these days. Whenever he meets a wild boar in the wild, he would want to squat down and chat with it. Uncle Chun replied, "Hey, what did you guys want at that time? But I have something else to do now. How about I ask Jiang Shao for you guys later?" Uncle Chun talked about a lot of random things. Finally, he added, "Boss Jiang Shao just forced 2 intermediate weapons on me, as well as a bunch of primary weapons. Does anyone know if these things are any good?" These weapons were spoils of war seized by the villagers of Jiang Zhao's family from the bandit camp, and they would not yield much resources even if they were taken back and disassembled. So he simply asked Brother Wu and Uncle Chun who needed it and exchanged resources with them. Uncle Chun said he wanted all of them. Although Jiang Shao didn't understand why he needed so many weapons, he still exchanged them all with him. No one knew that Uncle Chun took these things just to show off. The surname Chun is just his disguise. The fan in Versailles should be his surname. At this time, all the lords in the chat area wanted to die. Brother Bo, please stop making fun of our brothers. Please say a few good words for us. So many weapons. These weapons are better than the crude iron weapons I made on my blacksmith's table. Brother Bo, can you give me one? Are all these weapons useful? Fuck, Uncle Chun, how come you were so lucky? How did you find Jiang Zhao's thigh so accurately? After Uncle Chun sent these things, he disappeared immediately. Only those lords who regretted it were left. Jiang Shao watched Uncle Chun and the others arguing in the chat area, and then he understood why this guy wanted so many weapons. This is consistent with his usual style. Everyone, pack up your resources and return to the territory. Jiang Shao now has the architectural design drawings of the clay kiln factory and doesn't want to waste even a minute outside. The top priority is to make cement immediately and upgrade the main city to level 6. It was already late at night when they returned to the territory, but the maids were still awake, waiting for Jiang Shao to come back. Everyone has worked hard. You guys go to sleep today. I have something important to do. Do you want to consume 4,000 units of clay for 1,000 units of wood, for 1,000 units of stone, and 500 units of iron, or to build a clay kiln factory? Yes. The other resource warehouses in the territory were almost full these days, so Jiang Shao directly upgraded the clay kiln factory to level 2. Mud kiln factory. Level 2. Potter. 0/1. Currently 1 maid can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed of the clay kiln factory. Production. Cement, high-quality cement. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 6,000 units of tiles, 6,000 units of bricks, 6,000 units of pine wood, 2,000 units of iron, 10 ice cores, and 10 raw cores. The second-level mud kiln factory can produce 1 more resource, high-quality cement. Cement requires 1 unit of lime powder, 1 unit of fresh water, and 1 unit of clay. High-quality cement requires 5 units of lime powder, 2 units of fresh water, and 2 units of clay. Jiang Shao built 2 wells in front of the mud kiln factory to make it more convenient. Fresh water and clay are basic resources that can never be used up. As for lime powder, the limestone mine that Lin Qing'er discovered had been mined for several days, and the quantity was sufficient. Jiang Shao directly put in 10,000 units of lime powder, fresh water, and clay as raw materials and started making cement. Now Jiang Shao plays the role of potter himself. After all, the other maids have been busy all day and need to sleep at night. None of them are particularly skilled in pottery, so they should be about the same as me. Jiang Shao took a look and found that it would take 18 hours to produce these 10,000 units of cement. 18 hours. That means we have to wait until tomorrow noon. The number of clay kiln factories is limited, and currently only 1 can be built in a level 5 main city. Black Cat, come here for a moment. The Black Cat was on the nearby wall at this time. She jumped down and said, "Master, what's wrong? Are there enemies?" "There are no enemies, but there are missions. Let's see. Can you be a potter in a clay kiln factory?" "Master, let me try." At first, Jiang Xiao was still somewhat expectant, but after a few minutes, his smile gradually disappeared. The time bar actually changed from 18 hours to 21 hours. This, Black Cat, you should go on patrol. I think the safety of the territory is more important. Yes, master. If I had known earlier, I should have reserved 2 opportunities to recruit maids today and customized a maid with the specialty of pottery. Now Jiang Xiao can only be a potter himself. Seeing how dark the sky is, it should be midnight soon. As soon as it's past midnight and the number of recruitments is refreshed, targeted recruitment will begin. Jiang Xiao had never recruited in the middle of the night before. Even if he recruited a maid in the middle of the night, could you let her work in the middle of the night? If you work late at night, you'll have to rest during the day. It is better to have a normal schedule. Today is a special case. But there is still a problem now. There is no clock in this world, and Jiang Xiao doesn't know what time it is. He could only work as a potter in the clay kiln factory while going back and forth to the main city to check whether the maid recruitment times had been refreshed. Half an hour later, the number of available recruits is still 0. Jiang Xiao had hardly ever participated in physical labor since he came to this world, and this half-hour pottery experience made him feel a little boring. 1 hour later, the number of available recruits is still 0. So, is this the daily routine of other lords? An hour and a half passed. Current number of maids available for recruitment. August 8th. Finally, waiting for you. Chapter 69, Skilled Craftsman, Making Cement. It is February 3rd of the 3rd update. Directly consume 2 recruitment attempts to recruit a maid whose specialty is pottery. Jiang Zhao's attention was drawn to the girl standing in front of the door. She was wearing an open white shirt. The slightly loose fabric is casually draped over the shoulders, with a neckline slightly open, revealing a smooth, wheat-colored skin and delicate collarbone. The hem of her shirt was casually tucked into her shorts, revealing her long and shapely legs. But what Jiang Xiao couldn't take his eyes off were her hands. Those were a pair of slender hands, with well-proportioned fingers and distinct joints. The thin calluses with slight traces of labor formed a sharp contrast with the soft contours. The girl stood still and bowed. Master, please give me your guidance. These hands will definitely not let me down tonight. The maid's information appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Maid, Yunduo. Stamina, 250/250. Ability, Potter Construction. Skills, Skilled Craftsman. Loyalty, 100. Yunduo. The clay kiln factory is now in your hands. Work hard tonight and try to make as much cement as possible. You can take a day off tomorrow. Yes, master. Jiang Xiao is the lord. So even if she is not allowed to rest tomorrow, she cannot refuse this mission. He also allowed Yunduo to have a day off tomorrow after finishing the work tonight. This action directly increased Yunduo's loyalty level to 110 points. Yunduo put on a glove. This pair of gloves is unusual. The material is different from ordinary leather or cloth, and it is shiny. Jiang Xiao didn't know what material it was made of, but she carried it with her. Yunduo walked into the clay kiln factory. Jiang Xiao looked at the remaining time to make the cement. It was supposed to be 18 hours at first, and after Jiang Xiao rubbed it manually for an hour and a half, it should take another 16 hours. After Yunduo went in, it only took 6 hours. This is almost 3 times faster than my own speed. Her movements were very skillful, and the clay, lime powder, and water were added at just the right time. As she increased the speed of mixing the cement, the buttons of her white shirt trembled slightly under her movements, as if they would break rapidly at any time due to her movements. This late night, Jiang Xiao had nothing to do, but he couldn't help much either. He could only support Yunduo mentally. He just stared at her for 2.5 hours. This button, can it ever break? If Jiang Xiao hadn't traveled a long distance during the day to eliminate a bandit camp, he should have been able to see until the next morning with his energy. Yunduo, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go back to sleep. When you finish these cements, come to my room and call me first. Yes, master. Jiang Xiao returned to Mashiju and fell asleep immediately. I seem to have had a dream in which someone called my name. Morning. Jiang Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Strange, shouldn't Yunduo wake herself up? Last night, he remembered that he lay down quickly and had a deep sleep. There were some vague images in the dream, but the dream was too hazy and he couldn't grasp any clear details. He turned around gently, but suddenly noticed the sound of even breathing beside him. Jiang Xiao almost subconsciously looked towards the bed. Yunduo lay there, seemingly waiting for something. She was still wearing the thin, open-front white shirt, But unlike last night, the buttons on the chest were not fully fastened. Master, Master, I came to call you after I finished making the cement last night, but can. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and the blush on her face gradually spread to her ears. Master, did you sleep well? Yinduo finally spoke. Jiang Shao swallowed unconsciously. Very good. Well, come on, let's go check out the cement you made yesterday. That's not right. I remember that I only put in 10,000 units of cement raw materials yesterday. But how come there are 14,000 units of cement? Jiang Shao thought about it carefully and realized that the lime powder, fresh water, and clay were all 10,000 units. Master, I occasionally produce an extra portion of cement when I make it. Is there such an effect? Jiang Shao thought that shortening the time by more than half was already amazing, but he didn't expect that there would be a chance to produce one more copy, and this chance was almost close to 50%. This ability is still beyond our comprehension, as always. Jiang Shao moved the cement and Yinduo to the warehouse. Yinduo, you don't have any missions during the day. Go and take a rest and prepare for dinner. He walked directly to the main city gate. Do you want to consume 10,000 units of cement, 30,000 units of bricks, 6,000 units of iron, or 10,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 10,000 units of pine wood, and 500 gold coins to upgrade the main city? Yes. In an instant, a bright light rose from the ground and enveloped the entire Mashiju. Remaining time to upgrade to Liuguang Pavilion, 16 hours and 34 minutes. You can let your maid assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0 out of 10. Jiang Zhao's original plan was to produce 10,000 units of cement and upgrade immediately without any intention of accelerating. Acceleration requires the use of additional resources, and cement is not enough. But Yinduo made an extra 4,000 units for herself, which directly accelerated the process. He waved his hand and summoned 10 maids whose specialty was childbirth. The speed of construction increased rapidly. Remaining time to upgrade to Liuguang Pavilion, 312 minutes. In more than 5 hours, we should be able to upgrade to level 6 main city before lunch. Jiang Shao also specifically recruited a maid whose specialty is pottery. It is estimated that a second clay kiln factory should be able to be built in the 6th level main city. The remaining 4 opportunities were recruited randomly. It was almost noon when Li Yu's hunting team returned first. They discovered a swamp today and harvested 3 alligators. After Chuya was dismembered, there were a total of 1,040 kilograms of crocodile meat, 6 crocodile skins, and 12 sharp crocodile teeth. Shin Miao Miao, who went out to explore, didn't find anything today, but brought back a few baskets of pheasant eggs. Lin Qing'er, on the other hand, brought back a water clock architectural drawing and a sundial architectural drawing. Whatever you need comes, you get it. Finally, there is a timing tool, and 2 of them came at once. Do you want to consume 100 units of wood, 20 units of copper, or 20 units of iron, or to build a water clock? Do you want to consume 100 units of stone and 15 units of iron, or to build a sundial? All built. Jiang Shao built 2 sets next to the maids' houses and the villagers' houses. After doing all this, the main city was also upgraded. Jiang Shao didn't care what the new main city looked like. He only cared about the rewards. The reward for upgrading to level 5 of Mashiju was average last time. I hope it will be better this time. Congratulations, you are the first lord to upgrade your main city to level 6. Since you have become the first lord to complete the main city upgrade for 6 consecutive times, you can now make a choice. You can choose to deprive the other 9 lords of their rewards for upgrading to the 6th level main city and randomly obtain a high-level resource point with no mining limit. Or you can choose to only receive your own rewards and randomly obtain a giant random advanced resource point. Deprive the other 9 lords who subsequently upgrade to level 6 of their rewards. Is this a test of human nature? Chapter 70, Is this a test of human nature? It's the 3rd update on March 3rd. Thank you again for your suggestions and small gifts. I wish you all a happy Saturday. After winning first place for 6 times in a row, I still have the power to make such a choice. Jiang Shao didn't hesitate for long. It is too immoral to deprive the other 9 lords of their rewards. They worked so hard to upgrade the main city to level 6, but in the end, they found out that they didn't even get a piece of broken wood as a reward. This is not fair to them. But what does this have to do with me, Jiang Shao? Intermediate resources are non-renewable, and the unlimited iron ore that was rewarded to Jiang Shao was already incredible. Now, this is a high-level resource point with no upper limit on mining. Still thinking about this? Only a fool would choose the second one. I choose to deprive the other 9 lords of the rewards for upgrading to the 6th level main city and randomly obtain a high-level resource point with no mining limit. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own Liuguang Pavilion, level 6 main city. Reward: 1 high-level resource point, gold mine, with no mining limit, x3. These 3 reports should be the last straw that broke the camel's back for those trading lords who had previously blocked Jiang Shao. Brothers, can you please come out and make a comment? I don't know what to say anymore. Just give a check mark. I just want to slap myself. Why did I follow the trend at that time? A gold mine with no mining limit is a high-level resource. I haven't even seen a high-level resource yet, let alone an unlimited mining point. Brother Jiang Shao, please give us another chance. We beg you. Those lords who did not follow suit and did not impose a trade blockade on Jiang Shao came out to congratulate Jiang Shao. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. Master Jiang, is there anything you need to exchange recently? I have 25 units of high-level resources and want to exchange them for some tiles. And me, I have some gold and silver coins here, and I want to exchange them for some tiles. Jiang Shao replied to these people, sure. I need high-level resources, gold coins, and silver coins. Thank God, Jiang. God, Jiang is awesome. As for the others, Jiang Shao ignored them. Actually, that wasn't a bad thing. First, those who were still able to trade with Jiang Shao after that incident were all lords with good brains who would not blindly follow the crowd. Second, from everyone's chat records, Jiang Shao learned the instructions behind this matter. Wu Hao is definitely an enemy who must be eliminated in the future. Jiang Shao even suspected that he might have robbed him of the reward for killing the lord for the first time, otherwise he would not be able to produce evidence. Jiang Shao felt more comfortable when he thought that he had snatched his reward. Jiang Shao sent a message to Uncle Chun. Please help me find out if there is any coordinates of Wu Hao. If so, tell me immediately. Jiang Shao didn't read what Uncle Chun replied specifically. The content was either congratulations to him or some meaningless stuff. Closing the chat area, Jiang Shao looked at the brand new main city in front of him with satisfaction. The exterior walls of the building are coated with a smooth layer of cement, so white that it almost reflects the surrounding light. The roof is covered with rows of phoenix tail tiles, which shine like flowing light under the sunlight. The entire area has expanded by about half compared to the previous Mashiju, and the current Liuguang Pavilion is a 2-story building. Jiang Shao counted the number of rooms and found that they could accommodate about 50 people. The properties of Liuguang Pavilion are displayed before your eyes. Main city. Level, Liuguang Pavilion, level 6. Maximum number of buildings, 35/60ths. Heroes, once a day. The Lord can activate heroes, and within 12 hours, the combat power of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 75%. Upgrade. To upgrade to the 7th level of main city Yaojin Pavilion, you need 100,000 units of bricks, 50,000 units of cement, 50,000 units of foamway tiles, 20,000 units of refined iron ore, 20,000 units of refined copper, or 8,000 units of gold ore, and 2,200 gold coins. Number of buildings required for upgrading. 50 buildings, level 3 training ground, 400-meter simple city wall. The number of maids recruited has increased by 2 compared to the level 5 main city. The combat effectiveness of women increased from 60% to 75%. This upgrade condition. It is understandable that so many bricks, cement, and tiles are needed. What does this 20,000 units of refined iron ore and 8,000 units of gold ore mean? These two are both high-level resources. Are you going to build an imperial palace or a royal palace? Jiang Shao sighed at the abundance of resources and at the same time thought about the upside. Compared with the previous upgrade from level 5 to level 6, at least most of the materials can be sourced by ourselves. The advanced resource refined iron ore can be converted into iron ore in an iron ore processing plant. Gold mine. I just rewarded myself with a resource point with no mining limit. Jiang Shao placed this resource point near the previous iron ore resource point so that it would be more convenient for the maids to mine. After doing all this, a voice came to Jiang Zhao's ears again. Your main city has reached level 6, and your personal attribute panel has been opened for you. Jiang Shao was wondering when his own information appeared before his eyes. Jiang Shao. Stamina, 200/200. Qi and blood value, 43.5. Talent, SSS, opposite magnetic field. Skills, low-level treatment, see-through. Title none. Jiang Xiao could finally check the qi and blood value that he had been thinking about. 43.5, within my expectation. Jiang Xiao had sparred with Zi Ling, Liu, Zhu Yu, and others before, and he lost every time without exception. This was because I had absorbed the blazing blood fruit and received some bonus. Otherwise, my blood value would probably be only around 20. Then, Jiang Xiao took out the architectural drawing of the training ground. This was what he got in exchange for his crude iron weapons. Now the 6th-level main city could finally be built. Do you want to consume 30,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of thatch, 8,000 units of iron, or an 8,000 units of copper, or to build a training ground? Yes, this training ground does consume a lot of resources and occupies a large area. Jiang Xiao placed the training ground next to the gate of the territory. Training ground. Level 1. Number of commanders, 0/1. Currently 1 commander can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the commanders dispatched, the better the training effect. Training cost, 1 silver coin per person per hour. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 20,000 units of tiles, 20,000 units of pine wood, 4,000 units of refined iron ore, and 4,000 units of refined copper ore. Jiang Xiao noticed this description. 1 commander can be dispatched. The higher the commander's ability, the better the training effect. This is no different from naming names. Qin Liangyu, it's decided to be you. Chapter 71, Training Ground, Gathering Guards. Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. I wish you all a happy weekend. After lunch, Liangyu, can you train the sisters of our territory at the training ground this afternoon? Yes, my lord. All maids whose abilities are related to exploration, hunting, and combat need to be trained. There are probably less than 20 of these maids, and 1 hour of training costs more than 10 silver coins. Before training, Jiang Xiao checked the health values of each maid. The highest one is Liu, with a health value of up to 71 points. The lowest is Shun Miao Miao, with only 25 points of health. After only 20 minutes of training, Qin Liangyu came to find Jiang Xiao. My lord, there is not enough silver coins in the training ground. Jiang Xiao was also a little puzzled after hearing this. Not enough silver coins? This shouldn't be the case. I clearly deposited more than 10 silver coins into it. Jiang Xiao followed Qin Liangyu back to the training ground. His eyes swept over the maids one by one. Beaver Moon stood in the center of the field, holding a spear. A few strands of wet hair, soaked with sweat, stuck to the side of his face. Because the training was too intense, the front of Li Yu's animal skin was slightly open, and some underwear could be vaguely seen. Shun Miao Miao, who was in the farthest corner, was sweating profusely on her petite body. The beads of sweat on her face trembled slightly with her deep breaths. The originally loose top was now sticking to her chest, rising and falling, and the wet fabric revealed the lining. This training ground. Value. It's worth it in every aspect. She noticed that Li Yu's HP value changed from 71 to 71.2, and Shin Miao Miao's HP value changed from 25 to 25.1. This means that the training just now is indeed over. Qin Liangyu was able to shorten the training time from 1 hour to 20 minutes. My lord, I suggest that you take a half-hour break after each round of training. Qin Liangyu looked at the sweaty maids and suggested to Jiang Xiao. Then, she pointed at Li Yu and said, My lord, Li Yu's progress is beyond my imagination. Can you tell me more about it? Jiang Xiao was a little curious when he heard that she didn't praise anyone but Li Yu. Qin Liangyu nodded. You know, it's difficult to improve qi and blood value, especially through acquired training. Generally speaking, it is quite rare for ordinary people to train their qi and blood to above 40. Going higher, every improvement requires several times the effort. Qin Liangyu paused, and her eyes fell on Li Yu again. As for Li Yu, her basic qi and health value is as high as 71. You can imagine how difficult it is to continue to improve on this basis. In just half an hour of training, just now, her qi and health value actually increased by 0.2. I can feel that one day in the future, her qi and blood value will surpass mine. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but look sideways when he heard this. Surpassing Qin Liangyu, surpassing the legendary commander? Jiang Xiao knew that Li Yu was big, but he didn't expect that Li Yu's potential was so great. However, Jiang Xiao thought about what Qin Liangyu had just said and felt that something was wrong. Wait, Liangyu, how how did you see their health values? Qin Liangyu was stunned by the question and looked a little at a loss. She thought the question was odd. In her eyes, the Lord's words were like asking a mute why he couldn't speak. What reason is needed? My lord, I can always see the qi and health value. Jiang Shao held his forehead and said, You mean you can see the qi and blood values of all of us on the first day you came here? Qin Liangyu nodded. Jiang Shao, I worked so hard to upgrade the main city to level 6 before I could unlock the health value. It turns out she had been able to see it all along. Liangyu, why didn't you tell me earlier? My lord, you never asked me. Jiang Shao, these are not important anymore, and Jiang Shao is not dwelling on them. It is a good thing to have one more person in the territory who can see the qi and health values of others. Liangyu, you still have to help me train another batch of soldiers. After saying that, Jiang Shao took out the scroll that glowed with a light pink light. This scroll was picked up by Lin Qing'er in a cave in the limestone mining area a few days ago. At first, it was an ordinary low-level farm soldier's recruiting scroll, but in Jiang Zhao's hands it was transformed into a low-level female guard recruiting scroll by his talent. This scroll can randomly summon 15 to 45 female guards. Do you want to use the low-level female guard's summoning scroll? Yes. The scroll shattered into pieces in his hands, and a light pink light swept out, heading straight for the center of the training ground. The light fell to the ground, forming a dazzling light curtain that enveloped the entire area. After a few seconds, the light gradually faded, and a row of new faces appeared in front of Jiang Shao. These newly recruited female guards stood neatly in the center of the venue. They held a shield in their left hand and a spear in their right hand, and wore leather armor. There is a striking word printed on the chest of the leather armor, Jiang Zhao's Jiang. Jiang Shao roughly counted them. Only 18? I could have summoned 45 at most, but I only managed to summon 18. This seems like bad luck. Qin Liangyu carefully looked at the new female guards, then looked at Jiang Shao. My lord, you are able to gather such an excellent guard. Excuse me, if these female guards are trained a little, they should be as good as you. Jiang Shao. Listening to it, it seems a little heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao quickly used see-through on these female guards. Their loyalty is 100 and their stamina is 180. The built-in leather armor provides intermediate defense, but the shield and spear are both of simple level. These weapons and shields are really a bit outdated. You can replace them after training. The chi and blood values are not exactly the same. The lowest is 32 and the highest is 35. Who said it's almost the same? This is 10 points less than mine. Jiang Shao walked to the female guard with an HP value of 35. Your name is Lin Lan, right? From today on, you are the captain of this team. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Lan quickly knelt on one knee with a firm expression. Okay, Lord. Her loyalty increased by 30 points. Liangyu, you could train them from now on. This time, Jiang Shao directly exchanged 10 gold coins for 1,000 silver coins and deposited them all in the training ground. Now that we have a training ground, the source of scrolls to recruit soldiers becomes a problem. Lin Qing'er, Shun Miao, you two should continue to go out and explore in the afternoon to see if you can find any more scrolls that can summon soldiers. By the way, we can also look for other bandit-like forces hideouts. Jiang Shao had nothing to do in the territory in the afternoon, so he could go to Qinghe County for a stroll. Li Yu, come with me to Qinghe County this afternoon. Zhu Yu was the first to respond to Jiang Shao. Lord, are you going to Qinghe County? Yes, Zhu Yu. Isn't your wish to attack Qinghe County and seek justice for you? Chapter 72, Qinghe County, Discovery of a New World. Today is still February 3rd. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Zhu Yu was slightly startled and looked up at him. Jiang Shao patted Zhu Yu's shoulder with a firm look in his eyes. We are just going to take a look this time, but the exact time of revenge may not be in the near future. It depends on the situation. It was as if to tell her that I had not forgotten this incident. Zhu Yu felt her chest warm up, and she knelt on one knee, moved. My lord, I have no way to repay you, but you can take me with you this time. I grew up in Qinghe County. Although I am wanted now, as long as I act carefully, I will never be discovered. Zhu Yu's loyalty level reached the maximum, soaring to 200 points. Jiang Shao felt that the three of them were not a big target, so there was no problem. Okay, I'll prepare the equipment and we'll set off right away. Jiang Shao traveled light this time and only repaired his armor before leaving. In order to prevent Li Yu's ears from being too conspicuous, Jiang Shao specially made her a straw hat and a piece of exquisite yak leather armor. As for the tail, Jiang Shao was more familiar with this tail, which could be hidden inside clothes. There were 3 men, each riding an inferior horse. After being taught a lesson by Yumi's whip a few times, the horses became much more obedient. Jiang Shao could now ride them at full speed. As for Li Yu and Zhu Yu, one possesses the power of the Beast King, and the other is the commander of the army. They both know how to ride horses. While on the road, Jiang Shao received a message from Chen Pai. Boss Jiang Shao, I have a blueprint for a barricade construction. Do you find it useful? I'll give it to you for free. Jiang Shao also has this drawing. Because the territory is constantly expanding, the position of the wall can be changed when out of combat, but the chevaux de frise cannot. It is not yet suitable for large-scale construction and has not been used much. I have the blueprints for the construction of the chevaux de frise. You can keep them for yourself. Chen Pai, Brother Jiang, I still have a question. Why do you have so many resources? While exchanging resources with the 3 of us every day, do you still have enough resources to upgrade the main city? Your talent, does it provide some bonus to the peasants you recruit? This Chen Pai, last time he wanted to find out where his territory was, this time he asked what his talent was. It started to feel a little weird. Jiang Shao replied, the 4 of us will be a family in the future. I'll tell you directly about our talents. I can only recruit 2 more farmers every day, otherwise we wouldn't be able to develop so fast. As for the bonus, I've never heard of anyone recruiting peasants with a bonus. So what is your talent? Chen Pai, Brother Jiang, my crappy sea-level talent is a halo that improves my physical recovery when working with farmers. Jiang Shao doubted this talent. After all, Chen Pai had obtained so many tiles before, so there must be something hidden. After replying a few more short sentences, Jiang Shao closed the chat. He opened the map drawn by Lin Qing'e, pointed to a road, and said, let's take this route. The horses will probably run faster. We can still make it back to the territory for dinner in the evening. The so-called main road is actually slightly wider than the small path in the forest, with fewer obstacles and fewer branches, weeds, and stones. The scenery along the way passed by quickly. More than half an hour later, a magnificent city suddenly appeared in sight. Jiang Shao raised his eyes. This is Qing'e County? This is clearly Qing'e City. The city wall in front of us is extremely tall, at least 30 or 40 meters high. Its natural magnificence and grandeur are breathtaking. The moat surrounds the city wall, and the blue waves reflect the shadow of the city. The entrance to the city was bustling with people, caravans and pedestrians coming in and out, making it extremely prosperous. This county town seems to be much more prosperous than I imagined. Is this the county town I want to attack? Compared with it, my territory is nothing but a chicken feather, just a building block. Zhu Yu, we want to enter the county town. Do we need any additional procedures? Zhu Yu looked at the county town and clenched his fists. My lord, no formalities are required. It's just that riding a horse is not allowed in the city. Jiang Shao nodded, and the 3 of them dismounted and led their horses towards the city gate. He originally thought that entering and exiting such a magnificent county town would require strict inspection, at least queuing, body searches, and questioning. But the fact is, the man guarding the city leaned lazily against the city gate, not even raising his eyes. As long as you lead your horse into the city gate, no one will ask you any questions and no one will stop you. This kind of lazy management actually gave Jiang Shao a little more confidence in the future attack on Qing'e County. After successfully entering the city, Jiang Shao was stunned by the bustling scene in front of him. The streets are wide and crowded. There are shops lining both sides, and the sounds of shopkeepers shouting can be heard one after another, filling the air with the scent of life. There were also jugglers performing on the street, dancing with fire sticks, which made the children applaud. The vendors' shouts were endless. Fresh fruit, just picked. Hot buns. Hot buns. Come and have a look. The best handmade puppets. I guarantee you will be satisfied. This lively scene, this real hustle and bustle, gave him a long-lost sense of belonging, as if he had traveled back to human society. These people should all be the natives of this world, definitely not other lords. The lords might not even be able to find the county town, and even if they did, they would not have the heart to wander around. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Shao used the skill C threw on a vendor who was selling buns. Ma Sanstein Buns shop owner. Chi and blood value, 14.4. Ma San can't write. Send a letter to his wife, whom he hasn't seen for 2.5 years. You will be rewarded with 20 copper coins. Actually, I can still see the tasks. But this mission, Not to mention that the reward is only 20 copper coins. It is understandable that selling buns is a small business. But my wife, whom I haven't seen for 2.5 years. There are two possibilities. One is that his wife is a trainee, and the other is that the boss is cheating. At the beginning, Jiang Shao was still a little uncomfortable with it. He thought it was not a good idea to casually look into other people's privacy. But as he used the skill see-through on people on the roadside one after another, Jiang Shao felt like he had discovered a new world. This kind of gossip feels so good. The tasks of these indigenous people are also varied. Retrieve the lost chicken, reward, 5 eggs, plus 1 copper coin. Bring a bag of rice to the south of the city, reward, half a pound of rice. There's even a chance to play hide and seek with a kid, with the reward, a slingshot. The most valuable reward is a simple weapon and 10 silver coins for a soldier to capture a bandit. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, these tasks were all a waste of time. After all, he came to Qinghe County this time with 2 main goals. First, find out the strength of Qinghe County and see what kind of existence it is. The second is to redeem the title as soon as possible and unlock the seal of the Sword of King Yu. Just as Jiang Shao was about to tell Zhu Yu and Li Yu about the next arrangements, Zhu Yu interrupted Jiang Shao. My lord, I have an unwelcome request. Can you accompany me back to the ancestral home? This was the first time Jiang Shao heard about Zhu Yu's ancestral home, and he nodded in agreement. Of course. But what are you going to do in the ancestral home? Are your family members still there? Jiang Shao subconsciously recalled that Zhu Yu had mentioned that all her family members had been arrested, and she was the only one who managed to escape. Could it be that there are some relatives missing from her ancestral home? If you still have family members stranded outside, you can bring them to our territory. At least it's safe there. Zhu Yu was moved to tears again when he heard this. My lord, I'm the only one who escaped. The reason why I was framed and all my relatives were arrested was because there was an ancestral treasure in our ancestral home. As for what this treasure is exactly, I don't know either. I only heard my great-grandfather mention it occasionally. Chapter 73, Uncle, what do you want to ask? Today is still the 3rd update, March 3rd. Thank you again for the gifts. Come on, you lead the way. Zhu Yu's ancestral home is located in a remote corner of Qinghe County. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds and is almost isolated from the outside world. If Zhu Yu hadn't led the way, Jiang Shao would never have discovered this dilapidated house. The wooden beams of the house were covered with moss, and the whole yard exuded an old atmosphere. Zhu Yu pushed open the creaking door, and dust blew in his face, choking Jiang Shao so much that he almost sneezed. After nearly an hour of searching, Zhu Yu finally stopped in the toilet in the backyard. The air in the toilet was so foul that it was almost impossible to walk in. Zhu Yu dug up a layer of soil in the corner of the toilet, revealing a jar covered with mud. She took out a scroll from the jar with excitement on her face. My lord, this is it. Jiang Shao took the scroll and just unfolded it. The details of the scroll appeared. Skill scroll. Tenacity upgradable. Introduction. Passive skill that grants the user defensive capabilities and can offset a small amount of damage. Reduces damage by 5%. Number of students available, 21/30. Skill scroll. A hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Zhao's eyes. This was the first time he had seen this thing. He had only obtained a low-level healing skill book before. In the chat area, I occasionally hear other lords bragging that someone has opened a skill book, but no one has ever mentioned a skill scroll. Jiang Shao discovered that the biggest difference between a skill scroll and a skill book is that a skill scroll can be learned by multiple people. This is not the point. The point is the 3 words about this skill, upgradable. A skill that can initially reduce 5% of damage is quite good just from the attribute point of view. If it can be upgraded further, this growth potential will undoubtedly increase its value exponentially. It's really a good thing. But this is after all an heirloom of the Zhu Yu family. Jiang Shao handed the scroll back and said, "This is an heirloom of your family. Please keep it." Seeing this, Zhu Yu waved his hand quickly. My lord, this scroll was originally created by my ancestors for the practice of my family. But now my family has been captured, and our family has long since fallen. You saved me and gave me hope to live. I am willing to give you this scroll. Jiang Shao was touched when he heard her words. Looking at Zhu Yu's sincere eyes, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll study first. However, the remaining learning opportunities of this scroll are up to you, okay? Zhu Yu nodded solemnly. There was no rush to learn this skill scroll. Jiang Shao looked at the direction of the sun, and it was almost afternoon. Jiang Shao did not plan to spend the night outside the territory. He felt that sleeping anywhere was not as comfortable as in his own territory. Let's go to Hongwan Pavilion and find out where to exchange for the title. He had also asked Zhu Yu before if he had ever heard of a person who could allow lords to exchange their reputation for official positions. Zhu Yu said he had never heard of it. According to the information previously provided by Lin Qing'e, Hongwan Pavilion is a restaurant, a place for blind dates, and the most crowded place in the entire Qing'e County. This kind of place is best for gathering information. The three of them came to Hongwan Pavilion. At the door, a man was wiping the door frame with a worn rag. He glanced at Jiang Shao and his group and asked, "Are you here for a blind date?" Jiang Shao took the opportunity to hug Li Yu and said, "We're not going on a blind date. We're married. We just came here to have a bite to eat." "Master, master." Li Yu's voice was as small as a mosquito's. Her face instantly turned red to her ears, and her fair skin was stained with a crimson color. The fox ears under the straw hat were shaking rapidly. She lowered her head in panic and grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly. Jiang Shao looked at the man at the door and used the skill, see through directly. Hu Er, waiter at Hongwan Pavilion. Qi and blood value, 17.9. Good at gathering and selling information. But he is greedy for money. Wow, whatever you ask for, you get it. Is this waiter an information dealer? If you're only interested in profit and are greedy for money, then this is easy to deal with. Jiang Shao took out a few silver coins from his pocket and waved them in front of Hu Er. "I have a few questions to ask you." When Hu Er saw these silver coins, his eyes immediately narrowed into slits. "Uncle, what do you want to ask? As long as it's the news of Qinghe County, I know everything about it. Why are you so arrogant? I want to ask, do you know how to exchange your title?" Hu Er's face was filled with a flattering smile. Wait a moment. 5 minutes later, he handed Jiang Shao a map with a circle on it. "Uncle, this is what you want." The place for exchanging titles is inconspicuous, located in a dark alley in the city. There was a red lantern hanging at the entrance of the alley, with 3 large characters in official script written on it, Gong Mingxi. A middle-aged man was sitting at a worn wooden table. When he saw Jiang Shao and his group approaching, he quickly stood up and bowed. "Are you here to exchange your titles?" There was a hint of tentativeness in his tone, but his attitude was extremely respectful. For them, those who can come to exchange for titles have certain strength and must not be neglected. How is it exchanged specifically? The man did not dare to neglect it, and quickly took out a piece of rice paper from the box on the table and handed it to Jiang Shao with both hands. "This is a detailed list of exchange titles. Your Excellency can take a look at it. Title exchange. Village Chief, reach 5,000 reputation. Pavilion Chief, reach 12,000 reputation. County Lieutenant, reach 20,000 reputation. Chief Clerk, reach 30,000 reputation. County Magistrate, reach 55,000 reputation. County Magistrate, reach 90,000 reputation. County Magistrate, the Governor." Currently, Jiang Shao has received a total of 10,000*3, 30,000 reputation as a reward for the first elimination of mountain bandits, horse bandits, and bandit camps. Each of the villagers recruited after the bandit suppression had some temporary reputation, which added up to more than 30,000. The title I want to exchange for is Chief Clerk. When a man heard that Jiang Shao wanted to exchange for the master book, he became more serious and quickly took out a yellowed map from under the table. "Yes, sir. Please mark the location of your territory." This, wouldn't it expose the location of the territory? If it is known by someone with bad intentions, it may be dangerous. Jiang Shao hesitated for a few seconds, then silently used see through on the person in front of him. After confirming that there was no problem, Jiang Shao lowered his head and drew a circle here. The man made a note. "Sir, the rank you exchanged is above the county lieutenant. You can name your territory." Jiang Shao, who had difficulty coming up with a name, thought for a long time. "The name is, it's called Twilight Star Town." The moment Jiang Shao put pen to paper, 3 announcements rang out in everyone's mind. Congratulations to Jiang Shao for becoming the first lord to exchange his title and own a formal territory. Reward: a lord statue, epic level, X3. Chapter 74, Why Are There So Many People Suddenly Here? Based on everyone's feedback and suggestions, the content of the previous chapters has been modified. 1. Chapters 31 to 32, details of the protagonist killing the bandits. His original state of being stunned changed to the adrenaline rush, making him feel like vomiting. The original writing here was not very good, and the author really has no experience in killing bandits. 2. In chapters 33 to 35, the reward for the two lords, Wu Hao with a score of 3.5 and Wu Hao with a score of 3.2, were changed from legendary to excellent. There were indeed some problems when designing the equipment grade and difficulty star. The author apologizes again and only found time to revise it today. The above word count is not included in the main text. The following is the main text, or 1/3 of the third update. Didn't he just upgrade to the 6th level main city at noon? Why did Boss Jiang Shao cause trouble again? Exchange of titles? What is this? Does any of you brothers know? I don't know what the title is. I only know that this is not something we can consider. We should now think about how to get Lord Jiang to remove the blacklist on us. And what is this formal territory? Doesn't it mean that our current territory is not formal yet? I'm so envious. I'm so envious. Why is Uncle Chun the lackey of Jiang Shao? Why can't it be me? The man who exchanged Jiang Zhao's job title bowed again. Master, please keep this book. You can use this booklet to redeem your position at any time in the future without having to come in person every time. This surprised Jiang Shao. It would be much easier to exchange job titles in the future. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Master Chief Registrar, if you want to exchange for the title of County Magistrate or above, I'm afraid you have to go to a town above the capital county. The book I provided does not contain the authority for the time being. Jiang Shao took a look at the booklet and found that the county governor needed 150,000 reputation. Thank you for your reminder. As it grew dark, the three of them hurried back to their territory. Along the way, Jiang Shao discovered that job titles had various benefits. In addition to automatically receiving 25 gold coins every day, your title of Chief Registrar may even attract some talented people to join the territory. After a short journey, the three finally returned to the territory. But the scene in front of the territory scared Jiang Shao. Why are there so many people gathered in front of the gate? Jiang Shao glanced at the crowd that had gathered and roughly counted them. There were at least 50 or 60 people. Some carried axes on their shoulders, some held pickaxes, and some carried simple spears. They looked not much different from the villagers he had rescued from the bandit camp. It looks like he's not here to fight. At this moment, Roashue ran over hurriedly. Master, in the evening, a lot of villagers suddenly gathered outside. They said they all wanted to join our territory. I don't know what to do either. Jiang Shao reached out and touched Roashue's head. Then he strode up to the villagers and told them his requirements, requiring them to go to the affiliated territory. These skinny villagers were instantly excited. I'm in. I'm joining in too. Thank you, Lord, for taking me in. Long live the Lord. Jiang Shao guessed that it was because he became the chief clerk and had a formal territory that he attracted the homeless villagers around him to join him. It is not critical whether these villagers are indigenous people or recruited by other lords and escaped due to lack of loyalty. As long as you join Jiang Zhao's territory, your loyalty will go directly to 100, and this loyalty will definitely not lie. Seeing that so many people were willing to join, Jiang Shao decided to let them have a hot meal outside the territory and rest for a night. You will stay in a house outside the wall tonight, and tomorrow morning you will move to another affiliated territory. There's food and accommodation there, don't worry. Chuya, call a few more people to help and make more delicious food tonight. Yes, master. These newly joined villagers looked pale and thin, so he gave them some delicious fish and meat to increase their sense of belonging. Jiang Shao expected that more and more villagers would come to him for help in the future, so he built a few more magnolia houses outside the wall. If they come at night, let them stay outside the wall for one night, and then let them set off the next day. Jiang Shao upgraded all the second-level houses to third level. Does it require 8,000 units of wood, 1,200 units of stone, 3,000 units of watts, 60 units of crude oil, and 100 units of iron ore? Yes. About half an hour later, all the houses look brand new. Yulan House, rare. Level 3. Magnolia. The physical strength recovery speed of residents living in Magnolia houses is increased by 10% and doubled for women. Recovery. Injured or sick residents can slowly recover their vitality when they rest. When healthy residents rest, their physical strength recovery increases by another 10% and doubles for women. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 10,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 3,000 units of bricks, 200 units of crude oil, 100 units of refined iron ore, and 5 greenwood cores. The third-level Magnolia house did not add any new attributes, but it was obviously larger than the previous second-level house. The original one-story cabin has now become a two-story exquisite wooden building. The walls of the houses are reinforced with stronger wood and stone bricks, and the exterior walls are painted with a layer of anti-corrosion paint, making them look more stable and durable. What's important is that the number of people who can live in this habitable house has more than doubled. A third-level Magnolia house can accommodate about 20 people. The villagers outside gathered in front of the newly completed Magnolia house, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Where have they ever seen such a luxurious living environment? Before, they could only live in a shabby thatch hut to avoid wind and rain, but now they have a spacious and bright two-story wooden building as their home. All the villagers fell to their knees. "My lord, are these really for us to stay overnight? My lord, you have been so kind to us. It is our blessing to have such a lord." Jiang Shao touched his nose. He didn't think too much about it. After all, there was a limit to the number of main cities that could be built, and these 3 levels had to be upgraded. All right, everyone get up." Jiang Shao waved his hand. "I'm just trying my best to make everyone live more comfortably. As long as everyone works hard to contribute to the development of the territory, I won't treat you unfairly." As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers' loyalty soared instantly. Jiang Shao turned around and saw the maids looking at him expectantly. This burning gaze seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Shao only felt a pain in his waist. It seems like I can't live in the Liuguang Pavilion, which I just upgraded to level 6 tonight. I guess I still have to experience the third-level Magnolia house. So, which room should I live in, upstairs or downstairs?" After dinner, the night grew darker. Of all the maids, only Shen Miao Miao had not yet returned. Jiang Shao wasn't too worried, since these maids could sense each other anyway. Finally, a faint fragrance that belonged only to Shen Miao Miao drifted from the front door. She returned covered in starlight, her steps somewhat unsteady. Jiang Shao noticed that she only had 20 points of stamina left. She was breathing heavily. Her light green dress clung to her body, and her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Master, I found a mid-level bandit camp today. It's in a jungle 45 kilometers away. On the way back, I encountered a giant python, but was saved by kind villagers." Jiang Shao stood up, handed her a cup of yak milk, and listened to her continue. "When the villagers finally dissected the python, I found a strange snake skin scroll. The villagers didn't understand what it was, so they gave it to me. They would have to go to the intermediate bandit camp tomorrow, but the snake skin scroll she mentioned aroused Jiang Zhao's curiosity. Shen Miao Miao took out the scroll from behind and handed it to Jiang Shao. The moment Jiang Shao took it, the scroll turned into a stream of light and disappeared in his palm in an instant. Chapter 75, Why is your resin becoming less and less? Second update, February 3rd. At the same time, a few lines of words appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Shao. Territory defense battle. Time, 3 days later at 8 p.m. Participation method. All lords can voluntarily participate 2 hours before the invasion and choose to join the battle or give up. Objective, defend the main city. Note, the more rounds of successfully resisting invasions, the richer the rewards. At the end of each round, participating lords can choose to give up and receive the rewards for the rounds they have achieved. However, if you give up during each round of invasion, the level of all buildings will be reduced by 1 level. This kind of thing again. Jiang Shao carefully read the instructions again and found that this invasion was obviously different from the last one. Participation in this event is voluntary, and during the participation, you can increase the final reward after completing rounds of invasions. Although you can give up and won't die if you find you can't win during each round of invasion, the price seems a bit high. All buildings are downgraded to 1 level. The stronger the lord, the greater the penalty for failure. Fortunately, there was Shen Miao Miao, and I knew about it 3 days in advance, so I had enough time to prepare for this invasion. I didn't expect she could pick up something like this. Shen Miao Miao, you really helped me a lot. Take a rest. Master, the other sisters should be asleep. I'm afraid going back now will disturb them. Can I? Jiang Shao felt that what she said made sense. Indeed, then you can stay in my Liuguang Pavilion tonight. As soon as the words fell, Shen Miao Miao's face was instantly dyed with a layer of pink glow. Her eyes began to avoid, but she couldn't suppress the throbbing panic. Master! Shen Miao Miao clutched the hem of her skirt, her fingertips trembling slightly, Some kind of emotion was quietly fluctuating, and it was difficult to calm down. Her voice was filled with a hint of uneasiness and shyness. Is there a bathtub in your Liuguang pavilion? Of course. And it's a big tub. It can hold several people. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiao had already gotten up, but Shun Miao Miao was still asleep. She had expended too much energy exploring yesterday, so she probably needed a rest for a while. Jiang Xiao was also quite tired yesterday. He even fell asleep at night before he had time to check the degree of unlocking of the Sword of Gojian, King of You. Jiang Xiao opened the exquisite wooden box. Finally, its seal went from being 99% sealed to being 85%. Sword of Gojian, King of Yue, the best sword in the world. Introduction: A sword. Seal, 85% sealed. As the Lord's reputation increases, the seal will be gradually lifted and more special effects will be obtained. Phone, increase the income within the territory by 25%. And plague and disasters will never occur in the territory. Luck will be greatly improved. Civilians, the chance of recruiting talents is greatly increased, which will attract more villagers to join. Battle, during combat, the morale of all allies increases by 65%. The Sword of Gojian, King of You, will only take effect within the territory. The income from the territory increased from 10% to 25%. During combat, morale increased from 50% to 65%. There is another one, with the addition of will attract more villagers to join us. Maybe it was due to this that so many villagers came to the door yesterday to join his territory. Jiang Xiao walked out of Liuguang Pavilion. The time shown on the sundial was around 7 in the morning. He found an open space and planned to place the epic lord statue, the reward he received yesterday for exchanging his title for the first time and owning a formal territory. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to the blessing stone altar in front of Liuguang Pavilion. But just after placing it, Jiang Xiao felt that it was placed in the wrong place and should be placed behind Liuguang Pavilion. The appearance of this statue is about 70% similar to Jiang Xiao. It feels a bit weird to see my statue right in front of the gate every day when I go out. Jiang Xiao looked at the architectural details of the Lord statue. Lord statue, epic level. Level, no level. Introduction. Based on the level of the main city, the function of the Lord statue will gradually improve. Expand territory. The number of buildings within the territory is no longer limited. Shelter. When fighting within the territory, the defense of the residents will be increased by 50% and the durability of all defense facilities will be increased to 3 times. Expanding territory. This attribute is exactly what Jiang Xiao lacks now. If the number of buildings is not limited, then you can recruit unlimited villagers and develop affiliated territories in the future. There is also a second attribute of protection. This was tailor-made for the invasion 2 days later. The defense of all residents is increased by half, and the durability of all defense facilities is increased by 3 times. The current solid stone wall, I'm afraid no matter how many yaks come, they can't break it down. Speaking of defense, we need to work on it in the next 2 days. Jiang Xiao opened his friend list and sent a few messages to Wu Di, Chun Bo, and Chun Pai. Everyone, please exchange copper, ore, agate, and resin with me. Wu Di was the first to reply. Okay, Brother Jiang, Uncle Chun and I are ready. Uncle Chun directly sent over the copper, ore, and agate. Brother, we only kept what we need, and the rest is all yours. This has been the case these days. After all, this was what we had agreed upon. However, Jiang Xiao would not take advantage of them for nothing, and would exchange materials of equal value with them. However, the tangerine peel has produced significantly less resin in the past 2 days. Chunpi, why is your resin getting less and less? Didn't you ask all your farmers to collect resin? Jiang Zhao's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. It was clearly agreed at that time that all manpower would be gathered to collect the corresponding resources, especially this resin, which is the key raw material for making cement. Brother Jiang, my farmers went out and found a wolf pack yesterday. I went hunting with some farmers, and several farmers were injured. Tomorrow I will definitely make up for the resin that was missing in the past 2 days. Jiang Xiao looked at Chun Pai's 2 sentences and didn't say anything else. He had a vague feeling that this kid was hiding something from him. I wonder if the mythical level, see through, can be used on friends? It turns out that Jiang Xiao has not yet developed this skill to 20%. See through. A moment. The information about Chunpi actually appeared. Lord Chunpi is far away from you. Only partial information can be displayed. Chunpi, Lord. Level King Wuju. Talent. Lord Chinpi is too far away from you, so you cannot obtain his talent information. Building details. 11 houses, 5 granaries, 7 warehouses, 1 brick kiln, 1 blacksmith shop, 50 chevaux de frise, etc. These things can actually be seen. In addition to the main city level and building details, Jiang Xiao can also see the production speed of each resource in Chinpi, as well as the inventory resources at home. Even the stamina and loyalty of every peasant in his family. This is only partial information. It is hard to imagine how detailed the full information will be. This is completely different from what Chunpi just described. There were no injured farmers in his family, and he still had 6,000 units of resin in stock. Although this guy didn't sponsor the resource upgrade himself, they were on the same front at the time. This guy actually lied to me? Jiang Xiao checked the inventory resources in Chun Pai's home one by one, and he found that Chun Pai's home had a lot of copper ore, more than 5,000 units. He then used the insight technique on Uncle Chun and Brother Wu. Neither of these two people lied to me. Uncle Chun, have you exchanged copper or with Chimpi recently? Uncle Chun replied quickly, no. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Xiao, nothing. By the way, don't let anyone know about our previous chat history, including Chimpi. Even without exchanging Chimpi with Uncle Chun, there would be so much copper or... Jiang Xiao couldn't help but think of someone, Wu Hao. Wu Hao upgraded to King Wuju for the 5th time, and the reward he received was a large copper mine collection point. Jiang Xiao also wanted to try to use the insight technique on Wu Hao, but he didn't have any friends with Wu Hao, so he couldn't use it. Chapter 76, come on, give me a few more punches. Third update, March 3rd. Thank you all for the small gifts. Today is Monday. I wish you all an early weekend. Jiang Xiao thought of Chun Pai's various abnormal behaviors. This kid, is it possible that he is really hooking up with Wu Hao? Or was this all planned from the beginning? Tangerine peel is really a thing that eats its own flesh and blood. Jiang Xiao did not expose Chun Pai immediately. After all, there would be a new invasion in 2 days. After the invasion was over, Jiang Xiao planned to go directly to his house and deal with him. As for the resin, let's not quarrel with it for the next 2 days. It's enough for the time being. On the other hand, Brother Wu and Uncle Chun are really okay and have never deceived me in any way. Jiang Xiao directly created a discussion group, which was a new feature added to the 6 level lords. There were only 2 people in the discussion group, Brother Wu and Uncle Chun. There will be an invasion at 8 o'clock in the evening 2 days later. Then Jiang Xiao explained the activity in detail to the 2 people, which could be considered a reward for them. The 2 of them tacitly did not mention Chinpi, nor did they ask Jiang Xiao why he did not invite him to join the discussion group. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chun Pai must have offended Jiang Xiao in some way. But after all, this person was recommended to Jiang Xiao by Uncle Chun, so Uncle Chun felt a little embarrassed. He added, Brother Jiang, don't worry. I will never betray you. Even if Brother Wu betrayed you, I will not betray you. Wudi. Uncle Chun, are you sick? I'm fucking you. Next, we have to prepare for the invasion 2 days later. Jiang Xiao first learned the skill scroll passed down from Zhu Yu's ancestors. Toughness, normal, upgradable. Introduction. Passive skill that grants the user defensive capabilities and can offset a small amount of damage. Reduces damage by 5%. Upgrade progress. 0/500. You can increase your proficiency and level by using skills. Can proficiency be increased by using skills? But how should this passive skill be used? Is it just to simply take the beating? If that were true, it would be simple. Jiang Xiao walked to the training ground. Liang Yu, come and give me a punch. Qin Liang Yu was a little confused. She looked up at Jiang Xiao with surprise in her eyes. My lord, what did you say? Come on, give me a punch. Don't be afraid. My armor can withstand a beating. Seeing Jiang Xiao's firm attitude, Qin Liang Yu didn't ask any more questions. Just throw a punch directly. It can be seen that she did not exert any strength. But even so, the punch from the leader with 330 HP directly knocked Jiang Xiao, who was wearing legendary armor, 10 meters away. Wow, he is so cruel. Jiang Xiao felt his blood boiling, and he covered his chest and climbed up. But the next second, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Upgrade progress. 78 out of 500. You can increase your proficiency and level by using skills. I threw this punch, and it directly hit the proficiency level of 78. Jiang Xiao quickly got up and gave himself a low-level treatment. Liang Yu, come on, give me a few more punches. Don't worry, just fight. I'm a lord, just listen to me. Jiang Shao was beaten like this for half an hour. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. During this half hour, Jiang Zhao's tenacity level increased from normal to advanced. The damage reduction increased from 5% to 12%. Liang Yu, that's enough. If you're free in the morning, you can help train the female guards. Thank you for your hard work. While Qin Liang Yu is training the female guards, Jiang Shao wants to upgrade the territory's defense facilities. Jiang Shao first called Black Cat and told him the details of the territory defense transformation plan. She patrolled the watchtower every night, and the Black Cat knew the weak points of the territory very well. The Black Cat held the map and ran his finger over every corner bit by bit. Master, I think the southwest corner is low-lying and most likely to be attacked by bandits. Also, the open area outside the north gate is suitable for a large-scale charge. We must strengthen our defenses. After listening to Black Cat's analysis, Jiang Shao built barricades under each section of the wall. Do you want to consume 3 iron spikes and 10 units of wood to build a barricade? Yes. Iron spikes are crafted using 5 iron ore and 10 wood at a blacksmith's table. Such a large quantity of iron spikes made the blacksmith very busy. Her hands had not stopped since early morning. An hour later, the chevaux de frise are closely connected to each other, forming a line of defense outside the wall. Black Cat, what do you think of this defense now? Master, it's much better now. Okay, then you go to the sentry tower and continue patrolling. This wall, come on up. I'll carry you up. This familiar feeling on his back made Jiang Zhao's legs go weak again. Before lunch, the Liyue hunting team brought back 2 more yaks. Jiang Shao specifically instructed this because his Sky Wrathhorn armor needed yak leather to be repaired. Xiang gained a lot today. 120 kilograms of fish were neatly piled in a woven bamboo basket, and the largest of them weighed 30 kilograms. Xiang held the big fish and said, Master, look at this fish. Jiang Shao looked at the big fish. Big, really big. Such a big fish. We will eat this fish tonight. After making all the preparations, Jiang Shao called Qin Liang Yu, Li Yu, and Ziling. He checked the map. There was an intermediate bandit camp 45 kilometers away that Shen Miao Miao had marked. This is our goal for this afternoon. Jiang Shao had the experience of Qin Liang Yu wiping out an entire mid-level horse bandit camp by himself last time, so he didn't need to mobilize a large force this time. There are 4 people in charge of the battle, and it is enough to call on a few villagers to transport the supplies back. On the way, Ziling and Li Yu seemed particularly excited on horseback. Master, Sister Zhu Yu taught us a new skill, tenacity. Jiang Shao was happy for her when he heard that. He let Zhu Yu decide for herself who would own the skill scroll, thinking that she would leave it to her own people. I didn't expect that she would be so selfless in teaching others in the territory. It seems that Zhu Yu really regards the territory as her own home. Jiang Shao tightened his grip on the reins. If we are strong enough, we must attack Qinghe County as soon as possible and avenge Zhu Yu. Just as Jiang Zhao's thoughts were surging, Qin Liang Yu suddenly spoke up. My lord, Zhu Yu's skill scroll is very unusual. Jiang Shao was a little stunned by her sudden words. What do you mean? This kind of skill that can improve quality is extremely rare. I think Zhu Yu's ancestors may have been powerful people with unfathomable strength. Chapter 77. Can you take back this knife? Today is still 3 updates, January 3rd. Zhu Yu's ancestors were powerful? I've never heard her say that. But what is certain is that Qin Liang Yu said so, which is enough to show how precious this skill scroll is. Several people rode their horses at full speed, passing through muddy mountain roads and steep cliffs. As for the villagers who were carrying the supplies, Jiang Shao asked them to follow slowly from behind. There's no way. There aren't enough horses in the territory. It turns out that there were a lot of horses in that intermediate bandit camp, but Qin Liang Yu's sword had all gone. Calculating the time, by the time the 4 of them have dealt with this intermediate bandit camp, these villagers will be here. Then let them help transport supplies to the base. After a short trek, Jiang Shao and the other 2 arrived near the location marked by Shen Miao Miao. You 3 wait here for me. I'll go check out the situation first. My lord, be careful. Jiang Shao crouched down and walked about 200 meters, and his vision gradually became clear. See-through. Wind Poison Bush, intermediate bandit camp. Bandit leaders. Leader number 1 is Du Feng. Leader number 2 is Du Maching, and leader number 3 is Han Li. Number of bandits, 621. Introduction. Fengdu Tsong is a dangerous area full of poisonous insects and densely covered with thorns. Du Feng, Du Maching, and Han Li looted many villages and towns. The bandits acted quickly and used many tricks, often making it difficult for the people to defend themselves. The camp was surrounded by traps, and the internal forces had a clear division of labor and strong defense. Additional, Du Feng, Du Maching, and Han Li have a close relationship, and each has their own strengths, forming an iron triangle with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Jiang Shao had a clear view of the specific deployment of the intermediate bandit camp. This intermediate bandit camp should be about the same in strength as the previous intermediate horse bandit camp. There is one less leader, but the number of bandits has increased by 20%. Jiang Shao quietly retreated from the bushes and began to explain the camp's defense situation in detail to Qin Liangyu, Li Yu, and Ziling. The defense of this gang of bandits is more organized than that of the horse bandits. The key defense lines are at the east gate and the north gate, with 50 people stationed at each gate. As Jiang Shao spoke, he drew a rough layout of the bandit camp with a branch on the ground. These two gates are even equipped with simple arrow towers and poison traps. The west gate is the weakest, with less than 20 people stationed there. I suggest we launch an attack from the west gate and catch them off guard. Qin Liangyu on the side looked at Jiang Shao thoughtfully. There was a hint of respect in her eyes. This was not the first time. Jiang Shao was always able to quickly grasp the enemy's weaknesses through observation and formulate the best strategy. Although Qin Liangyu could completely wipe out the bandit camp by herself. But a lord like Jiang Shao is indeed trustworthy. Qin Liangyu's loyalty increased by 1 point. It must be said that her loyalty is the slowest among everyone else. Several people quietly came to the vicinity of the west gate. Jiang Shao glanced at the low wall and a dozen bandits. As expected, this is indeed the weak point of the entire camp. Qin Liangyu, you don't have to take action for now. Qin Liangyu nodded slightly, took a half step back, leaned against the tree, and observed silently. Jiang Shao rushed out first, followed by Li Yu and Ziling. The three figures passed by like the wind. Most of the 20 or so bandits at the west gate were taking a nap, and they never thought that someone would attack the camp. By the time they reacted, Jiang Zhao's dagger had already cleaved the throat of the first bandit. Enemy attack. There are enemies. Another bandit shouted in panic. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Yu's spear pierced his heart from the side, and his voice stopped abruptly. By the time the other bandits reacted, Ziling, who possessed the strength to move thousands of pounds, had already rushed over. What she is holding in her hand now is the intermediate black iron battle axe, which was given to her by Zhu Yu later. Because Zhu Yu found that Ziling was more suitable for this weapon, Ziling chopped down several bandits with one swipe of the axe. Jiang Shao didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't have to come to destroy the bandit camp this time. He came here just to test out his new toughness skill. But it has never been used until now, because the weapons of the bandits are so rubbish. Your legendary armor can resist 70% of the damage caused by epic weapons and above, and 100% of the damage caused by excellent weapons and below. They couldn't break through their own defenses at all. In just 2.5 minutes, Jiang Shao and his group crushed the bandits' west gate guards with lightning speed. Just as he had learned from seeing through, these bandits were wiped out before they even had time to ask for help from the camp, and the ground was littered with corpses. It was not until they approached the center of the camp that the three leaders finally arrived. The leader, Du Feng, was furious and shouted, "Where did this thief come from? How dare you trespass into our Fengdu conservation forest? How dare you kill so many of my brothers? I think you are probably tired of living, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Shao was speechless. Thief? Who is the thief? You bandits are the fucking thieves. What I'm doing is rewarding the leader who kills the bandits. No, that's not right. What I'm doing is getting rid of harm for the people. Liang Yu, I'll leave the number 1 leader, Du Feng, to you, and we'll take care of the other 2. As you command, my lord. Qin Liangyu nodded. A sharp fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and she raised the sword in her hand, breaking the mountain and slashing the sky. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from her sword, and a shadow began to condense. The phantom gradually transformed into a huge, illusory sword, appearing in front of her with earth-shaking power. Jiang Shao was very familiar with this skill. The last time, Qin Liangyu used this sword to wipe out the intermediate horse bandit camp, including all the people and horses. No, buddy, didn't I just tell you to take care of only the number 1 boss, Du Feng? Did she misunderstand what she said? Jiang Shao silently watched the sword's shadow gradually taking shape in front of him, feeling a little regretful. With the strike of her sword, I'm afraid this bandit camp will be destroyed again. I haven't tried out the effect of this newly learned skill, tenacity, in actual combat yet. Maybe I should have been more clear, like, yes, and only boss number 1 can give it to you. Liang Yu, can you take back this sword? Qin Liang Yu. However, it was too late. The sword light suddenly burst out, and the shadow instantly expanded by several meters. A torrent of light descended from the sky, sweeping across the 4 directions with the momentum of destroying the world. The strong wind pressure caused the bandit camp to fly with dust, and the surrounding grass and trees were torn into pieces in an instant. The arrogance on the face of the number 1 leader, Du Feng, suddenly turned into fear. Run! Run! Damn! Who on earth offended these people? Chapter 78, Medical Building Drawings. Today is still the 3rd update, February 3rd. But these bandit minions and the 3 bandit leaders had no way of escaping. Jiang Shao just used see-through to check the health values of these 3 leaders. The number 1 leader, Du Feng, has a maximum HP value of 78 points. The other 2 bosses have around 60 HP points each. These 3 leaders couldn't withstand Qin Liang Yu's sword at all. The sword's shadow dissipated, and the camp of Fengdu Song was filled with deathly silence. Qin Liang Yu knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, Lord. I didn't understand what you meant just now. Jiang Shao. The same 3 reports were once again displayed in the faces of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Rewards: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and copper mine processing plant building blueprints X3. In the chat area, there was a long-lost discussion. The first bandit camp to be wiped out. I'm a little used to hearing these reports now. God Jiang, please give my son one more chance. I beg Father Jiang to trade with me once. Master Jiang, how did you do it? Why are the peasants you recruited so fierce? Last night, Boss Jiang Shao received a job title and a formal territory, and this afternoon he went to destroy the bandit camp. Is your day really 24 hours long like ours? I want to ask too. Every day, I can only accompany my farmers to mine and chop trees. The most exciting thing I've done here is to kill a wild boar. Then you're a bit rubbish. I just had an exciting 2 days ago. I saw a few gorillas in the wild last night. I even saw them mating. What the hell? There's such a thing? Can you tell me in detail, brother? Do you have the coordinates? I want to go there too. No, a friend of mine asked me to ask for him, and he said he wanted to go there too. Most of the lords who actively participated in the discussion were those whose main cities had reached level 3, high-end wooden houses, and there were even lords whose main cities were only level 2. Every day, when they see Jiang Zhao's behaviors that are beyond their understanding, their 3 views are shattered. Wind and poison bush, an intermediate bandit camp. Liang Yu, you don't have to apologize. Actually, it's my fault for not explaining it clearly. Jiang Shao was counting the spoils at this time. It feels good. The architectural drawings of the copper mine processing plant were actually produced. He had previously obtained the architectural drawings of an iron or processing plant, and the function of an iron or processing plant is to refine iron or into refined iron ore. This copper processing plant is obviously a building used to produce refined copper ore. In this way, both of these advanced resources can now be mass-produced. Fortunately, I didn't waste time summoning maids today. I can go back to the territory tonight and recruit 2 maids who are good at this. Jiang Shao once again calculated the 50,000 intermediate resources he received as a reward for his first campaign to wipe out the bandits. 20,000 units of crude oil, 20,000 units of resin, and 10,000 units of lime powder. These resources are currently neatly laid out on the ground. My own luck is indeed too good due to the influence of Sword of Gojian, King of Yu. There are also the construction drawings of the copper mining processing plant, as well as crude oil and resin, which are the resources that are in short supply in the territory. Because of Qin Liang Yu's sword, everything ended too quickly, and the villagers who came to move resources from her home had not arrived yet. But it's okay. I don't need them for the time being, because this intermediate bandit camp usually kidnaps quite a few villagers, as many as 17. Jiang Shao planned to have these villagers go to the subordinate territory to dig lime powder. Are you willing to go to my annexed territory? I guarantee you will have enough food and clothing, but you must contribute to the development of the territory. Thank you, Lord, for taking me in. We are willing to follow the Lord back to the territory. The villagers knelt on the ground one after another, thanking Jiang Shao for saving them from the dire straits. Successfully recruited farmers. Jiang Feng gained reputation value 24. Successfully recruited farmers. Chun Mao gained reputation value 17. All of them were incorporated into the subordinate territories. As soon as they joined, Jiang Shao asked them to help move things into the house. After all the calculations, the harvest this time is pretty good. Iron ore, copper ore, and resin are 4,000 units of resources each. 201 pieces of simple level equipment, 17 pieces of ordinary equipment, 5 pieces of intermediate level equipment, and 1 piece of advanced equipment. These simple and ordinary equipment can be directly distributed to the villagers in the affiliated territories to increase their combat effectiveness, and they can also protect themselves in normal times. As for these ordinary level equipment, they can be exchanged for some resources with Brother Wu and Uncle Chun. What surprised Jiang Shao was the high-level equipment he got this time: a weapon array-breaking spear. Spear of Breaking Formation, Advanced. Introduction. This spear is the weapon of the bandit Du Feng. It is said that he was once a frontier warrior who defeated thousands of enemies with his own strength, so it was named Pajun. Break the Formation. Consumes a large amount of physical strength, sprints forward 10 meters in a straight line, causes damage to enemies on the path, and applies a short-term armor break. Jiang Shao had discovered that Li Yu liked this kind of straight and long weapon very much. Li Yu, you can use this formation-breaking spear first. Thank you, Master. The gold and silver coins looted from the bandit camp also filled a cart: 531 gold coins and 1,272 silver coins. It must be said that this bandit camp must have robbed the civilians passing by frequently, and they actually had so much money. Other rare items: for ice cores, 2 flame cores, 2 greenwood cores, plus a bunch of herbs that increase physical recovery. Finally, a blueprint of a medical building was found. After counting all the spoils, 12 full carts were filled. When we returned to the territory, the time shown on the sundial was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before dinner, Jiang Shao planned to build a medical hospital and a copper processing plant. Jiang Shao first called Bai Wei, whose skill was Medicine King, over. Soon, that familiar outfit, still that, not very formal nurse uniform. The skirt was so short that it didn't even reach her knees, exposing a large area of skin on her shoulders, and the straps were so thin that they seemed like they would slip off at any time. Jiang Shao couldn't take his eyes off the short skirt and the fabric. Jiang Shao felt like he was about to get sick. By the way, when you go out to collect herbs or something, remember to wear a yak leather coat. Bai Wei blinked her big eyes. Okay, Master. Do we need to wear it in the territory? Jiang Shao scratched his head. Territory? Of course not in the territory. In the territory, even if you can wear whatever you want. Chapter 79, Isn't This Everyone's Dream? Today is still the 3rd update, March 3rd. Then Jiang Shao pinched. He squeezed the building blueprint of the medical clinic in his hand, and the blueprint turned into a stream of light and merged into the wall of the main city again. Do you want to consume 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of bricks, 3,000 units of cement, 3,000 units of iron, and 2,500 units of copper, or to build a hospital? Yes. A brand new building suddenly appeared in front of them. The building is light green in hue. Its exterior walls are as smooth as new, and the top is covered with neatly arranged bricks and tiles. A semicircular wooden door was open, with small flower pots filled with herbs placed on both sides of the doorframe. The fresh medicinal fragrance wafted out from inside the door, making people feel refreshed. Jiang Shao deliberately placed a medical clinic next to his own Li Guang residence. If you're sick, you must seek treatment early. It is so close to where you sleep, so if you get sick at night, you don't have to walk a few more steps. How convenient. Medical clinic. Level 1. Number of maids to dispatch, 0/1. Currently 1 maid can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the better the effect of the herbs that can be made. Productable, primary/intermediate healing herbs, primary/intermediate stamina recovery herbs, Beast King pills. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, the main city level must be 7, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 1,000 units of refined iron, or 1,000 units of refined copper, and 10 greenwood cores. This upgrade condition is indeed a bit harsh. Not to mention the materials, the main city actually needs to be level 7. It seems that this infirmary is a very important building. By the way, you can make some herbal medicine in this medical clinic from now on. Bai Wei stood still, bowed her head, and saluted. Okay, master. She turned around happily and said, Master, this hospital is really big. All the medicine tools I need are here. This turn is a bit fatal. When Bai Wei turned around, the outline also swayed slightly. Jiang Shao quickly looked away and pretended to cough. Well, this hospital is really big. I like it very much. By the way, what is the Beast King pill that can be made here? Bai Wei is very familiar with these herbs, pills, etc. Master, the Beast King pill can be made from the heart of a wild beast. For example, the heart of a wolf, a tiger, a bear, etc. The hearts of different beasts have different effects on pills. For example, using a wolf's heart, you can make a Beast King pill that increases speed. Using a bear's heart, you can increase endurance. As for a tiger's heart, you can specifically increase strength. But they can only last for a period of time. Speed? Strength? Endurance? Oh my god, is this a legitimate elixir? Isn't this every man's dream? Okay, we have some wolf hearts at home. You can make some tonight, and I'll try the results in the next 2 days. After making arrangements for Bai Wei, Jiang Shao continued to select a suitable vacant land next to the warehouse and decided to build a copper processing plant. Do you want to consume 6,000 units of wood and 2,500 units of copper to build a copper processing plant? Yes, copper or processing plant. Level 1. Number of people dispatched, 0/3. You can dispatch a number of maids/villagers to work. Production, refined copper ore. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need 14,000 units of wood, 5,500 units of copper ore, and 10 flame cores. Sure enough, the copper processing plant is a building used to produce refined copper ore. Jiang Shao compared the previous iron ore processing plants and found that the production methods of refined iron ore and refined copper ore were basically the same. Every unit of refined mineral produced required the consumption of corresponding raw ore. Each unit of refined iron ore or refined copper ore requires 10 corresponding iron or copper ores, plus 1 unit of fresh water. Jiang Shao first went in and tried himself. It takes 8 hours to make 1,000 units of refined copper ore. The territory is in urgent need of 2 maids who can speed up the production of refined iron ore and copper ore. Jiang Shao has not used up his recruitment attempts today. He went straight back to Liuguang Pavilion and specifically recruited 2 maids who had the skills to process such resources. As the halo faded, 2 slender figures slowly walked out. The 2 maids said in unison, Master, please give me your guidance. The information of the 2 maids appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Might, Yiru. Physical strength, 275/275. Ability, smelting processing. Skill, 10 times smelting critical hit acceleration. Loyalty, 100. Maid, Night Phantom. Physical strength, 275/275. Ability, smelting processing. Skill, 10 times smelting critical hit acceleration. Loyalty, 100. Jiang Zhao's gaze paused for a moment, and then his eyes widened. The 2 maids looked exactly the same. Their flawless faces were like works of art, and their coldness seemed to be not from this world. The slim black dress outlines the figures of both people perfectly, and the combination of black and red exudes a strange and dangerous beauty. The design on the chest was bold yet elegant, and the slightly exposed white skin made Jiang Shao hold his breath. Jiang Shao now wanted to breathe oxygen because the temperature was really too high. It's not the altitude, it's the skirt. The slit is too high. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, making Jiang Zhao's throat dry. What caught his eyes the most was the 2 sharp teeth that were revealed when the corners of their mouths were slightly raised. Were they canine teeth? No, not tiger teeth. Jiang Shao had also seen some Western movies. This was vampire fangs. However, Jiang Shao quickly calmed down. He could recruit the beast-eared girl himself. So what was wrong with recruiting 2 vampire maids? You are twins? And vampires? Yes, master. But don't worry, master. We won't hurt you, unless you ask us to. Jiang Shao lost his composure again. Unless I ask for it. Then come and hurt me together, come and hurt me together tonight. Back to the topic, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel curious about the relationship between the twin maids in front of him. They look almost exactly the same, even their expressions are hard to tell apart, and he really wants to figure out who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. Yi Mei, which one of you is the older sister? Which one is the younger sister? The two looked at each other and said, Master, we don't know who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister. Jiang Shao held his chin and thought carefully for a while, then stood up and walked around them. Finally, he measured with his hand and said, Well, Yi Mei, compared to Ro, you should be the elder sister. By the way, do you two usually eat raw food instead of cooked food? Master, we actually eat cooked food just like normal people, but we're not picky about food. We can eat anything. Good, good. You can eat everything. That's a good thing. P.S. Some comments will be swallowed. You can tag me. Thank you for the small gifts. Chapter 80. I heard that the food in your territory is very good. 3 updates, January 3rd. You two can just stroll around first, and then you can have dinner. During this period, Jiang Shao did not plan to let Yi Ro and Yi Mei refine iron ore and copper ore. It will probably only take a little over half an hour, so there's no need to waste a moment. Then Jiang Shao used the remaining 6 chances to randomly recruit 6 maids. 2 of the specialties are combat-related, and 4 are production-related. In just half an hour, Li Yu and his friends couldn't stay idle at home, so they dragged Zi Ling and Yu Miao hunting. According to Li Yu, a new herd of yaks has appeared near the territory. She deliberately brought Yumi along to see if she could bring back a few more to continue raising in the territory. Sure enough, before dinner, good news came. Li Yu and Zi Ling each carried the corpse of a sturdy yak and walked into the territory. Yumi took a small whip and drove a lively yak calf. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Well done. Li Yu's cheeks flushed slightly when she was praised by her master, and she couldn't help but shake her furry fox ears. She blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Master, you seem to like these yak skins very much recently. Is there any special use for them? Jiang Shao reached out and rubbed her fox ears, feeling the soft touch. These yak hides can be used to make clothes for your sisters. In fact, the first use of this batch of yak leather was to repair Jiang Zhao's Sky Wrathhorn armor. However, Jiang Shao did not personally participate in battles every time, so the need for repairs was not too frequent. A more important use is to make clothes for the maids. As Jiang Shao recruited different maids through Liuguang Pavilion every day, some of the maids' clothes were a little too. It's okay to wear these clothes at home. In front of Jiang Shao, even wearing excessive clothes is fine. But if you go out to gather or hunt, you always have to cover yourself. Basic outerwear made from yak leather is the most suitable leather material, as it is comfortable and breathable while also providing a little extra protection. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if he could build another armor shop at home. By then, you can not only make clothes, but also make more advanced protective gear or better-looking clothes. After dinner, Jiang Shao asked Yi Ro and Yi Mei to smelt refined iron ore and refined copper ore for an hour respectively. 10 times the smelting critical strike acceleration is indeed fast. It originally took 8 hours to complete 1,000 units of refined copper ore, but Yi Mei only took more than 40 minutes. That's all for tonight. You two can go back and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, master. Yi Ro and Yi Mei bowed gently and walked out slowly. Jiang Shao couldn't help but follow their figures with some doubts. He had noticed one thing long ago. Unlike other maids, Yi Ro and Yi Mei did not sweat at all during and after work. Is this just my illusion? Jiang Shao, confused, reached out and grabbed Yi Mei's wrist, wanting to confirm. As I pulled, the touch came immediately from the palm of my hand. It was as cold as the morning stream, and as smooth as the finest silk, so delicate that Jiang Shao was almost reluctant to let go. Jiang Shao had never felt this kind of touch before. Jiang Shao was stunned and tightened his fingers slightly, fearing that the cold touch would suddenly disappear. Yi Mei's skin is like temperatureless white jade, cold and soft, as if boneless, reaching straight into the heart through the fingertips. He rubbed it subconsciously. How could it be? Yi Mei trembled slightly and lowered her head shyly. Master, how? Yi Mei, your hands, why don't they have body temperature? Yi Mei looked up at Jiang Shao, a little shy. Master, we sisters are born like this. Our whole bodies are like this, without temperature. All over the body. Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly rose a little. Then he realized his mistake and lowered his voice quickly. Is all over the body. Yi Ro, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. Not really, master. Our vampire physique just has a lower body temperature. Not no temperature at all. Low body temperature. All sorts of images suddenly flashed through Jiang Zhao's mind, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. At this time, Yi Mei asked in a low voice, Master, are you worried about us? Worried about you? Jiang Shao was worried about himself at this time. This is unbearable. Yimei interrupted Jiang Shao. By the way, master, where are we going to sleep tonight? Jiang Shao slapped his forehead and said, sorry, I forgot to build a house for you two. How about you two come back with me to my house? My house is big and has many rooms. Jiang Shao assured that he definitely forgot to build the house and did not intentionally let the two of them live in his place. After hearing this, Yi Ro and Yimei's fair cheeks were once again lightly flushed. The two of them lowered their heads slightly and said softly, Okay, thank you, master. As it turned out, what Yi Ro and Yimei said was all true. Early the next morning, Jiang Shao felt a little cold and woke up from the cold. After breakfast, the maids went out. Jiang Shao was not in a hurry to use the number of maids he had recruited today. The last experience of making cement with his bare hands taught him a lesson. Ruoshu gently opened the door and walked in slowly. Master, Sister Chuya said, there's a person at the door. He said he was introduced to you by someone else. Jiang Zhao's eyes subconsciously fell on the thin strap on Ruoshu's shoulder. That narrow strip seemed like it would slip off with the slightest effort. Jiang Shao put a yak leather coat on her and said, Okay, let's go take a look together. Jiang Shao stood up, his mind full of questions. Logically speaking, the location of his territory in this world has never been leaked. Apart from a Maids and the person who went to exchange titles that day, no one in the outside world knew where he lived. Could it be that the location of my territory has been exposed? Jiang Shao did not open the gate of his territory. He stood at the door and saw a familiar face outside the gate, and that iconic outfit. A bulging snakeskin bag hung on his shoulder. Jiang Shao took a look and suddenly understood. With this snakeskin bag and this outfit, the merchant is coming again. But this time the merchant was a woman. My lord, my distant cousin came to visit last time. The traveling merchant put down the snakeskin bag and rubbed his hands. I heard from him that the food in your territory is very good. Can I have the honor of trying it? Chapter 81. The prices are going crazy. 3 updates, February 3rd. You came just in time. You arrived just as we were finishing breakfast. After saying this, the traveling merchant stood there awkwardly. Just finished eating? Lower than I. Jiang Shao changed the subject. It's okay, we'll make some more for you. Just wait a moment. Jiang Shao first gave her a plate of high-quality roasted wolf meat. My lord, you are so polite. Why is this wolf meat so delicious? It's roasted to perfection. The travel merchant's favorability towards you increases by 17, and you will receive a 10% discount when purchasing items. Jiang Shao gave her another skewer of grilled python meat. Thank you again, Lord. My brother was right. You are so generous. The travel merchant's favorability towards you increases by 14, and you will receive a 20% discount when purchasing items. Jiang Shao gave her a bowl of yak beef stewed with potatoes. My lord, this is also delicious, but I can't eat it anymore. The travel merchant's favorability towards you increases by 17, and you will receive a 30% discount when purchasing items. Jiang Shao took out a few more things. The travel merchant's favorability towards you increases by 21, and you will receive a 40% discount when purchasing items. The travel merchant's favorability towards you increases by 19, and you will receive a 50% discount when purchasing items. Lord, burp. Burp, I'm full, Lord. My lord, I have never been so satisfied. The traveling merchant burped a few times. As she spoke, she took off the heavy snakeskin bag, shook it hard, and the bag suddenly opened. Take a look and see if there is anything you need. Wow, there's so many things in this broken leather bag. It can actually hold 3 yak skins. Yak leather, 10 silver coins / piece, 3 pieces in total. Wolf skin, 10 silver coins / piece, 4 pieces in total. Rancho building blueprint, 9 gold coins. Chamber of Commerce building blueprint, 400 gold coins. Compared with the other things, the last drawing is particularly different, with a circle of gold thread inlaid on the edge. Chamber of Commerce architectural drawings. What is this? The businessman scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Hiccup, Lord, this? I'm not sure either. I also exchanged this blueprint from another town. It looked valuable, so I brought it here. Jiang Zhao's intuition told him that this was definitely a good thing. But the price tag of 400 gold coins made him speechless. Even at a 50% discount, it would still cost 200 gold coins. Jiang Shao coughed lightly. Wait a moment, I'll go home to get the money. The merchant nodded and said, Okay, sir, no hurry. However, Jiang Shao didn't go home to get money. Qinglan, Shun Miao Miao, come quickly. Qinglan's skill, 10 times critical strike diplomacy. Shun Miao Miao's skills, everyone loves her, 30 times the favorability. A businessman is here today. Can you two help me bargain? Yes, master. Qinglan and Shun Miao Miao were not wearing revealing clothes. Shun Miao Miao usually wears a cyan blue dress, and Qinglan usually wears a low-slit cheongsam in the territory. But the wind is really strong today. If the wind gets any stronger, I'm afraid it won't pass the review. Before the two of them went out, Jiang Shao put yak leather coat on each of them. Just 10 minutes. Qinglan and Shun Miao Miao brought down 2 dragon-slaying swords. The prices have gone crazy. This Chamber of Commerce building blueprint, 120 gold coins. Is that okay with you? My lord, I want to go home. Please let me go. Chapter 82, Acquisition of Blueprints, Decomposition of Blueprints. Because of some typesetting issues, the previous chapter only had 1,000 words. But this chapter will be made up to 3,000 words. Today's third update, March 3rd. Jiang Shao was already smiling from ear to ear. Deal. Also, I want all your yak and wolf skins. After seeing off the traveling merchants, Jiang Shao couldn't wait to start preparing for the construction of the Chamber of Commerce. The main city needs to be at level 6. Do you want to consume 2,000 units of gold, or 1,000 units of refined iron, or 1,000 units of refined copper, or 5,000 units of cement, 5,000 units of bricks, and 300 gold coins to build the Chamber of Commerce? Good job. Except for cement and bricks, all other resources are high-level resources, and the main city must be at level 6. There are even 2,000 units of gold mines. If you don't have a gold mine resource point with unlimited mining limit, who can afford to build one at this stage? And it costs a full 300 gold coins. Although I have been exchanging bricks and tile for gold coins recently, this wave of spending is indeed a bit expensive. However, Jiang Shao felt that this kind of building that consumed more resources would definitely not be bad. Yes. Construction chamber, remaining time, 205 minutes. You can let your maids/villagers assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0 out of 5. Jiang Shao went in with 4 maids. Happy times are always short-lived, and soon, it was finally completed. This is an extremely imposing building, with the main body made up of golden and silver gray materials. The area occupied by the Chamber of Commerce is almost as large as a training ground. The details of the building appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Chamber of Commerce. Level 1. Recast. You can decompose duplicate drawings to obtain drawing fragments. Trade. The Chamber of Commerce will automatically refresh 3 architectural blueprints at random every day, which can be purchased with blueprint fragments. The type and rarity of the blueprints are affected by the current level of the Chamber of Commerce. The territory of the Chamber of Commerce has a higher probability of attracting traveling merchants to stop by every day. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, the main city must be level 7, and 20,000 units of gold, or 12,000 units of refined iron, or 12,000 units of refined copper, and 800 gold coins are required. When Jiang Shao was building the Chamber of Commerce, he had roughly guessed the purpose of this building. Probably it can attract more traveling merchants to the territory. I guessed half right. There's another function that allows you to change drawings. This building is definitely a good thing at this stage. With this building, those duplicate building blueprints obtained previously can come in handy. Waste building blueprints can be reused, and this alone is enough to justify the huge amount of resources consumed by this building. Jiang Shao checked the architectural drawings that the Chamber of Commerce refreshed today. Well, building blueprints, 5 blueprint fragments. Residential building blueprints, 10 blueprint fragments. Armor shop building blueprints, 110 blueprint fragments. Armor shop. I've been looking forward to you for a long time, and finally you have come. Miaoji should be a maid who joined the territory relatively early. Since joining the territory, she has been at a loss because she does not have a suitable workplace. Now, this master of armor making can finally show his skills. Jiang Shao searched for duplicate architectural drawings at home. Many of them were picked up by Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao when they went out to explore. Because they were repeated, Jiang Shao put them in the bottom of the territory. There were also some that Liu caught when she went out hunting, and some that Xin caught when she was fishing. Successfully decompose 2 residential building blueprints and obtain 5 by 2 blueprint fragments. Successfully decompose a Shavodala camp architectural blueprint and obtain 8 blueprint fragments. To exchange a residential building blueprint in the Chamber of Commerce, you need 10 blueprint fragments, which can be decomposed into 5. It seems recycling is only half the battle. Jiang Xiao disassembled all the extra drawings at home, a total of 62. If you calculate it this way, you still need 48 blueprint fragments to exchange for the armor shop. Jiang Xiao opened the chat area and planned to purchase some architectural drawings. At this time, there were some lords chatting in the chat area. You know what? Those gorillas mating is really pretty to watch. You've just been hungry for too long. I want to see it too, but that location is too far away from me. Of course, there are also some lords who enjoy showing off. He obtained a mid-level weapon, discovered a small mid-level resource point, and so on. Jiang Xiao directly sent 2 messages. Long time no see. I'm here to collect some architectural blueprints today. Anyone who hasn't blocked me before can come and trade with me. The price is fair. The chat area suddenly became silent, and the air seemed to freeze. The silence lasted for 30 seconds without anyone responding. Then, the silence was broken. The chat area was completely ignited. Fuck boss Jiang Xiao. No, buddy, I'll give you another chance. Say it again. What the hell are you talking about? Is this true? Is it the same name? Boss Jiang Xiao hasn't spoken in a few days. It's definitely not, because he has blocked me. Lord Jiang, please let the child out, please. God Jiang, I have the architectural drawings of the wall here. Do you want them? I want to exchange them for some tiles and bricks. I still have a blueprint of a residential building at home. Some lords who were blacklisted by Jiang Xiao still felt a little jealous when they saw Jiang Xiao coming out to collect things. Typical of a man who is afraid of his brother's suffering and driving a Land Rover. Will people be interested in ruining walls and houses? Those broken blueprints of yours have already been in the hands of others. They're now just waste paper. That's right. Jiang Xiao came out to collect the blueprints. We definitely don't have them. Let's go. Jiang Xiao added. The blueprints of the walls and houses, right? I want them. I'll say it again. I want all the drawings this time, no matter if they're duplicates or not. I want to give some benefits to the brothers who trusted me at that time. As soon as these words came out, the chat room completely exploded. Fuck. I have blueprints for the walls, chevaux de frise, and houses. Boss Jiang Xiao, I didn't block you at that time. I want to change bricks. And I have an extra architectural blueprint for a well and a warehouse. I want to exchange it for some resin and iron, or one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Now, basically all lords have learned the basic building drawings, such as wells, warehouses, and houses. There are so many things left at home that I can't sell them. If Jiang Xiao hadn't made this acquisition, the architectural drawings in their hands would be no different from waste paper. Jiang Xiao added fuel to the fire. I will only accept it for 5 minutes today. If any brothers want to sell blueprints, please contact me as soon as possible. The first wave of drawings I received was sent by Uncle Chun. He directly gave me 3 residential building blueprints. Brother Jiang, these 3 blueprints are just taking up space at home, so I'll just give them to you. Then Wu Di and Chun Pai also gave him some drawings. Chun Pai later gave Jiang Xiao a few of them. I have to say, the surface work of this tangerine peel is really good. If I hadn't seen through it, I would have had no idea that Chun Pai had secretly hidden so much resin. But soon, after the invasion is over in 2 days, Chun Pai will have to settle the score for deceiving him face to face. Great! 2 residential building blueprints actually exchanged for 100 units of tiles, plus 10 units of bricks. I exchanged 3 useless architectural blueprints for 2 ordinary weapons from Gajiang. Little wild boar and little blind bear outside the territory. Brother, here I come. It's thanks to boss Jiang Xiao that the 2 broken blueprints that were hidden in the bottom of the box were finally sold. These lords even attached the details of their transactions with Jiang Xiao. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiao closed the chat area. After counting, I think I have collected enough for today. You can't collect too much of this stuff in one day, just collect a little every day. Anyway, the level 6 main city chamber of commerce has it all, so you don't have to worry about others stealing your business. This gives them something to look forward to, and they rush to sell every day. Jiang Xiao disassembled all the drawings on hand. There were 305 pieces in total, including the 62 pieces in his own territory, a total of 367 pieces. Enough. Jiang Xiao returned to the Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to consume 110 blueprint fragments to exchange for armor shop building blueprints? Yes. After the exchange, Jiang Xiao directly made the protective gear and upgraded it to level 3. Defense Gear Shop. Level 3. Armor Master. 0/3. Currently 3 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the dispatched maids, the higher the Armor Master's production speed and production quality. Production capable. Simple/ordinary/intermediate series of armor and clothing. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 15,000 units of bricks for 1,000 units of refined copper, or 1,500 units of gold, or and 10 flame cores. It is not possible to upgrade to level 4 for the time being. In addition to exterminating those wild forces, Lin Qing'er can occasionally pick up a few of the 10 flame cores, but the number is still not enough. But it doesn't matter. A level 3 armor shop can mass-produce intermediate series armor, which is completely sufficient. The previous yak leather jackets were made by Jiang Zhao's, made using a workbench, and they were not even of the simple grade. Jiang Xiao called Miaoji over and said, "Look, what is this?" It can be seen that Miaoji is really excited. Master, we finally have a protective gear shop at home." She rushed to the armor shop and touched the new wooden door. The maid outfit on Miaoji swayed slightly as she moved. The white apron was tied around her slender waist, highlighting her graceful curves. Although the maid costume was tightly wrapped, the fabric on her chest became tighter and tighter as she breathed rapidly. "Miaoji, you really are worthy of being a master of armor making. The quality of your clothes is really good." This sentence instantly made Miaoji blush. Master, Miaoji's whole face was burning red, and even her ears were tinged with a layer of pink. His eyes began to dodge in panic, and his breathing became more rapid. Miaoji covered her chest, as if trying to hide something, but the more shy she was, the more alarmingly her chest rose and fell. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but sigh again. This quality? Can it be broken? Don't get excited. Miaoji, go in and try to see if the equipment in the armor shop is suitable. Okay, thank you, master. Jiang Xiao stood at the door and took a deep breath. If you don't break open, I will break open. P.S. Thank you for the love-generating gifts. The author will work hard to write. Chapter 82.5. Built-in Level 1 Armor Technology. I was just kidding. Actually, there's still half a chapter left today. Surprise face. Thank you all for the small gifts. Miaoji slowly pushed open the door of the protective gear shop. The moment she stepped in, the whole shop suddenly emitted a soft golden light. Jiang Xiao stood outside the door, his eyes slightly narrowed. What does this mean? Golden Legend? Jiang Xiao discovered that the production available column of the armor shop had changed. Production capable, simple, ordinary, intermediate, advanced series of armor and clothing. His eyes were fixed on the newly added advanced. Unexpectedly, Miaoji's armor master skill comes with level 1 armor technology. Jiang Xiao immediately turned back to the warehouse and moved all the yak skins, wolf skins, and rabbit skins that he had accumulated. Miaoji, these are the animal skins we have at home. See what kind of protective gear you can make. We'll need it the day after tomorrow, so the more you make, the better. Okay, master, I can use these hides to make hide armor. Please wait a moment. Miaoji skillfully unfolded the yak skin and trimmed the edges with a leather cutter. The blade moved deftly in her hand, carefully cutting off the excess scraps. Her movements were so gentle that one could not help but hold their breath. Jiang Xiao stood aside, watching with fascination. His eyes subconsciously fell on her chest. As she moved, her body tilted slightly, and the rise and fall of her chest became more obvious. This technique is so elegant. Master, I'm done. Miaoji held up a brand new piece of armor with both hands. Animal leather armor, advanced. Introduction, made of animal skins, such as yak skin, wolf skin, and rabbit skin. It is exquisitely hand-cut and sewn to fit the body better and give the armor excellent toughness and flexibility. Protection. Unique craftsmanship is incorporated into the production process. Its excellent protection performance can effectively resist moderate physical damage, while slightly enhancing the cold resistance attribute. Jiang Xiao took it and touched the flexible surface of the armor with his fingers. He couldn't help but nod in praise. It's a good thing as soon as you touch it. This first piece is yours, Miaoji. Try it on. Thank you, master. I'll go in and try changing. Really, no matter when you're waiting for a girl to change clothes, every second feels like an eternity. Jiang Xiao paced at the door. 30 seconds later, Miaoji's voice came from the armor shop. Master, can you help me button my shirt? Jiang Xiao walked into the protective gear shop. Miaoji had her back to him, her slender figure shrouded in soft light. The design of this piece of armor is indeed ingenious. The button in the center of the back adopts a special structure that can not only fix the armor, but also adjust the fit. But at the same time, you also need help to buckle it. The armor was half-worn, making it particularly eye-catching. Alas, it is this kind of wearing only half of the clothes that is most uncomfortable. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath. He raised his hand and carefully buttoned up his shirt. Miaoji's shoulders shrank slightly, seemingly an instinctive reaction, but she tried hard to control herself and remain calm. All right. Her cheeks quickly heated up, and even her neck turned red. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiao kept repeating, safety first, safety first. Miaoji looked up at Jiang Xiao with some doubt in her eyes. Master, what did you just say? I say, you can make more of these animal hide armors and have them wear them when they go out hunting. Because safety comes first. Chapter 83. Exchange for Armor Shop Blueprints. Part 3 in 1/3. After leaving the armor shop, Jiang Xiao came to the blacksmith shop. In order to improve overall combat capabilities, weapons are also indispensable. Jiang Xiao planned to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 3. Do you want to consume 5,000 units of tiles, 2,000 units of clay, 10,000 units of stone, 18,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of iron, or to upgrade the blacksmith shop? Yes. A brand new blacksmith shop appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. A huge furnace rose from the ground, and flames danced in the hearth, illuminating the entire blacksmith shop. The workbench on the side became wide and tidy, and the shelves full of tools were automatically arranged neatly, with hammers, pliers, files, and other equipment fully equipped. Blacksmith shop. Level 3. Blacksmith. 1/3. Currently 2 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the blacksmith shop. Production capable, simple/ordinary/intermediate series weapons/tools. Charcoal, high-quality charcoal. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 5,000 units of bricks, 5,000 units of cement, 1,200 units of refined iron ore, 300 units of gold ore, and 10 flame cores. The weapons currently used by the maids are basically seized from bandits and bandit camps. And to be honest, they're not very suitable. Especially Ziling. When Jiang Xiao watched her fight these few times, he found out that the current weapons are a limitation to her. Tai Xian, come here for a moment. I need you to make me a pair of boxing gloves, focusing on strength and durability. The flexibility of the gloves must also be taken into consideration. Take a look at what materials are needed and go directly to the warehouse to get them. Tai Xian nodded, and soon he moved some fine iron or fine copper or some wolf teeth from the warehouse and brought back a few buckets of water. The entire production process is completed in one go. Soon, a boxing glove was made. Alloy Wolf Fong Boxing Gloves, Intermediate. Introduction. Made of refined iron ore, copper ore, and sharp wolf teeth. After the exquisite forging process of craftsmen, the boxing gloves maintain extremely high durability while taking into account flexibility and aggressiveness. Armor breaking. The sharpness of the wolf fong part enables the gloves to effectively break through the enemy's defense when attacking. If used properly, it can cause greater damage. Alloy boxing gloves? Jiang Xiao thought that although Tai Xian was good at making weapons, he could not improve the level of weapons. He could only save materials and make weapons with higher durability. But Tiexin can actually use refined iron ore and refined copper ore as raw materials, make them into alloys, and finally make them into weapons. This doesn't seem to conform to common sense. The melting point difference between iron and copper is more than 500 degrees. Can this be made into an alloy? Weapons made of iron-copper alloy. I'm afraid even a physics and chemistry teacher would die if he heard about it. Jiang Xiao didn't worry too much about it. After all, anything outrageous could happen in this world. What's more, I am an amateur, while they're determined to be professionals. Jiang Xiao put on the alloy wolf tooth boxing gloves and clenched his fist to try it out. The metal fits extremely comfortably, allowing every joint to move freely. It has a nice weight, a nice feel, and is very flexible. Ziling will definitely like these gloves. Ironheart used a refined iron ore and copper ore to make a weapon for everyone in our family. After finishing his explanation, Jiang Xiao raised his head and glanced at the shadow on the sundial not far away. It's almost noon. Everyone will be back soon. The first to return was still Li Yu's hunting team. There are now more than a dozen maids in the hunting party, and the harvest is much greater than before. In just one morning, they captured 2 bears and 7 wolves. This should be the second time that Li Yu and her friends hunted a bear. Jiang Xiao still remembered that they once hunted a bear that was missing its left forelimb. After dismembering Chuya, a total of 2,100 kilograms of bear meat and 980 kilograms of wolf meat were harvested. There were also 8 bear paws, 6 bear skins, 14 wolf skins, and a pile of wolf teeth. 2 bear hearts and 7 wolf hearts. The hearts of the bear and wolf can be taken to the medical clinic for Bai Wei to make Beast King pills. Jiang Xiao remembered Bai Wei saying that the Beast King pill, made from wolf and bear hearts, could increase speed and endurance respectively. Now, except for Lin Xing'er and Shun Miao Miao who were exploring outside, all the maids had returned to the territory. Jiang Xiao was not surprised by this situation. Sangji did not pick any fruit today. Instead, she helped Bai Wei collect a lot of herbs, 2 large baskets full, which were auxiliary herbs for making the Beast King pill. Xiang caught 90 kilograms of fish and also got 2 wooden boxes in addition. Jiang Xiao opened it and found that there was nothing else inside. But according to previous experience, Xiang has a 20 times lucky fishing aura, and the thing she picks up should be able to be exchanged for a lot of gold coins from the traveling merchant. While Jiang Xiao was counting today's harvest, Chuya had already prepared lunch. I have to say, Chuya's cooking skills are really amazing. Bear meat is extremely difficult to cook. Even if you are an experienced cook, if you don't handle it properly, the stewed meat will have a strong smell. But Chuya's dish was just right. Even though the ingredients such as ginger, star anise, tangerine peel, and Sichuan peppercorns were missing, they were all there. Even Jiang Xiao didn't know where they came from. After lunch, the territory has no special needs today. Jiang Xiao didn't want to waste time on targeted recruitment, so he randomly recruited 10 maids. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao planned to check where the defenses around the territory were weak and focus on strengthening them. Jiang Xiao and Black Cat were very busy the whole afternoon, patrolling the territory around the wall again and again. It was not until the sky gradually darkened and the clouds in the west turned a deep orange that Jiang Xiao walked down from the sentry tower in the north of the territory. At this time, Miao Ji found Jiang Xiao. Master, the animal hide armor has been made, but all the leather in the territory has been used up. It doesn't matter that all the animal leather is used up, and it's a good thing. It's better to transform it into combat power as soon as possible than to just keep it in the bottom of the box. Jiang Xiao followed Miao Ji back to the armor shop. It must be said that Miao Ji is indeed very efficient. Jiang Xiao looked at the animal skin armors placed on the table in the armor shop. He felt more confident about tomorrow's invasion. He was about to turn around and leave when his eyes were suddenly drawn to the corner of the workbench. There were a few scattered animal skins that had been cut. Miaoji, if you can make armor, can you also make clothes? Miaoji was slightly stunned, then nodded. Yes, master. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, these leftover animal skins look pretty good. Why not make them into a piece of clothing? Master, the number of animal skins left is too few. I guess. I can't make a complete piece of clothing. Chapter 84. Animal skins cleared, high efficiency. Part 2/3. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's afternoon fatigue disappeared. Little leather left? Can't do one. There is such a good thing. Jiang Xiao coughed lightly. Just do it if you have nothing to do. I won't blame you if you make a mistake. Okay, master, I'll do my best. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao was standing outside the armor shop and was puzzled when he saw Miao Ji hadn't come out yet. Normally, it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to make a simple piece of clothing, but the animal skin armor she just made only took a few minutes. 20 minutes later, there was still no movement in the armor shop. Jiang Xiao felt a little strange because he usually wouldn't disturb the maids when they were working. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao finally couldn't hold it in anymore. As soon as he walked in, the scene in front of him made him freeze in place. Jiang Xiao can't hold it back any longer. Miao Ji was standing beside the workbench with her back to Jiang Xiao. She was looking down and adjusting the edges of her clothes, and she was wearing the clothes she had just made. This piece of clothing was made from the animal skins and leather ropes left over from the workbench. Maybe it's because there's so little leather, but its design is unusually bold. Several delicate leather ropes are interwoven into a simple mesh decoration, revealing the entire graceful lines. The hem is short to the thigh and cut into irregular fringed edges. Hearing the door open, Miaoji turned around. She raised her head and saw Jiang Xiao standing at the door. She pulled the corner of her clothes shyly. Master, there's not much leather left, so I can only make it like this, Is it not suitable? Not suitable? It's suitable. This is too suitable. When Jiang Xiao glanced at the dress, his eyes were a little erratic. The dress is indeed a good one. It covers all the necessary parts. I didn't realize that Miaoji usually wear the maid outfit that is not revealing or leaky. Jiang Xiao was shocked today. This is really unexpected. Is this maid outfit some kind of four-dimensional space? It can actually hold so many things? Jiang Xiao didn't know where to put his hands and legs. This fits very well and looks very good. We'll wait for Beaver Moon to come back today and see if she can hunt down a yak or something. Make a few more of these that are exactly like this one. Hearing Jiang Zhao's praise, Miaoji blushed. Okay, master, then, is there anything that needs to be improved on this dress? As she spoke, she turned slightly and the tasseled edge of her skirt fluttered with her movement. This circle made Jiang Xiao feel a little dizzy. Jiang Xiao forced himself to look away. It's pretty good, but if you want to improve it, I do have a few suggestions. Click to expand Jiang Zhao's 4 suggestions for modifying clothes. Please change it. I'll come to your place tonight to take a look. Let's get some work done. Jiang Xiao came to the iron or processing plant and the copper or processing plant. The twins Yiro and Yu did not stop today, except for eating and taking a short break in between. There is no way. The territory is in urgent need of refined iron ore and refined copper ore. Just to upgrade the 6th level main city to the 7th level Yaojin Pavilion, 20,000 units of refined iron ore and 20,000 units of refined copper ore are required, and the prerequisite building also requires a 3rd level training ground. Jiang Xiao used to think that his family had more copper and iron ores than they could use up, but now after refining high-level resources, he realizes how scarce they are. Come little by little, Jiang Xiao took out all the refined iron ore and copper ore from the 2 processing plants, intending to upgrade the training ground to level 2 first. Do you want to consume 20,000 units of watts, 20,000 units of pine wood, 4,000 units of refined iron ore, and 4,000 units of refined copper, or to upgrade the training ground? Yes, it is worthy of being a building that consumes so many high-level resources. Jiang Xiao and the 4 maids worked hard for 20 minutes. No, it took them half an hour to finish the work. A brand new training ground stood in front of Jiang Xiao, which was bigger and more impressive than the original one. At the entrance, there is a tall arched door frame engraved with exquisite rune decorations. In the center of the 2nd level training ground is a spacious training area. On the weapon rack in the corner, various weapons from wooden swords to spears are neatly arranged, and even shields and bows and arrows are available. In the middle hangs a large flag fluttering in the wind. There's a big word Xiao on the flag. This word is not right. The word on the clothes of the female guards I assembled is Jiang, but why is the word on this flag Xiao? Is your flag Jiang or Xiao? The details of the building appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Training ground. Level 2. Number of commanders, 1/1. Currently 0 commanders can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the commanders dispatched, the better the training effect. Consumption. 1 silver coin per person per hour. Training critical hit. During training, there's a chance to trigger a critical hit, increasing the HP by double. The higher the number and ability of the commanders sent, the higher the chance of triggering. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 30,000 units of pine wood, 20,000 units of bricks, 5,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 8,000 units of refined iron ore, 8,000 units of refined copper ore, and 3,000 units of gold ore. There is one more attribute, training critical hit. This is another attribute tailor-made for Qin Liangyu. Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Liangyu came from a distance. Liangyu, how was your training today? Jiang Xiao asked casually. My lord, the female guard captain Lin Lan's current blood value has reached 36.2. Now among the entire female guard, the lowest blood value is 32.7. Jiang Xiao was stunned. In less than 2.5 days, Lin Lan's qi and blood value increased from 35 points to 36.2. It has increased by 3%. This speed is indeed a bit fast. If you train and increase your critical hit rate, it will be even faster. Okay, then you continue your training. I won't bother you anymore. The pre-war preparations did keep Jiang Xiao busy, so he returned to the blacksmith shop again. Tiexin has already made all the weapons needed for his family using refined iron ore and refined copper ore. But Jiang Xiao also planned to produce a large batch of weapons to make money. There will be an invasion event tomorrow night. Although it is not mandatory this time, most lords will definitely participate for the rewards. All the lords who have successfully survived the third day know that the most important thing for an invasion is to increase combat power. Increase the population, the combat intensity of each person, or increase the strength of weapons. At this stage, TIXIN is able to produce intermediate-level alloy weapons and can definitely make a lot of money. Chapter 85. Is there really such an alloy? Third update, March 3rd. Thank you all for your gifts. I will keep writing. But it's still a bit early to sell now. The best time would be to start at midnight today. Not only can he earn money from these lords, but he can also prevent other lords from having enough time to prepare for the invasion, thus widening the gap between them and himself again. Jiang Shao checked the resources required for each alloy weapon. Alloy Shield Intermediate requires 5 units of refined iron ore, 5 units of refined copper ore, and 3 units of resin. Alloy Spear Intermediate requires 10 units of refined iron ore, 10 units of refined copper ore, and 2 units of resin. Alloy Axe Intermediate requires 2 units of refined iron ore, 2 units of refined copper ore, and 3 units of pine wood. After dinner, Jiang Shao opened the chat area. Is anyone there? These 3 short words were like dropping a bomb, and the originally quiet chat area instantly became lively. Boss Jiang Shao, you're out again? Damn, I can still see Jiang Shen so late at night. What's going on? Are you going to collect architectural blueprints again? I found another architectural blueprint for a residential building tonight. God, Jiang, I really don't have any use for other high-level resources, but I have a female gorilla illustration here. Do you want it? Just exchange it for some bricks and tiles. Jiang Zhao's face twitched when he read the news. Are these people's lives really so hard? Now, they're not even sparing female gorillas? I'll collect the architectural drawings tomorrow. I have something more important to tell you today. Jiang Zhao's words made the atmosphere in the chat area tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what was to come. I just picked up a scroll outside, and it shows that there will be a large-scale invasion tomorrow night. Jiang Shao only revealed half of the information. It only says there is an invasion, but doesn't say you can voluntarily participate, nor does it say you won't die if you fail, just all the buildings will be downgraded by 1 level. This is not considered cheating. At most, it is a concealment. If someone else said this, no one would believe it. But what came out of Jiang Zhao's mouth was highly credible. The moment the message was sent, the originally lively chat area suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Then, a series of messages filled with fear and despair exploded on the screen. Fuck, another invasion? Really? My buddy has just had a few days of peace and quiet. Life has just gotten better, and the family has just had a little more resources, but before we can even warm up to the present, we have to work hard again. Damn it. I was thinking of planting some crops and living off fruits in my old age. Why are you still coming? God, Jiang, I remember you sold crude weapons last time. Do you have any good stuff this time? Life-saving stuff. This question hit the nail on the head, but Jiang Shao did not reply, allowing the panic to continue to ferment. The emotion of fear becomes more valuable only when it spreads to a certain extent. Half an hour later, the atmosphere of the entire chat area has become like the eve of doomsday, with the screen being refreshed rapidly. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally spoke again. Weapons. I have some extra this time. The extra ones are mid-level weapons, made of alloy. These 2 sentences were like thunder from the blue, instantly igniting hope in everyone's hearts. Intermediate weapon. So cool. Fuck. Boss Jiang Shao still has some mid-level weapons. I thought it would be great if he could sell ordinary ones to everyone. And it's an alloy weapon. It sounds very powerful. Boss Jiang Shao, what alloy is your weapon made of? Jiang Shao randomly put in alloy spear, intermediate, in the chat area to show it off. You may not believe this. This spear is made of an alloy of iron and copper. I also thought that iron-copper alloys were not very good at first, and could not even be made into alloys. But I just tried it, and this alloy spear can easily pierce an ordinary iron shield. Jiang Shun, iron-copper alloy. If my biology teacher heard this, the coffin lid would not be able to hold it down. Huh, isn't this chemistry? Chemistry? Biology? Isn't this physics? What a bunch of idiots. The invasion is coming tomorrow. Why are you so anxious about this? There is no science in this world. I just want a cooler weapon now. God, Jiang, put it on the shelf quickly and make an offer. Jiang Shao had already thought about the price. For every 1 unit of refined ore, 10 units of intermediate resource are required, plus 1 unit of fresh water. In other words, an alloy shield requires 100 units of ore, An alloy spear requires 200 units of ore, and an alloy axe requires 40 units of ore. Water, resin, and pine wood are relatively small and can be ignored. I made these weapons with high-level resources. You can exchange them with high-level resources, mid-level resources, or gold coins. I have no shortage of gold and iron ore. You can trade me for other resources. Then Jiang Shao talked about the exchange ratio. Jiang Shao didn't plan to make too much money. 3 to 5 times the amount would be enough. Even with only 3 or 5 times the price, some people still think it's expensive. Jiang Shao ignored those who said it was expensive. They felt it was only natural that these things should be given to them. Master Jiang, this is a bit expensive. An alloy shield actually requires 600 units of intermediate resources. I guess it takes less than 200 intermediate resources to make a shield like this. So why is it so expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. I'll give you 200 iron ores. Can you make one for me? Even if I let you make this money, do you have the ability to earn it? Fuck. These 10 alloy shields are sold out right after they were put on the shelves? Brothers, didn't you guys say you didn't want to buy them? Even though Jiang Shao hadn't released the lords who had blocked him before, the remaining lords could still buy up the weapons on the shelves in seconds. Friends, that's all for today. We are out of stock at home, but we will have another batch tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Shao sold all these weapons. It was completely dark now. It's really a great profit. There are a total of 20 alloy shields, 50 alloy spears, and 50 alloy axes, and they were almost snapped up in seconds after they were put on the shelves. The cost is only 700 units of refined iron ore, 700 units of refined copper ore, 160 units of resin, 150 units of pine wood, plus 1,400 units of fresh water. As for how much he earned, Jiang Shao had a hard time counting the team members piled up in front of him. Rough calculation. There are 30,000 units of copper ore alone. Some common mid-level resources, agate, resin, and crude oil, each with several thousand units. There are also some advanced resources, sunken wood and malachite. The exchange amounts of these two high-level resources are relatively small, less than 300 units each. The way to obtain them is unknown. Jiang Shao only got a little bit when he was suppressing the bandit camp before. Most importantly, Jiang Shao also obtained some cores needed to upgrade the buildings. There are 7 each of sharp gold cores and Aoki cores, and 2 or 3 other cores. Taixin, you've worked hard today. Go to bed early tonight. Yes, master. At present, the defense facilities, protective gear, and weapons in the territory are almost ready. There's only one thing left that can be improved: herbs. It's time to go to the infirmary to see how the medicine prepared by Nurse Bai Wei is going. P.S. Thank you all for the small gifts. By the way, there are now 24 maids with names. Do I need to summarize them? Chapter 86, even if you were allowed to earn this money, do you have the ability to do so? Part 3 of 1/3. Jiang Shao pushed open the wooden door of the medical ward. A herbal aroma wafted towards me. Bai Wei was half squatting in front of the medicine cabinet, sorting herbs. Her nurse uniform became slightly damp due to the heat from the boiling medicine in the clinic. Her collar was open, revealing her snow-white collarbone. The fabric clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her slender yet curvy figure, especially the slender waist that could be held in one hand, which made Jiang Shao unable to take his eyes away. Jiang Shao has always had a question in his mind. Wearing this kind of clothes to make herbal medicine, is this Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Bai Wei raised her head slightly, a few strands of sweaty hair sticking to her face. She gently wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand. Master, you are here. Jiang Shao forgot to speak for a moment, and his Adam's apple rolled subconsciously. He coughed as if nothing had happened. Bai Wei, how is the medicine today? Bai Wei stood up. Master, it's almost ready. In addition to the intermediate physical recovery herbs and intermediate healing herbs, I also used the wolf's heart and the bear's heart to make the Beast King pill. As she spoke, she bent down and took down 2 small boxes from a medicine table, then held them in both hands and handed them to Jiang Shao. The distance between the two suddenly shortened, and the faint fragrance made Jiang Shao slightly stunned. He couldn't tell whether it was the smell of herbs or the faint fragrance coming from Bai Wei. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and opened the box. Beast King Dan Bear. Introduction. Made from bear's heart as the core material, it contains its strong vitality and strong endurance. After taking it, it can enhance physical endurance in a short period of time. Beast King Dan Wolf. Introduction. Made with the wolf's heart as the core material, it contains the wolf's natural speed and agility. After taking it, the movement speed will be significantly increased for a period of time. Increase endurance? Acceleration? In all aspects, this Beast King pill is a good thing. By the way, how many materials are left at home for this Beast King pill? Are they all in this box? Master, this is all I have for now, but I can continue making more. Each animal's heart can probably produce 15 to 20 pills. Jiang Xiao nodded. In this case, the output is actually quite high. Jiang Xiao casually walked around the infirmary again and glanced at another small box on the table. What's in this box? Master, this is... Jiang Xiao noticed her abnormal behavior. By the way, why are you so shy when you speak? Is there anything I can help you with? Master, do you still remember the exotic wolf that you and Sister Liu hunted together? Jiang Xiao nodded. Bai Wei twisted her fingers a little embarrassedly. This box was made by me using the heart of the alien Wolf King, but I don't know if it works well. Jiang Xiao picked up the box. Beast King Pill, Exotic Wolf King. Introduction. Made from the heart of the rare Beast Wolf King, it has extremely powerful medicinal effects. After taking it, the speed can be greatly increased in a short period of time. Continuous use can significantly improve physical agility and flexibility. Note, the first time can slightly increase the qi and blood value, but it will cause a slight fever. As long as you keep eating it, you can improve your body's agility and flexibility, and the first time you eat it, it can also increase your qi and blood value. The last time Jiang Xiao ate something that could permanently improve attributes was the blazing blood fruit. Jiang Xiao still remembers that experience vividly. The side effects were too severe, his whole body was hot and painful, but luckily Ruoxue took care of him. To be on the safe side, Jiang Xiao called Ruoxue over as well. After all, one more person means one more layer of insurance. Jiang Xiao brought Bai Wei and Ruoxue back to Liuguang Pavilion. Before taking the Beast King pill Strange Beast Wolf King, Jiang Xiao decided to be safe and proceed step by step, starting with ordinary medicine first. He picked up 2 ordinary pills from the table, namely Beast King Pill Wolf and Beast King Pill Bear. Swallow them one by one. After a few minutes, the drug began to take effect. An abundant energy surged in his body, and Jiang Xiao felt as if every blood vessel was filled with vitality. This should be a stamina boost. And his senses seemed to become more acute, especially everything in his field of vision seemed to slow down. Jiang Xiao had also heard of the canyon theory of relativity. Speeding up yourself is equivalent to slowing down the enemy. It's not that other things are slow, but that you're getting faster. It feels good. Jiang Xiao shifted his gaze to another box. Just as he was about to put the pill into his mouth, Bai Wei suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Master, I'm not sure if this medicine is effective. There was a hint of uneasiness on Bai Wei's face, and her breathing was a little rapid. The nurse's uniform she was wearing was vibrating slightly with nervousness. Bai Wei's chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing, and the thin material seemed barely able to conceal the outline underneath. Don't worry, Jiang Xiao knew it very well. He just used this see-through skill to check the details of this Beast King pill Exotic Beast Wolf King again. The side effects of this pill can be said to be minimal. If I have to say, the only drawback is that the drug is too powerful and may cause a short-term fever depending on the user's physical condition. But this kind of fever, can it be more severe than the burning sensation caused by the blazing blood fruit? Jiang Xiao put the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Bai Wei, I believe you. This trust from Jiang Xiao made Bai Wei's lips slightly open, but no words came out. The drug took effect quickly, and Jiang Xiao felt as if a warm flame was ignited inside his body, but he did not feel the discomfort as he had expected. Perhaps it was because his body had been transformed by the blazing blood fruit, and his adaptability far exceeded that of ordinary people. The fever lasted only a moment before it subsided. Jiang Xiao checked his qi and blood value, and it became 44.8. It has increased a little bit. Master, if you are all right, then shall we go back and rest? How about you two stay here tonight? Everyone else in the other houses might be asleep. Bai Wei and Ruoxue looked at each other, and their faces flushed quietly. Jiang Xiao remembered something again. Oh, right. Liu hunted another yak tonight, and Miao Ji made 2 pieces of clothing with the yak skin. I haven't had time to give it to you to try. Wait a minute, I'll get it. Chapter 87, Long-Range Combat Team. Third update, February 3rd. It must be said that the Beast King Pill Bear made from bare heart is indeed a good thing. After Jiang Xiao took it, he felt full of strength, and even his sleepiness was swept away. This also caused him to toss and turn, toss and turn. I didn't sleep for almost half the night. But Jiang Xiao was fine and had plenty of energy. Ruoxue and Bai Wei, on the other hand, had worked all day and were still barely fully recovered in the morning. Open your eyes in the morning. Jiang shouted not to disturb them, but quietly got up and walked out of the room. He rubbed his swollen temples, but his mind was already planning today's arrangements. Jiang Xiao decided not to let the maids go out hunting or exploring today. All the maids, female guards, commanders, including myself, stayed at home to rest, adjust their states, and prepare for tonight's invasion. This is not just Jiang Zhao's territory. After the lessons learned from the last invasion, everyone has become much more cautious, and most of them have strengthened the defenses in their territories. For the entire morning and afternoon, everyone was discussing in the chat area how they built walls, how they built chevaux de frise, and how they strengthened their fortifications. Fuck, you can all build a wall? Are you so awesome? What's a wall? I even put up a half circle of barricades outside the wall. What a pity. If I had this kind of defense during the first invasion, I would have grown up a long time ago. Envy. I don't have enough resources, so I can only make some simple defenses. Last night, the farmers and I worked on and off all night. In the end, we dug a moat around our home. Mountain? City? River? Your territory is so powerful. Can you even dig a moat? Not really. There's actually no water in it, and it's less than half a meter deep. It's less than half a meter deep, and there's no water? Buddy, if you lie to us, don't lie to yourself. I'm afraid your half-meter deep puddle can't even protect wild boars or even domestic pigs, right? Jiang Xiao looked at these people's heated discussion and decided to strike while the iron was hot and put another wave of rare alloy weapons on the shelves. It turns out that Jiang Zhao's pricing is not expensive at all. Not long after it was put on the shelves, the transaction records were refreshed rapidly, and all were sold out in just a few seconds. Fuck, the alloy weapons are here again. God, Jiang really didn't lie to us. Hurry up and grab them. While you were talking, I already bought one. I just grabbed two, and I can sell one to you. Anyone want one? Scalpers finally appeared in this world. A small number of lords snatched the alloy weapons from Jiang Xiao and sold them immediately. Most of the objects they sold to were those lords who had previously blocked Jiang Xiao and could not trade directly with Jiang Xiao. As for how much they increased the price, Jiang Xiao was not sure. But he knew after thinking about it that it would definitely not be cheap. Jiang Xiao didn't care about this kind of behavior. It was a way out for him to make money by relying on his hand speed while being single for 20 years. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, he exchanged 2 alloy shields, 2 alloy spears, and a lord for a skill book. Skill books are a bit scarce in this world. Jiang Xiao has only seen a low-level healing book and a skill scroll passed down from the Zhuyu family. Jiang Xiao opened the skill book. Skill book, Sap. Introduction. Consume some physical strength and use blunt objects such as elbows, dagger handles, sticks, etc. to hit the enemy, directly causing a short-term stun effect, interrupting the target's movements and restricting their actions. This skill, elbow, dagger handle, club, it seems like I can only learn it by myself, since I'm the only one using the dagger right now. Li Yu, Zi Ling, and the others all held spears, boxing gloves, swords, two-handed shields, and the like, which were not very suitable. Jiang Xiao learned it directly. Next, he planned to expand the population of maids who could fight. For today's 10 recruitments, Jiang Xiao decided to use targeted recruitment with double the cost. You have to spend a lot of money. The higher you pay, the greater the reward. It would be great if you could get something similar to the last reward. Jiang Xiao directly customized and recruited 5 maids who were good at long-range combat. The 5 of them all have the skill of using bows and arrows, but there are some differences between them. Some increase the shooting distance, some increase the shooting speed, and some increase the shooting accuracy. Jiang Xiao let Zi Yin be the captain of this long-range team. Zi Yin's skill, long-range guidance, is both long-range and accurate. As for weapons, Jiang Xiao took out the ox horns, ox tendons, refined iron ore, and refined copper ore from the warehouse, and asked Tai Xian to make weapons for them. There are 2 types, oxhorn compound bow and oxhorn compound crossbow. If your talent is accurate shooting, use an oxhorn compound bow, which will allow you to shoot faster. If you have the talent to increase the distance, use the oxhorn compound crossbow, which can improve accuracy and increase lethality. As for someone like Zi Yin, who is both far away and accurate, She can take whatever she likes and be happy. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Shao distributed the intermediate physical strength recovery herbs and intermediate healing herbs to everyone. Next, all you have to do is wait patiently. Jiang Shao watched the shadow on the sundial gradually disappear and first activated the women in the main city. The water clock next to it was ticking, and the bucket was almost half full again. At this moment, the sky was suddenly dyed with a strange red light, as if blood was spilled all over the sky. Suddenly a voice sounded in my ears. Lord, are you participating in this invasion? If you want to participate, please choose the participating territory. Main territory, Dusk Star Town, or subsidiary territory. Objective, defend the main city. Note 1. The more rounds you successfully defend against invasions, the greater the rewards you will receive. Note 2. At the end of each round, participating lords can choose to give up and receive the rewards for the rounds they have completed. Note 3. If you give up during each round of invasion, you will not receive any rewards and all building levels will be reduced by 1 level. These rules were the same as what was written on the scroll at that time. Jiang Shao did not hesitate and participated directly. Yes, main territory. Participation successful. Since you are the first lord to confirm participation, the morale of all residents in the territory will be increased by 20%. Being the first to join actually brings such benefits. Chapter 88, I laughed so hard. Luckily, I didn't participate. 3/3. Liang Yu. Jiang Shao looked at Qin Liang Yu. I have never participated in such a large-scale invasion battle before. You should be more experienced and take charge of the main command. Qin Liang Yu nodded slightly. As you wish, Lord. She turned around and looked at Lin Lan, the female guard captain, standing beside her. Lin Lan, the female guard, will be responsible for defending the other 3 directions of the territory except the main gate, and ensure that there are no defense loopholes in all areas. About 2 hours later. Countdown 59. Countdown 58. Countdown 1. 3 huge wild boars with dark fur appeared out of nowhere opposite everyone's territory. Most of the lords suffered no casualties. But unlike usual times, the moment the wild boar fell to the ground, its body disappeared, and the lord could not obtain the wild boar meat. The first round of invasion ends. The second round of invasion will start in 10 seconds. The countdown ends, and the second wave of enemies appears again. This time there are still wild boars, but there are more of them than the last round. However, it still does not pose much threat to these lords. The third and fourth rounds. As the rounds progress, the number and variety of enemies begin to increase. In the fourth round, there are even a few slow-moving but powerful brown bears mixed in. It feels pretty simple, just a few wild boars and a few bears. What a shame. There is no carcass of the beast we killed this time. If there was a carcass, I would have no worries about food and water for a month. Are there any brothers who have voluntarily given up? What rewards did you receive? Can you tell me a little bit? I give up, but it looks like the reward can only be claimed after all the lords are finished. Soon the 5th round began. The blood color of the sky became increasingly intense, and the whole world was dyed crimson. The enemy appeared in the sight of all lords. This time it's a whole wolf pack. These wolves are larger than normal wild wolves and are extremely fast. The difficulty of this round instantly increased several times, catching many lords off guard. Fuck. Hurry up. Is there any brother who could sell me a weapon? At Jiang Shao. Are you there, Lord Jiang? Can you save the child? There's a rare architectural blueprint in the child's home that we can exchange. Fuck, these wolves are coming. My peasants are all fighting. Can anyone give me a solution? I'll give you the rare herbs I picked the day before yesterday. If I give up now, won't the high-end wooden house that I just upgraded be downgraded again? Shit, why is this deal not working anymore? Anxious. In the 5th round, many lords began to get anxious. It was only when the car hit the wall that I realized I had to turn. Everyone took out their most valuable possessions and planned to exchange them for something. Unfortunately, just when everyone signed up to participate, the trading rights were closed. I give up. I give up too. I'll just get demoted. It's better than dying. However, not everyone reacts quickly enough to give up. Some lords had not even given up before the wolves had already broken through their defenses. They were eaten directly by wolves without even a chance to downgrade their buildings. On the contrary, those lords who did not choose to participate in this invasion were watching the fun in the chat area. It's so funny. I'm glad I didn't participate. I heard that some people gave up after the first round, and a farmer was killed by a wild boar, haha. It feels good now. The fifth round seems to be much more difficult. Many people passed the fourth round, but gave up halfway through the fifth round. These lords just have an inaccurate understanding of their own abilities. All their buildings have been downgraded. They deserve it. Let's move the camera to Jiang Zhao's side. Duskstar Town, the only official territory. Qin Lianyu has not yet begun formal command. Because there is no need for her to take action now, Ziyan's long-range team can directly shoot and kill the beasts in the distance. Even if some beasts could break through the defense line, they would be helpless because of the triple durability of the city walls and chevaux de frise provided by the Lord Statue's protection. Jiang Zhao's territory is now in its 15th round, with about 10 blind bears and a large group of wild wolves. Swoosh! An arrow flew through the air, and a wild wolf in the distance fell to the ground, the arrow accurately piercing its throat. Jiang Zhao used his insight to obtain information about these beasts. They are more violent than those usually encountered in the wild. He also roughly summarized a rule, which is that the difficulty will increase by 1 level every 5 rounds. The sky was getting darker and darker. The blood-red sky was gradually swallowed up by the thick darkness, and the visibility around was getting lower and lower. Black Cat's abilities are particularly important in this environment, as every move of the enemy cannot escape her eyes. The 20th round of invasion ends, and the 21st round of invasion will begin in 10 seconds. As soon as this round started, Jiang Zhao noticed something strange. What appeared in front of the territory were no longer wild beasts, but a well-equipped regular army of about 20 people. Jiang Zhao saw through it. Shield Axe Army. Introduction: elite soldiers who are good at defense and close combat, well-trained, and capable of both offense and defense. Chi and blood value, 25. Skills: shield guard / equipment: ordinary iron shield, ordinary iron axe. The HP value is 25, which is slightly stronger than the bandit minions. Elite soldiers who are good at defense and close combat, with heavy shields and sharp axes forming an integrated offensive and defensive combat force. Lin Lan came over at a brisk pace, with the female guards behind her lined up neatly, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. My lord, the enemy has only appeared at the eastern gate. Can we apply to join the battle? Jiang Zhao turned and looked at her. There was determination in Lin Lan's voice and eyes. These days, they have been training and eating, eager to prove their worth with actions and repay the Lord's trust and training. Lianyu, what do you think? Jiang Zhao was not in a hurry to respond. After all, he had just handed over the power of command to her. Qin Lianyu nodded, but just to be on the safe side, I suggest sending Xiaoli, who is the fastest, to the farthest western wall to wait on call. This way, if there is any emergency, she can notify us immediately. Jiang Zhao nodded. The female guards in the territory attacked. The lowest HP value of Jiang Zhao's female guards was 32.7 points. Although the Shield Axe Army in the 21st round had a large number of people, they were completely wiped out after only half a minute. In the 22nd round, the situation remained the same. It was still the Shield Axe Army, but in significantly greater numbers. The real challenge starts from round 25. The enemies that appear in this round are elite Shield Axe soldiers with a health value of 35 points. These soldiers had thicker armor, and their movements were more disciplined. From this round on, Jiang Zhao also brought Li Yu and Zi Ling to join the battle. Li Yu held a 1.7-meter-long spear that could break through the formation. She was as swift as the wind, easily dodging the attack of the Shield and Axe Army, then suddenly thrust out with her spear, piercing directly through the enemy's solid armor. After the strike, she did not retreat but advanced. Her spear swung flexibly, tearing open gaps after gaps in the enemy's formation. Zi Ling was wearing alloy boxing gloves. Although she was small in size, she had extremely strong explosive power. She took advantage of the gap torn open by Li Yu and penetrated into the enemy formation like a ghost. With one punch, she knocked the enemy and his shield several meters away. One round after another followed. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed since the battle, and all the other lords gave up. At this time, Jiang Zhao was the only lord who accepted the invasion challenge. Thank you for your gifts and support. Regarding the summary of each maid's name and skills, I will explain them in detail when I have time, and add them to a chapter. Chapter 89, Why Can't I Catch Up With Him? Today is still 3 updates, January 3rd. The other lords either gave up voluntarily or reached the limit of their territory and gave up passively. The chat area is becoming more and more lively. Why haven't you given out the rewards yet? I want to ask that too. I made it past the 10th round. Do you know how fierce the tigers in the 10th round were? They felt much stronger than the ones I usually encounter in the wild. It's really fierce. I feel so damn unlucky when I think about it. In the 9th round, no one in my family was injured, but in the 10th round, I was directly defeated. I just upgraded to King Wiju this morning, and I went back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Are there any big guys who have passed the 15th or 20th rounds? Please come out and share your experience. What's so great about 15 or 20 rounds? Boss Wu Hao just made it through the 24th round. Fuck, Wu Hao is so strong. At Wu Hao, come out and tell us what the 24th round is about. Wu Hao never responded. He didn't want to talk. He looked at the message prompt jumping in the chat area, clenched his fists, and his face looked grim. Congratulations. You have successfully challenged the 24th round of invasion. Wait for all lords to complete the challenge, and you can receive the reward. Wu Hao looked at this line of prompts and felt extremely complicated. His challenge has ended, but there is no announcement in the channel that all lords' challenges have ended and rewards have been issued. He understood what this meant. Jiang Shao, it must be him. It's Jiang Shao again. Wu Hao punched the floor tiles of King Wiju angrily, suppressing a feeling of unwillingness in his heart. He clearly remembered that in the 24th round he injured 15 peasants, but he managed to survive. Wu Hao also knew that the difficulty would increase significantly every 5 rounds, so he chose not to continue the challenge. He murmured to himself, Why? Why can't I catch up with him? It was obvious that he had used all means possible to kill other lords and plunder resources. He also put all available materials into defense and used various resources to build weapons for his farmers in order to gain the upper hand in this invasion. He even went to wipe out a junior bandit camp this morning just to recruit some of the bandits to surrender after the battle to increase his combat effectiveness. But what about now? More than half an hour has passed. The rewards have not been distributed, and the challenge has not ended. Wu Hao paced back to the room in annoyance, with things on the table in disarray. He grabbed a scroll from an exquisite wooden box, and his fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded it. Wu Yin summons. Introduction. Take this order to Wu Yin Valley. Then you can join the bandit forces, obtain the bandit protection, and become the bandit lord. After becoming a bandit lord, the peasants you recruit every day will be converted into bandits, and the combat power of bandits is 7% higher than that of ordinary peasants. You can only obtain resources by plundering other territories, and the income from plundering other lords' resources will increase by 10%. This scroll was found on the bandit leader when he wiped out a junior bandit camp in the morning. He didn't dare use it, because Wu Hao also understood what it meant to join the bandit forces. By joining such a hostile force, he would become a public enemy, and if he failed, the consequences could be fatal. Wu Hao's fingers wandered over the scroll, his eyes deep and complex. He still hadn't made a decision, but the idea was planted in his heart like a seed. He rolled up the scroll again and put it back into the exquisite wooden box, but those few lines of words were engraved in his mind like a brand. The 49th round of invasion has ended, and the 50th round of invasion will begin in 5 minutes. Before, I always rested for 10 seconds, but this time it was 5 minutes. Jiang Shao knew that this time a big wave was coming. Each of them quickly took the intermediate physical strength recovery herb. A brief tranquility enveloped Dust Star Town. During these 5 minutes, the female guards took the time to adjust their equipment. Xian's team quickly replenished their arrows. Black Cat stood at the highest point of the watchtower and looked into the distance. 5 minutes later, the earth suddenly shook and a dark shadow in the distance gradually approached. The Black Cat on the watchtower was the first to spot the intruder. Master, there are a lot of them. The front row is made up of soldiers holding huge shields, and the back row is made up of armed men holding halberds. Jiang Shao looked over and saw through it. Heavy shield soldier. Introduction, a heavily armored infantryman holding a huge shield, good at defense and blocking the enemy's advance, and is a solid barrier in the front line. Chi and blood value, 70. Skills, shield wall, shield bash. Equipment, advanced mithril shield. Halberd guard. Introduction, well-trained elite halberd soldiers, good at mid-range stabbing and suppressing the enemy, are an offensive and defensive weapon on the battlefield. Chi and blood value, 75. Skills, piercing stab, halberd dance. Equipment, advanced mithril halberd. Not only are there a large number of them, but the health values of these enemies have also reached a staggering 70 and 75. You should know that in the 49th round, the enemy's health value was only 55. In just one round, the enemy's strength increased so abnormally. Jiang Shao glanced at the gradually approaching enemy formation, but he was not panicked at all, because he also holds a trump card in his hand. That is Qin Liangyu. From the first round, although Qin Liangyu occasionally took action, she never used any skills. Good Jade. Jiang Shao just turned around, but he couldn't find anyone. Qin Liangyu's figure was as fast as a shadow. Her battle robe was blown up by the wind. The sword in her hand flashed with a cold light, and she appeared in front of the enemy camp. She has already taken action. Qin Liangyu directly activated her skills this time. But unlike before, this time she did not use the sword Broken Mountain Sky Slash, but the flag of command. Her battle robe suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the bright light gathered like stars, enveloping her. As Qin Liangyu swung her sword violently, the light in the sky turned into streams of light, rushing towards Jiang Shao, Liu, Ziling, as well as all the maids and female guards. Boom! As the light descended, Jiang Shao felt his body tremble. 10 seconds. Within these 10 seconds, everyone's movement speed, attack power, and defense power were increased by 3 times. A terrifying aura erupted from Dusk Star Town, and morale swept across the entire battlefield like a huge wave. Jiang Shao gripped the dagger tightly, his figure flashed, and he approached the enemy in an instant. It is said that shield warriors are better than assassins. But, phew, with a muffled sound, the shield of the heavy shield soldier with a health value of 70 was directly pierced by Jiang Zhao's dagger. Jiang Zhao's health value was only 44.8, but with the bonus of Qin Liangyu's skills, he was surprisingly so powerful. Not to mention Li Yu and Ziling. They moved among these heavy shield soldiers and halberd guards as if they were in an empty space. 10 seconds. These 10 seconds are enough. Chapter 90, How Can I Miss This Opportunity? Today is still 3 updates. The second update is February 3rd. It's finally over. As the last halberd guard fell, a prompt sound rang in Jiang Zhao's ears. Congratulations on successfully completing all rounds, 50 rounds of invasion. Since you have not suffered any casualties in the first 50 rounds of invasion, you have unlocked special permissions and can challenge additional hidden rounds. Successful challenges will earn you huge hidden rewards, and all other lords' rewards will be greatly reduced. Since the hidden rounds are extremely difficult, you can give up and exit at any time, and the building will not be downgraded. Do you want to challenge the hidden round? Hiss! How can this thing be triggered, even though there are no casualties in the first 50 rounds? This is definitely worth a try. If successful, the rewards for everyone else are significantly reduced. According to the famous canyon theory of relativity, isn't it equivalent to increasing your own rewards? And the most important thing is that there is no risk and you can quit the challenge at any time. There are hidden rewards if you succeed. How can you miss this opportunity that harms others and benefits yourself? Challenge. The hidden round is extremely difficult. If the Lord can successfully persist for 5 minutes, the challenge will be considered a success. Oh no, 5 minutes. If you are a man, you could just hold on for 5 minutes? This time, he played the 4,399 minigame with himself. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. In the dark night sky, a flash of lightning split the clouds and illuminated the entire territory. Master, the black cat on the sentry tower, was a little nervous. What is coming from a distance? There seems to be only one. Only one. Jiang Shao was a little confused. Boom! Boom! This time the sound was deep and powerful, not thunder, but a tremor from the earth. Jiang Shao could feel the ground beneath his feet seem to be shaking slightly. Looking up, I saw a figure vaguely emerging in the dark distance, and gradually became clearer. That's a person. No, to be exact, it's a man riding a tiger. Jiang Shao could vaguely feel that this person was definitely not a good person. But he had another question in his mind. This man was riding a tiger, but isn't a tiger a cat? Aren't cats supposed to walk without making any sound? Why does it make such a loud noise when it walks? Jiang Shao was the one who saw through it. Crazy Tiger General. Introduction. It is said that General Kuang Hu once rode a tiger through thousands of armies, and no one could stop him wherever he went. Chi and blood value, 310. Skills, Thunder Spear, Madness, Mountain Breaking, and Stone Breaking. View 17 other skills. Equipment, Thunder Spear, Legendary. Exotic Beast, Thunder Tiger. Introduction. A partner who shares life and death with General Kuang Hu. Its speed and strength are unmatched among all beasts, and the lightning patterns engraved on its body provide it with almost supernatural power. Chi and blood value 100. Skills: lightning assault, lightning pattern protection, spirit point sniffing. Equipment: obsidian saddle, epic. What a joke. Although Jiang Shao had noticed before that hidden rounds are extremely difficult, he was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. But, putting aside the strange beast Thunder Tiger with 100 HP points, what is this mad tiger general with 310 HP points? I'm afraid they never thought of letting anyone pass. Jiang Shao then shared the information about the man and the beast with everyone. Liang Yu, what countermeasures do you have? Do you think we can hold out for 5 minutes with our fighting power? But the prerequisite for surviving for 5 minutes is that none of us can die. Although huge rewards were right in front of him, Jiang Shao knew in his heart that these rewards were far less important than the people in front of him. Qin Liang Yu frowned slightly. This was the first time Jiang Shao saw her look hesitant. My lord, the opponent's health is 310. Although General Kuang Hu's HP is lower than mine, his Thunder Tiger combat power cannot be ignored. If the two joined forces. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Shao raised his hand to interrupt her. How about I hold back the Thunder Tiger? What are your chances of winning a one-on-one duel with General Crazy Tiger? The chance of winning is 100%, but I'm not sure if I can win against him in 5 minutes. And Lord, your health value is only 44.8, while the Thunder Tiger's health value is 100. I'm afraid. A 100% winning rate is enough. He already had a plan in mind. The Sky's Wrathhorn armor on his body had extremely high protective capabilities. Although he was not sure whether the alien beast, the Thunder Tiger, could break through his defense, even if it could, the skill attached to the armor, Blessing of the Yak God, could offset fatal damage once every 7 days. If the situation is not good, the worst that can happen is that you can choose to give up the challenge, and there is no penalty for hiding around. Liu, Ziling, this is very dangerous. Don't take action. I have the Sky Wrathhorn armor, and you don't. I can't let you take risks. Ziyin, use your bows and arrows to distract the Thunder Tiger. It will be best if you can distract it a little. Liu listened to Jiang Zhao's arrangement with tears in her eyes. Master, you must be careful. Don't worry. Jiang Shao touched her head. Qin Liang Yu saw that Jiang Shao had made up his mind. Although she was still a little worried, she nodded. In that case, I will go all out to fight against General Kuang Hu. Jiang Shao and Qin Liang Yu walked out of the camp gate and acted separately. Soon, the man and the tiger were separated. The Thunder Tiger suddenly accelerated and pounced straight towards Jiang Shao. The huge tiger claw was like a sharp sickle, sweeping down fiercely with a sound of breaking wind. Jiang Shao took the Beast King pill, Strange Beast Wolf King, on purpose this time. His feet moved so fast that he almost left an afterimage. You can't win by fighting, you can only run. Jiang Zhao's speed had reached his limit, but he could only barely dodge the attack. The tiger's claws scraped the ground behind him, stirring up a cloud of flying rocks and dust. While the Thunder Tiger missed its attack and raised its head to adjust its direction, Jiang Shao suddenly turned sideways and raised the handle of the dagger high. Sap! The handle of the dagger hit the Thunder Tiger's head accurately. The next second, the Thunder Tiger's movements came to an abrupt halt, and its huge body froze in place. 1 second, the tiger lay there on its side. Even its eyes looked a little dull. 2 seconds, it was still dizzy and looked like it hadn't recovered yet. 3 seconds, the tiger remained unresponsive, as if petrified. What was happening? He clearly remembered that when he used sap to deal with the halberd guards before, the control time was only 1.5 seconds. But now, this Thunder Tiger has been unconscious for almost 4 seconds and has not recovered yet. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this Thunder Tiger is a female? Chapter 91, what did you get? 2 pounds of wild boar meat. Third update, March 3rd. Have a nice weekend, everyone. Thank you for the small gifts. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that it must be the case. The skill effect of her SSS talent, opposite sex magnetic field, the hand of female power, increases by 500% for all opposite sexes. If this Thunder Tiger wasn't a female, how could the club have held it there for so long? It didn't make sense. Jiang Shao didn't expect that his talent would also be useful to strange beasts. But Jiang Shao didn't dare to hit it during these few seconds. What if he woke it up? Now all I can do is delay time. At the 5th second, it woke up. This strange beast, the Thunder Pattern Tiger, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and let out a wild roar that rustled the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees. Jiang Shao estimated that he could control it for 7 or 8 seconds. Now it wakes up in 5 seconds. Either it still has a certain resistance to dizziness, or my health value is too different from its. The huge figure of the Thunder Tiger pounced again like a flash of lightning. It's still the same old rule, delaying time. Jiang Shao gritted his teeth, calculated the gaps between the Thunder Tiger's attacks, swung the dagger again, aimed at its head, and smashed it hard. Stop! After the fight, Jiang Shao started running wildly. I gave it my all and ran 120 meters in 5 or 6 seconds. If the speed of the Thunder Tiger is 80 meters per second, Jiang Zhao's speed after taking the medicine is 20 meters per second. How many seconds will it take for the Thunder Tiger to catch up with Jiang Shao after waking up? Time passes by every second. Every second seemed like a year. Jiang Shao didn't know how much time had passed. The speed bonus brought by the Beast King pill gradually began to weaken, and Jiang Zhao's physical strength was also somewhat exhausted due to his constant running and using the club. Boom! Suddenly a strong wind blew, and Jiang Shao had no time to dodge. A huge tiger paw came roaring and slapped him directly on the side. This! Jiang Shao staggered back after being hit by the palm, and it hurt a lot. Just as he stabilized his body, the second palm came whizzing right after him. Bang! The slap hit Jiang Zhao's chest accurately. You have been attacked fatally. The Yak God's blessing has blocked a fatal attack for you. Cooling time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The Sky Wrathhorn armor on Jiang Zhao's body suddenly shone with golden light, and a powerful rebound force instantly bounced away the Thunder Pattern Tiger's giant claws. Before the Thunder Tiger could recover, Jiang Shao endured the severe pain and raised the dagger in his hand again. This is Jiang Zhao's limit. This is his last shot. Stop! If it didn't last 5 minutes before waking up, Jiang Shao would give up. There are 5 seconds left before it wakes up. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Why do 5 minutes at this moment seem so long? It's not like this even when I sleep at night. 4 seconds left. 3 seconds left. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the distance. Qin Liangyu's figure suddenly appeared, and her armor emitted a cold light in the night. The moment Jiang Shao saw her, he immediately understood. It's stable. It looks like the winner has been decided on her side. Qin Liangyu drew her sword, looking murderous. She suddenly leaped up, raised her sword high, and was about to chop down the Thunder Tiger's head. Just as the sword was about to fall, the 5 minutes were up. A voice reached the ears of all the lords in the world, waiting for all lords to complete the challenge, and now announcing the top 10 rewards. Congratulations to the 10th Lord, Jiang Xiaowen, for successfully resisting 19 rounds of invasion and obtaining 100 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 4th Lord, Chun Bo, for successfully resisting 22 rounds of invasion and obtaining 600 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 3rd Lord, Wu Di, for successfully resisting 22 rounds of invasion and obtaining 800 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 2nd Lord, Wu Hao, for successfully resisting 24 rounds of invasion and obtaining 1,000 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 1st Lord, Jiang Shao, for successfully resisting the hidden round invasion and obtaining the Lantian Jade. The world chat area completely exploded, not because everyone was lamenting that the invasion was finally over. Instead, they all felt that the reward this time was really too bad. Fuck his brother. Guess what I got from just participating in the first round? 2 kilograms of wild boar meat. You heard me right. I eat more than 2 kilograms of wild boar meat a day. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated. I fought so hard to get through the 9th round, and 5 villagers were killed by a blind bear, and in the end, they gave me 200 units of iron ore. Why are the rewards for this invasion so rubbish? The 10th ranked lord, the 19th round, only gets 100 units of high-level resources. Even Wu Hao, who came in 2nd, only has 1,000 high-level resources. This is a huge difference from last time. But what does it mean for Jiang Shao to resist the hidden round? And what is this Lantian Jade? Is it also a high-level resource? That should be the case. It sounds like a special material. I guess everyone's rewards this time are pretty rubbish. Jiang Shao hadn't started to check what the Lantian Jade was because he discovered a strange phenomenon. That was the strange beast, the Thunder Tiger, that had just invaded, and it was still under Qin Liangyu's sword. The pause in the sword was not because she hesitated, but because Jiang Shao called for a stop at the last moment. Liangyu, wait a moment, Jiang Shao said. frowning, looking back and forth at the Thunder Tiger with some confusion. He had taken time to check the Lord Chat area during the previous rounds of battle. When other lords give up the invasion, all invading beasts and soldiers will disappear immediately. But why is this Thunder Tiger still here? Logically speaking, it should disappear after 5 minutes. But this Thunder Tiger did not disappear. Could it be because of the hidden round? Suddenly, 2 prompt sounds rang in Jiang Zhao's ears. You killed the crazy tiger general in the hidden round and successfully held on for 5 minutes. Since you did not kill the alien beast Thunder Tiger, you can recruit it as a mount. Do you want to recruit it? There is such a thing. You can actually recruit exotic animals as mounts. But this trigger condition is indeed harsh. Kill its owner, then stay under its grasp for another 5 minutes without killing it. Is there still any need to hesitate? This is a tiger with 100 HP, and it can be ridden. When Jiang Xiao encountered the exotic wolf king on a grassland, he began to think about how great it would be if he could get a boss or an exotic beast as a mount one day. I didn't expect that this hidden round would directly make my wish come true. Recruit. Congratulations on recruiting the exotic beast Thunder Tiger as your mount. Please name it. Naming again. Jiang Xiao thought for a long time when naming the territory. I feel a little uncomfortable again because I have difficulty in naming. At this moment, it was just crawling on the ground with its head slightly lowered, looking up at himself. Is this still the same ferocious beast from before? It looks like a dog. Name, Tiger Era. Chapter 92, Uncle Chin's Talent, No Home. Part 3 in 1/3. Based on everyone's suggestions, some parts have been modified. Poor, common, rare, intermediate, advanced, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical. The equipment level sorting has been changed too. Simple, common, intermediate, advanced, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical. The rare level has been moved a bit, so it should look more normal. The above is not included in the main text. Jiang Xiao looked at the Thunder Tiger that had been so ferocious just now. Now, it was circling around him happily, rubbing its head against Jiang Zhao's arm from time to time, as if it wanted to get closer. The contrast is quite big. It's hard to imagine that this is a monster with an HP value of 100. Jiang Xiao brought Hu Era back to his territory. Liu and Black Cat seemed to like him very much. Just take it for a walk and have a rest early today. Jiang Xiao didn't build a sleeping place for Hu Era, and he didn't know where to put it. It was so big, several times bigger than an ordinary tiger, that it definitely couldn't fit in a private house. Tiger Era also likes Liu and Black Cat very much. It shook its big head and made a low and happy purring sound. Master, can you let it sleep under my sentry tower at night? The one who was speaking was Black Cat, and she was touching Tiger Era. Sure. Jiang Xiao agreed immediately. It just so happened that this way the Black Cat would have a tiger to keep him company at night. Next, he planned to see what the reward he had just received was. He glanced at the chat area and realized that his actions had severely weakened the rewards of other lords. Wu Hao, who came in second, only has 1,000 units of advanced resources. Just thinking about it makes me happy. This Lantian Jade that I obtained, looking at the name, is it also some special material? This was obtained by persisting for 50 rounds and surviving the hidden round of invasion by a general with a high health value of 310. I shouldn't let myself down. Jiang Xiao took the Lantian Jade in his hand. It felt cool, steady and heavy, and slightly larger than his hand. The jade is so delicate and flawless, crystal clear all over, and exudes a luster as warm as water. What caught Jiang Zhao's attention was the carvings on the top. A hovering dragon with its head held high and its eyes sharp looks lifelike. The dragon's whiskers are flying and the texture of the scales on its body is clearly visible, showing its kingly demeanor. Jiang Zhao's head buzzed, and a crazy and bold guess emerged in his mind. Lantian Jade Dragon, no way? He quickly turned over the jade disc and lifted it up to check its bottom. Seeing this, Jiang Zhao's breathing seemed to stop instantly. There were 8 powerful characters engraved on the bottom. Granted by heaven, long life and prosperity. Damn it, this damn Lantian Jade is actually the Imperial Seal? Jiang Xiao looked over with a look of insight. Lantian Jade, the thing destined by heaven. Introduction. A piece of jade, which was later made into an Imperial Seal. Destiny. The owner's HP value increases by 50%. King's Landing. If the owner leads an army, during combat, the physical recovery of army members will be increased by 100%. Break the City. If the owner leads an army, the damage to other territories and town fortifications during combat is increased to 300%. Note, this is a symbol of the Emperor and cannot be given to others. If lost, it will bring immeasurable disaster. Lantian Jade is in the territory and will take effect. This introduction is as short as ever, less than 15 words. Such awesome stuff, but the introduction is so short. Jiang Shao was extremely excited when he looked at the Lantian Jade. Compared with the Sword of King you obtained before, this thing is even better. It's okay that my own chi and blood value has increased. The key is the last two. During combat, all players' physical strength recovery is doubled, and damage to fortifications is tripled. This instantly reminded Jiang Shao of the 30 to 40 meter high solid city wall of Qinga County. The conquest of Qinga County is just around the corner, and its item level is the same as the Sword of King Yu. It does not fall into the traditional category of epic, legend, or myth, but is a unique and exclusive quality, something that is destined by heaven. This is definitely a symbol of the Emperor. Jiang Shao held the Lantian Jade tightly, feeling the power surging inside it. He checked his attribute panel and found that his health value had suddenly risen from 44.8 to 67.2, which was much higher than Juyu's. Jiang Zhao's discussion group kept flashing as he marveled at the power of the Lantian Jade. As soon as I opened it, there were 2 gift messages. Lord Chen Bo gives you 600 units of malachite. Do you accept it? Lord Wudi gives you 500 units of sunken wood. Do you accept it? Uncle Chun, why is the reward so bad this time? They only gave me 600 units of malachite. I don't even have a place to use them right now. Boss Jiang Shao, your main city is at a high level, so you should be able to use them. Wu Di, Brother Jiang, I got 500 units of sunken wood and 300 units of refined iron ore. I can use the refined iron ore, but I can't use the sunken wood. Uncle Chun and I have the same idea, so I'll give it to you directly. Jiang Shao did not refuse and accepted it directly. Brother Jiang, what is your reward this time? Lantian Jade, is it some special material? It makes me angry just thinking about it. I was given 600 units of high-level resources in the 22nd round. Not as much as the reward from the first invasion. These words were all said by Chan Biave. Jiang Shao did not tell him what Lantian Jade was specifically. This reward is really not good. My Lantian Jade is just a special material. It can be used as a pillow to help you sleep. In fact, this is not cheating, Uncle Chun. Putting the Imperial seal under the pillow does help you sleep. Jiang Shao found Uncle Chun in private again. Send me your coordinates. Uncle Chun replied quickly, sending the coordinates without hesitation. Brother Jiang, you want to come and see me? Then I have to prepare well. Jiang Shao did not respond directly. I have no such plan for the time being. I also want to ask Chenpai, is he near your territory? How far is it? Ever since Jiang Shao invited only 3 people to join the discussion group, Uncle Chun had guessed something. He knew that Chenpai must have done something traitorous. He directly gave Jiang Shao the coordinates of Chenpai. Jiang Shao made a comparison and realized that the territories of these 2 people were actually so close. This is inconsistent with the information I got before. Didn't they say that the territories of different lords shouldn't be too close to each other? Why are you so close to Chenpai? You're almost touching him. When Uncle Chun heard this, he felt a little proud. Brother Jiang, this has to do with my talent. When I was answering the questions, I chose the art of begging and ended up getting over 80 points. I directly awakened the A-level talent. Home of the world, my territory, including buildings and farmers, can be randomly moved to a place within 10 kilometers of the main city every 3 days. I use it every 3 days, and finally I found a lord next to it, which is Chenpai. But I haven't used it recently, and the resources here are not bad. Hearing these words, Jiang Shao couldn't help but hold his forehead. The art of begging, the world is your home. Randomly move the main city every 3 days? No wonder they're so close. No wonder this kid, Uncle Chun, always brings some strange news. But this Uncle Chun is really too brave. If we were randomly moved to some bandit camp, we would not be able to see the sun the next day. Chapter 93, Preliminary Buildings of Level 7 Main City. Part 2/3. During this period, Jiang Shao used the see-through skill on his good friend Chenpai again. As he expected, Chenpai's family had less resin and much more copper ore. And he hasn't done any business with Uncle Chun, who owns the copper mine, in the past few days. Considering his unusual behavior in the past few days, there's a high probability that he has colluded with Wu Hao. This kid's path is really getting narrower and narrower. Jiang Xiao finally reminded Uncle Chun not to reveal the conversation to anyone. Turning back, he looked at the two coordinates marked on the map again and simply measured the distance. Although it's far, it's not really far. If you go there by horse, it will probably take most of the day. But if you ride a tiger husky, it might only take 2 hours to get there. It might only take half a day to go back and forth. In this case, we can set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and we can upgrade the buildings at home before leaving. Jiang Xiao came to the warehouse and took inventory of the family's resources. A level 7 main city requires a level 3 training ground and a 400-meter simple city wall. That should be about all. After completing these prerequisite buildings, we can start cleaning up the tangerine peel. Let's wait until the next day to discuss everything. Jiang Xiao was a little tired today and planned to go back to sleep first. As soon as I returned to the entrance of Liuguang Pavilion, 2 white-haired girls in suspenders were standing in front of the door. They were Ruoxue and Jingjing. Why aren't you resting yet? Are you waiting for me? Ruoxue raised her head. Her big watery eyes blinked nonstop, and she felt like tears were about to flow out. Master! Master! Sister Li, you just told us how you fought with the tiger. I'm really worried about you. As she spoke, she covered her chest, and even her breathing became heavy. The white straps kept rising and falling, just like when she was chopping trees, and it felt like they were going to slide off at any second. Jingjing nodded quickly beside her. Master, when Sister Ruoxue heard the news, I could feel her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She has always been worried about you, so she insisted on waiting for you to come back here. Master, Ruoxue spoke in a low voice, her tone somewhat shy. Can I sleep in your room tonight? I am really a little scared. As soon as the words fell, Ruoxue's face instantly turned red. She herself couldn't explain why her heart was beating so fast. Was it because he was worried that Jiang Xiaoshe was still in shock, or was it because he felt shy after saying this? Ruoxue, Jingjing, you two can sleep here tonight. Jiang Xiao confirmed that Ruoxue was indeed frightened because her heart was beating too fast. After getting up in the morning, Jiang Xiao directly recruited 6 maids, and today's 6 were all related to production. He deliberately left 4 times in case of special circumstances. Then Jiang Xiao came to the iron or processing plant and the copper or processing plant. The pair of maids with vampire physiques had already gotten up. They knew that the territory was currently short of refined iron ore and refined copper ore, so they must produce more. Jiang Xiao first watched at the door for more than 20 minutes. Then it was time to get down to business, and he planned to start with the city wall. Do you want to upgrade the stone wall to a simple city wall, which requires 300 units of stone, 100 units of iron, or 100 units of copper, and 100 units of cement per meter? Yes. In addition to exchanging the copper mine with Uncle Chun, Lin Qing'er discovered another small copper mine in the valley. There is an iron mine at home with no mining limit, and there is also enough stone as a primary resource. This time, almost 3/4 of the cement in the house was used up. The brief curtain of light was unveiled. The simple city wall is 15 meters high, 3 or 4 times higher than the original wall. The top of the wall is wider, leaving ample space for ballistae and arrow towers. But Jiang Xiao felt that the biggest difference from the previous solid stone wall was that this simple wall had steps. Alas, I don't know if Black Cat likes this staircase or not. It's a pity in some ways. The information about the simple city wall appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Simple city wall. Introduction. The wall structure is more stable. In addition to being able to effectively resist the impact of large beasts and bandits, it can also resist the impact of low-level catapults and siege hammers. It can accommodate more people to patrol or deploy defense devices, such as crossbow carts and arrow towers. Regardless of heavy rain or extreme climate, the overall structure can remain stable and not collapse. Upgrade. To upgrade to an intermediate city wall, 100 units of refined iron ore, 100 units of refined copper ore, and 200 units of cement are required per meter. Black Cat, what do you think of this simple city wall? Black Cat came running when she heard the sound. She was very happy to see such a tall city wall. After all, it increased the defense capability of the territory. But when she saw these stone steps, her expression became a little tangled. Master, this city wall now has steps. She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Come, I'll carry you up again. When the Black Cat heard Jiang Xiao say this, its ears began to tremble. Thank you, Master. Another 20 minutes of climbing the stairs. After sending the Black Cat up, Jiang Xiao planned to build another prerequisite building for the level 7 main city, a level 3 training ground. Resources required for upgrading: 30,000 units of pine wood, 20,000 units of bricks, 5,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 8,000 units of refined iron ore, 8,000 units of refined copper ore, and 3,000 units of gold ore. These resources are sufficient for the family at present. Upgrade. Training ground. Level 3. Number of commanders: 1/1. Currently 1 commander can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the commanders dispatched, the better the training effect. Consumption: 2 silver coins per person per hour. Training critical hit. During training, there's a high probability of triggering a critical hit, increasing the HP by double. The higher the number and ability of the commanders sent, the higher the triggering probability. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 30,000 units of sunken wood, 20,000 units of refined iron ore, 20,000 units of refined copper ore, 50,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 30 green wood cores, and 30 rock cores. The consumption has increased from 1 silver coin per person per hour to 2 silver coins. These silver coins are insignificant. The key point is that the training critical hit has changed from triggering critical hit to higher probability of triggering critical hit. The combat effectiveness of my family can be improved faster. But this upgrade condition, apart from anything else, these 50,000 units of phoenix tail tiles reminded Jiang Shao that a level 7 main city also required 50,000 phoenix tail tiles. One of the materials of Fengwei tiles is resin. It seems like I can't wait until the main city is upgraded to level 7, so I have to settle the score with Chimpy today. Chapter 94. Finally, no longer short of resin. Updated March 3rd. Thank you all for your praise and gifts, and wish you all a happy weekend. Compared to killing Wu Hao, Jiang Shao now wants to kill Chenpai more. First of all, it was because I didn't know Wu Hao's coordinates. The main reason was that Jiang Shao hated this act of betraying his allies even more. This time we are far away from the territory, so we must act with caution. To be on the safe side, in addition to Hu Era, Jiang Shao also brought 2 people, Ziling and Li Yu. Tiger Era is quite large in size and can easily accommodate 5 or 6 people sitting on its back. To be more cautious, Jiang Shao used see-through on Chenpai again before leaving. His combat power has basically not changed. Like before, the strongest one is an ordinary commander with an HP value of 40. This kid Chenpai must have had some adventures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an ordinary level commander before he reached level 5 and didn't have an astrology pavilion. Jiang Zhao sighed. My own health value is 67.2, Li Yu's is 71.6, Ziling's is 68, and Hu Era's is 100, which is absolutely foolproof. This was Jiang Zhao's first time riding an exotic beast. Compared to a horse, it's fast, really too fast. Jiang Shao only now understood what lightning speed meant. This horse was probably more than twice as fast as the top quality horse in the territory. But before departure, there was a small problem. Originally, Jiang Shao wanted to sit at the back. Because Jiang Shao is taller than Ziling and Li Yu, if they are arranged according to their height, all 3 of them can see what is ahead. But Ziling and Li Yu both insisted on staying next to him. Jiang Shao was in a bit of a dilemma. In the end, he had no choice but to sit in the middle seat. Ziling is at the end, and Li Yu is at the front. The road was not flat, with hills and forests crisscrossing each other, and Tiger Era's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, depending on the road conditions. Especially when encountering some narrow sections, it will suddenly brake. A sudden emergency brake caused Jiang Shao to lean forward suddenly due to inertia, and he directly stuck to Li Yu's soft furry tail. Sorry Tanzuki, I couldn't react to the sudden deceleration. It's okay, master. Li Yu's voice was a little shy. Tiger ran too fast. You can move a little closer, it will be safer this way. Humi is what the other maids call Hu Era. Jiang Shao couldn't see Li Yu's face when he spoke, but the blush spreading to her ears was particularly noticeable. At this moment, Tiger Era slammed on the brakes again. As expected, the mount I recruited understands me best. I must give it a chicken drumstick tonight. With a sudden brake, Ziling behind him crashed into him. Jiang Shao only felt that the touch on his back was a little strange. Why is it different? Because today, Ziling and Li Yu were both wearing exquisite yak armor, which felt different from usual. Master, I didn't squeeze you, did I? Squeeze. No, I mean Chinpi. This kid is definitely going to be fucked today. I have to say, the speed of the Tiger Era is indeed a bit fast. Happy times are always short. After 2 hours of speeding, we arrived at our destination. When Hu Era stopped, Jiang Shao felt his mind was a little fuzzy, just like the feeling of motion sickness. Jiang Shao jumped down and shook his head hard. They did not arrive directly at the gate of Chinpi's territory, but chose to stop in the forest not far away. Several people hid in the dense shadows of the trees, but Jiang Shao could already catch a glimpse of the unique green-tiled house. The three men and the tiger quietly approached. At this time, Jiang Shao finally realized that Hu Era was a cat and walked without making any sound. We were already close to the stone wall and chevaux de frise. Jiang Shao saw a man dressed in modern clothes sitting on the stone steps of King Wuju. According to the map, this should be Chinpi's territory. See-through. Chinpi, Lord. Level King Wuju. Talent. Handcraft Master can make some semi-finished products by hand, greatly increasing efficiency. Building details. 11 houses, 5 granaries, 7 warehouses, 1 brick kiln, 1 blacksmith shop, 163 stone walls, 60 chevaux de frise, etc. It's Tangerine Peel. This time we can see his talent. Chinpi said before that his talent is to add a physical recovery aura to farmers, which is completely different. This kid even lied to himself about his talent. Jiang Shao saw a few extremely abrupt big trees next to Chinpi's King Wuju. According to common sense, primary resources will not be refreshed at this distance near the main city. These trees are most likely the resin resource points that he received at that time. As long as the upper limit is not reached, these trees will remain here. He actually placed this thing right next to his main city gate. Not to mention, ordinary lords might really think they are just a few ordinary trees. Jiang Shao observed that the tangerine peel farmers were gathering 5 people around a tree, all collecting resin. He sent a message to Chinpi. Chinpi, how have you been collecting resin recently? Except for what your family needs, exchange everything with me. I have almost all the intermediate resources. The ratio is 1-to-1. Not long after the message was sent, the other party replied, Brother Jiang, my farmers were invaded last night, and all of them were injured. I guess we won't be able to collect resin in the next 2 days. I just recruited 6 farmers today, but their collection speed is too slow. I will have them collect at full capacity tomorrow when their injuries have healed. Brother Jiang, what exactly is that Lantian jade you got yesterday? Jiang Shao looked at these words with a fake smile. This kid is really lying to himself. After lying to himself, he still doesn't forget to find out what the reward he got is. Brother Jiang, are you there? Brother Jiang? After a while, seeing that Jiang Shao hadn't replied, Chinpi felt something was wrong and quickly sent a message. Brother Jiang, I actually have some resin at home. If you need it urgently, how about I give it to you for free? At this moment, 3 figures and a huge tiger with lightning stripes appeared in front of Chinpi's house. I don't need the resin urgently, but I do need your territory urgently. Chinpi was stunned. You are Jiang Shao? Jiang Shao said with a hint of joking. I'm still used to you calling me Brother Jiang. Tiger Era, come on. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and the mighty Thunder Tiger turned into a flash of lightning. This is its skill, lightning strike. Those stone walls that seemed solid were like paper under its huge claws and shattered in an instant. It also knocked down 3 farmers who tried to pick up tools to fight back. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh that the tiger was probably the most perfect animal, except for the fact that it couldn't fly or play with a mobile phone. He looked at these farmers and found that they posed no threat to him. He suddenly remembered that if he occupied this territory, he would have to rely on these villagers to continue collecting resin. Oh yeah, try not to hurt these villagers. Chapter 95. You can't force it. You have to attack the heart. Part 3 and 1/3. 10 minutes later, the battle was almost over. The only leader of the Chinpi family was being pinned to the ground by Li Yu's spear, and he had completely lost the strength to resist. Jiang Shao stood in front of Chinpi, with the dagger gently against his neck, his voice as cold as ice. If you want to live, tell me the location of Wu Hao's territory. Chinpi was shaking all over, his face was pale, and even his trouser legs were wet. He trembled and spoke incoherently. Jiang, Brother Jiang, please listen to my explanation. I really don't know the coordinates of Wu Hao's territory. He and I just have a simple business relationship. I really didn't betray you. Jiang Shao sneered. He exerted a little force with the dagger in his hand, and the blade drew a bloody mark on Chinpi's neck. Didn't betray us? Jiang Shao lowered his voice. Then let me ask you, you promised to mine the resin with all your strength. Did you do it? You also know that Wu Hao was the one who blacklisted me from the transaction. You colluded with our enemies. Don't you think this is betrayal? I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know Wu Hao's coordinates? Are you hiding something from me? This should be the closest Chenpi has ever been to death since he came into this world. Chenpi, yo 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 yo. Jiang Shao was a little confused. What's the matter with this kid? When his life was at stake, he said yo anxiously. Is he going to do a freestyle to ease the atmosphere? Chenpi, Jill, I have some information. Jiang Shao. Well, Jiang Shao forgot that his poisonous dagger was poisonous. He had just scratched Chenpi's neck, causing numbness from the neck upwards and making it difficult for him to speak clearly. This isn't freestyle, this is stuttering. Hey, I have some information. There are many mountain bandit camps near Wu Hao's territory. Lots of bandit camps. Jiang Shao frowned. The dagger in his hand paused for a moment, and then slowly put it back. It's a pity that the amount of intelligence information is not very large. After another 20 minutes of interrogation, still nothing was found. Jiang Shao waved his hand. The thunder tiger pounced towards Chenpi fiercely, its sharp teeth flashing a cold light. Chenpi didn't even have time to let out a final scream before his life was ended in an instant. The moment he died, several voices appeared in Jiang Shao's ears. Discover unowned territory. Do you choose to rule, plunder, or ignore it? Rule. Turn this place into a dependent territory, share technology, and some resources belong to the main territory. Plunder. Destroy the current territory and directly obtain resources, with a chance to obtain additional building blueprints or special materials. Jiang Shao did think about it for a while. If he searched, Jiang Shao was not sure whether this resin resource point would disappear. If he wants to rule this place, it is indeed too far away from his own territory. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Shao finally chose to rule. Rule. Successful rule. Obtains 70,000 units of thatch, 55,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of stone, 2,014 units of iron, ore, 17,000 units of resin, 7,064 units of copper, or 200 units of malachite, etc. At this moment, the big trees used to collect resin around Chenpi's Tsinghua Bureau disappeared. Resource point, giant resin collection point, 1.9% mined. These resource points can actually be taken away? What a pleasant surprise. Doesn't that mean I can take this resin resource back to my own territory? This will save you a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time to transport resources between the two territories in the future. Then, Jiang Shao walked up to the ordinary commander and asked, "Are you willing to follow me?" The commander raised his head, his eyes determined, and fixed his gaze on Chenpi's body not far away, without saying a word. When Chenpi was still alive, Jiang Shao used his insight to see that this man's loyalty to Chenpi was 85. This level of loyalty is quite high, and he will not compromise easily. For this kind of person, you can't use force. You have to win over his heart. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the villagers who were gathered together with panic on their faces. "What about you? Are you willing to follow me? Follow me, and you can continue to stay in this territory. I promise that each of you only needs to work 8 hours a day. Sleep well, and eat enough. This is the most basic guarantee." When the villagers heard this, a glimmer of light began to appear in their eyes. Recently, in order to speed up the collection of resin, Chenpi has asked them to work almost day and night, and many villagers are on the verge of overdrawing their physical strength. Now hearing what Jiang Shao said, it is impossible not to be moved. Finally, they could no longer hold back and knelt down one after another. "We are willing to follow our lord." Successfully recruited farmers, Feng Mao, and gained reputation value 24. Successfully recruited farmers, Chen Qi, gained reputation value 19. Successfully recruited farmers, Wang Lai, gained reputation value 21. Jiang Shao took a step forward and helped the kneeling villager up. These actions made the commander not far away look moved. He was also somewhat moved by the scene in front of him. Jiang Shao saw all his emotional changes. "I guess it's just the last spark left. Forget it. Liu, if he doesn't want to follow me, just let him go. I respect you as a loyal person. Please go." The commander raised his head. A look of surprise flashed across his face, as if he had not expected Jiang Shao to let him go. Jiang Shao took out a few pieces of wild boar meat from the resources he had just occupied. "Take it. It will fill your stomach on the way." He took the wild boar meat, nodded silently, and was about to turn and leave. Step. 2 steps. He was now extremely conflicted. At this moment, Jiang Shao had already clenched the dagger in his hand without making a sound. "If he dares to take another step, I will take action myself." People like this are so loyal to Tangerine Peel that keeping them will be a nuisance. Just as he was about to take the third step, Jiang Shao had already taken out the dagger in his hand. But this man suddenly turned around and knelt down in front of Jiang Shao. I am willing to follow you, Lord. This sudden kneeling really caught Jiang Shao off guard. He held up the dagger in his hand, a little embarrassed. This dagger is my gift to you. Thank you, Lord. Successfully recruited commander. Li Rue gained reputation value 542. Li Hui, originari commandir. Physical strength 185/185. Chi and blood value 42. Loyalty 100. Skill, war cry. Success. The reason why Jiang Shao took so much trouble to recruit such a male commander was because this territory was really far from home. Having an ordinary commander with an HP value of 42 staying here can save me a lot of trouble. Chapter 96. You don't dare to drink it yourself, so you give it to me? Part 2/3. 65 villagers were recruited, plus an ordinary level commander, Li Rue. Li Rue, this territory will be handed over to you for the time being. I will definitely live up to your expectations. While talking with Li Rue, Jiang Shao learned some information about his background. Li Rue was rescued by Chun Pai from a junior bandit camp. Before Jiang Shao left, he planned to spend all the resources of this territory. There is no way these resources cannot be taken away, and they can only be kept in the warehouse. Jiang Shao built a few more magnolia houses and upgraded them all to level 3. Then he repaired all the stone walls and upgraded them all to solid stone walls. Jiang Shao built a new blacksmith shop. Although there was a blacksmith shop in the territory before, it was destroyed by a slap from Tiger Era during the battle just now. Finally, Jiang Shao asked a villager who was skilled in making weapons to make some iron tools and weapons for them. These measures made the villagers grateful, and they knelt down one after another. Thank you, Lord. The biggest gain from this operation is not the annexed territory itself, but the giant resin resource point that can be brought back to the main territory. And one piece of information, there are many bandit camps around Wu Hao's territory. As for the losses, only a poisonous dagger was lost. After doing all this, Jiang Shao took Li Yu and Ziling away. There are 4 famous Chinese sayings, the first of which is, since we are here, we are here. Jiang Shaolai was here, so he might as well take a look at Uncle Chen's territory. The 3 of them sat on Tiger Era and arrived in less than 10 minutes. The distance was close enough for Jiang Shao to see what talent this kid Shenbo had. See-through. Shenbo Lord. Level King Wuju. Talent. The world is your home. You can randomly move your territory within 10 kilometers every 3 days. Building details. 12 houses, 10 warehouses, 2 brick kilns, 1 blacksmith shop, 1 armor shop, 1 lumber processing plant, 245 stone walls, etc. I have to say that Uncle Chun is doing quite well. There's even protective gear shop. Most importantly, Uncle Chun did not lie to himself. His talent was just as he said. The whole world is his home. And almost all the farmers in his family were collecting copper or according to the agreement. In Chun Bo's territory, a farmer came running over in a hurry. My lord, there seems to be a tiger outside our territory. What should we do? A tiger? Weren't there 5 tigers invading last night? We can defeat them all. What are you afraid of? The villagers were so anxious that they were sweating. My lord, this tiger doesn't seem to be an ordinary tiger. Not ordinary? Upon hearing this, Uncle Chun quickly walked towards the outskirts of the territory. When Uncle Chun got closer, he saw the tiger. The tiger is 3 meters tall, with a strong body and fur covered with thunder-like patterns. Fuck, what the hell is this tiger? Isn't this a boss? Uncle Chen's face changed, and he began to call the farmers in his home loudly. Quick, everyone, prepare to fight. He used this time to check his friend's list and found Jiang Shao. Boss Jiang Shao, please come out quickly. I won't waste my words this time. There's a tiger boss at my door. It seems to have lightning on its body. We just fought off the invasion yesterday, and I haven't had time to repair the wall of my house yet. How about, Brother Jiang, my talent can be used now. Do you think I should just run away with my territory? Jiang Shao. Are there 3 more people sitting on the tiger? Uncle Chun stared at the thunder tiger, then looked at the 3 people on its back, and suddenly short-circuited. Ew, are you really Brother Jiang? Jiang Shao jumped down from the thunder tiger and nodded. This tiger, is it you who collected it? Jiang Shao nodded again. Uncle Chen's face was filled with envy. God Jiang, you are worthy of it. As he said that, He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the thunder tiger. However, before his hand touched it, the thunder tiger growled, revealing its sharp teeth slightly. Uncle Chun was so scared that his hands started shaking. He quickly retracted his hands and smiled awkwardly. Brother Jiang, you're here to look for tangerine peel, right? I'll take you there. Jiang shouted, not nod this time. No need. That place is already my subordinate territory. Chun Pai is not a smart man. He colluded with Wu Hao, and this is what happened to him. Uncle Chun naturally knew what Jiang Shao meant by this. Uncle Chun felt a little ashamed to say this because, after all, it was he who recommended Chun Pai. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't judge him well enough at the time. Jiang Shao patted Uncle Chun on the shoulder. That's nothing, as long as you are a smart person. Uncle Chun quickly stated his position. Brother Jiang, I guarantee you're smart. At this time, Chenbo noticed the two people looking at the tiger's back. Li Yu and Zi Ling were wearing armor and leggings made of yak leather, and Li Yu also wore a straw hat. Uncle Chun asked casually, Brother Jiang, are these two also lords? These two are my wives. Uncle Chun heard this and said, They're all your wives? Brother Jiang, you are so awesome. Not only is the main city far ahead, but all aspects are far ahead. I was just thinking of asking if you want to go with me to see the female gorillas. There are a lot of gorillas near my home. Jiang Shao. He really talks a lot of nonsense. After a brief chat, Jiang Shao was ready to leave. Jiang Shao was about to ride on the thunder tiger to leave when Uncle Chun suddenly slapped his head and remembered something. Brother Jiang, wait a minute. He quickly ran back to King Wuju, searched for a while, and ran out with 2 jars of wine, handing them to Jiang Shao with both hands. Brother Jiang, I don't have anything valuable here. These are the 2 jars of wine that Chunpi gave me yesterday. He said he got it from a bandit camp. But he's a traitor. This makes me even more afraid to drink it. How about give it to you, Jiang Shao? You don't dare drink it yourself, so you give it to me? But it's another bandit camp. I remember Chin Pai said that there were a lot of bandit camps around Wu Hao's territory. Perhaps there is some connection here? Jiang Shao used see-through to confirm. Yolchin Soju. Introduction. This wine comes from a secret winery in Mingwest City. It is brewed with mountain spring water and old grains. It tastes slightly sweet at first, but the aftertaste is as hot as fire. Note, the alcohol is very strong with a long aftertaste. A small amount can make you happy, but those who drink too much may get drunk for 3 days. Chapter 97, is this a blunt weapon or a sharp weapon? Third update, March 3rd. Thank you all for your praise and small gifts. Thank you very much. Uncle Chun, please pay attention to it when you have time. If you have any news about Wu Hao, tell me immediately. After saying that, Jiang Shao rode away on the Thunder Tiger. On the way, Jiang Shao was full of curiosity about the Liquan liquor that Uncle Chun had just given him. This was the second place name Jiang Shao knew. The first was Qinghe County, and the second was the Mingwest City mentioned in Liquan liquor. Judging from the name, Mingwest City should be larger than Qinghe County. Hu Era's sudden break interrupted Jiang Zhao's thoughts. It seems like I'm going to get carsick again. Era, we're not in a hurry. Just run a little longer and get back before dinner. After returning to the territory, Jiang Shao opened the discussion group that was flashing. Uncle Chun has been sharing with Brother Wu in the group about his encounter with Jiang Shao today. Of course, the main point of the topic is that Chun Pai colluded with Wu Hao and is a traitor. After learning about Chinpi's rebellion, Wu Di did not hesitate to post the location of his territory to the discussion group. His intention was very clear. He wanted to express that he would never betray Jiang Shao and hoped that Jiang Shao could rest assured. Brother Wu and Uncle Chun also tacitly did not ask about the location of Jiang Zhao's territory, and Jiang Shao did not send it out. They both understood that Jiang Zhao's territory and Jiang Zhao's actions were a topic that did not require too much inquiry. Jiang Shao also said a few simple words and then closed the discussion group. Let's get down to business. The first thing to do is to place the giant resin resource point. Next, Jiang Shao took advantage of the opportunity to recruit 4 maids left over today and customize 2 maids who would focus on collecting resin. There is still a shortage of 10,000 units of 50,000 glazed tiles needed for the 7th level main city Yaojin Pavilion, which means 10,000 units of resin are needed. Tonight, they both will have to work hard again. Then he used the remaining building upgrade amulets on the ranch. In this way, whether it's farmland or pasture, they will be directly level 2 when built later, saving a lot of gold coins. Before dinner, everyone returned to the territory one after another. The hunting team did not go out today, except Liu, Ling, and myself. The others were all receiving training from Qin Liangyu at the training ground. Lin Qing'er came back quite early. She brought back good news. She found 2 new camps in the distance of the territory. One is a primary bandit camp, and the other is a primary robber camp. She has been running farther and farther these days, thanks to Qin Liangyu teaching her how to ride a horse. In order to speed up Lin Qing'er's exploration, the only high-quality horse in the territory was allowed to ride away. Lin Qing'er specifically explained the bandit camp to Jiang Shao. This bandit camp is not fixed in one place, but a mobile gang. They usually rob passing caravans, officials' convoys, etc. These few days, you can go and get the first kill reward from the bandit forces. The last maid to come back was Shun Miao Miao, who had gained nothing today. After dinner, Jiang Shao came to the warehouse, intending to find a handy weapon. For some reasons, he gave his poisonous dagger to the ordinary commander Li Rue. Some time ago, Jiang Shao and the maids eliminated so many wild forces and also obtained some weapons from the leaders. But Jiang Shao searched for a long time and found that the bandits and gang leaders only used axes, swords, and other weapons, which he could not use. His only offensive skill now is the sap, which requires the use of blunt instruments such as elbows, dagger handles, and sticks. You can't just use your elbow to knock someone out, right? This attack range is too short. Everyone knows that an inch longer is an inch stronger. Jiang Shao came to the blacksmith shop again. Tai Xin, can you make me a weapon? Master, what kind of weapon do you want? A spear? It would be best if you could make me a stick or a club. For the next 20 minutes, Jiang Shao watched the familiar rhythm outside the blacksmith shop for a while. Soon, he got a new weapon. Alloy mace rare. Introduction, made of refined iron, ore, copper ore, and sharp wolf teeth. The stick has a thick and solid body, and the head of the stick is embedded with sharp wolf teeth. It is an excellent weapon among blunt instruments. Bleeding. After hitting, the target may bleed. This introduction is a bit off base. A sharp weapon among blunt instruments. Is it a blunt weapon or a sharp weapon? Jiang Shao tried it and was able to use a stun club. It seems this is still a blunt weapon. Tai Xin, thank you. If you have nothing else, you should go to bed early. Jiang Shao looked at the sundial and water clock and estimated that it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. It is definitely impossible to upgrade the main city to level 7 tonight. It will probably be midnight by the time I finish collecting 10,000 units of resin. I have to set aside extra time to use the resin to burn phoenix tail tiles in the brick kiln. It would probably take 2 or 3 hours to fire 4 brick kilns at the same time. Jiang Shao did not intend to waste time waiting for the resin and the phoenix tail tiles. Do you want to consume 500 units of gold, 5,000 units of agate, 7,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, and 2,000 units of copper to upgrade the blessed stone altar? Since resin was relatively tight originally, Jiang Shao had planned to wait until the 7th level main city was reached before considering upgrading the blessed stone altar. But after a quick calculation, he realized that even with the additional 2,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, it would take until the next morning to meet the needs of the level 7 main city. In this case, it is better to upgrade as soon as possible. Yes, Jiang Shao sent a few more maids to speed up the construction. The light curtain ended and the blessed stone altar completed its upgrade. There is no change in other places. The most eye-catching thing is a newly added exquisite bamboo tube on the side of the altar. Blessed stone altar, epic. Level 3. Blessing. For any harvest of the residents in the territory, there's a 3% chance to receive additional special items. Targeted recruitment. Double the number of times you can recruit maids in the main city and recruit maids in a customized way. Fuyo Ruse. Can be used once every 3 days to predict the Lord's fortune for the next day. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 3,000 units of gold or 3,000 units of refined copper or 1,500 units of malachite and 200 gold coins. The chance of blessing increased from 2% to 3%. The triggering probability of this special item is actually quite high, especially when Xiuya is dismembering animals. This is how Jiang Shao got the Fong Blade and Poison Dagger. However, a new attribute has been added, blessing and gentleness. You can tell your fortune every 3 days. This thing called fortune is a bit metaphysical. Jiang Shao was a little curious and decided to use it right away. Do you want to activate Fuyo Ruse? Yes. The exquisite bamboo tube on the side of the blessed stone altar rose up out of thin air, and then a bamboo stick floated out of the tube and fell into Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Zhao reached out and caught the small bamboo stick, which disappeared instantly. A line of words appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Zhao. Good luck when meeting water. Tomorrow afternoon, you may get an unexpected surprise by the water. Then, another map appeared in front of Jiang Zhao, with a red circle marked on a river on the map. Is this a treasure hunt? Chapter 98, Where did you get this little bear skin? Third update, January 3rd. However, we would have to wait until the next afternoon to find out whether this thing was true. Let's sleep for now. Jiang Zhao woke up at about 3 o'clock in the morning. He opened his eyes and stared at the dark night sky outside the window, but his mind was exceptionally clear. After moving a little, Jiang Zhao found that Ruoshua's arm was on him. Jiang Zhao carefully moved the arm away and sat up from the bed quietly. But as soon as I moved my legs, I felt a sudden numbness. It turned out that the strange posture I had in my sleep had pressed my legs so hard that I couldn't feel anything. Jiang Zhao grumbled and stretched his legs, then slowly walked out of Liuguang Pavilion, enduring the tingling pain. As soon as he opened the door, a biting cold wind blew in his face, and he shivered immediately. I don't know if it's Jiang Zhao's illusion, but the temperature seems to be dropping sharply in the past few days. Jiang Zhao quickly ran to the brick kiln, where it was a little warmer. He checked and found that the glazed tiles were almost all fired, so it was important to upgrade the main city. Do you want to consume 100,000 units of bricks, 50,000 units of cement, 50,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 20,000 units of refined iron, or 20,000 units of refined copper, or 8,000 units of gold, and 2,200 gold coins to upgrade the main city? Wait, Jiang Zhao seemed to have forgotten something. He hurried back to Liuguang Pavilion and carried the 8 maids, Ruoshu, Jingjing, Miaoji, and others who were still sleeping, back to their homes. Because Jiang Zhao had never tried what would happen if there were still people inside the main city while it was being upgraded. Yes, there were only 2,490 gold coins in the house, which almost drained Jiang Zhao's money. The reason why Jiang Zhao was so anxious was because he felt a sense of crisis. Before going to bed tonight, I suddenly received a few announcements. 4 more lords have reached the level 5 main city Mashiju. The second one is Wu Hao, which is not surprising. The third and fourth places were Chun Bo and Wu Di respectively. As for the 5th place, it was a lord named Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Zhao was no stranger to this name, as he had won the 10th place in the last invasion. After the invasion, Jiang Zhao added all 8 people except Wu Hao as friends. His reason was that he had a gold mine with high-level resources and no mining limit, which would make it easier to exchange high-level resources in the future. But the real reason is only known to Jiang Zhao himself. After adding friends, he can use the skill See Through on these lords. This allows you to monitor the other party's development in real time. If you get close enough, you can even get a glimpse of the lord's talents and some strategic layout within the territory. This will allow Jiang Zhao to keep abreast of the dynamics of his competitors at any time. Then, he checked the countdown for upgrading to the 7th level main city. Remaining time to upgrade to Yaojin Pavilion, 23 hours and 30 minutes. You can let your maid assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0 out of 10. Jiang Zhao took a look and found that if all 10 maids were to join, an additional 10% of resources would be required. But now the maids are all asleep, so we can only speed up tomorrow morning. After confirming that everything was arranged properly, Jiang Zhao returned to another house. He threw back the quilt and lay back down again. It was a little chilly, but the quilt beside me was warm. Jiang Zhao woke up in the morning. This time his sleeping position should be more correct. His legs are no longer numb. The first thing he did after getting up was to ask 10 maids to join in the construction of the main city. The time was shortened from 18 hours and 45 minutes to 2 hours and 30 minutes. The second thing Jiang Zhao did was to open the chat area and continue collecting some resources. Friends, I'm here to collect things again. Other lords responded. Jiang Shun, don't blame the brothers. We really don't have the things you want to collect. Yes, boss Jiang Zhao. Those sharp gold cores and blue wood cores you mentioned before sound very advanced. But our little lord has never even seen their shadow. In the past 2 days, Jiang Zhao did post several acquisition announcements of core building materials in the chat area. But those materials can only be obtained by destroying the camps of forces like bandits and gangsters. There are only a handful of lords who possess these resources. Even if they do exist, few people would be willing to sell them if they can't produce good products. I won't collect the cores this time. I'll just collect some animal skins. It's best to have long fur like bear skin. Of course, what would be even better? Jiang Shao planned to collect these furs to make some clothes and quilts for himself and the maids, as it has been very cold recently. This time, the reaction in the message area was indeed much more active. Most lords do not have armor shops, and they have no way to sell the animal skins they obtain from hunting. If it's animal skins or long hair, I have some wool here. Can I exchange it for some bricks and iron or? I have 5 yak skins at home. I want to exchange them for some herbs. Jiang Shao, do you have any medicine that can cure the farmer's diarrhea? It would be best if it was a better one. I've used the ordinary ones, and they made his diarrhea worse. I have some wild boar hair here. Can I exchange it for some iron ore? I scraped it off myself with a file. Not long after Jiang Shaojiang released the acquisition announcement, news of transactions involving various animal skins began to emerge. Among them, the most outrageous lord directly took out 70 rabbit skins. It is said that the lord's territory was located in a grassland. There were rabbits everywhere, and half of his farmers spent their days catching rabbits and exchanging the produce from the rabbits for various resources. Jiang Shao saw so much rabbit fur and knew that this was something he couldn't sell. You know, this rabbit fur can't be used to make any protective gear. It can only be used to make some clothes. I guess I can't give you a very high price. Yes, these are indeed what I didn't sell. If possible, just give me 3 alloy axes. After some bargaining, Jiang Shao exchanged these 70 rabbit skins for 2 alloy axes and a bowl of primary healing herbs. However, the one who caught Jiang Zhao's attention the most was a lord named Zhou Ying. She said she had a little bit of bear skin in her hands, not a lot, and she specifically emphasized that it was the fur of the bear's left forelimb. This sentence reminded Jiang Shao of an old story. He remembered that Li Yu once led a hunting team, and the harvest was a black bear and 2 antelopes. However, after Chuya dismembered the bear, only 3 paws were left, and 1 forelimb was missing. Tanuki explains that the bear was found with its left front leg missing. Could it be that there is some relationship between this lord and that black bear? Jiang Shao immediately added Zhou Ying as a friend and sent her a message. Can you tell me where you got this little bit of bear skin? Chapter 99. No matter how miserable you are, you can't help me. Update 2/3. After asking this question, Jiang Shao used see-through on Zhou Ying. Lord Zhou Ying is far away from you. Only partial information can be displayed. Zhou Ying Lord. Level, intermediate wooden house. Talent. Lord Zhou Ying is far away from you, and you cannot obtain her talent information. Building details. 4 houses, 1 well, 2 warehouses. What the hell is this intermediate wooden house? The buildings are just 4 houses, a well, and 2 warehouses? This person has actually survived until now in the 2nd level main city. Zhou Ying was a little surprised to receive Jiang Zhao's friend request. She naturally knew Jiang Zhao's battle record. This was someone she didn't dare to offend, so she quickly passed him. Brother Jiang Shao, to be honest, I found this bear's left forelimb in the wild a few days ago. The meat inside must have been eaten by carnivores, and only this little bit of bear skin is left. Seeing this reply, Jiang Shao silently calculated the timeline. Could it be that her territory was near him? But on second thought, I felt that it was not right. If there really were other lords, it would be impossible for Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao not to have discovered them after exploring for so long. Moreover, he had gone out to suppress bandits so many times, but he had not seen any other lords. The closest one should be Zhou Yuan, who tried to steal the boss, and he was killed by himself. Where's your territory located? Can you tell me? He did not hold out much hope for this problem. After all, the most taboo thing among lords was to reveal their specific location. Who would have thought that a few minutes later, Zhou Ying sent a reply. Boss Jiang Shao, my territory is on an isolated island. Isolated island? After seeing the message she sent, although he didn't know whether it was true or not, Jiang Shao began to think that it might just be a coincidence. But Zhou Ying's next words shocked Jiang Shao. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. On the 5th day, I went out fishing on the raft I made, but I fell asleep. As a result, we were getting farther and farther away from the island. Finally, the raft broke down and I couldn't go back. But fortunately, my territory doesn't seem to have been occupied by anyone, and the wooden house hasn't been destroyed. I have survived until now by working in a nearby town. The name of this town is Qingatown. Qinghe Town, isn't that near my home? After hearing Zhou Ying's experience, Jiang Shao found it so outrageous that he began to doubt his life. This lord went fishing on a raft, then fell asleep on the raft and was washed away by the water and now can't go back? Jiang Shao connected all of this together. The part of the bear's left forelimb hair that this lord has is definitely the bear that Liu beat. But should we say Zhou Ying's luck is good or bad? She was said to be lucky because she got on a raft at the beginning, but was washed away by the water. The raft broke down and she couldn't return home. She said she was unlucky. Her territory with 4 houses, a well, 2 warehouses, and no combat capability had not been occupied by others yet. However, Jiang Shao did not tell her that Qinghe Town was near his territory. What do you want to exchange these bear skins for? Boss Jiang Shao, I just want to exchange some silver coins. Everything in this town of mine requires money. In the end, Jiang Shao exchanged the bear skin for 3 silver coins. In fact, it could be exchanged for 2 silver coins. Jiang Shao used the extra silver coin to get some information about her island from the Lord. According to her, there are wild forces, pirates, and an active volcano. As for other information, she said she was not sure at the moment. After all, she had been away from the island for several days. Jiang Shao didn't say anything more to her and closed the chat with her. Is she miserable? She can't even go home, and if her home is occupied by someone else, she will die. It is indeed miserable. But for this lord who traveled through time with Jiang Shao, no matter how miserable his situation was, he could not help him. I can't let her live in my territory. Without loyalty as a guarantee, you might end up stabbing yourself in the back one day. The animal skin resources were almost all collected, and Jiang Shao roughly counted them. 53 bear skins, 130 rabbit skins, 25 yak skins, 15 kilograms of wool, and some strange other animal skins. During this time, Jiang Shao also collected some beef and lamb kidneys. Jiang Shao first took all the furs to the protective gear shop and asked Miao Ji to make some cold-proof clothes and mattresses for everyone. Master, do you need to make more clothes with the remaining fabric? Jiang Shao thought about it. Even in the room, the temperature has been a bit low recently, and those clothes are obviously not suitable. Miao Ji, can you make some other kinds of clothes? Something warmer than the ones you made before. Miao Ji's face flushed slightly. Master, what do you mean by keeping warm? Let me teach you. In addition to the last few, I've thought of a few more. Click to expand Jiang Zhao's 15 suggestions for making clothes. About half an hour later, Jiang Shao left the armor shop. Because the time for upgrading the main city has arrived, the light curtain that originally covered Liuguang Pavilion dissipated. The main building in the center of the main city is golden all over and inlaid with countless dazzling metal reliefs. It can be described as magnificent. Most importantly, the bed in the room is much bigger than before. If this is covered with a mattress made of rabbit skin, it will be quite comfortable to sleep at night. The information of the main city appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Main city. Level. Yaojin Pavilion, level 7. Population. 12 maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings. None. Heroes. Once a day. The Lord can activate heroes, and within 12 hours, the combat power of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 85%. Upgrade. To upgrade to the 8th level main city Dawn Gold Palace, you need 50,000 units of gold or 100,000 units of refined iron or 100,000 units of refined copper or 80,000 units of sunken wood, 80,000 units of high-quality cement, 20,000 units of malachite, 5,000 gold coins, and 100 of each of the 5 building cores. Number of buildings required for upgrading. 70 buildings, 20 level 4 buildings, and 800 meters of intermediate city walls. Number of subordinate territories required for upgrading. 1 subordinate territory. This upgrade condition is not a joke to me. All are advanced resources. And you actually need 100 of each building core. How many gangs of bandits must be killed to collect this thing, etc. Jiang Shao noticed the final condition for upgrading the main city. A subordinate territory was required. This should be the beginning of encouragement for the lords to start the invasion. 6 reminders were given to all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to own a level 7 main city. Rewards: 3 advanced peasant soldier recruitment scrolls, 2 advanced city relocation orders, 1 advanced commander recruitment card. X3. There are now lords who have reached the 7th level main city. The 10,000 Frontiers contest will be open in 3 days. All lords above the 2nd level main city must participate. X3. Chapter 100. This main city is almost taller than me. Third update, March 3rd. Thank you, readers, for your gifts. Before everyone starts talking, let me say, good afternoon, Boss Jiang Xiao. Level 7 main city? This main city is almost longer than me. I thought Jiang Xiao was going to collect animal skins just now to start his retirement. Oh my goodness, I just got promoted to level 4 Kingwich. Level 4 is already very high. Okay, I just got to the advanced cabin. There is really no other way. It is not easy to survive in the crater. Superior cabin? You must not have participated in the invasion the night before last, or you would have died. It seems like there's nothing more to talk about today. Let's change the subject. Can the advanced city relocation order in this reward be used to relocate the territory? Boss Jiang Xiao, can you tell me where we're going to move to? Brother Jiang Xiao, can you move in with me? I will serve you comfortably every night. And what is the opening of the 10,000 borders contest mentioned later? Is it similar to an invasion? From a name, it doesn't sound like an invasion, but rather a battle between lords. Fuck you, buddy. Can I not participate this time? I still remember the 2 kilograms of wild boar meat you rewarded me last time. It was a bit difficult to continue the conversation today, as no one knew what the rules of the Wanjiang competition were. Those who truly understand the rules of the 10,000 territories contest are checking the rewards for upgrading their main city and working hard to develop their own territory. Only Jiang Xiao, who is a level 7 main city, can see the details of this event. 10,000 Frontiers Battle. Time, 3 days later at 8 p.m. Participation method. All lords whose main city level reaches level 2 must participate. Goal. All lords who choose to participate will be randomly teleported to a special battle map, where they can carry some resources and 4 residents. After 3 hours, the final ranking will be rewarded based on performance. Elimination conditions. All the lords and the residents they led died. Note, there is 1 map for every 1,000 lords. The death of a lord in a special map is not considered a true death. Is this eating chicken? However, this activity is a bit misleading. Although the lord will not die, if the residents who participated in the war died, they would really die. We must seize these 3 days and improve our strength. Jiang Xiao replied in the chat area. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't really know what this event is. There aren't many hints here. I just know it starts at 8 p.m. Then, Jiang Xiao began to count the rewards he had obtained from upgrading the main city. The Advanced Farm Soldiers Recruiting Scroll was converted into the Advanced Female Guards Recruiting Scroll by his own talent. Advanced Female Guard Recruiting Scroll. Randomly recruit 50 to 120 female guards. Conditions. Must be used in the training ground building. The Advanced Commander Recruitment card was converted into the Advanced Female Warrior Talent Recruitment card by his own talent. Advanced Female Military Talent Recruitment card. 100% chance to randomly recruit a legendary female commander or above. The commander is unique. Conditions. Must be used in the building Astrology Pavilion. Another recruitment card has arrived. Last time, Jiang Xiao used the recruitment card to recruit Qin Liangyu, who was at the mythical level and had an HP value of 330 points. After Jiang Xiao had used up all his opportunities to recruit maids today, he came to the Astrology Pavilion again. These days, Jiang Xiao spent 10 gold coins every day to recruit Qinglan. But the 10% chance is a bit touching. Except for the first time recruiting a rare commander, no other recruits were made later. Use Advanced Female Warrior Recruitment card. The card in Jiang Xiao's hand turned into a dazzling golden light and flew directly into the Astrology Pavilion. Not long after, a woman walked out of the Astrology Pavilion. She looked to be in her early 30s, carrying a blue spear on her back, wearing a light blue battle robe and light leather armor. The silver water pattern embroidery on the battle robe looked like flowing waves and was somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. The woman walked up to Jiang Xiao and bowed slightly. I am Deng Ping, Your Honor, Lord. Her attribute panel appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Deng Ping Legendary Commander. Physical Strength, 550/550. Chi and Blood Value, 285. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Water Curtain Barrier, Freeze 1,000 Streams, Sea God's Blessing, Water and Sky Breaking Waves. View 19 other skills. Although I didn't recruit a mythical commander this time, the health value of 285 is high enough. Jiang Xiao helped her up. Hurry up. Next came Jiang Zhao's 3 items. A single room, weapons, and a good horse. He prepared a magnolia house for her, which increased Deng Ping's loyalty to him by 3 points. He chose a weapon from the warehouse and a horse from the gate of the territory. Although she has a weapon, it doesn't stop me from giving her another one. These two actions increased Deng Ping's loyalty by 4 and 5 points respectively. This kind of leader, it's really hard to improve his favorability. Deng Ping, come with me. Jiang Shao brought Deng Ping to the training ground and asked her to meet Qin Liangyu. When they saw each other, there were subtle changes in their eyes. This is when masters meet each other, their eyes are filled with tears. The moment Jiang Shao was about to introduce the two of them, they both made their move in tacit understanding. These two people want to compete. But after only 8 rounds, Deng Ping lost. I'm sorry, Lord. It's okay, Deng Ping. Qin Liangyu, she's just too strong. Then Jiang Shao used 3 high-level female guard recruiting scrolls. This time Jiang Zhao's luck was not as bad as last time. He was able to recruit 247 people directly. Together with the 18 people he recruited last time, there were a total of 265 female guards. Deng Ping looked at these female guards, her eyes full of admiration for Jiang Shao, the Lord. Her loyalty to Jiang Shao rose by another 10 points, reaching 122 points. Then Jiang Shao opened a map and marked 2 locations. One is a junior bandit camp, and the other is on the riverside as shown by divination last night. Liangyu, we may have to split into 2 groups this afternoon. My lord, I think it is enough to send 50 female guards to the primary bandit camp. As for the riverside, for the safety of my lord, it is best to take me with you. Deng Ping, who was standing by, also saw the map. She looked at the mark on the riverbank and asked, Lord, are you going to this place? Jiang Shao nodded. Do you have any suggestions? I am willing to go with you and will definitely protect the Lord's safety. This was Deng Ping's first day here, and Jiang Shao originally wanted her to familiarize herself with the situation in the territory first and did not plan to assign her any combat tasks for the time being. But since she volunteered, Jiang Shao agreed directly. Qin Liangyu, who happens to have the highest health value, can continue to train female guards in the training ground to enhance the combat effectiveness of the territory. After hearing Jiang Zhao's agreement, Deng Ping knelt on one knee again. Thank you for your trust, Lord. Don't kneel down all the time. Get up quickly. Jiang Shao was once again dazzled by the blue ripple battle suit that Deng Ping was wearing. He immediately realized that all of Deng Ping's skills were related to water. By the way, Deng Ping, are you good at water combat? Yes, my lord. P.S. Thank you all for reading. It's finally chapter 100 HHH. Chapter 101. Good luck, prosperity will come when encountering water. Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. This time, I specially brought Xieying and Liyue, whose specialties are fishing, and Deng Ping, who has 285 HP. In order to arrive faster, Deng Ping rode the superior horse. Jiang Shao brought Li Yu and Xieying with him, riding on a thunder tiger. He sat between 2 maids, and the ride was bumpy again. The last time I rode Huhu Era out, the person sitting behind was Xiling, but today it was Xieying. It must be said that Xieying is really talented. Every time Hu Era braked suddenly, Jiang Shao felt the pressure on his back was much greater than before. Add chicken legs. I must give Hu Era 10 chicken legs when I get home tonight. The destination is not too far away, and it only takes about an hour to get there. Lin Qinger had explored this place before, and she had marked it as a river. But when Jiang Shao saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but smack his lips. How could this be a river? This must be a river. No, even if it is a river, it wouldn't be this wide. What appeared before Jiang Zhao's eyes was a vast expanse of sparkling water, so wide that it seemed as if there was no end in sight. Jiang Shao recalled the comment written on the signature that Fuyo Ruz shook out. Good luck when meeting water. Tomorrow afternoon, you may get an unexpected surprise by the water. The location is here, and the water side must be the river in front of us. As for what the unexpected surprise is, I don't think I'll have to go into the water to look for it, right? Jiang Shao simply took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and walked into the water tentatively step by step. As soon as he touched the water, he shuddered violently. I'm lost. The coldness of the water pricked his skin like needles. Jiang Shao endured the chill and groped forward a few steps. I have to say that the slope of this river is quite steep and its depth increases very quickly. In a short while, the cold river water almost reached Jiang Zhao's crotch. The cold water rushed straight to the bone marrow. Jiang Shao couldn't stand the cold anymore, so he quickly went ashore, rubbing his calves with his hands, shivering with cold. Master, is the water too cold? Jiang Shao nodded. Li bit her lower lip and looked down at her tail. I can. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. What? Jiang Xiao raised his head, somewhat confused. Li Yu's cheeks instantly flushed with red, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Master, I can use my tail to warm your legs. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yu's face was already burning with embarrassment. An hour passed, and nothing was found. But my legs are much warmer. Jiang Xiao even began to wonder if this metaphysical fortune-telling was not very accurate. Just at this moment, several black spots appeared on the river in the distance, gradually approaching the shore on Jiang Xiao's side, and their outlines became clearer and clearer. Jiang Xiao narrowed his eyes and found that it was a large, wobbly ship with several small boats following behind it. Could it be this is the pleasant surprise? Jiang Xiao used see-through to sweep over. Merchant ship, intermediate merchant ship. Quantity of goods, 170,000/200,000. Introduction. This is a merchant ship loaded with goods, jointly funded by several wealthy businessmen to transport materials downstream. There are more than 10 businessmen and more than 100 crew members on board. Status, currently occupied by river bandits. All crew members and merchants have been killed. A large hole appeared on the right side of the ship. River water was slowly seeping in, and the ship was gradually tilting. Then Jiang Xiao used the see-through skill to scan the several small boats behind him. Water Wolf Gang. Intermediate River Bandit Camp. River Bandit Leaders. Leader number 1 is Jiang Huolong. Leader number 2 is Diazu. Leader number 3 is Feng Taojiu. Number of Jiang Bandits, 416. Introduction. The Water Wolf Gang is a notorious gang active along the Tianyuan River, making a living by robbing passing merchant ships and plundering goods. They were known for their cruelty and ruthlessness, never leaving anyone alive, and the bodies of the victims were often thrown into the river, making them difficult to trace. They are experienced in ambush tactics and are good at taking advantage of the rapidity of the river and the characteristics of the terrain to ensure victory in battle. Note: most gang members have lived on the river since childhood and are familiar with water. The Water Wolf Gang is extremely good at water battles, especially in the river environment. Their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. The name of this river is Tianyuan River, but this time we actually encountered a river bandit camp, which was really a pleasant surprise. What made Jiang Xiao even more excited was that this merchant ship was also occupied by the Jiang bandits. If he were to steal things from the natives, Jiang Xiao would have to consider the pros and cons. But once this merchant ship passed through the hands of the river bandits, its nature changed. It was equivalent to stealing things from the river bandits, which was to eliminate harm for the people. The most important thing is that this merchant ship is leaking water, and they're sailing towards this side of dock. This wave, I'm afraid I'm going to get rich. Jiang Xiao and a few others hid in the nearby bushes, observing the movements not far away. After about 15 minutes, the boat finally docked. Some of the bandits on the small boats got off the boats one after another and began to move the supplies on the merchant ships to the land. They do this kind of thing a lot and are very skillful. We need to take action, but not now. It would take them a while to move the 170,000 tons of supplies. What Jiang Xiao had to do was to wait for the 3 leaders and most of the Jiang bandits to come to help, and then take action to annihilate them in one fell swoop. You can also get a reward for killing the leader of the Jiang bandits. Another 20 minutes passed until the bandits had moved almost half of the supplies. The 3 leaders and most of the bandits have already disembarked. It's almost time. Deng Ping, it's best not to let these river bandits get away. Jiang Xiao thought about the sword attack Qin Liangyu had on him last time, and then gave another warning. By the way, if possible, it's best to leave him alive. Deng Ping did not respond, but just nodded, then turned around and patted Hu Era on the back. The man and the tiger rushed directly towards the river bandits. Jiang Xiao. This is somewhat similar to Qin Liangyu, who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Jiang Xiao also turned to look at Liu, motioning for him to follow. They rushed out from the bushes, and Hu Era's figure tore through the air like a bolt of lightning and pounced straight at the river bandits. The river bandits on the opposite side were obviously a little panicked when they saw this strange beast that appeared out of nowhere. Boss, why? Why are there strange beasts here? Is this a thunder tiger? The 3 leaders were also obviously shocked. Although the 3 of them could barely deal with Lei Wenhu together, they would surely lose a lot of brothers. What's more, they're now on land, and they are not good at land warfare. Jiang Huolong's face was gloomy. He waved his knife and shouted loudly, "Guys, Don't move the remaining supplies for now. Thunder Tigers are not good at water battles. Get back to the boat. Upon hearing this, the river bandits immediately panicked, dropped the goods in their hands, and scrambled back to the boat. The goods that had been piled up into a small mountain on the shore were left unattended, and the shore was in chaos. Jiang Shao didn't expect them to run away. Normally, these bandits and gangster organizations would resist, but this is the first time they turned around and ran away. The deterrent power of Tiger Era is surprisingly so great. Chapter 102 Clues about the Jiang bandits henchmen. Today is still February 3rd. Jiang Shao watched as half of the bandits fell on the shore, while most of the rest had already jumped onto the boat and were slowly leaving. I can't help feeling a little regretful. Although Deng Ping mentioned before that she was good at naval warfare, Jiang Shao had neither a boat nor sufficient water equipment, so there was no way to chase him. This cannot be blamed on Deng Ping. Even if Qin Liangyu came, there would be nothing she could do if these Jiang bandits were determined to escape. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Hu Era. But even if we fail to wipe out the river bandits, it is not a wasted trip, as we were able to get the resources on this merchant ship. However, before Jiang Shao could think more, Deng Ping suddenly stepped forward and thrust the spear in his hand fiercely into the water. Freeze thousands of flows. As Deng Ping shouted, a cold blue-white light flashed from the tip of the gun, and frost quickly spread from the water. The river water froze at an alarming speed, extending from shore to the several pirates' boats on the river, firmly pinning them to the ice. Boss, our ship can't move? Boss, this woman, she has a problem. These river bandits then realized that their biggest enemy was not the thunder-patterned tiger, but the woman holding the spear. Before they could recover from the shock, Deng Ping had already rushed out like a gust of wind. Her spear pressed against the ice, leaving a sharp ice mark, and the cold air was surging and frost flowers were flying. Water and sky breaking waves. In the distance, the surface of the river was once again stirred up by surging power. Deng Ping swung her gun, and the ice broke. At the same time, huge waves rose from the river like a roaring torrent and rushed straight towards the frozen boats of the river bandits. Boom strapje! Huge waves fell, the ice shattered, and the hull cracked in the interweaving of ice and water. The river bandits didn't even have time to wail before they were completely swallowed up by this sudden cold wave. The moment the three leaders died, three announcements were heard again. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the Jiang bandit camp. Rewards: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and dock building blueprints X3. Jiang Shao, standing on the shore, was stunned. The scene before him seemed like a miracle. Oh my god, there's a cheat. Jiang Shao knew that Deng Ping was fighting on water, but he didn't expect that he would freeze the ice first and then fight like this. This is simply the tyrant on the water. But fortunately this time, one person was left alive. There was a river bandit henchman being held under the claws of Hu Era. This river bandit's face turned pale, he was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Shao didn't plan to interrogate him now. He just kept him under control and let him scare himself enough. He would talk about it later. In the following time, before the intermediate merchant ship completely sank, several people moved back the few remaining resources on the ship. As for those on the bandits' boat, Deng Ping fired a shot, and even the boat was destroyed. After reviewing, the gains this time are: the first kill reward for Jiang Fei, 10,000 units of copper or 10,000 units of iron or 10,000 units of agate, 20,000 units of crude oil, 1 dock building blueprint, and 10,000 reputation. The merchant ship's original 170,000 resources were slightly lost due to the battle just now. There are still 7,000 units of sunken wood, 1,000 units of malachite, 800 units of gold, or 25,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 40,000 units of agate, 30,000 units of copper, or 150 yak skins, 5 kilograms of wool, 1,028 gold coins, etc. So many yak skins. I guess these people have been slaughtering yaks for 18 generations? There are also some snakeskin bags on the ship, which should have belonged to the merchants. These bags also contain several flame cores, Aoki cores, some duplicate architectural drawings, and more. As expected of a merchant ship, it managed to obtain so many gold coins and building cores at one time. This wave really made a fortune. It would be great if this gang of river bandits had robbed a high-end merchant ship. The gains would be beyond my imagination. But what caught Jiang Zhao's attention the most was that there were more than 30 jars of wine in the cabin, plus several empty jars. Originally, there were about 40 jars, and some of them had obviously been drunk. The reason why it caught his attention was that this wine was exactly the same as the wine Uncle Chen gave him. Jiang Shao used see-through to confirm. Yolchen Soju. Introduction. This wine comes from a secret winery in Mingwest City. It is brewed with mountain spring water and old grains. It tastes slightly sweet at first, and the aftertaste is as hot as fire. Note, the alcohol is very strong with a long aftertaste. A small amount can make you happy, but those who drink too much will be drunk for 3 days. Sure enough, even if it is this Mingwest City again. Jiang Shao turned around and walked up to the Jiang bandit who was being held down by the Thunder Tiger. Do you want to live? The bandit's henchman was already frightened out of his wits and nodded repeatedly. Think about it. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. As long as you can let me live, I will do anything for you. Jiang Shao handed him a jar of Liquan liquor and said, Do you recognize this jar of liquor? The minions took one look and nodded frantically again. I recognize it. This wine is a specialty of Mingwest City and is famous for its delicious taste. Many merchant ships will carry this wine from Mingwest City to sell downstream. Mingwest City? Jiang Shao frowned. It seemed that this Jiang bandit had some clues. How far is this Mingwest City you mentioned from here? The lackey pointed upstream of the river. Mingwest City is on the opposite bank, quite far from here. After crossing the river, even if you ride a horse without food or water, it will take 2 or 3 days. If you go by water, it will take about 6 days to go upstream. Jiang Shao interrogated this Jiang bandit's henchman for another half an hour, and he was almost sure to find out everything about this Jiang bandit. Finally got some intelligence. Mingwest City is the starting point of this water trade route. It is built along the river and is a prosperous capital. As for where the destination is, these river bandits have no idea. They just focus on robbing. But they don't succeed in every robbery. This was the only time they opened a business in these few days, and they even met Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao smiled and patted his henchman on the shoulder. You are a good kid. You are aware of it. The lackey heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, but Jiang Zhao's eyes turned cold. So, I will reward you by letting you accompany your boss. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and Hu Era started to take action. We cannot be merciful to such river bandits. But there's another problem. There are too many resources here, and they cannot be moved back. Jiang Shao could only let Xiang ride Tiger Era to the subordinate territory to ask the villagers for help. Jiang Shao would definitely feel at ease with Hu Era protecting him. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Shao interviewed Deng Ping. By the way, Deng Ping, I have a question. Won't you slip when you fight on the ice? My lord, I have an aura skill that allows friendly troops to walk on ice as if it were flat ground. Surprisingly, there is such a halo skill. It was all my fault that I was blinded by Deng Ping's health value of 285 and didn't even look at her skills carefully. Just as Jiang Shao was marveling at the power of Deng Ping's skills, 3 more reports appeared on the faces of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Shao, the first to destroy the bandit camp. Rewards: 10,000 reputation points, 50,000 random intermediate resources, and horse farm building blueprints, x3. It seems that the female guards have also taken care of the bandit camp. Chapter 103, Preparing to Migrate Territory. Today is still March 3rd. Thank you all for the small gifts. Am I stuck? Didn't I just play it 3 times? Why did I have to play it 3 times again? The first 3 times were the first time we wiped out the river bandits, and this time the 3 times were to wipe out the bandit camp. I can understand destroying the bandits. Boss Jiang Shao has previously taken the first kill against mountain bandits, local bandits, and horse bandits. But what the hell are these Jiang bandits? Can Jiangshun fight them in the water? This is outrageous. Are all the first kills of these wild forces taken by Jiang Shao? No, there was a pirate's first kill at midnight yesterday. It seems that it was obtained by a lord named Jiang Xiaowen. She was ranked 10th in the lord's defense battle at that time. Jiang Shao looked at the topics everyone was discussing in the chat area. He really didn't notice last night that the first kill of the pirate force was taken by a person named Jiang Xiaowen. That being said, this lord named Jiang Xiaowen is most likely on some islands and has the ability to fight at sea. This made Jiang Shao feel a little bit of crisis again. Although most battlefields today are on land, anything can happen in this world, and it is inevitable that there will be situations where we have to fight on water. Jiang Shao plans to train a water combat team in the near future. Deng Ping nodded slightly. My lord, I can train them. But Jiang Shao motioned for her to continue. Deng Ping pondered for a moment and said bluntly, "However, there is no wide enough water area near our territory for comprehensive water training. An environment like the Tianyuan River is an ideal place for training, which can greatly enhance the team's actual combat capabilities on the water." Jiang Shao nodded after listening to this, and felt that Deng Ping's analysis made a lot of sense. He looked up at the river in the distance, his mind working rapidly. "I still have the 2 advanced city relocation orders I received when I upgraded my main city to level 7. Advanced City Relocation Order. Introduction. You can select a coordinate and move the territory or subordinate territory to the specified coordinate. No other lords are allowed within 10 kilometers of the selected coordinate. Note, after migration, all building levels remain unchanged and can be relocated if necessary. If we do as Deng Ping said, it is not impossible to move the territory to a place closer to the water. What's more, there are often merchant ships in this area. After the Chamber of Commerce was built at home, although merchants came several times, I basically had enough to sell. As for the merchant ship, we should be able to exchange for a lot of good things, and even obtain some information about Manhwa City. However, he would have to go back and discuss with Qin Liangyu, Liu, and Zhu Yu about where to move specifically. After returning to the territory, Jiang Shao told everyone about his plan to move the territory. After everyone discussed, they finally decided to move the territory to the forest upstream of the river where it is today. There is an ash mining area near this place. Moreover, the selected location is located at a higher altitude and the surrounding trees are dense, so the territory is very hidden here. But it's already evening, so let's put off the relocation of the main city until the next day. Tonight, Jiang Shao planned to use the horse farm construction drawings first. Jiang Shao crushed the horse farm construction blueprint, and a stream of light flowed from Jiang Zhao's hand into the wall of the main city. He chose a location at random since he could adjust it after the city was moved the next day. Do you want to consume 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of thatch, 5,000 units of iron, and 5,000 units of copper to build a horse farm? Jiang Shao hadn't seen a building requiring so much thatch in a long time. Yes. After the construction was completed, Jiang Shao directly upgraded the horse farm to level 2. An empty area changes rapidly. The dirt was divided into neatly fenced areas, which were covered with soft straw and had a light scent of grass. The details of the second-level horse farm appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Horse racecourse. Level 2. Stallion, 0/4. 4 stallions can be placed. The quality of the stallions directly affects the quality of the horses produced. The higher the quality, the better the horses produced. Consumption. It takes 2 hours, 200 units of food, and 500 units of straw to produce 1 horse. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 80,000 units of thatch, 10,000 units of bricks, 1,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 8,000 units of refined iron, or 8,000 units of refined copper, or 5,000 units of gold, and 10 greenwood cores. Although Jiang Shao had enough Qingmu cores in stock at home for 10, he did not want to use them to upgrade the horse farm. From the upgrade just now, he saw that the level 2 stable only increased the upper limit of 2 stallions and the speed of horse production compared to the level 1. The improvement to level 3 shouldn't be that big. This kind of building core must be saved for upgrading the main city or upgrading some useful buildings. Good steel should be used on the blade. Jiang Shao asked Liu and Yumi to bring 4 horses, 1 top-quality horse, 2 medium-quality horses, and 1 low-quality horse. This was carefully selected by Yumi. After the 4 horses entered the stable, Jiang Shao added a large amount of food and straw. For a while afterwards, no strange scenes appeared in the racecourse. It was just covered by a layer of light. It seems the horse farm also has its own yard. After doing all this, Jiang Shao planned to walk around the territory. When they arrived at the iron or processing plant, the twin vampires named Yi Ro and Yi Mei were just about to go back to the house to sleep. They noticed that Jiang Zhao's expression was different from usual. "Master, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" They really discovered that Jiang Shao had been feeling uneasy since he decided to move to the main city tonight. "I'm not unhappy." Jiang Shao thought of something. "By the way, have you two had a drink?" "Master, we have never drunk alcohol before. But if the master wants to drink, we too would like to try it." In the room of Yaojin Pavilion, Jiang Shao directly opened a jar of Liquan liquor. Chapter 104 Secondary Dock, Kerosene Tanker. Part 3 and 1/3. Jiang Shao had always felt that the fragrant aroma of wine boasted by others was mostly exaggerated. But when he opened the seal of Laiquan liquor, the strong aroma instantly gushed out, and he couldn't help but want to take a breath. The rich fragrance alone makes people feel a little tipsy. Jiang Shao took out 3 wooden bowls and was about to pour some wine when Yimei called over and said, "Master, let me help you." Just took the first sip. As expected, just as the introduction said, it tastes slightly sweet at first, and the aftertaste is as hot as fire. Yimei and Yiro looked at each other and picked up the wine bowl to taste it. As soon as they took the first sip, their faces changed immediately, and it could be seen that they seemed to have no experience in drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, the jar of Laiquan liquor was empty. The power of Laiquan soju was obviously beyond the two's tolerance. After drinking a few sips, they completely collapsed. Spicy, very spicy. Yiro's originally fair skin suddenly turned crimson. Master, I feel like something is strange." Her eyes were a little blurry, and her chest was rising and falling alarmingly. The 2 of them fell on Jiang Shao almost at the same time. This gave Jiang Shao a start, and he immediately became more sober. The 2 of them were like 2 hot stoves. My goodness, their body temperatures are so low normally, but they are so hot after drinking. Is this a problem with their physical constitution, or is there something wrong with the Laiquan soju? I drank the remaining wine in the bowl and looked at the 2 sisters lying beside me. An hour later, Jiang Shao also fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shao woke up the 2 sisters who were still drunk beside the bed. Before going to bed last night, Jiang Shao specifically told everyone not to go out today, so all the maids and female guards were in the territory at this time. Jiang Shao randomly recruited 12 more maids. He took out a high-level city relocation order and immediately chose the coordinates that he had discussed with everyone yesterday. You have selected the coordinates for relocation. If there are other territories within 10 kilometers of the coordinates, the relocation will fail and the advanced relocation order will not be returned. Are you sure you want to relocate your territory? If there are other lords, then you will fail and no refund will be given. There is actually such a setting. However, Jiang Shao thought about it carefully and found that the setting design of this city relocation order is indeed reasonable. If it fails and can be returned, can it be used to detect whether there is a lord near a certain coordinate? Fortunately, Lin Qing'er had explored those places a few days ago, and there were indeed no other territories there. Yes, there was a flash of white light, and time and space seemed to be distorted in an instant. With a slight feeling of dizziness, they appeared in a completely new environment. The sun shines through the tall treetops on the ground. The surrounding area is full of lush forests, and the air is filled with fresh woodsy scent. Jiang Shao could clearly feel that the temperature here seemed to be 1 or 2 degrees higher than his original territory. Maybe it's because water has a higher specific heat capacity and this territory is closer to the river. Your territory, Dusk Star Town, has been moved to the specified coordinates. Jiang Shao opened a map and found that the symbol of his territory had indeed changed. Next to it was a wide body of water. Jiang Shao also learned from yesterday's suppression of bandits that this river was the Tianyuan River. Jiang Shao looked around and found that this new territory was not spacious. Although the terrain is flat, there are some trees around and buildings cannot be placed directly in many places. Ruashu, I take everyone to cut down the trees around us. I'll see how to distribute the buildings in our territory. Yes, master. After 2 hours of logging, the area was finally cleared. Start laying out your territory. First of all, there is the Lord statue, which Jiang Shao placed behind the main city. Before, I would see my own statue every morning when I went out. It was really a bit like living in Bengbu. The second is the residential area. Because the weather was too cold, Jiang Shao placed all the other maids' houses around the main city. This makes it more convenient to visit each other at night. And since the population is densely populated, it will be warmer. Buildings such as the blacksmith shop, blacksmith processing plant, copper mining processing plant, warehouse, farmland, pasture, etc. are all placed behind the Lord's statue. Finally, there are the women's guards' houses, training grounds, horse farms, and chambers of commerce at the outermost edge. There are 3 more resource points: an iron mine with unlimited mining, a gold mine with unlimited mining, and a giant resin collection point. In order to facilitate collection and management, Jiang Shao placed them at the innermost part of the territory. Jiang Shao rearranged the simple city walls, watchtowers, and chevaux de frise according to Black Cat's suggestions. Next comes the most important thing. The purpose of moving is that there is water nearby where we can build a dock. Jiang Shao and Deng Ping came to the shore. Deng Ping found a wide area and said, "My lord, there are no strong winds or rapids here. It is an ideal place for shipbuilding and training." Jiang Shao nodded. "Do you want to consume 30,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone, 15,000 units of tiles, 8,000 units of iron, or an 8,000 units of copper, or to build a dock?" "Yes, just like the horse farm. Upgrade this dock directly to level 2. As a curtain of light fell, a huge building gradually extended from the river bank to the water surface, and a wide slope led directly from the land to the depths of the river. An entire dock appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Dock. Level 2. Shipbuilding. Can manufacture primary and intermediate fishing boats, primary and intermediate warships, and kerosene tankers. Upgrade to level 3. You need 80,000 units of stone, 15,000 units of bricks, 10,000 units of refined iron, or 10,000 units of refined copper, or 5,000 units of gold, or in 10 ice cores. Jiang Shao compared the second level dock with the first level dock. There are now more intermediate fishing boats and intermediate warships available for construction, and there is also one more type of ship, kerosene tankers. Jiang Shao could roughly understand both fishing boats and warships. But what is this kerosene tanker? Do you want to consume 1,500 units of wood, 500 units of thatch, 800 units of pine, 1,200 units of resin, and 1,200 units of crude oil to build a kerosene tanker? Wow, it takes so much resin and crude oil to build this ship? This aroused Jiang Zhao's curiosity even more, and he decided to build one to give it a try. Yes. A moment later, a small warship that was completely black and had a shiny, oily luster slowly appeared on the water. Jiang Shao used see-through to scan the area. Kerato Tanker. Introduction. It is a small warship carrying kerosene barrels, used to throw kerosene to attack or detonate and self-destruct. When unmanned, it can travel a certain distance in a fixed direction, affected by wind and water flow. Kerato Barrel. 10 out of 10. The more kerosene barrels there are, the stronger the self-destruct effect will be. Can it travel a certain distance without any human driver? This is a suicide truck. Chapter 105, is this powerful enough? Today is still February 3rd. Can it travel a certain distance without any human driver? This thing seems a bit powerful. Not only can it throw 10 barrels of kerosene, it can even self-destruct. And the more barrels are left, the more powerful the explosion will be. Jiang Shao looked at the kerosene tanker with some anticipation in his heart. But would the power of this thing be difficult to control in actual combat? At this moment, Deng Ping spoke up. She looked at the kerosene tanker with a gleam in her eyes. "My lord, I want to test the power of this ship. Is that okay?" "Deng Ping, can you drive a boat?" Deng Ping nodded and said, "We'd better try this kerosene tanker in advance so that we can better plan our strategy for future battles." Jiang Shao agreed. 3 minutes later, Deng Ping's boat slowly sailed to the other side of the river. Jiang Shao was a little confused. Why didn't they throw the kerosene barrel? It was not until 2 minutes later that a dark shadow was seen on the boat diving into the water. "Wait, Deng Ping," she jumped off the ship. The first barrel of kerosene she had just fired was useless. In other words, this was going to explode 10 barrels of kerosene at once. Jiang Shao originally thought that what she meant by try was to drive farther away and throw a kerosene barrel to try. I didn't expect that what she meant by try was to just blow up the ship. Good guy, she just did the biggest one. 5 seconds later, boom! A huge explosion resounded across the river. Suddenly, a strong flame rose from the land on the opposite bank, and smoke and dust rose straight into the sky, followed by a deafening roar. Even from such a distance, Jiang Shao could feel a clear gust of air coming towards him. Jiang Shao looked at the burst of fire and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's so fierce. This, if the operation goes smoothly, I'm afraid it can directly blow up 5 river bandit ships. As for Deng Ping's safety, Jiang Shao is not worried about it. Her health value of 285 is no joke. Soon, Deng Ping swam back to the shore. "My lord, this boat is quite powerful." This power is actually okay in her eyes? All right. Jiang Shao held her forehead, thinking that with her strength, there was really no problem in saying such words. Then Jiang Shao built a mid-level fishing boat for fishing. The mid-level fishing boat required 2 kilograms of wool because it had its own fishing net. It's a pity It would be even better if wool could be used not only to make fishnets, but also to make fishnet socks. Siang, you will use this boat to fish from now on. Master, this boat is so big. I will definitely catch all the fish in the river. Siang lay on the intermediate fishing boat with her arms raised and pressed against her chest. Her proud curves looked even fuller and more attractive in the sunlight. Jiang Shao felt very satisfied looking at such a large fishing boat. This boat is indeed big, but you have to catch all the fish in the river. It's really hard. You don't have to be too tired. Jiang Shao then gave the authority to build ships to Deng Ping and asked her to select a number of people from the female guards to train in naval battles in batches every day. Because according to Deng Ping, she could only teach them the skills of water combat. But things like increasing qi and blood values still need to be done in the training ground. After doing all this, Jiang Shao returned to the territory again. After the main city is upgraded to level 7, you'll have time to upgrade the levels of other buildings. However, it is very important to decide which building to upgrade first. Because many building upgrades currently require building cores, there are very few channels to obtain building cores, and they can only be obtained by killing wild forces or trading with merchants. Therefore, the next building to be upgraded must be valuable, and it would be best if the benefits brought by the upgrade of this building could be exchanged for some building cores. In exchange for the building core, you have to give up something valuable. As for what is valuable, the last time Jiang Shao sold a rare alloy weapon, he didn't get many cores in return, only some high-level resources. After thinking for 10 minutes, Jiang Shao decided to upgrade the armor shop first and exchange it for armor. Miaoji at home can upgrade the armor she makes to 1 level in the armor shop. Originally, the 3rd level armor shop can produce simple/ordinary/intermediate level armor, and Miaoji can produce armor of a higher level. If I upgrade at 1 more level, I should be able to make rare grade armor. In the eyes of other lords, this kind of thing is something that can only be encountered by chance. Jiang Shao came to the 3rd level armor shop. Do you want to consume 15,000 units of bricks for 1,000 units of refined copper, or 1,500 units of gold, or in 10 flame cores to upgrade the armor shop? Yes. This was the first time Jiang Shao used a building core to upgrade a building. The moment of confirmation, several fiery red lights lit up around the armor shop. Jiang Shao didn't plan to speed up this time, because it was only more than half an hour, and speeding up would consume an extra flame core. This thing, save as much as possible. Half an hour later, the entire armor shop looked brand new. The originally plain wooden exterior is now covered with an exquisite iron shell. The door frame is no longer made of wood, but is carved with exquisite iron patterns. The details of the building appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Defense Gear Shop. Level 4. Armor Master. 1/3. Currently 3 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the Armor Master. Production: simple, ordinary, intermediate, advanced series of armor and clothing. Due to the skill of weaving, rare series of armor can be produced. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 5, the main city must be level 8. 8,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of sunken wood, 8,000 units of refined copper, or 8,000 units of gold, or in 30 flame cores. Jiang Shao moved most of the animal skins in his home here. Miaoji, we have something important to do today. Take a look at these leathers. Can you make some good quality armor? Yes, master. Miaoji immediately got into the state, and her fingers moved quickly among the various tools. Jiang Shao was amazed by her skilled techniques. She could cut, sew, and process the leather in one go. Miao Ji carefully presented a piece of armor that shone with a faint luster in front of Jiang Shao. Exquisite animal leather armor, rare. Introduction: made of high-grade animal skins, such as yak skin, wolf skin, bear skin, etc. It combines the characteristics of multiple leathers. The surface is smooth and delicate, and the inside is soft and close to the body. Protection: it can effectively resist high-intensity physical damage, especially has excellent protection against scratches by sharp objects. Suitable temperature: it has excellent cold resistance and good air permeability, so you won't feel stuffy even in high-temperature areas. The protection of the animal leather armor, made previously, is to resist medium-intensity physical damage. This time, the rare-grade, exquisite animal leather armor can resist high-intensity physical damage. Jiang Shao can understand this improvement. But what is this suitable temperature? Cold-resistant and breathable? Can these two appear at the same time? Chapter 106, you call this a low success rate? Today is still March 3rd. But there's no need to worry about it. It's better to have it than not to have it. What's more, the selling point of resisting high-intensity physical damage alone is big enough. Miaoji, you made all these materials. Tell me when you're done. Thank you for your hard work. While Miaoji was making exquisite animal hide armor, Jiang Xiao planned to upgrade the medical ward and the Chamber of Commerce. The conditions for upgrading these two buildings to level 2 are that a level 7 main city is required. The Chamber of Commerce requires high amounts of gold coins for materials, and the infirmary requires Aoki cores. But the improvement should be huge. Upgrading the medical hut can provide you with more security during the event 2 days later, and upgrading the Chamber of Commerce should be able to sell rare blueprints. Do you want to consume 20,000 units of gold, or 12,000 units of refined iron, or 12,000 units of refined copper, or an 800 gold coins to upgrade the Chamber of Commerce? There are currently more than 30,000 units of gold mines in the territory, and although there are not many gold coins left, it is barely enough. Yes. Do you want to consume 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 1,000 units of refined iron, or 1,000 units of refined copper, or and 10 greenwood cores to upgrade the medical ward? Yes. Jiang Xiao did not plan to speed up the construction of these two buildings. It would cost a lot of gold coins to accelerate the construction of the Chamber of Commerce, and the accelerated construction of the medical shelter still required an extra Qingmu core. Jiang Xiao sat on the shore, watching Xiang fishing for an hour, and then accompanied Ruoxue to chop trees for an hour. The Chamber of Commerce was the first to complete the upgrade. Chamber of Commerce. Level 2. Recast. You can decompose duplicate drawings to obtain drawing fragments. Trade. The Chamber of Commerce automatically refreshes 5 building blueprints at random every day. The type and rarity of the blueprints are affected by the current Chamber of Commerce level. There is a high probability of attracting traveling merchants every day, and there is a probability of attracting merchant ships and business travel teams to stop. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, the main city must be level 8, and 30,000 units of gold, or 15,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of sunken wood, and 1,500 gold coins are required. The improvement at level 2 is indeed huge. The first is that the number of refreshed building drawings has increased from 3 to 5, which is quite average. Jiang Xiao just looked at 5 drawings. Houses, blacksmith shops, etc. are all existing buildings. The key point is the second half of the sentence, which turns out to be, there is a higher probability of attracting traveling merchants to stop every day. Now, a part has been added. There is a probability of attracting merchant ships and business caravans to stop. This is the most critical. The mid-level merchant ship that we found yesterday was very rich. Although we can't rob merchant ships directly in the future, it would be great if we could trade with them. And according to what the river bandit said yesterday, the ships on the Tianyuan River trade route basically all start from Manhwa City. If we could get the merchant ships there to stop here, we could get some intelligence. After all, this place is too far away from Manhwa City. Jiang Xiao was very happy because the second-level medical ward had been upgraded. A faint herbal aroma spread, refreshing the heart. The entire medical room is much more spacious than before, and several ancient herbal atlases are hung on the blue stone walls. At the door of the clinic, Bai Wei was already waiting there, still wearing the same formal nurse uniform. A breeze blew by with the scent of herbs, and the hem of her nurse's uniform fluttered slightly. Her bony hands were pressed against her chest, as if she was trying to suppress some emotions. "Master, I want to go in and take a look." Jiang Xiao was about to respond when another gust of wind suddenly blew. The hem of Bai Wei's nurse skirt was lifted up by the wind again, revealing her long legs. This hazy feeling made it impossible to look away. "Owner, the wind is a bit strong, and the blowing sand is a bit blinding to my eyes." Bai Wei raised her head and moved closer. "Master, let me blow you." Call. The sand blew for 10 minutes before Jiang Xiao had time to take a look at the details of the second-level medical building. Medical clinic. Level 2. Number of maids to dispatch. January 1st, Bai Wei. Currently 0 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the better the effect of the herbs that can be made. Productable. Primary/intermediate/advanced healing herbs. Primary/intermediate/advanced stamina recovery herbs. Beast King pills. Bone cleansing pills. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, the main city level must be level 8. 8,000 units of sunken wood, 3,000 units of malachite, 3,000 units of refined iron ore, 3,000 units of refined copper ore, and 30 greenwood cores. Not bad, not bad. Now you can make advanced healing herbs and advanced stamina recovery herbs. Before the 10,000 Frontiers contest starts a day after tomorrow, we must make more preparations. However, Jiang Shao soon noticed a detail and found something wrong. Bone cleansing pill? Can this second-level medical ward produce bone cleansing pills? I still remember that on the first night when Jiang Shao came here, he took the legendary blazing blood fruit. At that time, Jiang Shao had no idea how much this blazing blood fruit had increased his chi and blood points. But that time he directly opened the door to a new world, and his body also underwent earth-shaking changes. By the way, wait for me a moment. I want to show you something. Soon, Jiang Shao took out the blazing blood fruit from the Yaojin Pavilion and returned to the medical clinic again. Take a look at this. Can it be used to make bone cleansing pills? Jiang Shao handed the only remaining blazing blood fruit to Bai Wei. The moment Bai Wei took the fruit, her breathing became rapid. She could hardly hide her shock. Master, this fruit is truly a rare treasure. The main ingredient of the bone cleansing pill is the blazing blood fruit, and we also have other auxiliary herbs at home. It's just that the bone cleansing pill still needs the blood of a ferocious beast to activate its medicinal properties. The blood of a wild beast. Jiang Shao glanced at Hu Era next to him. At this time, Tiger Era was standing next to the two of them, tilting his head innocently, as if wondering if this sentence had something to do with him. Bai Wei gently stroked Hu Era's fur. Tiger's blood definitely won't work. The positive energy of tiger blood is too high. If combined with the medicinal properties of the blazing blood fruit, it will be unbearable. If possible, wolf blood is the most suitable. Jiang Shao touched his chin and suddenly remembered something. Wolf blood. Our family has killed a wolf king before. Would the high-quality wolf blood we have stored be okay? Bai Wei lowered her head and gently stroked the blazing blood fruit with her bony hands. Master, if it's the blood of the wolf king, the effect will be better. But Master, the production of bone cleansing pills is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is also very high. High failure rate? But even Bai Wei, who is good at making medicine, said so there is definitely no other way. Jiang Shao was about to comfort her, telling her not to worry and to just go for it, and that he wouldn't blame her if she failed. Bai Wei's next words made Jiang Shao stunned. I guess I should be able to make 3 bone cleansing pills from 1 blazing blood fruit. Jiang Shao. Thank you for all the small gifts. Thank you very much. Chapter 107, 3 candidates. Suggestions from Qin Liangyu. Third update, January 3rd. Bai Wei Yu. Listen, is this human language? The success rate is low, so only 3 can be made. That would be great if the success rate was high. This situation far exceeded Jiang Zhao's expectations. He had never even thought that 1 blazing blood fruit could be made into several bone cleansing pills. I actually ate a fruit at the beginning. It's really a sin. But if you think about it the other way around, it's not a loss to eat it. When I first came to this world, my physical condition was so poor that I was less than 1.8 meters tall. Improving your own strength can also greatly increase the probability of survival. But now another problem was placed before Jiang Shao. If I could successfully refine 3 pills, who should I give them to? Jiang Shao thought about it and quickly went to the training ground to listen to Qin Liangyu's advice. Liangyu, I estimate that Bai Wei can refine 3 bone cleansing pills today. This pill can greatly increase the blood and chi value. Who do you think should be given it to? Qin Liangyu was training the maids and female guards. When she heard Jiang Zhao's question, she immediately replied, Lord, there is one thing you must understand. Once the chi and blood value reaches a certain limit, it will be very difficult to increase it through external forces. Even if it is a pill, the effect will be greatly reduced. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Qin Liangyu looked serious. Deng Ping and I already have more than 250 points of chi and blood. Taking this kind of pill may only increase it by 1 or 2 points at most, or even not at all. It's not very meaningful. Who do you think is the most suitable? Qin Liangyu gently waved the sword in her hand and pointed it at 2 figures on the sidelines. Li Yu and Zi Ling. They have better talents, and their current HP values are 75.6 and 72 respectively, so they have the biggest room for improvement. And the last one. She turned around and looked directly at Jiang Shao. My lord, please forgive me for being frank. Your chi and health are also quite low now, and you should also increase them. Jiang Shao. In the evening, the sun gradually sets. Just when Jiang Xiao was about to call everyone to eat, Bai Wei pushed open the door, carefully holding a delicate little box in her hand. She lowered her head, with a look of panic on her face, and walked to stand in front of Jiang Xiao. "Master, I'm sorry," she whispered. "The success rate of this bone-cleansing pill is indeed a bit low. I only made 3 from 1 fruit." Her fingers were nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, and her pitiful face was full of self-blame. Jiang Xiao looked at her like this, raised his hand, and patted her head gently. "I thought it was amazing to be able to make 1. Bai Wei, you were able to make 3, which has greatly exceeded my expectations." Bai Wei raised her head suddenly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Really, master? Really?" Jiang Xiao nodded. "Go and have a rest and prepare for dinner. Let alone 3, even if it was just 1, half-a, or even if Bai Wei couldn't make any, Jiang Xiao wouldn't blame her." Jiang Xiao took the box and opened it slowly. Instantly, a rich herbal aroma hit me in the face. The 3 pills in the box glowed red and emitted a faint heat, as if they were still slowly releasing their medicinal power. Jiang Xiao reached out his hand and touched it gently, and could actually feel a slight warmth. This thing must be a very potent drug. Bone Cleansing Pill. Introduction. This is a top-level elixir refined from blazing blood fruit, blood essence of exotic beasts, and more than 100 kinds of rare spiritual medicines. The refining process is extremely complicated. Function. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's physical fitness, improve tendons, bones, and meridians, expel impurities in the body, and transform oneself. Note: the medicinal properties are extremely strong. Each person can only take 1 pill. Severe pain will occur during the drug's explosiveness. Jiang Zhao's eyes fell on the last line. Extremely domineering and extremely painful. "Oh, this means I have to suffer again?" Jiang Xiao suddenly remembered the scene of absorbing the blazing blood fruit on the first night he came to this world. "I can still vaguely remember the heart-wrenching burning sensation and the almost torn bones and muscles. This bone-cleansing pill is definitely better than the blazing blood fruit. This, tonight, I'm afraid will be another tough battle." Jiang Xiao estimated. "If I take this medicine, I'm afraid I'll be in a coma for several hours." In order not to waste time, Jiang Xiao planned to wait until before going to bed at night before taking it. After having dinner with the maids, Jiang Xiao waited for about 2 more hours, and Miaoji's exquisite animal skin armor was also ready. This time, Miaoji followed Jiang Zhao's instructions and used almost all the yak leather resources in the territory. Even the 150 yak skins obtained from the mid-level merchant ship yesterday were used up. In the end, a total of 78 pieces of exquisite animal hide armor were produced. Miaoji pointed to the scattered leather on the table and said hesitantly, "Master, do you still want to make clothes with these remaining leathers?" Jiang Xiao looked at the remaining leather on the table of the armor shop. This time there was even less leather left than last time. There was less than half a yak skin and a few scattered rabbit fur skins. "With so little, can you still make a piece of clothing?" Miaoji felt a little embarrassed and her face turned slightly red, but she still nodded. After half an hour of instruction on how to make clothes, Jiang Xiao walked out of the armor shop holding these exquisite animal skin armors. Finally, time to get down to business. Jiang Xiao had already planned that among the exquisite animal hide armors he made this time, 28 pieces would be kept in the territory for his own use. The remaining 50 items were all exchanged for building cores and other rare resources. Jiang Xiao opened the chat area. "Brothers, you know what I'm doing again. There will be an event called Wanjiang Contest in 2 days. I know some of the rules." He then briefly briefed the other lords on the rules of the upcoming event. Each lord can bring 4 residents to participate in the battle on a special map and receive rewards based on the final ranking. 1 map is allocated for every 1,000 lords. Jiang Xiao emphasized at the end, "But this time, you are not signing up voluntarily. Lords whose main city level has reached level 2 must participate." He didn't want to reveal too many specific rules, but he thought about how he had exploited a lot of resources from other lords in the last event. Jiang Xiao was worried that these people might think this activity was optional and would not take it seriously. He knew that if he wanted the other lords to understand the importance of this event, he had to make them anxious. Only when they are in a hurry will they take the initiative to take out the scarce resources in their hands in exchange for their own rare equipment. But Jiang Xiao also had a trick up his sleeve. He did not say that the Lord would not actually die in this event. Chapter 108. Jiang Shun is a really honest person. Update 2/3. Jiang Shun, You are truly a loyal and honest person. Master Jiang Shao, the territory is developing so fast, but you still can't forget about me. You are much better than others. If the second-level main city must participate, does that mean I don't have to participate in the primary wooden house? It's comfortable. I escaped a disaster. Brother, it's been so many days, and you're still in this broken wooden house? What's the difference between you and being dead? What's wrong with that broken wooden house? Even in that broken wooden house, I still have 80 kilograms of meat a day. If it goes bad, I won't be able to finish it. And I still live comfortably. This sentence caught Jiang Zhao's attention. How could an ordinary lord who only lived in a shabby wooden house have dozens of kilograms of meat every day? Other lords began to express doubts. Boasting is better than making a draft. The broken wooden house can't even build a blacksmith shop. Where can you make weapons and get so much meat? Soon the man replied, there is a bandit camp with more than 10,000 people near my home. Every day, I sell the 2 farmers I recruited there, and those bandits will give me a lot of meat. Other lords, Jiang Shao, an incredible operation. This kind of lord. No, this kind of living devil will definitely survive to the finals. Jiang Shao then sent out the details of the rare equipment, exquisite animal leather armor. Good things never need too much introduction. Jiang Shao only left these 2 sentences and closed the chat area directly. Rare armor, only 10 pieces. If you want it, exchange it for building cores or rare resources. As the lord's building levels increased, they all knew that building cores were essential resources for upgrading buildings, and no one was willing to exchange them. We must first let them discuss and compete to get things going. It was late at night, and a chill was setting in. Jiang Shao called Ling and Liu back to his Yaojin pavilion. After closing the door, he took out the 3 bone-cleansing pills from the exquisite wooden box. Liu, Ling, this bone-cleansing pill can greatly enhance our potential, but the drug may be a bit strong, and you may feel uncomfortable after taking it. After preparing the 2 of them mentally, the 2 maids said they were willing to accept the bone-cleansing pills. Even Jiang Shao saw a hint of expectation in their eyes. Jiang Shao held his forehead. It seems they really don't know how powerful this bone-cleansing pill is. This time he didn't ask anyone else to guard it. There are already 3 people here, so it won't be a big problem if they take in turns. Jiang Shao took the first bone-cleansing pill. He picked up a pill, took a deep breath, and then put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and Jiang Shao instantly felt a surge of hot energy exploding in his body, and a familiar tingling sensation quickly spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but frown slightly, but soon discovered that the pain this time was much lighter than when he took the blazing blood fruit. Something is not right. Why does this medicine not feel as strong as last time? Jiang Shao opened his eyes and recalled the feeling he had last time. Could it be that because I had eaten the blazing blood fruit before, my body has already adapted to the impact of the medicine? In less than half an hour, Jiang Shao felt warm all over. He looked down at his hands, which were faintly glowing red. Your health value plus 10. Jiang Shao immediately opened the attribute panel to check, but the result made him stunned for a moment. The health value changed from 67.2 to 82.2. If 10 points of qi and blood were added, it should be 77.2. How come it is 82.2? But you certainly can't go wrong with this panel. Jiang Shao reacted quickly and realized that it must be the Lantian Jade that provided him with an additional 50% bonus to his qi and health. I didn't expect that the bonus provided by Lantian Jade would be calculated after my own qi and blood values were calculated, and then the final multiplication would be performed. It really is too scientific. Next, it was Ling and Liu's turn. Liu, why don't you try it first? Liu nodded, picked up a bone-cleansing pill on the table, and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth again, and the next second, Liu's face suddenly changed. She suddenly covered her abdomen. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. Her cheeks quickly turned red, and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. Master, master! Her voice sounded as if she was enduring great pain. Jiang Shao felt distressed when he saw this scene, but there was nothing he could do. Liu's physique is different from his own. Without the transformation of the fiery blood fruit, the impact of the medicine must be more severe. But for Liu's future growth, this step is unavoidable. Ling, don't worry. Go wait for me at the door first. Her body temperature rose rapidly, and even the air around her seemed to be tinged with a burning sensation. Hot, so hot. Finally, half an hour later, Liu also successfully absorbed the bone-cleansing pill. Jiang Xiao also let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his head. Next, Ziling. Jiang Xiao put his coat on Liu. She had just been baptized by the bone-cleansing pill, and her collar and hair were a little messy. Liu, go to the warehouse and get 2 yak leather jackets. There should be quite a few left in the warehouse. I guess Ziling's condition will be similar to yours in a while. After hearing these words, the blush on Liu's face not only did not fade away, but became even deeper. She lowered her head, clutching the coat draped over her shoulders tightly, and replied shyly in a low voice, Okay. Okay, master. Another half an hour later, Ziling also absorbed it successfully. This time, Liu's health value increased from 75.6 to 89. Ziling's health value increased from 72 to 85. Total consumption, 3 bone-cleansing pills and 2 yak leather coats. As for the energy consumed by Jiang Xiao, this can be ignored. Master, I'll go boil some water so you could take a hot bath and rest. Jiang Xiao followed the principle of spending where possible and saving where possible, so the 3 of them only used 1 large bathtub. During this period of time, the chat area has been booming. Jiang Xiao ran away right after posting the details of the rare level armor. Who wouldn't be anxious? Master Jiang Xiao. Master Jiang, how come you disappeared after just saying a few words? Could it be that these 10 pieces of exquisite animal hide armor have already been replaced? Is there any young man who can help me grab some? I'll pay you with 100 units of iron ore. The discussions among the lords became more and more heated. What's more, they began to gather information everywhere, trying to confirm whether Jiang Xiao had already made private transactions with certain lords. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's friend received a private message from someone called Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Xiao had an impression of this lord. She ranked 10th in the last home defense event and was the 5th lord to upgrade her main city to level 5. This lord also seemed to have gotten the first kill among the pirate forces. She is here to buy equipment. Chapter 109, Good Luck, Quick Victory. Third update, March 3rd. Thank you again for your gifts and good comments. Hello, Boss Jiang Xiao. Can you sell me a piece of exquisite animal hide armor? I have some high-level resources here, including sunken wood, malachite, and gold ore. They add up to 600 units. Can I exchange them for one? I really don't have a building core. By the way, Boss Jiang Xiao, I am a female lord. Jiang Xiao frowned. I should have made it very clear when I posted the equipment details in the chat area just now. All it needs are building cores and rare resources. As for the female leader, Jiang Xiao had known for a long time that she was a female lord. At that time, he saw through her and almost knew her measurements. You are a female lord. Can a female lord be used as food? Or can she be used as a building core to upgrade the building? Either rare resources or building cores. Of course, some skill books are also okay. Anything else, forget it. On an island, Jiang Xiaowen looked at what Jiang Xiao said and stomped her feet in anger. You straight bastard. After saying that, Jiang Xiao closed the private chat and entered the chat area. Brothers, I just had to deal with some things. If you need it, you can come and exchange it. 1 piece of exquisite animal hide armor and 5 building cores. This price was just set by Jiang Xiao. Is it dark? It's not too black, just a little purple. But if you want to blame anyone, blame Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Xiao originally wanted to order 3 to 4 building cores each, but just now even she, who was ranked in the top 10, came to buy 1. This necessarily requires a price increase. After that, Jiang Xiao directly put 10 pieces of exquisite animal hide armor on the shelves. The exchange condition is to exchange for any type of the 5 building cores, and the quantity must be 5. Fuck, 5 building cores. God, Jiang, you're also crazy. That's right. Since I came to this world, I have only picked up an ice core while fishing. I have never seen this before. God, Jiang, are you opening your mouth too wide? Wait, these 10 are gone in an instant. You guys are all crying poor. How come they're all gone? Jiang Xiao looked at the chat area with a smile. This was all within his expectations. A lord who had snatched a piece of exquisite animal hide armor came out to show off. You know nothing. I'm afraid there isn't even an armor shop in your territory. A level 1 armor shop can make simple armor. A level 2 shop can make ordinary armor. A level 3 shop can make intermediate armor, and a level 4 shop can make advanced armor. The armor that Lord Jiang took out is of rare grade. Do you understand rare grade armor? It can only be made by a level 5 armor shop, which is higher than the level of your main city. Besides, I just tested this armor. I chopped it with the iron axe, and it only left a slight scratch. Jiang Shao felt very relieved and relaxed when he saw these words. This time, finally someone with a good brain spoke up. His analysis was indeed correct. If an ordinary lord wanted to make rare level armor, he would need level 5 protective gear. But he couldn't guess that his own blacksmith shop was only level 4 because Miaoji could add 1 level to the armor he made. Just as the lord finished his analysis, Jiang Xiaowen found Jiang Shao again. Boss Jiang Shao, I know you must have this rare armor at home. Please sell me one. Jiang Shao, 6 building cores. Jiang Xiaowen. Jiang Shao, you don't want it? Then I'll put it on the shelf. Jiang Xiaowen, yes, boss Jiang Shao, I want one. Lord Jiang Shao uses exquisite animal leather armor, rare, to exchange 3 greenwood cores and 3 ice cores with you. Do you agree? Jiang Xiaowen stamped her feet again and chose to agree. Jiang Shao looked at the 6 building cores and was happy. This person just said that he had no building cores, only high-level resources. After realizing that he was selling good things, he took out 6 of them. As expected, none of the lords who can rank high are easy to deal with. Then Jiang Shao opened the chat area again. 39 more pieces of exquisite animal hide armor are on sale, and this time I want 6 building cores. Of course, if you have other rare resources, you can also private message me. As soon as the message was sent, the entire chat area was like a fire with several oil barrels thrown into it. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: grab. No one has ever investigated the origin of these armors. Everyone is immersed in the anxiety of, if I don't buy it now, I will miss the chance. In just 8 minutes, all 39 pieces of armor were sold out. It's so cool. Jiang Shao took stock of the harvest, a total of 290 building cores. 55 Sharp Gold cores, 58 Greenwood cores, 62 Ice cores, 60 Flame cores, 55 Rock cores. Combined with what his family had gained from suppressing bandits, Jiang Shao felt that the 8th level main city was just around the corner. Before I knew it, the water in the tub had grown a little cold. Jiang Shao looked at Li Yu and Zi Ling, who were sleeping soundly beside him. It seemed that they had consumed too much energy while absorbing the bone cleansing pill. There was no other choice but to carry them both back to the room. That night, Jiang Shao lay in bed and thought for a long time before finally finalizing the number of participants for tomorrow's event. He decided to bring Li Yu, Zi Ling, Qin Liangyu, and Hu Era with him. As for why he did not choose Deng Ping, whose health value was as high as 285, Jiang Shao had his own plans in mind. He thought it would be best to leave a strong person at home to guard the house. What if bandits or robbers take advantage of the situation and sneak in? Leaving Deng Ping at home is also a precaution. The morning and noon passed quickly, and Jiang Shao randomly recruited 12 maids today. He then used his free time to check the home's defenses again with Black Cat. Night falls again. There are 2 things to do before participating in the event. One is to activate women in the main city. Another thing is that the blessing and gentleness of the blessed stone altar can be used again. Do you want to activate Fuyo Ruz? Yes. Jiang Shao reached out and took the stick. The words in front of him clearly read, "Good luck, quick victory. My luck is really good, and it is good luck again." But what does this quick victory mean? Exactly, what kind of quick victory is this? Finally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A familiar reminder sounded in the ears of all lords. The Battle of 10,000 Frontiers will start in 1 minute. You will be transferred to a special map in 1 minute. Please confirm the number of participants and the supplies you will carry. Elimination conditions. All residents participating in the war die. Note, every 1,000 lords share one map, and the death of a lord in a special map is not considered true death. Jiang Shao knew. A quick win. Exactly. The faster and more you kill, the more hidden rewards you will get. Maybe I can deprive other lords of their rewards. Chapter 110, there is a cheat in our map. Today is still 1/3 of the 3rd update. It is said that some resources can be carried. In fact, everyone is wearing armor and equipped with weapons, and Hu Era is equipped with his own epic saddle. And each of them carried some high-level physical recovery herbs and high-level healing herbs. Countdown 10, 9, 8. A white light flashed suddenly, and Jiang Shao felt dazed for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an unfamiliar place. A forest with bumpy ground, broken stone tablets, and some dilapidated buildings can be seen in the distance. The Battle of 10,000 Frontiers has begun. You have been randomly teleported to map 7034. Please kill other lords as much as possible to get points. 5 points for killing the lord, 1 point for killing the lord's residence. Jiang Shao looked around and found that there was a lord 100 meters away. The man seemed a little dazed. He stood there touching his head and looking around. When the lord saw Jiang Shao, he actually raised his hand, showed a friendly smile, and waved at Jiang Shao. Experienced baby number 1 appeared. Jiang Shao saw him greeting him and waved back. I just waved the tiger era. Who era was like a gust of wind. In just a few seconds, he knocked down the lord who had no idea how to react, as well as several residents around him. Kill Lord Hu Tu and his residents, and get 9 points. Jiang Shao remembered the words quick battle, quick decision, written on Fuyo Ruse. Right now, we must keep searching for other lords and get points as quickly as possible. 5 minutes later, kill Lord Feng Chi and his residents, and get 9 points. Kill Lord Lu Ruyan and his residents, and get 9 points. It must be said that Hu Era's skill, Spiritual Point Sniffer, is indeed very useful. It can accurately capture the breath of some other lords in the nearby area. Combined with Li Yu's tracking, almost no one can escape their hunting range. The chat area at this moment. Isn't this peace and warmth? This is the feeling of killing people. It feels so good. I've already got 3 points. I just killed 3 peasants of a lord and then ran away. It was so exciting. Fuck, this rule is toxic. It only says that the death of a lord is not considered death. One of my peasants was just hunted down by others and died. He can't be really dead. He has the best physique among my people. If you die, you die. Isn't it okay if you don't die? Is there a sister lord in map 4216? I'll take you to the woods and make a deal. Fuck, brother, there is actually such a thing. In Jiang Zhao's discussion group, Wu Di and Chun Bo also reported their map numbers. Gudi, no 7012. Uncle Chen, no 3059. Jiang Shao took a quick glance and found that they were not the same map, so he didn't say anything. He had no time to reply. He was now immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering the experienced baby and couldn't extricate himself. The points continued to soar and now reached 1647 points. There is no other way. We have to be quick. Their death at the hands of others is a loss to themselves. Jiang Zhao's killing efficiency caused the number of lords in the entire map to drop sharply. Master, there seem to be a lot of people ahead, probably dozens of them. Dozens? So many people gathered together. This situation of more than 5 people and dozens of people gathered together attracted Jiang Zhao's attention. He thought of a possibility. Is this an illegal team? Several people quietly approached. Brothers, this map of ours, I'm afraid there might be cheats. There's a stupid cheat. Do you really think this is a game? But, judging from the density of the corpses just now, there must be a powerful lord in our map. Who can contact those who were eliminated? Who is so powerful? Have no idea. No one could report the news, and no lord had ever said in the chat how he died. After the lord is eliminated, the chat area cannot be used until the activity is settled. Whether it's sending messages or trading, nothing works. What do you think? Could the cheats in our map be those awesome lords? In that case, fuck him, then we definitely need to unite. Yes, we must unite. I agree. We have to get rid of the experts first, and then we can compete slowly. This is fair. However, at this moment, a leader in the crowd took action. The long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at his teammates beside him. Unity? Fairness? You guys unite. I just want points. His action was like lighting a fuse, and the scene instantly got out of control. What are you doing? Damn it, someone betrayed us. Kill him. I'm here to kill him and take his points. Don't do anything. Why is it yours? A melee broke out, and the lords who had been shouting for unity before now completely lost their minds in their fight for points. Jiang Shao and his companions had already quietly sneaked into the nearby bushes. Seeing this scene, he was happy. Their unity doesn't seem very reliable. However, seeing them killing each other, Jiang Shao just felt distressed. Damn, these were all my points. There's no time to waste. Harvest the vegetables quickly. Liang Yu, hurry up. Use that move. Qin Liang Yu took action. She drew her sword without hesitation. Directly used the big move. A moment. A terrifying sword intent rushed straight into the sky, and the aura around her instantly became extremely sharp, breaking the mountain and slashing the sky. He swung the sword in his hand, and a shadow sword beam several feet wide rose from the ground and crossed the battlefield. The sword light fell with a loud bang, The ground shook violently, and dust flew. A deep crack spread across the center of the battlefield. Those lords who were still fighting for points didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed up by the sharp sword energy, and both the people and the residents were wiped out. With one sword strike, point sword. Kill Lord Yang Wei and his residents, and get 8 points. Kill Lord Wu Renxin and his residents, and get 9 points. Kill Lord Huang Xiaoheng and his residents, and get 8 points. It was obvious that some lords had suffered casualties before they formed illegal teams. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have only 8 points. It's indeed a bit of a pity. But on the bright side, they gathered together spontaneously, which saved me a lot of time in looking for them. Chapter 111, What Happened to Map number 7034. Today is still the third update, February 3rd. In another map, Wu Hao held a knife in one hand and commanded his 4 bandits to kill the lord and his residents in front of them. Since joining the bandit camp in Wyangu, Wu Hao's farmers have been transformed into bandits every day. Although these bandits are not particularly strong, their combat capabilities are 7% higher than those of ordinary farmers. In addition to Wu Hao's level 5 main city, his bandits are all wearing ordinary or even a small amount of intermediate equipment, so it is very easy to kill these supporting lords. At this moment, Wu Hao's score has reached 241 points, and his smile can hardly be concealed. He enjoyed the killing. His 4 bandits, together with their equipment, were a dimensionality reduction attack on them. Wu Hao looked at another lord not far away and ordered his 4 bandits to act quickly and charge at him. But at this moment, a sudden sound almost made Wu Hao fall down. Only one lord survives in map 7034. The event ends. After 10 seconds, all participating lords in all maps will be teleported back to their respective territories. After 5 minutes, all lords will be awarded rewards based on their points and rankings. Wu Hao was confused. What does it mean? One map decides the outcome, and people in other maps just stop playing? At this moment, an idea arose in Wu Hao's mind. No way, buddy. I've already joined the bandit camp, and yet, I'm still so far away. The lords in the chat area didn't expect that it would end in less than an hour. They didn't know that on map number 7034, Jiang Xiao belonged to it. Due to Jiang Zhao's crazy killing in the first 5 minutes, many lords formed teams. They ended up making things worse and saved Jiang Xiao a lot of time. Is this the end? My little sister and I just went into the woods. What does that announcement just now mean? What does it mean? There's only one lord left, and someone has killed his way through map 7034. Just a passerby, I want to ask what happened to map number 7034. Finally, a lord from map 7034 began to speak. It's finally settled. I am the victim of this map, and I can finally speak. I just ran into a lord when I entered, and just wanted to say hello. Then I was bitten to death by a tiger with blue stripes in the blink of an eye. Finally, I was prompted with "You have been killed." As for who killed me, that was not displayed. Fuck you. Why is it so hard to explain one thing? If I were a tiger, I would bite you too. Other lords. 5 minutes later, the announcement went off. The results of this Wanjiang battle are concluded, and the reward for the top 10 lords are announced. Rewards are related to lord points and lord rankings. Congratulations to the 10th lord, Yi Gongsheng, who scored 74 kills and obtained 150 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 9th lord, Jiang Xiaowen, for killing 75 points and obtaining 200 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 7th lord, Chun Bo, for killing 90 points and obtaining 400 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 5th lord, Brother Wu, for getting 104 kill points and obtaining 600 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 2nd lord, Wu Hao, for killing 241 points and obtaining 900 units of random advanced resources. Congratulations to the 1st place lord, Jiang Xiao, who has a kill score of 8,014 and has obtained one of 5 defensive building blueprints, one of 5 living building blueprints, and one of 5 skill books. Wait a minute. All the points above 5th place are 100, and 2nd place Wu Hao gets 200 points, but what the hell are the points for 1st place? I think I'm sick. Aren't there only 8,991 points in a map? He alone got 8,000 points? Fuck. My fucking score is not even 4 points, and God Jiang just killed someone with a 4-digit score, and it starts with 8. The case has been solved, brothers. Map number 7034 was killed by Jiang Xiao. At this time, Jiang Shao had also been teleported back to the territory. He did not look at the 3 rewards he had just received, 2 types of blueprints to choose from and a skill book to choose from. Jiang Shao stared at the 2 lines of golden characters in front of him, somewhat lost in thought. Since you ranked first within 60 minutes and your points exceeded 8,000, congratulations on obtaining the only hidden reward, Xian Yuan Xiaoyu Sword. Is this true or false? Xian Yuan Sword? Jiang Shao felt a little dizzy, his eyes fixed on the 2 lines of words and then on the sword. Xian Yuan Sword floats in the air. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants. On one side of the hilt is written the art of farming and animal husbandry, while on the other side is written the strategy of unifying the world. Jiang Shao could only feel the blood rushing through his body. He could even hear the sound of his own heart beating. He stretched out his hand. At this moment, the Xian Yuan sword seemed to make a crisp sword sound. The sword trembled slightly, as if responding to his call. The moment Jiang Zhao's hand grasped the hilt of the sword, a tremendous force surged into his body like a torrent. The details of the sword appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Xian Yuan Xiaoyu Sword, Sword of the Holy Way. Introduction: A sword. Immortal. It remains as good as new after thousands of years. It does not require any repair or maintenance and will never be damaged. Defense break. Ignore all armor effects. The armor of the target hit by this sword will be ineffective for 30 seconds. Xian Yuan Sword Qi. Consumes a large amount of physical strength and releases a Xian Yuan Sword Qi, causing devastating damage to enemies within the range. Note, this weapon is bound to the Lord and cannot be used by others or given to others. If lost, it will bring immeasurable disaster. Actually, it's really the Xian Yuan sword. Finally, a weapon. This sword is a weapon that is beyond the legendary level and the mythical level, and has its own exclusive quality, the Sword of the Holy Way. This, Piu, is a bid against the will of heaven. Ignore all armor effects and make all enemy equipment ineffective within 30 seconds. Doesn't this mean that other people in front of me are left with nothing but underwear? If combined with Xian Yuan's Sword Qi, I'm afraid that all the armors of the opponents will be gone. Oh no, with one Xian Yuan's Sword Qi, I'm afraid all the people on the opposite side will be gone. Jiang Shao thought of the Yu King sword at home, whose unique quality was the best sword in the world. Then this Xian Yuan sword should be the sky. Why not? Try it with the sword first. Chapter 112, Level 3 Moat. Updated on March 3rd. Wish you all a happy weekend. Jiang Shao, accompanied by Liu, walked out of the territory and found a place with lush trees. Xuan Yuan's Sword Qi. The Xian Yuan sword instantly burst into dazzling golden light, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart in an instant, making a low roar. The next second, a blazing sword energy shot out from the sword tip like the rising sun, with golden light spanning the sky and the earth. Swish! I saw that dozens of towering trees that were originally standing in a forest were now all broken and fell to the ground. A deep sword mark was left on the ground. This. Jiang Shao suddenly felt dizzy. Master, don't scare me. Master, what's wrong with you? Liu looked at Jiang Shao leaning on the ground with his sword, his face full of tension. She was a little anxious, and even her tail was swinging around uncontrollably. Jiang Shao tried hard to stand up. This Xian Yuan sword energy really consumes a lot of physical strength. After this sword strike, all his physical strength was almost exhausted. But it's okay, as long as I can use up my physical strength once, that'll be fine. As long as you can use it once, you can use advanced physical strength recovery herbs for quick recovery later. Jiang Shao looked at the deep sword marks on the ground. Nice sword. Jiang Shao couldn't help but think of his previous weapon, the alloy wolf tooth stick plus the skill stun. Wolf tooth stick, you are a good weapon, but unfortunately you are not suitable for us. Sap, you do have a good skill, but it is not suitable for us. You two should stay away from me from now on. I'm afraid the Xian Yuan sword in my hand might be misunderstood. Oh wait, it looks like the sap can be released with the elbow. From this perspective, sap, we are still a good match. Jiang Shao touched Liu's head and said, "It's okay. I'm just a little tired." Then, the two returned to the territory. Jiang Zhao's discussion group had already been flickering. As soon as I opened it, I saw Chun Bo's message. 8,014 points? How'd you get that? This is almost 90 times more than mine. Brother Jiang, in your actions, have directly caused other people's rewards to be lost. Once you kill all the people in your map, all other lords will be killed. Uncle Chun was indeed right. The rewards given to other lords were so low, and Jiang Shao was mainly responsible. No, he was entirely responsible. This time the rewards are not only based on ranking, but on a combination of points and ranking. Ranked high. Sorry, ranking alone is useless. If you don't have enough points, the rewards are only high-level resources. Jiang Shao replied, "It's okay. You're all the same. You only have high-level resources. It's equivalent to..." He thought for a while and decided to comfort them. "Well, it means that none of you have made any progress. Uncle Chun, at Wu Di, do you have anything to say?" "Wu Di, I'm used to it, and I don't have anything to say. If you have to say anything, I rank 2 places higher than you." Uncle Chun. Jiang Shao closed the discussion group. The two of them reminded themselves that there were still 3 rewards that they hadn't chosen. Choose one of 5 defensive building blueprints. Choose one of 5 architectural drawings for daily life. Choose one of 5 skill books. I almost forgot about it because I was so happy after obtaining the Xianyuan sword. Jiang Shao opened the first one. Please select one of the 5 defensive building drawings below. Building drawings of Chevaudelas Citadel, building drawings of walls, building drawings of sentry towers, building drawings of moats, building drawings of fences. I have already learned the 3 blueprints of Chevaux de Frise, wall, and watchtower, so once I choose them, I can only disassemble them. The last fence building blueprint is probably useless. Jiang Shao looked at the 4th moat construction blueprint. This moat actually has architectural drawings? Just choose it. Congratulations on obtaining the moat building blueprint. Then the second one. Please select one of the following 5 life-related architectural drawings. Blacksmith shop building drawings, medical building drawings, ranch building drawings, chamber of commerce building drawings, hot spring building drawings. Jiang Shao looked at these 5 options and felt a pang of pain. The first 3 are still drawings that I have studied. What made Jiang Shao feel painful was the 4th chamber of commerce building blueprint. This was bought from traveling merchant for 120 gold coins. However, if you choose this blueprint this time, you can resell it to a merchant and earn some gold coins. But these hot spring building drawings, the name alone makes them irresistible. Besides, the weather is so cold now, and there are so many people in my territory, it's really suitable in every aspect. Congratulations on the hot spring building drawings. The last one, please select one of the 5 skill books below. Swiftness skill book, Shield Guard skill book, Wind of Resurgence skill book, Whirlwind/skill book, Berserk skill book. Jiang Shao knew what these 5 skills were used for at a glance. Agility? Shield? Whirlwind? Berserk? These are really not necessary. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind of Resurgence skill book. Jiang Shao view details. Skill book, Wind of Revival. Introduction can be released to up to 5 friendly forces at the same time, increasing their physical strength recovery speed by 5%. Increase the stamina recovery rate of friendly troops by 5%. That a bit strong. Although it looks like only 5%, but after adding the bonus of her hand and maternal power, the bonus to the maids and Qin Liang Yu is 25%. Plus the 100% physical strength recovery bonus brought by the Imperial Seal. I can't imagine how fierce it will be in the future. I went to bed early yesterday. As soon as the sun rose, Jiang Shao got up too. He planned to build his territory this morning. It was too late yesterday, and the moat was not built in time. Jiang Shao directly used the moat construction drawings. This architectural blueprint is different from the previous ones. It is not built directly, but requires prerequisites. Additional gold coins and materials are required to open up the moat and nearby water channels. As for the specific amount of gold coins and materials consumed, it depends on the distance from the water. Once the channel is opened, you will not need to spend additional gold coins later. Jiang Zhao's territory is relatively close to Tianyuan River. It only requires 12 gold coins, 600 units of cement, and 400 units of tiles, and 100 units of pine wood to make a high-quality wooden sluice. Next, you can build the moat. Do you want to consume 50 units of clay and 50 units of stone per meter to build a simple moat? Yes. After the construction was completed, Jiang Shao upgraded the level 1 moat to level 3 moat in one go. Level 2 upgrade, 100 units of stone and 100 units of clay per meter. Upgrade to level 3, 100 units of cement and 50 units of tiles per meter. Similar to city walls, it can be built and upgraded very quickly. Soon, a moat about 5 or 6 meters wide and 4 meters deep was built around the city wall. Moat. Level 3. Introduction. It can effectively isolate the enemy from the city wall and prevent the enemy from approaching the city wall to attack the city. Infantry, cavalry, and other troops need to spend more time crossing the moat, which can greatly slow down the enemy's attack speed. Upgrade. Upgrading to level 4 requires 100 units of refined cement and 50 units of bricks per meter. However, Jiang Shao did not open the wooden sluice gate to fill the moat with water. Because the territory is still lacking a drawbridge gate, there is no blueprint for it yet. When Jiang Shao first built the moat, he also left a few flat areas for entering and exiting the territory. The real work is done. Next, it's time to build a hot spring to improve the quality of life. P.S. I have enough words recently, so I may have to test different titles for this book. Dear readers, please recommend any you like. I should need 5 in total. Thank you again for the various small gifts. Have a nice weekend. Chapter 113, Second Level Chamber of Commerce, Attracting Merchant Ships. Today is still 1/3 of the third update. Do you want to consume 1,500 units of stone, 1,500 units of cement, 500 units of charcoal, 3,000 units of fresh water, and 10 flame cores to create a hot spring? This hot spring actually requires a flame core. However, before the last event, Jiang Shao still had 60 of them at home. There is still some distance to go before we can upgrade the main city to 100 flame cores. After some consideration, he decided that he could spend these 10 flame cores to enjoy himself. After all, this thing is not only for me to use, the maids can also use it. Yes, Jiang Shao deliberately placed the hot spring between his main city and the Yulan house where the maids lived. It's not because I have any evil thoughts. The advantage of this location is that the heat emitted by the hot spring may increase the surrounding temperature. Not only is the hot springs closer, but everyone will also be more comfortable living there. In less than 5 minutes, the hot spring gradually took shape in a curtain of pale yellow light. The heat rose, and a hazy mist rose in the cold air, with a slight scent of charcoal. Jiang Shao just looked at the steaming hot spring and felt like he was actually getting a little warmer. The details of the hot spring were displayed in front of Jiang Shao. Spa. Level 1. Maximum number of people, 0/10. The number of people increases as the level of the hot spring increases. Consumption, 41 degrees Celsius, 200 units of fresh water, 50 units of charcoal / 20 units of high-quality charcoal per hour. The higher the temperature, the more fresh water and charcoal are consumed per hour. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need to consume 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of high-quality cement, 500 units of high-quality charcoal, and 10 flame cores. Good stuff. The first level hot spring can accommodate up to 10 people, which is obviously more than twice as big as the bathtub in my room. However, this hot spring does not need to be upgraded to level 2 for the time being, and it would be a waste to use 10 flame cores. Jiang Shao didn't experience it right away. This kind of thing, it's better to talk about it in the evening. After all, I'm alone now. What's the point of experiencing it by myself? I glanced at the sundial, and it was probably 8 o'clock in the morning. Not long after, Liu also got up. She walked out of Yaojing Pavilion and rubbed her eyes. Master, good morning. Before Liu got close, her attention was attracted by a burst of mist. Her eyes, which originally had a hint of sleepiness, suddenly became clear. Master, this is... An obsessive look gradually emerged in Liu's eyes, and her tail swayed excitedly. She lowered her head and probed the water with her hand, then quickly pulled it back. Master, this is a hot spring. Her tone revealed an excitement that could not be concealed. Master, you are amazing. How about it? Do you like it? You could try it first. Just as Liu was about to go further into the water, she suddenly remembered something. Her face suddenly turned red, and she looked as delicate and beautiful as a ripe cherry. Liu lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Shao. Her fingers twisted together in confusion. Now, it's still daytime. Her voice became softer and softer, with a hint of panic in her shy tone, and her tail curled up nervously. Liu raised her head, her eyes wandering, and she said with a bit of embarrassment, Wait, I'll try again tonight. In the morning, Jiang Shao recruited another 12 maids. The new maids were quickly assigned their respective tasks and began to get busy. The total number of maids in Jiang Zhao's territory also climbed to 118. Among them, there are 38 maids who are good at fighting and 80 maids who are good at production and other work. The number of female guards is 265. There are 4 commanders, the mythical Qin Liangyu, the legendary Deng Ping, and 2 rare ones, Zhu Yu and Feng Qiu. As the population of the territory increases, the consumption of food in the territory also increases significantly. Although there's still plenty of grain and meat in the warehouse, these things will go bad. It is better to be prepared than to suffer a disaster. Jiang Shao planned to send 38 maids who were good at fighting and 100 female guards out hunting. But this time the target is living animals, all of which are kept in captivity. Then, Jiang Shao came to the second-level Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, the few drawings refreshed in the Chamber of Commerce today are not what we need. While thinking about what to do next, Deng Ping returned to the territory from the riverside. My lord, there is a merchant ship coming upstream. It is smaller than the last one. Merchant ship? Jiang Shao was startled when he heard that, but then he was delighted. I'm afraid this is not the role of the second-level Chamber of Commerce, but the effect of attracting merchant ships to dock. Jiang Shao called Qing Lan, who was good at diplomacy, and went there immediately. Before leaving, Jiang Shao suddenly remembered those strange little antiques that Xieying had recently found. Just pack them all into a cloth bag and take it over. Maybe you can exchange them for some gold coins. When Jiang Shao came to the shore, a merchant ship had already docked at the shore. Although the hull was a bit old, the sails were hoisted high and the cargo piled on the ship could be vaguely seen. A well-dressed, middle-aged man quickly walked down from the boat. He bowed slightly with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm the owner of this ship, Luo Wanjin. We heard there is a Twilight Star town nearby with a large chamber of commerce. Do you know where it is? Jiang Shao did not reveal his identity directly. He first used the skill see through on the merchant ship. Merchant ship, primary merchant ship. Quantity of goods 67,000/100,000. Introduction. This is a primary merchant ship jointly funded and operated by wealthy businessmen, mainly responsible for transporting various materials along the river and conducting trade along the way. There are more than 10 businessmen and dozens of crew members on the ship. Status. The merchant ship is currently docked due to the attraction of the Dust Star Town Chamber of Commerce. As expected, he was attracted by the second-tier Chamber of Commerce in his own territory. Then, Jiang Shao used see-through on the person who was speaking. Luo, Wanjin ship owner. Qi in blood value, 17.5. Introduction. An experienced merchant ship owner who has been driving merchant ships for trading along the way for many years. He is honest and kind, good at negotiation, but will not deliberately lower the price. He has a daughter who was robbed by bandits while doing business a few years ago, and her whereabouts are still unknown. If she is found, he is willing to reward her with a large sum of money. My daughter who was doing business a few years ago was kidnapped, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Will there be a generous reward if she is found? Although Jiang Shao could see this, he didn't take it seriously as there was no clue at all. Jiang Shao focused on Luo Wanjin's profile, especially the words loyal and honest, not deliberately lowering the price. This is a conscientious businessman. I'm the owner of this territory. I just heard that there was a merchant ship passing by, so I came here to take a look and trade some supplies with you. By the way, can I come aboard and see what you guys have brought? Upon hearing this, Luo Wanjin's face showed unconcealable excitement and awe. He knew very well that a lord who could build a second-level chamber of commerce was definitely not ordinary. My lord, of course, please follow me aboard. Chapter 114. Get on board. Clues to Malachite. Today is still February 3rd. Before Jiang Shao, Deng Ping, and Qing Lan boarded the merchant ship, Jiang Shao carefully used see-through on each person who greeted them. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal with these people, he took the 2 of them onto the deck. The interior of the merchant ship is extremely neatly arranged, with various goods neatly stacked in different areas. Jiang Shao looked around and was soon attracted by several exquisite scrolls on a wooden table. He counted them, and there were 10 in total. Jiang Shao picked up one and checked it. Construction speed-up scroll, 20 gold coins. Introduction. After use, it can speed up the construction of the building for 24 hours without consuming additional materials. This is definitely good stuff. You should know that if you want to upgrade the main city, you need to invest more manpower to speed up the construction, which will consume a lot of extra resources and gold coins. This construction acceleration scroll can not only speed up construction by 24 hours, but it can also do so without consuming any additional materials. Captain Luo, can you give me a discount on these 10 building acceleration scrolls if I buy them as a package? Luo Wanjin didn't expect Jiang Shao to have such financial resources. He smiled sincerely. My lord, if you buy together, I can give you a 20% discount. After hearing the 20% discount, Jiang Shao did not agree immediately. He turned around and looked at Qinglan. Qinglan immediately understood and nodded slightly. Relying on tenfold diplomacy, there was another round of bargaining. But it must be said that Luo Wanjin is indeed a loyal and honest person. He would not deliberately lower the price, and the prices of things are relatively reasonable in themselves. In the end, it was only discussed at a 25% discount, and after settlement, 10 building acceleration scrolls were worth 150 gold coins. Afterwards, Jiang Shao continued to look around the boat. Soon, he found some wool and more than 80 yak skins. They're all cheaper than those sold at merchants. The yak skin was previously priced at 10 silver coins at the traveling merchant, but after a 50% discount, it is now 5 silver coins per piece. Luo Wanjin only charges 4 silver coins per card. After the final round of bargaining, the price was set at 3.8 silver coins per piece, and we bought them all. Continuing to walk into the ship, Jiang Zhao's eyes were attracted by another set of neatly stacked boxes. The chests are filled with high-level resources, refined iron ore and refined copper ore. However, both territories can produce these two types of resources. Jiang Shao began to consider the conditions required to upgrade the main city to level 8. 50,000 units of gold or 100,000 units of refined iron or 100,000 units of refined copper or 80,000 units of sunken wood, 80,000 units of high-quality cement, 20,000 units of malachite, 5,000 gold coins, 100 of each of the 5 types of building cores. The first 3 resources are already stably produced in the territory. High-quality cement can be produced through a secondary mud kiln factory, while sunken wood requires upgrading the wood processing factory before it can be produced. The key resource that is currently in short supply and has no way to obtain is malachite. The question of how to obtain malachite has troubled Jiang Shao for a long time. Scientifically speaking, the main component of malachite is basic copper carbonate, so there should be a chance of obtaining malachite when collecting copper ore. But Jiang Shao also asked Uncle Chun, who owned a copper mine, but said he had never collected malachite. He also used see-through to confirm the resource information of Uncle Chen's family, and he was sure that he did not lie to him. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shao turned to Luo Wanjin. Captain Luo, do you have any malachite for sale on your ship? Luo Wanjin shook his head. My lord, the rarity of malachite is only slightly lower than that of gold. We do not have any malachite on our ship. It's a bit of a pity, but it's not a wasted trip. After all, there are more than 80 yak skins and 10 construction acceleration scrolls. I bought everything I should buy. Next, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to sell goods. Jiang Shao opened a cloth bag he brought with him. Captain Luo, I have some things here. Take a look and see if there is anything valuable. These things are all rare items that Xieying caught when fishing because of the effect of the lucky halo. Although Jiang Shao used see-through to check, the specific value of these items was not displayed, and he didn't know how much these things were worth. He had thought it through when he came. If you meet an honest merchant, sell it to him. If you meet a dishonest one, take it back intact. From the current contacts, Luo Wanjin seems to be a trustworthy businessman. Jiang Shao placed the bag on the table, opened it, and took out several items from it. 3 bottles, a plate, and 2 wooden boxes. Luo Wanjin stepped forward and checked them one by one with a focused expression. He carefully picked up the first bottle and examined it carefully for a moment. My lord, these 3 bottles are exquisitely crafted and have a long history. Each is worth about 30 gold coins. He picked up the plate again and tapped it lightly with his fingers. This plate is in good condition. 40 gold coins are no problem. These 2 wooden boxes should be made of high-quality wood, and each is worth 55 gold coins. Jiang Shao didn't expect that these 2 broken wooden boxes together could be sold for more than 100 gold coins. He quickly calculated in his mind that the total value of these things was 240 gold coins. Captain Luo, how about 288 gold coins? I'll do the same if you want. Luo Wanjin seemed a little embarrassed when he heard this. My lord, if this happens, I might lose money. Jiang Shao knew that the other party was an honest person, but he also wanted to see if he could make more concessions. Luo Wanjin pondered for a moment and finally said, My lord, the maximum I can offer is 255 gold coins. However, to show my sincerity, I am willing to provide you with some additional information about a malachite mine as compensation. Hearing this, Jiang Shao immediately became interested. He had just randomly called out a price to test the waters, and now not only did he earn gold coins, he also got clues about the high-level resource, malachite. Make a deal. Luo Wanjin took out a slightly old map from his arms. He pointed to a mark on the map and said, "My lord, this is the location of the malachite mine I mentioned." Jiang Shao looked carefully and found that the place was located downstream on the opposite bank of Tianyuan River. He estimated that it would take about 2 hours to cross the river and then ride on horseback. However, after Luo Wanjin finished speaking, he did not rush to put away the map, but showed a hint of hesitation again. He was silent for a moment, as if considering how to start. "My lord, there is indeed a malachite vein here. It's occupied by bandits now. It is said that the group of bandits is large in number, at least 2,000 people." Chapter 115 Clues about Luo Wanjin. Today is still March 3rd. A bandit camp of 2,000 people? Amalakite mine. Jiang Shao repeated in a low voice, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. How come all these good things happened at the same time? After the transaction was completed, Jiang Shao and the other two began to move the yak skins purchased from Luo Wanjin back to their territory one by one. On the way of transporting, Jiang Zhao's mind was no longer on these resources. He repeatedly thought about the information provided by Luo Wanjin. The size of 2,000 people basically confirms that this is a high-level bandit camp. If you want to grab the malachite mines, you must obtain more information. Acting rashly will only put yourself in a dangerous situation. He needed more intelligence, the exact number of enemies, the layout of fortifications, and the strength level of the bandit leaders. We can't act rashly this time. We have to go and investigate first. And he had to go there in person because he was at the mythical level of seeing through and was the best candidate. Of course, safety comes first. Finally, Jiang Shao decided to ride Huera with Liu and let Deng Ping ride a high-quality horse to accompany them. As for Qin Liangyu, Jiang Shao chose to let her stay in the territory to continue training the female guards and strengthen the overall combat effectiveness. After all, the main goal of this operation is just exploration, so there's no need to make a big fuss. Before leaving, Jiang Shao plans to upgrade the wood processing plant and put the production of sunken wood on the agenda. Do you want to consume 22,000 units of wood, 1,100 units of iron, and 10 greenwood cores to upgrade the wood processing plant? Yes. After the upgrade, Jiang Shao checked the resources that the second-level wood processing plant could produce. The only wood that can be produced is still pine, but the consumption has decreased. Originally, each unit of pine would require 25 units of wood, but now each unit of pine wood requires 20 units of wood. If I upgrade to the next level, I will probably be able to make driftwood. Do you want to consume 22,000 units of sunken wood, 1,100 units of refined iron, and 10 greenwood cores to upgrade the wood processing plant? Yes. Jiang Shao waited quietly for 20 minutes, and the wood processing plant was upgraded. The main body of the new wood processing plant is made of dark brown sinkwood, and a wide sliding wooden door is added at the entrance. The internal space division of the building is more reasonable, and several new wood processing areas have been added. The details of the Level 3 wood processing plant appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Wood processing plant. Level 3. Number of maids to be dispatched, 0/3. 3 maids can be dispatched to work. Production, pine, sunken wood. Upgrade. To upgrade to Level 4, you need 22,000 units of sunken wood, 3,500 units of refined iron, 2,000 units of malachite, 1,500 units of gold, and 15 greenwood cores. Now you can make driftwood. Jiang Shao checked the conditions for making pine wood and sunken wood. Pine wood. Each unit of pine wood requires 15 units of wood. Sunk wood. Each unit of sunk wood requires 8 units of pine wood. To put it in perspective, this means that for every unit of driftwood, 120 units of wood are required. It doesn't matter. Wood is still the most abundant resource in the territory. This means that the only resources needed to upgrade the main city to Level 8 are malachite, building cores, and gold coins. Each building core and gold coins can be accumulated slowly. Today we have to investigate the malachite vein that Luo Wanjin just mentioned. Jiang Shao returned to the stable and asked Yumi to pick a top-quality horse for Deng Ping. It has been 2.5 days since we moved to the new territory, and there are already 30 more horses in the stable. Among them, there are 5 top-quality horses, 19 medium-quality horses, and 6 low-quality horses. These stallions are really capable. According to the current progress of 12 horses per day, it is estimated that in a few days, every maid in the territory who needs to go out hunting or exploring will have one. Since they might not be able to make it in time for lunch, if they went, Jiang Xiao asked Deng Ping and Liu to bring some food with them. Several people came to the dock. Deng Ping built 5 primary warships and 2 intermediate warships in the past 2 days. 3 people, a horse, and a tiger, sitting on a primary warship, soon sailed to the other side of the Tianyuan River. Different from the previous riding order, this time Liu said she wanted to sit in the back and experience it. That was nothing, so Jiang Xiao agreed. Tiger Era is incredibly fast and as swift as the wind. Liu hugged Jiang Xiao tightly, moving her body closer to him. The feeling on Jiang Xiao's back made his breathing stagnate slightly. In just a moment, he left Deng Ping's superior horse far behind. Jiang Xiao had already discovered that it might be because Hu Era had a bad temper and he couldn't get Hu Era to slow down. It can only accelerate quickly and then stop to wait for people. Tiger Era braked. Inertia caught Liu off guard, and she suddenly lunged forward. Jiang Xiao instantly hardened. No, he instantly became stiff. This damn feeling of being pushed on the back. Liu quickly shrank back a little, her face flushed as if blood was about to drip out, and she whispered shyly, Master, I am sorry. How about, Master, let me sit in the front. Jiang Xiao. It's okay, just sit in the back, we need to hurry. Tiger Era, speed up. Hu Era understood and suddenly accelerated again. Why go back tonight? I must give Hu Era some chicken legs. 2 hours later, several people were lying in the bushes on a hill, observing the bandit camp in the distance. Most of the bandit camps in the past were small, well-concealed strongholds, with the thugs at the door either drinking lazily or playing and laughing. But the Deadwood Ridge in front of us is completely different. The gate of the camp is tall and sturdy, with guards outside distributed in an orderly manner and patrols patrolling around the camp. Moreover, this camp is not like those small outposts hidden in the deep mountains and dense forests, but is built directly on the cliff. It's simply extremely arrogant. Jiang Xiao looked over and saw through it. Deadwood Ridge, high-level bandit camp. Bandit leaders. Leader number 1 is Red Ape Sun. Leader number 2 is Black Falcon Li. Leader number 3 is Iron Fist Zhao. Leader number 4 is Li Lang Zhang. Leader number 5 is Ghost Crow King. Number of bandits, 4029. Introduction. Cumuling is located between cliffs. With its steep and complex terrain, it has risen rapidly and has become the most feared bandit camp within a radius of 100 miles. In just a few years, the number of bandits has increased sharply, and their power has expanded to a level that even the government cannot easily intervene. Note, the 5 leaders lived and ate together and cooperated well. They plundered villages, seized trade routes, and committed all kinds of evil. Even the officers and soldiers who came to encircle and suppress them many times were defeated. I lost. The number of bandits, 4029, twice as much as 2,000. Is this high-level bandit camp developing so fast? Chapter 116, Exploring the High-Level Bandit Camp. Part 3 and 1/3. Jiang Xiao continued to observe the situation in the camp carefully. Not long after, he noticed a few bandits wandering out of the camp in the distance, apparently on a routine patrol. We must not alert the enemy now. This high-level bandit camp also has 4 entrances and 4 doors in the east, south, west, and north. The defensive configuration of each gate is similar. There are many guards, and all the necessary defensive facilities are available. If we have to point out a weak point, the north gate is against a cliff and has fewer defenders. But this kind of cliff is also difficult to attack. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind and basically figured out the overall layout of the high-level bandit camp. He didn't need more information for the time being. The investigation is almost done, so we can go back to the territory first. On the way back, Jiang Xiao did not wait for Deng Ping. He rode on Tiger Era and returned to the territory with Liu first. Jiang Xiao was not worried at all. Deng Ping had a HP value of 285 and was riding a high-quality horse, so she would definitely not be in danger. Another 2-hour pushback feeling. When we returned to the territory, it was not yet completely dark, but dinner time was approaching. Today is a little strange. The maids who went out hunting haven't come back yet. And there are more people today, with 38 maids with specialties in combat, plus 100 female guards. This was probably the largest hunting expedition in history. I haven't been back for so long. Could it be that I encountered a strange beast with a high HP value? But Jiang Xiao didn't worry too much. After all, the maids can sense each other, and Ruoxue will notify herself immediately if there is any danger. Tonight, Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao, who usually came back the latest, were the first to return to the territory. Since moving to this territory, the two have been responsible for the surrounding exploration tasks. Jiang Shao planned to let them explore the nearby area first, and then explore the other side of Tianyuan River. Lin Qing'er brought back good news. Master, I found a very small agate vein 10 kilometers outside the territory. As she spoke, she pulled a map out of her bag and pointed to a marker. Jiang Shao looked at the map. This extremely small agate vein was indeed quite far away. It would be more troublesome to mine it. Moreover, there is no shortage of agate in the territory at present. Whenever he needs agate, he usually exchanges it with Wu Di directly using other resources. Shi Miao Miao also brought back good news. She, who had a 30 times favorability, once again got a low-level farm soldier's recruiting scroll from somewhere. You've worked hard. You should take a rest and get ready for dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Shao remembered something and added, by the way, go and take a look next to the houses. There are some new things in the territory today. Since Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao went out early, they didn't know that Jiang Shao had built a hot spring in the morning. The two of them responded curiously and walked quickly towards the house. Soon, Master, is this a hot spring? Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao's eyes were full of surprise. They turned around and looked at Jiang Shao expectantly. Master, can we try it now? Jiang Shao looked at the water clock and saw that there was still more than half an hour before dinner, so he agreed. He took the scroll that Shun Miao Miao gave him and came to the training ground. Low-level farm soldiers recruiting scroll was transformed into low-level female guards recruiting scroll, again because of Jiang Zhao's talent for opposite-sex magnetic field. Use it directly. This time I was lucky. The random number was 15 to 50, and I was able to recruit 41 people directly. If we count them all, the number of female guards in the house has surpassed the 300 mark and reached 306. About half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the entire territory. Lin Qing'er and Shun Miao Miao seemed to be so engrossed in the hot spring bath that they forgot to have dinner. Jiang Shao was about to call them when he heard a strange sound coming from far away in the territory. The sound of footsteps came from far away, and there were a lot of them. This shouldn't be the sound of human footsteps, but that of an animal. Could it be that there are wild beasts attacking the city again? The black cat stood on the sentry tower. Master, there are a lot of yaks and goats in the distance, moving towards our territory. Yak, go! Jiang Shao was stunned and climbed up the city wall to look into the distance. Sure enough, a large group of yaks and goats slowly moved towards the territory. At a rough glance, there were about 20 yaks and about 40 goats. But it was a bit strange that they did not show any hostility, but instead seemed to be being driven away. Jiang Shao squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and found that the yaks and goats were followed by his maids and female guards. Are they capturing two groups of yaks and goats? Liu returned to the territory. She walked quickly to Jiang Shao. Master, we encountered a giant yak and a giant goat in the wild. Jiang Shao knew that she was probably talking about the two bosses. After we killed them, the remaining yaks and goats basically didn't resist, so we drove them back. But some of them ran away. As soon as she finished speaking, the female guards dragged the bodies of the two bosses to the ground. The huge size was like two small mountains. The moment it landed on the ground with a thud, it seemed as if even the ground was shaking. Jiang Shao was stunned. This is too fierce. It's not that killing these two bosses is impressive, but that we were able to bring back such a large number of yaks and goats. Jiang Shao placed these yaks and goats in the corners of his territory. After moving to Tianyuan River, he deliberately expanded the territory. The current area is about 400 meters x 400 meters, which is spacious enough. Jiang Shao counted them and added some yaks that he had raised before and their calves. There are now 31 yaks and 42 goats in the entire territory. Jiang Shao asked Xiaoya to take other maids who were good at cooking and dismembering to deal with the bodies of the Yak King and the Goat King. Finally obtained. High-quality yak meat, 2,600 gene, high-quality beef tendon, 3 gene high-quality beef horns, 2 high-quality yak skins, 6 pieces high-quality beef tendon, 1 high-quality beef offal, 150 gene high-quality beef loin, 3 gene high-quality goat meat, 1,800 gene high-quality goat horns, 2 high-quality goat skins, 6 high-quality goat hair, 12 gene high-quality goat waist, 2 gene When dismembering the Goat King, he also obtained a weapon. Song Yuan Sheephorn Bow. Excellent. Introduction. This is an excellent bow made from the horns of the Goat King. The material of the horns is not only extremely tough, but also has unique elasticity. Chasing wind. Range increased by 15%. The boss's released equipment. Good stuff. Range increased by 15%. Jiang Xiao directly gave the bow to Ziyan. He asked everyone to go eat, and he went to call Lin Qing'er and Shen Miao Miao, who were taking a hot spring bath. Chapter 117, Discussing Countermeasures. 100% sure. Part 2/3. Jiang Xiao walked to the hot spring. The heat from the hot springs is particularly strong on a cold night. The white mist filled the air, and the entire hot spring was wrapped in a layer of haziness. In the midst of hot steam, Shen Miao Miao and Lin Qing'er's clothes were neatly folded next to the hot spring. They closed their eyes quietly, and their exposed shoulders were vaguely visible above the water, and their delicate collarbones looked particularly smooth like jade. A few strands of wet hair stuck to their cheeks and necks, sliding down their curves and blending with the water vapor around them. Their chests rose and fell slightly with their steady breathing, gently creating tiny ripples on the water surface. Big. The fog is really too thick. Cough. Jiang Xiao coughed slightly. Hearing the voice, Lin Qing'er and Shen Miao Miao's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and they opened their eyes almost at the same time. Seeing Jiang Shaojing standing by the hot spring, his eyes involuntarily stayed on them, and their faces suddenly turned red. Master, Master, Shen Miao Miao's tone was mixed with a bit of panic and shyness, and her eyes were a bit evasive. Lin Qing'er unconsciously leaned towards Shen Miao Miao, and the ripples on the water surface were gently rippled by their movements. Master, Lin Qing'er asked in a low voice, Master, are you going to come down and take a hot spring bath too? The two of them raised their eyes shyly and looked at Jiang Xiao. The hot steam from the hot spring made their cheeks even redder. This hot spring is totally worth it. I won't soak for now. I'm here to invite you two to dinner. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao handed over the clothes. You two, change your clothes first. For dinner today, Chuya specially prepared high-quality beef loin from the Yak King for Jiang Xiao, made a mushroom and kidney soup. Jiang Xiao felt refreshed after drinking it. After dinner, Jiang Xiao gathered everyone together and shared the intelligence about the high-level bandit camp that he had obtained through the see-through skill today. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness to fight, especially the female guards, whose desire to fight was almost beyond words. In contrast, Zhiyu seemed much calmer. She calmly analyzed. My lord, there are more than 4,000 high-level bandit camps, which is quite large. According to the information you provided, there are some high-health bandit leaders or elites in the camp. If we fight in open terrain like forests and grasslands, we have a great advantage. But if the enemy relies on mountainous terrain and fortifications to deal with us, I'm afraid we will pay a heavy price and suffer certain casualties. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. However, by the time he finished his meal, he had already figured out a solution, which was exactly the right strategy to deal with this kind of strategy of setting up a camp on the top of the mountain. Blindly attacking is indeed not advisable. However, their camp is built on the top of a mountain. Although the terrain is dangerous, it also has weaknesses. As long as their water supply is cut off, they will not be able to hold on for more than 3 days and will come down to fight. By then, we will fight on flat terrain and have a great chance of winning. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. However, Qin Liangyu never spoke. Jiang Xiao turned to look at her, only to see that she looked indifferent, as if she didn't take this high-level bandit camp with 4,000 bandits seriously at all. Liangyu, what suggestions do you have? Qin Liangyu raised her head, her eyes sharp. My lord, this is just a small camp of high-level bandits. Shouldn't it be necessary to make so much trouble? Cutting off the water supply is feasible, but it will take 3 days, during which time we will have to send people to take turns to monitor it, which is a waste of manpower and resources. She gently tapped the north gate on the top of the mountain on the map. I only need to lead a few people and climb to the top of the mountain from the cliff on the back. I'm sure we can catch them off guard. Jiang Xiao was stunned. That's what I said. Small? A small camp of high-ranking bandits? You mean climbing from the cliffs to the north gate? What are the chances of success? Qin Liangyu knelt on one knee. According to the information provided by the Lord and Deng Ping, you only need to send me 10 female guards who are good at climbing. As for the chances of winning, it's 100% certain. Are you 100% sure again? Is this the feeling of cheating? Hearing this, Deng Ping also nodded. If we use this trick to attack their rear, the bandits will be in chaos. I can lead the main force with the Lord and launch a strong attack from the front. While they're in a panic, we can easily defeat the entire camp. After all, they both said so, Jiang Shao agreed. Then we will set off tomorrow. Before Qin Liangyu went back to rest, she selected 20 female guards with strong climbing abilities from the 300 female guards. Although she said 10 people would be enough, Jiang Shao asked her to select 20 people just to be on the safe side. Tonight, Jiang Shao urged everyone to have a good rest and get enough rest. He also kindly suggested that everyone go take a dip in the hot springs in the territory. Since the hot spring can accommodate up to 10 people at a time, the maids took a bath in batches one after another. Jiang Shao was not in a hurry. He planned to experience it again before going to bed. It was late at night, and Jiang Shao put on his clothes and went to the hot spring. At this moment, the poolside is much quieter than during the day, and even the rising water mist is much thinner. There were 2 black and red dresses placed next to the hot spring pool. The color made Jiang Shao guess who was in the hot spring at a glance. The night is gentle and charming. Because of their vampire physiques, their naturally low body temperatures and limited tolerance to high temperatures, they obviously lowered the water temperature a bit. As the water temperature dropped, the heat thinned, and the scene in the pool became clearer. An impossible-to-ignore white outline was exposed to Jiang Zhao's sight. Yi Ru and Yi Mei were leaning against the pool, their fair and delicate skin glowing softly under the cool moonlight. They lowered their heads slightly. Their wet black hair stuck to the back of their necks. Their hair was covered with tiny water droplets, and the falling water droplets slid down their delicate collarbones into the water. Jiang Shao was about to look away when he heard Yi Mei's gentle voice. "Master, do you want to try it? Maybe the water is a little cold." Jiang Shao tried it for a while and found that the temperature was indeed a little cold for him. "Well, it is a little cold. Master, would you like to turn up the water temperature?" Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, and the image of mist rising again flashed through his mind. He waved his hands hurriedly. No, this temperature is just right." "Very good. Oh, right. You two can stay in my Yaojin pavilion tonight. This hot spring is a few steps away from your house. It seems a bit far." Chapter 118. Attacking from 3 sides, the bandits were defeated. Updated March 3rd. Thank you all for the small gifts. Jiang Shao slept very comfortably that night. Before going to bed, he went to check the hot spring and adjusted the water temperature to 50 degrees Celsius. This temperature is not too high, but it is enough to raise the temperature of nearby houses and the main city to a higher level. If the temperature is higher, the surroundings will seem humid and stuffy, which is uncomfortable. 50 degrees Celsius is just right, both warm and dry. Although it would take some extra high-quality charcoal and fresh water to maintain this temperature, Jiang Shao felt it was totally worth it. This hot spring seems like it's been turned into a heater by itself. If you have more flame cores at home, you can build a few hot springs next to the houses of the female guards to improve their lives. After breakfast, Jiang Shao randomly recruited 12 maids. Then, start preparing for the expedition. The goal is to wipe out the high-level bandit camp that was explored yesterday and obtain the malachite or vein. As for the fact that the ore vein is too far away to be mined, Jiang Shao is not worried about that. The high-level bandit camp must have kidnapped a lot of villagers. When the time comes, you can recruit these villagers and ask them to help with collecting. You just need to go there regularly to get resources. Regarding staff allocation, after discussing with Deng Ping and Qin Liangyu, Jiang Shao decided to let Commander Feng Xiu take 100 female guards to guard the house. After careful consideration, Jiang Shao made some adjustments and optimizations to Qin Liangyu's combat suggestions yesterday. That is to let Ziyin lead the long-range attack team to lurk at the west gate. The west gate is closest to the granary in the bandit camp. Jiang Shao planned to have them wrap the arrows with animal skins and then cover them with crude oil. As soon as the big battle broke out at the south gate and the north gate, they would immediately set fire and attack the granary. Jiang Shao himself brought along maids like Li Yu and Zi Ling, who specialized in combat. The 2 commanders, Deng Ping and Zhu Yu, brought 180 female guards to follow Jiang Shao and were responsible for commanding the female guards. All of them are at the south gate. Finally, Qin Liangyu led 20 female guards who were good at climbing to climb up the mountain wall at the north gate. Since there were not enough horses in the territory for the time being, Jiang Shao rode Huera and the maids all rode horses. After Jiang Xiao and his team arrived at their destination, they waited for about 4 hours before the female guard arrived. This time he took out all the intermediate physical strength recovery potions in the house and gave each person a bottle to restore their physical strength. Jiang Xiao and his companions were quietly lurking in the forest outside the south gate. His eyes were always in the direction of the bandit camp, waiting for the signal from the north gate. About half an hour later, a thick black smoke rose in the distance and rushed straight into the sky. Jiang Xiao knew that this was Qin Liangyu's signal. The mixture of wet and dry straw burning produced thick black smoke. Take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Ping rushed out like an arrow. Deng Ping held a deep blue spear in his hand, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. As she ran, the spear in her hand seemed to begin to absorb moisture in the air, and the tip of the spear emitted a faint blue light, as if a dragon was perched on the spear. Gun that breaks the waves. In an instant, a mighty stream of water erupted in front of the spear, and the huge force seemed to come from the surging waves. Under her control, the water condensed into a blue energy gun shadow, whistling out like thunder. Boom strapia! The energy gun shadow suddenly penetrated the south gate of the bandit camp. Wherever the gun shadow passed, the ground exploded and the soil flew. The dozens of bandits guarding the door didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed up by the waves caused by the gun shadows. Holy shit. Turns out she's not just good at water battles. She just can't beat Qin Liangyu, that's all. When black smoke rose from the north gate, Ziyan, who was far away at the west gate, led the long-range attack team and took action. They all pulled their bowstrings, and flaming arrows rained down from the sky, shooting straight at the granary in the bandit camp. Bang! Several ignited rockets hit the target accurately, and flames suddenly broke out. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flames devoured the granary like a wild beast, and the combustion-enhancing effect of crude oil caused the fire to spread instantly. The bandits in the warehouse had just realized the fire and were engulfed by the flames before they even had a chance to escape. In the main tent of the camp, the number 1 leader, Red Ape Sun, stood up suddenly and roared in anger. What's going on? He was a big man with wolf-like eyes, and he glanced at the panicked bandits with murderous intent. Why are people attacking the camp? Guys, half of you go to the west gate to put out the fire, and the other half quickly follow me to support the south gate. Before he could lead his men away, a bandit with a face covered in dirt came rolling in from outside in a panic, speaking incoherently. The first boss, the north gate has also had people attacking us. The third boss is already dead. What? Chi Sun's eyes widened. A look of shock appeared on his face. Isn't there a cliff outside the north gate? How could someone come up to kill us? There was obvious disbelief in his words, but the sounds of killing coming from the north gate were the most direct evidence at this moment. The bandits were completely thrown into disarray, running around and shouting in disarray. At this time, Jiang Xiao was outside the south gate. Leader number 4 Li Langzhong and leader number 5 Gue Yowang arrived at the scene first. Both bandit leaders were fierce men with HP values reaching 75. However, before they could launch a counterattack, they were met with a fatal blow from Jiang Xiao. Xuan Yuan Sword Qi, a golden sword energy, like an upside-down river in the sky, suddenly slashed out from a Xianyuan sword. The sword swept past, and the 2 bandit leaders didn't even have a chance to react before they were cut in half by the sword energy. The remaining power of the sword energy had not yet dissipated, and it rushed straight towards the walls and watchtowers of the camp. Along with a loud roar, cracks appeared on the solid walls and towering watchtowers and quickly spread. This is the effect of Break the City of the Imperial Seal, which has a triple attack bonus on fortifications. Jiang Xiao stood in front of the ruins holding the Xianyuan sword. He had used the Xianyuan sword Qi once the night before, which consumed a huge amount of his physical energy. But today Jiang Xiao was well prepared. He took some high-level physical recovery herbs in advance, and his physical strength recovered quickly. These bandits watched their 2 leaders die in front of them. For a moment, the bows and arrows in their hands were like free money, and a rain of arrows shot towards Jiang Xiao. Deng Ping swung his spear violently. Blessing from the sea god, a translucent blue curtain appeared in front of Jiang Xiao and his companions. As soon as the bows and arrows touched the blue curtain, they stopped and fell to the ground. These bandits were completely panicked, with fear in their eyes. Run, run, run. Jiang Xiao also knew that now was the best opportunity to launch a formal attack. and the tip of the Xianyuan sword in his hand was pointed directly at the bandit camp. Attack. Chapter 119, There is a Bandit Lord. The entire bandit camp suddenly fell into complete chaos. At the west gate, the fire in the granary was getting more and more intense, and even engulfed the surrounding buildings. Many bandits were surrounded by fire in the panic and couldn't even run away. At the north gate, Qin Liangyu had already killed the third leader of the bandits, Taiwan Zhao. At the south gate, Jiang Shao launched a strong attack after killing 2 leaders. A 100-member female guard team led by Li Yu, Zi Ling, and Zhu Yu rushed into the south gate with lightning speed. In just a few minutes, hundreds of bandits fell under their spears and swords. The coordination in 3 directions is simply perfect. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Jiang Shao and his team had reached the center of the camp. Jiang Shao looked at the dense crowd of bandits in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that the number of bandits in this high-level bandit camp was indeed huge. There are still so many people in this bandit camp. He quickly locked onto 2 targets whose health values were over 90. Qi Yuan's son, the number 1 leader of the bandits, was so furious that his veins were bulging. He also didn't expect that the other 3 bandit leaders in the territory would die so quickly. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. As long as you are of some use, you are not completely useless. A bandit trembled and said, "Boss, they are too strong. How about we retreat?" And the first and second half of your sentence seem to mean the same thing. Before he finished speaking, Qi Yuan's son swung his sword fiercely and chopped at the minion. "Fuck you. If anyone dares to run away again, I will kill him right now. Listen up, boys. The one who kills the most people will be immediately appointed as the new 3rd and 4th in command of our camp. Attack." Under his instigation, a group of bandits rushed towards Jiang Shao and others. After taking the bone-cleansing pill, Jiang Shao felt that killing these mountain minions was a piece of cake. The Xianyuan sword slashed with sword light, accompanied by the screams of the crowd, and he seemed to have entered an empty space. The entire battlefield was filled with deafening cries of killing. Blood and fire were intertwined, and the order in the bandit camp completely collapsed. Jiang Shao was killing the bandits while looking around. But suddenly I noticed a person curled up in the corner. His face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. What this person was wearing was somewhat different from what ordinary bandits and bandit leaders wore. Jiang Shao felt something was amiss and used the see-through skill. Jiang Shao was stunned by this sight. Hua, Phone Bandit Lord. Level, King Wuju, Level 4 Main City. Talent, Gathering Master, 5% chance to get double output when gathering resources. Building details, 8 houses, 8 warehouses, 2 blacksmith shops, 2 brick kilns, 1 well, 40 chevaux de frise, etc. Note, killing the Bandit Lord will earn you a lot of reputation points. The higher the level of the Bandit Lord's main city, the higher the reputation points you will get. This is the Lord. Lord, can you also become a Bandit Lord? And according to the prompt, you can actually gain a lot of reputation points by killing him. However, Jiang Shao did not rush to take action, but pretended not to see it. After we deal with these bandits, we'll see if we can get some information from him. At this moment, Qin Liangyu rushed in with his troops from the north gate. Flag of command. A powerful wave of power swept across the entire place. The movement speed, attack power, and defense power of all friendly forces instantly increased by 3 times. Facts have proved that Jiang Shao had indeed overestimated the strength of this high-level bandit camp. Although there were a large number of bandits, most of them were small fry and were completely defeated after they broke through the city gate. Less than half an hour had passed since the battle began, and the bandit camp had completely collapsed. Just as Qin Liangyu rushed to the center of the camp and cut off the head of the bandit leader Qi Yuan's son with a sword, a voice rang in Jiang Zhao's ears. Successfully wiped out the high-level bandit camp at Deadwood Ridge and gained 10,000 reputation points. This surprised Jiang Shao a little. Although it was not broadcast worldwide, you can actually gain 10,000 reputation by destroying a high-level bandit camp. There were still some bandits left, so Jiang Shao handed them over to the female guards to deal with. Deng Ping took some people to put out the fire and search for what resources were in the camp of high-level bandits. After all, the camp has been taken down now. If we burn it, it will become ours. Jiang Shao walked to the corner and stared at Hua Feng, who was curled up on the ground. He grabbed his collar and asked, "Your name is Hua Feng?" Hua Feng was so frightened that he was shaking all over and couldn't speak clearly. Boss, can you please let me go? I'm not a bandit. I'm a lord just like you." Jiang Shao sneered. and put the Xianyuan sword directly against Huafeng's throat. Not a bandit? Then, how did you become a bandit lord? Tell me the truth, and I may consider sparing your life. Huafeng's face turned pale, and he waved his hands in panic. I'm really not a bandit. I'm an ordinary lord, Before he could finish his words, Jiang Shao raised his sword and directly cut off Huafeng's right hand. Listen carefully to what I am asking. I want to ask you how you became a bandit lord. Huafeng screamed in agony, curled up on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. It hurts. It hurts. Boss, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. There was no trace of pity in Jiang Zhao's eyes. It's better to tell the truth. Huafeng trembled and said, I am the bandit lord because I picked up a Deadwood Ridge summoning order in the wild a few days ago. He gritted his teeth in pain, blood dripped down his right arm to the ground, and his face became paler and paler. Jiang Shao was afraid that he would die halfway through his words, so he cast a low-level healing spell on him. Continue. This token allows me to become a member of the Deadwood Ridge Bandits. It can also allow the peasants I recruit in the future to directly become bandits. The bandits' combat effectiveness can be increased by 7%. Huafeng struggled to catch his breath, with a hint of fear on his face. I've confessed everything. It's gone. It's really gone, sir. These are all the secrets. I dare not hide them anymore. By the way, big boss, can you give me some more milk? Jiang Shao sneered. Before I feed you, I will also tell you a secret. Huafeng's eyes froze, and he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Jiang Shao, kill the bandit lord to gain reputation points. Huafeng's face suddenly changed. Just as he was about to speak, the sword light had already swept across his neck. Kill the bandit Lord Huafeng and gain 5,000 reputation points. Then there were 3 more voices. Discover unowned territory. Do you choose to rule, plunder, or ignore it? Rule. Turn this place into a dependent territory, share technology, and some resources belong to the main territory. Plunder. Destroy the current territory and directly obtain resources, with a chance to obtain additional building blueprints or special materials. Chapter 1, 20 Mining a Small Malachite Vein. There was no such prompt when we wiped out these forces' camps before. Obviously, this time it was because of the bandit lord. The territory of this bandit lord is located in this high-level bandit camp. Rule. Successful rule. Obtain 60,000 units of thatch, 55,000 units of wood, 23,000 units of stone, 7,045 units of iron, or 504 units of tiles, 2052 units of malachite, 55 gold coins, 78 silver coins, etc. Obtain blueprint. Brick kiln building blueprint. Meanwhile, the female guards continued to plunder the battlefield. My lord, we cleared out some equipment on the battlefield, including 5 rare weapons, which we found from the 5 bandit leaders. Jiang Shao took the equipment and took a look at it. Knives, swords, bows, spears, and a dagger with armor-piercing effect. Next, we searched for various primary and intermediate resources in the bandit camp. Jiang Shao already had all these resources in his territory, so he simply left them in this new subsidiary territory. Finally, Li Yue and Xiling found about 20 of each of the 5 types of building cores and more than 2,100 gold coins in several boxes. There's so many building cores and more than 2,000 gold coins. They're so rich that these bandits must have bullied the nearby villagers on a daily basis. This time, Jiang Shao also got something that had never been mentioned before: 7 marching orders. Marching orders. Introduction. It can increase the marching speed of friendly forces when out of combat by 100% for 4 hours. The upper limit is 1,000 people. This marching order is indeed a good thing. The world is very big, and various forces are intertwined. Sometimes it will take a lot of time just to mobilize troops across regions. This marching order can not only be used on land and water, but can also greatly shorten the marching time. It can also create a surprise attack effect tactically and catch the enemy off guard. At this time, Zhu Yulai found Jiang Shao and said, My lord, we have discovered the malachite mine. As he had just used up a lot of energy, Jiang Shao had not had time to find where the mineral vein was. However, Jiang Shao obtained the malachite from the hint of the territory that he had just ruled over Huafeng. He knew that Luo Wanjin had not lied to him. There must be a malachite vein nearby. Zhu Yulai led Jiang Shao through the camp and came to the granary near the west gate. Lord, it's right here. She pointed to a corner of the granary. Jiang Shao was stunned. This malachite vein was actually hidden under the granary? There was an obvious collapse in the ground of the granary, and a mine pit about several meters square was cleared around the ground. The outline of the mine is relatively regular, with many broken rocks piled up around it. The surface of the rock is rough and uneven, but under the sunlight, it faintly glows with light green and light blue. Jiang Shao also had some finished malachite products in his territory, and he knew that this was the unique color of malachite. There is a mineral vein. The next step is to find someone to do the mining. The villagers who were previously captured by these bandits are the best candidates. Jiang Shao recruited more than 200 villagers who were captured by the bandits. Most of these more than 200 people were ordinary farmers who were abducted during attacks by bandits. They even had to sleep together with livestock and suffered humiliation. Recruiting these more than 200 villagers also increased his reputation by about 4,000. Ever since he took on the title of chief clerk, villagers came to the gate of his territory every day, even after he moved to another place. Jiang Shao sent them to his 2 previous subordinate territories. All in all, he now has about 1,100 villagers. Jiang Shao stood in front of the villagers, looking at their thin faces and clothes covered in dirt. He looked around and said, "From today on, as long as you contribute to the development of my territory, you won't have to worry about survival anymore. I will give you land, houses, and enough food." Upon hearing this, the villagers showed excited expressions. While they were full of hope for their future life, they were also in awe of the Lord before them. Jiang Shao arranged all of the 200 villagers today to dig for malachite in this new annexed territory. Since his family was short of malachite for upgrading the main city to level 8, Jiang Shao planned to have them dig for 12 hours a day as overtime. The villagers had no complaints, not even the thought of complaining. Compared with the inhumane treatment before, this kind of life is really great, only having to work 12 hours a day. Jiang Shao distributed the common and intermediate equipment that he had just seized from the bandit camp, including some simple armor and weapons. According to the villagers, there are no other bandits nearby, but these are still necessary to ensure the safety of the villagers. Even if there are no other bandits, there are always wild beasts. What if there is danger? They're the main force in digging malachite. Then, Jiang Shao used the original resources of this annexed territory to start building living facilities for the villagers. As I said, I'm too far away from home and can't take these resources with me, so I might as well use them all. As for defensive facilities, the walls of the original bandit camp were still usable, and Jiang Shao spent some resources to rebuild the damaged ones. Then he built some more farmland. Currently, there was not enough food in this territory, as more than half of it had been burned by the fire Jiang Shao had just set. Finally, he built 30 more houses and upgraded them all to the 2nd level. When Jiang Shao announced that the houses were finished and ready for occupancy, many villagers burst into tears. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord. You are our second parents." Jiang Shao held his forehead. "Reborn parents, forget about that. Almost there. Time to return to the territory for dinner." Jiang Shao asked the female guards to only take the more than 2,000 units of malachite, plus the captured building cores, gold coins, and silver coins. These are all key materials urgently needed to upgrade the 8th level main city. On the way back to the territory, he made a rough calculation. The 8th level main city requires a total of 20,000 units, and currently there is a shortage of about 15,000 units of malachite. Except for some people who are responsible for farming, the other 200 villagers are all collecting malachite. Jiang Shao wasn't quite sure how efficient they were at mining malachite, but if it was as difficult to mine as the high-level resource gold mine he owned, they would still have to mine for about 2 or 3 days. Today and tomorrow, we should prepare the prerequisite buildings for the level 8 main city. Chapter 121. Come on, my advanced resource point. When Jiang Shao returned to the territory, it was already getting dark. There is also a merchant ship docked on the riverbank next to the territory. I was lucky enough that another one came this afternoon. This time the ship was about the same size as the previous merchant ship. After finding out the captain of the merchant ship, he learned that they had just arrived as well. Jiang Shao used C through on him again. This captain this time is a black marketeer. The things they sell are also quite expensive, but he likes to collect all kinds of weapons. That's easy. Just now on this ship, Jiang Shao found a blueprint he wanted. Suspension bridge gate construction blueprint. With a drawbridge gate, water can be released into the moat. Finally, after some negotiations, Jiang Shao exchanged the blueprint with him for a rare weapon that he had just seized from the bandit camp. Before eating, Jiang Shao decided to strengthen the defense of the territory. He directly used the suspension bridge gate construction drawings he had just exchanged for. As the blueprint turned into a dazzling light, it gradually merged into the wall of the main city. Do you want to consume 800 units of wood, 200 units of iron, or 200 units of copper, or in 1 pound of wool to build a drawbridge door? This thing even requires wool? Maybe rubbing the rope of the suspension bridge? Yes. The drawbridge gate quickly took shape. Jiang Shao built 2 drawbridge gates in one go, placing them on the south and north sides of the territory respectively. After the construction was completed, Jiang Shao directly upgraded the 2 drawbridge doors to level 4. With the completion of the drawbridge gate upgrade, the entire structure has a brand new look. The main part of the suspension bridge is made of sunken wood and reinforced metal, and the door frame is inlaid with copper iron alloy rivets. The door panel itself is more solid, with several layers of iron sheets sandwiched inside and covered with copper armor on the outside. This looks solid. Even with a battering ram, it will be difficult to destroy it in a short period of time. The details of the suspension bridge gate appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Suspension bridge gate. Level 4. Introduction. It can effectively isolate the enemy from the city wall, preventing the enemy from easily approaching the city wall to attack the city. Infantry, cavalry, and other troops need to spend more time crossing the moat, greatly slowing down the enemy's attack speed. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 5, you need 1,500 units of sunken wood, 800 units of refined iron ore, 800 units of refined copper ore, 10 greenwood cores, and 10 rock cores. Then, Jiang Shao began to upgrade the simple city wall. A level 8 main city requires a 600-meter intermediate city wall. Jiang Zhao's family currently has a 1,600-meter simple city wall, and it is not realistic to upgrade it completely. Although there are plenty of refined iron, ore, and refined copper ore at home, an 8th-level main city still requires 100,000 units of each, which is not enough to be used at will. Just raise the 2 suspension bridges by 600 meters on both sides. Do you want to consume 100 units of refined iron, or 100 units of refined copper ore, and 200 units of cement per meter to upgrade the simple city wall? Yes. A total of 60,000 units of refined iron, ore, and refined copper ore, and 120,000 units of cement were consumed. Along with the third area of the light curtain, the intermediate city wall was also upgraded. Intermediate wall. Built with reinforced ore, the wall thickness is significantly increased. In addition to being able to easily resist attack from large beasts and mountain bandits, it can also effectively defend against the impact of mid-level catapults, battering rams, and simple crossbows. While the defensive function was improved, storage space was added inside the city wall, which can be used to store garrison equipment and emergency supplies. Upgrade. To upgrade to advanced city walls, 100 units of refined iron ore, 100 units of refined copper ore, and 200 units of high-quality cement are required per meter. Master, the wall is really high this time, and people can even enter from the middle. Black Cat's voice came from behind Jiang Shao. She was obviously curious about the new storage space in the intermediate city wall. Come on, shall I go in with you? The Black Cat nodded slightly. The passage inside the city wall is longer and narrower than expected, and the walls are so thick that people feel depressed. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao was careless and did not bring torches or other lighting equipment. The entire passage was shrouded in darkness, and he could not see his hand in front of him. TSK, this is too dark. The Black Cat has the ability of night vision, but Jiang Shao does not, so he can only keep groping forward. Master, do you want me to hold your arm? Before Jiang Shao could answer, Black Cat had already taken his arm with a moderate force, and a soft touch came from his arm. And the vague touch made his arm stiffen slightly. Half an hour later, Black Cat, the meal may not be ready yet. Please walk with me for a while. Okay, master. Another half an hour later, Jiang Shao came out. He stretched his legs, a look of fatigue on his face. This is more tiring than I thought. Currently, the prerequisite for the 8th level main city construction is still 20 level, 4 buildings. This was easier to do. Jiang Shao directly upgraded all the warehouses to level 4. Then, all you have to do is wait. You just need to save up some malachite in the next 2 days, then sell some things in the chat area, exchange them for some gold coins, and you can upgrade. At the same time, in Wu Hao's discussion group, Wu Hao, brothers, I have killed all the 10 lords' coordinates you sent me last time. There are indeed a lot of resources. 5 minutes left, and I'll be at level 6 of the main city. This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the discussion group. Boss Wu Hao is so mighty, It's stable. This time, he will definitely be the second lord to reach the 6th level main city. The last time Jiang Shao upgraded to the 6th level main city, he was rewarded with a high-level resource point with no mining limit. Boss Wu Hao is second this time, so it should be a super giant high-level resource point. Too powerful. I have never seen such a high-level resource point in the wild. It is said that it has been taken over by some wild forces. Congratulations in advance to Boss Wu Hao for taking off again. Don't forget your brothers when the time comes. We have helped you find the coordinates of many lords. Wu Hao looked at the flattery from these people in the group and couldn't help but grin. His heart was filled with joy. He did ask these lackeys to help him find a number of territories that were within a reasonable distance and relatively wealthy. Since joining the bandits, he can recruit bandits with 7% higher combat power than ordinary farmers every day, and he also gets a 10% bonus by plundering resources from other lords. The development speed is much faster than before. Wu Hao even vaguely felt that Jiang Shao must have joined other forces at the very beginning. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? 5 minutes passed quickly, and the upgraded light curtain gradually disappeared. Wu Hao stared at the panel, his heart beating like a drum. Come on, my advanced resource point. Just then, the announcement came. 3 consecutive sounds of raising the bar flashed in the minds of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Wu Hao, the second person to own a level 6 main city. Reward. No reward, X3. Chapter 121.5, Where is my reward? Today is still 3 updates, January 3rd. Wu Hao stood there in a daze, staring at the 3 prompts in front of him in a daze. No rewards? Is this true or false? Reward. Where is my reward? He read the instructions again, carefully, to make sure he had read them correctly. The second lord to upgrade the main city to level 6. That's right, the conditions are fully met. But what's with this no reward? In the discussion group that Wu Hao belonged to, there was a constant flashing. Boss Wu Hao, my ears seem to be broken just now. How come I heard no reward? Me too. Is this the wrong broadcast? It must be a mistake. How could there be no reward for the second person who upgraded to level 6 main city? At Wu Hao, please come out and say something. Wu Hao forced himself to stay calm and checked again. What advanced resource points? What other rewards? None of them. His mind was blank, and even a message alert tone of the chat group seemed particularly harsh. The moment Wu Hao finished upgrading the main city's light curtain, he had already figured out where to place the rewarded advanced resource points. He even thought about how to use this wave of rewards to completely establish his position in the Circle of Lords. I waited another 5 minutes, still no reward. He felt a little nauseous now. It's like eating shit and it gets stuck in your throat, unable to go up or down. He didn't know that Jiang Shao had ranked first in main city upgrades for 6 consecutive times, triggering a hidden reward and forcibly confiscating the rights of other lords to upgrade their main cities to level 6 to obtain rewards. The chat area also exploded at this time. Some lords who remain neutral will not miss any opportunity to lick a lord with a high-level main city. Master Wu Hao has reached the 6th level of the main city. This seems a bit strange. No reward. What is the reward? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. What do you mean, there's no reward for upgrading the 6th level main city? That's not right. I remember that Jiangshan was the first to upgrade to the 4th level main city, and the reward was unlimited iron ore. The subsequent people also had it, but it was not unlimited. Indeed, the reward for Jiangshan to reach level 6 is an unlimited gold mine. Logically, there should be rewards for others later. At the same time, a bunch of people madly tagged Jiang Shao and Wu Hao. It was Wu Hao who spoke first. Friends, I can tell you responsibly that I did not receive any reward this time. However, Jiang Shao, who won first place, got a gold mine with no mining limit. I guess he must have been behind this. Although I don't know what means he used, his actions clearly showed that he had no regard for the development of other lords. I call on everyone to unite and boycott Jiang Shao, unless he hands over the gold mine with no mining limit. At this moment, Jiang Shao was overjoyed when he saw the message Wu Hao sent. It feels so good. This is so great. But this guy Wu Hao, what kind of IQ does he have to be able to say such things? I hand over the gold mine? Or boycott me? Am I your father, or are you my son? When Jiang Shao heard him say this, he knew that Wu Hao was just guessing, and he was about to reply. The other lords took the lead in responding. Boss Wu Hao, although we can't afford to offend you because of your strength, we can't afford to offend God Jiang even more. Last time you said that Jiang Shun had killed someone, and asked us to block him and block his transactions. But what happened? Fuck it. It makes me angry just talking about it. Damn, I'm still on God John's blacklist. That's right, and only the top 10 will get rewards. What does this have to do with ordinary lords like us? What's more, you just said it was just a guess. What if there is really only one reward for the level 6 main city? Jiang Shao looked at this information and couldn't help but sigh. The IQ of these lords seemed to be suddenly back online. Wu Hao, I advise you to take care of yourself and stop spitting blood at others. I just took the reward from my own level 6 main city. I know nothing about the rest. I know you hate me. If you really want to get me, tell me the coordinates of your territory and we can have a real fight. The others, seeing that there was a lot of commotion, asked Wu Hao to tell them their coordinates. Seeing that the temperature was rising, Wu Hao didn't dare to respond. He was also aware that there was a huge gap between his current strength and Jiang Zhao's. Once the coordinates of his territory were exposed, he might not be able to hold out for even 3 days before being razed to the ground by Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was just trying out. If Wu Hao really told him a coordinate, it might not be true. However, Wu Hao's development speed is quite good. But compared to myself, I'm still far behind. I estimate that I will be able to reach the 8th level main city tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, while Wu Hao has just reached level 6. Even though there's only a difference of 2 levels, even if there's only a difference of 1 level, the difference in resources is huge. You should know that it only takes 500 gold coins to upgrade a level 5 main city to level 6, while it takes 2,200 gold coins to upgrade a level 6 main city to level 7. To upgrade from level 7 to level 8, you need 100 building cores each, plus 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Shao estimated that now that the main city had been upgraded to level 8, the conquest of Qinghe County could be put on the agenda. But he thought of another key question. This Qinghe County is different from the high-level bandit camp just now. The city wall alone is 30 or 40 meters high. If you want to take this place, siege equipment is essential. But I have never seen or heard of such a drawing. He plans to collect some information in the chat area. While there are so many people here, I will exchange some things with you all. First, I'll collect 5 types of building cores. I took out a rare and exquisite animal hide armor, which can be exchanged for 6 building cores. It will be available on the shelves around noon tomorrow. Second, collect blueprints for various siege engines. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Di sent a message. Brother Jiang, I have a blueprint, but it's not for siege equipment. Do you have any use for the blueprint for a sailing vehicle? It's for transporting things. If it's useful, I'd like to exchange it for 280 units of refined iron ore. I'm still short of some refined iron ore at home. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw the message sent by Wu Di. A blueprint of a sailing car? Although it is not a siege weapon, this thing is a magic weapon for transporting supplies, especially when there is a tailwind. It is more than twice as efficient as an ordinary cart. At present, this sailing car can be used to transport large quantities of resources back from the territory with malachite. 280 units of refined iron ore is fine. I'll also exchange some ordinary iron ore for agate. Chapter 122, Transaction with Zhou, Siege Equipment Blueprints. Today is still 3 updates, February 3rd. Jiang Shao got the blueprints for the sailing car and started learning it right away. The construction conditions for a sailing car actually require a level 6 main city. Do you want to consume 260 units of pine wood, 50 units of iron, or 50 units of copper, or in 1 yak hide to build a sailing car? Yes. A moment later, a brand new sailing car appeared in the open space. This sailing vehicle has an exquisite structure. Its wooden wheels have strong load-bearing capacity, and its body is wide, so it obviously has a greater loading capacity than an ordinary large cart. A canvas stand made of yak skin is erected on the vehicle and can be retracted and deployed at any time, which can greatly improve the transportation efficiency when there is a favorable wind. Jiang Shao loaded it up and roughly estimated that such a sailing car could carry about 3,000 units of malachite. In terms of speed, even without a canvas, it is more than twice as fast as a wheelbarrow. Then, Jiang Shao made 6 more. We can transport some yak beef to the annexed territory tomorrow so that they can work harder to mine malachite. These 7 sailing cars can transport all the malachites needed to upgrade the main city to level 8 at one time. Jiang Shao searched the chat area for another half an hour, but still couldn't find any information about siege equipment drawings. This thing is really hard to deal with. Jiang Shao simply closed the chat interface and planned to go to the hot spring to relax. This time, Jiang Shao learned his lesson. He did not choose to take a hot spring bath with the twins Yi Ro and Yi Mei. The temperature they set, the temperature of the water they adjusted was too low, and Jiang Shao couldn't adapt to it for a while. Today, Jiang Shao chose to take a hot spring bath with Xiang, Ruo Xue, and others. Xiang is a maid in the territory who specializes in fishing and is very good at swimming. Others would change into special clothes when taking a hot spring bath, but Xiang wore the blue halter-neck bikini that she usually wore in the territory. In the misty water vapor, Xiang revealed her fair skin and exquisite curves. The water rippled gently. The collarbone was faintly visible, and the slender waist against the blue halter strap made Jiang Shao almost unable to take his eyes away. I have to say, Xiang's blue bikini really suits her very well. Before I knew it, I had been soaking for almost half an hour. Jiang Zhao's legs felt a little numb. He was just about to go back to his room and lie down to rest when a message rang in his friend list. Could it be that someone has the blueprints for siege equipment? I opened it and saw that it was sent by Zhou Ying. The name made him stunned for a moment, and Jiang Shao immediately remembered her identity. The lord who picked up the bear's left forelimb during our last chat. Jiang Shao was a little surprised that Zhou Ying was not dead yet. This vitality is too tenacious. Boss Jiang Shao, are you asleep? Not yet. What's up? Jiang Shao replied politely. Soon, Zhou Ying sent another message. Boss Jiang Shao, do you want the blueprints of siege equipment? When Jiang Shao heard this, he instantly became excited. Could it be that this person could get the blueprint? But she doesn't even have a home, and it's a second-level main city. Can she be reliable? Yeah, do you have a way? I really want to collect it. Next, a few messages from Zhou Ying refreshed Jiang Zhao's understanding of this person. Boss, when I traveled to this world, I chose to answer the questions on 108 ways to cheat on an exam, and then I awakened an A-level talent. To put it simply, this talent means that I can copy the drawings made by others through study. I'm in Qinghe County now. Some natives, they're making siege engines. If I can sneak in and work there, I can copy the corresponding blueprints. However, this talent also has some limitations. I can only copy each blueprint once, and it takes some time. The more complicated the thing, the longer it takes. To be honest, the raft I built in the beginning was learned by stealing. Jiang Shao took half a minute to digest these words. This guy, is he so talented? Can you steal blueprints by learning from others? Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really a bit stupid. If this talent is well developed, it will definitely not be worse than that of ordinary people. He actually secretly learned how to build a raft from others and ended up being unable to return to the home he built. How long would it take to steal all the siege equipment in Qinghe County? Zhou Ying was silent for a while, as if calculating the time. After a moment, she replied, I estimate. If it's fast, it will take about 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days, not too long. However, Jiang Shao had a few more questions in his mind. Since you can steal the technology and make blueprints, why didn't you learn it earlier? If the blueprints of this kind of siege equipment were put up for sale, they would probably be in great demand. Jiang Shao knew nothing about Zhou Ying except that her family had several buildings and the main house was made of wood. He also didn't know whether what Zhou Ying said was true or false. Zhou Ying replied quickly, because stealing the blueprints of these siege engines may be my last hope of returning home. I built another raft after I came here, but it was destroyed halfway through. I remember that when you first wiped out the bandit camp, you gave me a dock as a reward, right? What I want in return is for you to build me a bigger ship, preferably one that can take me home. Jiang Shao believed this reason a little more. The first reward for eliminating river bandits was a shipyard, which was announced by all the lords, so it was normal for her to know about it. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while and finally replied, Okay, but I won't send you back myself. I'll send you a bigger boat and have a few villagers take you back. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Shao. After closing the chat interface with Zhou Ying, Jiang Shao rubbed his brows and went back to his room to sleep. But just as he was about to get up, he realized that someone else was in the hot spring. Liu and Black Cat were already inside. Liu was leaning against the hot spring pool, her ears trembling slightly. The originally fluffy and soft tail had shrunk by more than half in size because it was soaked in water. Out of curiosity, Jiang Shao raised his hand and touched it gently. Master, Master! Liu's ears trembled and stuck to her head, and her face turned an abnormally red. As the water vapor rose, even her collarbone and slender neck were dyed with a light pink, rising and falling slightly with her rapid breathing. At this time, the black cat next to her slowly came over, and its wet tail swayed gently in the water following her movements. She bit her lower lip, lowered her head slightly, and spoke in a soft and somewhat shy voice. Master, you seem to like Sister Tanikazuki's tale very much. I also have. Chapter 123, not black, just a little purple. Today is still 3 updates, March 3rd. Thank you all for the small gifts. An hour later, Jiang Shao supported his back and returned to the room. The next morning, Jiang Shao first used up 4 recruitment times and custom recruited 2 maids to refine copper and iron ore. The 2 of them, plus the twins Yi Ro and Yi Mei. The production speed of iron ore and copper ore processing plants is sufficient. The remaining 8 times were all recruited randomly. Before collecting the 25 gold coins daily salary for the chief bookkeeper position, Jiang Shao took out the scroll for exchanging positions that he had obtained earlier. County Magistrate, 55,000 reputation. County Magistrate, 90,000 reputation. County Governor, 150,000 reputation. When my position in Qinghe City was promoted to Chief Clerk, I had more than 30,000 reputations. Just yesterday, he attacked a high-level bandit territory, killed a bandit lord, and recruited more than 200 villagers, earning more than 20,000 reputation. In addition, you will gain reputation by recruiting villagers every day, and you will gain 10,000 reputation each time you eliminate bandits, river bandits, and thieves for the first time. Currently, Jiang Zhao's reputation has accumulated to more than 90,000. You can now exchange it for the county magistrate. Your reputation is currently 91413, and your title can be upgraded to county magistrate. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Then he opened the exquisite wooden box. Sword of Go Jian, King of Yue, the best sword in the world. Introduction A sword. Seal, 70% sealed. Phone, the income within the territory increases by 40%. And plague and disasters will never occur in the territory. Luck will be greatly improved. Civilians, the chance of recruiting talents is greatly increased, which will attract more villagers to join. Battle, during combat, the morale of all allies increases by 80%. The Sword of Go Jian, King of Yu, will only take effect within the territory. The income from the territory increased from 25% to 40%. During combat, morale increased from 65% to 80%. Wow, if all of these are unlocked, wouldn't the territory's income be doubled? But I remember that person said when exchanging titles, if you want to exchange for a county governor, you have to go to a city above the capital county. As for big cities, I don't know if Minhwa City meets the requirements. If there's a chance, we can develop a subsidiary territory near Minhwa City and explore it. Jiang Shao received the salary of the county magistrate, which increased from 25 gold coins per day to 50 gold coins. A level 8 main city requires 5,000 gold coins, which is still a little short. But these gold coins are easier to get. When Wu Hao arrived at the level 6 main city last night, Jiang Shao knew the time was almost right. Now there are a few lords who have reached level 5 in the main city. Jiang Shao remembered clearly the materials needed to upgrade the 5th level main city Moshi and the 6th level main city Liuguang Pavilion. They are cement, bricks, iron ore, tiles, pine wood, and gold coins. Cement and tiles, these 2 resources can both make money. Jiang Shao chose to sell phoenix tail tiles because cement consumes lime powder, fresh water, and clay. Although the source of lime powder at home is relatively stable, the ash mine is far away from home after all, and it is only enough for home use. Phoenix tail tiles are different. Its production requires tiles and resin. The first raw material is tiles. Jiang Zhao's family has been making tiles and bricks in the brick kiln without stopping, and the family can't use them all. The second raw material is resin, needless to say. The resin resource point collected from Chinpi's home is also mined every day, and now there is 95.5% left. Jiang Shao built several more brick kilns, all of which were upgraded to level 2. The number of brick kilns in the family has now reached 8. All are filled with resin, tiles, and high-quality charcoal, and all 8 are burned together. Jiang Shao looked at the 8 brick kilns rotating at the same time. This was simply a machine for making gold coins. As for the price, Jiang Shao previously priced tiles at 250 units per gold coin. As for this phoenix tail tile, it sells for 60 units for 1 gold coin. It shouldn't be considered dark, right? Maybe just a little purple. After the brick kiln factory was up and running, Jiang Xiao came to the armor shop and asked Miao Ji to use the animal leather at home to make 20 more rare and exquisite animal leather armors. In fact, there was only enough yak hide to make 15 pieces, but Jiang Xiao killed a few captive yaks and got enough. Jiang Xiao discovered that the wild animals in this world, they all have better kidney function. They can give birth to their offspring in just a few days, and the offspring can grow up quickly. Before I knew it, it was noon. After Jiang Xiao finished his meal, he opened the chat area. As mentioned last night, 20 rare, exquisite animal hide armors are available. Each piece has 6 building cores. These lords have been waiting here for a long time. Some lords who didn't have sundials or water clocks were staring at the chat area until their eyes were dazzled. Oh my god, it's on the shelves. Mom, I got the exquisite animal hide armor. I'm selling 3 pieces of exquisite animal hide armor. Each piece costs 7 building cores. If you want it, I'll deduct 1. What the hell? 3? Are you a human? Don't you need to steal so many for yourself? You can make money by using your hand speed. If you don't want it, there are still people who want it. There's one more thing. Fuck. I want it. I was too loud just now. It was the scalper again. This was the second time Jiang Xiao saw this person. His name is Zhang Qiang. It fits his style. Jiang Xiao did not stop the scalper's behavior. When he sold them, he only sold them for 6 building cores each. On the contrary, Jiang Xiao prefers these scalpers. With them, the other lords seem to be more anxious to buy their own things. At Jiang Xiao, can you sell a few more? I haven't been able to get one twice. +1, +1, +1, +1, please put it on the shelf, Lord Jiang. Then, Jiang Xiao sent another message. As for armor, it's true that we're out of stock today, but I can put some other things on the shelves. Upon hearing this, the other lords started chattering again, because the things Jiang Xiao sold in the chat area were of great quality. Jiang Xiao sent another message. Let's sell some phoenix tail tiles. I originally wanted to sell them for 45 units for 1 gold coin, but considering everyone's enthusiasm, I'll sell them for 50 units for 1 gold coin. As soon as they heard that phoenix tail tiles were for sale, fewer lords wanted to buy them. Because phoenix tail tiles are a resource only needed for a level 5 main city. However, after the phoenix tail tiles were put on the shelves, they still had no trouble selling. After all, the base quantity was large, and not every level 5 city lord had resources like resin. Jiang Xiao looked at the updated transaction records one by one, and tried his best to remember the names of these level 5 city lords. There's no need to add friends, as it will be too chaotic with too many people. Jiang Xiao's friend list only includes the elite among the elite. He looked at the gold coins that came into his account and felt that the 8th level main city was just around the corner. I also don't know if the level 8 main city can continue to deprive other lords of their rewards. Moreover, the last time the main city Qingweiju was upgraded to level 4, the effect of the main city, women, was unlocked. This time a number 8 is also a multiple of 4, so it is likely to have new effects. Chapter 124, Trebuchet, really good at stealing. Today is still 3 updates a day, January 3rd. At night, Jiang Xiao received a message from Zhouing again. Boss Jiang Xiao, I'm off work. I secretly learned a trebuchet blueprint today. Lord Zhou gives you a trebuchet blueprint. Do you accept it? Jiang Xiao himself didn't expect that he could steal one so quickly and claim it directly. Boss Jiang Xiao, I went for an interview early in the morning. At first they didn't want women, but later they let me go if I said I didn't want the daily salary. Well, it seems that Zhou, this lord really wants to go home. After a brief understanding, Jiang Xiao learned that the wages of these natives were only 50 copper coins per day. Jiang Xiao directly gave her a gold coin. Then Jiang Xiao said that as long as she kept stealing, she would get a gold coin every day. And this was an extra reward for her, and the original condition promised to her, building her a big ship, still stood. Although Jiang Xiao didn't know the principle behind her stealing, he thought that she had to be full so that she could steal faster. After all, Zhou gave the drawings directly to herself. The value of this blueprint is far more than dozens of gold coins, and it is still in short supply. Boss Jiang Xiao, thank you so much. Tonight, I can go to Hongwan Pavilion to eat something delicious. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Well, good luck to you. I hope you can finish stealing as soon as possible and go home early. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao picked up the high-quality yak meat that Xiuya had grilled for him and took a big bite. After getting the trebuchet blueprint, Jiang Xiao started learning it directly. The blueprint dissipated again, gathering into a golden light and merging into the wall of the main city. This catapult, like the sailing car, also requires a level 6 main city to build. Do you want to consume 300 units of pine wood, 200 units of iron, or 200 units of copper, and 50 units of resin to build a trebuchet? Yes. In an instant, the skeleton of the catapult began to take shape rapidly. This catapult can also be upgraded, and Jiang Shao directly upgraded it to level 3. Catapult. Level 3. The higher the level of the trebuchet, the more stone units it can throw at one time, and the greater the lethality. Stone throwing. You can throw stones 30 units/80 units/150 units of stones each time. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 300 units of sunken wood, 200 units of refined iron ore, 200 units of refined copper ore, and 2 rock cores. A level 1 trebuchet can throw a maximum of 30 units of stone at a time, and a level 3 trebuchet can throw a maximum of 150 units at a time. To upgrade to level 4, you will need 2 rock cores. Do not upgrade until the main city reaches level 8. Next, you can try it. If you try this thing on an ordinary tree, it probably won't work and you won't be able to test its power. Jiang Shao built a 10-meter long intermediate city wall in the distance. Currently, this intermediate city wall can be used to simulate the city wall of Qinghe City. Then a female guard tried 3 types of stone throwing powers, 5 times in a row for each power. First round of test, 30 units of stone. After the fired stone bullet hit the intermediate city wall, a noticeable small hole was created on the wall. The flying stone chips left some bumps on the surface of the city wall. Second round of testing, 80 units of stone. This time, the stone bullet was obviously larger and directly created a deep hole in the intermediate city wall. The third round of test, 150 units of stone. With a few loud bangs, huge stone bombs hit the intermediate city wall like falling meteorites, raising dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Shao saw that the stone bullet had been deeply embedded in the wall, and the cracks around it spread like a spider web. Although the power of these 150 units of stone is quite impressive, but I always feel that there's still some gap from my expectations. Doesn't the Break the City in my Imperial Seal have a 300% bonus to fortifications? This doesn't look very fierce. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood. If there is an epic lord statue in your territory, all fortifications will have a 300% bonus. No wonder. Calculated this way, the city wall of Qinghe County has no defensive bonus. If you build some more catapults and upgrade them all to level 4. With the triple siege bonus, after a few stone shots, we will probably be able to break in quickly. After experimenting with the 3rd level catapult, Jiang Shao returned to his territory. Except for Black Cat, the maids have all gone to bed. Jiang Shao felt a little too energetic today and couldn't sleep. He came to the watchtower, intending to patrol with Black Cat for a while, and then chat. 1 hour later, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh that the Black Cat's ability was indeed powerful. Its sleepless body, its energy was really too strong. Another half an hour passed. Jiang Shao finally couldn't hold on any longer. The next day, not long after Jiang Shao got up, Qinglan knocked on the door of Jiang Zhao's room. Master, I have recruited a commander through a diplomatic ceremony today. Jiang Shao ran over quickly. Qin Feng, excellent commander. Qi and blood value, 82. Physical strength, 255/255. Loyalty, 100. Skills, charge 6 strike. My lord, I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng was wearing a simple leather armor. He was tall and strong with muscular body. But 4 men, that's just right. Jiang Shao sent him to the subsidiary territory with the largest population, intending to have him build a training ground there to train the villagers there. It will definitely be useful when we attack the county town in a few days. Good. You've come at the right time. We now have a vassal territory with a lot of people, but their fighting power may be a little weak. Go over there and train the villagers for me. Jiang Shao took out a map and pointed out a location to him. Qin Feng's honest face showed a hint of excitement, and he nodded heavily. Don't worry, Lord. Leave them to me, and I will make sure they are completely transformed. At noon today, Jiang Shao once again put 20 rare-grade, exquisite animal hide armors on the shelves and sold some phoenix tail tiles. After some calculations, I found that now all the resources are available except for the malachite. Of the 6 times Jiang Shao recruited today, he customized and recruited maids with combat abilities. In the past 2 days, Jiang Shao sent Lin Qing'er to ride Huera to explore the opposite side of Tianyuan River. Today, she discovered a mid-level bandit camp. and Jiang Shao asked Zhu Yu and Feng Xiu to take the 6 maids and 100 female guards there. It can not only train their combat capabilities, but also obtain some building cores. Day 3. Jiang Shao has been waiting by the river since this morning. Because according to calculations, the missing 10,000 or so malachites can be delivered before noon today. However, before the malachite was delivered, another merchant ship docked. Chapter 125, The Only Building, Beast Spirit Altar. Third update, February 3rd. It's similar to the previous ship, and most of the people on board are unscrupulous businessmen. Alas, there are fewer and fewer down-to-earth businessmen like Luo Wanjin nowadays. Jiang Shao couldn't help but think of Luo Wanjin again, the businessman whose daughter was kidnapped by bandits. However, Jiang Shao also spent some money today. I spent 50 gold coins to buy a brewery building plan from a merchant on the ship. Jiang Shao had never seen this thing before. About another hour passed. Jiang Shao vaguely saw several familiar sailing vehicles on the opposite side of the Tianyuan River, unloading supplies onto his medium-sized warship. Malachite is finally here. Complete resources. After returning to the territory, you can upgrade. Do you want to consume 50,000 units of gold, or 100,000 units of refined iron, or 100,000 units of refined copper, or 80,000 units of sunken wood, 80,000 units of high-quality cement, 20,000 units of malachite, 5,000 gold coins, and 100 of each of the 5 building cores to upgrade the main city? Jiang Shao felt a little excited. These resources are almost more difficult to collect than the resources from level 1 to level 7 combined. Yes. Remaining time to upgrade to Morning Golden Palace. 48 hours and 57 minutes. You can let your maid assist in construction, consuming additional resources and greatly increasing the construction speed. Currently available number of maids to assist, 0 out of 12. Jiang Shao directly used 2 construction acceleration scrolls, and after accelerating for 48 hours, there were still 57 minutes left. These 57 minutes are still easy to handle. Jiang Shao, Yin Duo, Chioya, and others went in together. The construction was accelerated for 15 minutes. The light curtains slowly disappeared, replaced by a small palace. The roof and eaves of the building are inlaid with gold edges, and the golden and peacock green light complement each other, shining brightly and magnificently. The entire area of the Morning Gold Palace is almost twice as large as before. Big. This is too big. Especially the bedroom, this big bed. If we squeeze a little, this big bed can probably accommodate myself and 10 maids. The details of the building appeared on Jiang Zhao's face. Main city. Level. Morning Gold Palace, level 8. Population. 14 maids can be recruited every day. Maximum number of buildings. None. Heroes. Once a day. The Lord can activate heroes, and within 12 hours, the combat power of all opposite sexes in the territory will be increased by 100%. Colorful clothes. Once a day, the Lord can activate colorful clothes. Within 6 hours, the effects of all the opposite sexes' equipment in the territory will be increased by 20%. Upgrade. To upgrade to the 9th level main city, Feihui Palace, you need 150,000 units of steel, 150,000 units of red copper, 150,000 units of emerald tiles, 80,000 units of gold, or 80,000 units of malachite, 50,000 units of jadeite, 50,000 gold coins, and 500 of each of the 5 building cores. Number of buildings required for upgrading. 100 buildings, 40 level 5 buildings, and 1,000 meter advanced city walls. Number of people required for upgrading. 5 rare level and above commanders, 5,000 people. Number of subordinate territories required for upgrading. 8 subordinate territories or 1 county town. Sure enough, the 8th level main city added a new attribute, rainbow clothes. It is another attribute that increases combat power. For 6 hours a day, the effective equipment of the opposite sex is increased by 20%. It's a pity I'm not my opposite sex, otherwise the Xianyuan sword would have been improved again. As Jiang Shao looked at the conditions for upgrading the main city row by row, he was amazed again. Steel, copper, emerald tiles. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 things can be unlocked in the territory by upgrading buildings such as iron or processing plants and brick kiln factories. Although the quantity required is large, it can be gathered together. But were these 50,000 units of jade needed? There was none in the high-level bandit camp that Jiang Shao had successfully wiped out before. Moreover, upgrading the 9th level main city even requires population, leadership, and territory. Currently, 5 rare level commanders are required, but the population number is still not enough. The number of subordinate territories is also not enough. Currently, Jiangshao only has 3 subordinate territories. Of course, if we can conquer Qinghai County and rule it in a few days, we won't need so many subordinate territories. These need to be considered in the long term. Jiangshao didn't care about these for the time being. He was more concerned about the rewards for upgrading to level 8. 3 seconds later, a familiar voice sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. Congratulations, you are the first lord to upgrade your main city to level 8. Since you have become the first lord to complete the main city upgrade for 8 consecutive times, you can now make a choice. You can choose to deprive the other 9 lords of their rewards for upgrading to the 8th level main city and obtain the only mythical level building, the Beast Spirit Altar, and a high-level commander recruitment card. Or you can choose to only receive your own rewards and get 10 advanced farmer recruitment scrolls and 1 advanced commander recruitment card. Good. As the saying goes, even if you make others suffer, you should not make yourself suffer. Once again, you could deprive other lords of their rewards. But what is the only mythical building, the Beast Spirit Altar? Although I don't know what it is, as long as it is the only one, it must be a good thing. I choose the only mythical level building, the Beast Spirit Altar, and 1 high-level commander recruitment card. All the lords suddenly heard 3 identical voices. Congratulations to Lord Jiangshao, the first to own a level 8 main city. Rewards, Beast Spirit Altar, 1 high-level commander recruitment card, X3. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. Can Lord Jiang send out a random number of wooden red envelopes to test your luck? 8. Jiang Zhao's father, you are too fierce. The child is stupid. The day before yesterday, I even thought Wu Hao was going to catch up with Jiang Shao. I was overthinking it. You know nothing. I'm currently in a level 5 city. Upgrading to level 6 is more difficult than all my previous cities combined. I can't even think about upgrading from level 7 to level 8. Jiangshun's progress is estimated to be more than 3 times ours. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Wu Hao's advice to boycott Jiangshun. At Wu Hao, come out and get scolded. I'm boycotting you. Jiang Shao looked at the chat area. It was really interesting. As for the last one who directly tagged Wu Hao and cursed him, Jiang Shao didn't think that this person was very smart. Instead, he seemed like an experienced person. The truly smart lords should be those who remain neutral and develop secretly. Next, Jiang Shao should place the rewarded mythical building, Beast Spirit Altar. He didn't know what this building was used for. But listening to the name of this building, it should be related to animals. Just put it next to the yaks and goats. Chapter 126. Rabbits are fatter. Chickens lay more eggs. 3/3. It turned out that Jiang Shao had put in the wrong place. Judging from the introduction, this building does not seem to be a good friend of animals. Beast Spirit Altar, mythical level. No level. Introduction. Convert the flesh and blood of wild beasts into protective power to increase the initial health value of the residents in the territory. Currently increased basic health value, 0. Spiritual blessing. Requires 100 rabbit skins, 100 bottles of rabbit blood, and 100 rabbit bones. This seems a little unclear. Out of curiosity, Jiang Shao decided to give it a try. However, there was no grassland near the territory and there were very few rabbits. Jiang Shao directly collected the necessary materials in the chat area. The price I gave was also quite reasonable. These materials cost a total of 400 units of iron ore. Do you want to consume 100 rabbit skins, 100 bottles of rabbit blood, and 100 rabbit bones for spiritual blessing? Yes. The carvings around the altar glowed with a faint golden glow until the entire altar was shrouded in a mysterious rune. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. The light spread out from the altar, transforming into countless tiny golden lights, floating throughout the territory. The light spots slowly fell and quietly sprinkled on every resident. Training ground. Qin Liangyu was leading the female guards in training. She stopped what she was doing, frowned, and looked up at the golden light falling from the sky. Tianyuan River. Deng Ping was instructing some female guards in water combat. When she saw the light shining down from above her head, she also stopped what she was doing and was slightly stunned. Even the residents of the annexed territories had golden spots of light appearing above their heads. Your residents gain permanent health value +1. What the hell? Actually, can it permanently increase the chi and health value? And the most important thing is, this is to increase the basic chi and blood value, so the value is quite high. I remember Qin Liangyu said that the higher a person's qi and blood values are, the harder it is to improve them. For example, a villager's health value is 10 points. If he wants to improve to 11 points, he needs to train for a whole day, and to improve to 12 points, he needs a week. But with this Beast Spirit Altar, his base is 11 points, and it takes a whole day to raise it to 12 points. This is a bit against the will of heaven. Then if you collect rabbits every day, you will be invincible relying on rabbits. Jiang Shao checked the Beast Spirit Altar again. At this time, the materials required by Ling Yu have changed. Spiritual Blessing requires 100 units of pheasant feathers, 100 bottles of pheasant blood, and 100 pheasant bones. This pheasant, it seems, every upgrade in the future will require different animal materials as sacrifices. However, Jiang Shaojin had seen pheasants before, but he had never been caught, not even by his own maids. Catching pheasants. Isn't this the equivalent of college students doing addition and subtraction in preschool? In desperation, Jiang Shao opened the chat area again. Brothers, collect pheasant feathers, pheasant blood, and pheasant bones. Considering this construction, there may be material from other animals later on. Not only these, I also take all the other animals, except the meat. When the lords in the chat area saw Jiang Shao collecting these things, they also started a heated discussion. Jiang Shun, what are you doing? I didn't expect. Boss Jiang Shao has a collecting habit? Do you want the hair of a gorilla? Fuck, can pheasant feathers be exchanged for something? I thought they were useless, and they asked me to make feather arrows. What a waste. I guess it must be the reward of the 8th level main city, Beast Spirit Altar, which needs these beasts. At Jiangshao, Jiangshun, can you please explain to us what this building is for? I guess we'll know once we get to the level 8 main city. Jiangshao couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw these remarks. You will know when you reach the 8th level main city? You know nothing. Not to mention level 8, you don't even have the rewards for level 6 main cities. But since they have asked, I might as well reply. Anyway, this mythical building, Beast Spirit Altar, is the only one, so the specific effect is not entirely up to you. This is a rare building. Providing the corresponding animals as tribute can increase the activity and reproduction capacity of the territory's livestock. It can also make cattle and sheep grow stronger, rabbits fatter, and chickens lay more eggs. This explanation is so reasonable. An hour later, Jiang Shao submitted 3 more times during this period. 100 units of pheasant feathers, 100 bottles of pheasant blood, 100 pheasant bones, 100 units of wild duck feathers, 100 bottles of wild duck blood, 100 wild duck bones. Suddenly, Qin Liangyu came and found Jiang Shao. My lord, Jiang Shao was having a lot of fun preparing these animal tributes. How was it? Did today's training go well? Qin Liangyu stood still, but a rare look of doubt appeared on her face. My lord, my qi and health value just reached 335. Jiang Shao nodded. Qin Liangyu was slightly startled, turned her gaze towards the altar, and then looked at Jiang Shao. Everything is clear now. A burning light flashed in her eyes, and she knelt on one knee. Thank you, Lord. Hurry up. We need to speed up our training recently. In a few days, we may have to attack the county. At this point, Jiang Shao did not continue to use spiritual protection. Jiang Shao paused, because the next requirement is 100 yak skins, 100 tendons, and 100 cow bones. These beef bones seem to have been used to make soup before. If I want to collect it, I guess I have to wait until the afternoon. After the main city reaches level 8, the armor shop, blacksmith shop, and infirmary can all be upgraded, but there is no rush for this. Jiang Shao was somewhat interested in the brewery architectural drawings he obtained this morning. He could learn from them. This brewery building actually requires a level 5 main city to build. Do you want to consume 1,500 units of pine wood, 500 units of cement, and 500 units of iron, or to build a brewery? Yes. Brewery. Level 1. Winemaker. 0 out of 1. Currently 1 maid can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the better the quality of the wine that can be brewed. Winemaking. Can brew ordinary wine. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 2, you need a level 9 main city, 2,000 units of sunken wood, 800 units of refined cement, and 800 units of refined iron ore. As for the winemaker, Jiang Shao directly recruited one whose specialty is winemaking. A few seconds later, a maid walked out of the main city. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a slender figure and long, straight legs. Wait, these legs! What she is wearing Is it a black and white maid outfit with black stockings? P.S. The author is preparing for exams recently, so some comments may not be responded to in time. However, 3 chapters will still be updated on time every day. Thank you for your support. Chapter 127, I Thought You Were a Top Master. Part 3 of 1/3. The black and white maid outfit she was wearing had a slim fit that perfectly outlined her slender waist. Under the black and white skirt, a hint of white skin is faintly visible. The maid had a slender figure with curvaceous curves, and her legs looked as if they were carefully carved, all the way to her toes looking as if they were natural. And these legs are also wrapped in a layer of black silk as thin as a cicada's wing. That's great. Brewery. What a great building. The maid's information appeared in front of Jiang Shao. White dew. Physical strength, 290/290. Ability, brewing. Skill, brewing master, can brew special wine. The quality of the brewed wine increases by 1 level. Loyalty, 100. Master, please give me more advice. Jiang Shao stood up immediately after seeing this. He stood up from where he was sitting on the ground. Bai Lu, can you tell me what is needed to make wine? Bai Lu walked into the winery and gently stroked the fermentation tank beside her. Master, it would be great if there were some fruits in the territory. Different fruits can give the wine completely different flavors. Fruit. There's so many in the fruit territory. With the help of various items in the territory, Sangji can harvest hundreds or even 200 kilograms of fruit every day. But except for the black cat, the maids and female guards rarely eat fruits, so they have a lot of stock. Jiang Shao took her to move some things back from the warehouse. Although he couldn't help much at the winery, Jiang Shao still looked at Shao for a while. Just by looking at Bai Lu's slender hands, Jiang Shao knew that she must be very good at making wine. This wine must be delicious. It would be best if I could try it in the next few days. An hour later, it's time to get down to business. The Advanced Commander recruitment card that was rewarded for upgrading the main city to level 8 was once again converted into an exclusive recruitment card by Zone Talent. Jiang Shao walked to the astrology pavilion and upgraded it to level 3. Compared with the previous one, there's no difference. It's just that the area of the 3rd level astrology pavilion looks a little bigger, and the amount of gold coins consumed and the recruitment probability when using diplomatic ceremony are not much different from before. Use, Advanced Female Warrior Recruitment Card. The card was instantly integrated into the astrology pavilion. The plaque in front of the door suddenly began to glow, and the strong fiery red light spread out like ripples, so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. The light, centered on the plaque, quickly engulfed the entire astrology pavilion. The next moment, a thick fiery red beam of light shot up from the top of the astrology pavilion, pointing straight to the sky. The originally blue sky changed color in an instant, and red light continued to roll and spread in the clouds. In other territories, the lords who were still busy developing their own territories all stopped what they were doing. They looked up at the sky. This red light looks familiar. I seem to have seen this red light a dozen days ago. What on earth is this thing? Is there going to be another invasion? Fuck, are they going to teleport us back to our original world this time? Dude, you said the same thing last time. Jiang Shao stood in front of the astrology pavilion, staring at the red light in a daze. This light is so familiar. This is the light of a mythical commander. The intense fiery red light gradually dissipated, and the door of the astrology pavilion was pushed open. A figure slowly walked out from it. This woman has delicate and three-dimensional features, and there's a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. He was wearing silver armor, the surface of which was as smooth as a mirror. In her right hand, she held a huge silver shield, which was almost half her body length higher than her, yet she held it up easily with one hand. I am Du Yanxin, your humble servant, here to see the Lord. Du Yanxin, mythical commander. Physical strength, 680/680. Chi and blood value, 315, 310 plus 5. Loyalty, 100. Skills, solid as a rock, mountain and river barrier, radiant barrier. View 23 other skills. This, with the bonus of the beast spirit altar, her health value reached 315. This energy and blood value is almost catching up with Qin Liangyu. This time Jiang Shao carefully looked at each of her skills one by one. Du Yanxin also has some buff skills, especially mountain and river barrier, which can actually add the power of mountains and rivers to all friendly forces within 30 seconds, increasing the defense to 300% of the original. If this is coupled with Qin Liangyu's banner of command, During this period of time, I am afraid that no territory can withstand it. Good, good, good. In order to increase Du Yinxin's loyalty, Jiang Shao once again took out the three-piece set. Single room, good weapons, good horses. But this time, when Jiang Shao gave Du Yinxin a weapon, she refused. My lord, I do not need a weapon. This shield is enough. No weapons, just a shield. Specializing in defense is not bad. Yinxin, let's have a fight. Jiang Shao considered that Qin Liangyu was training female guards at the training ground, so he decided to have a sparring session with her first. Du Yinxin knelt on one knee. As you command, lord. Although Jiang Shao knew he couldn't win, he felt he could still put up a fight. After all, his Xinyuan sword ignores all armor effects, and the opponent has no weapons. When Jiang Shao walked back to the center of the venue holding the Xinyuan sword, Du Yinxin's gaze lingered on the sword for a moment, and then a barely perceptible strangeness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Shao, come on. Du Yinxin stood up with the silver shield across his body, but he did not stop. Instead, he rushed towards Jiang Shao at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Shao never expected that Du Yinxin would take the initiative to attack. Logically speaking, this combination of shield and skills should be specialized in defense. But her speed and strength completely overturned Jiang Zhao's cognition. He couldn't even feel that she was holding such a heavy shield. It's worthy of the health value of 315. Jiang Zhao's own qi in blood value is currently 89.7, which is 3 times his own. There was no time to react, as the silver shield came directly towards him. Bang! Oh my god! I really don't add any water. This shield directly increased Jiang Zhao's tenacity skill by 101 points of proficiency. Toughness, advanced upgradable. Introduction. Passive skill that grants the user defensive capabilities and can offset a small amount of damage. Reduces damage by 12%. Upgrade progress. 1921/3000. You can increase your proficiency and level by using skills. Seeing this, Du Yinxin ran over quickly. My lord, I'm so sorry. When I saw the weapon you were holding, I thought you were a top fighter. I didn't expect. Jiang Shao. Shrimp and Pig Heart. Chapter 128. Your shield is so well shot. 3 updates. February 3rd. Good shot. Your shield shot was really good. Jiang Shao took Du Yinxin directly to the training ground. Every expert's first lesson in this territory is to spar with Qin Liangyu. As expected, her Qin Liangyu continued to fight for another half an hour. As expected, Qin Liangyu won in the end. Jiang Shao took advantage of this time to build another training ground and directly upgraded it to level 3. Yinxin, you can select some female guards who are good at defense and train them specifically in this area. This time, Jiang Shao specially called Zihan, whose specialty is defense, over. She also likes shields, so he asked her to learn from Du Yinxin. Du Yinxin bowed slightly. As you command, lord. In fact, Jiang Shao himself would also train for some time every day. However, since the lord went to the training ground for training, his health value did not seem to increase. He mainly learned how to use some weapons and how to deal with them in battle. Jiang Shao stood by and watched for a while. There was plenty of wood at home recently, so Jiang Shao asked Ruoxue to join the usual training. Her snow-white hair looked dazzling in the sun. She still wore the white sling during her territory training. The sweat beads on Ruoxue's forehead slid down her cheeks, dripped onto her collarbone, and gathered into a water mark extending downwards. This feeling of training during the day is different from usual. Seeing this, Jiang Shao also wants to go up and practice a few more times. But he didn't look at it for too long, as there were still many buildings that had not been upgraded. He checked and found that the current health values of the female guards had reached 41 points at the lowest with the help of the Bee Spirit altar and daily training. Except for 3 commanders above the legendary level and myself. The highest is still Li Yue with 96.6 points and Xiling with 92.5 points. Maids whose other specialties are combat have HP values above 75 points. With the training bonus provided by Qin Liangyu's Mythical commander, plus the training critical strikes provided by the 3rd level training ground, everyone made rapid progress. Before I knew it, it was afternoon. This afternoon, Zhou secretly learned another blueprint. This time, it's the battering ram blueprint. This is indeed a good thing. The battering ram can be mainly used to destroy city gates or small wooden walls. Jiang Shao gave Zhou another gold coin and asked her to have something good to eat today. Have a good rest and steal quickly. However, I don't plan to experiment with these siege engines today. After upgrading to level 8 main city, the building level of my home has not been upgraded yet. Jiang Shao arrived at the brick kiln first. Upgrading a brick kiln only requires 5,000 units of bricks, 3,000 units of cement, and 10 flame cores. First upgrade the 2 brick kilns. The flame core will also be needed to upgrade other buildings. Brick kiln. Level 3. Production possible. Tiles, bricks, phoenix tail tiles, and green feather tiles. Consumption. When firing in a brick kiln, 300 units of wood or 150 units of charcoal are consumed per day. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 5,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 3,000 units of high-quality cement, and 30 flame cores. As Jiang Shao expected, the third-level brick kiln unlocked the new building material, Tsuyu tiles. The production conditions of Tsuyu tile are not harsh. 1 unit of green feather tile requires 1 unit of tile, 5 units of resin, and 3 units of agate. I don't have a source of agate for now, but I can exchange it with Wu Di or with other lords in the trading area. As for resin, the resource points snatched from tangerine peel are too many to be collected at home. The source of green feather tiles was solved, and then there was steel and red copper. Jiang Shao directly upgraded both the iron ore processing plant and the copper ore processing plant to level 2. The 2 buildings were upgraded almost at the same time. Iron ore processing plant. Level 2. Number of people dispatched. February 3rd can dispatch a number of maids/villagers to work. Production. Refined iron or steel. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 3, you need 14,000 units of pine wood, 5,500 units of refined iron ore, and 30 flame cores. The levels, upgrade conditions, and producible resources of the copper or processing plant and the iron or processing plant are similar, but the names are different, so I won't write them again. Each unit of steel requires 10 units of refined iron or 3 units of high-quality coal. Each unit of red copper requires 10 units of refined copper ore and 3 units of high-quality charcoal. It requires charcoal, and the production conditions of steel and red copper are relatively scientific. Converting iron ore into steel requires not only extremely high heat, but also reducing agents. High-quality charcoal can be used as both a heat source and a reducing agent. However, the consumption of these intermediate resources, iron ore and copper ore, is indeed quite large. After some calculation, each unit of steel requires 100 units of iron ore, 10 units of fresh water, and 3 units of high-quality coal. Jiang Shao directly burned a large amount of high-quality charcoal and added it all in. Yimi, Yiru. Starting today, the 2 of you will focus on making steel and copper handles. The 2 said in the same voice, "Yes, master." Jiang Shao could clearly feel that the temperature when making steel and copper was much higher than usual. You can feel a slight burning sensation when you breathe at the door. The twin skin was originally very white, but the red light from the stove gave it a light red color. However, there was still no sweat on the 2 maids' bodies. Jiang Shao was still a little curious. After verifying it, still as cold as ever. The red shadow emitted by the fire was reflected on Yiro's face. The cheeks, which were originally a little pink due to the reflection, were now stained with a deep crimson color. Her face turned even redder. "Master, master," she whispered, with a hint of panic in her voice. "This will affect smelting and may result in defective products." Jiang Shao scratched his head. "Later. Let's talk about it later." Just then, a familiar fragrance wafted by. Jiang Shao knew that it was Shun Miao Miao who came back. I have to say, she came back really early today. The sun hasn't even set yet, and we've already taken over the territory. "Master, I found a mid-level bandit camp on the opposite side of the Tianyuan River. They are robbing a village. I roughly estimated that the bandits captured about 400 to 500 villagers. The intermediate bandit camp was fine, but the 400 or 500 villagers behind it aroused Jiang Zhao's interest. After all, one of the conditions for upgrading the main city to level 9 is that the population reaches 5,000. Then we can go and wipe out this intermediate bandit camp. Moreover, the territory is now preparing to attack the county town, and these villagers can serve as the vanguard. Jiang Shao found Du Yanxin and asked her to take the female guards to practice. Chapter 129 Good Steel should be used on the blade. Update March 3rd. Thank you all for the gifts. After Du Yanxin left, Jiang Shao came to the door of the blacksmith shop. There are currently 9,000 units of malachite at home. Therefore, only one of the armor shop and the blacksmith shop can be upgraded to level 5 today. However, you You can upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 4 first. Do you want to consume 5,000 units of bricks, 1,200 units of refined iron, or 300 units of gold, or and 10 flame cores to upgrade the blacksmith shop? Yes. Jiang Shao went in with 5 maids. There was a clanging sound coming from the blacksmith shop. 10 minutes later, the 4th level blacksmith shop was built successfully. Although the construction process was a bit tiring, Jiang Shao still enjoyed it. Blacksmith shop. Level 4. Blacksmith. 1/3. Currently 2 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the blacksmith shop. Production: simple, ordinary, intermediate, advanced series weapons / tools. Charcoal, high quality charcoal. Upgrade: to upgrade to level 5, the main city must be level 8. 8,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of sunken wood, 8,000 units of refined iron, or 8,000 units of gold, or and 30 flame cores. The changes are within expectations, and high-quality weapons can now be produced. Tai Xian looked at the brand-new blacksmith shop, his chest rising and falling very noticeably. Master, do you need me to make new weapons for everyone? Jiang Shao waved his hand. Not for now. Let's do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He has plans for this. There are only more than 9,000 units of malachite in the territory at present, and the armor shop needs to be upgraded first. The blacksmith shop may not be upgraded to level 5 until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and then we could directly make rare weapons. Tai Xian did not leave after hearing this. Instead, he stood there with a hesitant look on his face. Jiang Shao noticed her expression. Tai Xian, are you feeling unwell? Tai Xian stood in front of Jiang Shao, her face flushed with an attractive blush, her lips slightly pursed, as if she wanted to say something but was hesitant. She lowered her eyes, and after a while she spoke in a low voice. Master, Sister Miaoji made me a new dress yesterday. New clothes? That's a good thing. Why, you don't like it? Her face turned even redder, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. This dress is a little. Her hands grasped the hem of her skirt nervously, her voice getting lower and lower. Master, can you accompany me and Sister Miaoji to take a hot spring bath tonight? Jiang Shao understood. This expression, this action, it must be the kind of clothes that Miaoji made based on the more than 10 suggestions he made at the time. Several possible scenes emerged in his mind, and his heartbeat accelerated slightly. Although Jiang Shao had just finished building a level 4 blacksmith shop, he was a little tired, but he was still looking forward to it in his heart, and could only say that he was very much looking forward to it. Okay, but I'm usually the last one to go to the hot spring at night, so you too can go last. Next, it's time to upgrade the armor. After this upgrade, it will be a level 5 armor shop. With Miaoji's bonus, I should be able to make excellent level armor. Do you want to consume 8,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of sunken wood, 8,000 units of refined copper, or 8,000 units of gold, or and 30 flame cores to build an armor shop? The resources required to upgrade to level 5 are several times more than those required to upgrade to level 4. Especially these 8,000 units of malachite, which is quite exaggerated. But Jiang Shao didn't feel bad. Good steel should be used on the blade. Yes, this time the armor shop upgrade will take 4 hours. Jiang Shao went in again with 7 maids. There was another round of tinkling sounds. But this time it took longer. About an hour later, Jiang Shao walked out of the completed armor shop and wiped the sweat off his face. It's not that I'm tired, just a little hot. This amount of work is just daily, routine for Jiang Shao. 4 dark brown driftwoods form the beams in the armor shop. The main gate is made of fine copper ore, which is thick and sturdy, and the armor patterns carved on it appear angular. Some malachite is also inlaid on the door frame. Jiang Shao reached out and touched it. This cold temperature is a bit similar to Euro. Looking at the brand new level 5 armor shop in front of him, he realized that the work he and the maids had done just now was not in vain. The details of the armor shop building appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Defense gear shop. Level 5. Armor master. 1/3. Currently 3 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the armor master. Production: simple, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, rare series of armor and clothing. Due to the skill of weaving, excellent series of armor can be produced. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 6, the main city must be level 9, and 10,000 units of red copper, 10,000 units of gold, 5,000 units of emerald tiles, 3,000 units of jade, and 50 flame cores are required. Upgrade to level 6 armor shop to unlock armor enchants. As expected, it is possible to make excellent grade armor. And this time, there is a reminder after reaching level 5, and armor enchantments will be unlocked when you reach level 6. It should be possible to add some attributes to armor, but I don't know if Miaoji has any bonus for armor enchantment. Just as I was thinking about it, Miaoji came. She stood at the door of the armor shop, holding a bundle of leather. Master, do you want me to start making armor now? Jiang Xiao nodded. Okay, let's try to make a few excellent grade armors first and see the results tonight. Miaoji responded and prepared to enter the armor shop. Jiang Xiao turned around and was about to leave, but then he seemed to remember something. He stopped and said, "By the way, I will go to the hot springs for the last time tonight." Tiexin said that you two are planning to wear the new clothes you made last time. As soon as he finished speaking, the scissors in Miaoji's hand suddenly stopped. Jiang Xiao could feel her hand holding the scissors tremble. Although she tried to remain calm, Jiang Xiao still keenly noticed the slight tremor. After a while, Miaoji's ears gradually turned red. Okay, Master, it's getting dark. Du Yanqin has returned to the territory. The mid-level bandit territory was wiped out without any casualties. This was within Jiang Zhao's expectations. After all, her strength was only slightly lower than Qin Lianyu's. This wave not only brought back some building cores, but also recruited more than 400 villagers, and a reputation alone increased by more than 9,000. They will be temporarily housed in temporary houses outside the city wall tonight, and will be sent to the affiliated territory tomorrow morning for training. However, Jiang Zhao's mind was not on these villagers at the moment. He paced back and forth at the city gate, his eyes occasionally cast towards the night sky in the distance, because Lin Qing'er had not returned yet. Finally, at around 9 o'clock in the evening, Black Cat saw Tiger Era. But unlike usual, this time it was carrying Lin Qing'er. Lin Qing'er was lying softly on its back. Was she fainted again? But soon his attention was attracted by what Hu Era was holding in his mouth. It seems like a small sapling? Jiang Xiao glanced over with a look of insight. Damn it! Did they dig up the roots of the blazing blood fruit? Chapter 130, Digging Up the Roots? Third update, January 3rd. Jiang Xiao hadn't had time to study the sapling carefully. He quickly and carefully took Lin Qing'er off, Hu Era's back, and walked towards the Magnolia house. This stamina, only 5 points left. Look at her lying on the mat. Jiang Xiao raised his hand, and a soft blue light bloomed from his palm. Wind of revival. The blue light turned into countless threads, and the trickles slowly merged into Lin Qing'er's body. Lin Qing'er's physical strength gradually recovered with the help of the Magnolia house and Jiang Zhao's fivefold wind of recovery. After a while, Lin Qing'er's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of confusion and fatigue in her eyes, and she seemed not yet fully awake. Master, she started to speak, and she sounded very weak. Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said gently, "Don't talk. You've worked hard. Have a good rest." He walked out of the room and picked up the seedling that Lin Qing'er brought back. The leaves of this young plant are a little yellow, but a faint red light is flowing on those twisted branches. It's like there's a stream of blood flowing inside the branches. Fiery blood fruit seedling, legendary. Introduction. This tree grows in the fantasy desert. It is said that this desert will only appear randomly under certain conditions. The environment of the fantasy desert is extremely harsh and is often accompanied by deadly guardian creatures. Note, planting seedlings is extremely difficult and requires extremely careful management and care. The slightest carelessness may lead to death. Even if successfully planted, the quality of the fruit can only reach the level of inferior fiery blood fruit. Jiang Xiao looked at the introduction of the seedling again and took a deep breath. This is too intense. Lin Qing'er's 100-fold exploration halo is indeed awesome. Desert of Illusions. She actually encountered such a place twice, and this time she actually pulled out all the trees. Although it can only produce inferior fiery blood fruit. But even so, if it can be properly planted and continuously cultivated, and everyone in the territory gets a fruit, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. However, the planting conditions should be quite difficult. Just as Jiang Xiao was considering how to deal with this seedling, a familiar voice came. Master, should this seedling be planted in the territory? I can help. Tian Tian, who is good at farming, is here. And according to Tian Tian, she has significantly improved the survival rate and growth rate of the crop she grows. Then, This seedling is left to you. If you succeed, then give it to the mulberry branch when collecting. 20 times the critical hit rate for collection. It's terrifying just to think about it. Okay, today's work is done. Jiang Xiao plans to go to the hot springs. The hot spring is even colder late at night. The fog on the water surface was as thick as a layer of gauze. In the haze, one could only see the swaying figures and waves in the hot spring. The entire hot spring area is dotted with moonlight, which shines through the mist, reflecting a kind of lingering tenderness, as if in a dream. As Jiang Xiaojing approached, he saw Miao Ji and Tai Xian in the pool. They leaned against the edge of the pool, their cheeks slightly red from the steam, their expressions shy and smiling. And the new clothes they were wearing, no, they couldn't be considered clothes. The only leather fabric barely covered some basic parts, and the exposed skin in the rest of the place glowed pink after being soaked in hot water. The water droplets slid down the edge of the fabric and finally sank into the hot spring, causing tiny ripples. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but cough lightly. Miaoji leaned to Jiang Zhao's left side and said softly, "Master, how is the water temperature?" Tai Xian was on the right, a little shy, and asked softly, "Master, you are tired after a day. Do you want us to massage your shoulders?" Hot springs, hot springs. It was really the right choice to choose your architectural drawing. The water temperature of the hot spring today was particularly comfortable, and Jiang Xiao soaked in it for 2 hours. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Jiang Xiao crawled out of the warm bed. He first randomly recruited 14 maids for today. The afterglow of last night's hot spring was still lingering in his mind, but as a lord, Jiang Xiao also needed to persist in training every day. After training with the maids for half an hour, Tian Tian found herself again. "Master, the blazing bloodfruit seedling from yesterday has been transplanted." Jiang Xiao nodded. "How is the situation? Can he survive?" "Master, I was just about to explain the situation. Its condition is not good. We may need some flame cores to improve the surrounding soil conditions. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive." Jiang Xiao was not surprised, because this plant was dug up by force. After all, this is a legendary seedling, and we are lucky enough to be able to dig it up. It would be surprising if it were so easy to grow. But if you use it to improve the soil with the flame core, although this flame core is precious, it will be worth it if the soil can be improved to successfully grow this fiery bloodfruit seedling. Although the fiery core is precious, it will definitely be worth it if we can successfully make the blazing bloodfruit seedlings take root and sprout. If you need it, just go to the warehouse and get it. "Okay, master." Tian Tian bowed slightly. After lunch, Jiang Xiao came to the riverside and unloaded the newly delivered malachite. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back to the affiliated territory and rest this afternoon." Yesterday, Jiang Xiao asked the villagers to go back and work harder, staying up late at night to work overtime to dig more malachite. Because the level 5 blacksmith shop still lacks about 6,000 units of malachite. After transporting these malachites back to the territory, do you want to consume 8,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of sunken wood, 8,000 units of refined iron, or 8,000 units of gold, or in 30 flame cores to upgrade the blacksmith shop? In the morning, there were 37 flame cores left in the house. Tian Tian had just used 5 of them to transplant and improve the soil in the morning. There are 32 left, enough? Yes. But this time, Jiang Xiao did not go into the building with the maids to participate in the construction as she did in the past. Because Jiang Xiao has a lot of work to do these 2 days. This workload is reflected in all aspects. What's more, Jiang Xiao went to the training ground for another hour before lunch. It's called training, but in fact it's just getting beaten. Qin Liangyu beat him for a full hour and even upgraded toughness from high level to rare level. Toughness, rare upgradable. Introduction. Passive skill that grants the user defensive capabilities and can offset a small amount of damage. Reduces damage by 15%. Upgrade progress. 3510/8000. You can increase your proficiency and level by using skills. Damage reduction increased from 12% to 15%. Being beaten for an hour was Jiang Zhao's limit. But that's not Qin Liangyu's limit. After Jiang Xiao sat in front of the door and rested for a while, the blacksmith shop was finally upgraded. Chapter 131 Primary War Exemption Order. Good stuff. Update 2/3. A brand new level 5 blacksmith shop appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Blacksmith shop. Level 5. Blacksmith. 1/3. Currently 3 maids can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the maids dispatched, the higher the production speed and quality of the blacksmith shop. Production available: simple/ordinary/intermediate/advanced/rare series of weapons. Upgrade: to upgrade to level 6, the main city must be level 9, and 10,000 units of steel, 10,000 units of gold, 5,000 units of emerald tiles, 3,000 units of jade, and 50 flame cores are required. Upgrade to level 6 blacksmith shop to unlock weapon enchantments. The materials required for rare weapons are steel and copper. However, in the past 2 days, about 4,000 units of each type of steel and copper were produced. Jiang Xiao and Tai Xian moved some to the blacksmith shop so that she could make some rare weapons and shields. Tai Xian, you can find some people to help make rare weapons. It would be best if everyone can use the corresponding weapons or shields. Of course, the people Jiang Xiao was referring to here were maids and female guards. As for the villagers in the 2 subordinate territories on the Tianyuan riverside, Jiang Xiao planned to visit them in the afternoon. This time Jiang Xiao only brought Huera. Huera also seemed to understand Jiang Xiao better. This time, there was only one person on its back, and it ran for an hour without breaking until it reached the first dependent territory. The commander of the first subordinate territory is Qin Feng, an excellent commander with an HP value of 87, 82 plus 5. When Qin Feng saw Jiang Xiao, he immediately put down his spear, walked out of the training ground quickly, and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Lord. Thank you for your protection, Lord. I have clearly felt a force coming from the main territory these past 2 days." Jiang Xiao knew that he was definitely talking about the health bonus effect of the Beast Spirit Altar. This also made Qin Feng's loyalty to Jiang Xiao directly reach 160 points. Jiang Xiao nodded and motioned for him to get up. Before coming, Jiang Xiao had already handed over the basic construction authority of this subsidiary territory to Qin Feng. He glanced around the territory and saw that there were quite a lot of houses, more than he had expected. The scope of this territory is almost as large as a small village. "My lord, since more than 400 villagers joined us last night, the population here is about 1,600. How's the training going these days?" "My lord, except for the new villagers who came last night, most of the others can use basic weapons to fight." "Well done." Jiang Xiao showed approval. "Next, you can teach the villagers how to operate these siege weapons," Jiang Xiao said, and use the resources of this territory to build the 2 siege weapons. 3 trebuchets, 3 battering rams. Qin Feng looked at these siege weapons, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have a vague idea of what might happen next. Qin Feng looked extremely determined, and he knelt on one knee again towards Jiang Xiao. "As you command, Lord. I will lead the villagers to form a vanguard and charge into battle for you, Lord." Before leaving, Jiang Xiao built 3 blacksmith shops and 3 armor shops here. He also instructed Qin Feng to equip each resident with appropriate protective gear and weapons within 3 days. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Jiang Xiao left. "We have to hurry to the 2nd satellite territory. The 2nd subsidiary territory to be visited is closer to Chun Bo's territory. The person in charge of training the villagers in this territory is Li Rue, an ordinary level commander with an HP value of 47, 42 plus 5. Upon arrival, Jiang Xiao made a rough estimate that the number of villagers in this territory was about 800. He also asked Li Rue about the training situation. "Finally, we built 3 catapults and 3 battering rams for them, so that they could practice their operations over the next 2 days." Just as Jiang Xiao was about to leave, Li Rue suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly caught up with him. "My lord, a few days ago, a villager discovered a strange token while exploring nearby. He took out a wooden token from his arms and handed it to Jiang Xiao with both hands. The token was dark brown in color, with some damage on the edges, and was engraved with ancient patterns and illegible text. Jiang Xiao took it and glanced at it. Primary free battle order. Introduction. It could be used in the main territory or any subordinate territory. After use, the territory will be in a war-free state for 12 hours, during which other lords are prohibited from launching any form of attack or invasion. 12 hours of free fighting. In this way, when we attack Qinghe County, we can directly use the main territory without any worries. However, this token does have a drawback. It is immune to fighting, cannot attack, and cannot invade. So can others simply besiege the territory and wait for the time to come? But Jiang Shao was not worried, as long as the territory could be guaranteed to be safe for a period of time. Even if someone besieges them, with the current strength of other lords, it would be an experienced treasure delivered to their doorstep. This exemption from war is definitely a good thing. Jiang Shao found a villager who picked up the exemption order and praised him highly. On the way home, he did a rough calculation. Currently, there are 2,500 people in these two territories combined. Adding his own 306 female guards and maids, the number is almost close to 3,000. After returning to the territory tonight, we can do some simulated siege training. As soon as I returned to the territory, Zhou Ying sent today's drawings again. The siege tower construction drawings. Jiang Shao wanted to give her another gold coin, but was rejected. Brother Jiang Shao, I couldn't even finish the 2 gold coins you gave me last time. Just remember to build me a boat when the time comes. Jiang Shao agreed and closed the chat. As long as she steals them all, he will definitely fulfill his promise. Jiang Shao picked up the architectural drawing. Siege tower, what is this? He was visibly stunned. After all, in his modern understanding, Jiang Shao, whose combat power is 15,000, only knows that towers are generally used for defense. It doesn't seem to have much to do with offense. Build one and try it out. Do you want to consume 2,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 200 units of iron, or 200 units of copper, or 100 units of resin to build a siege tower? Wow, a level 1 siege tower requires so much wood? Yes. The moment the siege tower was built, Jiang Shao suddenly understood why the tower could also be used to attack the city. Chapter 132. It grew out so quickly. 3/3. A tall siege tower stood proudly in the open space of the territory. The tower is about 10 meters high and is made of solid wood and metal components. There are stairs embedded in the outside of the tower. The bottom is wide and stable, and there's an open platform on the top. No wonder so much wood is consumed. Just by looking at this huge thing, Jiang Shao could already imagine how it was used. During a siege, your soldiers can push it close to the enemy's city wall. Friendly forces can then jump directly from the platform at the top of the tower to the top of the enemy city wall. However, the current height of the first-level siege tower is much lower than that of its own intermediate city wall. This definitely can't climb up the city wall of Qinghe County. Jiang Shao directly upgraded the siege tower to level 3. Siege tower. Level 3. High-speed channel. When friendly forces move on a siege tower, their movement speed is increased by 10%. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need 1,000 units of sunken wood, 500 units of refined iron, or 500 units of refined copper, or, and 2 green wood cores. The third-level siege tower can be randomly adjusted to a minimum height of 10 meters and a maximum height of 40 meters. And there is one more term, high-speed channel. The effect is quite good. If there is a speed bonus, it can help friendly forces capture the city wall faster. The most important thing is that the height of these 3-level siege towers is more than 30 meters. So, climbing up the city wall of Qinghe County is definitely not a problem. Jiang Shao roughly estimated that at his speed, it would take about 90 seconds to climb from the bottom to the top. He immediately called everyone together. Currently, there are 65 maids whose specialties are fighting and hunting, 306 female guards, and 5 commanders in the territory. Jiang Shao built a 50-meter-long intermediate city wall and a city gate 500 meters outside the territory. Although it is a waste of resources to destroy these walls, training for siege in advance can greatly reduce casualties at that time. Qin Liangyu, Du Yanxin, and Deng Ping each led 100 female guards and some maids. Jiang Shao, Liu, Ziling, and Zhu Yu were also in Qin Liangyu's team this time. After all, the 3 of them should have more experience in siege than himself. After Jiang Shao built 10 catapults, 3 battering rams, and 2 siege towers, he turned to face everyone. Everyone, I think you've all noticed recently that the intensity of training has increased. In the next few days, we will most likely go to attack Qinghe County. So today we plan to simulate a siege and familiarize ourselves with the use of siege equipment. Liangyu, get ready to start the siege drill. This time Jiang Shao did not take the Xianyuan sword. He just planned to learn how others gave orders from the side. It must be said that although these 3 commanders have never fought together, they seem to cooperate very well. Following Qin Liangyu's order, the 10 catapults were divided into 2 groups. Boom! The first set of stones hit the center of the wall. Boom! The second set of stones hit the city gate directly. After the second group of catapults smashed the city gate, they instantly turned their firepower to the city wall again. At this time, Deng Ping commanded the female guards to use the battering ram to attack the city gate directly. Almost at the same time, Du Yanxin led the female guards and 2 siege towers and advanced quickly. As the siege tower slowly moved forward, the soldiers climbed to the top of the tower in batches and quickly reached the heights through the stairs. After the battering ram hit the gate several times in succession, the simulated city gate finally couldn't bear the weight, made a click sound, and slowly fell down. Jiang Shao watched from the side for 5 minutes as 2 waves of female guards attacked from the city walls and gates. After the training, everyone left one after another, leaving only the remains of the city wall and rubble. But Jiang Shao noticed that a figure still remained in the same place. Zhu Yu? Why don't you go back? Zhu Yu's eyes were complicated. She knelt down suddenly, holding the sword tightly in both hands, and her voice trembled. My lord, you actually still remember the expedition against Qinghe County. She was extremely excited. My lord, I really have no way to repay you. I have waited for this day for too long. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and tried to help Zhu Yu up. Get up quickly. Since I promised you before, I will definitely do it. Before, we were not strong enough, but now that we have the ability, we will definitely seek justice for you. Zhu Yu shook his head and remained kneeling. Lord, you really treat me like my family. I really can't repay you. Nothing to repay. This can't let her continue. Hurry up and go back to rest. All you can do now is to get enough rest so that we can conquer Qinghe County together in a few days. In fact, Jiang Shao had 2 reasons for attacking Qinghe County. The first one is, of course, to avenge Zhu Yu. After all, Zhu Yu has really worked hard for the development of the territory, and she has now completed learning the skill scrolls passed down from her family's ancestors. The second was that a mission from Zhu Yu was triggered at that time. Conquer Qinghe County, time limit, indefinite. I don't know. Will there be any special rewards if we really take over Qinghe County? But even if there is no special reward, you will definitely make a lot of money by arresting all the corrupt officials inside. After the training, Jiang Shao returned to his favorite place. After returning to 2 dependent territories today, he decided to go to the hot springs to relax. The hot steam rising from the hot spring filled the air all around, shrouding everything in a hazy atmosphere. Jiang Shao was the only one in the hot spring today. He closed his eyes slightly and lay comfortably by the pool. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came closer and closer. Master! Master! Jiang Shao opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Through the swirling hot air, a figure in a floral maid outfit was jogging towards them. He squinted his eyes, the heat and mist mixed together, but he still couldn't see who it was. Hey, be careful! Jiang Shao shouted subconsciously. Before he finished speaking, the figure's feet suddenly slipped. Next second, before Jiang Shao could react, he was pushed into the water. To be precise, his face was pressed into the water. I didn't expect that this world could use facial cleanser. Although I didn't see the face clearly, this feeling, this granularity, Jiang Shao knew who it was. It was Tian Tian who was in charge of transplanting the fiery bloodfruit seedlings today. Tian Tian quickly stood up. Master, I'm sorry. Master, I just wanted to report on the transplanting of the blazing bloodfruit seedlings. The blazing bloodfruit seedlings have grown fruit. Jiang Shao nodded. Well, it's a good thing that it has grown fruit. At this moment, he didn't care too much about what Tian Tian said, because Tian Tian's maid uniform had been completely soaked by the hot spring water and was tightly attached to her exquisite body. This was a great fall. Jiang Shao likes this kind of unexpected surprise. Etc. Jiang Shao immediately realized what Tian Tian had just said. What? Fruits are growing? So big. Oh, not so fast. Chapter 133. 20 times the collection, cheap and big bowl. Part 3 and 1/3. Jiang Shao saw that Tian Tian was soaked and worried that she would catch a cold, so he took the initiative to help her change her clothes. After changing clothes, Jiang Shao took Tian Tian to the place where the blazing bloodfruit seedlings were transplanted. There was a small fruit hanging on the seedling. The fruit is dark red in color. Compared with the blazing bloodfruit that Lin Qing'er had picked before, its luster seemed much dimmer. But the skin of the fruit still exudes a slight heat. Jiang Shao was about to pick it up when he reacted immediately. What a sin. If I pick it myself, isn't there only one? This job has to be done by Sangji. Jiang Shao called, saying, Ji over as well. As her fingers just touched the fruit, a faint light flashed. The moment the fruit fell from the branch, it turned into a small pile. Jiang Shao widened his eyes and looked at what Sang Ji handed over. Obtained items. Low-quality blazing blood fruit times 20. This is really 20 inferior blazing blood fruits. Although he was mentally prepared, Jiang Shao was still very shocked when he actually got it in his hands. These hands really did not disappoint me. 20 times the critical collection, that's too powerful. Inferior blazing blood fruit, excellent. Introduction. This fruit is collected from low-quality seedlings of the plant after transplanting. Function. It will improve the user's physical condition immediately after consumption. The worse the physical condition, the more significant the improvement effect. Jiang Shao remembered that what Lin Qing'er picked was the legendary blazing blood fruit. The output after transplanting is excellent grade, inferior fiery blood fruit. Although it's only an excellent grade fruit, but I can't handle the quantity. It can produce a fruit in the first half day after transplanting. After picking mulberry branches with 20 times the critical hit, that's 20 pieces. This, if we go to the county town the day after tomorrow. You can give one to each maid in the territory whose specialty is combat. It's definitely a big improvement. Jiang Shao planned to try one himself first. This time he learned his lesson and took the fruits to find Bai Wei. In the medical room, Bai Wei was concentrating on making high-grade physical recovery herbs. Still wearing the standard, yet not so standard nurse uniform. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone. The hem of the long skirt just reached the knees, revealing the slender, white thighs. Bai Wei was processing the herbs skillfully, adding them into the medicine furnace little by little. Jiang Shao stood at the door and did not disturb them. 10 minutes later, Bai Wei completed the production of a batch of high-grade physical recovery herbs. She didn't notice Jiang Shao at the door at all. The heat from the medicine furnace made her feel a little stuffy. Bai Wei took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. She subconsciously pulled her collar and changed into lighter clothes to get some air. 3 minutes later, at the critical moment, she suddenly heard a slight sound coming from the door. Bai Wei turned around subconsciously and saw Jiang Shao standing at the door. Master, Master, have you always been at the door? Bai Wei's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Jiang Shao closed the door of the infirmary. Jiang Shao spent an hour studying the advanced physical recovery herbs that Bai Wei had just made. He took out another inferior blazing blood fruit from his trouser pocket. Bai Wei, can this fruit be used to make bone-cleansing pills? Bai Wei took the fruit and looked at it carefully. The surface of the fruit glowed slightly red, making her already pink face look even more charming. Master, this fruit should not be used to make bone-cleansing pills. Bai Wei paused and added, or rather, it cannot be used to make bone-cleansing pills for the time being. For the time being, Jiang Shao became interested. Why do you say that? Master, this fruit has more impurities than the previous ones. The current equipment in the medical ward is unable to purify it. I guess it will need to be a level 4 medical ward. Currently, the infirmary in the territory is at level 2. If more malachite is brought back tomorrow, it can be upgraded to level 3. But the 4th level medical shelter, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the 9th level main city to unlock the upgrade permissions. Jiang Shao held the inferior blazing blood fruit in his hand and thought for a moment. He looked up at Bai Wei, who was still sorting the herbs, and said, Bai Wei, please wait for a moment. I want to try the effect of this fruit myself. He put the inferior fiery blood fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The juice of the fruit was slightly hot, and then a burning sensation spread from the stomach, but it was not strong, and it was even a little warm. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. The burning sensation lasted for about 15 minutes, then gradually dissipated as if it had never been there. He opened his eyes and moved his body, but felt nothing unusual. Jiang Shao checked his qi and blood value, which was still 89.7 points. It seems, after taking the legendary blazing blood fruit before, this fruit no longer had any effect on improving his qi and blood values. But there are no side effects. Without further ado, let's pick 19 maids for everyone to use tonight. The next morning, Jiang Shao randomly recruited 14 maids again. The number of maids in the territory is now close to 200. There are 85 maids whose specialty is combat. When it was almost noon, Zhou sent another message. Boss Jiang Shao, I finally stole all the siege equipment in Qinghe County. Before Jiang Xiao had time to ask in detail, two gift reminders from Zhou Ying appeared in succession. Lord Zhou Ying gives you a blueprint of a trench bridge. Do you accept it? Lord Zhou Ying gives you a wooden curtain blueprint. Do you want to accept it? Jiang Xiao accepted it, but his heart was full of doubts. How come you're so efficient today? You have already learned 2 siege engine blueprints in less than a morning. Soon, Zhou Ying replied with 2 sentences. Actually, I didn't rest last night. I worked with the villagers all night. I secretly learned the wooden curtain blueprints, and this morning I secretly learned the trench bridge blueprints. Master Jiang Xiao, do you think it is? Although Zhou Ying only said half of it, Jiang Xiao already understood. Zhou Ying's meaning was very clear. She had indeed stolen all the siege equipment drawings as agreed. Now was my turn to fulfill my promise and help her build the boat. Just wait for me outside the gate of Qinghe County. I'll pick you up in about 2 hours. Zhou Ying on the other side was stunned. 2 hours? Boss Jiang Xiao, are you so close to Qinghe County? Jiang Xiao did not respond to this sentence. He directly closed the chat area. Chapter 134 Siege Equipment. Take all. Part 2/3. There are currently 306 female guards in the home. In order to send Zhou Ying home smoothly, Jiang Xiao decided to send 6 female guards to escort her. In fact, he originally planned to send a few villagers to send Zhou Ying back. But it seems that the villagers did not learn how to sail. After all, Zhou Ying's ability to secretly learn blueprints is very special and may be of great use in the future. The 6 female guards can also explore the island where Zhou Ying is. This time, when he went to Qinghe County, Jiang Xiao specially brought Zi Ling and Li Yu with him and planned to go for further investigation. 2 hours later, it was another bumpy ride. Jiang Xiao and his group of 9 people, riding a thunder-patterned tiger and 6 horses, arrived at the gate of Qinghe County. In front of me is still the more than 30-meter high city wall of Qinghe County. A girl wearing a blue dress and 2 ponytails stood under the city wall. From this attire, Jiang Xiao knew at a glance that she was a lord, not a native of this world. Jiang Xiao looked at the other person. In terms of figure, she has everything she should have. But Jiang Xiao felt it was just average. They are no match for my maids. Jiang Xiao looked over and saw through it. Zhou Ying Lord. Level, intermediate wooden house. Talent, craftsman sense, ability to copy blueprints of tools and other construction facilities with extremely high efficiency when observing or touching them. Each blueprint can only be copied once. Building details, 4 houses, 1 well, 2 warehouses. This talent is exactly what she said at that time. Jiang Xiao opened his friend list, found Zhou Ying again, and sent her a message. Blue clothes and twin tails, is that you? A few seconds later, Zhou Ying replied, Yes, boss Jiang Xiao. Did you see me? Jiang Xiao took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Hello. Zhou Ying was slightly stunned. This was the first time she met the legendary First Lord Jiang Xiao. In fact, she has been wondering these past few days what kind of person Jiang Xiao is. She had heard many rumors about Jiang Xiao, including that he had killed other lords. So, she once thought Jiang Xiao was an old man. But when she actually saw Jiang Xiao in front of her, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. He has a tall figure, sharp eyebrows, and a hint of unruly smile at the corners of his lips. It's a bit like the warm sun that suddenly appears in the cold winter. Fortunately, I spent a few silver coins to dress up at noon today. However, Zhou Ying's attention was quickly attracted by the 2 women beside Jiang Xiao. Both men were wearing light leather armor, and one of them was wearing a straw hat. Although Zhou Ying didn't want to admit it, these 2 people were both top-notch in terms of figure and appearance. Are they also lords? Could it be that Jiang Xiao likes this kind of female lord with a good figure? Zhou Ying bit her lips slightly and felt that she was not bad at all. She straightened her chest and held out her hand. Jiang Xiao boss. Hello. It can be noticed that Zhou Ying's face is slightly red. Jiang Xiao didn't quite understand what was going on, but his 2 arms suddenly felt a little strange. Li Yu and Zi Ling took Jiang Xiao's arms. Obviously, Zhou Ying's goodwill has aroused their vigilance. Maybe this is the 6th sense between women? Jiang Xiao pointed to the female guards behind him and said, Let the 6 of them take you to the river. The boat has been built for you. Zhou Ying hesitated and asked tentatively, Boss Jiang Xiao, aren't you coming with me? Jiang Xiao waved his hand. I won't go. I have something else to do in Qinghe County today. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhou Ying's eyes. But she soon regained her smile. Brother Jiang Xiao, If you have the chance, you can also come to the island to play with me. Jiang Xiao nodded. However, when he nodded, Jiang Xiao felt that Li Yu and Zi Ling hugged each other tighter. Jiang Xiao said that he was really wronged, and he just nodded casually out of politeness. Go to the island to play with Zhou? Well, forget it. It is still most comfortable to stay in your own territory with your own maids. After seeing Zhou off, Jiang Xiao and Li Yu Zi Ling spent the entire afternoon wandering around Qinghe County. In fact, Zhu Yu provided himself with a city defense map of Qinghe County, which specifically marked all the city defense facilities, soldier distribution, etc. But, after all, that was painted when Zhu Yu was still an official, so some changes may have occurred now. Jiang Xiao decided to check the actual situation in person to avoid any omissions. After about 3 hours, Jiang Xiao discovered that the city defense distribution was basically the same as on the map. There are 4 gates in the city, and each gate has a different guard force configuration. The number of soldiers was about 20,000, scattered among them at various locations. There are about 20 commanders in the city. The one with the highest chi and health value is a female commander named Du Yu, with a chi and health value of 109 points. The most important discovery was that the main city gate close to where outsiders entered and exited was the least well defended. The guard relaxed, patrol density was low, and some soldiers even dozed off secretly. When the time comes, hit this door with all your strength. Tianyuan River. 6 female guards escorted Zhou Ying to the riverside. Anchored at the shore is a mid-level warship. 3 tall masts supported huge sails, fluttering in the wind. Zhou Ying opened her mouth and pointed at the big ship in front of her. This is Jiang Xiao, the ship your lord built for me. Several female guards nodded, and one of them added, Yes, the lord ordered. We have also prepared some food and water for you on the ship. She looked at the warship and was completely stunned. Because this ship is too big. She originally thought that Jiang Xiao would just give her a boat that was slightly bigger and stronger than a raft. But the boat in front of her was not the wooden boat she had imagined. It was several times better than many of the small cargo ships she had seen at the Qinghe County dock. Zhou Ying was somewhat touched. Judging from Jiang Zhao's actions, it was completely different from what some lords said. However, Zhou Ying didn't know. In fact, Jiang Xiao didn't prepare these supplies specifically for her. Even if Zhou Ying didn't eat them, Jiang Zhao's female guards would have to eat them. Zhou Ying sighed, alas. It's a pity that Jiang Xiao has something to do in the afternoon and will stay in Qinghe County. Qinghe County? The familiar name of the county town lingered in Zhou Ying's mind for a moment, and she was startled. Etc. Boss Jiang Zhao's territory is not far from Qinghe County, and he has been collecting siege equipment recently. A guess arose in Zhou Ying's mind that she couldn't believe. Boss Jiang Xiao, I'm afraid you're going to attack the county this time? Chapter 135, The Armor Master, is really too strong. Third update, March 3rd. Thank you all for the small gifts. After dinner, Jiang Xiao had returned to the territory. He gave one to each of the remaining 60 maids whose specialties were combat and who had not consumed the inferior blazing blood fruit. 3 were produced today. With the 20 times critical strike of the mulberry branch, 60 beads were collected directly. They all increased their health points by 5 to 8 points to a greater or lesser extent. Then Jiang Xiao came to the protective gear shop. Miaoji has already prepared the latest batch of excellent armor. This time, the armor is made not only of animal skins, but also iron chains forged from steel. Animal skin chain mail, excellent grade. Introduction, lined with high-quality animal skins and covered with forged steel chains on the outside, is both flexible and strong. Iron Guard slightly reduces movement speed by 2%. Due to Miaoji's exquisite craftsmanship, the speed reduction is adjusted to 0% and greatly increases defense. TSK. The original 2% reduction in movement speed is now cleared to 0. On the battlefield, every adjustment in movement speed can mean the difference between life and death. The animal hide chainmail not only provides extremely high protection, but also completely avoids the disadvantage of restricted movement. Miaoji, this armor master is really too strong. Jiang Zhao's armor will be distributed to 300 female guards and 80 maids, 1 for each. As for weapons, they're forged steel swords, forged steel spears, etc. made from steel, which are mainly made from steel in a level 5 blacksmith shop. However, Liu did not change to a new one. She still liked to use the breaking spear that she got when she killed the number 1 leader Du Feng during the previous oppression of the bandit camp. After distributing weapons and protective gear, Jiang Shao came to the beast spirit altar again. I have been collecting various animal-related materials nonstop these past 2 days. However, the more these things are sacrificed, the more demanding and more materials are required. Jiang Shao directly offered sacrifices 5 times. Your residents gain permanent health value +1. The next sacrifice will require high-quality wolf skin and high-quality wolf blood. Although I have killed a strange wolf before, all the materials have been basically used up and I cannot upgrade for the time being. At this time, Qin Liangyu's qi and blood values reached 340, Dianxin's 320, and Deng Ping's 295. Even Jiang Zhao's own qi and blood value reached 97.3, approaching the 100 mark. Li Yu and Ziling's qi and health have also exceeded 100, which are 105.9 and 100.3 respectively. Next, we can rehearse the siege again. This time Jiang Shao also built the trench bridge and wooden curtain. These 2 siege weapons, the trench bridge, were used to build a temporary bridge across the moat. The wooden curtain is similar to a movable defensive structure that can be quickly built by one's own camp during a siege. Everyone, tonight is the last time to practice siege. Before noon tomorrow, Li Rui and Qin Feng will bring the villagers from the other 2 affiliated territories to meet up with everyone 3 kilometers outside the north gate of Qinghe County. We will attack Qinghe County. Early in the morning, everyone was ready. The siege equipment was also ready. Ready to go. Jiang Shao took out the primary exemption order. Do you want to use the primary exemption order for the current territory Dusk Star Town? Yes. Your territory, Dusk Star Town, is in a war-free state. The remaining time is 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Then, Jiang Shao took out 3 marching orders. These marching orders were the spoils of war from the last time we wiped out a high-level bandit camp. There were 7 in total. It can increase the marching speed of friendly forces when out of combat by 100%. Including the affiliated territories, there were a total of about 2,500 people setting out this time. Jiang Shao directly used 3 march orders to cover all the troops in this operation. My lord, we will soon reach Qinghe County. Zhu Yu was riding on the horse, his hands tightly gripping the reins, his face full of excitement. Jiang Shao looked at her, nodded, and said nothing, because he understood Zhu Yu's mood at the moment. The desire for revenge is right in front of you, and success is only 1 step away. Ziling, you just rode Tiger Cat to investigate ahead. How is it? Are there any other forces today? To be on the safe side, Jiang Shao specially sent Ziling to ride the fastest Tiger Cat to investigate the situation around Qinghe County before setting off. For such a large-scale event, Jiang Shao must be careful to avoid any accidents. Although Jiang Shao was confident that he could take over this county, it would be hard to say for sure if other forces in this world got involved. Ziling had just returned from the front. Master, today is the same as yesterday. No suspicious forces were found, and no new territories were added. Within an hour, the 3 teams from Muxing Town, Li Rui, and the affiliated territories led by Qin Feng successfully reunited. This time, Qin Liangyu was still the main commander. She drew the sword from her waist. Everyone listen up, prepare to attack the city. 20 minutes later, outside the north gate of Qinghe County, the battle is about to begin. Qinghe County, the city was in chaos. A soldier guarding the city, with a look of fear on his face, crawled to a woman in bronze armor. Comment dis-tu? Commander, do you? Something bad has happened. A soldier shouted breathlessly. Du Yu raised his head and glanced at him coldly. Why are you so flustered? The soldier swallowed his saliva, suppressed his fear, and stammered. Oh no, is someone attacking Qinghe County? The enemy has a lot of siege equipment, and it feels like their power is several times greater than ours. And the siege speed was very fast. It seemed very skilled, and they knew our Qinghe County's defense very well. If the water clock leaks another half a bucket, our north gate may not be able to be defended in a while. Du Yu frowned and quickly picked up the spear beside him. Can't hold on? Why did you tell me now? The soldiers guarding the city lowered their heads, not daring to look Du Yu in the eye. Just now, the county magistrate did not allow me to inform you, saying that he would personally come forward to seek peace. Now, the county magistrate has already run away. What? Du Yu es pupille schrank. As the head of a county, you just abandon the people of the city and run for their lives? She stood up suddenly and gave a decisive order. Go, follow me. All the garrison troops will immediately go to the north gate for support. Just then, a prompt popped up in the chat area. The county seat, Qinghe County, in the lower reaches of the Tianyuan River, is currently under large-scale siege. Other lords can make decisions based on the development of the situation. Choose to send troops to assist Qinghe County in defense, or choose to join the ranks of attacking Qinghe County. After success, you can get resource rewards. The chat area exploded. Fuck, is this someone attacking the county town? Who is so awesome? There's a county town around my territory, and there are at least tens of thousands of soldiers inside. How could someone dare to attack the county town? Could it be Boss Jiangshao? That shouldn't be the case. This kind of thing would definitely not be initiated by the Lord. Even if it develops rapidly, there is no way there will be enough troops to attack the county. It should take about 3 hours to ride a horse from my territory to Qinghe County. I'm going to go there first to help defend the county. Maybe I'll get a reward. If I go too late, I won't even be able to eat hot shit. Chapter 136, Someone Was Thrown In? Part 3 and 1/3. This report appeared in the chat area, and Jiang Shao naturally saw it. Support? Support is only valid if it comes in time, and according to Lin Qinger's exploration and Zhu Yu's information. The nearest territory is at least 3 hours right away. In these 3 hours, Jiang Shao was confident that he could take over Qinghe County. The siege had only just begun for 10 minutes, and there were already few people on the city walls of Qinghe County, and the defenders dared not show their heads. Qin Liangyu raised her sword high and said, "Charge." Under her command, the other villagers acted as the vanguard and quickly pressed forward with the female guards, holding spears and shields in unison. Jiang Shao drew out the Xianyuan sword. Together with Qin Liangyu, he jumped onto the Thunder Tiger and headed straight for the north gate. Jiang Shao raised his sword high, and the sword began to glow golden. Xuan Yuan Sword Qi. The sword energy swept out, and a golden half-moon light struck the city gate like lightning. A golden light flashed, and the city gate made a loud noise. Although the city gate was not broken, several cracks appeared and spread rapidly. This sword once again ignited the morale of the besieging troops. Go! For the sake of our Lord, kill your way in. The Lord provides us with food and shelter and never exploits us. Come on, there's quite a big difference in strength. After being blessed by the Beast Spirit altar, the villagers of Jiang Zhao's family are now as powerful as the city defenders of Qinghe County. The female guards are even more powerful. Almost every one of them can fight 5 people at the same time. 20 minutes later, the city gate was finally breached. With a loud boom, the north gate of Qinghe County collapsed completely. The defenders in the city looked at the collapsed city gate and were instantly thrown into chaos. Du Yu in the city immediately stepped forward. She was wearing bronze armor and holding a spear. She said, "Guard Qinghe County and protect the people." The defenders in the city rushed out like a tide. Jiang Shao saw that the other side had a lot of people. Unfortunately, except for this commander, no matter how many other people there are, they are just miscellaneous soldiers. Deng Ping took the lead, jumped out of the team, and rushed straight to the city gate. She held the spear with both hands, the tip of the spear pointed forward. Water and sky breaking waves. With a wave of the spear, bursts of mist suddenly appeared in the air, turning into a huge water wave that swept towards the defenders. Although this move is not as powerful on the river, the visual impact is huge every time you see it. Wherever the waves went, the defenders were blown away like straw, and some people were even so frightened after seeing it that they ran away in all directions. Dio looked at everything in front of him and was completely stunned. Why are these people so strong? Her voice trembled, her face full of disbelief. How could such powerful people appear here? She clenched the spear in her hand with a complicated expression and said bitterly, "If the county magistrate had not been so oppressive to the people and not involved in military affairs, Qinghe County would not have ended up like this." However, before she could think about it, she suddenly heard a low tiger roar. Du Yu and Lei Wenhu immediately started fighting each other. Outside the city gate, Jiang Shao always felt something strange at this moment. He scanned the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the front, but he never saw Du Yinxin. It seems something is not right. Logically speaking, Du Yinxin's specialty is defense, and his skills are also biased towards strengthening defense. In this kind of siege, she should be at the forefront of everyone and take the lead in resisting the offensive. But now, where is she? Just when Jiang Shao was confused, suddenly, a whoosh sound was heard. Jiang Shao looked up and saw a figure being thrown into the air, passing through the air with a whistling sound of wind. Fuck! Jiang Zhao's pupils shrank slightly. That figure was none other than Du Yinxin. Was she thrown out by the catapult? The shield in Du Yinxin's hand flashed coldly in the sunlight, like a falling star. Just when Jiang Shao was still wondering what was going on. My lord! She turned around and saw Feng Qiu running toward her. My lord, this is the result of our training after you left yesterday afternoon. Training results? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. Use a catapult to throw people in? Feng Qiu nodded seriously. Commander Du Yinxin said that this way we can attack the enemy city faster. The three of us can form a horn and surround the thousands of enemy defenders. Oh my god, what a talented person. The three of them surrounded thousands of defenders on the opposite side. It was really powerful. Wait, three? What does three mean? Wasn't Qin Liangyu directing from behind? Before Jiang Shao could think more, another black shadow passed through the sky. This time, he saw it clearly. It was Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu was also thrown in. Jiang Shao was a little confused. Is this a siege? This is totally not treating the other person as a human being. But after all, the three of them are professionals, so Jiang Shao still trusts their judgment. However, Jiang Shao looked at this one-sided situation and felt that he seemed to be of no use. The original plan was to complete it in 2 or 3 hours. This can be accomplished in less than an hour? Inside the city, 3 commanders and 3 men surrounded thousands of opposing defenders. Yes, you read that right. 3 people surrounded thousands of people. Despite this, they did not go on a rampage like they had done in the past, but instead just repelled the enemy. This is the consensus reached by the 3 of them. It is better to persuade these soldiers to surrender than to kill them. When the Qinghe County defenders gradually realized their situation, some of them began to lay down their arms and surrender. More and more soldiers chose to give up resistance. They knew that continuing the battle would only result in meaningless sacrifice. On the other side, Du had been pinned to the ground by Hu Era. She tried to resist, but found that her strength was no match for the Thunder Tiger. She growled through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. What's going on with these people? At this moment, several female guards dragged a trembling man over. He was the magistrate of Qinghe County. His face was covered with tears and snot, and he had almost lost all his dignity. The county magistrate tried to escape, but was caught halfway. He knew that this was all because he had arrested Zhu Yu's family, and she came back for revenge. The county magistrate fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Please spare me. Lord Zhu Yu, please spare me. I don't know the real man. Please forgive me. Zhu Yu looked at him coldly, the battle axe in his hand gleaming coldly. Tell me, when we were arrested, where are my family members now? The county magistrate's face was filled with fear, and his voice trembled. I don't know. After I arrested you, you ran away. The next day, they were kidnapped by someone. Really, everything I said is true. The questioning lasted 20 minutes, but the same answer was always obtained. The anger in Zhu Yu's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, without any more hesitation, she raised the axe and swung it down. With a flash of blood, the county magistrate's head rolled to the ground. Now that the county magistrate is dead, the outcome of this battle has been decided. Chapter 137, Breaking Spear. Part 2/3. Zhu Yu got his revenge. She was holding the axe in her hand. Her knuckles were slightly white and her hands were shaking a little. Although there is no news from my family, at least I know that they are not dead. She calmed her breath and walked towards Jiang Shao. Lord, can you let me have a word with these guards? Jiang Shao nodded. Zhu Yu turned around and faced the defenders in front of him. Everyone, it's me, Zhu Yu. The sound was like a sharp sword, piercing the fear in the soldiers' hearts. She put down the axe, and her eyes moved among the soldiers, her eyes complex and deep. She used to be a military commander in Qinghe County. Many of these soldiers were her old subordinates, but now they are on the opposite side because of the oppression of the county magistrate. She wanted to take revenge on the corrupt county magistrate, not the guards. She could recognize many of them and even call them by name. I know you are afraid, but please listen to me. Our Lord is not here to kill or to be your enemy, but to restore peace to this land. There were voices coming from the crowd. Commander Zhu? You are not dead. You are finally back. Look, it's Commander Zhu. She's back for revenge. In fact, we don't want to work for this crooked official at all. Our family members have been imprisoned by him, so we have no choice but to do this. That's great. The dog official is dead. We can live a good life now. Commander Zhu, I was captured from a nearby village and sent to serve as a soldier. My family is waiting for me at home. Can I go home? After this siege, about 300 villagers of Jiang Zhao's family were killed or wounded. Only some of the maids and female guards were injured, but no one was killed. Only 50% of the Qinghe County garrison troops, or 10,000 people, remained. This brutal siege made these soldiers who were forced to defend the city hate war even more, or even be afraid of war. Once a person develops this kind of emotion, he is likely to become a deserter on the battlefield in the future. Instead of forcibly recruiting these people, it is better to win over the hearts of the people. Jiang Shao walked in front of everyone. Everyone, I am Lord Jiang Shao. The dog official county magistrate has been killed now. If you are willing to stay and protect Qinghe County, or are willing to follow me back to my affiliated territory, I will treat you all as my own family. Of course, if you want to go back home, I will never force you. At this moment, someone in the crowd said something. I recognize him. This lord wiped out several bandit camps a few days ago. It is said that there are several thousand bandits in the Cumuling Mountain across the river, and they were all wiped out by this lord. Jiang Shao, I've heard you say that. It seems that several nearby bandit camps were wiped out by Lord Jiang Shao. I never thought Lord Jiang Shao would be here. I am willing to follow Master Jiang Shao. We are all willing to follow the Lord. Jiang Zhao's side suddenly showed information about recruiting different people. Reputation value soared. I'm afraid that 60% of the 10,000 offenders have been incorporated. Jiang Zhao's reputation value soared by more than 100,000. But Jiang Shao was a little confused. Why was there no reward for successfully attacking the county town? Could it be because the remaining city defense commander was not killed or was not recruited? Jiang Shao stood beside the Thunder Tiger, looking down at Du Yu, who was pinned to the ground. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The best scenario would be to incorporate them into the territory. From the battle just now, Jiang Shao could also tell that the other party was a loyal person. Will you follow me? I can ignore the fact that you work for the corrupt officials in Qinghe County. Qinghe County does need talents like you. Du Yu remained silent, clenched his teeth, and stared at the ground. I would rather die than surrender. Jiang Shao felt that the female commander in front of him was quite courageous. But if she refuses to surrender and I don't kill her, won't the reward for attacking Qinghe County be lost? Jiang Shao signaled Li Yu that it was time to start. Just as Li Yu was about to thrust the spear down, Du Yu suddenly said, "Wait!" Crack! The spear came to rest beside her face, digging deep into the ground. Du Yu's voice was trembling. "Wait! My brother, where is he?" Jiang Shao was stunned by this question. Who is she talking to? Younger brother? What brother? Jiang Zhao's eyes fell on the formation-breaking spear that Du Yu was staring at. Her eyes were fixed on the spear, and her expression didn't seem fake. Is there any connection between this spear and her? Jiang Zhao's heart trembled, and he suddenly remembered the introduction of the formation-breaking spear. Spear of breaking formation. Introduction. This spear is the weapon of the bandit Du Feng. It is rumored that he was once a frontier warrior who defeated thousands of enemies with his own strength, so it was named Pazin. This hair was obtained from the leader Du Feng when we were suppressing the bandit camp. Wait, Du Feng? Do you? Could it be that these are siblings? Du Feng, is this person's younger brother? Jiang Shao slowly opened his mouth and asked tentatively, Du Feng, is he your brother? Du Yu's gaze shifted to Jiang Shao. The struggle in his eyes was obvious. Yes, Du Feng is indeed my brother. He is a frontier warrior. I haven't heard from him in 5 years. Jiang Shao was silent for a moment, feeling mixed emotions. Du Feng was once a frontier hero, but for unknown reasons he became a bandit leader. If his sister, such a loyal and upright commander, knew that he had become a bandit and was committing crimes everywhere, why? Anyway, Du Yu is going to die. So let's lie to her since she was a good commander before. Du Feng was also the leader of my men, but he died while fighting against the bandits in the camp. This spear, Jiang Shao pointed at the formation-breaking spear in Li Yu's hand. This spear was left to me by Du Feng. His will is all engraved on this spear. When Li Yu heard this, she turned and looked at Jiang Shao. She blinked her big eyes, totally not understanding what Jiang Shao was talking about. Sudden, Du Yu's head hit the ground heavily. I am Du Yu, your subordinate, and I am willing to follow you, my lord. A voice appeared beside Jiang Zhao's ears. Successfully recruited leader, Du Yu. Du Yu, excellent commandé. Chi and blood value, 109, 104 plus 5. Physical strength, 300/300. Loyalty, 100. Skills, parry, continuous thrust, and array-breaking spear. Jiang Xiao. Okay, this is also okay. Just when Duyu was about to surrender, a familiar voice arrived as expected. 6 consecutive reports were posted in the faces of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Xiao, the first to complete the capture of the county town. Reward 200,000 reputation points. Mythical armor dragon scale holy armor. 10 high-level farmer recruitment scrolls. X3. A lord has successfully captured the county town. The attack and defense arena will be opened in 3 days. X3. Chapter 138, almost falling off the horse. 3/3. These announcements. The lord, who was on his way to Qinghe County to get some soup, almost fell off his horse when he heard this. What the hell? This is too damn fast, right? How about it? Do you believe what I said? The one who dares to attack the county is God Jiang. The number of soldiers in the county must be at least tens of thousands. How did Jiang Xiao do it? The attack and defense city arena will open in 3 days. What kind of activity is this? Fuck, doesn't that mean Qinghe County will have to change its name? I never thought that the county closest to my home would become Jiang Zhao's. Are there any lords who want to come to Qinghe County? If you come now, you may be able to see Jiang Xiao in person. I'm selling the coordinates of Qinghe County and 50 units of iron ore. Fuck you. Are you crazy about resources? The chat area was completely blown up, and Jiang Xiao had no time to check the mythical armor he had obtained. Because there are 2 more tips just now. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied Qinghe County. Since your title is County Magistrate, you have met the requirements. Qinghe County has become your vassal territory. This directly became the County Magistrate of Qinghe County. This huge county town in front of me has actually become my own territory. The most important thing is that one of the conditions for upgrading to a level 9 main city is to own several subordinate territories or a county town. This directly satisfies one requirement. And with the 5,000 population, the number of defenders who have just surrendered will be enough. This is so cool. Jiang Xiao directly called Qin Feng and Li Rui, the 2 commanders who were previously responsible for managing the affiliated territories. From today on, all villagers in the 2 affiliated territories can move to Qinghe County to settle down. Qin Feng and Li Rui knelt on one knee and responded in unison. As you command, Lord. I will go back and arrange the relocation and material dispatch. Then, Jiang Xiao organized craftsmen to repair the city walls and gates. At the same time, he built a large number of houses in the city and 5 training grounds. This county has quite a lot of resources, which are completely sufficient. Jiang Xiao only planned to take some malachite away. The rest are not lacking in the territory. If you really need it, it's not too late to move. After doing this, Jiang Xiao turned his gaze to the county magistrate's residence, the corrupt official's lair. Start searching. Rich, really too rich. In other words, the previous county magistrate was too greedy. A small county magistrate had 15,000 gold coins under his bed. As for the locked boxes in the county magistrate's house, Jiang Xiao did not open them. It's not that he doesn't want them anymore, but he plans to take them all back to his territory and then look around for other valuables. On the way back to the territory, Jiang Xiao finally made time to pick up the mythical armor, dragon scale holy armor, that he had just been rewarded. Its surface gleams with a luster like dragon scales, and each scale exudes a mysterious aura. The shoulders are covered with slightly pointed scales, and the outline is as sharp as a blade. The details of the protective gear appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Dragon scale holy armor, mythical grade. Introduction. Legend has it that this armor was made from the dragon scales after the fall of a dragon. Only the one with true destiny can obtain it. Dragon scale resonance can absorb the abilities of other legendary armor and above and gain enhancements. Note, this treasure is personal and cannot be given to others or lent out for wearing. If lost, it will bring immeasurable disaster. This absorbs the power of other legendary armors and becomes stronger. Isn't this asking for the absorption of the armor of the Wrath of the Sky that he is wearing? Speaking of which, the armor Jiang Xiao was wearing was the reward he got when he killed the boss Yak King for the first time. Do you want to activate the Dragon Scale Resonance and absorb the Sky Wrath Horn armor, legendary? I have to say, I've been wearing this armor for a long time and I am really reluctant to give it up. However, mythical protective gear is definitely more powerful. Yes, in an instant, the Sky's wrathful horn armor in Jiang Zhao's hand began to vibrate violently. Crack! The surface of the armor began to shatter, and a surge of power suddenly poured into the dragon-scale holy armor, emitting an even more dazzling light. Jiang Zhao quickly checked the details of the protective gear after absorption. There are no changes to the description of introduction and dragon-scale resonance. There's just one more line at the bottom. Dragon-scale holy armor, mythical grade. Blessing of the yak god. Can resist 80% of the damage caused by legendary weapons and below, and 100% of the damage caused by excellent weapons and below. It can offset a fatal attack every 3 days. When receiving a fatal attack, it will trigger Dragon Breath, causing devastating damage to nearby enemies. Damn, this effect is a bit outrageous. This hack seems as if it has never been turned off. The original legendary armor effect was to resist 70% of the damage from legendary weapons and below, but now it has been enhanced to 80%. But this is not the most important thing. The most amazing thing is that the legendary level can only resist fatal damage once every 7 days. Now it has become 3 days, and an additional effect has been added. When triggered, there will be Dragon Breath, causing a devastating blow. This walking suicide truck. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath. Then he began to check the new event that was triggered again because of his successful capture of the county town, the siege and defense arena 3 days later. The last time I reached the level 7 main city, I triggered an event, and I was the only one who knew the rules in advance. The same is true this time. Attack and defense arena. Time, 3 days later at 8 p.m. All lords will be randomly matched in 1v1 matches, and both territories will be teleported to the designated special arena map. Each lord needs to complete 20 rounds of battles. The competition will be ranked based on kills, offensive and defensive performance, etc. If a lord successfully wins 20 rounds in a row and ranks first in points, he will have the right to choose to challenge any lord. If the challenge is successful, the level of all buildings of the lord will be reduced by 1 level. Note, the bottom 5% of lords will be directly eliminated. This 1v1 siege and defense. However, Jiang Zhao's focus was on the penultimate sentence. If you win 20 games in a row and rank first in points, you can challenge any lord. If successful, all the opponent's buildings will be downgraded by 1 level. Oh no, Wu Hao, your main city upgrade seems to be a bit too fast recently. I'll slow it down for you. Chapter 139, Manhwa City Intelligence. Because I haven't used a day off this month, I want to take a day off to prepare for the exam, but I will update it anyway. Thank you for your follow-up. On the way, Jiang Zhao's message notification sound almost never stopped. The largest number of them came from their 3-person discussion group. The first message from Brother Wu was straightforward. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. You have taken over the county directly. Then he added, I see many people are going to Qinghe County to reinforce the defense, and I was thinking about going to help you. But it takes me 8 hours to get there, and you beat me before I even left the house. You're so fierce. The remaining dozens of messages were all sent by Uncle Chun. Brother Chao Jiang, you're going to the county town to fight. Our homes are so close. Why don't you take me with you? I was wondering why there was no one around your other subordinate territory today. It turns out you went there to do something big. By the way, Brother Jiang, after you defeated the county, I used my talent again today and randomly migrated 10 kilometers. Also, what is that siege and defense arena mentioned in the last announcement? The words are a bit dense, and there are too many topics, and each sentence is not about the same thing. Jiang Xiao didn't know which sentence to respond to after seeing Uncle Chen's words. But we should really tell them about this new event. After all, it is completely different from the previous one. All territories are temporarily teleported to the new map. This time, all territories will be teleported, and both sides will be randomly matched in 1v1. Each round may be an attack or defense. Each lord needs to participate in 20 rounds of battles, and will be ranked based on the total points. The rewards for high scores are unclear, but the bottom 5% of low scores will be directly eliminated. I don't think you two have any siege equipment, right? If you provide me with enough resources to make some equipment, I can make it for you. Then, Jiang Xiao distributed the resources needed for each siege weapon. Woody didn't say anything for a while. After 5 minutes, he said, Brother Jiang, this siege engine should be similar to the sailing car I traded to you, right? It seems that it cannot be traded after it is built. This is indeed a problem. However, Jiang Xiao did not want to expose the location of the territory to anyone. Finally, he decided to transport the finished siege equipment to Qinghe County so that Brother Wu and Uncle Chun could get it themselves when they had time. After closing the discussion group, Jiang Shao received another private message from Uncle Chun. At first, Jiang Shao was wondering why there were so many things to say in this discussion group, and yet they hadn't finished talking yet, until he saw the two words Wu Hao in the first sentence. This kid seems to have gotten news about Wu Hao. Brother Jiang, there is news about that kid Wu Hao. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. Hurry up and tell me. 30 kilometers outside Mingwest City, there's a place called Wuyin Valley. It is said that Wu Hao has joined Wuyin Valley. Mingwest City? The bandit forces in Wuyin Valley? Is Mingwest City indeed. When he first obtained those jars of wine from Chinpi, he felt that Wu Hao had something to do with Mingwest City. It's just because the distance is too far and I've been busy developing my territory, so I haven't had time to investigate. Jiang Shao, is this news reliable? About 3 minutes later, Uncle Chun replied, it should be reliable. I used my talent to randomly relocate the city this morning, and it happened to land next to the territory of one of Wu Hao's brothers. But now this territory is mine. What I just told you is all forced out of him. For Jiang Shao, this information is about 50% credible. The most credible part is that Wu Hao joined the bandit forces. Otherwise, how could his territory develop quickly into a level 6 main city? As for the unreliable part, it is not certain whether what his younger brother said before he died is true or false. However, this information is quite useful now. This information is already useful enough for Jiang Shao now. At least, he had a clear direction. Wuyin Valley, near Mingwest City. If you happen to find out, you can choose to challenge Wu Hao in the hidden rewards of the siege and defense arena and downgrade all his buildings by 1 level. After weakening his strength, we can then seize his territory, and it will be foolproof. After closing the chat with Uncle Chun, we were almost at the territory. This wave of attacking the county town directly increased Jiang Zhao's reputation by more than 300,000. Now Jiang Zhao's total reputation has reached 400,000. Jiang Shao opened the scroll for exchanging titles. County Governor, 150,000 reputation. Governor, 280,000 reputation. Sima, 450,000 reputation. Governor, 600,000 reputation. Due, Shangshu. Jiang Shao glanced at the reputation scroll in his hand, thought for a moment, and put it away. Now the reputation is enough to exchange for a governor, but the scroll no longer supports remote exchange. The person mentioned before that positions above the county magistrate must be handled in person in the capital city above the metropolitan county. Now, in all aspects, let's go to Mingwest City to investigate immediately. Firstly, he needed to gather information about the Wyinga bandits and Wu Hao in Mingwest City. Secondly, it is a good opportunity to deal with the issue of job title exchange. However, it would definitely not be possible to leave such a long-distance job to Shen Miao Miao or Lin Qing'er alone. Jiang Shao planned to send Zhu Yu, Lin Qing'er, and 20 female guards together. The 8 people took a boat from the territory to cross the river and finally rode horses all the way to Mingwest City. If all goes well, we can make it back before the siege and defense arena opens in 3 days. As for food, these guys are very strong and can definitely handle the food. Zhu Yu, I have to give you another task this time. Zhu Yu seemed to have not yet recovered from the moment of revenge. This time, you need to bring Lin Qing'er with you and select a few female guards to go to Mingwest City together to gather some intelligence. Zhu Yu knelt on one knee without any hesitation. Yes, sir. Du Yu, who was standing by, suddenly stepped forward and said, My lord, can I follow you? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Yu. Have you been to Mingwest City? Du Yu nodded. I went there a few times when I was a child. I went there a few times as a child. Well, that's better than never being there. Then you guys take a rest tonight. Each take 10 gold coins and set off tomorrow morning. At this time, Jiang Zhao's friend chat rang again. It was from Zhou Ying. Boss Jiang Shao, you actually took down Qinga County? Jiang Shao. Well, actually I didn't hide it from you on purpose, but for things like this the fewer people know about it the better. Zhou Ying quickly replied, I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that I have returned to the territory this morning. Thank you, Boss Jiang Shao, for sending me back. By the way, the 6 guards you sent have already gone to explore the surrounding area. Can I let them stay in my house tonight? Don't worry. They sleep in the same room with me. There are no other men. Chapter 140 Transformation Pill. Update 2/3. Jiang Shao originally wanted these female guards to live on the boat. However, if I could live in Zhou Ying's territory, I might be able to rest better. Okay, thank you then. However, Jiang Shao couldn't let these female guards stay there for free. Taking into consideration that his female guards might have a big appetite, he gave Zhou Ying some yak meat and goat meat. Probably a week's worth of food. Zhou Ying looked at these gifts from Jiang Shao and couldn't help but think of the scene when she met Jiang Shao at the gate of Qinga County. She felt a little touched, and her cheeks flushed. But Jiang Zhao's next words brought her back to reality. My female guards are used to eating yak meat and goat meat. They may not be used to eating other things. Jiang Shao closed the private chat with these people. Finally, we could take stock of what the corrupt county magistrate has. There are a total of 15 large boxes piled up in front of Jiang Zhao's door. Jiang Shao directly pried open the first box. As soon as he opened it, his eyes were dazzled. Oh boy, there's so many building cores. I roughly counted them, and there are nearly 300 of each type. This first box contains 1,500 building cores. You dog-like county magistrate. You dog-like county magistrate. You really deserve to die. Jiang Shao put these building cores into the warehouse and called Ruoxue and Chuya. Ruoxue, Chuya, the two of you help me check what's in these boxes. As soon as he finished speaking, two maids came over quickly. However, they did not open it immediately, and their faces were full of tension. Ruoxue approached Jiang Shao with a worried look on her face and said softly, "Master, did you not get hurt during the attack on the county this time?" "Don't worry, of course not." Ruoxue was relieved when she heard this, but she still covered her chest with her hands, and her voice was a little aggrieved. "Sister Chuya and I just saw you come back, and our hearts were beating so fast. We were so worried." Jiang Shao, "Don't worry, I'm completely fine. If you don't believe me, I'll show you too." The two maids nodded quickly, but their blushing cheeks could not be turned away. They closed Jiang Zhao's door with a bit of shyness. An hour later, you two continue to check if there is anything valuable in the box. I will go upgrade other buildings. Ruoxue and Chuya blushed and nodded. Especially Ruoxue, she secretly glanced at Jiang Shao, then quickly lowered her head, her ears red, like a little rabbit that had just been teased. Although Chuya looked a little calmer, her slender fingertips showed a little stiffness, as if she was still trying to calm down. "Yes, master." Jiang Shao felt a little tired. He walked out of the room, intending to develop his territory. Now there are enough building cores. Although they are not enough to upgrade the 9th level main city, they are enough to upgrade other buildings. The first thing Jiang Shao wanted to upgrade was the hot spring. The upgrade materials required for the 2nd level hot spring are 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of high-quality cement, 500 units of high-quality charcoal, and 10 flame cores. Jiang Shao upgraded it to level 3 in one go. After a short 20 minutes, the hot spring upgrade was completed. Spa. Level 3. Maximum number of people, 0/30. The number of people increases as the level of the hot spring increases. Consumption, 41 degrees Celsius, 600 units of fresh water, 150 units of charcoal /60 units of high-quality charcoal per hour. The higher the temperature, the more fresh water and charcoal are consumed per hour. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, you need to consume 15,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of high-quality cement, 5,000 units of high-quality charcoal, 3,000 units of driftwood, and 50 flame cores. Today, the area of the hot spring is more than twice as large as before. The hot spring pool is neatly paved with stones all around, and you can even faintly see the newly added relief patterns on the bottom of the pool. A new circle of wooden railings was built around the pool to facilitate users to lean on or place clothes. After just 10 minutes, hot steam rose from the center of the hot spring, and white mist slowly spread to the surroundings, with 1/3 of the territory shrouded in this thin mist. If it were winter, there would probably be rime in the surrounding forests. However, there was one thing Jiang Shao didn't like, and that was that this hot spring had a new place to change clothes. This is not humane at all. If you have any clothes, can't you just change them next to the hot spring? But the impact is not significant. He stood next to the hot spring that had just been upgraded, looked around, and decided to slightly adjust the position of the hot spring. To be honest, when the hot spring was first built, Jiang Shao thought that a hot spring should be one where the water would flow naturally and heat up automatically. But the one at home is not quite what I imagined. It's more like a bit like a bathhouse. The current hot spring required additional charcoal and flame cores every hour to maintain the temperature, which always made him feel a little uncomfortable. But it's okay. At least this hot spring is fully automatic. The consumption of 600 units of fresh water per hour can ensure that the hot spring is always full of fresh water and remains clean at all times. Then Jiang Xiao came to the second-level medical ward. This medical ward was unlocked and can be upgraded to level 3 when the main city was upgraded to level 8. However, the building core was lacking at that time, so it was not upgraded. Now it can be upgraded to level 3. Do you want to consume 8,000 units of sunken wood, 3,000 units of malachite, 3,000 units of refined iron, or 3,000 units of refined copper, or in 30 greenwood cores to upgrade the medical ward? Yes. Jiang Xiao saw that there was only 3 hours left for the construction and decided to speed up. Although it requires an additional 10% of resources, especially 3 additional Aoki cores, it is not a big problem. Jiang Xiao went in directly with 7 maids. After working hard for 10 minutes, Jiang Xiao felt a little overwhelmed. There's no way. Ruo Xuechuya and I were exhausted just moving the boxes. He first walked out of the medical room that was being upgraded and waited for another 5 minutes before the upgrade was finally completed. No other architectural details have changed. Only elixirs can be produced, and the upgrade conditions have changed. A new type of elixir that Jiang Xiao had never seen before was added to the available elixirs. Productable, primary/intermediate/advanced healing herbs, stamina recovery herbs, beast king pills, bone cleansing pills, and shape-changing pills. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 4, the main city level must be level 9, 15,000 units of sunken wood, 8,000 units of malachite, 8,000 units of refined iron, or 5,000 units of refined copper, or 2,000 units of jade, and 50 greenwood cores. This transformation pill. What is it? Chapter 141. 5% wiped out. How can I survive? 3/3. However, judging from the name of this transformation pill, Jiang Xiao had a vague guess. But I'm not sure. He called Bai Wei, a young nurse who was counting herbs in the warehouse. Bai Wei walked out of the warehouse with a herbal scent on her body. Master, are you looking for me? Bai Wei, come and see what the transformation pill is in this level 3 medical shelter. When Bai Wei heard about the transformation pill, she hurried into the infirmary. She touched here, looked there, and examined every corner carefully. The new medicine mixing room and the neatly stacked herb racks made her so happy that she didn't know where to put her hands. Bai Wei turned around with a look of joy on her face. Master, this transformation pill can allow some strange beasts to transform into human form. Oh, let some strange beasts transform into human form? There seems to be a tiger in the territory. What materials are needed for this transformation pill? There is no shortage of materials. Basically, they're all available in the territory. Jiang Xiao was about to be happy, but he heard Bai Wei continue. However, after taking the transformation pill, whether it can transform into a human form depends on the alien beast's talent and luck. Hiss, so that's how it is. Jiang Xiao turned his head and looked at the sleeping Huera. Talent. Luck. I don't know if you can succeed. Master, do you need me to refine the transformation pill now? This pill may take a long time to make, and it should be dark by the time it's finished. It's okay, you do it first. Jiang Xiao left the medical clinic and took out the phoenix tail tiles that had been fired in the brick kiln. Opened the chat area and posted the message again. How are things going, brothers? I'm here to sell foam way tiles again. At this time, people in the chat area were discussing Jiang Zhao's recent capture of the county town. As soon as he sent this sentence, the chat area exploded instantly. My God, Xiao Jiang, you finally came out, but you haven't told us how we took down this county. Boss Jiang Xiao, you just finished conquering the county, and now you're here to make money from your brothers? God Jiang, 50 units of phoenix tail tiles for 1 gold coin is a bit expensive. Can you give us a discount? Yeah, give me a discount. This resin is really hard to work with. +1, this resin is all on trees. Some trees only have wood, but no resin, which is very troublesome. Resin is definitely the most difficult resource to get. Jiang Xiao looked at the news and felt like laughing again. Actually, it was a bit dark before. He originally wanted to sell it for 60 units per gold coin, but temporarily decided to sell it for 50 units per gold coin. Because at that time, Jiang Xiao himself did not expect that this resin was indeed very difficult to make. Brothers, since we have successfully captured the county town today, I will give you all a discount. If you buy more than 10 gold coins, I'll give you 20 more phoenix tail tiles. I'll put on the shelf first. First come, first served. Currently, foamway tiles are in short supply in the homes of level 5 lords and are an indispensable resource for upgrading the main city to level 6. However, even some level 4 lords would come out to grab the phoenix tail tiles. Although they don't have any use for it, they feel like they'd be at a loss if they can't get it when they see others grabbing it. Fuck, Jiang Shun, you are too kind. Boss Jiang Shao, you have too few on the shelf. I just exchanged 10 gold coins for the foam way tile, and it's gone. We've already covered enough today. Does Boss Jiang Shao take any time to make tiles? At this moment, someone suddenly asked about the event that Jiang Shao had just triggered. By the way, Lord Jiang, what exactly was the siege and defense arena that you triggered when you attacked the county town? When many lords saw that all the phoenix tail tiles had been snatched away, they also asked Jiang Shao what activity he had just triggered. Jiang Shao didn't intend to tell the whole story, because after all, siege and defense equipment could not be traded. But I can tell you some rules. You can still make a lot of money by selling some weapons and armor. I don't know the exact rules, but it seems that this time they will directly eliminate the bottom 5% of lords. Upon hearing this, more lords appeared. Fuck, just wipe out 5%. It's over. It's completely over now. I'm in a high-end wooden house now. Can't I just farm quietly? Even the lord who sold the peasants to the bandit camp came out and said, fuck, I was thinking of living by selling the villagers. How can I survive like this? Jiang Shao knew that the panic of these lords was his opportunity. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao sent another message. I'll come back tomorrow at noon to sell some armor and weapons. But the price won't be discounted this time. After all, I suffered heavy losses in the attack on the county this time. Brothers, please understand. In the afternoon, another merchant ship arrived. Jiang Shao took a look and found that apart from some animal leather, the rest were useless. After buying these animal leathers, Jiang Shao rode Huera and sat on a mid-level warship to take a stroll across the Tianyuan River. When we returned to the territory, the sun had barely set yet. Bai Wei was already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Shao coming back, Bai Wei couldn't wait to step forward and handed over an exquisite small wooden box. Master, a total of 3 transformation pills have been refined. You've worked hard. Go take a rest. We still have enough herbs in stock at home. There shouldn't be any herbs to make in the next few days. Yes, Master. Jiang Shao opened the wooden box carefully. 3 transformation pills lay quietly in the wooden box. Each one was crystal clear with a hint of light golden luster. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance hits you in the face. The aroma has a light herbal flavor, but it is not pungent. Jiang Shao looked over and saw through it. Transformation pill. Introduction. Made from a unique formula. It contains powerful life energy. After taking it, it can stimulate the hidden blood power of the beast, allowing it to gain the ability to transform into a human form. Note, if the transformation pill fails, the beast will fall into a deep sleep for 48 hours. Good guy. If you fail, will you just sleep for 2 days? But it should be fine. At this stage, I have already attacked Qinghe County, and until the siege and defense of the city 3 days later, there should be no large-scale activities in the territory. If Huera fails by any chance, take out a transformation pill from the wooden box and hand it to Huera's mouth. Huera sniffed the pill, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the pill entered its mouth, its body suddenly shook, and then a layer of soft golden light bloomed from it. The light spread like ripples, as if Huera's entire body was shrouded in a dazzling halo. Then the figure in the light began to change. 20 minutes later, the light faded. Jiang Shao opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him stunned him slightly. A young woman stood beside the hot spring, with a graceful figure and skin as white as snow, as if she were carved out of white jade. Hurry, hurry, where's Miaoji? Go to the warehouse and get some clothes. Chapter 142. Even if attacked, you must escape with the stone. I have been updating twice a day recently. I will make up for it after I finish my exams. Thank you. Today's 4 chapters were sent by mistake. Each chapter has 1,000 words, which adds up to 2 chapters. She sat next to the hot spring, tilting her head slightly, staring at Jiang Shao with her aqua blue eyes. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Jiang Shao with light steps. Since he had no clothes on, Jiang Shao quickly stepped forward, took off his coat, and said softly, "Put on first, put it on first." Jiang Shao put the coat on her shoulders and paused for a moment. After she put on her coat, she knelt on one knee and lowered her head. "My lord," actually can talk, but it still sounds a bit strange to hear Lord calling me that. This title is usually used by other commanders to refer to themselves. Jiang Shao scratched his head. You're just like them. Just call me master from now on. I won't call you Huera anymore. I'll call you Humi. Tiger lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, master. Jiang Shao looked at the transformed tiger, still somewhat confused, with one question in mind. Tiger, I remember you had an epic saddle on you before. After you became a human, it disappeared. After hearing this, Humi raised her fair and slender hand and saw a black light gathering in her palm. Then, a black saddle slowly emerged. The saddle had an obsidian-like luster and had faint gold-edge patterns. Jiang Shao looked over and found that it was the epic obsidian saddle from before. What a shame. Epic. If this is a legendary one, my dragon-scale holy armor might be able to absorb it. Seeing Jiang Shao staring at her in a daze, Humi tilted her head and moved closer. The distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Tiger's eyes, as clear as lake water, were filled with curiosity, and he asked softly, Master, what are you thinking about? Jiang Zhao's heartbeat quickened due to the sudden approach. He forced himself to remain calm and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. I didn't think about anything, just thinking about it. Jiang Shao was too embarrassed to say that he wanted to absorb her ammonia saddle. Tiger was still staring at him seriously, as if he didn't quite believe it. Jiang Shao quickly changed the subject. By the way, you have turned into a human form now. Can you change back? Tiger nodded. Of course. After it changes back, the master can continue to ride it. Obviously, Tiger has not fully understood the profoundness and some subtleties of human language. When Jiang Shao heard, you can continue riding, some images flashed through his mind, and he felt excited just thinking about it. Jiang Shao shook his head hastily to sober himself up. Tiger tilted his head and looked at Jiang Zhao's reaction. Master, do you want me to change back now? Jiang Shao suddenly came back to his senses and waved his hand quickly. Change back? No, you can stay like this in the territory from now on. The human form is fine. Tiger blinked and asked again. Then master, I am in human form now. Can I sleep in your room at night like the other sisters? These words made Jiang Zhao's heartbeat, which had just been suppressed, surge up again. He took a deep breath secretly. Of course, come on, I'll take you inside. Bang! Jiang Shao brought Humi back to the room and closed the door. Next, I plan to clean up Tiger's room. It took two people almost 2 hours to clean the room. Chapter 142, Chapter 142.5, even if attacked, I must escape with the stone. Jiang Shao and Humi walked out of the room one after another. I have to say, Tiger is a strange beast transformed into a human form, and his physical strength is really good. If it were another maid, she would be tired after cleaning for an hour. If Chia hadn't called everyone to have dinner, this room would probably have taken a while to clean up. Everyone was very happy because Tiger successfully transformed into a human form. The two animal-eared girls, Black Cat and Li Yu, were particularly excited. They pulled Tiger Cat to sit aside and chatted nonstop. Sister Tiger, Li Yu looked at her and said excitedly, You look so pretty after you become a human. And, starting tonight, can you go back to your room and sleep like us? The words, go back to your room and sleep, made Humi's movements suddenly stiffen. She raised her head with a hint of unnaturalness in her eyes, and then she seemed to remember what had just happened in Jiang Zhao's room. The tips of her ears turned slightly red, and her cheeks were tinged with a shy blush. She lowered her head, agreed softly, then nodded and said softly, Yes, it should be okay. After dinner, Shun Yao Miao also came back with 10 female guards. Ever since Jiang Shao asked Shun Yao Miao to explore the other side of Tianyuan River, he also asked her to bring 10 female guards with her every time for safety reasons. Jiang Shao saw Shun Yao Miao return to the territory and immediately stood up and greeted her. Come and eat something, and talk while you eat. It could be seen that Shun Yao Miao is starving. The way she wolfed down her food was completely different from her usual self. This is the food we took out not enough? Jiang Shao poured her a glass of water. Why? Are you so hungry today? Did you not bring enough food? Next time you go out, ask the female guards to bring more food. Shun Miao Miao still had food in her mouth, and she mumbled, Thank you. Master. Enough to eat. Eat slowly. Jiang Shao found her eating with big mouthfuls a bit cute. It's just, Shun Miao Miao took a sip of the water Jiang Shao handed over. I found a group of villagers fleeing today, and one of the villagers exchanged resources with me for food. Jiang Shao was shocked when he heard resources in exchange for food, but now we have resources at home, and there is no shortage of ordinary resources. Shen Miao Miao wiped her mouth and took out some stones from the cloth bag. Jiang Xiao looked. The stones were gray and inconspicuous, and even had some rough cracks on them. These broken stones, in exchange for food? Shen Miao Miao wouldn't let anyone fool her, would she? But her favorability was 30 times higher. So how could there be villagers who lied to her? It's simply birth. Master, these villagers' village was attacked by strange beasts, and there is very little they can take away. But this villager was willing to risk his life to escape with these stones. Jiang Xiao listened and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was holding these stones while he was dying. If that's the case, then they must be good things. He glanced at the stones with a clear vision. Stone. Introduction. It looks ordinary on the surface, but it contains jade. Is this jade? Meow meow, this is not an ordinary stone. This is jade. Jiang Xiao stared at the stone, feeling a little excited. These are the materials for upgrading the 9th level main city. Although the number is a little small, it is still a clue. Chapter 143, I didn't catch up with the heat. Jiang Xiao rubbed Shen Miao Miao's face. Master, that's right. I also brought back a dying villager. She was alone, lying on the side of the road, almost dying. Dying villagers? Last time, Lin Xing'er picked up a Zhu Yu, and a series of events that happened afterwards led her to attack Qinghe County. Did Shen Miao Miao pick up another person this time? By rounding off, wouldn't that mean we can get back another county town? Easy to pick up. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Where is it? Shen Miao Miao took another sip of water. The horse I rode was chosen by Sister Yumi, and it was the fastest and came back first. The villager was escorted by a female guard. They should still be on their way, but they'll be there soon. Half an hour later, several female guards brought the villager back to the territory. Lord, this is the villager we rescued. Jiang Xiao looked at the person lying on the ground. This villager looked like a young woman, probably in her 20s or 30s. His face was pale, his breathing was weak, cold sweat was oozing from his forehead, and his lips were almost bloodless. He was wearing a tattered cloak, his face was covered in dust and mud, his hair was messy and stuck to his cheeks, and he looked very disheveled. But even so, her delicate facial features could not be completely concealed. Her eyebrows were thin and curved, her eyelashes were thick and curled, and although her eyes were drooping weakly, one could see that the outline of her eyes was extremely beautiful. The nose is small but straight, and the lips are full and well-proportioned. Jiang Xiao had seen many indigenous people in Qinghe County, but the villager in front of him was probably the best-looking one. If it is cleaned, it will be quite beautiful. Jiang Xiao looked over and saw through it. Qingyao. Qi in blood value, 9.5. Because of being attacked by a strange beast, his body is weak and his life is in danger. This, health value 9.5? What is the difference between a single-digit Qi and blood value and disability? Never mind. Her life is in danger. Saving her is more important. Shen Miao Miao finished her meal and walked over. Master, what are you doing here? She saw the woman lying on the stretcher. Yes, she's the villager we rescued. Jiang Xiao pointed at the person on the stretcher and said, she is seriously injured. Go get my way. Shen Miao Miao nodded and immediately turned around and ran out. At this moment, Jiang Xiao raised his left hand, and a white light slowly emerged. Low-level treatment. The soft, white spiritual power flowed into the woman's body like a trickle. Jiang Xiao hasn't used this skill for a long time. After all, the combat power in his own territory is too strong, and almost no one will be seriously injured. The female guards who were injured during the attack on Qinghe County only had minor scratches, which could be easily cured with healing herbs. As for those injured male villagers, this skill of his own does not have the 5 times effect, and the effect is minimal. It would be better to use the ultimate herbs directly. White light lingered around the woman. After a moment, her pale face showed a hint of redness. The effect is good. Jiang Xiao took a look and fired another shot. After 3 rounds of 5-fold low-level treatment, the woman made a slightly trembling nasal sound, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and a pair of bright but slightly weak eyes came into Jiang Xiao's sight, especially her eyelashes, which were really too long. Her lips were slightly parted. Although she was too weak to make any sound, Jiang Xiao could clearly see the meaning of her mouth shape. Thank you. Chapter 143, 143.5 High-Level Bandits come to your door. There are some problems with the order of release. So these 4 chapters are the size of the original 2 chapters, and the others are not affected. Saw the... At this time, Bai Wei also hurried over. She also held some herbs in her hand. After carefully checking the woman's condition, Bai Wei applied the powder on her wounds. Master, her breathing has stabilized. She should be fine tonight. She probably won't be fully awake until tomorrow morning. Bai Wei raised her head. Why don't you let her come back to my room to sleep tonight so that I can take care of her more easily? Hearing this, Jiang Shao frowned slightly. Going back to sleep with you, that's definitely not possible. It's not for any other reason, but because this villager has not officially joined the territory and his loyalty is not guaranteed. It was too risky to have someone whose loyalties had not yet been confirmed live in her core territory. Even though this is a woman whose qi and blood value is only 9.5. No need, just let her live in a house outside the territory. After Jiang Shao settled the unconscious Qing Yao down, he hurried back to his room. He was just about to lie down to rest, but before he closed his eyes, he heard a voice in his ears. Your subordinate territory, Qinghe County, is under attack. Please help defend it. If you want to go to the affiliated territory for defense, the travel speed will be increased by 100%. Fuck, we have just conquered Qinghe County, and now someone dares to attack our own county? Do these people think that their troops were damaged in the attack on the county town? Outside the city wall of Qinghe County, a group of bandits were gathering outside the city, and under the light of the fire, there was a lot of noise and bustle. A charming woman lazily nestled in the arms of the bandit leader, her eyes full of spring. Sir, this is Qinghe County. She threw him a coquettish look. Her eyes were as sharp as silk, and she looked like a charming fox. The bandit leader had already been aroused by this teasing. He laughed loudly and grabbed the woman's waist without any hesitation. The woman's body visibly stiffened. A trace of disgust flashed across her face. The corners of her mouth turned down slightly, and her fingertips clenched the hem of her skirt. She forced out a charming smile and patted his hand coquettishly. My lord is so mean. The woman's name is Huang Tiantian. She is not a bandit, but a female lord who has just come into this world. Her territory is across the Tianyuan River. However, she accidentally fell into a high-ranking bandit camp early on. In order to survive, she used her beauty and talent to seduce the bandit leader, successfully got close to him, and temporarily saved her life. Not only that, she also made full use of the chat area between lords and frequently hooked up with other lords. Finally, their location is shared with the bandit leader, thereby helping the bandits to plunder the resources of other lords again and again. The bandit leader hugged her and looked towards Qinghe County. Can Qinghe County really be conquered? Huang Tiantian leaned on the bandit leader's shoulder. Sir, a lord just captured Qinghe County this morning. Everyone said that he suffered heavy losses in this attack on the county. We have more than 5,000 brothers, and now is definitely the best time to attack Qinghe County. Huang Tiantian already had her own plans in mind. If you take it down, you can take the opportunity to make merit and maybe even return to your own territory. Even if they fail to take it down, this high-level bandit camp and Jiang Shao, who is already at the end of his strength, will definitely suffer losses on both sides. With her beauty, it was not a problem for her to seduce Jiang Shao. Wish you all a happy new year and great fortune in 2025. Chapter 144. How did you get involved with these bandits? In the town of Muxing, Jiang Shao was sitting in the room. When he heard the sentence, your subordinate territory, Qinghe County, is under attack. Please assist in defense. He was stunned. An experienced baby comes to your door? He himself did not expect that someone would attack his territory. The area around Qinghe County should have been explored by the people in his territory. There are no wild forces, and the highest one in the territory is only level 4. Even if they join together, they can't break into Qinghe County. It must be because I suffered heavy losses in the attack on the county town when I was selling things during the day. At that time, I said this just to sell things at a higher price. I didn't expect someone would really take the opportunity to attack the county town. However, Jiang Shao also thought of the possibility of being attacked. After all, when I left, I had anticipated the possibility of an invasion and had made preparations. There are still 2 commanders in Qinghe County. He had incorporated about 6,000 of the garrison troops originally stationed in Qinghe County, and he also had 2,000 villagers who had been participating in training and were able to fight. In addition, before leaving, Jiang Shao repaired all the city walls. At this stage, no one except myself can capture Qinghe County. But it's always better to be cautious. Jiang Shao directly took out 10 scrolls. These were the rewards he received when he successfully captured Qinghe County in the morning: 10 advanced farmer soldier recruitment scrolls. Because of the effect of his talent, these scrolls had long since been automatically converted into scrolls for recruiting senior female guards. I was not in a hurry to use it in the afternoon. Jiang Shao originally planned to use it the next day to plan the accommodation and allocation of these female guards. But now it seems that these scrolls will come in handy tonight. Jiang Shao went directly to the training ground. Do you want to use the senior female guard recruiting scroll? Yes. Jiang Shao directly used 10 cards, each of which could recruit 50 to 120 female guards. A dazzling light appeared in the training ground. Good luck, man. Jiang Shao counted and found that there were more than 900 female guards in total. Together with his original 300 female guards, the number of female guards under his command now directly exceeded 1,200. However, Jiang Shao decided that the 300 female guards who participated in the attack on Qinghe County in the morning would not have to participate in the defense this time. After all, they had been fighting in the siege for a whole day, and it was time for them to take a break. And these newly summoned teams are just right to go out and support Qinghe County. This time we're not going to attack the city, but just to provide support, so there is no need for any siege equipment. Jiang Shao selected about 400 people, because there are probably only so many horses in the territory. Qin Liangyu and Du Yinxin also came. My lord, I would like to go with you. Jiang Shao nodded. The defense of the territory is enough for Deng Ping, plus 800 female guards and combat maids. Before leaving, Jiang Shao called Tiger and Black Cat. It's the middle of the night now, and the ability of night vision can come in handy. Humi's eyes were still a little dazed when he looked at Jiang Shao. She quickly transformed back into the form of a thunder tiger. There is no need to use the march order this time, because defending a vassal territory gives a 100% march speed bonus. Jiang Shao raised his head, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. Let's go and support Qinghe County. The war horses neighed, and the team quickly rushed towards Qinghe County. It was bumpy for a while. I don't know if it was Jiang Zhao's illusion. He felt that since Tiger had taken the transformation pill, riding on Tiger felt a little more comfortable than before. Black Cat seemed a little uncomfortable. He sat in front of Jiang Shao, feeling a little dizzy. Soon, Jiang Shao and Black Cat, riding on the Thunder Tiger, arrived at the city gate of Qinghe County first. But the scene before him is not quite what Jiang Shao imagined. The outskirts of Qinghe County were surrounded by torches and were brightly lit. Various weapons and protective gear were scattered outside the moat, and a group of bandits were being tied up and pinned to the ground by soldiers. Oh my goodness, these invaders are a group of bandits? The number of these bandits is quite large, but they didn't even open the city gate? Not far away, the commanders Xin Feng and Li Rui quickly ran over and said, Lord, there's a group of about 4,000 bandits who want to attack Qinghe City. There are several leaders, but only one is left. Besides, there are only some bandit minions left. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips. I came here to defend with 100% acceleration, but I haven't caught up with the hot one. However, when Jiang Shao took a closer look, he found that these soldiers who were originally defending the city looked much more energetic than when he came to attack. It should be due to one of the effects of the sword of Gojian, King of Yu, in his own territory. Battle. During combat, the morale of all allies increases by 50%. Apparently, as long as the sword remains within the range of his territory, allies will receive a morale boost no matter where he is. Jiang Shao patted the two commanders on the shoulders and said, Well done. He turned around and saw Qin Liangyu had just arrived with 400 female guards. Liangyu, it seems that our defense this time is unnecessary. But it's late today. You should take these female guards to stay at the county magistrate's mansion in the city. Qin Liangyu nodded. Okay, Lord. Although he didn't catch up with the hot one when he came to support, Jiang Shao didn't think it was a waste of energy to come to defend. What if the people on our side are equally matched with the other side? Jiang Shao walked up to the bandits who were tied up and used see-through on them one by one. These bandits were beaten and lay on the ground, some with bruised faces and noses, and some couldn't even speak. What a bunch of straw. With this level, you actually want to come and attack the county? Even if it is a county town without their own morale bonus, I'm afraid they won't be able to break in. Suddenly, a woman lying on the ground caught Jiang Zhao's attention. This woman's information appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Huang Tiantian Lord. Level, high-grade wooden house. Talent, bewitching. The opposite sex's favorability towards you will be greatly increased. It cannot be effective on other lords. Building details: 9 houses, 7 warehouses, 2 brick kilns, 2 blacksmith shops, 40 chevaux de frise, etc. Oh no! Among these bandits, there's actually a female leader sneaking in? This talent is quite interesting. It can greatly increase the favorability of the natives of the opposite sex towards you. It seems she relied on this talent to sneak into this gang of bandits. Jiang Shao squatted down. He stared at Huang Tiantian's face, which looked innocent yet full of fear, and spoke in a calm voice. You are the Lord? Why are you mixed up with these bandits? Chapter 145. 8 hours of riding. Brother Wu arrives. Hear this. Huang Tiantian's body suddenly stiffened. She looked up and saw Jiang Zhao's sharp eyes, and she trembled for a moment. Ever since she joined the bandit camp, she has always been able to crush the enemy. I have never experienced such a situation of being crushed by one side. Huang Tiantian's eyes quickly turned red and crystal tears slid down the corners of her eyes, making her look extremely pitiful. Yes, I am a lord. She raised her wet eyes and said in a weak and choked voice, Are you Jiang Shao? Please save me. I was kidnapped by them. Brother Jiang Shao, please take me home. As soon as she finished speaking, she twisted her body slightly, pretending to struggle out of fear. A pair of white and slender long legs were faintly visible from the hem of the skirt, and the skin was glowing with a delicate luster under the firelight. Let me do anything. In order to make herself look more pitiful, she leaned forward slightly and unintentionally straightened her chest. The seductive arc and full curves are clearly visible on the chest. At this moment, Huang Tiantian was like a beautiful yet deadly poisonous snake. She skillfully used her advantages to the fullest, her weak and helpless appearance intertwined with her hidden cunning mind, just right in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao shook his head. It seems you are not going to tell the truth. You said you were held hostage by them? Save you? I can save you, but can you tell me what your talent is? A hint of joy flashed across Huang Tiantian's bright eyes, and she felt that her trick had worked. She lifted her skirt a little more, revealing more of her snow-white skin, making her look even more charming. Brother Jiang Shao, my talent is that I could chop down trees quickly. She choked up and said, These bandits captured me and forced me to chop trees in the forest every day. My hands are now rough. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands in front of Jiang Shao, palms facing up, looking pitiful. Brother, look, my hands are not as delicate as they used to be. There is a hint of charm in her voice and a hint of boldness in her eyes. Brother, if you're willing to save me, I can go back to the territory with you tonight. I will be obedient. You can do whatever you want. There is a hint of tenderness in the tone, a hint of temptation hidden between the hems of the skirt, plus those fake tears and little thoughts. Every move of Huang Tiantian is just right, as if she knows by nature how to touch a man's heartstrings. Jiang Shao was happy. Okay, lose yourself. Jiang Shao looked at the hand that was extended to him and directly drew out the Xianyuan sword, slashing it with precise force. This time, her hand was not chopped off, but a cut was made on her right arm. Wang Tianxian's kimed. Blood gushed out from the wound on her right arm, instantly soaking her sleeve. Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear and disbelief. Your name is Huang Tiantian, right? Jiang Shao looked at her coldly, her blood still dripping on the blade of the sword. I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, the next sword will hit your neck. Huang Tiantian was completely confused. Is the Jiang Shao in front of me a man? Is there really a man who can resist my temptation? And this person actually knows his own name. Even these bandits don't know his own name. As the blood flowed more and more, Huang Tiantian felt dizzy and seemed to be getting closer and closer to death. Brother Jiang Shao, I'm telling you the truth. As she spoke, she tremblingly took out a scroll from her left hand and handed it over. Boss Jiang Shao, this is the map location of the bandit camp, and my territory is also next to it. Her voice was weak, her eyes full of pleading. I was indeed captured by bandits, but this time I came to Qinghe County for. Huang Tiantian lowered her head, her eyes showing a struggle, as if she was hesitating whether to continue lying. It's because Jiang Shao sneered and took over her words. You brought them across the Tianyuan River to Qinghe County, didn't you? You think my strength has been greatly reduced after I attacked Qinghe County this morning. So I came here to take advantage of you, right? Jiang Shao hit the nail on the head. Huang Tiantian was stunned when she heard this, and the expression on her face froze. Her last disguise was exposed. She stammered and couldn't even speak clearly. Her original plan was to make a fortune if she could capture it. If she can't beat him, she will seduce Jiang Xiao and use her beauty and figure to exchange for a way to survive. If I could go home with Jiang Xiao, it would definitely be better than serving these bandit leaders every day. She was absolutely confident in her charm, but the current situation was completely beyond her expectations. Boss Jiang Xiao, Huang Tiantian choked up, her voice tearing up. Please, please don't kill me. You can even sell me. Jiang Xiao questioned her coldly for 15 minutes, and after confirming that she had no other value, his expression became even colder. Boss Jiang Xiao, brother Jiang Xiao. Huang Tiantian held on to her last hope. Can I go now? Or you can take me back? Jiang Xiao nodded, his tone chillingly calm. Well, you can go now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xinyuan sword shone with a cold light. A sword slashed across Huang Tiantian's throat. She opened her eyes wide. Blood gushed out of her throat, but her voice was stuck in her throat and could no longer come out. This woman rarely speaks the truth, and the map she just gave me may not be real. Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, Li Rue, there is no need to keep this last remaining bandit leader. As you command, my lord. Li Rue drew out his long knife and killed them without hesitation in front of many bandits. The knife flashed, blood splattered on the ground, and the bandits were all silent, not daring to make any unusual moves. The moment the leader died, a familiar voice appeared in Jiang Zhao's ears. Successfully wiped out the high-level bandit camp, Wild Wolf Camp, and gained 10,000 reputation points. These bandits were already so frightened that they kowtowed and begged for mercy. Lord, please spare my life. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare us. Jiang shouted and planned to kill them for the time being. Catch them and put them in Qinghe County Jail, separate from each other. Let each of them draw a map and mark the location of the Wild Wolf Camp. Those who deceive me will be killed directly. Just then, Jiang Xiao received a message from his friend. It's so late. Someone is actually sending me a message? After Jiang Xiao opened it, he found that it was sent by Wu Di. Brother Jiang, are you asleep? This Qinghe County is too far away. I rode for 8 hours and finally arrived. Shall we change the siege equipment tomorrow morning? Wow, this guy actually rode for 8 hours? Even if he could bear it, could the horse he rode bear it? Chapter 146, Wu Di's Endless Life. Come to the North Gate. I'm right there. Jiang Xiao replied. Brother Jiang, you are still awake so late? You are still in Qinghe County? I'll be there soon. Jiang Xiao walked to the North Gate and waited quietly. Time passes in the night wind, and the coldness grows stronger. About 20 minutes later, his eyes caught a glimpse of something shiny in the distance, slowly approaching. Jiang Xiao had a hint of doubt in his eyes. In this world, he had never seen any light source other than torches and oil lamps. The light was very soft, like some kind of fluorescent object. As the distance between them and Jiang Xiao got closer, the light became clearer and even flickered slightly in the moonlight. Jiang Xiao stood up straight, his eyes fixed on the light. He could faintly hear the sound of horse hooves in the silent night. It wasn't until Jiang Xiao saw it clearly that he almost couldn't hold it in. This is a fucking little bald head. His head was shaved clean, and it reflected a faint light under the moonlight, just like a mirror with its own reflection. Behind him were several villagers, also riding horses. Jiang Xiao glanced over with a look of insight. Udi, Lord. Level Ma Shiju. Talent. Endless life. Recruited villagers can establish relationships with each other and reproduce. Building details: 120 houses, 40 warehouses for brick kilns, 2 blacksmith shops, 2 armor shops, 2 medical houses, 1 astrology pavilion for 100 chevaux de frise, etc. This little bald guy is actually Brother Wu, and his family has so many houses? Wait, what is this talent? I fuck this talent. Endless life? Can the recruited villagers reproduce with each other? This talent. No wonder he was willing to exchange precious design drawings for food at the beginning. It turns out that villagers can snowball. Brother Jiang. The little bald head spotted Jiang Xiao below the city gate and immediately waved to greet him. Wu Di's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. We're here. This little bald head really gives people a sense of familiarity. Jiang Xiaoying stepped forward and patted him on the back. Boy, you brought so many villagers with you when you went out. Do you have a lot of family members? By the way, isn't your talent quite impressive? Can you recruit a lot more villagers? Jiang Shao naturally knew that he brought so many villagers with him to transport the siege equipment back, but Jiang Shao also wanted to test Wu Di. When Wu Di heard this, the smile on his face froze for a moment. He scratched his bald head, looking a little embarrassed. Recruiting more villagers. This is hard to say. Wu Di hesitated for a moment. Hey, Brother Jiang, I'd better tell you the truth. My talent. He hesitated for a moment, with a complicated expression on his face. I really can't say it. Anyway, the population is indeed larger than that of other lords. Okay, let's go into the city. Tomorrow I'll send some civilians to help you transport the siege equipment back. Wu Diru was relieved and nodded quickly. Okay, thank you, Brother Jiang. As he was speaking, Wu Di's eyes suddenly fell on the tiger beside Jiang Shao. Brother Jiang, is this lord also here to exchange siege equipment? This is my wife. Brother Wu. Hello, Sister Jiang. Wu Di followed Jiang Shao all the way into Qinghe County and only reacted halfway through the journey. By the way, Brother Jiang, you're still in Qinghe County so late? Or have you moved your territory here? Jiang Shao explained casually, a high-level bandit camp came to attack my county, and I came to support them. But in the end, the bandits were wiped out before I even arrived. Wu Di's steps suddenly paused, a trace of shock on his face. A high-level bandit camp? You've already secured it before you even get there? The defense of Qinghe County is too strong. Brother Jiang, how did you get in? Jiang Shao didn't answer immediately, but just kept walking forward. Wu Di looked up in confusion, and then he noticed the scene outside the city under the moonlight. The land was littered with corpses of bandits. Their blood had dyed the land red, and even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. I was so excited when I saw Jiang Shao for the first time that I didn't even realize there were so many bandit entities. This scene made Wu Di's heart tremble. Although Wu Di had killed bandits before, the scene before him made him feel physically uncomfortable. The number of corpses alone was enough to make him feel chilled. Jiang Shao waved his hand, signaling him to follow quickly. Okay, you and your villagers can live in this house. By the way, Brother Wu, Jiang Shao suddenly added, the place where you live is quite close to Hongluan Pavilion. If you can't sleep at night, you can go and have a look. There are good things there. When Jiang Shao spoke, he had a sly smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an expression of you-know. Wu Di understood what he meant instantly. His eyes lit up. Fuck, Brother Jiang, there is such a good thing? Then I'll go and take a look now. Then I won't bother Brother Jiang and Sister Jiang. After watching Wu Di leave, Jiang Shao had no intention of returning to his own territory. It's late at night now. It's too late to go back. Jiang Shao planned to set out from Qinghe County early tomorrow morning, cross the Tianyuan River, and go directly to the wild wolf camp that had just been wiped out to see if there was anything valuable. He turned to Humi and said, Stay here with me tonight. When Humi heard this, a faint blush instantly appeared on her delicate cheeks. She lowered her head and pursed her lips slightly, looking a little shy. There was a hint of shyness and tenderness in Humi's tone. Okay, Master. Although there are more activities at night, you still have to get up early. Early the next morning, Jiang Shao brought Wu Di to the gate of Qinghe County. He pointed to the siege equipment, such as catapults, battering rams, siege towers, etc. that had been prepared long ago. You can take some villagers with you to transport these things back. It will probably take a whole day. Wu Di looked at these siege weapons with some heat in his eyes. If I bring these siege engines home, I can probably take down that mid-level bandit camp near my home. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Shao waved his hand. I have something else to do across the river. Go to the other side of the river. Wu Di looked at Jiang Shao in confusion. Brother Jiang, why are you going to the other side? Didn't we wipe out a high-ranking bandit camp yesterday? I have to go pick up the valuables from that bandit's lair and bring them back. When Wu Di heard this, he instantly became excited. The base of a high-level bandit camp. Brother Jiang, can you take me with you this time to broaden my horizons? Chapter 147. Was it picked up by other lords? Okay, but you have to wait a moment. I'll have someone go back to the territory to fetch a few boats. Jiang Shao waved his hand, signaling the female guards beside him to go back to the territory to fetch a few boats. When Wu Di heard that he could go on an activity with Jiang Shao, he was so excited. Okay, thank you, Brother Jiang. I'm also going to the high-ranking bandit camp this time to broaden my horizons. While waiting for the boat, Jiang Shao brought Wu Di to the prison in Qinghe County. The cell holds the bandits who were captured last night. Seeing Jiang Shao coming in, a Yamen runner immediately stepped forward and reported, Sir, this is the map those bandits drew last night. Jiang Xiao took it and looked through it. There were 20 maps in total. He compared the maps and found that the locations of the bandit camps marked on each one were exactly the same. Because these bandits were imprisoned separately, this means that the location marked on the map that Huang Tiantian gave her last night is indeed true. Sir, what should we do with these bandits? How to deal with? Jiang Xiao lowered his head and thought for a few minutes. He was not struggling over whether to release these bandits, but was thinking about what was the most appropriate way to deal with them. There should be no mercy towards these bandits. Who knows how many people they have killed and how much they have robbed before? In other words, if the person arrested last night was from Jiang Zhao's family, there was no telling how these bandits would treat their own people. Jiang Xiao raised his head. No need to keep them. This is what they deserve. As you command, my lord. The bailiff bowed and accepted the order, then immediately arranged for the punishment. Take him to the execution ground and execute him tonight in front of the villagers of Qinghe County. As for the reason is that they are bandits who do all kinds of evil and even want to occupy our Qinghe County. Speaking of occupying Qinghe County, Jiang Xiao felt a little embarrassed. It was a good thing that these bandits were killed in public this time. After all, Jiang Xiao had not appeared in front of the people since he occupied Qinghe County. I had heard from Zhu Yuma and some soldiers before that the county magistrate was a fool. By punishing these bandits in this way, I can also establish some prestige in front of the people. As you command, my lord. The bailiff bowed again. When walking out of the prison, Wu Di followed Jiang Xiao silently with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't speak until those people left the prison. Brother Jiang, you are so cruel. But I like. Halfway through his speech, Wu Di suddenly realized something and quickly waved his hands. No. Brother Jiang, I don't like you. I like your style. Jiang Xiao. Let's go to Tianyuan River. Jiang Xiao also didn't want others to know Humi's true identity. On the way to Tianyuan River, I rode a horse with Humi. Jiang Xiao hadn't ridden a horse for a while, so he was a little unfamiliar with controlling speed. The two men rode their horses at different speeds, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Humi was on Jiang Zhao's horse, moving forward and backward due to inertia, and she blushed a little. Master, I seem to be lacking oxygen and feel a little dizzy. Tiger bit his lower lip slightly and muttered something under his breath. Now, I finally understand why my master always gives me chicken legs after riding me out. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao, Humi, Qin Liangyu, and Wu Di finally arrived at Tianyuan River. A cold wind blew by the Tianyuan River, and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. The stones on the shore were covered with a light layer of white frost, making them slightly slippery when stepped on. Wu Di's feet staggered, and he almost fell. He quickly held onto the tree stump next to him, breathing heavily and saying, Brother Jiang, is it so cold here in your home? Jiang Xiao didn't expect to ask this question. Isn't Brother Wu only 8 hours ride away from Qinghe County? Doesn't he feel where he is? Cold. Your territory is only 8 hours away from here by horseback. Isn't it cold there? Wu Di rubbed his hands vigorously and sneezed. It's not cold. The temperature is very normal. It was even a little hot at noon. Is it still a bit hot at noon? Jiang Xiao thought about it carefully and realized that he had never heard other lords talk about the problem of it being cold near their homes. Brother Jiang, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Jiang Xiao came back to his senses, glanced at the river in the distance, and pointed with his finger. Look, my ship is coming. In the upper reaches of the Qinyan River, a few white dots vaguely appeared in the water and gradually approached this side. As the distance got closer, the outline of the ship became clearer. After seeing it clearly, Wu Di's eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly opened, and he was speechless for a long time. After being stunned for 3 seconds, he exclaimed, No, Brother Jiang, the boat you mentioned is this. Is this a boat? Several huge warships slowly approached, their hulls flashing a faint cold light under the sunlight. This reflected light is brighter than the light reflected by Wu Di's little bald head. These are Jiang Zhao's family's intermediate warships, each of which can carry a large amount of supplies and personnel. This time, in order to transport things from the high-level bandit camp, Jiang Xiao specially sent out 5 warships. Jiang Xiao planned to arrange these 5 intermediate warships near the river next to Qinghe County so that they would be convenient for use in the future. As for Brother Wu, was he amazed at the size of this warship? Is this big? I haven't upgraded this to the 3rd level dock yet. I guess the advanced warships will be twice as big as this one. Jiang Shao smiled and patted Wu Di on the shoulder. Is it big? It's okay. I'll make do with it. He was the first aboard a boat. Don't just stand there. The four of us will go first. The villagers told them to come later. Several people crossed the Tianyuan River. Jiang Shao opened the map again and confirmed the location of Huang Tiantian's territory and the location of the high-level bandit camp. The four of them, riding 3 horses, arrived in less than an hour. Jiang Shao and his companions rode their horses to the outskirts of the high-ranking bandit camp and stopped. This situation seems a little wrong. There were crowds of people moving around in the camp. These bandits, there can't be so many left. No, that's not right. They're not bandits. They're a few lords with a bunch of peasants. Wu Di also reacted. Brother Jiang, it seems that this camp has been picked up by other lords. He swallowed and said hesitantly, there are only 4 of us now. Do we have to wait for our reinforcements to arrive? It's understandable that Wu Di feels unsure. After all, the opponent's numbers were indeed a huge advantage, and Wu Di had never seen with his own eyes how strong Jiang Shao was when he attacked the camp. More importantly, he didn't know that the person next to Jiang Shao was a mythical commander with an HP value of over 390. Brother Jiang? What do you mean? Chapter 148, I told you 3 times. Are you deaf? Jiang Shao didn't say anything. He simply glanced coldly at the camp in front of him, and then used see-through on several of the lords and some of the peasants. 5 lords, 3 commanders, and more than 200 peasants. More than 300 farmers. The most powerful ones are the 3 commanders whose health values are around 50 to 60. Among the 5 lords, the one with the highest main city level is just a guy named Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang, Lord. Level King Wuju. Talent. Main city furnace. Confuse other occupied territories to increase the defense of its own main city. Building details. 30 houses, 15 warehouses, 2 brick kilns, 1 blacksmith shop, 1 lumber processing plant, 80 chevaux de frise, etc. My goodness, among these bunch of idiots, I am the one who got the chance? Brother Jiang, what were you going to do? Wu Di was a little confused when he saw Jiang Shao and 2 other people walking over with weapons in hand. Jiang Shao didn't stop. I'll go tell them what the rules are. Rules? Wu Di was stunned by this sentence. There was no other way. Seeing that Jiang Shao had already gone over, Wu Di also gritted his teeth and followed him. In the bandit camp, a group of people were busy moving supplies from the bandit camp. Everyone's face was filled with undisguised greed and excitement. Brother Shuang, we are really rich this time. These gold coins alone are more than our several territories combined. A lord was holding a bag of gold coins with his face almost buried in them. The lord called Shuang Gu is Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang grinned and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Stop talking nonsense and move all the valuables away. Hurry. We'll move in half an hour and then we'll leave. Oh, I think we found out a little too late. I guess these bandits will be back soon. At this moment, Wang was very worried. After all, this was the territory of high-level bandits. There were thousands of bandits inside, and it was only when he woke up in the morning that he discovered that there were only a few scattered bandits left in the territory. I have to say, the resources in this high-level bandit camp are really rich. Even if you have only moved resources for half an hour, the gold coins you got could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Just then, several figures flashed past the entrance of the camp, and a voice was heard. What you moved seems to be my family's stuff. Wang Shuang was startled, and his first reaction was that the bandits had returned. The money bag in his hand almost fell to the ground. But when he looked up, he saw 4 people standing at the door, 2 men and 2 women, who did not look like bandits at all. Isn't this a bandit? If they're not bandits, then it will be easy to deal with. As far as he knew, besides the 5 of them, there was only one other person, Huang Tiantian, in this nearby territory. Your stuff? Why? Seeing U.S. brothers getting rich, you want to get a piece of the pie. I'm telling you, get out of here as soon as possible. We don't have time to deal with you now. As soon as he finished speaking, several other lords also spoke up to echo him. Shuanggu, why are you wasting time talking to them? That's right. This kind of person is obviously ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Just kill him. That's right. You dare to covet our things. Are you looking for death? As soon as they finished speaking, they picked up their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Shao and his group with several villagers. Jiang Shao stood there, his eyes as calm as water. Watching their actions, there wasn't even a ripple. He slowly drew out the Xianyuan sword from his waist and said lightly, I told you, what you moved are my things. As soon as the words fell, a flash of sword light appeared. Xuan Yuan's sword chi. In an instant, before the lords and the villagers who rushed over could utter any screams, a blood mist spread directly in the air. Wang Shuang was stunned, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He stood there stiffly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. You. Wang Shuang was stunned for a moment. This man is so fierce. This one sword took care of the other 4 lords and several peasants. Should I run away? Wang Shuang looked at the bodies of the 4 lords and swallowed hard. Wang Shuang's expression kept changing and his mind was racing. Run? No, you can't run. Wang Shuang's expression kept changing and his mind was racing. He forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and glanced at the more than 200 villagers and 3 commanders behind him. Although these people were not recruited by him personally, they had already formed an alliance with him. What's more, 4 allies have already died. As long as he calls on them in the name of revenge for the dead, he will definitely make these people obey him. If you run away, you lose everything, but if you win, Wang Shuang couldn't help but licking his lips. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. If I win, I can take over all the resources of these 4 lords. Moreover, his talent, main city furnace, can also integrate the territories of these 4 lords into his own main city, greatly improving the defense. Thinking of this, Wang Shuang's heartbeat quickened. 300 against 4, we're guaranteed to win. Now, I'm rich. Fuck you. And you kill my brothers. You asked for it. Everyone, come on. He killed your lord. Let's go and avenge them. Upon hearing this, everyone roared and raised their weapons, rushing towards Jiang Shao aggressively. At the front were Wang Shuang and the 3 commanders. The 4 of them rushed over together. Jiang Shao was delighted when he saw it. Qin Liangyu and Hu Mi were about to take action when they were stopped by Jiang Shao. Don't worry, these people. Let me do it. But this time Jiang Shao did not draw his sword. He planned to have some fun with the others. At this moment, the spear and sword had already stabbed towards Jiang Zhao's chest. Wu Di was stunned. Fuck. Brother Jiang, can you please get out of the way? He picked up the weapon of the farmer who had just been killed and said, Brother Jiang, you run first. I will cover you. Jiang Shao also pulled Wu Di behind him and said, just watch. At this moment, the spear and sword had already stabbed towards Jiang Zhao's chest, and Wu Di almost closed his eyes. Crack! The weapon that was stabbing towards him was actually bounced away by an invisible force when it hit Jiang Zhao's chest. The next second, a dazzling golden light bloomed on Jiang Zhao's chest. As the light flowed, Jiang Shao was covered with a layer of golden light. The effect of dragon scale holy armor has been triggered. These rubbish weapons can't even cause effective damage. Wang Shuang and the 3 commanders were so shocked that they stood still. Even the farmers behind them stopped in their tracks. They stared at the glittering armor on Jiang Shao in amazement, too shocked to speak. And Wu Di, who was behind Jiang Shao, was also stunned. What is this? Jiang Shao drew out the Xianyuan sword again, intending to put an end to the matter. This is the 3rd time I've said this. You're moving my stuff. Are you deaf? Chapter 149, the 3rd level 6 main city. Wang Shuang sat on the ground, looking at Jiang Shao with empty eyes. What is this thing? Invulnerable? This person is not a human being at all. He never expected that the man in front of him would have such incredible defense. His mind was in a mess, a mixture of fear and despair. He tried to move his lips, but found that no sound came out. Just now he saw with his own eyes that the man in front of him killed the other 4 lords. This is really a hasty move. Wang Shuang muttered to himself. Even if all the remaining villagers rushed over, I guess they would just be giving away experience points. Just when Wang Shuang hesitated, the 3 commanders beside him rushed forward again. In less than half a minute, the 3 commanders fell to the ground and received their lunchboxes. It's not that these commanders are too stupid. They are indeed normal commanders. However, with the help of the blazing blood fruit, the bone-cleansing pill, and the blue field jade, Jiang Zhao's chi and blood value had long surpassed those 3 people. In addition, Jiang Shao would practice with everyone in the training ground almost every day. These 3 commanders, who couldn't be more ordinary, are nothing more than 3 random soldiers in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao raised his head again and locked his eyes directly on Wang Shuang lying on the ground. Wang Shuang's body trembled violently, and a chill ran down his spine to the top of his head. Before he could react, Jiang Shao had already stepped in front of him and lifted him up by the collar like a chicken. Stand up. Jiang Zhao's voice pulled Wang Shuang back from his fear. Wang Shuang struggled instinctively, but found that Jiang Zhao's hands were like steel clamps, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. The next second, Jiang Zhao grabbed his hair with his other hand and shook it violently. Speak! After being shaken for a while, Wang Shuang finally realized that he could not afford to offend the person in front of him, but he was so frightened that he couldn't say anything. The most powerful person he had ever seen was the leader of this bandit camp. But the person in front of me doesn't seem to be on the same level as those leaders. The person in front of me looks more like a bandit. Seeing that Wang Shuang didn't say anything, Jiang Zhao slapped him again. Say. Then there was another slap in the opposite direction. This one was heavier than the last one. Weren't you guys very fierce just now? Didn't you want revenge? You were talking just now. Why aren't you talking now? I thought you were deaf. Why are you mute now? Why don't you shout? The last slap left Wang Shuang's face swollen, his head tilted to one side, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wang Shuang finally came back to his senses from his confusion. There's only one thought in my mind, to live. I must live. His eyes swept around and saw that the 4 lords and 3 commanders who were traveling with him had turned into cold corpses, with their weapons scattered on the ground. Wang Shuang felt a tightness in his heart. Now, his life and death depend on a word from the other party. As long as he can survive and absorb the territories of the 4 dead companions after returning, he may be able to make a comeback and even take revenge. Thinking of this, he forced out a flattering smile, his voice trembling. Brother, the wind was so strong just now that I didn't hear anything. Brother, sir, this campsite must be yours. I'm leaving now. Jiang Zhao saw his reaction and naturally knew what he was thinking. He must now want to go to the territories of his 4 dead allies, use his talents to absorb other people's territories, and strengthen his own territory. Your 4 allies are dead, but you still want to absorb their territory. Isn't that a bit unfair? Jiang Zhao said it, and Wang Shuang's body stiffened instantly after hearing it. Wang Shuang was completely confused. Master, how did you know? Before he could finish, Jiang Zhao interrupted him. If you want to survive, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them well. You 5 lords are all level 4 main cities. Where did these 3 commanders come from? Wang Shuang quickly replied. We were recruited from the surrounding villages. Our 5 territories are all near a village with 3 commanders. This answer should be more reasonable. In fact, Jiang Zhao was mainly curious about how they recruited a leader without the astrology pavilion. Wang Shuang asked tentatively, Uncle, is there anything else? If not, I will leave first. Jiang Zhao sneered. Get lost. Hearing this, a hint of relief appeared on Wang Shuang's face. The next second, Jiang Zhao added, Go and be with your brothers. Before he finished speaking, Wang Shuang's face suddenly changed and he was about to struggle. But Jiang Zhao has already taken action. The only sound in the air was Wang Shuang's final scream, which echoed throughout the entire camp, and then everything returned to silence. Wu Di had been following Jiang Zhao the whole time, and it took him half a minute to slow down. He looked at Jiang Zhao with an expression of disbelief. Brother Jiang, isn't your fighting ability a little outrageous? And what was that armor you were wearing just now? I see. Is it the mythical armor you used to attack the county? Jiang Zhao heard this and nodded lightly without saying anything more. When those people rushed up just now, Wu Di did not run away, but wanted to cover himself and run away. This kid is actually quite nice. Jiang Zhao retracted his gaze and looked at the more than 200 villagers gathered in front of him, and suddenly remembered Wu Di's talent. Brother Wu, does your family need a large number of villagers? The leaders of these villagers are all dead. If you want them, you can recruit them. If not, I will take them back to Qinghe County. Considering that Wu Di's family did not have the mythical building, Ancient Blessing, Jiang Zhao still reminded him. But the issue of the loyalty of these villagers after you recruit them is up to you to decide. Wu Di was overjoyed when he heard this. Because of his own gift of endless life, it also works on these surrendered villagers. Brother Jiang, I really need these villagers. If I have them, I think development will be faster. I upgraded the main city to level 6 yesterday morning, but I don't have any extra resources to speed it up. Wu Di looked up at the sun and said, looking at the time, the upgrade is probably almost complete. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 prompts were brushed across the faces of all the lords. Congratulations to Lord Wu Di, the 3rd person to own a level 6 main city. Reward, no reward, X3. Jiang Zhao. Chapter 150. Do advanced camps have resource points? In the chat area, after hearing these reports, the Lord started another wave of excitement. After all, this is the third Lord to upgrade his main city to level 6. Moreover, his identity is quite sensitive, as he is the younger brother of Jiang Shao, who is far ahead of him. Some lords who wanted to flatter Jiang Shao also had to flatter Wu Di. Brother Wu has also reached level 6 as the main city. Congratulations. Or, choice is much more important than hard work. Just look at what this means to follow Jiang Shao and eat meat every meal. That's right. Boss Jiang Shao attacked the county town yesterday, and today his little brother upgraded the main city to level 6. I'm really envious. That's right. How are those lackeys who followed Wu Hao before doing? Why haven't they come out to make noises recently? Don't tell me. This time Wu Di didn't get any rewards for upgrading to the 6th level main city, just like Wu Hao did at that time. I think it's possible that there will be no rewards for upgrading the main city, except for the first one to reach it. Wu Di and Jiang Shao also opened the chat area and were both silent for a while. Jiang Shao was the first to break the silence. You are really good. This is already a level 6 main city, and it is developing very fast. Listen, is this human language? Jiang Shao, the lord of an 8th level main city, said that someone who had just upgraded to a 6th level main city was developing fast. Wu Di nodded again. The sunlight shining on his little bald head made it difficult for Jiang Shao to open his eyes. I actually forgot about this. I didn't expect it had just been upgraded. It's a bit of a pity that there is no reward. When he heard that there was no reward, Jiang Shao wiped his mouth and said, maybe only the first person to reach the level 6 main city will get a reward. Wu Hao, the second person to reach the level 6 main city, didn't get any reward either. There is no other way. Even if Jiang Shao is given another chance to choose again, he will still choose to deprive other lords of their rewards. But I can get Wu Hao back to the level 5 main city soon. He patted Wu Di on the shoulder and said, to upgrade the level 6 main city to level 7, I remember I need some gold mines. I have a gold mine with unlimited mining capacity. You don't need to look for additional gold mines. If you need gold, just trade it with me for agate. Wu Di nodded. Brother Jiang, thank you so much. Jiang Shao didn't think it was a big deal. It was just a matter of allies getting what they wanted. He turned and looked at the villagers. Are any of you going to accompany your respective lords? The villagers looked at each other. Their faces were filled with confusion and fear. A villager opened his mouth first. No. I am willing to follow the Lord. After the first person spoke, the rest nodded and followed suit. We are all willing to follow the Lord. Just as the villagers were about to kneel down and swear allegiance, Jiang Shao quickly waved his hand. Wait a minute. My family is full and I can't take you in. Follow this Lord. If you follow him, you'll also have enough to eat and sleep warmly. At present, Jiang Zhao's family does have a large population. Especially after occupying Qinghe County, the condition of 5,000 people required to upgrade the 9th level main city Feihui Palace was directly met. Hearing this, the villagers immediately turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Wu Di, and spoke in unison. Please, Lord, take us in. At this time, a group of villagers from Jiang Shaojia's Qinghe County also arrived at the bandit camp. Jiang Zhao's favorite part is now here, harvesting the spoils. He had previously taken over a high-level bandit camp and became very rich. This high-level bandit camp has a lot of resource packs, so it must be extremely rich. While his own villagers were busy collecting the spoils, Jiang Shao turned and walked towards the villagers who had just been recruited by Wu Di. You guys lead the way. Show me the location of your previous territory. The villagers looked at each other, hesitated, and then turned to look at Wu Di, obviously wanting to ask for his opinion. Seeing this, Brother Wu quickly spoke. This is my eldest brother. From now on, I will speak for him. You should do whatever he tells you to do. Do you understand? When the villagers heard this, they immediately knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Yes, Lord. Jiang Shao didn't take the behavior seriously. The moment Wu Di recruited them, nearly 300 villagers had become Wu Di's subordinates. It was reasonable to ask Wu Di for instructions on everything. These territories are neither far nor close to the bandit camp. Although they only have 4 levels of territories, there should be some resources in the 5 territories. Although it's little, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Besides, no one can predict the fate of an enemy. Maybe some lord's house might be hiding some good things. By the way, Brother Wu, I plan to occupy one of these 5 territories as a subsidiary territory. Do you need it? If not, I will destroy the other 4 and take their resources. Yes, Brother John, I want one too. I only have one dependent territory now, and if we occupy this dependent territory, won't our families be closer? Jiang Shao and Wu Di destroyed 3 territories and collected the excess resources. Afterwards, the 2 of them each occupied a territory as a subsidiary. Just as they were about to return to the bandit camp, they unexpectedly discovered a village. The 2 stopped and looked up. The village was in a dilapidated state. The low earthen walls had long since collapsed, and broken beams were scattered all over the ground. The entrance to the village was overgrown with weeds, almost completely covering the road, and it was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. Jiang Shao and Wu Di looked at each other and walked into the village to check the situation. Almost all the buildings in the village collapsed, leaving only some dilapidated walls and half-collapsed roofs. The ground was littered with broken tiles and pieces of furniture. This village should be the village where Wang Shuang mentioned they met an ordinary commander. The 2 of them went in and took a look around. Jiang Shao kicked a burnt rafter and looked down and saw that it still had scorch marks from being burned by the flames. This village most likely became like this after being burned, killed, and looted by those bandits. These bandits, they really deserve to be killed. Woody nodded. After walking around for about 20 minutes, I found nothing valuable except junk inside. Jiang Shao was not surprised by this. After all, the 5 lords must have come to explore before. Jiang Shao turned around and signaled Wu Di that they could leave. It's almost time. Let's go back to the bandit camp. I don't know if the villagers found anything useful. After returning to the territory, several villagers came over and said, "Lord, we also found a resource point in this bandit camp." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao instantly became interested. The last time we annihilated that high-level bandit camp, we found a malachite or resource point. This high-level bandit camp also has resource points. A guess arose in Jiang Zhao's mind. Could it be that this kind of high-level forces are all built and assembled based on various resource points? Chapter 151, I just remembered that there is another territory. What resource point? Where is it? My lord, it's under the granary. Jiang Shao was a little speechless. Under the granary again? Do the bandits and robbers in this world share the same brain? Several people arrived at the granary under the guidance of the villagers. As soon as I entered the granary, a damp smell hit me in the face, and the floor under my feet was a little sticky. It's like stepping on thick grease. Several villagers pried open the floor, revealing a patch of dark soil. As the villagers used tools to dig it up, greasy liquid slowly seeped out, emitting a slightly pungent smell. Jiang Shao squatted down and dipped his hand in the black liquid. He rubbed it and sniffed it again. This is a crude oil resource point. Is this scientific? The crude oil resources in this world are actually like this? Brother Wu, I remember there's a crude oil resource point near your and Uncle Chen's territory. Wu Di nodded. The one near my territory has been almost mined out. The surrounding lords have come to mine. The resource point is not big, and there is not much left. But crude oil is not used much now. The lords don't collect it much because they don't know how to exchange crude oil for anything. This is indeed true. For other lords, this crude oil may not be of much use. But for Jiang Shao, the crude oil can be used, and at this stage, he can build kerosene tankers. This crude oil is still somewhat useful to me. Then, Jiang Shao ordered these villagers not to return to Qinghe County tonight. Starting from today, they will collect crude oil from this bandit camp and transport it to Qinghe County regularly. Then, Jiang Shao used the resources he had found to make some sailing cars. Alas, this crude oil resource point is some distance away from Qinghe County and one's own territory. It would be nice if there was something that could package up these intermediate and above resource points and take them home. About 10 minutes passed. A villager came running over, holding 6 tokens tightly in his hand. My lord, I found this in the bandit leader's tent. The token is dark brown in color, with a smooth surface and slightly reddish edges. It is made of high-quality wood that has been polished many times. Jiang Shao was very familiar with this token. Marching orders. Introduction. It can increase the marching speed of friendly forces when out of combat by 100% for 4 hours. The upper limit is 1,000 people. It's the marching order again. Jiang Shao had obtained 7 when he suppressed a high-level bandit camp, and consumed 3 when he attacked Qinghe County. This time, 10 more were added. Woody had never seen this kind of token before. But looking at Jiang Zhao's eyes, he knew that this must be a good thing. Brother Jiang, what is this token? Jiang Zhao thought for a moment and handed two to Wu Di. Marching orders, used to speed up the march before the battle. Very useful. After taking it, Wu Di looked at the token in his hand carefully and handed it back to Jiang Zhao. Brother Jiang, this thing is useless to me, so you should keep it. It will definitely come in handy. Jiang Zhao planned to give 2 copies of this marching order to Wu Di and Chun Bo respectively. Soon after, he prepared to attack Mingwei City. This battle will undoubtedly be larger and more difficult than the previous operation against Qinghai County. If Brother Wu and Uncle Chen launch attacks from different directions and disperse the main force of Mingwei City, the chances of winning will undoubtedly be greatly increased. Take it. I'm going to attack another place soon. You and Uncle Chen can come and join me then. When Wu Di heard that he could attack a place together with Jiang Zhao, he immediately agreed. When Jiang Zhao attacked Qinghai County before, I wanted to come and help, but it was too far away. Next time, it's finally possible. Okay, Brother Jiang. After waiting for about another hour, the villagers gathered together the resources from the high-level bandit camp. A villager wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported to Jiang Zhao respectfully. My lord, these are all the resources you need in this camp. When Jiang Zhao asked the villagers to search, he specifically told them to only focus on intermediate and advanced resources, as well as building cores and gold coins. As for the stones, wood and straw, the family now has more than enough of them. At this time, 2 villagers came to Jiang Zhao carrying a heavy box and said, Lord, there's a locked box here. A locked box. Why don't you just open it and see what's inside? The 2 villagers scratched their heads in embarrassment when they heard this. Lord, we tried. We just tried to smash the box with an axe, but couldn't open it. As they spoke, the 2 villagers put down their axes. There were already several deep dents on the surface of the axe, and the metal axe blade was slightly curled. It was obvious that the villagers had just used an axe to open the chest, but failed. What kind of box is this? So cool. Jiang Zhao looked at the box. It was a metal box with some patterns on it, especially the big lock on the box which reflected a cold light. Jiang Zhao has seen quite a lot of iron things. But the material of this box, it's hard to say what kind of metal it is. Jiang Zhao has never seen it in this world. If the lock can be pried open, the box can be taken back to store some valuables. Jiang Zhao drew out the Xianyuan sword and slashed at the lock. Crack! A crisp sound. The originally indestructible lock suddenly broke, shattered into several pieces, and fell to the ground. Jiang Zhao opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a rich pink light surged out like a tide. The light lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. Jiang Zhao took a closer look. There is a pink egg in this box. Jiang Zhao took the egg in his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the eggshell, he subconsciously retracted his hand. Not sure if it was his illusion, Jiang Zhao had a vague feeling that something was moving inside the egg. Pink, what kind of egg is this? Jiang Zhao glanced over with a look of insight. Exotic beast colorful python egg can be hatched. Introduction. The eggs of the exotic 7-colored python are very rare. The nutritional value of this kind of eggs is extremely high. For this reason, after the 7-colored pythons lay eggs, most of them will choose to eat the eggs they lay directly due to lack of physical strength. What kind of incredible beast is this? Because the eggs you lay are of high value, just eat the eggs you lay. But this egg can actually hatch? Chapter 152, there is another box. Brother Jiang, what is this? Wu Di was also a little dazed as he looked at the pink egg. It's a pink egg. Wu Di. Tiger came over. She touched the pink egg, her eyes almost tearing up. Jiang Zhao could see that she seemed to like this egg more. Only then did he remember that the introduction of this pink egg said that it had extremely high nutritional value. However, he was planning to go home and hatch the egg. If successful, there would be another exotic beast added to his territory, and maybe it could even transform. Jiang Zhao stared at Humi in a trance and waved his hand towards her eyes. Tiger, do you like this egg? You don't want to eat it, do you? Tiger shook his head. No, I think I can hatch this egg. This time she did not call Jiang Zhao master, because Jiang Zhao had reminded her before going to bed last night not to call him that when there were outsiders around. You can hatch this egg? This looks like an egg of a strange snake. Tiger nodded this time. I don't know. I can hatch this egg based on my intuition. I guess I need Sister Yumi's help. The conversation between Humi and Jiang Zhao caught Wu Di's attention at this time. Brother Jiang, Yumi, who is this person? Is he also a lord? Jiang Zhao explained casually. Yes, he is a lord, and he is also near my lord. Then Jiang Shao asked the villagers to transport all the high-level resources, building cores, gold coins, and the hard iron box onto the ship. As for the pink egg, Jiang Shao planned to take it himself. I have never seen the eggs of this strange beast before. They're extremely rare. It would be bad if other villagers broke them. Suddenly, Jiang Shao slapped his forehead. I just remembered that there is still a territory that I haven't searched yet. Which one? Didn't we just occupy 2 and destroy 3? There should be only 5. Woody was a little confused. Jiang Shao waved his hand. This is a long story. When we were destroying the high-level bandit camp last night, we also killed a lord who was mixed up in the bandits. He unfolded the map and confirmed the location of Huang Tiantian's territory again. It's not far. Let's go take a look. Although her territory is only a 3rd-level main city, what if there are good things there? But Jiang Shao didn't hold out much hope. It's been so many days, and it's only a level 3 main city. What's the difference between this and being dead? The 3 of them rode for about 20 minutes and arrived at Huang Tiantian's territory. No wonder Jiang Shao didn't realize before that Huang Tiantian's territory was in a hidden grove. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find that there is a territory here. This Huang Tiantian is so unlucky. Even though she was in such a secluded place, she was discovered by bandits and captured and taken to the bandit camp to be their concubine. Jiang Shao once again recalled the actions and expressions that Huang Tiantian had made in front of him last night. There is no way I could bring a woman like this home. Jiang Shao turned his gaze towards this territory, which was not large in size. All you can probably see is a high-end wooden house surrounded by some houses. The villagers in the territory seemed unaware that their lord was dead. Some of them are still cutting down trees, and some of them are still farming. These villagers can actually be recruited by Wu Di. He reproduces quickly, which will be of great use in the attack on Manhwa City. Brother Wu, you should recruit these villagers as well. Go back and build a training ground to train these villagers well. Wu Di understood Jiang Zhao's meaning and naturally knew that Jiang Shao asked him to recruit so many villagers, and there would definitely be a war in the future. Okay, Brother Jiang. The moment he stepped into this territory, 3 familiar voices rang in Jiang Zhao's ears. Discover unowned territory. Do you choose to rule, plunder, or ignore it? Rule. Turn this place into a dependent territory, share technology, and some resources belong to the main territory. Plunder. Destroy the current territory and directly obtain resources, with a chance to obtain additional building blueprints or special materials. As for ruling, it's totally unnecessary, because Wu Di and himself already ruled one near this high-level bandit camp. It would be a waste to rule another one in the same place. Plunder. Search was successful, obtaining 30,000 units of thatch, 41,000 units of wood, 12,000 units of stone, 4,893 units of iron ore, 6,005 units of crude oil, 54 gold coins, etc. Obtain blueprints. Blacksmith shop building blueprints, brick kiln building blueprints. In an instant, the territory was reduced to ruins. The villagers who were still working were completely stunned. What they really think is, no, why is my home gone? Jiang Shao spoke directly. I have killed your former lord because he was involved with bandits. You remaining people, do you want to accompany your former lord or this lord? As he spoke, Jiang Shao pointed at Wu Di. He used his insight to check the loyalty of the villagers one by one. Basically around 50. It seems Huang Tiantian is not very nice to these villagers on a daily basis. The villagers looked at each other until one of them stood up. Our former lord worked for the bandits and even sold some of our brothers to them. We are willing to follow the lord, but we just hope that you won't sell us to the bandits. Wu Di stood up. Don't worry, everyone. We have already wiped out the bandit camp. As soon as they heard that the bandits' territory had been wiped out, the villagers' eyes were instantly filled with admiration for Wu Di and Jiang Shao, and they quickly knelt on the ground. Wu Di scratched his head and glanced at Jiang Shao. Brother Jiang, in order to increase the loyalty of these villagers, I took away some of your credit. It's okay. I understand. At this time, the villager recruited by Wu Di carried out a box. Lord, there's another locked box in the territory, but none of us have seen the previous lord open it. A box again? Is there anything good here? Coming to the box, Jiang Shao looked at it carefully. This box is made of ordinary material and has no special design. What Jiang Shao was most concerned about was the lock. This lock looks tattered, so I shouldn't have to fix it myself. You guys, just use your axe to break this lock. A villager nearby heard it and responded, then turned around and picked up the iron axe beside him. With a click, the lock was split open. Jiang Shao opened the box. When he saw what was in the box, he was stunned. This is really not a proper box. Chapter 153, How Silk Came. This box is filled with all clothes. But these are not just any ordinary clothes. To be precise, there are no decent clothes in here. On the top of the box was a red one-piece sling that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Judging from the workmanship, this dress is actually quite exquisite, extremely light, thin, and transparent. Under the red jumpsuit is a piece of clothing made of black leather. This black dress has high slits on both sides like swallowtails and a large hollow area in the middle. This piece is more like a rag than a piece of clothing. The design on the front of this rag dress is too bold. Jiang Shao picked up the items one by one, feeling his blood boiling. This is what clothes should look like. This is what the clothes I suggested Miaoji to make look like before. It may be that my ability to express myself was not very good before, and Miaoji has never made this type of clothes before. So the final result is still a bit conservative and not quite up to par. Brother Wu was also a little confused watching from the side. Brother Jiang, what's in this box? The original lord of this territory looks like a female lord. Jiang Shao nodded and explained to Wu Di, it is indeed a female lord. She wanted to go home with me last night. Why do you like her? Wu Di shook his head. Women are a burden to me. It's far better to recruit more villagers for me than to bring a woman home. This way I could develop faster. After saying this, Jiang Shao actually looked up to Wu Di a little more. This kid is quite aware. Jiang Shao looked at the box of clothes again and recalled how Huang Tiantian begged for mercy in Qinghe County last night. This picture does have some feeling. It seems that Lord Huang Tiantian really spent a lot of money to survive. However, Jiang Shao had a question in his mind. Where did these clothes come from? First of all, we have to rule out that this was definitely not brought by Huang Tiantian. When Jiang Shao was teleported to this world, he had nothing except the clothes he was wearing. Unless Huang Tiantian wore all the clothes in the box when she came. This is obviously impossible unless this person had some quirks before he came. But looking at the material and craftsmanship of this clothing, it should not be clothing from this world. Take the maid in his own territory, Mayuri, for example, who is known for her expertise in protective gear and clothing. Even though she had superb craftsmanship, the materials Jiang Shao had come into contact with in the past were mostly yak skin and wool. Miaoji might not be able to do this either. Even if the style can be made like this, the touch is definitely something that yak leather and other animal skins cannot achieve. Jiang Shao was sure that they didn't look like anything that could be produced in this world. He picked up a white nightgown again. This white nightgown is probably the most ordinary looking of these clothes. However, after just a few seconds, Jiang Shao discovered the secret of this dress. This white nightgown has an opening in the front of the skirt, designed to look like a bow. The bow is supposed to be a symbol of cuteness. But when placed here, it seems a little loose. This bow is simply a stroke of genius. Jiang Shao rubbed the bow. The feel of this dress is clearly silk. In this world, Jiang Shao has never seen silk. This silk, where on earth did it come from? Broken. Jiang Shao now feels a little regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed Huang Tiantian. Otherwise, I could have asked her how she got those clothes. Who would have thought that Huang Tiantian could be used in this way? Brother Jiang, what are you thinking about here? Wu Di's words brought Jiang Shao, who was in a daze, back to reality. Brother Wu, where do you think these clothes came from? Have you ever seen these materials in this world? Wu Di rubbed his chin and said, this material seems to be silk. I have never seen anything else except animal skin and wool in this world. Jiang Shao snapped his fingers. That's right. Do you think the silk was made by other lords using their talents? Wu Di shook his head, indicating that he was not quite sure. After saying that, Jiang Shao packed the clothes, closed the box, and called a few villagers over. You guys take this box back to me. Brother Jiang, you want to take these clothes back? Jiang Shao nodded, but he didn't bring them home to wear them, nor did he let the maids wear them. When Jiang Shao thought of those bandit leaders and how Huang Tiantian wore those clothes to please them, he actually felt a little nauseous. After all, there must be clothes she has worn in this box of clothes. Jiang Shao felt it was still a bit dirty. He planned to take the box of clothes back and let Miaoji see the styles of these clothes. Now that she has a sample garment, Miaoji will know exactly what style she is talking about when she makes clothes in the future. But I'd better not tell Wu Di the reason. I'll just make up one. Well, I do want to take these clothes back, but these clothes were used by the previous lord to please the bandit leader. They must be a little dirty. I brought them back mainly because these materials are indeed rare in this world. And there are always merchant ships and caravans passing by my house. Next time they pass by, I plan to see if these clothes can be exchanged for some other resources. After listening to this, Brother Wu slapped his forehead. Brother Jiang, you are really too frugal. Could it be that your territory has grown so fast because of all the savings you've made? Hey, I was saying that my talent isn't bad either. So how come I've developed so much faster than you? It turns out that I'm not good at frugality. I'm going to learn from you in the future. Jiang Shao held his forehead. Then he turned around and looked at the villagers again. How many boxes like this do you have in your territory? Sir, this kind of box, we have 2 more in our territory. What? Actually, there are 2 more? The clothes here are generally not the same in style. Which normal person would make 2 pieces of the same style of clothing? Or buy 2 pieces? Isn't that a waste? This thing is valuable only when it is new every time. Jiang Shao took a deep breath. I am blessed. I am blessed. This is 3 full boxes of clothes. Doesn't that mean all kinds of styles are available? Chapter 154. Great Harvest. Return to Territory. Brother Jiang, what did you just say? Jiang Shao coughed dryly. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Why are there so many of these clothes? This lord was too indecent before. The villagers carried out 2 more boxes. This time Jiang Shao did not open them and asked them to carry them all back to the high-level bandit camp. Jiang Shao counted all the resources and looked at the sky. The sun was about to set, making the roofs of the entire bandit camp look a little yellow. He turned to Wu Di and said, "It's almost time. Let's go back to the other side of Tianyuan River first." Wu Di nodded in agreement, but Jiang Shao added another sentence. In the next few days, remember to prepare for the Lord's attack and defense of the city. Wu Di nodded. Okay, Brother Jiang, I guess those siege weapons have been transported back to my territory. Then, Jiang Shao turned to the busy villagers. Everyone, hurry up and transport all these resources to the warships on the Tianyuan River. Also, after everyone returns to the territory today, you can rest well and don't have to work anymore. When these words were spoken, the villagers were stunned at first. Then they put down their work, knelt on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord." Hundreds of villagers knelt on the ground together, shouting one after another. Wu Di stood by and looked at the villagers, feeling a little envious. Brother Jiang, why do I feel like the villagers in your village are so united? This loyalty must be at least over 80, right? Wu Di's family doesn't have the mythical building Ancient Shelter, so naturally he doesn't understand it. As long as Jiang Zhao's family can recruit or assimilate other people, their loyalty will start at 100, and the upper limit is 200 points. Well, the lowest loyalty I've recruited in my territory is probably less than 80. Wu Di. 3 hours later, Jiang Shao and Wu Di were just about to say goodbye. At this moment, someone sent a message in Jiang Zhao's discussion group. He glanced at Wu Di, and the 2 of them looked at each other with understanding. You don't have to guess to know that the message was sent by Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun, Brother Jiang, I'm almost in Qinga County. Where can I go to exchange for siege equipment? Brother Wu and I are both in Qinga County, but I have something else to do here, so I have to go back to the territory first. Those siege weapons, let Brother Wu take you to get them. After giving the instructions, Jiang Shao did not delay any longer and headed towards his own territory with me and a few others. If I hurry, I might be able to get home in time for dinner. It was dark and the wind was cold. Evening Star Town. Ruoxue stood at the entrance of the territory, with several maids beside her hunching their shoulders and talking in low voices. But her eyes were always fixed on the empty road in the distance. There's no need to cut down trees in the territory recently, so Ruoxue helps to move things everywhere. Ruoxue discovered that Jiang Shao had not returned for almost a day and a night. She could only rely on her senses to know whether other maids were in danger, but she could not rely on her senses to know whether her master was in danger. Ruoxue's eyes were full of anxiety. Sister Ruoxue, don't worry. Chuya stood aside, patted her shoulder, and comforted her softly. Master and Commander Qin Liangyu will definitely be safe if they go out together. Ruoxue nodded slightly, but the worry in her eyes did not disappear at all. Call! A puff of white air dissipated in the cold wind as Ruoxue let out a long sigh. The white suspenders on her chest rose and fell slightly, tightening and relaxing rhythmically with her deep breathing. This method of deep breathing to relieve tension was also taught to her by Jiang Shao. Finally, half an hour later, Jiang Shao and his companions finally returned to the territory. Ruoxue ran out directly and threw herself into Jiang Zhao's arms. Master, you are finally back. Jiang Shao was also a little confused. What happened in the territory? She added. Maybe because you've been away for too long, Sister Ruoxue is a little anxious. Jiang Shao patted her head and said, someone attacked Qinghe County last night. Let's go and have dinner together. After dinner, I'll show you the goodies I brought back. When he said this, Jiang Shao seemed a little mysterious. There are two main gains from this time. One is the pink egg, and the other is the 3 boxes of clothes. Jiang Shao planned to start incubating this pink egg during the day tomorrow. After all, hatching eggs was not something that could be rushed. But I can take out those 3 boxes of clothes tonight and look at them to see if they can provide Miaoji with some inspiration for making clothes. Ruoxue raised her head and looked at Jiang Shao, blinking her big eyes. Okay, master. After dinner, Jiang Shao brought Ruoxue, Miaoji, and Humi to the protective gear shop. Miaoji, look at these clothes. Do you have any ideas? As he spoke, Jiang Shao leaned over, opened the box, and took out a few clothes. Jiang Shao unfolded his ideas one by one, but no one responded to him for a long time. A bit strange, Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them had flushed faces and their eyes were wandering. Especially Miaoji. She lowered her head slightly. Her fingers tightly pinched the corner of her clothes and wanted to say something but didn't open her mouth. Miaoji suddenly remembered the suggestions Jiang Shao had given her about the clothes she designed, and she immediately understood something. Master, so the clothes you were talking about before were like this. Ruoxue was next to him at this time. Her breathing became noticeably faster, and the blush on her face became more intense. She carefully held up a piece of clothing, her eyes flickering. Master, are we going to change into these tonight? Jiang Shao saw Ruoxue had already started to unbutton her collar and snatched the clothes from her hands. No, you can't change it. This dress has been worn by others. If you want to wear it, we should wear the one we made at home. I called you here mainly to let you take a look at the materials and styles of these clothes. Can we make some ourselves? In fact, this kind of thing can be confirmed by Miaoji alone. But considering that Ruoxue had been frightened for a long time today, Jiang Shao also planned to bring her here to relax. Miaoji stood aside, her voice a little low. Master, this kind of clothes, this kind of material is not available in our territory. When Jiang Shao heard this, his heart sank, and he felt a little disappointed. It turns out that it can't be done, but it doesn't matter. Just put it aside for now and do it later when you have the materials. But Miaoji's voice came back weakly. However, this style, her voice became smaller and smaller, as thin as a mosquito, but Jiang Shao still heard the second half of her sentence. I can make this style. Chapter 155, Too Many Tests. What styles can be made? That's enough. Does it matter what the material is? It doesn't matter at all. The final result will be the same anyway. Great. I'll have these clothes washed later, and you can choose some styles to make tomorrow. Miaoji nodded. Okay, nothing else to do tonight. Everyone has worked hard. You could go to the hot springs, then go back to your room and rest. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Shao returned to his room and opened the chat area. Everyone, I'm here to buy some more things. Although it was quite late, whenever Jiang Shao spoke, countless lords would respond. Once again, one stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was chattering and asking Jiang Shao what architectural blueprints and rare resources he wanted. Jiang Shao explained a few words. This time it's not for blueprints and rare resources. Of course, if you have some strange architectural drawings or rare resources, you can also come and exchange them with me. I came here mainly to collect some raw materials for making clothes, including but not limited to animal skins. It would be great if there were things like silk. In fact, Jiang Shao wasn't sure what those clothes were made of, and he didn't particularly understand them. It feels like the touch of silk. After hearing what Jiang Shao said, the other lords began to respond. Oh my god, now that Jiang Shao has started to enjoy his life, he actually wants to collect silk. But this thing, I have never seen it before. I agree. There's a town near me that sells some cloth, but the cloth is not as good as the yak skin I got from hunting. Boss Jiang Shao, I have wolf skin and yak skin. I want to exchange them for some phoenix tail tiles or resin. And me, I have a bunch of rabbit skins. Can these two trade them for some armor? Me, I have fox fur and want to change it into some armor too. Many lords asked to change their armor and weapons. After all, there will be a new competition between lords in a few days. This time, the bottom 5% of the lords will die immediately. Only by improving their combat power can they increase their chances of survival. Jiang Shao exchanged some resources with them, including rabbit skins, yak skins, and other animal skins. But this fox skin, Jiang Shao thought about it for about 5 minutes, but ultimately decided not to trade with him. After all, it's possible that Liu wouldn't like fox fur. Just in case, it is better to use rabbit skin or yak skin to make those clothes. But does rabbit skin have risks? What if one day I recruit a bunny girl made with bunny ears? After a simple acquisition, Jiang Shao closed the chat area and planned to go to bed. Last night in Qinghe County, and I didn't sleep very well, even feeling a little tired. You must have a good rest today and recharge your energy. However, just a few seconds after Jiang Shao left, boom, boom, someone knocks on the door. Master, are you asleep? The sound is soft and sticky. Jiang Shao was a little confused. It was so late now, who was still awake? Just by listening to the sound, he couldn't tell what it was for a while. After all, there are indeed a lot of maids in this territory, and it is really hard to tell them apart. Jiang Shao put on his clothes, walked to the door, and opened it. As the door slowly opened, a gust of misty water vapor blew in my face. There was white mist curling up in front of my eyes, which was obviously the water vapor from the hot spring diffusing into the room, making it hazy and warm. In the white mist, there was a slender maid. She was wearing an animal skin coat that was slightly open, revealing a close-fitting black and white maid outfit underneath. What really made Jiang Shao unable to look away was her long legs. Those are a pair of legs that would make everyone jealous. The perfect proportions and lines are like a carefully crafted work of art. The black stockings fit perfectly, outlining an arc that made Jiang Zhao's heart beat faster. These legs are really a bit long. This person is dressed like Bai Lu, who is in charge of brewing wine at the winery. Bai Lu, I haven't slept yet. It's so cold outside, come in. Jiang Shao coughed again, trying hard to hide his emotional fluctuations. Bai Lu nodded gently, her voice a little shy. Okay, master. She carried a small wooden bucket and walked into Jiang Zhao's room. The fur coat swayed slightly with her movements, making the faintly exposed skin even more alluring. Jiang Shao noticed the wooden barrel in her hand. Bai Lu, what are you holding? Master, this is the wine I brewed. I thought you might like it, so I wanted you to try it. Jiang Shao sighed. The time, the place, the various elements are all there. Bai Lu, you're going to take the postgraduate entrance examination to become a cadre? Jiang Shao nodded and closed the door. This wine looks good, but let's talk about it later. 1 hour later, Jiang Shao brought out 2 cups, poured 2 cups of wine, and pushed 1 cup in front of Bai Lu. Is this fruit wine? Have you tasted it? Let's try it together. At this time, Bai Lu was only wearing this thin coat, which was loosely draped over her shoulders. Even the laces of the coat were not fastened tightly and could slip off at any time. And that originally tight-fitting black and white maid outfit was just changed out by her. There's nothing we can do about it. The temperature in Jiang Zhao's room is indeed much higher than outside. Bai Lu's cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She looked at Jiang Shao with a slightly evasive look, but still took the cup. Bai Lu held the rim of the cup with both hands. It was brewed tonight. I tasted it once with Sister Chuya. She raised her eyes slightly. However, you can accompany the master for another drink. But after a few glasses of fruit wine, Jiang Shao and Bai Lu still felt a little dizzy and a little high. He rubbed his slightly dizzy forehead and prepared to fall asleep. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Master, are you asleep? Tonight's tests. Are they a bit too much? Jiang Shao opened the door. One of them was wearing a nurse's uniform, and it was Bai Wei. On her right was a woman in a turquoise cloth. This woman looked familiar to Jiang Shao. Master, this is the villager that Shun Miao Miao picked up from outside that day. She is awake. It turned out to be her. Jiang Shao remembered it immediately. This woman, isn't she the aboriginal whose health value is only 9.5, the one named Qing Yao? She just woke up. Jiang Shao narrowed his eyes and looked at Qing Yao, then looked at Bai Wei beside her. It seems something is not right. Although this guy's HP is ridiculously low, but how come he is so powerful? Chapter 156, Qing Yao and Jade. Qing Yao was wearing an ordinary green cloth dress. The fabric is rough and the style is simple. Logically speaking, This kind of cloth is the best for concealing the body shape and should not reveal too much of the figure. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The front of the cloth was slightly undulating due to being stretched tight, and this arc was indeed something Jiang Xiao could not ignore. Jiang Zhao's gaze involuntarily lingered for a moment. This is probably similar to Bai Wei. He quickly looked away and cleared his throat. It's good that you're awake. Qing Yao fell to her knees with a thud, tears in her eyes. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. I'm willing to work like a slave to repay your kindness. Working like a slave, forget it. There was another reason for saving her at that time, which was that Shun Miao Miao had exchanged a piece of jade from their village at that time. Jiang Xiao also wanted to figure out where this jade came from. His plan was that if Qing Yao didn't wake up today, he would go and see her in person tomorrow. But you can't ask this, and that as soon as the person wakes up, that's not very polite. Jiang Xiao quickly reached out and helped her up. Don't be like this, stand up first. Where are your family members? Do you have any other relatives? Qing Yao's tears suddenly burst out, and she burst into tears. I am an orphan, and was adopted by kind people in the village when I was young. But a few days ago, a strange beast suddenly came to the village, and everyone ran for their lives. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao asked tentatively, Then, what about your husband? After asking this question, Qing Yao, who was originally crying, turned slightly red. She bit her lip and whispered, My lord, I have never had a husband. I've never even touched another man's hand. Jiang Xiao perked up when he heard this. This is a good thing. Qing Yao knelt on the ground again. My lord, can you take me in your territory? I can chop wood and cook, or boil water for you to wash clothes, or do anything else. This, Jiang Xiao had no reason to refuse. Just think of it as accepting a villager. What's more, Qing Yao is so sincere. You can stay in the territory from now on and help with the cooking. It's just that her HP value is only 9.5, which is really too low. It's a miracle that she can survive. She was so excited that her chest rose and fell. Even through the plain cloth, it was still extremely obvious and could not be concealed at all. Jiang Zhao's throat tightened slightly. This is too sincere. Thank you, Lord. After successfully recruiting Qing Yao, Jiang Xiao gained 20 reputation points. Her loyalty directly reached 150 points. Next, it's time to get to the point. You two go into the room and wait for me. Jiang Xiao took out a piece of stone brought back by Shun Miao Miao from the warehouse and returned to the room again. He placed the stone on the table and said, Qing Yao, do you know what this stone is? Qing Yao lowered her head and thought. Bai Lu had already put on her clothes in the room at this time. Master, isn't this an ordinary stone? Bai Wei beside him also nodded. Yes, master, this stone looks like there is nothing special about it. Jiang Xiao didn't say anything, but instead fixed his gaze on Qing Yao. She kept staring at the stone, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was trying to recall something. Qing Yao. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and signaled her to speak. Qing Yao raised her head. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, Lord, this stone seems to be from our village. Jiang Xiao was a little surprised. How did you know that? Qing Yao lowered her head and thought for a moment, with a look of uncertainty on her face. This should be intuition. I just feel it is very familiar. Jiang Xiao nodded, raised his hand to grasp the sword, and then chopped it down with force. Crack! The stone was cut straight through. The cross-section is as smooth as a mirror, and the surface emits a faint green light. This green light, it's breathtaking just to look at it. Qing Yao stared at the cross-section blankly, as if she had not expected that this inconspicuous stone actually contained such a precious treasure. Her expression became complicated. She wanted to say something but stopped herself, her eyes full of confusion. Jiang Xiao noticed her hesitation and put down the stone in his hand. Just say what you want to say. My lord, there are many such stones on the hill behind our village. In fact, I was wondering why strange beasts suddenly invaded our village. Now I think it might be because of these emeralds. After hearing this, Jiang Xiao felt completely relieved. This person, it turned out that saving him was not in vain. And there are quite a few of these stones on the hill behind their village. It must be that these villagers don't know what jade is, otherwise they would have sold it for money long ago. Now, I finally have the emerald tiles and jadeite needed to upgrade the level 8 main city to the level 9 main city, Feihui Palace. My lord, Qing Yao gently called back Jiang Xiao, who was thinking. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Qing Yao. Qing Yao, we will go to your village tomorrow. She was a little confused. Go to our village? Jiang Shao nodded and said, let's go kill that strange beast. He has already started to plan his action plan for the next 2 days. The night after tomorrow will be the night when the Lord will attack and defend the city's economic field. We still have 1 day to arrange our schedule freely. The morning can be used to upgrade the territory buildings, and in the afternoon, you can lead the team to hunt the strange beast and get the emerald resources completely. My lord, that strange beast. I remember it was a leopard. It looked very ferocious. It seemed that it had eaten almost all the nearby yaks and poultry in the village. Exotic beast leopard? This, if everything goes well, we can catch it back. Jiang Shao signaled Qing Yao not to worry. Since you have joined my territory, I will naturally avenge you. Not to mention, these words were like a warm current that instantly melted Qing Yao's heart. So much so that Jiang Shao hadn't finished the second half of his sentence. The second half of his original plan was, what's more, there's a shortage of jade in the territory, but he was interrupted by Qing Yao. Qing Yao's eyes were slightly red. The next second, she threw herself into Jiang Zhao's arms without any warning. My lord! Her voice was trembling and full of gratitude. Jiang Shao was completely frozen. The impact brought by Qing Yao was really... I was actually controlled for several seconds by a native whose health value was only 9.5. This is so sincere. This is even worse than the other maids in the territory. Chapter 157, Magic Needle Sewing. Seeing Qing Yao's touched expression, Jiang Shao sighed, but did not explain anything further. Anyway, the loyalty level has increased. About half a minute later, Qing Yao finally let go of her hand. Then, Lord, I won't disturb your rest. Jiang Shao was stunned. Then he remembered. The reason Qing Yao was allowed to live in a house outside was because she had not yet joined the territory and her loyalty could not be guaranteed. But now her loyalty is 180, and it obviously doesn't make sense to let her live outside. Wait, Jiang Shao called her. There are many empty houses in the territory. Choose one to stay in at night and don't go out again. Qing Yao was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she nodded quickly. Thank you, Lord. Jiang Shao waved his hand. He glanced across the table in the room, and his eyes fell on the barrel of fruit wine that Bai Lu brought, and suddenly he thought of something. By the way, Qing Yao, can you drink? Qing Yao shook her head. No, Lord, but you can try. Can't drink? What good thing is there? That's perfect. Let's have a few drinks together tonight. You have officially joined the territory, so we have to celebrate. After saying that, Jiang Shao turned to look at Bai Wei, who was standing beside him. Bai Wei, don't go back tonight. Just stay in my room to save yourself the trouble. Bai Wei's cheeks slightly blushed when she heard this, and she whispered, Okay, master. Since coming to this world, Jiang Shao has only drunk 2 kinds of wine. One is the previous recruitment soju, and the other is the fruit wine made by Bai Lu in the winery using fruits. The alcohol content of the previous drink was probably much higher than this one. To be honest, compared to that Laiquan soju, this low-alcohol fruit wine is more likely to make people drunk without realizing it. Sure enough, within half an hour, the 3 people in front of Jiang Shao were already drunk. Especially Qing Yao. She was holding the edge of the table, shaking slightly. The faint blush on her face makes her look even more beautiful. Bai Lu's alcohol tolerance should be slightly better, but her cheeks were also stained with a hint of red, and she looked at Jiang Shao with a dazed look. Although Jiang Shao himself drank a lot, he was still conscious. Tonight, it's better not to indulge yourself too much. After all, you still have to go to Qing Yao's village to look for jade the next day. Okay, it's almost done. Let's go to bed early. Jiang Shao stood up and tidied the table. Someone mumbled in a daze. Master, have another drink. Jiang Shao patted her shoulder gently. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. The room fell silent, leaving only the steady breathing of a few people. Before going to bed, Jiang Shao randomly recruited 4 teammates. I haven't arranged new accommodation for them yet, so for now, let them live in their own rooms. Jiang Shao also gradually closed his eyes. When Jiang Shao woke up in the morning, he did not wake up the 3 people who were still sleeping. He got up a little early because Jiang Shao planned to develop the territory first. He first randomly recruited today's 12 maids. 4 of them are combat-related, and the other 8 are good at production. There were 2 recruitment opportunities left, and Jiang Shao used them to custom recruit a maid. This time, he planned to recruit a person whose specialty was making clothes. After all, I brought back 3 boxes of clothes this time, so the workload is still a bit heavy. Usually, you can also help Miaoji. A few seconds later, a slender figure walked out of the room. She was wearing a tight, fiery red cheongsam. The close-fitting cut of the cheongsam perfectly outlines her graceful curves, and the curve of her chest is full and amazing. This cheongsam has a high slit all the way to the thigh, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs, which makes people involuntarily take a few more glances. Her skin was as white as jade, forming a sharp contrast with the bright red color. In the maid's eyes, there was actually a faint hint of red. This red color is like sparks burning deep in the lava, quite captivating. Her long hair fell to her waist and was black with a hint of natural curls. The ends of her hair swayed gently with her light steps. Her presence seemed to raise the temperature of the air by several degrees, and Jiang Shao felt his throat was a little dry. Is it so hot this morning? The maid's information appeared in front of Jiang Shao. Smoke. Physical strength, 265/265. Ability, tailor. Skills, magic needlework. Clothes made are extremely comfortable and can reduce physical exertion when worn. Loyalty, 100. This skill is really good. Miaoji specializes in making protective gear, and Fian specializes in making clothes. And the clothes made can actually reduce physical energy consumption after wearing them. Jiang Shao felt like he couldn't bear it any longer. The maid slowly walked up to Jiang Shao. She bowed differently from the other maids. Fian just nodded slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of her lips. Master, please give me more advice. Jiang Shao can understand. If she bends down, this tight cheongsam will probably break apart. Oh, it would be better if it were at night. I have some important work to do today. I have to get some jade. You can take a rest first, and I'll assign you tasks when you come back in the evening. Fian nodded and responded softly. Okay, master. This time, she bent down slightly. When he bent down, it wasn't just his clothes. Jiang Shao felt like he was almost dead. Before leaving, Jiang Shao built another training ground. Then, several training grounds were upgraded to level 4 together. Do you want to consume 30,000 units of sunken wood, 20,000 units of refined iron, or 20,000 units of refined copper, or 50,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 30 green wood cores, and 30 raw cores to upgrade the training ground? Yes, it will take some time to upgrade these training grounds. This time Jiang Shao did not choose to speed up. After all, I am the first one to wake up, and the training time in the territory is generally at noon and in the evening. Even if a maid goes in with me, construction will be accelerated. Even if it is built, there will be no one to train. After breakfast, Jiang Shao counted the number of people. This time Jiang Shao plans to bring Du Yinxin, Liu, Ziling, Qing Yao, and 50 female guards. Then Jiang Shao sent people to Qinghe County to gather some villagers, go to the destination, and finally transport the raw jadeite. Jiang Shao and his group crossed the Tianyuan River and walked along a road for 2 hours. The scenery on the road became increasingly desolate until a ruined village appeared ahead. Destroyed houses can be seen everywhere in the village. Many walls have collapsed, and broken bricks and tiles are scattered on the ground. The thatch on some roofs was blown away, leaving only bare beams and pillars exposed, which was extremely desolate. Qing Yao's breathing gradually became rapid. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her knuckles turned white. Even her eyes looked a little glazed. My lord, this is our village. Chapter 158 Shield, Born to Catch Babies. This chapter is titled by Ushri_. Thanks to the great God for the certification. Jiang Shao and his group walked into the village. In the open space in the center of the village, there was a blackened fire pit with several half-burnt sticks scattered around it. Clearly, someone had tried to use fire to ward off an attack by wild beasts. But that's a strange beast. It's obviously not afraid of fire. Jiang Zhao's eyes fell on a few stones scattered nearby. They were of different shapes, but they were slightly oily. These stones, could they be raw jadeite? Jiang Shao glanced over with a look of insight. A few seconds later, nothing happened. Well, it turns out that these stones in the village are just ordinary stones. He turned to look at Qing Yao. Qing Yao, where is the mountain behind your village you were talking about? Because the village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Jiang Shao didn't know which mountain was the one she mentioned last night where there were these stones. Qing Yao's face was still a little pale, and her eyes swept across this land that was familiar, yet unfamiliar to her with complicated eyes. Finally, she pointed to a mountain in the north and said, My lord, that's it. Jiang Shao nodded and prepared to go. but was suddenly grabbed by Qing Yao's sleeve. Her hands trembled slightly. My lord, the mountain behind is really dangerous. That strange beast is very scary. Don't be afraid. We are here. Just follow us. Qing Yao bit her lip and finally nodded silently. The few of them slowly approached the back mountain. There were low bushes mixed with weeds, and occasionally they could hear the sound of birds singing in the distance. Liu, Humi, did you find anything? Is there any smell of wild beasts or strange animals? The reason why Jiang Shao brought them along was also because their skills were very powerful. Tiger's skill, spirit point sniffing, plus Liu's tracking. For this beast with no fixed range of activity, it is possible to track them to the greatest extent possible. A few seconds later, the two looked up almost at the same time and pointed to the depths of the mountain. Over there. Jiang Shao nodded. When they reached the depths of the forest, they stopped. At a distance of several dozen meters, Jiang Shao peered through the gaps between the trees and finally saw the target in front of him clearly. A slender leopard was lying on the ground, biting a stone with its sharp teeth, making crisp cracking sounds. Jiang Shao was a little surprised. It was eating stones? Under the sunlight, the surface of the stone actually glowed with a faint green light. This green light was so familiar that Jiang Zhao's pupils shrank slightly. He held his breath, looked carefully for a while, and finally recognized it. The stone it is eating is exactly jadeite rough stone. That's not right. Didn't Qing Yao say that this strange beast ate all the yaks near their village? Why are you still eating stones? Jiang Shao glanced over with a look of insight. Exotic beast, crystal leopard. Introduction. The crystal leopard is a beast that feeds on precious stones and is born with a keen sense of rare mineral veins. It has amazing speed and flexibility, and its whole body emits a scorching light when it is violent. Chi and blood value 95. Skills: crystal fish and assault, crystal armor, spirit crystal perception. Goodness, no wonder they attack their village. This is actually a strange beast that specializes in eating precious stones. If that's the case, it must have been extremely hungry before it ate the yaks near the village. These jades are its staple food, but this blood value, it seems, and you can take care of her. My goodness, I thought I was some awesome monster. Before going out, just in case, he specially brought Du Yinxin, whose chi and HP value was over 300. From this perspective, it should be redundant. If I remember correctly, when Jiang Shao recruited Humi, her health value was 100. This leopard is 95. Although not as powerful as a tiger, it should not be much different. Jiang Shao also noticed that the description of this strange beast stated that it had a keen sense of rare mineral veins. It would be great if I could catch it and take it home. Maybe, in the future, we can let it go out specifically to look for mineral veins. Du Yinxin picked up the shield in his hand. My lord, should I attack now? Take action. What are you doing? She is just a strange beast with a health value of only 95. As soon as you make a move, won't you just kill it with just one shield? Let's not do that for now. Besides, I don't want to kill this strange beast. I kind of want to catch it and take it home. Here, when Jiang Shao said to catch it and bring it home, he did not mean to catch the beast and bring it home. Instead, recruit into your territory. If we catch him without a guarantee of his loyalty, something bad might happen. Du Yinxin was stunned when he heard this. He looked down at the heavy shield in his hand and nodded thoughtfully. As you command, my lord. Wait, yes. What do you mean? Did I just give any orders? Then, Du Yinxin picked up the shield and rushed out. Jiang Shao. No, what does this mean? The next second, Du Yinxin actually picked up the shield, moved quickly, and disappeared on the spot. Only a shadow flashed by. Du Yinxin's movements were so fast that they were almost invisible. She ran straight towards the crystal leopard with her shield in hand. Even though her skills are all defensive, her health value of over 300 is no joke. All basic attributes are far superior to Jiang Zhao's. Fast, too fast in fact. Not to mention whether you can stop it or not. Even if you want to stop it, you have to be able to react. The gap between me and Du Yinxin is really too big. Jiang Shao waved his hand. Hurry, let's catch up. The crystal leopard was interrupted while eating by Du Yinxin's sudden attack and turned its head with a low growl. The hair all over its body stood up, emitting a faint glow. Obviously, it was irritated, just as it took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. A gleaming silver shield was already whistling towards its face. Bang! The tremendous force mixed with the sound of shields impacting resounded throughout the valley. This shield does not use any skills. There is no technique involved. It's just pure force and heft. Before the crystal leopard had the chance to resist, its head was hit and it tilted, its limbs went limp, and it passed out. When Jiang Shao arrived at the battlefield, he was only 2 or 3 seconds slower than Du Yinxin. Just these few seconds. Now Du Yinxin is holding a shield, pressing down the crystal leopard so hard that it cannot move. This is so powerful. This shield is simply a pokeball. It is made for catching babies. But how to tame this strange beast? Jiang Shao planned to first check whether this crystal leopard was male or female. He put away the Xianyuan sword and raised his elbow. Smack! Jiang Zhao's elbow hit the crystal leopard's head directly. It's dizzy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Finally, at the 6th second, the crystal leopard shook its head and woke up. Oh my god, this crystal leopard is actually a female. Chapter 159, Crystal Leopard, Greedy. Based on feedback, modify some chapters. 1. Chapter 7. The original number of steps was 8, but now it has been changed to 7. This author is inexperienced and only found out after checking that the steps should be an odd number. Sorry. Tu Wu Hao had previously colluded with other lords to spread rumors that the protagonist had committed murder. Originally, a small number of lords followed suit, but now Wu Hao and his group are self-righteous. In fact, only a small number of fools believed it. Actually, this is what I meant. I didn't express it well, sorry. The following is the main text. Jiang Shao saw the crystal leopard wake up again, and before it could struggle, he decisively swung his elbow. Another blow came from him, hitting its head accurately. Looking at the crystal leopard that was stunned under Du Yinxin's shield, Jiang Shao felt a little headache. It is indeed easy to subdue this strange beast. But how can we tame it? 3 minutes later, just when Jiang Shao was thinking about whether he should just get rid of the leopard and start moving the jadeite stones as soon as possible, suddenly, the crystal leopard's body glowed slightly. It was a soft green light, very similar to the luster of the emerald stone it had previously gnawed. The air around him began to heat up, and a burning sensation quickly spread. Jiang Shao knew that the crystal leopard had gone berserk. However, even though the crystal leopard's violent state caused it to emit intense heat and light, it was still unable to move. Du Yinxin's suppressive power is really too strong. At this time, Humi came close to Jiang Shao. Master, do you want to tame this strange beast? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Humi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You have a solution? But Humi shook his head. Jiang Shao, but I could try to negotiate with it. Try to negotiate? Can tigers and leopards communicate across species? Jiang Shao couldn't do anything with the leopard anyway, so he might as well let her try. Before the tiger transformed, it was a thunder tiger. In terms of its health and type, it should be more powerful than this crystal leopard. Maybe she can really do it. Jiang Shao nodded. Then you could try it. It doesn't matter if you fail. Anyway, we don't have any other way. After hearing this, Tiger took a step forward. Then, her body began to change dramatically. A blue arc of lightning shot up from under her feet and spread rapidly along her body. The low hum of thunder and lightning could be faintly heard. Sizzle. Faint electric light was wandering around, and the grass leaves on the ground were curled slightly by the electricity. In an instant, Humi's original human form was wrapped in lightning and turned into a thunder-patterned tiger. Her body is covered in intricate blue veins. Every time Jiang Shao saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. This pattern is so touching. Qing Yao had also seen the tiger change its form in the territory. But she's probably still not used to it. Qing Yao subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Shao, holding his arm with her left hand and tightly grasping Li Yu's sleeve with the other hand. Jiang Zhao's arm was controlled hard. No, it was controlled softly for 10 seconds. He gave a light, dry cough. Qing Yao finally came to her senses and quickly let go of her hand, her face instantly turning red to her ears. I'm Soda. Master. Qing Yao seemed to be confused by the different ways Jiang Shao addressed her and the people around him. The word master that she blurted out made her even more embarrassed, and she didn't know what to do. So she quickly said it again. No, I mean the Lord. Qing Yao's face turned even redder. At the scene, there's also a pair of shocked eyes. It was the crystal leopard under the shield. The strange beast, which had just tried to struggle violently, now stared at the tiger motionlessly, its eyes completely frozen. The crystal leopard's eyes were fixed on the tiger, and its emerald green pupils shrank slightly. Although the crystal leopard's eyes were not as complex as those of humans, Jiang Shao could read the disbelief in its eyes from its expression at the moment. The thunder tiger approached it and turned around twice. The crystal leopard's body was tense at this time, and it instinctively wanted to retreat, but was pinned down by Du Yinxin's shield and could not move. It could only watch the tiger circling around it again and again. When it turned to the third circle, Tiger's head gently moved over. This communication? Jiang Shao couldn't understand what they were saying, but the reaction of the crystal leopard was obvious. The fierceness in its eyes faded away instantly, as if it had completely lost the will to fight. Not only that, Jiang Shao actually read a hint of stupidity in the crystal leopard's eyes. Moreover, it seemed that the eyes were still glowing. There was some admiration in its eyes when it looked at Jiang Shao. This look made Jiang Shao a little confused. However, it's fine as long as Tiger can communicate with it. I can't help at all and can only wait. 5 minutes later, a reminder sounded in Jiang Zhao's mind. You can recruit the exotic beast crystal leopard as a mount. Do you want to recruit it? In an instant, Jiang Shao was confused by this sudden recruitment information. This was conquered by just a few words from Tiger. Are you recruiting? There is absolutely no need to hesitate. Recruit. Congratulations on recruiting the exotic beast crystal leopard as a mount. This is simply double good news. The first good news is that the recruitment was successful. The second good news is that we don't need to name it this time. Let's leave the task of naming the crystal leopard to Black Cat and Liu. Jiang Shao waved his hand, signaling Du Yinxin to put away the shield. Du Yinxin glanced at the crystal leopard and confirmed that it had no intention of resisting before moving the shield away. As soon as he let go, the crystal leopard immediately crawled over. It approached Jiang Shao and gently rubbed his arm with its head. Jiang Shao was somewhat familiar with this scene. It was similar to the time when he was recruiting Tiger. Jiang Shao reached out and touched the crystal leopard's head. You were in a bad mood just now, but I didn't expect. You are so clingy. The crystal leopard growled, as if responding to him, and then leaned against his legs affectionately. Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at the tiger cat that had transformed into a human form again. Did you just communicate with it? Tiger nodded. I promised her that if she follows you back to the territory, she might have a chance to transform into a human. Besides, and you can have enough to eat if you come back to our territory with us. Transformation, this is indeed not 100% guaranteed. Even if you give it the transformation pill, it still depends on its own talent. But after eating, Jiang Shao remembered the introduction of this crystal leopard. Doesn't it just eat some precious stones? This, I can definitely feed it. There's an unlimited gold collection point in my home, and there's also a malachite collection point across the river. It's definitely enough for it to eat. Then Tiger added, Master, it seems to be obsessed with food. It comes to this village just to eat the jadeite on the back mountain. Besides, it probably didn't actively harm the people in the village, unless they came to disturb it while it was eating. When Jiang Shao heard this, he felt that it did make sense. In this village, I guess the villager's strength is just average, not to mention others. Take Qing Yao, whose health value is 9.5, for example. If the crystal leopard wants to attack her, she probably won't survive for more than 5 seconds. Chapter 160 Big and Small Days Work System. The crystal leopard suddenly turned around and ran straight towards an inconspicuous stone. It patted it with its paws, lowered its head and sniffed it, then opened its mouth and started to bite. This action is a bit like a melon farmer patting the melon and saying, I hope this melon is ripe, while patting it. Jiang Shao used the ability of seeing through to take a quick look at the stone. Stone. Introduction. It looks ordinary on the surface, but it contains jade. But the other stone next to this stone is an ordinary stone. Wow. This crystal leopard is really powerful. It is so accurate to find minerals containing jade. Just as it was about to open its mouth, Jiang Shao shouted, Etc. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. The crystal leopard seemed to understand. It suddenly raised its head and twisted its neck back 40 degrees. Its clear eyes looked at Jiang Shao in confusion, and its head tilted slightly, as if to say, Why don't you eat? Jiang Shao felt relieved when he saw it stop. Don't eat it yet. This jade is very useful. Wait until we get home. We have other food at home. When we get home, I will make sure you can eat as much as you want. The crystal leopard looked down at the stone and sniffed it reluctantly. But in the end, it obediently turned around and returned to Jiang Shao. Fortunately, although it didn't turn into a human form, at least it can understand human language. Jiang Xiao doesn't plan to return to the territory for the time being, because the villagers who came from Qinghe County to move the stones have not arrived yet. Jiang Xiao glanced at the direction of the sun and estimated, it would be here in about an hour. You can't be idle during this hour. Jiang Xiao asked the crystal leopard to search around for this kind of stone containing jade. This stone is not only found on the ground. The crystal leopard also dug out a lot of stones buried in the soil. This nose is so sensitive. I must feed it tonight. But there are so many stones in this soil. This was the first time Jiang Xiao had seen such a situation. If there are so many stones in the soil, it stands to reason that the roots of these trees should be unstable. How do these trees grow so tall? Jiang Xiao didn't think too much about it. Finally, about 20 minutes passed. The villagers who came from Qinghe County arrived. There were probably about 700 people here. Among them, 500 were villagers and 200 were garrisons responsible for guarding Qinghe County. This was specially arranged by Jiang Xiaolai before he came. The 500 people were responsible for carrying the stones. The 200 guards were responsible for protecting the safety of the villagers, and they could also hunt nearby if they had free time. And there is no need for houses here. This place is a village in itself. Although some houses were damaged, they were manageable. Jiang Xiao turned and faced the villagers. The back hill is safe now. You can start moving the stones. Gather these stones together. I will send people to transport them back to the territory in a few days. Don't worry about the food. It will be delivered on time, and you will be full. However, considering that the conditions here are indeed not as good as those in Qinghe County, Jiang Xiao plans to relax the intensity of their work. The conditions here are average. After you work 8 hours on the first day, you can only work 7 hours on the second day, and so on. 8 hours on odd days, 7 hours on even days. This is inspired by the big and small week work system. Jiang Xiao called it the big and small day work system. Upon hearing this, the villagers fell to their knees and said, "Thank you, Lord." These villagers were exploited by the previous county magistrate and had to work hard for more than 10 hours every day. The wages they earn are squeezed out and there is not much left, making it difficult to make ends meet. The Lord in front of him not only needs to work only 8 hours a day, but on even days, he only needs 7 hours. More importantly, it keeps you full. This life is so beautiful. Jiang Xiao motioned for them to get up, hurry up, and move. As you command, my lord. The villagers went up the mountain with their tools and started working. The crystal leopard squatted aside, staring at the stones that were moved from time to time, slapping the ground with its tail, looking a little reluctant. Jiang Xiao saw all of this. This child is really hungry. As for why they didn't let the crystal leopard help them find it, this Jiang Xiao has his own plans. There will be a lord attack and defense competition tomorrow night, and Jiang Xiao plans to go home and let the crystal leopard participate. After all, the higher the combat power, the more stable it is. The piece of stone that Shun Miao Miao brought back last time, after it was cut open, there were 8 units of jade in half of the stone. That whole piece of stone is about 10 units of jade. A level 9 main city requires 150,000 units of emerald tiles and 50,000 units of jadeite. I don't know if the mountain behind this village is big enough. Don't think about it anymore. Now that we have a source of jade, it's better than having nothing at all. Jiang Xiao packed up and prepared to take everyone back to the territory. It was not yet dark when we arrived at the territory. The training ground that I upgraded before I left this morning has now reached level 4. What caught Jiang Zhao's attention the most was the huge circular runway in the training ground. The area of the 4th level training ground is indeed a bit large. Tomorrow morning, we must expand the territory. The building details of the level 4 training ground appeared in front of Jiang Xiao. Training ground. Level 4. Number of commanders, 1/2. Currently 1 commander can be dispatched. The higher the number and ability of the commanders dispatched, the better the training effect. Consumption. 2 silver coins per person per hour. Training, critical hit. During training, there's a high probability of triggering a critical hit, increasing the HP by double. The higher the number and ability of the commanders sent, the higher the triggering probability. Iron cavalry training. During training, soldiers can bind their mounts to improve their familiarity and coordination. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 5, you need a level 9 main city, 50,000 units of sunken wood, 10,000 units of steel, 10,000 units of red copper, 80 greenwood cores, and 80 rock cores. The 4th level training ground has a new attribute, iron cavalry training. This cavalry training looks really good. 1 soldier can tie up 1 horse. although it is possible to train horse riding in an open area. But this attribute can further enhance the familiarity and coordination between the two. This would be very useful on the battlefield. But soon, Jiang Shao realized that something was wrong. The description above says soldiers can bind to mounts, not bind to horses, etc. In other words, this training ground allows soldiers to bind other tame beasts? Damn, this is what my female guards are doing when they bind yaks. If a team of yak cavalry charged onto the battlefield, wouldn't they be invincible? Chapter 161 Child. Is that enough? Qin Liangyu walked out of the training ground and saw the crystal leopard next to Jiang Shao. My lord, it looks like everything is going well today. The moment Qin Liangyu saw the crystal leopard, Jiang Shao felt the crystal leopard shivering beside his legs. This must have been because of Qin Liangyu's scare. Jiang Shao was lucky that he didn't bring Qin Liangyu with him today. If he had brought her, it would have definitely scared the exotic little leopard away. Jiang Shao nodded. It went quite smoothly, and we also found jadeite on the back hill of Qingyao village. Qin Liangyu suddenly said seriously, My lord, I have something to ask you. Can we train our guards to fight on yaks and other wild beasts? This question went straight to Jiang Zhao's heart. He himself had thought of this when he saw the newly added iron cavalry training in a level 4 training ground. For the time being, Jiang Shao didn't think of other wild beasts. After all, there were only wild boars, goats, and yaks in the territory. Riding a yak? That's great. Can you help with the training? There will be a lord attack and defense activity tomorrow night. Let's see if it can be used tomorrow night. Qin Liangyu hesitated for a moment. I've never tried to fight on a yak. But if Commander Du Yanqin can help me train the guards, maybe we can find a way. Commander Du, what do you think? Jiang Shao asked. Du Yanqin clasped his fists. My lord, I am willing to try it together with General Qin. Although time is tight, the two of us will definitely do our best. Jiang Shao said that it would be best if it could be used tomorrow, but in his heart, he didn't hold out much hope. After all, training to ride yaks is a matter of urgency simply in terms of time. Besides, this yak is different from a horse. The horses were produced by stallions at the stables, while the yaks were driven directly from the wild by the maids. To put it bluntly, the yaks we have at home now are just a pile of yak meat with no expiration date. Basically, the cattle are killed whenever they are needed for eating, and Jiang Shao has not sent anyone to tame them. This group of yaks, just because of their wildness, makes them difficult to deal with. Suddenly, Jiang Shao felt an itch on his legs. Looking down, he saw that it was the crystal leopard's tail slapping his legs. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about this child. At that time, I promised the child that I would feed it stones when I got home. Jiang Shao patted its head and said, let's go. Then they came to the warehouse. Because Jiang Shao only knew that the crystal leopard liked to eat stones, but he was not sure which kind of stones this crystal leopard liked to eat. But what is certain is that it definitely doesn't like low-level resource stones. Then, first try out some of each intermediate and advanced resource. He took out 3 intermediate resources, iron, ore, copper, ore, and agate, one by one, and placed them in front of the crystal leopard. The crystal leopard first sniffed the iron, ore, and copper ore, but did not eat them immediately. Then it moved closer to the agate, sniffed it a few times, and suddenly lowered its head and took a big bite. Crack! Crack! The now was quickly eaten up by the crystal leopard wind, and then it turned around and started to gnaw on the iron, ore, and copper ore. Although the speed was a little slow, he ate very seriously. It seems this guy likes gems more than ordinary ores. Jiang Shao took out some refined iron ore and refined copper ore. But the crystal leopard sniffed it and went back to eating its ordinary iron ore. Oh no, I don't eat processed food. I can't eat fine bran. Jiang Shao tentatively took out 2 more high-level resources, gold mine and malachite. As soon as these things were put on the ground, the crystal leopard's reaction suddenly changed. It suddenly raised its head with light in its eyes, just like when it saw the jadeite rough stone in the mountain behind the village before. This is making me drool. Eat quickly. There were a few more crunch sounds, and this time the speed of eating the 2 kinds of minerals was even faster. Jiang Shao discovered that this crystal leopard's favorite thing was malachite. He kept taking out malachite from the warehouse. Upgrading the 9th level main city, Jade Palace, requires 80,000 units of malachite. Although the demand is large, this amount is not a big deal. After all, how much can it eat? Eat. Is that enough, kid? Is that enough, kid? Jiang Shao spent nearly 500 units of malachite. Finally, when Jiang Shao was about to take out malachite from the warehouse, it stopped eating. Wow, I'm finally full. Jiang Shao wiped the sweat off his face. I was ignorant just now. 500 units of malachite in one meal. If you eat like this every meal, you may not be able to bear it. But this is its first meal in the territory, so it would be okay if it had something good to eat. Jiang Shao was also a little confused. How long could he last after a full meal? I won't be hungry again in the middle of the night. In the future, it's better to feed it agate and gold, or agate is an intermediate resource and is relatively easy to obtain, while the gold mine has a resource point with unlimited mining capacity. Because this gold mine has been mined since Jiang Shao obtained it, there is still a lot of gold ore in stock in a warehouse. Even if it consumes 500 units of gold ore a day, it will be enough for it to eat. After eating, the crystal leopard shook its tail and lay on the ground. Not sure if it was Jiang Zhao's illusion, but he felt that the crystal leopard's belly was glowing. That piece of light blue-green luster was surprisingly similar to the luster of malachite. This light, what is going on? Just as he was staring at the light on the crystal leopard's belly and lost in thought. Master, it's time for dinner. Jiang Shao looked up and saw Qiuya and Qing Yao standing not far away. Qiuya waved to her, while Qing Yao stood a little stiffly. Since coming back in the evening, Qing Yao has been helping Qiuya with cooking. Although Jiang Shao told her that she could rest, she always insisted on doing what she could. The reason was that I didn't help much this time and couldn't eat and live for free. Jiang Shao didn't think so. After all, she had provided some of the intelligence this time, which was considered helpful. But he couldn't say anything more about Qing Yao's insistence. Okay, here I come. Jiang Shao was about to go over, but found Qing Yao standing there without moving. What's wrong? Don't you want to have dinner together? Jiang Shao turned around and asked. Qing Yao raised her head slightly. Her eyes swept across Jiang Zhao's face and then immediately lowered them. Her fingers kept pinching the corners of her clothes, even causing wrinkles on them. Jiang Shao was a little confused. Why are you blushing again? It's not even completely dark yet. What's going on? My lord, can I call you Brother Jiang Shao from now on? So that's what happened. This is not even a request. And the name Brother Jiang Shao sound good too. Do whatever you're used to. Just call me that from now on. Chapter 162, Hatching Eggs and Expanding Territory. Master, where is the little leopard? Li Yue and him he looked around. Isn't it the name of the crystal leopard? Little leopard, he repeated in a low voice, and the sound became more and more pleasant to his ears. This name is much better than the names I randomly came up with before, like Tiger Era. Jiang Shao turned around and pointed at the warehouse door. It ate too much and fell asleep. Then he explained that the little leopard had just eaten 500 units of malachite. Also, it does not eat the meat, vegetables, etc. that they usually eat. If there is stone, it will give priority to eating stone. After dinner, Jiang Shao planned to deal with the pink egg he had obtained across the Tianyuan River the day before yesterday. Yumi, come with me to the room. I have something to show you. Tiger, you come too. The two looked up and said, Okay, master. Back in the room, Jiang Shao carefully took out the pink egg from under his bed. He usually keeps good things under his bed. The eggshell was as smooth as a mirror, and as the light in the room swayed slightly, it emitted a faint pink glow. Jiang Shao placed the egg on the table and turned to look at Humi. You said before that you can hatch this egg, but you need Yumi's help, right? You two can take a look together. If you need anything, just tell me. There shouldn't be anything to do tomorrow, so you two can figure out how to hatch this egg. If you need anything, you could just get it from the warehouse. Before, Li went out hunting and brought back python eggs. But those eggs can only be eaten and cannot be hatched. If I can successfully hatch this exotic beast, the colorful python egg, I will have 3 exotic beasts in my territory. Another big improvement. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Understood, master. Yumi walked forward, put down the small whip that she had been holding tightly in her hand, and carefully took the pink egg. She studied the pattern on the eggshell for a moment. Master, if possible, it would be best to arrange a separate house for me and Tiger's sister. It is best to incubate such rare eggs in a quiet environment. Too much disturbance may affect the hatching success rate. Jiang Shao nodded. I know nothing about hatching eggs, so I need to get advice from professionals on this kind of thing. This requirement is relatively easy to meet. Jiang Shao directly built a new magnolia house. It just so happens that the magnolia houses in this territory are still level 3. And tonight, Jiang Shao also plans to expand the territory and directly upgrade all the houses in the territory to level 4. Do you want to consume 10,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 3,000 units of bricks, 200 units of crude oil, 100 units of refined iron ore, and 5 greenwood cores to upgrade the Magnolia house. Yes, Jiang Shao discovered that this acceleration would not consume the Qingmu core. In this case, speed up directly. The sooner the construction is completed, the sooner everyone can rest. Half an hour later, all the Magnolia houses in the territory looked brand new. The original 2-story house is now much taller and has become 2.5 stories overall. That half floor is an exquisite little attic with unique round windows and green wood carvings on the exterior walls. A level 4 Magnolia house. Jiang Shao made a rough estimate. This kind of space feels like it can accommodate 40 people. Yulan house, rare. Level 4. Magnolia. The physical strength recovery speed of residents living in Magnolia houses is increased by 10% and doubled for women. Recovery. Injured or sick residents can slowly recover their vitality when they rest. When healthy residents rest, their physical strength recovery increases by 20% and doubles for women. Upgrade. To upgrade to level 5, you need 5,000 units of pine wood, 3,000 units of rotation, 1,000 units of phoenix tail tiles, 200 units of resin, 300 units of refined iron ore, and 10 greenwood cores. No extra attributes were added. Only resurrection was enhanced. It used to be 15%, now it's 20% after doubling. It's 40%. The maids and female guards returned to the houses to rest for 2 or 3 hours, and their strength was basically restored. Jiang Shao took a tour around the newly built Magnolia house. The quality of this level 4 residential building is indeed good, but the mattress is indeed a bit poor. Nowadays, mattresses are made of yak skin and rabbit fur. Although it is soft, it is still a bit thin. At this time, 2 maids came in quietly and took his arms on the left and right. Ruoshue's cheeks blushed slightly, and she lowered her head and whispered, "Master, tonight you can stay in my sister Jingjing's house, okay?" Jingjing also smiled with a hint of anticipation on her face. Jiang Shao had originally planned to do so. After all, he had never lived in a level 4 Magnolia residence. "You two should go back to your room and wait for me. I'm going to expand my territory." The 2 white-haired sling maids responded obediently and nodded at the same time. Jiang Shao was not in a hurry at first. Seeing these 2 maids nodding so much, he trotted all the way to the gate of the territory. The current territory range is 400 times 400 meters. If the city is to be expanded, the water in the moat needs to be released first. The next step is to move the existing city walls and moat. The location of a city wall can be moved, but the moat cannot be moved and can only be demolished. Demolition will return some of the materials. Currently, there's a level 3 moat surrounding the territory. The materials required for its construction are not much, and the loss is not great. Jiang Shao added another 1,600 meters of intermediate city wall. This is equivalent to directly expanding the territory to 800 by 800 meters, increasing it to 4 times its original size. The square territory with a side length of 800 meters is large enough to accommodate its core residents at this stage. Even if there are invaders invading from any direction, we can arrive in time. The refined iron ore and refined copper were consumed by so many intermediate city walls, almost used up more than half of the family stock. But Jiang Shao didn't feel bad at all. He had to spend what he had to spend. Outside the territory, he built a circle of barricades and a level 3 moat. Next to the 2 suspension bridge gates, there's still 2 training grounds. The location of the female guards' houses is still close to the intermediate city wall and the training ground. In order to facilitate the future practice of yak cavalry, Jiang Shao placed the horse farm and a location for the penned yaks 50 meters away from the training ground. The other buildings have not changed much. The previous arrangement was already very scientific, and there was nothing that needed to be modified. Jiang Shao was very satisfied with this expansion. He was just about to go back to sleep when Bai Wei came running towards him from a distance. Master, little leopard's condition seems. I don't know how to describe it. Let's go back and take a look." "Huh? Didn't you just eat? What's going on?"